I merely slit open the giant snake's belly, but was stunned for 2.5 seconds, because inside the snake's belly was a man clutching a sword. Even more astonishing was that the man seemed to still be alive, though he stopped breathing the next second. Only then did I snap out of my daze and immediately reached out to brush my hand over his mucus-covered body. Looks like the risk was worth it this time. I laughed heartily before storing the snake demon leader's corpse in my storage ring and preparing to leave, but just as I lifted my foot, my gaze was suddenly drawn to a black and red flower nearby. It was actually a snake saliva flower. Having thoroughly studied the complete guide to spiritual herbs, I recognized it at a glance. According to records, snake-type demon beasts that swallow this flower have a chance to advance, while humans who consume it can enhance their body's poison resistance. Without hesitation, I plucked the snake saliva flower and popped it into my mouth. The snake saliva flower melted instantly upon entering my mouth, swiftly flowing through my meridians and spreading across my body. A system notification echoed in my mind: you have consumed the snake saliva flower, greatly enhancing your poison resistance. I wonder if the stems and leaves are useful too. Without delay, I brushed my hand over the plant's foliage. The already yellowing snake saliva flower suddenly withered at an accelerated rate, its stems and leaves turning to powder within moments. Another system prompt followed: extraction successful. You have obtained the spiritual essence from the snake saliva flower's stems and leaves. At that moment, a few drops of emerald green liquid appeared in the palm of my hand. I promptly poured the spiritual essence into my mouth, and the system announced: you have consumed the spiritual essence, gaining 3 root bone attribute points. After that, I continued searching for serpent-type demon beasts, but for the next 3 hours, I found nothing. Just as I was about to change locations, a piercing scream suddenly came from the distance. I sharply turned my head toward the source of the sound, but it was too far away to see anything. After a brief moment of thought, I decisively ran in the direction of the scream. After running forward for about 1 kilometer, I caught a whiff of blood. Following the scent, I advanced another 200 to 300 meters and found a corpse lying in a pool of blood. Rest in peace, brother, I silently mourned before sweeping my hand over the body. The system notification appeared: successfully obtained F-grade cultivation talent, visual enhancement. Isn't this a duplicate? Before frustration could even show on my face, the crisp system notification sounded again in my mind: you possess 2 F-grade cultivation talents, visual enhancement. Talent fusion triggered. Fusion successful. Obtained E-grade cultivation talent, visual augmentation. You can even do this? I thought, deciding to test the effects of the E-grade cultivation talent, visual augmentation. I muttered visual augmentation and looked into the distance. Instantly, the previously blurry scenery became crystal clear. The E-grade talent had doubled my visible range. After deactivating visual augmentation, I scanned my surroundings and was thrilled to spot 2 continuous trails on the ground in the distance, clearly left by serpent-type demon beasts. I followed the tracks westward, chasing for over 1 kilometer until a black and red serpent demon came into view. The serpent, about 5 to 6 meters long, was swiftly slithering through the grass. Damn, not an ordinary serpent demon, it's the leader. I cursed under my breath and sped up. Within minutes, I closed the gap to within 10 meters behind it. The serpent leader noticed me and immediately turned around, baring its fangs to intimidate me. I ignored the threat and kept advancing, seeing it couldn't scare me off. The serpent hissed and charged. Instead of confronting it head-on, I sidestepped to the right and swung my wooden blade at the back of its head, but it dodged instantly. Then, it whipped its tail at me. I leaped away and struck at its body again. This time, I hit, but only left a shallow wound. This beast is quick and tough, minor wounds won't do much. I need to find a way to deal a serious blow. As I hesitated, the serpent leader, realizing I wasn't an easy target, feinted and bolted. You think you can escape? I sneered and gave chase, stashing my wooden blade into my storage ring with a flick of my hand. After a dozen steps, I suddenly lunged forward, tightly gripping its tail and standing up. Sensing its tail being seized, the serpent leader tried to shake me off, but then I roared, "Up you go!" With that shout, a surge of immense force transmitted from its tail, and its massive body uncontrollably lifted into the air. A glint of amusement flashed in my eyes. Besides the 7-inch weak spot, serpent demons had another vital point: their spinal column. Without hesitation, I tightened my grip on the serpent leader's tail and slammed it hard into the ground. Lifting such a creature would normally be difficult, but with my D-grade cultivation talent, strength enhancement, my power attribute had reached 96 points. A dull thud echoed as the serpent leader's head and body crashed into the earth. Seizing the moment, I stepped forward, pivoted, and hoisted its tail over my shoulder. In one fluid motion, the serpent leader was airborne again, soaring over my head before smashing into the ground on the opposite side. The serpent leader desperately wanted to counterattack, but midair, it had no leverage. In its panic, it disregarded whether its venomous mist could reach me or the long-term damage to its foundation from overusing its innate poison. It opened its maw wide, spewing torrents of dark green toxic fog that rapidly spread around us. I noticed immediately but paid no heed. I knew the snake saliva flower was a supreme treasure among serpent demons, granting formidable resistance to their venom. Another heavy thud resounded as the serpent leader's body crashed violently onto the ground, followed by a pained hiss. It felt its spine was on the verge of shattering. Driven by survival instinct, it endured excruciating agony and twisted its torso midfall to regain control. But before it could stabilize, another overwhelming force erupted from its tail, sending the serpent leader helplessly airborne once more. The serpent demon leader roared furiously. In utter desperation, it could only spew poisonous mist once again. Yet, just like before, I ignored the toxic fog it exhaled and continued to hurl it repeatedly. However, its massive body flailing through the air accelerated the surrounding airflow, greatly increasing the spread speed of the dark green poisonous mist. By now, I was already enveloped in the murky green haze. This sight made the serpent demon leader heave a sigh of relief after expelling so much poison, nearly damaging its core. It had finally managed to engulf me. The serpent demon leader let out several furious roars, its emerald green eyes filled with triumph. But before the glee in its eyes could fully bloom, it sensed another surge of overwhelming force erupting from its tail, sending it flying uncontrollably once more. The serpent demon leader was utterly bewildered. Logically, since I was already shrouded in its toxic mist, even if I didn't immediately succumb to the poison, I should have been severely weakened. So why did the force it felt remain as unstoppable as before? The serpent demon leader crashed heavily onto the ground again with a dull thud. The next moment, its gaze suddenly froze before glazing over, its massive body collapsing limply like a wet noodle. Damn it, finally killed this beast, I exhaled in relief. As soon as the words left my mouth, a beam of white light surged from the serpent demon leader's body and flew into mine. A system prompt appeared. You have slain a level 1 monster serpent demon leader, gaining 30 EXP. The serpent demon leader dropped a skill book. Almost simultaneously, a somewhat ancient-looking scroll materialized at my feet. My face filled with astonishment as I quickly bent down to pick up the scroll. On it were written 2 words, Inspect. Holy crap, it's actually detection skill. Gu Yifan exclaimed, his cheeks filled with ecstasy. Scrying can distinguish spiritual medicines, check the level of demonic beasts and human races, etc. It is one of the essential skill books for manpower. However, because the probability of the scrying technique dropping was not high, it caused many people to beg for it. Use the skill book. After the surprise, Gu Yifan took the scroll and stuck it to his forehead at the first opportunity. In the next moment, the scroll turned into a white light and disappeared into Gu Yifan's forehead. Unlike martial arts skill books, scrying techniques did not need to be practiced and could be mastered instantly by using a skill book. Therefore, the moment the scroll turned into white light and disappeared into Gu Yifan's forehead, he had already mastered the scrying technique. Probe. Gu Yifan raised his hand and threw a probe at the body of the snake demon leader. Having just mastered the scrying technique, it's only natural to try out the effects. Chapter 12, The world is a disorderly place, and one must have a bottom line. Swish. The moment Gu Yifan threw out his scrying technique, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Race, Snake Demon Leader. Level, 1. Battle power, comparable to 4 stars. Characteristics, poisonous. Explosion rate, 0.01%. I'll go. Gu Yifan couldn't help but let out a gasp. It wasn't because of the Snake Demon Leader's attributes, but because of the Snake Demon Leader's explosion rate. A 0.01% pop rate is 1 in a million. A mere 1 in 10,000 burst rate popped out the skill book scrying. Where does his luck seem to be good? It's clearly very good. Ha 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 ha. After sighing, Gu Yifan laughed out loud again. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. This truth is understood by many people, and Gu Yifan also understands it, but it is not something that can be done by anyone who wants to do it. Just like the first time against the Snake Demon Leader. Because the Snake Demon Leader had eaten a human, Gu Yifan had misjudged and could only take a risk with his experience. But not with scrying. The strength of the opponents was as clear as the lice on a monk's head, so Gu Yifan could easily know his enemy and know himself. At this moment, Gu Yifan also had a clearer understanding of his own battle power. The fact that he could easily kill the Snake Demon Leader who was comparable to a 4-star battle power meant that his battle power had reached at least 4 stars. After being happy for a while, Gu Yifan didn't delay any longer and raised his hand to brush over the Snake Demon Leader's corpse. Ding! Stripping was successful, you have gained 4 root and bone attribute points. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand again, and the corpse of the Snake Demon Leader disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in Gu Yifun's storage ring. Thinking briefly, Gu Yifun turned his party around to return along the way he came. He had found one snake demon corpse and killed 2 more snake demon leaders, making it 3 in total. However, he wasn't too sure if the snake demon and the snake demon leader were the same kind of demonic beast, plus it was a bit of a waste of time to aimlessly search for the snake demon, so he was going to look for the snake demon that was fleeing towards the east to verify it. Returning to the starting point, Gu Yifun again followed the traces on the ground towards the east. Running forward 200 to 300 meters, Gu Yifun smelled a bloody odor. After running forward for another 200 to 300 meters, Gu Yifun heard a burst of fighting sounds coming from the distance. He didn't ink it and continued to chase it east. Passing through a dense forest, Gu Yifun saw more than a dozen people in front of him who were surrounding a snake demon. With a body length of 2 to 3 meters and a waist bowl thick, this is an ordinary snake demon. Gu Yifun instantly made a judgment, and then a touch of speechlessness appeared on his cheeks. He single-handedly killed the snake demon leader and spent quite a bit of time running back, but these guys hadn't even solved a single ordinary snake demon, and there were even quite a few people who hung up their colors, which was really a bit slow in terms of efficiency. However, he overlooked the fact that he grew too fast in strength as he carried the hidden talent of stripping away all things. Without realizing it, his strength had caught up and left the others far behind. Should we rob this snake demon? A thought flashed through Gu Yifun's mind. He believed that with his current strength, making a move to grab it was by no means difficult. The thought of looting grows wildly as soon as it appears, like weeds after a spring rain. And it was normal that Gu Yifun would have thoughts of snatching it. As mentioned earlier, the God's End continent was the killing world. There was only one mission on the God's End continent, to fight by all means to obtain cultivation resources and enhance one's strength. This was one of the reasons why quite a few people came to the God's End continent and did wrong. In addition to that, there was another reason why Gu Yifun's heart was set on snatching it. He had already reached 80 points of experience, and he could reach the upper limit by killing one more demonic beast, raising his level to level 2. However, Gu Yifun eventually suppressed the idea of snatching the demonic beast. Although this side of the world is unorganized, there has to be a bottom line to be a human being. He couldn't be one of those people who were hated for their wrongdoing on the God's End continent. Some might say that Gu Yifun had already robbed a demonic beast that someone else had injured, so what kind of good guy would this pretend to be? Actually, that's not true. That time was because there was no one next to him. If not, he would never have made a move to behead the rabbit demon. So that one wasn't even a robbery. Phew. Gu Yifun took a deep breath to calm his mind, then hid at the edge of the dense forest and watched quietly. He wanted to learn how others fought. On top of that, he wanted to use the snake demon corpse to verify what he had in mind after those people beheaded the snake demon. Sticking to the bottom line of being human didn't mean that one couldn't utilize demonic beast corpses that were useless to other people. So Gu Yifun did so without the slightest psychological burden. Not far. A youth waved his hand one after another, and a wind blade appeared out of thin air, killing the snake demon one after another, causing the snake demon to roar in rage. The snake demon wanted to chase after the youth, but the youth didn't fight the snake demon at all and backed away at the first opportunity. At this time, the youth's teammates ran to the back of the snake demon and gave a burst of output to the snake demon, hitting it again and causing it to roar in rage. The snake demon turned back on the youth's teammates, who fled with him. This would cause the youth to stop fleeing again and cast wind blades one after another, continuing to kill the snake demon. This cycle, one after another, caused the snake demon to be exhausted and in great distress. It's a kite-flying tactic. Well, being surrounded by more than a dozen people, the snake demon fell as far as he could. According to this situation, it won't be long before the battle is over. Gu Yifun muttered to himself while silently observing. A moment later, Gu Yifun's gaze landed on the youth who had cast the wind blade. This youth was the one who claimed that Xiu possessed the D-rank cultivation talent Wind Blade, which allowed him to control the wind and attack, when he was grouping up in the novice village. Through his observation just now, he also understood why this squad was able to make the snake demon and the snake demon leader flee in separate directions, not necessarily scared off by this squad, but most likely nauseated by this squad. In this squad, the youths remotely focused on attacking, while the others were responsible for harassing and intercepting. Although everyone's attacks were not strong enough to kill the snake demon at once, they could hurt and injure the snake demon, while the snake demon had a hard time injuring those who surrounded it, and could only be passively beaten and dryly stared at. Do you think it's infuriating? No. Should it be gas snakes, not gas snakes? Therefore, the snake demon and the snake demon leader fled in separate directions, most likely not frightened, but disgusted. As Gu Yifan just said. He hadn't waited long before the snake demon was rounded up and killed by the squad led by the youth. Swish. 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 A white light surged out from the snake demon's body and flew into the youth and the others. Among them, the white light that didn't enter the youth's body was a bit thicker. Killing demons in a group is done on a per-labor basis, and whoever deals more damage to the demonic beast gets more experience. Ha, gained another bit of experience. I got a little experience too. TSK, I can't believe I got 2 experience points this time. The crowd was thrilled. This scene left Gu Yifan somewhat speechless. Is it so exciting to get a little experience or 2? He's not even that excited about getting 20 or 30 experience points all at once, Oklahoma? Just at this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the body of the young man who possessed the D-level cultivation talent Windblade. Chapter 13 3 levels and this is it? It's a narrow road. Is this an upgrade? Gu Yifan was a bit envious, he was still stuck at level 1. But soon, the envy in his heart disappeared. Even though his level was still stuck at level 1, he had gained a lot, so there was nothing to envy. At this moment, a horse's ass sound rang out one after another. One line, congratulations on reaching level 3. Brother Zhang, you've risen to level 3 so quickly, you're likely the fastest upgrader out of everyone. Zhang is awesome, I've only just stepped into level 2. Brother Zhang is so great, it's really our good fortune to follow him. This guy's name is Zhang Rou. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, a little surprised in his heart. Just now, he thought that Zhang Rou had risen to level 2, but he didn't think that it was actually to level 3. I wonder what the attributes of level 3 are. Gu Yifan was a bit curious and then threw a probe at Zhang Yixing. Immediately afterward, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Race, human. Level, 3. Root bone, 23. Spirituality, 15. Strength, 23. Agility, 18. Battle strength, 2 stars. 3 level of attributes. On this? Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. Because the 4 attributes of the level 3 Zhang Rou weren't as good as the level 1 him. In that case, without counting his cultivation talent, level 1 was more powerful than the level 3 Zhang Yixing. But soon he reacted. For each level, each attribute increases by 5 points, and the free attribute increases by 5 points. Zhang Yixing had risen 2 levels, increasing his attributes by a total of 50 points, while the attribute points he had stripped through his hidden talent of stripping everything could be more than 50, so it was normal that the attributes of the level 3 Zhang Yixing were not as powerful as those of the level 1 him. Stripping everything is worthy of a hidden talent, it's really powerful. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he more clearly recognized the power of the hidden talent stripping everything. Other than that, the attribute points that the hidden talent stripping everything stripped away alone was something that other people didn't have, which also meant that under the same level, his attributes were far stronger than others. After sighing, Gu Yifan continued to wait. He would wait for Zhang Xing and the others to leave, then use the snake demon corpse to verify what he had in mind. At this moment, Zhang Yixing's teammates were still furiously kissing Zhang Yixing's ass. For his part, Zhang Rou modestly said, everyone is flattered, my cultivation talent is not the best among all, and I may not be the fastest upgrader among all, but what I can guarantee is that everyone who follows me will have meat to eat. Brother Zhang is mighty. A line of awesome. Zhang is domineering. The crowd once again furiously patted Zhang Xing's ass. Zhang Rou waved his hand and inquired, Xiaoko, you said before that little fatty died, how did he die? At those words, the crowd fell silent. Xiaoko laughed bitterly, one line, I went to look for demonic beasts with little fatty, encountered 3 snake demons at once, 2 of them were still snake demon leaders, little fatty was wrapped up by a snake demon leader inadvertently, and was also bitten on the head and swallowed in the abdomen. I'd love to help, but as you know, my little strength is no match for the snake demon leader, and I'm being chased by a snake demon and a snake demon leader, so I don't have the time to give a helping hand. I have no choice but to join you as soon as possible, and after that, you know all about it. So? Zhang Rou nodded and said in a deep voice, Gentlemen, my level has been raised to level 3 and my strength has grown considerably, those 2 snake demon leaders killed 2 of our brothers, I want to go and seek revenge on them, what do you all think? Brother Zhang, I support your decision. I'm all for it. Must slaughter those 2 snake demon leaders to avenge our dead brothers. The crowd spoke up in agreement. Since everyone agrees, let's get going. With a big wave of his hand, Zhang Xinglan walked towards the dense forest, and the rest of the people followed. Seeing this, Gu Yifan hurriedly hid in the bushes. His cheeks were full of eccentricity. Listening to what Zhang Yixing and the others said, the 2 snake demon leaders he killed and the 2 corpses he encountered were all related to Zhang Yixing and the others. It's a good thing that both of those 2 snake demon leaders were killed by me, otherwise you guys wouldn't know how many of you would have been killed or injured. Well, I kind of saved a few of your lives. Gu Yifan muttered darkly. It wasn't that he was underestimating Zhang Xingyi and the others, but Zhang Xingyi and the others had so much trouble decapitating an ordinary snake demon, and even quite a few of them were hung up in color, and to go up against a stronger snake demon leader and want to come back in one piece was almost impossible. After seeing Zhang Xingyi and the others leave, Gu Yifan stepped out of the bushes and walked towards the snake demon's corpse. Coming to the snake demon's corpse, Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it over the snake demon's corpse. Ding! Stripping failed. The same type of demonic beast can be extracted up to 3 times. A wasted trip. Gu Yifan sighed. He had thought that it was possible that the snake demon and the snake demon leader were not the same type of demonic beast, but now it seemed that he had thought a little too much. But it was good that he didn't have to continue wasting time skulking around the plains of the novice village. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand and put the snake demon corpse into his storage ring before heading towards the east. At this point, the demonic beasts on the plains of the novice village were no longer useful to him except for boosting his experience, and boosting his experience could be done entirely by going elsewhere to kill higher-level demonic beasts and gain more experience. That's why he's going to change the map and go to a place with a higher level of demonic beasts. According to the God's End continent map, the eastern part of the novice village plain was Chang'an City West, where the level of the demonic beasts was a bit higher than on the novice village plain, and with his current strength, he also had the capital to break into Chang'an City West. All the way east. After walking roughly thousands of meters, Gu Yifan suddenly smelled a bloody odor. The smell of blood didn't smell like that of a demonic beast, but like a human, which made Gu Yifan a little excited. Because the human race can provide him with cultivation talent. It's coming from that dense forest up ahead. Gu Yifan sped up after identifying the direction from which the smell of blood came. Soon, Gu Yifan arrived in front of that dense forest. But just then, a group of people came out from the dense forest. What bad luck! Seeing the person in charge, Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse. Because the person in the lead was no other than Gao Zhuang, who liked to find trouble with him. Also, there was a lot of blood on Gao Zhuang and the others. The blood he smelled was likely emanating from the blood on Gao Zhuang and the others. All that excitement for nothing, and meeting someone you don't want to see. Just tell me if it's bad luck. Gu Yifan? At this moment, Gao Zhuang also saw Gu Yifan. Swish! Gu Yifan turned around and walked towards one side. It wasn't that he was afraid of Gao Zhuang, but he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Gao Zhuang. Seeing this, Gao Zhuang shouted loudly, Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan directly ignored Gao Zhuang's shouts, but Gao Zhuang had no intention of letting Gu Yifan go. Gu Yifan, I'm so loud, can't you hear me? It's rare for us to meet in a novice village, so we should catch up. Why are you running away? Brothers, stop him for me. Gao Zhuang shouted loudly while chasing towards Gu Yifan. Chapter 14. My brother is on the 5th floor and flatly refuses to do so. At the moment, Gao Zhuang was very excited. At the Wulong Martial Arts Academy, his teacher always told him to learn from Gu Yifan, causing him to be upset. After his cultivation talent was awakened, he wanted to show off in front of Gu Yifan, but he suffered from a lack of opportunity. He had no choice but to wait until he left the God's End continent and returned to the Wulong Martial Academy before showing off to Gu Yifan, but what he didn't expect was to meet Gu Yifan on the plains of the novice village. How could he let Gu Yifan go when the opportunity to show off came to him of his own accord? Seeing Gao Zhuang chasing after Gu Yifan, the people following Gao Zhuang followed. Noticing the movement behind him, Gu Yifan stopped helplessly. He turned around to look at Gao Zhuang and said without a trace of humor, Gao Zhuang, what do you want to do? As he spoke, he quietly threw a probe at Gao Zhuang. Race, human. Level, 3. Root bone, 21. Spirituality, 18. Strength, 42. Agility, 21. Battle strength, 3 stars. This guy added all the free attribute points he got from upgrading to strength, and that's the only thing stronger than me. Gu Yifan skimmed his mouth unnoticeably. Gao Zhuang had self-detonated his attributes in the novice village, and it was easy to figure out that he had added all of his free attribute points to strength. Not trying to do anything. Gao Zhuang laughed evilly. Gu Yifan, it's a rare thing for people who know each other to be assigned to the same novice village, and the two of us met on the plains of the novice village, don't you think it's fate? Gu Yifan rolled his eyes. Well, it is indeed ape. Gao Zhuang didn't catch that Gu Yifan was talking about ape dung, not karma. He looked around and was surprised. Gu Yifan, you're alone? Gu Yifan was tempted to ask a rhetorical question, are you blind? But he thought better of it, after all, more is better than less, and then nodded. The crowd following Tall and Strong was filled with amazement. Everyone was teamed up to kill demons, but Gu Yifan was even trespassing alone. Wasn't this guy afraid of accidents? Brother Gao, who is this? Someone wondered. He's my classmate, his name is Gu Yifan. Gao Zhuang laughed evilly. You guys don't know, this guy's grades are so good, every time he is the unchanging number one in our martial arts academy, no one has ever been able to snatch the number one throne from underneath his butt. At those words, the crowd following Tall and Strong stood in awe. Gao Zhuang added with a bad smile, you guys still don't know that this guy has even awakened a hidden talent that is not found in billions. The gazes of the crowd following Tall Strong looking at Gu Yifan suddenly became even more different. Gao Zhuang continued to laugh. What you guys don't know is that the way he activates his hidden talent is to peel the radish skin of 10 radishes with a wave of his hand. It's really too bad that he doesn't go to a restaurant to be a handyman with this talent. This time, the crowd following Tall Strong was full of confusion. Because this reversal of Gao Zhuang messed them all up a bit for a while. You have to know that the hidden talent is 1 in 100 million, but the activation method is to peel the radish skin of 10 radishes with a wave of the hand. This reversal is really a bit big However, they could see that Gao Zhuang and Gu Yifan didn't deal with each other, otherwise Gao Zhuang wouldn't have deliberately made a fool of Gu Yifan. Are you finished? Gu Yifan said indifferently, if I'm finished, I'll leave. Before this, if he had faced such mockery from Gao Zhuang, Gu Yifan would have gotten angry. But at the moment, Gu Yifan wasn't angry at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. Because Gao Zhuang's behavior was no different from a clown in his opinion, and it also gave him a feeling of you think brother is on the first level, you are on the third level, but you don't know that brother is already on the fifth level. It wasn't that Gu Yifan was arrogant, but Gu Yifan had the capital to despise Gao Zhuang. Tall Stout's cultivation talent was C-rank berserk, doubling his entire attributes after casting it. The specific attributes are, Rootbone 42, Spirit 36, Strength 84, Agility 42. He possessed the D-rank cultivation talent Strength Enhancement and the E-rank cultivation talent Agility Enhancement. The attributes after casting the two cultivation talents were, Rootbone 36, Spirituality 16, Strength 96, and Agility 60. His strength and agility were both more powerful than Gao Zhuang's, and his rootbone was 6 points less than Gao Zhuang's, which made the difference in spirituality a bit bigger. Of the 4 attributes, the stronger the root bone, the more resistant to being punched. The stronger the spirit, the more powerful the skill and the more times it can be performed. With almost all of them currently unskilled, there's not much use for a strong spirituality. This meant that if Gu Yifan and Gao Zhuang fought against each other, the winner would most likely be Gu Yifan. This was still the case when Gu Yifan's level was only 1. If Gu Yifan's level was raised to level 3, Gao Zhuang would simply not be enough in front of Gu Yifan. Hearing Gu Yifan ask a question, Gao Zhuang did not answer immediately. The mockery he had just made him feel good and refreshed in his heart, and he wanted to mock Gu Yifan a few more times to feel good again, but for a while he didn't know where to start. At this moment, a youth suddenly spoke. Brother Gao, our squad suffered 1 casualty, should we let Gu Yifan add in to make up the numbers? Gu Yifan glanced at the youth. The guy had a bad grin on his face, and it looked like he wasn't holding his farts. For his part, Tulstron's eyes brightened steeply. Forming a team was to distribute the harvest based on contribution, and with Gu Yifan's strength he definitely couldn't share away much of the harvest, and with Gu Yifan joining the squad, he could experience what it was like to have Gu Yifan as a junior brother. Well, you can. Gao Zhuang nodded and said, Gu Yifan, we form squads with 1 casualty, it's easier for you to wander around blindly by yourself, I'm a kind-hearted person, I don't care about how talented you are in cultivation, join our squad. Gu Yifan rolled his eyes. When he was in the novice village, this guy was looking at other people's cultivation talents and attributes, bull good heart. He also understood why Gao Zhuang agreed to him joining, this was to make him a henchman and find superiority from him. Sorry. Gu Yifan flatly refused, I like traveling alone, so I can only accept your kindness. Gao Zhuang and the others were filled with surprise. Gu Yifan, is this a refusal? Before that, they all thought Gu Yifan would agree painfully. After all, a group can be much safer than walking alone. What they didn't know, however, was that Gu Yifan's plan destined him to walk alone. Gu Yifan changed the topic and said, "Gao Zhuang, just now I heard that your squad suffered one casualty. Did you collect the body for that person?" Gao Shuang and the others froze. They didn't know why Gu Yifan asked that. After a little thought, Gao Zhuang asked rhetorically, "When we go back, his body will also go back. Is it necessary to collect the corpse?" That said. Gu Yifan retorted, "But what if his corpse was eaten by a demonic beast?" Gao Zhuang and the others' faces steeped. If that person's body was eaten by the demonic beasts, how could they go back without even a corpse? We are all fellow human beings, how can we die and not be able to return to our roots? Gu Yifan added, "I have nothing to do, so tell me where that man is. I'll go bury his body." The crowd following Tall and Strong once again stood in awe. Although Gu Yifan's cultivation talent was not good, he was really a good person. Gao Zhuang then thought that he didn't need to waste time making a trip if he had someone to help him, and then he told Gu Yifan the location. "Go away." Gu Yifan didn't stay any longer and turned to leave after saying. Chapter 15, Seeking Only Peace of Mind, Forced Withdrawal. After seeing Gu Yifan leave, the few people who followed Tall Strong were talking. "This guy is willing to waste his time collecting bodies for others, what a nice guy. Who says it isn't? It's just that this guy even refused to team up with us, I don't know what he was thinking. What a complicated fellow, it's the first time I've seen someone traveling alone when they first entered the God's End continent. More than the first time I've seen it? It's the first time I've even heard of it." Gao Zhuang didn't say anything, his brow furrowed. He felt like he was missing something. After a full moment, Gao Zhuang finally reacted. He looked at Gu Yifan for the first time, but Gu Yifan had already walked away by now. Distracted by this guy. Tall Strong's face darkened a bit. It was so hard to have a chance to mock Gu Yifan, he hadn't mocked him enough, and he wanted to experience what it was like to have Gu Yifan as his little brother, but he ended up letting Gu Yifan go just like that because he had been distracted by Gu Yifan. Hearing Gao Zhuang's yelling curses, a youth asked, "Brother Gao, what's wrong?" "It's okay." Gao Zhuang couldn't tell the truth, so he could only make up an excuse, "I just forgot to ask him what level he is." "Brother Gao, is there any need to ask about this?" The youth said, "His cultivation talent is not good, and he's alone, he's no match for the demonic beasts, so he must still be stuck at level 1, and then again, aren't you guys classmates? It's not too late to ask when you go back." "That's true." Gao Zhuang nodded and said, "Let's go and continue searching for demonic beasts." Gu Yifan left and went straight to the location that Gao Zhuang had mentioned, so that he wouldn't get there late and the man's body would be eaten by the demonic beasts. Because of the short distance, it didn't take him long to arrive. Luckily, the man's body was still intact and showed no signs of being eaten by demonic beasts. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it over the corpse. Ding! The stripping was successful, you have gained the F-class cultivation talent flame. Gu Yifan was a bit surprised and regretful. The surprise was because he had stripped down to an elemental type talent, knowing that elemental type talents were rare. Regret, on the other hand, was due to the fact that the elemental type cultivation talent he had stripped down to was the lowest ranked F grade. But then again, hidden talent strips away everything that can be fused with talent. When he peeled off to the F-ranked cultivation talent flame again, he would be able to fuse the two talents and advance to a higher level talent. Snap! Gu Yifan flicked his finger, and a wisp of fire appeared out of thin air at his fingertip. Too bad I don't smoke, or I wouldn't even have to bring a lighter. Gu Yifan laughed to himself, took out a wooden blade and started digging a hole in the ground. Earlier, when he had given Gao Zhuang and the others the idea of helping to collect the corpses, he wasn't just looking for a reason to do so, he intended to do so as well. Either way, he got the benefit of the corpse and deserved to have it in the ground. As for not collecting the bodies of the previous ones, that's because he hadn't thought about it at that point. Soon, Gu Yifan dug a large pit in the ground and put the body in it. Have a good trip, brother. Gu Yifan silently mourned a sentence and filled the large pit with dirt again. Having done this, Gu Yifan did not continue eastward, but turned towards the west. Earlier, he had stripped the cultivation talent from several corpses, and he was going to abduct them back to bury those corpses. He spared no time in doing so, not out of benevolence, but for peace of mind. Then again, you can look for human corpses on the way back, so it's not a complete waste. At this moment, Zhang Xingyi and the others followed the traces left behind by the snake demon leader and arrived at the place where Gu Yifan had wrestled the snake demon leader to death. One line, no trace ahead. Chao Ke said, "This place is very messy, and there are quite a few bloodstains left behind by the snake demon leader, so if my judgment is correct, there should have been a squad that fought the snake demon leader here." "That's what I thought," Zhang Ro said, "but not a small team, but a person. When I came, I found 2 rows of footprints next to the traces left by the snake demon leader. If it was a small team, there should be many footprints." Chao Ko and the others were filled with surprise. What Zhang Ro said was not unreasonable, but a person looking for trouble from the snake demon leader, was that guy crazy? "Brother Zhang, there's no body here, I'm afraid that person has been eaten by the snake demon leader," someone said. "It's not like that." Zhang Ro shook his head and said, "That person was not eaten by the snake demon leader, but killed the snake demon leader." Single-handedly killing the snake demon leader? How is this possible? Chao Ku was a bit in disbelief. "I also know that this is somewhat unbelievable, but all the evidence proves it." Zhang Ro laughed bitterly. "You guys see those long indentations around? They should be left by the snake demon leader, and they are still left by the snake demon leader being wildly thrown, otherwise there wouldn't be one here and one there. Around again, there are only blood traces left by the snake demon leader, but no human blood traces. If the snake demon leader had eaten that person, he would have definitely left traces when he left, but the traces are gone by this point, so there is only one possibility, that person single-handedly killed the snake demon leader." Chao Ku and the others looked at each other. They very much did not want to believe in what Zhang Xinglian said, but what Zhang Xinglian said was very reasonable, so there was no way for them to disbelieve it. That person can single-handedly kill the snake demon leader, his strength must be very strong. Zhang Ro continued, "I'm afraid his level has reached at least level 4. Chao Ku and the others nodded in deep sympathy. Without a cultivation level of 4, it was afraid that it would be difficult to kill the snake demon leader alone. What they don't realize, however, is that they are wrong. Gu Yifan's rank was still stuck at level 1, except that Gu Yifan's strength couldn't be measured in terms of rank. There's one thing, though, that I can't figure out." Zhang Ro added, "Where did the body of the snake demon leader go?" One line, could it be that that person exploded a storage ring after beheading the snake demon leader? Chao Ke said, "The first kill of the snake demon leader drops treasure 100% of the time, and if a storage ring is popped out, it's not hard to understand that the snake demon leader's corpse disappeared into thin air. After all, demon beast meat is very tasty. It's kinda possible." Zhang Ro nodded and changed the topic. "Don't want to think about this matter, this was killed, it is also considered to be revenge for our dead brothers. Let's go to find another snake demon leader." As the words fell, Zhang Xingwei turned to leave, and Chao Ku and the others followed. At this time, Gu Yifan was on his way back and didn't have the slightest idea of what was happening here. If he had known, he would have been shocked. Because Zhang Lian, just by virtue of the traces of the things to speculate on the 89, this ability is really not simple. After spending quite a bit of time, Gu Yifan found all the corpses he had stripped, and then buried all the corpses one by one, avoiding the corpses from being eaten by the demonic beasts while also letting these corpses go into the ground. I don't know if Gu Yifan's gesture touched the heavens. Previously, he had been bent on searching for human corpses but couldn't find them. Now that he has no intention of looking, he comes across 2 human corpses on the way. He stripped the E-rank cultivation talent root and bone enhancement from one corpse, and the E-rank cultivation talent hearing enhancement from the other. This also caused Gu Yifan's cultivation talent to reach an extremely terrifying 8. But that's just the beginning. As Gu Yifan stripped away more and more cultivation talents, the number of cultivation talents he possessed would also increase. After burying everyone, Gu Yifan lifted his palm and looked at it. Countdown, 3 hours 58 minutes and 58 seconds. There are still almost 4 hours to go before returning to the Divine Continent. Take a short break, then grab some time to look for demonic beasts and try to catch up with the other people's levels before we leave. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. Just as soon as his words fell, the mechanical yet cold voice of the heavenly Tao exploded in the sky. Attention everyone, in 10 seconds, you will be forcibly exited from the God's End continent. Chapter 16, Sadness of the Times, Magical Shaper. What's the situation? Gu Yifan frowned. At this time, there were still almost 4 hours to go before returning to the Divine Continent, so how could he suddenly forcefully withdraw? However, he soon reacted that it should be the God's End continent that was to be perfected and upgraded. Prior to this, there have been instances of forced withdrawals in less than no time because the God's End continent was perfected and upgraded. It just hasn't happened more than a few times in 100 years, so many people have ignored the matter. Geez, I was thinking about catching up with the other guys' levels before I left. Now we can only wait until the next time we enter the God's End continent. Gu Yifan sighed and sat quietly on the ground, waiting to return to the divine continent. Soon, 10 seconds had passed. Once again, everything around them seemed to be frozen in time, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. In the next moment, the image in front of Gu Yifan's eyes abruptly shattered, leaving only darkness. I don't know how long it's been. It seemed like a long time had passed, but then again, it seemed like only a moment. Dense bright lights suddenly appeared in the dark world. Those bright lights reorganized in a moment, transforming into an image that Gu Yifan was very familiar with. He went back into his bedroom. Lift your palms and look at them. Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It was exactly one full day until the next trip to the God's End continent. At this time, Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan were all in Gu Yifan's bedroom. Seeing Gu Yifan raise his arm, all three of them let out a long sigh of relief. Before that, they were really worried that Gu Yifan would turn into a corpse before their eyes. Fortunately, their fears did not materialize, and Gu Yifan returned intact. This time, Gu Yifan also saw Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan. Dad, Mom, Sensei, I've worried you all. Gu Yifan felt a little guilty. He knew why the three were guarding the place. It was to see that he returned in one piece. It's okay. Zhang Qinghe laughed. Actually, I wasn't worried about anything, or rather I was worried that you'd already come back before you even rose. Yeah, brother. Gu Xinan then spoke. Time in the Divine Continent and the Divine End Continent are completely independent. No matter how long you've been in the Divine End Continent, it seems to us that only a split second has passed, as if you've never been to the Divine End Continent. Gu Yifan's heart was warm and fuzzy. He knew that Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinian were comforting him by saying that. Because worrying about such things has nothing to do with the length of time. Little fan, when is the next time we go to the God's End continent? Gu Changlin changed the topic. Tomorrow at dawn. Gu Yifan answered truthfully. Good. Gu Changlin nodded and said, after dawn, you still have to report to the martial academy, so hurry up and rest. As soon as the words fell, Gu Changlin turned to leave, and Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinan followed. None of them asked Gu Yifan about his experience in the God's End continent, nor did they ask how many levels Gu Yifan had ascended to. It wasn't that they didn't want to ask, but they didn't want to delay Gu Yifan's rest. After seeing Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan leave, Gu Yifan raised his hand to look at the storage ring he wore on his finger. Items from the Divine Continent could not be brought to the Divine End Continent, but items obtained in the Divine End Continent could be brought back to the Divine Continent, and items obtained in the Divine End Continent could be brought back to the Divine End Continent after they were brought back to the Divine End Continent. Thinking briefly, Gu Yifan removed the storage ring and found another rope to put on and hang it around his neck. This would be, his strength was still weak, wearing a storage ring was likely to cause trouble, it was better to hide it. Picking up the cell phone that was placed on the bedside, Gu Yifan entered the cultivator forum. He wanted to see if anyone had an explanation for this forced exit from the God's End continent. At this time, the cultivator forum was very lively. But Gu Yifan looked around and didn't see anyone giving an explanation, while many people made the same judgment as him, that this forced exit from God's End continent was because God's End continent was going to be perfected and upgraded. There's nothing useful to know, better go to bed. Gu Yifan casually threw his cell phone on the bed and got under the covers. After working for almost a day in the God's End continent, and being on high alert at all times, Gu Yifan was really a bit tired, which caused him to fall into a deep sleep not long after he got under the covers. Unlike Gu Yifan's home, which was warm and calm, many families on the Divine Continent were crying loudly. A moment before, their children were laughing and talking to them. In the next moment, their child was turned into a corpse, and turned into a corpse are good. Some good people suddenly only have an arm or a leg left, and even some disappeared into thin air. That kind of grief can't be experienced by anyone who hasn't experienced it firsthand. It was a night that doomed a number of families to a sleepless night. No. Not only this night, every night returning from the God's End continent is destined for many families to have a sleepless night. Such a scenario also characterizes this era, the sadness of this age. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Gu Yifan woke up to the sound of the alarm clock. He didn't think it and got up first thing and washed up. Seeing himself in the mirror, Gu Yifan froze abruptly. His skinny cheeks rounded out a bit, and his thin body fleshed out and was still muscular. No wonder some people say that the God's End continent is the most amazing shaper, it really is. Gu Yifan was thrilled. In the Divine Continent, no matter what he did, he couldn't grow a bit of meat, but going to the God's End continent in just less than a day, his body became strong, and wasn't the God's End continent the most amazing shaper of all time? However, he also knew that this was due to the fact that all 4 of his attributes had increased by a considerable amount. After being excited for a while, Gu Yifan continued to wash up and then went to the restaurant to eat. At this moment, Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan were sitting at the dining table to eat. Seeing Gu Yifan, Zhang Qinghe smiled. "Yifan, I'll go serve you some rice." "Okay, Mom." Gu Yifan answered and sat down at the table. Gu Xinan, on the other hand, stared closely at Gu Yifan's cheeks, her pretty face full of surprise. "Xinyan, why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Yifan inquired. "Brother, you've grown a lot of meat on your face after not seeing you for a night." Gu Xinyan said. "It's not just the face that's growing, it's the body too, and it's still muscle." Gu Yifan smiled and said, "This time I went to the God's End continent and gained a lot. I can't say it in a few words. Later on, Mom and Dad have to go to work, and you and I have to go to school, so when we come back in the evening, I'll tell you about it in detail." "Yes." Gu Xinyan was full of anticipation and smiles. Gu Changlin and Zhang Qinghe did the same. They were all happy that Gu Yifan had gained a lot. After eating, Gu Yifan headed towards the Wulong Martial Academy. Arriving at the Wulong Martial Academy, Gu Yifan happened to meet Gao Shuang at the main entrance. This incident is a perfect illustration of what it means to be in the wrong. Originally, Gu Yifan thought that Gao Shuang would definitely want to taunt him a few times, but what he didn't expect was that Gao Shuang just looked at him with a bad smile on his face and didn't say anything. "This guy's laughing, so he must not be holding his farts." Gu Yifan skimmed his mouth, not worried in the slightest. Because he is not what he used to be, no matter what Gao Shuang wants to do, he can take it all. Chapter 17, Tragic. Tall and Strong's Challenge. Enter the Wulong Martial Arts Academy. Gu Yifan didn't go to the classroom, but went to the playground. Today was the first time that their batch of people who had entered the God's End continent returned, and they were to gather in the playground. When Gu Yifan arrived at the playground, there were already quite a few people on the playground. Those people were all chattering about their respective experiences in the God's End continent. Gu Yifan had no intention of chatting with anyone else. He stood quietly and listened quietly. The time quickly came to 8 in the morning. Chao Deming appeared in the playground, then walked straight up to the high platform located in the center of the playground. Seeing Chao Deming appear, everyone in the playground unanimously quieted down. "Class, before we get to today's business, here's a message." Chao Deming looked around and said, "After many years of preparation, the God's End continent has been perfected and upgraded once again, and this time the upgrade is a bit much, so in order not to disrupt the next time you enter the God's End continent, this is why I'm letting you all exit the God's End continent in advance." What exactly is the content of this refinement? It doesn't go into detail, it just says that some practical things have been added, so you'll naturally know when you enter the God's End continent next time. Boom! As soon as Chao Deming's words fell, a murmur rang out in the playground. Gu Yifan was also curious about what would be added to the God's End continent's perfection upgrade this time around. However, this matter was not even known to Chao Deming, so he could only wait for the next time he entered the God's End continent to experience it for himself. "Everyone be quiet." Chao Deming raised his hand and pressed it in the void. When the crowd quieted down, he continued, "The following is the first item of the day, roll call. Gu Yifan. Here." Gu Yifan then spoke. Wei Qiaoer. Here. Zhou Xinghai. This time, no one answered. The hearts of Chao Deming as well as the many students in the playground steeply sank. Because no one answered meant that Zhou Xinghai had probably fallen in the God's End continent. Zhou Xinghai. Chao Deming shouted once again, but still no one answered. Li Yan. Here. Chao Xuemin. Here. As the roll call continued, the hearts of those present grew heavier. Because there were quite a few names that went unanswered. Chao Deming, on the other hand, continued naming names with an expressionless face. It wasn't that his heart wasn't heavy and painful, but he had experienced similar things for I don't know how many times, and had long been accustomed to them, or had become somewhat numb. On top of that, there was another reason why he didn't want to show his pain in front of his many classmates. It took almost an hour for Chao Deming to finish naming everyone. "Class, there are a total of 106 students who have not responded to." Chao Deming said in a heavy tone, "Of these 106 students, 8 of them informed that they were seriously injured and could not make it, and the remaining 98 students all died in battle on the God's End continent, so let's observe a 3-minute moment of silence for them." As the words fell, Chao Deming bowed his head in silence. All the students on the playground then bowed their heads in silence. At this moment, Gu Yifan's heart was incredibly heavy. Other than that disaster 10 years ago, he had heard of too many people dying in battle on the God's End continent. But that was just hearing about it, not experiencing it firsthand, so he didn't have a deep experience. This time, he was in the middle of it, and it felt very different from before. Nearly 1,000 people had entered the God's End continent, and in just one day, nearly 100 had fallen, with a casualty rate as high as 1/10. This was still just the situation in Wulong City. There were many cities in the country of Huaxia and many countries in the Divine Continent, and he couldn't imagine how many people had died in total in the battle with the same batch of people who had entered the Divine End Continent as him. This was also only a single return from the God's End Continent. The human race did not know how many times they had returned from the God's End Continent over the years, and he could not imagine how many people had died in battle in the God's End Continent over the years. But as the saying goes, you can tell the difference between one leaf and the next. The casualties from this return alone were enough to show how fierce the battle between the human race and the demonic beasts was on the God's End Continent. 3 minutes slipped by in the midst of everyone's grief. Students, so many people died in battle all at once. Not only you are grieving, I am equally grieving. Xiao Deming raised his head and said in a deep voice, but grief is useless. We have to turn our grief into strength, cultivate hard, expel the demonic beasts from our homeland as soon as possible, and return the Divine Continent to peace and tranquility. Yes, Dean. Gu Yifan and all the other students responded in unison in a loud voice. At this time, all the students' cheeks had an additional determination that had never been seen before, in addition to their grief. This was the significance of all the people assembled after returning from the God's End continent for the first time. To let everyone deeply realize how tragic the fight between the human race and the demonic beasts was, as a way to awaken everyone's motivation to rise up and become stronger, as a way to awaken everyone's determination to fight with the same enemy and expel the demonic beasts. Students, I await the day you step into the realm of God. Xiao Deming encouraged the many students and added, let's proceed to the second item of the day, testing the grades. As the words fell, Xiao Deming casually waved his hand and a token appeared out of thin air, landing in front of the high platform. In the next moment, a dazzling milky white light erupted from the token. Immediately after that, the milky white light flickered up rapidly, eventually transforming into a one-person high light door. Gu Yifan, pass through the light gate and test the level. Xiao Deming shouted. Yes, Dean. Gu Yifan answered and walked away from the crowd, then walked through the light door. Level 1. The moment Gu Yifan walked through the light door, an electronic tone followed. The many students on the playground looked at me, I looked at you, and then sighed in unison. The hidden talent that Gu Yifan had awakened really wasn't much use, otherwise how could the level stay at level 1? Gao Zhuang, on the other hand, had a gloating look on his face. What's the use of being a good student? This world is a world where cultivation is paramount and martial arts are honored. That wasn't the point was that he finally had something better than Gu Yifan, and he didn't have to listen to the teacher's nagging anymore. Pity. Xiao Deming sighed darkly and continued with the roll call. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, returned to the crowd without changing his face, then perked up his ears to listen to the ranks of the others. When everyone had finished testing, Gu Yifan was a bit embarrassed. All of his classmates had risen to the second level, and many of them, including Gao Zhuang, had also risen to the third level, and he was the only one still stuck at the first level. Although the rank didn't represent his strength, this matter was really a bit unattractive. Students, there are quite a few students who have moved up to the third level, everyone should work hard. Xiao Deming said, well. Those students who have been promoted to the third level should not be proud. You have to keep up the good work and continue to work hard. If you are surpassed by the others, your face will be disgraced. Yes, Dean. The many students responded in unison. One of the voices was exceptionally loud, and the owner of that voice was no other than Gao Zhuang. After being nagged by his teacher for years, he finally heard a word of praise today. Let's move on to today's third event, the cutting challenge. Xiao Deming added, everyone feel free to challenge, point blank. I want to challenge Gu Yifan. A loud bellowing voice followed. Immediately following, Gao Zhuan walked out from the crowd, then turned around and looked at Gu Yifan with a bad smile on his face. Chapter 18, No Shame in Admitting Defeat? Answer the battle. Hearing Gao Zhuang's words, the many students on the playground were filled with surprise. That look obviously didn't expect Gao Zhuang to challenge Gu Yifan. However, when they thought of the feud between Gao Zhuang and Gu Yifan, they felt that the matter was normal. On weekdays, Gao Zhuang liked to find trouble with Gu Yifan. How could Gao Zhuang miss the chance to beat up Gu Yifan and make him lose face in public? It was just that Gao Zhuang's level was 3 and Gu Yifan's level was only 1. Level 3 challenging level 1, can this be called a challenge? It's called bullying. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was not surprised. As the saying goes, rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature can't be changed. Today, Gao Zhuang changed his habit of mocking him when he saw him, and it was obvious that he was holding back. When he thought about it, there was no second possibility other than challenging him in a cutthroat challenge and making him lose face in public. So he had been prepared. However, he is no longer the Wu Xiae Meng. Gao Zhuang, this wishful thinking is wrong. Chao Deming frowned and said, Gao Zhuang, isn't there something wrong with your move? Dean, I don't see anything wrong with that. Gao Zhuang retorted, I know you guys think it's wrong because my rank is higher than Gu Yifan's, but there's nothing in the rules of the cutting challenge that explicitly states that a person with a higher rank can't challenge a person with a lower rank. Chao Deming didn't know how to speak for a moment. The cutting challenge is a tournament that does not explicitly state that a higher ranked person cannot challenge a lower ranked person. It wasn't that there was any omission in the rules, but previously, it had always been the case that people of lower ranks challenged people of higher ranks, or people of the same rank challenged each other, and there had never been a case of a person of a higher rank challenging a person of a lower rank. Dean, the lack of an explicit rule means it's okay. Gao Zhuang continued, so there's nothing wrong with me challenging Gu Yifan, besides, Gu Yifan hasn't even spoken yet. Chao Deming looked at Gao Zhuang. He also understood why Gao Zhuang wanted to challenge Gu Yifan, but there was nothing wrong with what Gao Zhuang said, so he couldn't forcefully stop it. Then he looked at Gu Yifan and said, Yifan, what do you think? Dean, what can he think? Gao Zhuang snatched the first words, he either takes my challenge or he doesn't take my challenge chant. Without waiting for Chao Deming to speak, Gao Zhuang looked at Gu Yifan again and said with a bad smile, Gu Yifan, I'm not going to force you to take my challenge, all you have to do is to say that you're not as good as me, that you can't do it, and that you're admitting defeat, and I'll give up challenging you. Swish. 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 The gazes of the many students on the playground coincidentally shifted to Gu Yifan. They wanted to see how Gu Yifan chose. Yifan. Chao Deming added, he is level 3, you are level 1, a full 2 levels of difference. Admit defeat is not shameful, and a momentary win or loss represents nothing, and later try to cultivate to get it back. You don't have to have too much psychological burden. Get it back? Ha 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 ha. Gao Zhuangda laughed, my current rank is higher than his, and my future rank will be higher than his. As the saying goes, one bad step leads to a bad step. Can he get it back? Gu Yifan didn't pay any attention to the arrogant Gao Zhuang. He looked at Chao Deming and thanked him, Dean, I appreciate your kindness. Chao Deming and the many students in the playground were stunned for a moment. What does Gu Yifan mean by that? Is this about taking Gao Zhuang's challenge? Gu Yifan looked at Gao Zhuang again and said, Gao Zhuang, I accept your challenge. I'll go. What the hell? A voice filled with shocked words rang out one after another. At this moment, the gazes of the many students on the playground looking at Gu Yifan were filled with surprise. In their thoughts, Gu Yifan would refuse Talstrong's challenge. As Chao Deming said, level 3 versus level 1, the difference is huge and there is no shame in admitting defeat. But what they didn't expect was for Gu Yifan to accept Gao Zhuang's challenge. Was Gu Yifan crazy? Alas! Chao Deming sighed. While the others didn't understand why Gu Yifan would next challenge Talstrong, he kind of did. Gu Yifan looks like he doesn't talk much, but his character is extremely strong and he never admits defeat easily. In a phrase, it is better to die fighting than to live on your knees. It's just that the gap is huge, and Gu Yifan doing this is completely looking for a beating, which is really a bit irrational to say the least. However, what he didn't know was that what he thought was only one point, there was another point that Gu Yifan dared to answer the battle, and that was that he was not afraid of Gao Zhuang. At the moment, Gao Zhuang was very excited. He had long thought of challenging Gu Yifan in the cutting challenge, beating Gu Yifan violently and making Gu Yifan lose face in public. He had also thought that Gu Yifan would refuse, so he was also prepared for Gu Yifan to mock him severely after he refused. But what he didn't expect was for Gu Yifan to agree. It was certainly right up his alley. After all, mocking Gu Yifan is not as relieving as beating him up. Seemingly afraid that Gu Yifan would back out, Gao Zhuang quickly said, Gu Yifan, a gentleman's word is his bond. Rest assured. Gu Yifan smiled and said, I won't back out since I took it. Seeing Gu Yifan's face full of smiles, Chao Deming and the many students on the playground were speechless. You're about to get your ass kicked and you're still laughing? Gao Zhuang, on the other hand, excitedly said, "In that case, come out and start." "Yes." Gu Yifan answered and walked away from the crowd. "Gu Yifan, I'm going to do it." With a loud shout, Gao Zhuang rushed towards Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, stood still for a moment, quietly looking at the rushing Gao Zhuang. This scene made Chao Deming and the many students on the playground even more speechless. "Gao Zhuang has made a move, but you are still standing still. Is this knowing that you are not the opponent, waiting to be beaten?" Alas! One sigh after another rang out across the playground. They were all in silence for Gu Yifan. Gao Zhuang was tall and now at level 3, while Gu Yifan was skinny and still at level 1, they doubted that Gu Yifan's small body could block Gao Zhuang's punch. Soon, Gao Zhuang rushed to Gu Yifan. He raised his fist and blasted it at Tall Strong's cheek. As the saying goes, you don't punch someone in the face, but it was Gu Yifan's face that Gao Zhuang wanted to punch, because that was the only way to relieve his anger. Gu Yifan is going to get his ass kicked. The same thought flashed through the minds of the many students on the playground. Many students also subconsciously covered their eyes. Gu Yifan, besides sitting firmly on the first place throne, which was a bit annoying, was still quite a nice person, and they couldn't bear to see the bloody image of Gu Yifan being beaten by Gao Zhuang with his nose splattered. Chao Deming, on the other hand, had his body tensed and his gaze fixed on Gao Zhuang and Gu Yifan. Although Gu Yifan's cultivation talent is not very good, his learning ability is outstanding, and he is a rare genius in the clerical field, so he can't let Gao Zhuang break it. One more, here at the Wulong Martial Arts Academy. If Gu Yifan was beaten up by Gao Zhuang for any good or bad, he, as the director of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy, would be unable to escape the blame. Bang! In the next moment, a dull crash sounded steeply. Ah! Almost simultaneously, a miserable scream followed. But listen to that voice, it's not Gu Yifan's, but Tall and Strong's. Chapter 19, Nosebleed Spurt, 2 Degrees of Plum. Why does it sound like a tall, strong voice? The many students covering their eyes were filled with amazement. In theory, it should be Gu Yifan who screamed miserably when Gao Zhuang violently beat him up. Suspicious, they moved their palms covering their eyes in unison. Immediately afterward, they saw Gao Zhuang face down on the ground while Gu Yifan stood in place. This scene made the many students who had just covered their eyes realize that it was no wonder it was Gao Zhuang who let out the screams. But almost simultaneously, a flash of doubt rose in their minds. Wasn't Gu Yifan beaten up by Gao Zhuang? How come it was Gao Zhuang who fell on his ass? Dude, what's going on here? A number of people couldn't help but ask. But everyone's answer was the same, they didn't see it either. He just saw Gu Yifan dodge Gao Zhuang's fist, and then Gao Zhuang fell face down solidly on the ground. At once, all the students in the playground were confused. Chao Deming, on the other hand, flickered his gaze slightly. The others didn't see what was going on, he, who was glued to the battle, did. Just now, Gu Yifan sidestepped Gao Zhuang's punch, then quietly stretched out a leg and tripped Gao Zhuang, who was charging forward. Something's wrong. At this moment, Chao Deming finally realized a hint of something wrong. Gu Yifan wasn't a cutie pie. Wouldn't not understand the difference between level 1 and level 3. But Gu Yifan's expression was not the slightest bit flustered, and was even full of calmness, and that look didn't seem to be just because of being unconvinced, but rather like he had a good plan, and didn't put Gao Zhuang in his eyes at all. But what he somehow didn't understand was where did the level 1 Gu Yifan get the confidence to face the level 3 Gao Zhuang? Could it be that there's something wrong with the token for testing the level? A thought flashed through Chao Deming's mind. However, he soon dismissed this thought, as the tokens for testing levels had never been wrong over the years. It's not that, so what's going on? Chao Deming was a little puzzled. But unable to figure it out, his hanging heart dropped. Given the situation just now, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for Gao Zhuang to bully Gu Yifan. There's something about this kid. Chao Deming stared closely at Gu Yifan as he tried to find the answer from Gu Yifan's next move. Tall Strong, still fighting? Gu Yifan smiled as he looked down at Gao Zhuang, who was lying beside his feet. He didn't multiply his victory, it was not that he didn't know or he forgot, but Gao Zhuang was his classmate, and this battle was a cutting battle, there was no need to beat up the dog, and even less need to lay down a hard hand. At this moment, Gao Zhuang's face was extremely ugly. He was still thinking of swelling Gu Yifan's handsome face with a punch and making a public spectacle of him, but he didn't expect to be tripped up by Gu Yifan in public, turning him into a clown in the eyes of the crowd. Fight! Why don't you fight? Gao Zhuang stood up in a flash and said furiously, I just tripped over you, I haven't lost yet. Realization dawned on the multitude of students on the playground. Gao Zhuang was tripped by Gu Yifan, no wonder he fell on his ass. What if instead of asking you a question, I had just given you a knife? Gu Yifan asked rhetorically. The many students on the playground were stunned. None of them had thought much about it just now, but after hearing Gu Yifan say this, they suddenly realized that Gao Zhuang had already lost this battle. For his part, Tulstrong's face steeped. If Gu Yifan had just given him a knife instead of asking questions, this would have been the time for him to report to the netherworld. But if he just admitted defeat, he really couldn't accept it. After all, he hadn't even utilized all his strength yet. I was careless just now. Gao Zhuang argued stiffly, if not, you certainly wouldn't be a match for me. The many students on the playground were somewhat speechless. That's a bit cheeky of you to say. Gu Yifan stayed his hand because Gao Zhuang is not an enemy. If you are facing an enemy, do you have a chance to say that you are careless? Since you say so, then I'll give you another chance to challenge me. Gu Yifan was somewhat helpless. Although Gao Zhuang was always looking for trouble, but did not do too much, so he just wanted to teach Gao Zhuang a lesson, did not want to do anything to Gao Zhuang, but Gao Zhuang had to look for a beating, he could only fulfill Gao Zhuang. Look at the punch! Gao Zhuang roared in anger and swung his fist towards Gu Yifan's cheek. Seeing this, Gu Yifan took a step towards his left side to dodge the tall and strong fist. At the same time, his low-slung right hand flashed up and went straight for the tall, strong nose. As the saying goes, it's not polite to come and go. If Gao Zhuang wants to hit him in the face, it's not good for him to hit Gao Zhuang elsewhere. Bang! Along with a dull crashing sound, Gu Yifan's fist smashed solidly on the tall and strong nose. Ah! A miserable scream spat out from Tall Strong's mouth, and he couldn't control himself as he staggered backward a few steps. Almost at the same time, two streams of crimson blood shot out from the tall and strong nostrils. The many students on the playground were dumbfounded for a moment. If Gao Zhuang was careless before, this time Gao Zhuang would definitely not be careless again. They had thought that this time Gu Yifan was going to get a beating, but they didn't realize that the result was very different from what they thought. Not only did Gu Yifan not take a beating, but he also punched Gao Zhuang and made his nose bleed. However, what they don't know is that this is still the reason why Gu Yifan has retained his hand, otherwise, Gao Zhuang would not only have his nose blood splattered, but also his nose bone would be broken by Gu Yifan's punch. Gao Zhuang, careless again this time? Gu Yifan asked with a smile. Gao Zhuang opened his mouth to defend himself, but the words came out of his mouth and then swallowed. This time, it was true that he wasn't careless, but he was on guard against Gu Yifan reaching out his leg to trip him again, and was even prepared to trip against Gu Yifan, but as a result, this time, Gu Yifan didn't reach out his leg but threw a punch, catching him off guard again. Again! Not knowing how to defend himself, Gao Zhuang roared angrily and once again swung his fist at Gu Yifan's cheek. Gu Yifan didn't talk nonsense. As he did, he took a step to his left, dodging the tall, strong fist, and struck out again with a brazen right hand that hung low. Bang! Another dull crash sounded. It was the sound of Gu Yifan's fist smashing into Tallstrong's nose. Ah! Another miserable scream spat out from Gao Zhuang's mouth, and once again, he couldn't control himself as he stepped backward. This time he wasn't able to stabilize his body, and before he could take a few steps back, he stumbled on his feet and sat on his butt. At the same time, Gao Zhuang's unstopped nosebleed shot even more violently. The many students on the playground were once again dumbfounded. This scene is a carbon copy of the last one. Is Gao Zhuang a pig? Surprisingly, he jumped in the same pit twice. This kid is really interesting. Chao Deming's eyes steeply brightened. The students on the playground thought Tall Strong was a pig, but he didn't think so. He could tell that Tall Strong, who had taken a loss once, was already on guard, but couldn't avoid it. It wasn't that Gao Zhuang's reaction was too slow, but Gu Yifan's speed was too fast for Gao Zhuang to dodge. The truth was just as Chao Deming thought. However, Gu Yifan's speed was fast because he had utilized his E-rank cultivation talent agility enhancement, which greatly increased his agility attribute, which was about more than just speed, but also about his body's reaction. Gao Zhuang, still careless this time? Gu Yifan asked with another smile. Chapter 20, Positively Tough, Strongly Crushing. It's tragic. One of the many students on the playground couldn't bear to look at them. Gao Zhuang aggressively challenged Gu Yifan, first tripped a pig in a poke by Gu Yifan, and then was smashed by Gu Yifan with a punch that caused his nose to splash with blood, and then opened his second degree, something that I'm afraid that not only they didn't think of, but also Gao Zhuang didn't think of it as well. That's not the point is that Gu Yifan first asked about being careless again this time, and then asked about being careless again this time. These words may not sound heavy, but in this case, it's a bit of a killer. Gao Zhuang, who was sitting on the ground, looked at Gu Yifan with a face full of confusion. He had obviously defended himself against Gu Yifan hitting him on the nose, he had noticed Gu Yifan's movements, and he had even made a subconscious move to dodge, so why was he hit on the nose by Gu Yifan again? At the moment, Gao Zhuang was really dumbfounded by Gu Yifan. It wasn't that Gu Yifan had hit hard, but the result was so different from what Gao Zhuang had thought that he was somewhat unable to accept it. Seeing that Gao Zhuang didn't say anything, Gu Yifan added, "Gao Zhuang, are you going to admit defeat if you don't speak?" Admit defeat? Gao Zhuang's eyes full of confusion instantly regained clarity. That look was obviously stimulated by the word admit defeat. Who said I was going to concede? Gao Zhuang said with a red face and stalking neck, "I haven't used my cultivation talent yet, I haven't lost yet." Okay. Gu Yifan didn't argue with Gao Zhuang as he asked, "Then were you even careless just now?" Gao Zhuang wanted to curse, "I'm careless your grandmother," but he didn't have the face to do so. Grade C cultivation talent berserk. Gao Zhuang roared, and a crackling sound came out from within his body. Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. "Are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that people won't know that you're a C-rank cultivation talent berserker? Also, when you yell like that in the face of an enemy, won't you put them on guard?" Breathless as he was, though, he took it a little more seriously. Before, Gao Zhuang had not utilized his cultivation talent, he could clean up Gao Zhuang at will. At this time, Gao Zhuang had utilized his cultivation talent, and the gap between him and him was no longer large, so he could not be careless. Otherwise it would be a tragedy if the gutter turned. Look at the punch! Gao Zhuang roared again and swung his fist towards Gu Yifan's cheek. Originally, he had planned to smash Gu Yifan's handsome face, and now that he had been hit in the nose twice by Gu Yifan, he was even more unable to change places. Seeing this, Gu Yifan wanted to dodge at the first moment, but the next moment he changed his mind. He didn't want to expose too much of his strength, but it was difficult to make Gao Zhuang concede defeat with a single trick, and the cutting challenge had only just begun, so if he didn't expose some of his strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop the other people from challenging him. Instead of being challenged one after another, it would be better to make an example out of them with a thunderous force to deter the others. Swish! Gu Yifan's lowered right hand lifted up like lightning, then turned his fist into a palm to meet Gao Zhuang's incoming fist. Bang! A dull crash exploded steeply. It was the sound of a tall, strong fist slamming solidly into Gu Yifan's palm. The many students on the playground were once again dumbfounded. Before, although Gu Yifan had the upper hand time and time again, it was not a frontal hard fight, and it was impossible to see how strong Gu Yifan was. They were still thinking that if they fought head-on, Gu Yifan would definitely not be a match for Gao Zhuang. Yet again the results slapped them in the face. Gu Yifan hard to take Gao Zhuang a punch, not only was not blown back, but also light and steady to stand in place, but Gao Zhuang looks like a red face. The milk strength used on the appearance of this contrast is really a bit big. The boy. Chao Deming's eyes brightened even more. Just now he was thinking that Gu Yifan was only superior in agility, but now it seemed that he was wrong. Gu Yifan was not inferior to Gao Zhuang in strength either, and was even stronger than Gao Zhuang, who possessed the C-rank cultivation talent berserk. How is that possible? An exclamation of shock spat out from Talstrong's mouth. His cheeks were full of disbelief. The others just saw Gu Yifan take a hard punch from him without retreating in half a step, and had no idea how he felt. The moment his fist bombarded Gu Yifan's palm, he only felt as if it was bombarded on a steel plate, and no matter how hard he pushed, Gu Yifan was as if he were a rock that did not move. Doesn't that mean Gu Yifan is stronger than him in terms of strength? At this, Gao Zhuang really couldn't believe it. This was because Gu Yifan's rank was only one level, and in his opinion, Gu Yifan's cultivation talent was also garbage. Nothing is impossible. Gu Yifan said with a smile. As mentioned earlier, after utilizing several cultivation talents, Gu Yifan's strength and agility are both stronger than Gao Zhuang, and also in terms of his root bones and spirituality. No, after getting the E-level cultivation talent root bone enhancement, his root bones are also stronger than Gao Zhuang. At this moment, Gu Yifan's spirituality was only a little weaker than Gao Zhuang's. But in the absence of skills, spirituality is useless. That was why it was normal for Gu Yifan to be able to easily block Talstrong's punch. Gao Zhuang opened his mouth as if he wanted to retort, but in the end, he didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute it, but the facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't even refute them if he wanted to. Gao Zhuang, you were the one attacking before, now it's my turn. Gu Yifan added. At those words, Talstrong's face changed violently. He subconsciously tried to back away, wanting to distance himself from Gu Yifan. Just before he could make an effective move, he saw Gu Yifan's palm steeply change from a palm to a claw, tightly clasping his fist. Gao Zhuang is trying to break Gu Yifan's control. But Gu Yifan's palms were like steel claws, no matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Swish! Gu Yifan violently turned around and slammed a whip kick into Gao Zhuang. Gao Zhuang had noticed Gu Yifan's movements, and he tried to dodge as well, but unfortunately his fist was tightly clasped by Gu Yifan, plus his agility attribute wasn't as good as Gu Yifan's, so that he failed to dodge once again. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crash, Gu Yifan's leg slammed solidly into the tall and strong's waist. Following closely, Gao Zhuang flew towards the side like a kite with broken strings. He flew a full few meters before falling out of the air and smashing into the ground with a dull crash. Quiet. Eerily quiet. At this moment, the large Wulong Martial Academy playground was silent. That silence was clearly audible even to the breathing of the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Gu Yifan, including Chao Deming, the president of the Wulong Martial Academy. Before this, no one was optimistic about Gu Yifan, and they even thought that Gu Yifan would lose miserably. However, Gu Yifan subverted their perceptions with one move after another, and forcefully told them that as strong as Gao Zhuang was no match for him, and was not even a match for him. Was this person in front of him really Gu Yifan who had activated his talent to peel the radish? Talstrong, still fighting? Gu Yifan stood with his arms folded, looking at Gao Zhuang who was lying on the ground a few meters away. He still didn't take advantage of the situation and beat up Talstrong. Aside from the fact that Talstrong wasn't the enemy and this was another cutthroat battle, there was another very important reason. Stronger than Gao Zhuang in terms of attributes, he has the confidence to deal with all of Gao Zhuang's attacks, and he also has the confidence to easily defeat Gao Zhuang. Chapter 21, The Last Stubbornness. Rookie birds pecking each other. Am I blind? Or hallucinating? Chao Deming mumbled to himself as if he were dreaming. The next moment, he viciously pinched his arm, then couldn't control a cry of pain. I can feel the pain, it's not an illusion, it's real. This kid's cultivation talent is definitely not what I think it is, and there's a great possibility that it's very strong. Chao Deming was thrilled in his heart. For Gu Yifan, he was still looking forward to it. Because the human race lacks strong men, and even more so, strong men with courage and resourcefulness, and Gu Yifan's brain was extremely good, he had been expecting Gu Yifan to awaken a better cultivation talent and become a strong man with courage and resourcefulness. It was just that yesterday's talent awakening ceremony had thwarted his expectations, and at the time, he was quite regretful. But now it seems he misunderstood. There is no explicit rule that activating a method of general cultivation talent is necessarily not strong. Also, this would suddenly make him realize something was wrong. If Gu Yifan's cultivation talent wasn't strong, he should be frustrated, and he carefully recalled Gu Yifan's expression yesterday when he awakened his cultivation talent. There was stagnation, excitement, calmness, doubt, but only no frustration. This kid is quite tolerant. Chao Deming glanced at Gu Yifan, who was standing with his hands folded. Many people awakened a better cultivation talent one after the other with raised eyebrows, fearing that others would not know, such as Gao Zhuang. Gu Yifan is the opposite. The cultivation talent that was clearly awakened was not weak at all, and it was also underestimated by the other people, yet there was no intention to defend it in the slightest. This stoicism was not something that anyone could have, and he even sighed a little to himself. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the playground fell on Gao Zhuang. They wanted to see how Gao Zhuang would answer. A moment later, Gao Zhuang climbed up from the ground with a black face. He looked at Gu Yifan and returned to the crowd without a word. Is this admitting defeat? The many students on the playground looked at each other in disbelief. However, they soon reacted. Gao Zhuang was obviously not Gu Yifan's opponent, and it would be a waste of a beating if they continued, and Gao Zhuang was not a little cutie. He is not a cutie pie, so he will not continue to look for a beating. The truth is just as many students want it to be. Having just been jerked off head-on by Gu Yifan with a thunderous force made Gao Zhuang realize the gap between him and Gu Yifan, and going back to the crowd without a word was his last stubbornness. Chao Deming shouted, Gu Yifan wins. Quack! Quack! Quacky! The playground erupted in a round of applause. In this cutthroat battle, Gu Yifan had won beautifully by defeating the strong with the weak, so they all spontaneously applauded Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, what is the hidden cultivation talent you awakened? Someone couldn't help but ask. At those words, the many students in the playground immediately perked up their ears. Before this, because of the activation method, they all thought that the hidden cultivation talent that Gu Yifan had awakened was not good. However, today's battle, Gu Yifan's victory over Gao Zhuang, who was at level 1 cultivation and possessed a level C cultivation talent, had made them realize abruptly that the truth was definitely not what they thought it was, and they were curious as to what the hidden cultivation talent Gu Yifan had awakened was. Gu Yifan pondered for a moment and said, "The hidden cultivation talent I awakened is peeling radishes." The many students on the playground were full of black lines. The carrot peeling cultivation talent was able to cross 2 levels and strongly crush Gao Zhuang, who had a C-level cultivation talent. If you don't want to talk about it, just don't talk about it. Why find such a lame excuse to fool us? You really think we're all cuties? Do you think we're all cuties? But speechless as they were, no one asked again. Gu Yifan snubbed them obviously because he didn't want to talk about it, and it would be a bit of a pushover if they asked again. Gu Yifan, you're only level 1, how were you able to defeat level 3 Gao Zhuang? Another person asked. Gao Zhuang viciously glared at the person who asked the question. Your question is a bit solid. However, he pricked up his ears at the first opportunity, and he was also curious as to how Gu Yifan was able to defeat him. Not only was Gao Zhuang curious, the many students in the playground were equally curious. As the crowd watched, Gu Yifan pondered for a few more moments before speaking. Ranks can represent something, but they don't represent everything. Let me sincerely remind you guys, don't underestimate others just because they have a low rank, or else you'll suffer big losses. Upon hearing this, the many students in the playground all showed thoughtful expressions. Although Gu Yifan's reply was still donkeyish, what Gu Yifan said was not unreasonable. Other than that, today's incident was the best proof of what Gu Yifan had said. Yifan is right. Chao Deming then spoke, a person's strength is not only related to their rank, but also to their own cultivation talent, and even more so to their combat experience and skills. One should never use their rank to measure a person's strength, or else they will die without even knowing how. The many students on the playground nodded in unison. What Chao Deming said was essentially the same as what Gu Yifan said, but Chao Deming said it more clearly than Gu Yifan did, allowing them to instantly understand where the reason lay. Well, back to business. Chao Deming continued, everyone is required to challenge or be challenged at least once. Student Gao Zhuang has made a good start for everyone, so I hope that everyone will come out enthusiastically next, and the cutting challenge will continue. The corners of Talstrong's mouth twitched sharply a few times. He knew that Chao Deming was referring to his first challenge when he said that he had made a good start for everyone, but the outcome of this battle was really humiliating and it was hard for him not to think about it, so he was once again zoned out. The many students on the playground didn't think much of it, and one by one, they stepped out from the crowd and challenged the others. No one dared to challenge Gu Yifan anymore because the matter of Gu Yifan's strong crushing of Tal Strong was too intimidating. In response, Gu Yifan was happy to be comfortable. He stood in the crowd, quietly watching the others fight. Ever since that disaster 10 years ago, he had been insisting on watching various combat videos and learning from them, as a way to enhance his combat experience and prepare for awakening his talent and becoming a cultivator. Now that someone was fighting in front of him, he thought about absorbing some of the others' fighting experience. Just after watching a few shows in succession, Gu Yifan lost interest. All of them had just awakened their cultivation talent and hadn't experienced a few battles, so naturally they wouldn't have much combat experience, which led to the crowd's battles being completely rookies pecking at each other, with no rules and regulations to speak of. Not to mention absorbing experience from it, Gu Yifan was worried that watching any more would bring down his level. But with the thought of what-ifs in mind, he patiently continued to read. By the time everyone had challenged or been challenged once, it was late afternoon. Because he was going to enter the God's End continent in the wee hours of the morning tonight, Chao Deming didn't ink and directly announced the dismissal of school. Gu Yifan didn't make a fuss and directly turned around to leave. By the time he returned home, Zhang Qingha had already prepared dinner. He ate his dinner while telling his family about his experiences in the God's End continent. However, he didn't tell the truth, but instead made something up, and also concealed the matter of using his hidden talent to strip the corpses of the human race and the corpses of demonic beasts. It's not that he can't trust his family, it's to protect them. Chapter 22: A Sense of Urgency. 3 new features. Jingle bells. At 11:50 p.m., the alarm clock Gu Yifan set with his cell phone went off on time. After having dinner in the evening, Gu Xinyan pestered Gu Yifan to explain about the God's End continent, but was prevented by Gu Changlin on the grounds that Gu Yifan was going to enter the God's End continent in the wee hours of the morning and needed to take a good rest. In response, Gu Yifan was happy to be comfortable. After all, making up stories was quite a waste of brain cells, and then he went back to his bedroom to sleep at Gu Changlin's urging. It had to be said that Gu Yifan's mindset was really good. Most of the other people had trouble sleeping through the night the first few times they entered the God's End continent, but Gu Yifan was very different. The night before he entered the God's End continent for the first time, he dipped into his bed and slept until his alarm went off. The night before he entered the God's End continent this time, he similarly dipped into his bed and similarly slept until his alarm clock went off. Swish! Hearing the alarm clock, Gu Yifan's tightly closed eyes snapped open before he rolled over and sat up. In 10 minutes, he was going to enter the God's End continent, so he couldn't afford to be confused. Just like last night, Gu Changlin, Zheng Qinghe, and Gu Xinan stayed in Gu Yifan's bedroom. Seeing Gu Yifan waking up, Gu Changlin, Zheng Qinghe, and Gu Xinian didn't mention the matter of God's End. They and Gu Yifan talked about family matters. That atmosphere was very cozy. Soon, the time came to 11:59:50. Dad, Mom, and Xinyan, it's time for me to go to the God's End continent. Gu Yifan said. Okay, be careful. Gu Changlin urged, Xiaofan, come back safely. Dad, I will. Gu Yifan nodded heavily and looked at the countdown on his palm. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Time to 0. After the images in front of Gu Yifan's eyes shattered and reorganized, he arrived at the God's End continent. Looking around, it was the same place as when I left yesterday. Once again, the clothes he was wearing disappeared, leaving him with only a large white pantsuit. Lifted his palm again and looked at it. Countdown to return, 71 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds. This time it's 3 days. Gu Yifan mumbled to himself before getting up and walking towards the west of Chang'an City. Earlier, after burying all the people he had stripped, he had planned to rest for a while before rushing to the west of Chang'an City, but ended up encountering the sudden return before he could rest. He had rested well during the entire day back on the Divine Continent, and there would be no need for him to rest anymore. Coupled with the fact that he was the only one of this batch of people from the Wulong Martial Academy who had entered the God's End continent whose rank was still stuck at level 1, this matter caused him some embarrassment and a sense of urgency at the same time, so he had to seize the time to kill the demonic beasts and raise his rank. Just before he could take a few steps forward, the mechanical yet cold voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly exploded in the sky. Welcome back to the God's End continent. This God's End continent perfection upgrade adds 3 new features. First function, add an equipment bar, which can only hold equipment. Second function, the God's End continent opens the day and night change. Third function, open chat channel, people from the same novice village can chat in the chat channel. Gu Yifan raised his hand and slapped his forehead. With a sense of urgency, he had actually forgotten about the matter of perfecting and upgrading the God's End continent. Looked up at the sky. A fiery red sun appeared in the sky in the east, something that hadn't existed in the God's End continent in the past. According to the position of the sun, it should be morning. Gu Yifan summoned the Heaven's Path interface with a word to himself. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 1. Root bone, 31. Spirituality, 16. Strength, 24. Agility, 20. Experience, 8100. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement D, agility enhancement E, roots and bones enhancement E, sight enhancement E, olfactory enhancement F, auditory enhancement E, fireflame F. Skills, probing. Battle strength, 3 stars. My battle power has increased to 3 stars. Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. But soon he reacted. Any one of the 4 attributes raised to 30 or more is recognized as a 3-star combatant. Now that he had 31 root and bone attribute points, it was normal for him to be recognized as a 3-star combatant. As for why he was recognized as a 1-star combatant when he didn't have a single attribute over 10 when he first came to the God's End continent? That's because 1-star battle cry is the minimum battle cry, nothing lower. Gu Yifan looked at the bottom of the Heavenly Tao interface again. Previously, there were only 2 rows of small words at the bottom of the Heaven's Path interface, personal attributes and system channel. There are now 2 more rows of small print, the equipment bar and the chat channel. Tapping on the equipment bar, a new interface appeared in front of Gu Yifan's eyes. At the top of the interface are 3 boxes that say clothes, shoes, and weapons. Below the 3 boxes are 5 columns and 5 rows, a total of 25 small squares. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Yifan casually flipped his hand and several wooden blades appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Store it in the equipment bar," Gu Yifan whispered. In the next moment, the several wooden blades in Gu Yifan's hands disappeared into thin air, and when they reappeared, they were already in the small compartment below the equipment bar. Seeing this, Gu Yifan raised his hand and nodded at a wooden blade. Swish! Tapped wooden blades moved quickly to the weapon grid above them. At the same time, a wooden blade appeared out of thin air in Gu Yifan's right hand. He nodded again at a wooden blade in the lower compartment. Immediately afterward, the tapped wood blade runs to the weapon bar, and the wood blade in the weapon bar returns to the lower grid. Almost simultaneously, the wooden blade in his right hand completed its replacement. Got it! Gu Yifan muttered to himself, the 3 grids on the top are for worn equipment, and the 25 grids on the bottom are for storing and used equipment, so you only need to tap them when changing equipment. After figuring out what was going on, Gu Yifan opened the chat channel again. At that moment, rows of text scrolled rapidly through the chat channel. In front of each row of text are avatars and names. The avatar looks like a real person and the name looks like a real name. Nope. Gu Yifan said to himself, it's not like, but it's just the real name and the real person. Because he saw the texts posted by Cao Shuang and Zhang Rou, both of their avatars were real people and their names were real names. Gu Yifan looked at the bottom of the chat channel again. There was an input box there, and in front of it was his avatar and name. This incident also verified the judgment he had just made. TSK, a handsome person and such a handsome avatar. Gu Yifan looked at the rapidly scrolling chat with a stinky comment. However, after looking at it for a short while, Gu Yifan decisively closed the Heavenly Dao interface. He had wanted to obtain some useful information from the crowd's chat, but it turned out that the content of the crowd's chat was all related to the God's End continents perfecting and upgrading this time around. While he had already fiddled with the meeting, there was no need to continue reading. Then again, he was in a hurry to kill demonic beasts and level up, so it was better not to waste time. Dang! Dang! Knock! Gu Yifan took a big step and quickly rushed towards the west of Chang'an City. But he hadn't gotten very far out of his way before a chicken demon the size of a dog blocked his path. Chapter 23: A single blow kills. Promoted to the 2nd level. Granny Bear. Before, I wandered around without encountering a few live demonic beasts, and now that I want to go to the west of Chang'an City to decapitate higher-level demonic beasts, a little mongrel pops out. Is this the legendary saying that if you plant a flower, you can't plant it, and if you don't plant a flower, you can't plant it? Looking at the chicken demon staring viciously at him not far away, Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. Yes, little mongrel. The 1st-level demonic beast chicken demon was no longer in Gu Yifan's eyes. It wasn't that Gu Yifan was arrogant, but he was a man who had single-handedly killed a snake demon leader. But then again, with experience coming to the door of his own accord, Gu Yifan had no reason not to take it. After all, a mosquito leg is still meat. Swish! Gu Yifan casually flipped his hand and the wooden blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, root and bone enhancement. Gu Yifan decisively utilized his 3 major cultivation talents before charging towards the chicken demon with a big stride. Seeing this, as if the chicken demon felt that its majesty had been provoked, it instantly exploded. It spread its 2 claws and fluttered its 2 wings towards Gu Yifan. In just a few short breaths of time, 1 person and 1 beast had met. Hoo-hoo! The chicken demon let out a shrill cry, and its sharp-pointed beak pecked sharply towards Gu Yifan's eyes. What a ruthless! Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse. If he just met the chicken demon, he was going to be pecked out of his eyes by the chicken demon. But there are not so many ifs. His lowered right hand lifted up like lightning, holding the wooden blade in his backhand and aiming straight for the chicken demon's neck. As the saying goes, an inch is as good as an inch. The chicken demon's neck wasn't as long as Gu Yifan's arm, so if he just met it, the result wouldn't be the chicken demon pecking out Gu Yifan's eyes, but Gu Yifan chopping off the chicken demon's neck. The chicken demon was also well aware of this, so it wanted to dodge away at the first opportunity. But while the idea is swift, its movements are not so swift. Swish! The chicken demon had just made an evasive maneuver when the wooden blade in Gu Yifan's hand slashed through the front of its neck. Bear! Accompanied by a crisp slashing sound, the chicken feathers on the chicken demon's neck were chopped off in unison. Coupled with the driving force of the chicken demon's dodging movements, chicken feathers flew in a flurry, and behind the flurry of chicken feathers, a slender wound appeared on the chicken demon's neck. Wow! Wow! The intense pain made the chicken demon want to scream, but he couldn't make a coherent sound. Whoosh! In the next moment, a bloody arrow shot out from the chicken demon's neck. Immediately afterward, the chicken demon stumbled on his feet and fell to the ground with a dull thud. At the same time, its dog-sized body convulsed violently. But not before a few convulsions and then quieting down again. The chicken demon died, killed by Gu Yifun's knife that cut his neck. Its rounded heave proved that it was dead in the water, but it would be too late to regret it. Sure enough, first-level demonic beasts are no longer the slightest bit challenging. Gu Yifun's face was as normal, not the least bit agitated by the fact that he had killed the chicken demon with a single strike. Because after utilizing the three major cultivation talents of strength enhancement, root bone enhancement, and agility enhancement, his strength had already far exceeded that of a grade 1 demonic beast, so killing a grade 1 demonic beast, the chicken demon, with a single strike was nothing to be proud of. Ding! Kill the first-level demonic beast chicken demon, gain 20 experience points. Almost simultaneously, Gu Yifun's body suddenly erupted with dazzling white light. Such a scenario was a sign of leveling up. At this moment, Gu Yifun clearly felt that he had become stronger. The feeling is different than when stripping to attribute points. When stripping down to attribute points it is only unilaterally stronger, upgrading is overall stronger. Gu Yifun then summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifun. Level, 2. Root bone, 36. Spirituality, 21. Strength, 29 plus 5. Agility, 25. Free attribute points, 5. Experience, 0-200. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement D, agility enhancement E, roots and bones enhancement E, sight enhancement E, olfactory enhancement F, auditory enhancement E, fireflame F. Skills, probing. Battle strength, 3 stars. Finally up to level 2. Gu Yifun smacked his lips, his cheeks filled with excitement. Not only was it because of the level increase, but it also had the reason that each attribute was increased by 5 points after the level increase. 5 free attribute points are given, should I use them now? After the excitement, Gu Yifun showed a thoughtful expression. Quickly, he made the decision to hold off on adding points. Although adding the points would make him stronger, it wouldn't be much stronger, and with his current strength, he wouldn't be under much pressure when facing a level 2 demonic beast, so it was better to keep the free attribute points to add more as the situation warranted. For example, when he needed to improve which area of strength, he added free attribute points to it. Swish! Gu Yifun casually waved his hand and put the chicken demon's corpse into his storage ring before continuing to rush to the west of Chang'an City. He didn't use the hidden talent strip everything strip chicken demon. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but the chicken demon had already reached the limit of 3, and there was nothing to be gained by stripping it further. Forgot one thing. Gu Yifun suddenly raised his hand and slapped his forehead. This time, he suddenly remembered that the demonic beast corpses he had collected earlier had not been sold yet. It's not a big deal though. The corpses of the demonic beasts were all contained in the storage ring, it didn't affect him in the slightest, and the things placed in the storage ring wouldn't go bad, and it wasn't a problem to keep them for as long as possible, so it wouldn't be too late to sell them after he returned to the Divine Continent once again. Without further delay, Gu Yifun hurried all the way east. It didn't take long for Gu Yifun to arrive in front of a foggy curtain of light. This curtain of light was the junction between the Novice Village Plains and Chang'an City West, and without a certain amount of strength, it was impossible to cross the curtain of light. There were 2 reasons why the human Mighty One had set up this light screen. One was to trap the demonic beasts within a certain range to prevent them from roaming around. The second is to protect the human race and avoid having people who think highly of themselves die in vain. Knock! Gu Yifun took a step forward towards the light curtain. The moment his foot touched the light curtain, he clearly felt a resistance appear on the light curtain, preventing him from entering the back of the light curtain, but the resistance was not big for him, he easily had carried it, and then stepped in with one foot. Coming behind the light curtain, Gu Yifun looked around. The environment here is not much different from the Novice Village Plains. Ha! The smell of blood? Gu Yifun shrugged his nose and just followed the direction where the smell of blood came from. About 100 or 10 meters ahead, Gu Yifun found a wolf demon corpse. Looks like I'm not the first to come to the west of Chang'an City. Gu Yifun muttered to himself. Come to think of it, a lot of people had risen to level 3, so how could they still stay on the plains of the Novice Village? This matter was also a good thing for him, at the very least he had demonic beast corpses to pick up. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it over the wolf demon's corpse. Ding! Stripping was successful, you gain 4 strength attribute points. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles. I just came to the west of Chang'an City and I got something, so it looks like my luck is still good today. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand again and put the wolf demon corpse into his storage ring. Just at this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in Gu Yifan's line of sight. Chapter 24 Situation Reversal. Village Top 100 List. Ran into this guy again. Injustice. The ancients are true. Looking at the several figures in front of him, Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. Once again, he encountered Gao Zhuang, and Gao Zhuang still came out of the dense forest, messing with his defenses. But this time he didn't have to hide. At this moment, Gao Zhuang and the others also saw Gu Yifan. Gao, isn't that your classmate? A young man standing behind Tall Strong opened his mouth. His name was Li Zhe. Well, let's go. Gao Zhuang nodded expressionlessly and turned decisively to the side. This scene made Li Zhu and the few others who followed Tall Strong a bit confused. When he met Gu Yifan before, Gao Zhuang was very excited, and he was looking for Gu Yifan, mocking him one after another. Why did he turn around and leave when he saw Gu Yifan this time? This is really a bit strange. By the way, Gao. Li Zhe asked again, didn't you say you forgot to ask that kid's rank before? Did you ask when you went back? The corners of Tall Strong's mouth twitched sharply a few times. This guy was really a pot calling the kettle black, and he really wanted to give this guy a big mouthful to shut him up. But he couldn't do that when he thought about it, and he couldn't afford not to answer. One reason is that Li Zhe did not know that he was strongly crushed by Gu Yifan, and asking this question was not out of malice, and even Li Zhe still wanted to pat him on the back, only that the horse's ass was not patted in the right place, and patted the horse's hooves. Secondly, it was because if he got angry he would expose the fact that he had been strongly crushed by Gu Yifan. Don't even ask. Gao Zhuang forced himself to hold back the displeasure in his heart and said, there was a test level when he went back, and he's still stuck at level 1. Still stuck at level 1, it seems like the hidden talent he awakened really isn't very good. Li Zhe despised Gu Yifan for one sentence, and then wildly patted Gao Zhuang's ass. Still, Gao is great, he's already level 3, and we've all leveled up to level 2 by following Gao. The corners of Tall Strong's mouth twitched sharply a few more times. What's the point of leveling up to level 3? He was still being strongly crushed by Gu Yifan, and he even somewhat regretted raising his level to level 3, in that case, it wouldn't be so humiliating for him to be strongly crushed by Gu Yifan. But that was something he could only think about in his mind, but not say out loud. Li Zhe didn't notice Gao Zhuang's abnormality as he added, Brother Gao, that kid is only a level 1, yet he's traveling alone, and he dares to run to the west of Chang'an City, is he living out of his mind? It's not right. I'm level 2, it's a bit difficult to enter Chang'an City West, that kid is only level 1, how did he enter Chang'an City West? Brother Gao, do you know what's going on? That kid is only a level 1, but his strength is stronger than even mine, isn't it normal to be able to enter Chang'an City West? Gao Zhuang secretly muttered in his heart, but his mouth said, I don't know. Well, it is possible that it is drilled. Gao is brilliant. Li Zhe seized the opportunity to pat Gao Zhuang on the back as he continued, Brother Gao, I can tell that you and that kid are somewhat at odds, we all have a sparring challenge when we get back, did you take the opportunity to teach that kid a lesson? Tall Strong is going crazy. You're so smart, how could you not see that I didn't want to talk about it? You couldn't have been sent by Gu Yifan to stab my heart on purpose, could you? At this moment, Gao Zhuang already wanted to do more than just give Li Zhe a big mouth, he also wanted to tear Li Zhe's mouth. But unfortunately, in order not to expose the fact that he was strongly crushed by Gu Yifan, he could still only think about it in his mind. I don't care to teach that kid a lesson. Gao Zhuang bottomed out and changed the topic, well. Let's continue to look for demonic beasts and seize the time to level up. As soon as the words fell, Gao Zhuang sped up his advance. Followed by Tall and Strong Li Zhe and the others, you looked at me and I looked at you, all full of confusion. They always had a feeling that something was wrong somewhere, but they didn't know what it was. This time, Gao Zhuang accelerated his pace again, and they could only follow quickly with a face full of confusion. Seeing Gao Zhuang turn to leave, Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. The guy obviously saw him and chose to duck, that's a wimp. Come to think of it, Tall and Strong is not a little cute. If he knew he wasn't a match for him, he wouldn't come after him again. Gu Yifan was not a person who could not be reasoned with. He didn't call out to Gao Zhuang and watched Gao Zhuang and the others leave before continuing to look for demonic beasts. Just before he could take a few steps forward, the mechanical yet cold words of the heavenly Tao suddenly exploded in the sky. 30 people have risen to level 3 in Novice Village 815, opening the village level top 100 list. Gu Yifan froze. There were only a total of 1,000 people in Novice Village 815. It's only been a day, but 30 people have all risen to the third level. That's too fast, isn't it? However, he quickly reacted that there were quite a few people who had risen to the third level in the Wulong Martial Academy, and then again the lower the level, the less experience was needed for upgrading, so it wasn't hard to understand that there were 30 people who had risen to the third level in a day's time. As for the village top 100 list, it was there before this God's End continent was perfected and upgraded, in order to stimulate everyone to cultivate hard. Look who's made it to the village top 100 list. Gu Yifan summoned the Heaven's Path interface with a word to himself. At this moment, there was another row of small words at the bottom of the Heaven's Path interface, the list. Tapping on the list, a new interface appeared in front of Gu Yifan's eyes. The village top 100 list is located on the left side of the interface, and there are many more spots on the right side of the interface that are reserved for other lists. 815 Novice Village Top 100 Rankings. First place, High Strength, Level 3. Second place, Chao Shiyan, Level 3. Third place, Zhang Rou, Level 3. Gu Yifan looked down one by one. The top 30 were all Level 3, while the 31st to 100th were all Level 2. Having just been promoted to the second level, he is not on the list, and it is not clear exactly what his ranking is. However, thinking about the fact that everyone in the Wulong Martial Academy was in the second level, he was likely to be the bottom one. This Gao Zhuang guy is actually in first place, and Zhang Rou is actually in third place. The people on this list really aren't very good. After reading all the lists, Gu Yifan skimmed his mouth. It wasn't that Gu Yifan was arrogant, but he had the backbone to say so. You should know that Gu Yifan had hung on to Gao Zhuang. As for the Chang'an, although Gu Yifan hadn't fought with Zhang Yifan, Gu Yifan had probed Zhang Yifan's attributes, and Zhang Yifan's attributes weren't even as good as Gao Zhuang's, not to mention Gu Yifan, who was even stronger than Gao Zhuang's, so Gu Yifan had the qualifications to despise the two. This incident also further validated what Gu Yifan had said on the playground of the Wulong Martial Academy. Ranks can mean something, but they don't mean everything. Strength to strength, you still have to hurry up and upgrade. Gu Yifan sighed. While rank doesn't represent strength, rank is the only thing on the table. If he had been in a hanging position, even if he was strong, it would be somewhat less than impressive. As soon as the words fell, Gu Yifan closed the Heavenly Tao interface and continued to walk forward. But before he could take a few steps forward, he seemed to sense something and jerked around to look behind him. The next moment, Gu Yifan's face changed violently. A touch of unprecedented gravity also surfaced in his dark eyes. Chapter 25. Doesn't an ass kisser smell good anymore? 1 against 4. The village top 100 list has actually opened. Hurry up and see who's on the list. After Tendo announced the opening of the village level top 100 list, similar words resounded in the plains of the Novice Village and many places west of Chang'an City. Not only was Gu Yifan the first to check, but so were the others, and Gao Zhuang and the others were no exception. Brother Gao, look. You're number 1 on the village top 100 list. Gao is mighty. Brother Gao is domineering. Brother Gao, it's really an honor for me to team up with you. Gao, awesome plath. Li Zhou and the others who followed Gao Zhuang were patting Gao Zhuang's ass. Gao Zhuang, who was in a bad mood because he had met Gu Yifan, froze. He's number 1 on the village top 100 list. How is that possible? It was important to realize that not long ago he had just been hanged by Gu Yifan, who, like him, was in Novice Village number 815. Puzzled, he subconsciously summoned the Heaven's Path interface and opened the list channel. The truth is, as Li Zhou and others have said, he does rank high on the village top 100 list. What's the situation? Tallstrong was a little puzzled. He was no match for Gu Yifan, so why was he high on the village top 100 list? Puzzled, he checked down the list, wanting to see Gu Yifan's ranking. But he kept checking until he reached the 100th place, and he didn't see Gu Yifan's name. This made him even more puzzled. Gu Yifan was so strong, why wasn't he on the list? But soon he reacted. The village top 100 list was sorted according to rank, and rank could only represent strength to a certain extent. It couldn't represent a person's real strength at all, and Gu Yifan only had 1 rank, so he was ranked first in the village top 100 list, but Gu Yifan didn't make it to the list. Understand what's going on? Gao Zhuang instantly felt that the first place in the village level top 100 list didn't smell good anymore, and he even felt that the heavenly Tao was deliberately mocking him. Highly ranked as the number 1 in the village top 100 list, he couldn't even beat Gu Yifan, who wasn't even on the list, so this is a bull number 1. Seeing Gao Zhuang's constipated look, Li Jia and the others were a bit puzzled. Gao Zhuang was ranked first in the village top 100 list, so he should be happy. Why does he look constipated? But puzzled as he was, as a veteran ass kisser, Li Jia instantly found a reason to kiss Gao Zhuang's ass. Gao Zhuang, you were ranked first in the village level top 100 list, but you are still calm. This kind of mentality really makes me feel inferior. Hearing Li Jia say that, the other people patted Gao Zhuang's ass. What Li Jia said is not wrong at all. If I were high up on the village top 100 list, I would have flown up in joy long ago. Who says it isn't? Gao is really composed. Brother Gao has it all figured out. He must have thought that he would be ranked high on the village top 100 list. Nice. Not bad. Gao is so strong. How can the others be Gao's opponent? Listening to the horse's ass of Li Jia and the others, not only did Gao Zhuang not feel enjoyment, he also felt as disgusting as eating a fly. But he couldn't say anything, so he could only hold back the nausea in his heart. All cut the crap and seize the time to look for demonic beasts. Tall and Strong interrupted Li Jia and the others who were furiously kissing his ass and then continued to walk forward. Li Jia and the others looked at me and I looked at you, once again full of confusion. As the saying goes, 1,000 wears a horse's ass. Before that, Gao Zhuang proved with practical actions that this saying is the unchanging truth. How come the ass doesn't smell good this time? At this moment, Gao Zhuang was depressed and somewhat grateful. Depression needs no introduction. He was glad that he and Gu Yifan were the only ones in Novice Village 815, otherwise, if the other students saw that he, who had been ravaged by Gu Yifan, was ranked first in the village level top 100 list, he would surely become a joke among his classmates. That guy Gu Yifan will surely laugh at me when he sees that I'm high on the village top 100 list. Gu Yifan, you wait for me. One day, I'm going to beat you up violently to regain the face I lost. Gao Zhuang cursed in his mind. It's just that he said that with his mouth, but in his heart, he was a little underpowered. As he had told Gu Yifan before, one slow step leads to another. This, coupled with the fact that this would be the time when he had realized that the hidden talent that Gu Yifan had awakened wasn't as bad as he thought it was, led to the fact that he didn't even have much confidence that he would be able to surpass and defeat Gu Yifan. Achoo! Gu Yifan suddenly sneezed. Who's cursing me? Gu Yifan said this on his lips, but he didn't consider this matter in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to think about it, but he didn't have time to think about it. Because not far behind him there are 4 wolf demons who are eyeing. No, I should say that the wolf is eyeing him. With those bloodthirsty eyes and the white wolf teeth, it looked a bit creepy. This was the reason why his face had changed drastically and his eyes were full of concentration. Granny Bear. Previously, I had never been able to encounter any demonic beasts, but now I've encountered 4 at once. What a ing pit. Gu Yifan cursed as he threw a probe at the 4 wolf demons. Immediately afterward, 4 identical strands of information surfaced in his mind. Race, Wolf Demon. Level, 2. Battle Strength, 4 stars. Characteristics, calling all friends. Burst rate, 0.02%. Hooters? Gu Yifan instantly understood why he had encountered 4 wolf demons at once. It must have been the wolf demon that sent out a call for help before it was killed before, and he rushed here after the wolf demon was killed and was delayed for some time because of the encounter with Gao Zhuang as well as the heavenly prompts, and that was why he was caught by the wolf demon that rushed to support him. Am I being punked? Gu Yifan let out a bitter smile as a flash of thought surfaced in his eyes. He was considering whether to fight? Or run? If there was only one wolf demon, there was nothing to consider about this issue, and he simply rolled up his sleeves. Even encountering 2 wolf demons, there was nothing to consider about this issue. However, what he encountered was not 1 wolf demon, nor 2 wolf demons, but a full 4 wolf demons. As the saying goes, 2 fists are better than 4. Now he had only 2 fists, while the opposite side had more than 4 hands. Coupled with the fact that he didn't have a clear perception of his own strength, he didn't know how many stars of battle power he could possess with a full outburst, so he hesitated. Just before he could give it much thought, the 4 wolf demons not far away had already moved. Ow! A wolf demon roared up to the sky, spreading its hooves and running wildly towards Gu Yifan. The other 3 wolf demons moved with them, following closely behind. This scene made Gu Yifan make an instant decision. These 4 wolf demons in front of him were all experience and attribute points. It was not his style to retreat before a fight. Moreover, with his current strength, it was by no means difficult to kill a level 2 demonic beast, and facing the 4 level 2 wolf demons, as long as he was careful and avoided being surrounded by the 4 wolf demons to form a siege, he might not necessarily not have the power to fight. Then again, he also needed a chance to see his own strength, and right now was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Strength enhancement. Agility enhancement. Root bone enhancement. Having made up his mind, Gu Yifan didn't hesitate any longer as he used his 3 great talents at the first opportunity. Kill. Accompanied by a roar came out from Gu Yifan's mouth. He held the wooden blade in his hand and took a big step to meet the wildly running wolf demon. Chapter 26, Cutting Open the Belly. A knife seals the throat. Dang. Dang. Knock. The 4 wolf demons ran wildly towards Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan also ran wildly towards the 4 wolf demons. Both sides were rushing towards each other, and the distance between them was closing fast. Different from the gravity on Gu Yifan's cheeks was the bloodlust and scorn in the eyes of the 4 wolf demons. How dare a tiny human provoke their majesty? They must redeem their dignity by tearing the human in front of them to pieces. Soon, the distance between the 1 man and 4 wolves was only 2 or 3 meters away. Right at this moment, the wolf demon in the lead leapt up violently, opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Gu Yifan. The speed at which it lunged was a few points faster than the speed at which it had just run, as if it was trying to catch Gu Yifan off guard. Seeing this, Gu Yifan advanced instead of retreating. However, instead of rushing towards the wolf demon like he did before, he knelt on his knees and slid against the grass, leaning his body back at a 45-degree angle to the ground as he stared coldly at the wolf demon pouncing in front of him. In the next moment, the wolf demon flew above Gu Yifan, and its belly clearly appeared in Gu Yifan's line of sight. Die for me! A furious roar spat out from Gu Yifan's mouth. His right hand, which was holding the wooden blade, lifted up like lightning and viciously stabbed at the wolf demon's abdomen. Bear! With a faint slashing sound, the wooden blade pierced deeply into the wolf demon's abdomen. Ouch! Almost at the same time, a miserable scream spat out from the wolf demon's mouth. Is it over? Of course not. At this moment, the wolf demon was in the air, still lunging forward. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was located below the wolf demon, gliding in the opposite direction. Both sides a positive and a negative, the wooden blade again deeply stabbed into the wolf demon's abdomen, driven by inertia, the wooden blade from the wolf demon's abdomen a cut through, and finally from the wolf demon's tail cut out. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterward, a stream of blood shot out from the wolf demon's abdomen that had been peeled open. Almost simultaneously, the wolf demon's intestines then fell down from the stripped abdomen. Fortunately, Gu Yifan was already out of the wolf demon's cage, otherwise he would have been drenched by the blood that shot out of the wolf demon's abdomen, and hit by the falling intestines. Bang! In the next moment, a dull crash sounded steeply. That was the sound the wolf demon made when it hit the ground. Its large body shuddered sharply for a few moments before it went silent. Settling a wolf demon with a single strike, Gu Yifan didn't have the slightest bit of excitement on his cheeks. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't have the time. Because the 3 wolf demons that came right behind them didn't pay the slightest attention to the fact that their companions had been killed, and the first time they opened their bloody mouths to bite towards Gu Yifan, he could clearly smell the fishy stench coming out of the wolf demons' mouths. Swish! Gu Yifan's legs on his knees suddenly gave out, and he stood up with a miso, then he lunged forward, flying over the head of the wolf demon and avoiding the 3 wolf demons' bloody mouths at the same time. The moment he flew over the heads of the 3 wolf demons, the wooden blade in Gu Yifan's right hand struck again. Swish! Only to see the wooden blade turn into a white light that flashed out from above the neck of a wolf demon. Bear! Another faint slashing sound sounded. The wolf demon that was hit by the wooden blade had wolf hair flying above its neck, and a bloody wound appeared on its neck. The next moment, a bloody arrow shot out from the top of the wolf demon's neck. Ow! Oh! The wolf demon that had been hit wanted to scream, but its head had already drooped and it couldn't make a complete sound. Immediately after that, it fell headlong to the ground, its body twitching sharply for a few moments and also lost its voice. Boo! Almost simultaneously, a faint crash sounded. It was the sound of Gu Yifan's left hand pressing on the ground. Only to see his left hand supporting the ground, a smooth roll to unload the forward force, he stood up steadily. Without the slightest delay, Gu Yifan turned to look behind him at the first opportunity, and at a glance, he saw that the remaining 2 wolf demons had just stopped their forward momentum and were turning their bodies to look at him. Ow! Ow! Ouch! The two wolf demons rushed at Gu Yifan with a howl, and their forelimbs still kept picking at the ground, but they didn't rush at Gu Yifan. Is it afraid? Gu Yifan said in a cold voice. Ow! Ow! The two wolf demons yelped in unison, still not charging at Gu Yifan. At this moment, there was no longer contempt in the eyes of the two wolf demons, and it was replaced by a touch of fear. As Gu Yifan said, they were afraid. After all, having two of their companions killed by Gu Yifan in a row in just one glance, they couldn't even think of not being afraid. Feeling the fear in the eyes of the two wolf demons, Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief. The remaining two wolf demons were scared out of their wits even if they weren't scared out of their wits, and he had already won this battle. At this moment, Gu Yifan's heart was grateful. He watched a lot of combat images and learned a lot of combat methods before he was glad that he didn't awaken his cultivation talent, and he also exercised from time to time in accordance with what he learned in the images, and mastered a lot of close combat methods. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to seize the fleeting moment to kill the enemy today and decapitate two wolf demons in a row. But relieved as he was, Gu Yifan wasn't the least bit careless. He didn't want to get in the gutter and lose the only little life he had. Come on! Gu Yifan hooked his finger towards the remaining two wolf demons. However, the two wolf demons didn't know if they didn't understand or didn't dare to go forward, and remained where they were staring viciously at him. If you won't come, then I will. Gu Yifan didn't delay any longer and charged towards the remaining two wolf demons with a big stride. Wolf demons had the trait of calling out to their friends. He had to fight quickly or else he would be in trouble if he attracted more wolf demons. Seeing Gu Yifan rushing towards them, the two wolf demons subconsciously took a step backward. They had already been scared by Gu Yifan and were somewhat afraid to fight. But in the next moment, spurred on by their bloodthirsty instincts, they overcame their fear and simultaneously charged towards Gu Yifan. This time, the two wolf demons seemed to have learned from the lesson of their companion being disemboweled by Gu Yifan, and instead of jumping up and pouncing on Gu Yifan, they came closer and opened their bloody mouths, biting at Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, continued to rush towards the two wolf demons. It wasn't until there was less than a meter between them that his right hand moved again. Only to see him holding a wooden blade in his hand and chopping at the neck of the wolf demon at the very front with a swift momentum. Wolf demon tried to dodge. But while its consciousness was there, its physical reaction failed to keep up with the consciousness, or rather its physical reaction was a beat slower. This was the reason why Gu Yifan approached the wolf demon before making his move. He wanted to not give the wolf demon a chance to dodge by virtue of his faster reaction. Swish! The wolf demon dodged a little to the side, and the white light made by the wooden blade flickered from just below its neck. In the next moment, the wolf hair flew, and a blood arrow shot out from the bottom of the wolf demon's neck, splattering all over the ground. Gollum! 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 The wolf demon's throat rolled a few times and fell headfirst to the ground, directly without a sound. At this moment, the other wolf demon's bloody mouth was already close at hand. The wooden blade in Gu Yifan's right hand had just cut through the wolf demon's neck again, so there was no time to retract it. Next, it only takes a split second for another wolf demon's bloody mouth to bite Gu Yifan. Chapter 27 Raw Smash Explosion. Harvest time. Will Gu Yifan be bitten? Of course not. He wasn't blind. Would he not be able to see the other wolf demon? Further, in the case of two wolf demons biting at the same time, he dared to kill one wolf demon first and was prepared to deal with the other. As for trading injuries for life? Gu Yifan didn't have such intentions, or perhaps the two wolf demons weren't worthy enough for him to make such a decision. Swish! Gu Yifan's low-slung left hand lifted up like lightning, then turned his palm into a fist and blasted a downward hook at the wolf demon's neck. Bang! It was accompanied by a dull crash. Gu Yifan's left fist smashed solidly below the wolf demon's neck. At this moment, the wolf demon's bloody mouth was only a few centimeters away from Gu Yifan. But it was this few centimeters of distance that became an insurmountable moat for the wolf demon, and made it fail to bite Gu Yifan. Ow! A miserable scream spat out from the wolf demon's mouth. Under the tremendous impact of Gu Yifan's fist, the wolf demon's head flew up in the air towards the back and spun around a few times in the air before it smashed solidly on the ground, emitting a dull crashing sound. Ow! The wolf demon barked again. But the bark was not at all loud, not at all frightening. It sounded rather like the sound a dog makes when it is being taught a lesson. The next moment, the wolf demon fled in a hurry with its tail between its legs. For wolf demons surrounded Gu Yifan, only to be killed by Gu Yifan in 3 consecutive kills in just a few moments. This matter directly crushed the guts of the remaining wolf demon. Even its bloodthirsty instincts couldn't allow it to continue to harden itself. Want to run? Can you run? Gu Yifan sneered and swung his right hand violently forward. Whoosh! Under Gu Yifan's full swing, the wooden blade in his right hand transformed into a white light and shot out violently as if it were a stray arrow, heading straight for the wolf demon's butt. This was not Gu Yifan's intention, but the wolf demon fled with its buttocks facing him, and he was unable to attack the wolf demon's other parts. Almost at the same time, Gu Yifan took a big step towards the wolf demon to chase after it. The wolf demon had noticed the scene behind it, and had dodged to the side at the first opportunity. However, at this point, it hadn't run far yet, and coupled with the fact that the speed of the wooden blades Gu Yifan threw out was so fast that it noticed the scene, but it still wasn't able to completely dodge Gu Yifan's plan to attack with the flying daggers. Bear! The next moment, a faint slashing sound rang out abruptly. It was the sound of a wooden blade slashing against the wolf demon's left hind leg. In an instant, wolf hair flew from the wolf demon's left hind leg, and a deep wound appeared on its left hind leg. Ow! Another miserable scream spat out from the wolf demon's mouth. The sharp pain from the wooden blade on its left hind leg caused it to stumble on its left hind leg and fall to the ground. However, under the instinct of survival, the wolf demon stood up at the first opportunity and continued to flee. But by now it was too late. Gu Yifan had already chased after the wolf demon. He made a flying leap and sat on the wolf demon. His left hand grabbed the fur at the wolf demon's neck to stabilize his body, while his right hand transformed into a fist and smashed into the wolf demon's head. Bang! Another dull crash sounded. Gu Yifan's right fist smashed solidly into the wolf demon's head. Ow! The wolf demon screamed miserably. This time it didn't just feel the pain, its head was also dumbfounded by Gu Yifan's fist. For a moment, it couldn't even control itself, and then both front legs stumbled and fell to the ground once again. A hit! Gu Yifan didn't have the slightest delay. He was throwing punches left and right, slamming punch after punch into the wolf demon's skull. At the same time, a miserable scream was spat out from the wolf demon's mouth. Bang! 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 Ow! Ouch! Ow! The dull crashes and the wolf demon's screams intertwined together, sounding like a symphony. Soon, however, the symphony was reduced to a mere thump, thump, thump of high notes. Because under Gu Yifan's left and right, the wolf demon's screams gradually weakened. Bang! Another dull crash sounded. Gu Yifan's fist once again smashed solidly into the wolf demon's skull. This time, the wolf demon didn't scream. But a sound like a watermelon bursting rang out. Boo! Along with this voice, the wolf demon's head burst, and red and white things scattered out in all directions. The wolf demon's head was smashed alive by Gu Yifan with his fist. Phew! Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief, his cheeks filled with a smile. He single-handedly killed 4 wolf demons. But that wasn't the point was that after this battle, he had a rough idea of his own strength as well. The 4-star battle power wolf demon wasn't his opponent at all, and in that case, the 5-star battle power demonic beasts couldn't pose much of a threat to him, and even the 6-star battle power demonic beasts might not be able to threaten him. This was still the result of Gu Yifan counting as low as possible. After he utilized his strength enhancement talent, his strength attribute was already nearly 100. According to the battle power calculation method, his battle power was already as high as 9 stars. However, battle power was only battle power, and there were many other factors as to whether or not he could defeat the demonic beasts, so he had to underestimate his own strength rather than overestimate it. After all, there is only one life, and there is no room for error. Ding! You have slain the grade 2 demonic beast wolf demon and gained 40 points of experience. Ding! You have slain the grade 2 demonic beast wolf demon and gained 40 points of experience. Ding! You have slain the grade 2 demonic beast wolf demon and gained 40 points of experience. Ding! You have slain the grade 2 demonic beast wolf demon and gained 40 points of experience. 4 reminders sounded in Gu Yifan's mind in succession. The smile on Gu Yifan's cheeks grew a few points thicker. Tier 2 to Tier 3 required 200 experience points, and with 160 experience points gained from this battle, it wasn't far from rising to Tier 3. To be exact, he only needed to kill 1 more level 2 demonic beast to rise to level 3. Harvest time is next. Gu Yifan laughed out loud and stood up. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it from the wolf demon's corpse. Ding! Stripping successful, you gain 4 strength attribute points. Next, Gu Yifan used his hidden talent strip everything to strip the other 3 wolf demons as he had done. Like the first wolf demon, the second wolf demon also provided him with 4 strength attribute points, but the third and fourth wolf demons did not provide him with attribute points. The reason for this was precisely because the number of wolf demons he had stripped had reached the upper limit of 3. However, the 2 wolf demons provided him with 8 strength attribute points, which had raised his strength attribute to 41, and also raised his combat power to 4 stars. Too bad it didn't pop some items. Gu Yifan had some regrets. But he was just slightly sorry. After all, the wolf demon's level was not high, and the burst rate was extremely low, so it was normal that no items were burst. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and wanted to put the 4 wolf demon corpses into his storage ring. But his hand was just halfway through the swing when he stopped abruptly. Thinking briefly, Gu Yifan looked around, his gaze finally landing in the dense forest not far ahead. Standing in place and pondering for another moment, Gu Yifan quickly walked to the piece of dense forest not far ahead, then hid at the edge of the dense forest and looked toward the location of the 4 wolf demon corpses. Chapter 28 Waiting for the Rabbit. The truth is revealed. A thought just popped into Gu Yifan's mind. Doesn't the wolf demon have the trait of calling out to others? The wolf demon had just screamed so many times, some of them were screams of misery, while others might have been calls for support. Since that was the case, why was he still looking around for demonic beasts? It would be much better to directly stand guard here. As long as there weren't a lot of wolf demons coming, he was sure of wiping them all out. Although it was no longer possible to strip attribute points by beheading wolf demons, it saved time and effort. This was also the reason why Gu Yifan didn't collect the wolf demon's corpse and ran to hide in the dense forest. Dense forest. Gu Yifan muttered to himself, the time limit is half an hour, it's a good idea to take advantage of this half an hour to rest and recuperate the physical strength that has just been consumed. If we don't wait for the demonic beasts in half an hour we will decisively withdraw. Guarded is not a positive word. So he couldn't keep waiting or it would be a joke. Next, Gu Yifan waited patiently in the dense forest. It was probably a few minutes later. A group of people appeared in Gu Yifan's line of sight. This line of people was no one else but Gao Zhuang and the others who had left not long ago. What are these guys running around doing? Gu Yifan frowned. He was waiting for a wolf demon, not a human. That wasn't even the point was that if the wolf demon happened to arrive, the appearance of Gao Zhuang and the others would disrupt his plans. Get out of here. Get out in a hurry. Get the hell out of. Gu Yifan prayed silently in his heart. But it's not for nothing that the phrase, what you fear comes back, is true. Gu Yifan wanted Gao Zhuang and the others to hurry up and leave, but Gao Zhuang and the others stopped near the 4 wolf demon corpses. What a plan that didn't change fast enough. Gu Yifan was a bit depressed. This would make him abruptly realize that Gao Zhuang and the others were most likely attracted by the screams of the wolf demon just now. To know that Gao Zhuang and the others had just left, he encountered the 4 wolf demons and then had a fight with the 4 wolf demons, and that would be before Gao Zhuang and the others had gone far. It would be hard not to hear the screams of the wolf demons. But depressed as he was, Gu Yifan was still waiting patiently. He believed that Gao Zhuang and the others would leave when they saw that all 4 wolf demons had been killed. At this moment, Gao Zhuang and the others were sizing up the 4 wolf demon corpses. A moment later, Gao Zhuang exclaimed, a wolf demon was disemboweled, 2 wolf demons had their throats sealed with a knife, and a wolf demon had its head blown off alive. This squad's fighting strength is quite something. What Cao said really hit the nail on the head. Brother Gao judged that squad's strength was not bad just from the death of the wolf demon's corpse. This move is really admirable. I didn't see anything yet, but Gao already did, so worthy of being our boss. Li Zhao and the others were patting Gao Zhuang's ass. Gao Zhuang nodded with a full smile on his face. As long as it wasn't horse's ass involving Gu Yifan or the village level top 100 list, he was still very receptive. But the next moment he suddenly saw that one of the youths following him was filled with shock. This young man is called Zhao Rui. He doesn't talk much, but he has some skills. Other than that, 50% of the demonic beasts they found were found by Zhao Rui's tracking and tracing. Zhao Rui, what's wrong? Gao Zhuang asked. Gao. Zhao Rui looked at Gao Zhuang with a look of desire to speak. What are you dawdling about? Gao Zhuang urged, hurry up if you want to say anything. Brother Gao, it's better not to talk about it. Zhao Rui said. Aren't you whetting people's appetites? Gao Zhuang said breathlessly, don't dawdle, hurry up. Well. Zhao Rui hesitated and said, "Brother Gao, I don't mean to contradict you, please understand this point. If my judgment is correct, these 4 wolf demons were not killed by the squad, but by one person." "What? One person killed it? How is that possible?" "Zhao Rui, do you realize what you're saying?" "Zhao Rui, we all took a lot of effort to surround and kill a wolf demon before. How dare you say that these 4 wolf demons were killed by one person? Is it hard to believe that there's someone stronger than Brother Gao? You have to know that Brother Gao is ranked number 1 on the village level top 100 list." As soon as Zhao Rui's words fell, Li Jia and the others opened their mouths to question. It wasn't that they intentionally went against Zhao Rui, but what Zhao Rui said was too unbelievable. For his part, Tulstrong froze. If any other person had said that, he would have been the first to open his mouth to retort. But when Zhao Rui said that, he had to consider the reasons for it. Because there was no exact certainty, Zhao Rui would not refute his face. "Zhao Rui, why do you say that?" Gao Shuang asked. "Gao, look around." Zhao Rui explained, "There are quite a few paw prints left by the wolf demons around, but the footprints of the human race are only a few rows back and forth, and all 4 wolf demons were decapitated, but the grass around them isn't considered to be cluttered, so it wasn't a small team that killed them, it should have been a single person who killed them." Gao Shuang and the others were filled with shock. None of them were cuties. Hearing Zhao Rui say this, they instantly realized that Zhao Rui's judgment was probably right. After all, there were quite a few people in each squad, so how could there be only a few rows of footprints left behind? "Zhao Rui, your judgment is very reasonable." Li Jia spoke up, "But it took us quite a bit of effort to round up a wolf demon, and Gao is still ranked number 1 on the village level top 100 list, so how could anyone possibly single-handedly kill 4 wolf demons?" "I'm a bit in disbelief too." Zhao Rui smiled bitterly, "But the facts are here, so we can't afford not to believe them." Li Qiol opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything because he didn't know how to refute what Zhao Rui said. At this moment, a youth suddenly spoke. "Brother Gao, do you think these 4 wolf demons could have been killed by your classmate? He was standing right where we are now when we met him just now, and it hasn't been much time since that meeting, there shouldn't be any other people passing by." "No way." Li Jia flatly denied, "That guy's level is still stuck at level 1, how could he single-handedly kill 4 wolf demons?" "Ugh." Gao Zhuang sighed deeply. He had already thought of the possibility that Gu Yifan had killed him, but was too embarrassed to say so. He also wanted to hide the fact that he lost to Gu Yifan in the cutting challenge, but he couldn't hide it now. In that case, it's better to be honest, so that you can lose fewer people. Hearing Gao Zhuang sigh, Li Jia asked, "Gao, what's wrong?" "These 4 wolf demons were most likely killed by Gu Yifan." Gao Zhuang laughed bitterly, "I lied just now, I did try to teach Gu Yifan a lesson when I went back, but I'm not a match for Gu Yifan at all, but there's one thing I didn't lie about, his level does stay at level 1. Upon hearing this, Li Jia, Zhao Rui and the others looked at each other. In that case, it's really possible that Gu Yifan killed him. This time, they also steeply understand why Gao Zhuang turned his head away when he saw Gu Yifan today, and they also understand why Gao Zhuang is not happy at all despite being high on the village top 100 list, and even more so, why their horses' farts don't smell good. Beyond that, they understood one thing. Why did Gu Yifan dare to walk alone in the God's End continent? That's capital to walk alone. But what they couldn't understand was how Gu Yifan could single-handedly kill 4 wolf demons when his level was still stuck at level 1. It seemed to know what was in the minds of Li Jia, Zhao Rui, and the others. Gao Zhuang added, "Gentlemen, rank can represent a certain amount of strength, but it can't represent a person's true strength. After all, the strength of a person's strength is also related to talent, martial arts, and experience." Upon hearing this, Li Jia, Zhao Rui and the others nodded thoughtfully. "Go." Gao Zhuang continued, "The wolf demons here have all been killed, let's go look for demonic beasts elsewhere." With those words, Gao Zhuang stepped away. Li Jia, Zhao Rui and others followed. Chapter 29, Perfect Realization. Wolf Demon Leader. Seeing Gao Zhuang and the others leave, Gu Yifan's hanging heart was immediately released. There had been a few changes, but his fears hadn't come to pass, and the plan was still going well. If he could really guard the rabbit later, then his plan would be perfect. Just by virtue of some clues, he deduced that it was a person who killed him, that Zhao Rui's observation is really good, it's true that you can't underestimate the world's people. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Just now, when Gao Zhuang and the others stood still in front of the 4 wolf demon corpses, he utilized his hearing enhancement talent. Because the distance wasn't very far, he heard the conversation between Gao Zhuang and the others very clearly. However, what he doesn't know is that not only Zhao Rui, but also Zhang Ro deduced the truth of the matter with some clues. I thought that tall strong guy was going to weasel out of it. Gu Yifan added, but I didn't think that he was so quick to admit it. Think about it, that guy, in addition to liking other people to pat him on the back, his heart isn't bad, and he's not someone who can't afford to lose. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is not a friend but an enemy. Although he and Gao Zhuang could not be considered as enemies, but because Gao Zhuang always liked to find him trouble, he deliberately understood Gao Zhuang's behavior, and Gao Zhuang's nature was not bad, and treating people and doing things was quite good. As for Gao Zhuang liking to pick on him, that's because the teacher always uses him as an example to reprimand Gao Zhuang. You have to put your heart in the right place when you do things. If someone always made an example of someone to reprimand him, he wouldn't be able to feel good about that person. So he could understand Gao Zhuang's move to find trouble with him, which was why he didn't take the initiative to make things difficult for Gao Zhuang after he became stronger. Next, Gu Yifan didn't say anything else as he patiently continued to wait. As Gu Yifan waited, time slipped by. Without realizing it, half an hour had passed. Alas, guarded is really not a positive word. Gu Yifan sighed, then wanted to leave the dense forest to collect the 4 wolf demon corpses. But just then, a wolf demon appeared in Gu Yifan's line of sight. This wolf demon was different from the previous 4 wolf demons. To be exact, this wolf demon was even taller and more imposing than the previous 4 wolf demons, standing more than 1 person tall. Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. He had waited for so long without waiting for a demonic beast, and as a result, he was all set to leave when a wolf demon appeared. Is this the legendary no way out of the mountain, no way out of the river, no way out of the village? The only beauty was that only 1 wolf demon had come. It would have been better if there were a few more. But the next moment Gu Yifan got excited. Because this wolf demon that came was not an ordinary wolf demon, but a wolf demon leader. He hadn't forgotten about the storage ring that dropped when he first killed the snake demon leader. If no one had killed the wolf demon leader until now, then this half hour of his waiting would have been too worth it. Waiting for a wolf demon in half an hour shouldn't be hearing a call for help to come to support, but is that the point? Obviously not. The point is that I waited for a wolf demon, or a wolf demon leader. Well, my plan is perfectly realized. Gu Yifan muttered to himself while throwing a probe at the wolf demon leader. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. He also possessed the scrying skill, and it wasn't like he could waste much spiritual energy, so it was a waste of time to use it. The next moment, a stream of information appeared in Gu Yifan's mind. Race, Wolf Demon Leader. Level, 2. Battle Strength, 5 stars. Skill, Bloodlust. Being in a bloodlust state, battle power increases dramatically for 10 minutes. Burst rate, 0.03%. Gu Yifan's face was thoughtful. The strength of a level 1 snake demon leader was comparable to a 4-star, and was still in the realm of a 3-star battle power. The strength of the level 2 wolf demon leader was 5 stars, exceeding the category of 4-star battle power of a level 2 unusual demonic beast. In that case, the higher the level, the greater the gap between the strength of the demonic beast leader and the strength of an unusual demonic beast. This even has a bloodthirsty skill. It's a bit troublesome. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. But while he said that, he didn't take it seriously in his heart. The wolf demon leader's base strength was there, so how far could it grow even more drastically? Without making an immediate move, Gu Yifan stared closely at the wolf demon leader. The wolf demon leader is coming in the direction where he is, and he has to wait for the wolf demon leader to get close before he makes a move, so as not to scare this away. Soon, the wolf demon leader walked up to the 4 wolf demon corpses, but had only glanced at them before moving on. This is a good indication of the difference between a human being. Cold and unfeeling, people have a temperature. However, when the wolf demon leader was about to walk to the edge of the dense forest, it suddenly turned around and headed to one side. Go! Gu Yifan let out a low gulp and decisively activated the 3 major talents of agility enhancement, root bone enhancement, and strength enhancement before rushing out of the dense forest and hurriedly rushing towards the wolf demon leader not far away. The wolf demon leader was the harvest he had waited half an hour for. He must not let it escape. Noticing the movement behind him, the wolf demon leader was the first to look back. Upon seeing Gu Yifan, a touch of disdain surfaced in its eyes. It wasn't as if it hadn't encountered humans before, and it had even encountered not one person, but a small team. It singled out that squad, and after biting 2 of them to death, it sent the squad scurrying away in fear. Gu Yifan was only one person and dared to take the initiative to find trouble with it. Wasn't this a mouse licking the cat's nose, looking for death? Ow! The wolf demon leader roared, spreading his hooves and running wildly towards Gu Yifan. Both sides rushed towards each other, and the distance between one person and one beast quickly closed. Soon the two sides had met. Ow! The wolf demon leader let out another yell and opened his bloody mouth to bite at Gu Yifan's head. Gu Yifan moved with it. He tilted his head slightly to the side, avoiding the wolf demon's bloody mouth. At the same time, his low-slung right hand lifted up like lightning, and the wooden blade held in his hand went straight for the wolf demon leader's neck. Swish! The wolf demon leader's reaction was also swift, as it leapt towards one side, managing to dodge Gu Yifan's attack. It was even dodged by this? Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. Before this, he had killed several demonic beasts with this move. But he was just surprised for a moment before returning to his normal self. Because he had known that this move would miss sooner or later. After all, the reaction speed of some demonic beasts was not slow at all. Not only was Gu Yifan surprised, the wolf demon leader was also a bit surprised. Previously, the squad it had encountered, a single charge had rushed that squad, and then it had seized the opportunity to directly bite two people to death, but this human in front of it was different. Not only do you not have the slightest fear of it, but you can launch an attack while dodging. At this moment, the disdain in the wolf demon leader's eyes had disappeared and was replaced by a touch of gravity. Although it had only exchanged hands with Gu Yifan once, as the saying goes, a connoisseur knows whether there is one or not, and from the exchange of hands just now, it had realized that Gu Yifan was not comparable to the humans it had encountered before, and was not at its mercy. Ow! The wolf demon leader roared again and spread his hooves towards Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan wasn't the least bit afraid either. He held his wooden blade in his hand and took a big step toward the wolf demon leader to meet him. Chapter 30 Bloodlust. Bitter Battle. RR. Along with both sides charging forward, the one man and one demon were once again rapidly approaching. This time, the wolf demon leader had learned from the lesson of almost having its throat wiped out by Gu Yifan just now, and instead of opening its bloody mouth and biting at Gu Yifan, it swung its sharp front claws and grabbed at Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, made no changes. He met it brazenly with a wooden blade in his hand. Although the wooden blade was made of wood, but he didn't know what material was used, the texture was extremely hard, coupled with the enhancement of the hidden talent stripping everything. The wooden blade was very sharp. He didn't believe that the wolf demon leader dared to use his meaty claws to harden against the wooden blade. The truth was just as Gu Yifan thought, the wolf demon leader did not use his meaty claws to catch the wooden blade hard. It dodged away for the first time, then swung its other front paw and grabbed at Gu Yifan once again. Seeing this, Gu Yifan didn't attack the wolf demon leader again. He spun forward to dodge the claws grabbed by the wolf demon leader and came to the side of the wolf demon leader's body. At the same time, his right hand was raised like lightning, and the wooden blade in his hand stabbed straight at the wolf demon leader's waist. The wolf demon leader subconsciously dodged towards one side, but it was already a bit too late at this point. Bear! Accompanied by a sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the wooden blade pierced into the wolf demon leader's waist. However, because of the wolf demon leader's dodging, this knife did not stab solidly, and only pierced 2 or 3 centimeters deep. Ow! A mournful scream spat out from the wolf demon leader's mouth. Under the intense pain, its limbs glared at the ground and accelerated to dodge towards one side in an attempt to get rid of the wooden blade that had pierced into it. Just that it had movements, Gu Yifan didn't stop moving. With one strike, Gu Yifan surged forward. At this moment, one person and one wolf were both moving in the same direction, competing to see who was faster. If the wolf demon leader had been faster, it would have been able to get rid of the wooden blade that was stabbing into its body. If Gu Yifan's speed was faster, the wooden blade would be able to penetrate deeper into the wolf demon leader. With the increase in the agility enhancement talent, Gu Yifan's speed was much faster than the wolf demon leader's. So after a bit of a tussle, Gu Yifan had the upper hand, which also caused the wooden blade to pierce deeply into the wolf demon leader's waist. Is it over? Not yet. The moment the wooden blade completely pierced into the wolf demon leader's body, Gu Yifan's right hand snapped and slashed towards the side. Jab! Accompanied by a crisp tearing sound, the wolf demon leader's waist was slashed open by the wooden blade. For a moment, blood soared out from the wound in the wolf demon leader's waist like tap water. However, it was also because Gu Yifan's force changed the direction, causing the wolf demon leader to get rid of the wooden blade, and also pulling away some of the distance between him and Gu Yifan. Ow! Another mournful scream spat out from the wolf demon leader's mouth. Its eyes instantly became crimson, and the gray hairs all over its body were as if electrocuted, all of them exploding, and it looked as if it was a huge hedgehog. This scene made Gu Yifan frown. The wolf demon leader who had been seriously injured by him seemed to have entered a bloodthirsty state fueled by the pain. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan decisively threw a probe at the wolf demon leader. Immediately afterward, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Race, wolf demon leader. Level, 2. Battle strength, 8 stars. Skill, bloodlust. Being in a bloodlust state, battle power increases dramatically. Burst rate, 0.03%. It's really gone into a bloodthirsty state. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse. Previously, the wolf demon leader's battle power was 5 stars, but now it had soared to 8 stars. What was it if it wasn't entering a bloodthirsty state? And he was still thinking of slaughtering the wolf demon leader before it entered its bloodthirsty state, but he ended up letting it enter its bloodthirsty state anyway. Fortunately, the wolf demon leader's battle power had only soared by 3 stars. He might not be without the power to fight. If it had soared a bit more, he was afraid that he wouldn't be the wolf demon leader's opponent and could only escape. Ow! The wolf demon leader roared, once again spreading his hooves and charging towards Gu Yifan. In its bloodthirsty state, it had already ignored the pain, and it only had one thought in its mind, which was to tear Gu Yifan apart. A touch of gravity surfaced in Gu Yifan's eyes. The wolf demon leader's speed was much faster than before, just like a car whose speed went up to 120 mph. That wasn't even the point. The point was that he instantly had judged that the wolf demon leader's speed surpassed his. In this situation, it was never wise to fight the wolf demon leader in close quarters. But then again, he had no means of attacking remotely at all. Melee combat was not possible, nor were long-range attacks, and this matter caused Gu Yifan to be really a bit torn. However, Gu Yifan was not a person who hesitated and had made a decision in an instant. This is just a little faster than me, nothing to be afraid of. Accompanied by a loud curse spitting out from Gu Yifan's mouth, he once again brazenly met the wolf demon leader. Next, Gu Yifan and the wolf demon leader went back and forth, exchanging blows hundreds of times in a short period of time. Although the wolf demon leader's strength had risen greatly after entering the bloodthirsty state, and his speed was faster than Gu Yifan's, Gu Yifan, with his wooden blades and years of mimicry and practiced fighting experience, froze and didn't allow the wolf demon leader to take advantage of a single advantage. However, Gu Yifan wasn't able to take the slightest advantage, and was even forced into a dangerous situation by the wolf demon leader. After forcing back the wolf demon with one slash, Gu Yifan lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, and his figure retreated sharply and violently. He didn't want to retreat, but under the high-intensity exchange of hands, he didn't dare to have the slightest distraction and couldn't consider the strategy to break the situation, so he wanted to pull away the distance between him and the wolf demon leader to buy himself some time to consider. Next, Gu Yifan thought about countermeasures as he kept changing directions and pulling away the distance between him and the wolf demon leader. This is just a little faster than me, but it's so difficult to deal with. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse. At this moment, he deeply realized what those demonic beasts that he had cut down by relying on his agility advantage were feeling. He also understood the mystery of agility. As long as your agility is high enough, you can ignore the gap in other attributes. Gaps in other attributes? Gu Yifan froze, and an aura suddenly flashed through his mind. Immediately afterward, a flash of chagrin appeared in his eyes, and he made a very big mistake. The battle strength value of the demonic beasts was arrived at by the human race based on years of experience in battles, repetitively deduced and repeatedly worked out, which means that the attributes of the demonic beasts can also be measured by the human attributes. The wolf demon leader's strength skyrocketed to 8 stars after entering the bloodthirsty state, meaning that the wolf demon's one or more attributes reached 80 points or more. Gu Yifan couldn't be sure that the wolf demon leader had several attributes that reached 80 points or more, but what he could be sure of was that the wolf demon leader's agility attribute must have reached 80 points or more, or else the wolf demon leader couldn't have been faster than him. Knowing that his agility attribute was 25 points, and that his agility attribute had grown twice as much after utilizing the agility enhancement talent, his agility attribute had reached 75 points, and the wolf demon leader's agility attribute wasn't 80, so how could he be faster than him? And the agility attribute was not the strongest of his 4 attributes. Instead, he was fighting the wolf demon leader for speed. Wasn't this using his own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths? Chapter 31, Building on Strengths and Avoiding Weaknesses. Promoted to the 3rd level. Is up. Gu Yifan let out a laugh to himself, but his eyes were full of laughter. Because after realizing the mistake he made, he knew how to break it. Next, I won't take another step back. Gu Yifan laughed out loud again, and his constantly dodging figure came to a violent stop before he took a big step towards the wolf demon leader. This scene caused the wolf demon leader, who was furiously chasing after him, to rejoice. There was a time limit to entering the bloodthirsty state, and once the bloodthirsty state was lifted, it would fall into an incomparable weakness. Just now, Gu Yifan kept dodging and it couldn't catch up with it bitterly, making it very anxious, even it was considering whether to retreat or not. Otherwise, when the bloodthirsty state was lifted, it would be fish meat on the chopping board and could only be slaughtered by Gu Yifan. However, what it didn't expect was that just as it was about to retreat, Gu Yifan suddenly stopped dodging and also rushed towards it, which was undoubtedly just what it wanted, and also undoubtedly gave it the opportunity to tear Gu Yifan alive. Ow! The wolf demon leader roared in anger and swung his sharp claws to grab the charging Gu Yifan. Seeing this, Gu Yifan casually flipped his hand, and the wooden blade disappeared into thin air in his hand. At the same time, his bare hands brazenly met the sharp claws swung down by the wolf demon leader. This scene made the wolf demon leader even more delighted. Gu Yifan even gave up the sharp blade it had scruples about and blasted against it with his bare hands. This was completely looking for death. You should know that its claws are sharper than an unusual sharp blade. It must seize the opportunity to claw through Gu Yifan's head, claw through Gu Yifan's body, and regenerate and tear Gu Yifan's legs and arms as a way of avenging Gu Yifan for seriously injuring it. Just before it could finish its mirth, the crimson eyes stared steeply. Only to see Gu Yifan's right hand violently move down when it was about to hit its sharp claws, and then turn his fist into a claw, tightly clasping the position above its claws, avoiding its sharp claws while also scratching its calves with raw pain. That wasn't even the point. The point was that after its legs were grabbed by Gu Yifan, it couldn't drop down again no matter how hard it tried. At this moment, the wolf demon leader finally realized that something was wrong. Gu Yifan suddenly stopped dodging and even rushed towards it, not because he was looking for death, but because he had found a way to deal with it. Thinking of this, the wolf demon leader subconsciously had to draw back the leg that was grabbed by Gu Yifan. But the next moment it realized that Gu Yifan's right hand was like a steel claw tightly clasping its leg, and under the force it exerted to break free, it almost jerked its leg baldly skinned and couldn't break free. Helplessly, the wolf demon leader could only give up on breaking free of the leg that was being held by Gu Yifan, and with the support of Gu Yifan's right hand, it violently raised its other front paw and once again grabbed towards Gu Yifan. It was convinced that as long as this claw grabbed solidly, it would definitely be able to disembowel Gu Yifan. It's just that while the idea is wonderful, the reality is a bit cruel. Before its other front paw could get close to Gu Yifan, a loud cry was spat out from Gu Yifan's mouth. "Get up for me!" This was accompanied by a loud bellowing voice. The wolf demon leader clearly felt a surging force emanating from Gu Yifan's right hand. Immediately after that, it flew out of control, then flew over Gu Yifan's head and smashed towards the ground on the other side. At this moment, the wolf demon leader's blood-red eyes were filled with panic. If it could speak human words, it would surely say this. Why is this guy so strong? Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was full of smiles. The way he thought of to break the situation was not only very correct, but also found a right path for the battle afterward. What is Gu Yifan's method of breaking the game? It's simple. There are only 8 words: build on your strengths, avoid your weaknesses, and break them with your strengths. This was also the reason why Gu Yifan stopped competing with the wolf demon leader in terms of speed and fighting skills, and turned to fight the wolf demon leader hard. Although the wolf demon leader's battle power shot up to 8 stars after entering the bloodthirsty state, the wolf demon leader's strength attribute couldn't be any higher than 90 points, or else the wolf demon leader's battle power wouldn't have been 8 stars, but 9 stars. Gu Yifan's strength base attribute was 41 points, and his strength attribute increased threefold after casting the strength enhancement talent. At this moment, his strength attribute was as high as 164 points, which was fully twice that of the wolf demon leader. With the huge gap in power, Gu Yifan's use of hard hitting to deal with the wolf demon was not a matter of hand-to-hand combat. As it turned out, Gu Yifan's judgment was not bad at all. He easily took control of the wolf demon leader and also easily threw the wolf demon leader off. Even so, the scenario is no different from an adult hitting a child. This incident also perfectly explains what one forces 10, what is called in front of absolute power, everything is a paper tiger. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crashing sound, the wolf demon leader's huge body smashed solidly on the ground. Ow! Almost at the same time, a miserable scream spat out from the wolf demon leader's mouth. It only felt that its body was about to be broken apart by Gu Yifan's fall. Under the extreme pain, one of its wolf faces became distorted. Is it over? Of course not. At this moment, the wolf demon leader was still alive, so how could Gu Yifan give the wolf demon leader a chance to catch his breath? Moreover, the human race and the demon race were mortal enemies, so how could Gu Yifan miss the chance to beat up a falling dog? With one strike, Gu Yifan didn't dawdle. He picked up one of the wolf demon's legs and once again threw the wolf demon leader over his head and towards the ground on the other side. Next, Gu Yifan did as he had done, wildly wrestling the wolf demon leader as if he were wrestling a dead dog. Bang! 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 Ow! Ouch! Ow! Accompanied by Gu Yifan's furious slamming of the wolf demon leader, another symphony of dull crashes and screams intertwined was played. The symphony didn't play for long, though. Before all that was left was the dull thumping and crashing. At this moment, the wolf demon was already breathless from Gu Yifan's fall and could die at any time. Bang! Another dull crash sounded. Gu Yifan once again knotted the wolf demon leader to the ground. Although the wolf demon leader could no longer scream at this point, he still had no intention of staying. Carrying one of the wolf demon leader's legs, he wanted to continue to throw the wolf demon leader off and continue to wildly wrestle the wolf demon leader. But before he could make a move, a stream of information suddenly surfaced in his mind. Ding! You have killed the wolf demon leader and gained 50 experience points. Almost simultaneously, Gu Yifan's body erupted with dazzling white light. Once again, Gu Yifan clearly felt that he had gotten stronger. As mentioned earlier, Gu Yifan only needed to kill one more level 2 demonic beast to rise from level 2 to level 3, not to mention killing the even more powerful wolf demon leader. Along with Gu Yifan's leveling up to level 3, he was considered to have caught up with the first camp of the 815th novice village. From the time he came to the God's End continent until now, it was just over an hour at full count. In this hour, Gu Yifan had first risen to level 2 and then to level 3. This upgrade speed could not be described as fast. The reason for this is precisely because of the sharpening of the knife. Gu Yifan's previous accumulation in the 4 attributes and cultivation talent turned into rewards at this moment. If not for this, he would not have been able to dryly kill a rabbit demon, 4 wolf demons, and a wolf demon leader. Gu Yifan wasn't thrilled by the upgrade, and his cheeks were filled with anticipation. He was expecting a hint of the wolf demon leader dropping his treasure. Chapter 32, Pendant of Concealment. Skill Bloodlust. In Gu Yifan's anticipation, the prompt came as promised. Ding! The wolf demon leader dropped a pendant. At this moment, a flash of ecstasy appeared on Gu Yifan's cheeks. His judgment was right. Up until now, no one had decapitated the wolf demon leader. Of course, it's possible that it's not a first kill drop, but that's really unlikely. One reason was because the wolf demon leader had the bloodthirsty skill. Once he entered the bloodthirsty state, his battle power directly soared to 8 stars, and the highest ranked person on the village ranking list was only at level 3, so it was unlikely that he would be able to kill the wolf demon leader. Secondly, it was because the burst rate of the wolf demon leader was only 3 out of 10,000, which was really a bit low, and Gu Yifan had gotten his skill book from a lucky break just before, so he didn't think his luck would be that good. The truth was just as Gu Yifan thought, this wolf demon he had beheaded was indeed the first kill. The next moment, Gu Yifan suddenly frowned. When he dropped the treasure before, either the item appeared in his hand or on the ground, but this time, there was no item in his hand and no item on the ground, so where did the pendant that had just been dropped go? Casually dropping the wolf demon leader's body on the ground, Gu Yifan searched the surrounding area carefully, but found nothing. What's the situation? Gu Yifan was a bit confused. Immediately following that, he seemed to have thought of something and hastily summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 3. Root Bone, 41. Spirituality, 26. Strength, 46 plus 5. Agility, 31. Free attribute points, 10. Experience, 10,400. Talents, Strip Everything Hidden, Strength Enhancement D, Agility Enhancement E, Roots and Bones Enhancement E, Sight Enhancement E, Olfactory Enhancement F, Auditory Enhancement E, Fireflame F. Skills, Probing. Battle Strength, 4 stars. Gu Yifan's 4 attributes had increased by 5 points each, and his free attribute points had also increased by 5 points, but he was still a 4-star combatant. Also, level 3 to level 4 required 400 points of experience, and according to the experience contributed by level 2 demonic beasts, he would need to kill 10 level 2 demonic beasts in order to ascend from level 3 to level 4. However, Gu Yifan didn't summon the Heaven's Path interface to check the attributes, so he just glanced at it before opening the item bar. It just occurred to him that the God's End continent had opened up the item bar with this perfect upgrade. Would the dropped items be stored directly in the item bar? After all, many games on the Divine End continent were like this. Swish! The Heaven's Path interface flashed with light and changed into an item bar. At a glance, Gu Yifan saw a dark green teardrop-shaped pendant with a string lying quietly in the item bar. It's really here. Tendo didn't say anything about it. It scared me. Just now I thought the pendant was snatched by a ghost. Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief and raised his hand to place it on the pendant. Immediately following this, a row of small letters followed. Pendant of Concealment. Wearing this pendant hides one's attributes and isolates one from all probing. Great stuff. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with ecstasy. Although the Pendant of Concealment couldn't boost his combat power, it could hide his strength. It was important to realize that his 4 attributes were somewhat different, and could even be said to be somewhat perverted. This was just the current situation. Along with him stripping away more attribute points, his attributes would far exceed the world's knowledge, and he wasn't the only one who possessed the scrying skill. If his perverted attributes were discovered and leaked out again, he doubted he would be sliced up and studied as a mouse. Before that, he was a little worried about this, but now he didn't have to worry. Because of the Pendant of Concealment, no one would be able to detect his attributes and his secrets would not be revealed. Decisively taking out the Pendant of Concealment, Gu Yifan put it around his neck. But immediately afterward, he realized something was wrong. Now that he was bare-chested and had no clothes to cover him, carrying a pendant was really a bit eye-catching, and as long as anyone who wasn't stupid knew that the pendant he was carrying was an item that fell from the beheading of a demonic beast, after all, items on the divine continent couldn't be brought in. After a moment's thought, Gu Yifan took off the Pendant of Concealment again. The 99th district was a new area, and the probability of the skill book scrying dropping wasn't great, and right now there shouldn't be many people with scrying skills, so the possibility of his perverted attributes being exposed wasn't great. Of course, there is the possibility of exposure. But that point may be compared to the 100% exposure of wearing the Pendant of Concealment, and it's better to go with the former. Putting the Pendant of Concealment back into the item bar, Gu Yifan then wanted to put the wolf demon leader's corpse into his storage ring. He had experimented before that snake demons and snake demon leaders were the same kind of demonic beasts, and wolf demons and wolf demon leaders would not be an exception. While he had already stripped 3 wolf demons, stripping the wolf demon leaders would not yield any gains. But in the next moment, the hand he had just raised stopped again, and a touch of thought still surfaced on his cheeks. Just now it suddenly occurred to him that the wolf demon leader was a bit different from the snake demon leader. The snake demon leader didn't have skills, but the wolf demon leader had skills. He was wondering if the hidden talent strip everything could strip the skills of the demonic beasts. If you can, just try it. With that, Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it over the wolf demon leader's corpse. Ding! Stripping was successful. You gain the bloodlust skill. Not bad at all. Gu Yifan was pleasantly surprised. But come to think of it, the hidden talent strip everything could strip human talents, so why couldn't it strip demonic beasts of their skills? It's a good thing I tried it or I would have missed a skill. Well, looks like we'll have to try it more often in the future, just in case something comes up. Gu Yifan mumbled to himself while tapping on the attribute screen. Only to see that there was one more skill in the skill column besides probing, bloodlust. Although Gu Yifan already knew the role of the bloodlust skill when he scouted the wolf demon leader earlier, the information he found from the scouting skill was incomplete, so he raised his hand and placed it on the word bloodlust to check the skill description. Immediately following that, a row of small print followed. Bloodlust, entering the bloodlust state, all attributes are increased by 50%, lasts for a maximum of 10 minutes, after which it will fall into a weakened state. The longer the bloodlust skill lasts, the longer the weakened state lasts for a maximum of 10 hours. The book says that skills that stimulate potential should not be used indiscriminately, so it's true. Gu Yifan was a bit thankful in his heart. Fortunately, he checked under caution, otherwise he would have put himself in danger when he fell into a period of weakness. But then again, a skill like bloodlust that stimulates potential is not a regular skill, it's for saving your life. A period of weakening is nothing compared to a small life. It's nice to have a life-saving skill. Gu Yifan smacked his lips again. Without further delay, he casually waved his hand and put the wolf demon leader and the 4 wolf demon corpses into his storage ring. Although this time the effect of waiting for the rabbit was very good, it was a crooked one. If he continued, it would probably be a waste of time, so he did not intend to continue to wait for the rabbit. By the way, let's see what number I've rushed to on the Village 100 list now. Gu Yifan said and opened the list interface. Chapter 33, Trying Not to Take It Easy. Hidden Treasure Pavilion. 815 Novice Village Top 100 Rankings. First place, High Strength, Level 3. Second place, Chao Shiyan, level 3. Third place, Zhang Rou, level 3. 31st, Gu Yifan, level 3. Gu Yifan checked the village top 100 list from beginning to end. Not much has changed on the village top 100 list. No, there has been a change as well. In one breath, he rushed from the unlisted to the 31st place, squeezing the original 31st to 99th places one place backward, while the original 100th place was squeezed off the village top 100 list. Only 31. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. Thinking about it, before this there have been 30 people to raise the level to 3, and he has just raised the level to 3, beyond the experience is only 10 points, ranked in the village level 100 list 31st is really normal. Fortunately, no one heard what Gu Yifan said, otherwise he would have been drowned in spittle. Only used almost an hour time, which most of the time is still spent on rushing and waiting, from the unlisted rush to the 31st, this leveling speed is if sitting on a rocket, you even do not meet? Keep looking for demonic beasts. Gu Yifan added, but you have to take it easy, if you're not careful with the whole first one, it's not good. What people live the longest in this world? It wasn't someone who was low-key or powerful, but someone who was both low-key and powerful, so he had to keep a low profile so as not to attract the attention of those with bad intentions and cause trouble for himself. As the words fell, Gu Yifan didn't delay any longer and took a step forward. However, what he didn't realize was that plans don't change fast enough. There are times when he can't just take it easy if he wants to. And there are times when he doesn't want to take it easy but has to instead. That's why people are in the world, and they can't help it. At this moment, several miles away from Gu Yifan, a voice filled with shock resounded abruptly. Gu Yifan has risen to the 3rd level, and has also rushed to the 31st place in the village level top 100 list. This voice of words came from Lijia's mouth. Ever since he learned that Gu Yifan had single-handedly killed a 4-headed wolf demon, he had been silent. It wasn't that he was struck by Gu Yifan's formidable battle record, but he realized that a lot of his previous horses' asses had been patted on the hoof, and he was worried that Gao Zhuan would have any preconceived notions about him because of this and give him small shoes. It wasn't until he had just encountered a demonic beast and he was almost bitten to death by it due to his lack of mental focus, only to be saved by Gao Zhuang at the critical moment, that he abruptly realized that he was the one who had measured the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a careful man. Because if Gao Zhuang had any preconceived notions about him, wouldn't he have saved his life? Without worries, Lijia's mind suddenly came alive, and then he thought that Gu Yifan's strength was so strong that his leveling speed must not be slow, and before that, Gu Yifan single-handedly killed 4 wolf demons, so there was a high probability that he had already rushed up to the village level top 100 list. And then there was the gasp that just came. Hearing Lijia's exclamation, Zhao Rui and the others opened the list to check. There's nothing surprising about this. Gao Zhuang, on the other hand, laughed bitterly. After determining that he single-handedly killed the 4 wolf demons earlier, I did open the list to check it out, and he would have already risen to the 2nd level by that time, and also rushed to the 43rd place in the village level top 100 list. Brother Gao, Gu Yifan's upgrade speed is just too fast. Zhao Rui exclaimed, earlier you said that he was still stuck at level 1 during the level test, which means that he was still at level 1 when he entered the God's End continent this time around, and it's only been an hour since he entered the God's End continent, and he's risen from level 1 to level 3. Normal. Gao Zhuang said, he's traveling alone, and the experience he gains from killing demonic beasts is all his own. If he's a bit more lucky and encounters quite a few demonic beasts, he can't even think about upgrading faster. That's true. Zhao Rui nodded. Don't delay. Gao Zhuang added, hurry up and look for the demonic beasts, or you'll be overtaken by him. It was just that he said so on his lips, but in his heart he laughed bitterly. Because he knew very well that being overtaken by Gu Yifan was just a matter of time sooner or later. Achoo! Gu Yifan, who was searching for demonic beasts, suddenly sneezed. Who's talking about me? Gu Yifan rubbed his nose. But that was all he said and continued to search for the demonic beasts. In Gu Yifan's search, the morning had quickly passed. During this morning, he didn't know if the encounter with the wolf demon leader had consumed his good fortune for the day. He only found 2 second-grade demonic beasts, which he then dryly decapitated. The only consolation was that neither of the 2 demonic beasts were wolf demons, and he gained 80 experience points and 8 agility attribute points. As for the corpses of demonic beasts, not a single one was found. The reason for this is precisely because most people are still skulking around in the plains of the novice village. And I said take it easy. Now it looks like there's no need to take it easy at all, or I'll be forced to take it easy even if I don't want to. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Before that, he was thinking of taking it easy with his upgrades so that he wouldn't accidentally rush to the number 1 spot on the village level top 100 list and attract the attention of people with bad intentions, but as a result, he couldn't even find a few demonic beasts, so he couldn't even think of not taking it easy. Gollum! 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 Just then, Gu Yifan's stomach suddenly growled. The last time I came to the God's End continent I didn't feel hungry for almost a day, how come this time I'm hungry after only a morning? Gu Yifan was a bit puzzled. However, he soon reacted. The last time he came to the God's End continent was the first time he entered the God's End continent. In addition to excitement and curiosity, he was also very nervous. With a high level of mental concentration, where would he feel hungry? But this time when he came to the God's End continent, he had some experience, and his spirit was not so tense, and he felt hungry by the time he reached mealtime. Sharpen your knives and fix something to eat, Gu Yifan said and ran around and picked up some branches and leaves. Then after making 2 stands with the branches, he took out the rabbit demon's corpse and cleaned it up very neatly. When he had finished cleaning up, he threaded the rabbit demon meat through a straight branch and set it up on 2 stands. Put some leaves into the center of the 2 stands and some branches on top of the leaves. Gu Yifan flicked his finger, and a wisp of fire appeared out of nowhere at the tip of his finger. I didn't think this thing would be of much use, but I forgot that it can be used as a fire source, Gu Yifan exclaimed. Before his talent awakened, he had learned a lot of wilderness survival skills in preparation for entering the God's End continent. Things like what you can and can't eat in the wilderness, how to grill, how to find water, etc. But there was one thing that gave Gu Yifan a headache, and that was the fire source. It wasn't that he hadn't tried drilling wood for fire, but drilling wood for fire was not only laborious, it was also difficult to pull off. Now that he had the F-grade cultivation talent fire, it had perfectly solved his biggest headache. Using the fire at his fingertips to ignite the leaves, Gu Yifan began to roast the rabbit demon's meat. With nothing else to do, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and opened the chat channel. He wanted to see what the others were talking about and if there was some useful information. I'm so hungry, some kind soul do me a favor and give me something to eat. I'm damn hungry too. I've been gnawing on tree bark and eating grass roots in order to fill my stomach. Can I say I'm eating raw meat? I'm so worried about getting diarrhea later. Why don't you let the outside be brought in? The God's End continent is so pitiful. I'd like to greet whoever made the rule about not letting things from outside be brought in. Messages were scrolling rapidly through the chat channel, but clear as day they were all screaming about hunger. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. Turns out he wasn't the only one who was hungry, a lot of people were. Fortunately, he had stripped down to the F-rank cultivation talent fire, otherwise this would have been a time when he would have had to worry about food as well. Should I tell them I'm baking? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. But soon he dismissed the idea. It's just too much hate to do that, so it's better to enjoy the food alone and in silence. After spending almost half an hour, the rabbit demon's meat had been roasted to a crisp on the outside. This was one of the benefits of demon beast meat, it was easy to cook and rot. Tearing off a rabbit demon leg, Gu Yifan took a big bite. But just as he took his first bite, the mechanical yet cold words of the Heavenly Dao suddenly exploded in the sky. Trading opportunities appear, the 99th region of the God's End continent opens the Treasure Pavilion, all items can be traded in the Treasure Pavilion, and for safety's sake, the Treasure Pavilion will conceal the seller's and buyer's information. Chapter 34 Business Opportunities Unlimited. I am not a bodhisattva. A hidden treasure? The people in the 99th district were filled with confusion. Before this, they had never heard of the God's End continent having a treasure pavilion that could be used to trade items. But soon they reacted. Treasure Pavilion should be the God's End continent this time perfect upgrade to add a new function, and is divided into zones and need the opportunity to open, so the Heavenly Dao did not announce. But immediately afterward, they were puzzled as to where the opportunity to trade came from. Most of them are now penniless. The man has only a big pants on him, and the woman has an extra small undershirt. Well, and a wooden knife. What are they trading? Is it hard to trade for big pants? Gu Yifan also pondered where the opportunity for a deal came from. Soon, his eyes grew steeply brighter. It'll be everyone crying out for hunger, and he's grilling. Isn't that a deal breaker? In that case, the God's End continent opened the Treasure Pavilion most likely because of me? Well, I'm kind of the one who changed the course of the God's End continent. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, a little proud in his heart. It wasn't that Gu Yifan was narcissistic, but he had just roasted the rabbit demon's meat when the God's End continent announced the opening of the treasure pavilion. The timing was so stuck on that it was hard for him to think otherwise. The truth was just as Gu Yifan thought, it was indeed him who had caused the God's End continent's 99th region to open the treasure pavilion. But this matter was not the point for Gu Yifan, the point was what he could gain from the deal. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavenly Dao interface. Only to see an extra row of words at the bottom of the Heaven's Path interface, Treasure Pavilion. Click on the treasure chest and a new interface follows, with only 2 buttons on the interface, Sell and Buy. Click on the Sell button and a new screen pops up. There is a slightly larger box at the top of the interface, and a row of smaller boxes below it. After a little thought, Gu Yifan tore off a rabbit demon leg. He weighed it in his hand and it probably weighed 5 pounds. 5 pounds of meat, almost enough for 3 days. Gu Yifan muttered to himself, then with a single movement of his mind, the rabbit demon legs appeared in the box at the top of the interface. Immediately following that, rows of small words followed on the interface. Item, roast pork rabbit demon. Quantity, about 5 pounds. Redemption? At the bottom are 2 buttons, cancel and confirm. Gu Yifan decisively entered the words a grade 2 demonic beast corpse in the exchange column. Followed by another pop-up interface. In the interface were the names of all the level 2 demonic beasts. There is a small box in front of the name of the second level demonic beast, which is used to check the box, and there is also the word confirm at the bottom of the interface. This thing is pretty smart. Gu Yifan let out a sigh of relief and selected all of the level 2 demonic beasts except the wolf demon. He traded the roasted meat for a second level demonic beast in order to strip away attribute points, and he was prepared to trade to a wolf demon, but he didn't think that he could also choose the type of demonic beast he wanted to trade, in which case he wouldn't need to worry about trading to a wolf demon. Click the confirm button and the interface returns to the previous level. Click the confirm button again and the rabbit demon meat in the large box runs into the small box below. At the same time, a message popped up, the shelves were successful. Gu Yifan returned to the main interface of the treasure pavilion and clicked the buy button to enter the purchase interface. You just see a search box at the top of the interface, and a lot of little grids below the search box. There was only one item alone in those small compartments, the roasted meat that Gu Yifan had just put on the shelves. After figuring out how to do it, Gu Yifan began to split the rabbit demon meat that had just been roasted, each one weighing almost 5 pounds, and then one by one, he shelved the split rabbit demon meat into the treasure chest. Before he could even get all the portioned rabbit demon meat onto the shelves, a reminder voice appeared in his mind. Ding! The rabbit demon meat you shelved into the treasure pavilion has been sold, harvesting a grade 2 demon beast carcass. Almost simultaneously, a portion of rabbit demon meat in the selling interface turned into a grade 2 demon beast corpse. Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. He was thinking it would take a while to sell. After all, the one he was trading for was a level 2 demonic beast, and most of the people would still be skulking around in the plains of the novice village at this point. However, he soon reacted that the treasure pavilion was a function that had just come out, there must be quite a few people working on it, and that the treasure pavilion wasn't facing only novice village 815, but the entire 99th district. When he thought of this, a flash of ecstasy appeared on Gu Yifan's cheeks. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to sell a few portions of demonic beast meat, after all, not many people from novice village number 815 entered Chang'an City West, but facing the entire 99th district, the number of portions he could sell would be impossible to estimate. You have to realize that there are a lot of newbie villages in the 99th district. Even if there weren't many people entering Chang'an City West from a single novice village, all the novice villages together, that number would be terrifying. Realizing this, Gu Yifan was instantly filled with motivation before continuing to shelve demonic beast meat. However, he didn't exchange all of the roasted meat for second-grade demonic beasts, and part of the roasted meat was used to exchange for spirit medicines and equipment. Although there weren't many people who possessed a fire talent, this was proportionally speaking, whereas there were quite a few people in the 99th district, there must be quite a few people who possessed a fire cultivation talent. Those people aren't little cuties either. And will definitely follow their example and sell demon beast meat on the hidden treasure pavilion to steal business from him. So he had to hurry up and exchange some other things, otherwise when the people with fire talents rolled up, it would be difficult for him to exchange demon beast meat for other things. Once all the rabbit demon meat was on the shelves, Gu Yifan didn't even bother to eat the meat before he started to continue roasting it. But this time instead of roasting one head, he set up 3 more grills and roasted 4 heads at once. Gu Yifan also wanted to roast more, but he had to spend time cleaning up the demonic beasts, and he had to pick up firewood, and the roasted meat needed to be constantly rotated, so he wouldn't be able to keep himself busy if he roasted a larger quantity. As a moral, conscientious man, he cannot sell roasted meat. Along with more and more people seeing the roasted meat in the treasure pavilion, the chat channels of the various novice villages exploded. Surprisingly, someone is eating barbecued meat and selling it on the treasure pavilion, common. I'm suffering from hunger while others are eating barbecued meat, people are so angry. I finally don't have to eat raw meat. Nothing to say, hurry up and go to the hidden treasure cabinet to take a look. Grassroots and bark, I just can't swallow it, I'll hurry to the treasure pavilion too. Are you guys? Why don't you hurry to the treasure pavilion to take a look and still talk here? Wouldn't you be cursing even yourself with that statement? The chat channel buzzed for a while, then quieted down as everyone went to look at the hidden treasure. But soon the chat channel was buzzing again. A roast of about 5 pounds for a second-ranked demonic beast, and a roast of about 10 pounds for a spirit medicine or a bronze-ranked equipment, that's too dark, isn't it? What's the guy selling barbecued meat exchanging for a grade 2 demonic beast corpse for? I'm still in the plains of the ING novice village, where am I going to find a level 2 demonic beast? Kalman who sells barbecued meat, let's discuss, can we exchange a grade 1 demonic beast for barbecued meat? The people who are talking here are in the novice village plains, and those who are in the west of Chang'an city have gone to look for level 2 demon beasts. At this time, Gu Yifan was still busy with his work and didn't have any time to look at the chat channel. Time was wealth, time was attribute points, and he had to grab them. Only after the 4 demonic beasts were all openly roasted did he pick up the rabid demon leg he had left behind and continue to gnaw on it. And during the time he was busy, the demonic beast meat that had just been put on the shelves had already been sold out. With nothing else to do, Gu Yifan opened the chat channel again, then saw some people calling him a black-hearted adulterer. In response, Gu Yifan didn't care. Although he used the demon beast meat for spirit medicine and equipment is indeed quite black-hearted, but he is not killing and setting fire, but a fair and open trade. You think I am black-hearted, not traders, and no one forced you to trade. However, those who scolded him for being a black-hearted adulterer were only a few, and more of them asked if they could exchange a first-grade demonic beast for roasted meat. In response, he simply chose to ignore it. First-grade demonic beasts were useless to him, and roasted meat wasn't for nothing. Who would go to the trouble and time of roasting meat for something useless? It's not like he's a bodhisattva who needs to universalize all sentient beings. Others said the roast was sold out and asked when he was going to put new roasts on the shelves. In response, Gu Yifan didn't have the slightest intention of replying. The hidden treasure will hide the information of the seller and the buyer. If he replies, won't he be exposed? Closing the chat channel. Gu Yifan numbly ate his stomach and opened the hidden treasure again. He just got a lot of good stuff for the roast he put on the shelf. Chapter 35 Potpourri. Strength skyrocketed. Along with the selling interface, rows and rows of items appeared in Gu Yifan's line of sight. These items were all traded by Gu Yifan in exchange for barbecued meat. He counted a total of 15 level 2 demonic beasts, 5 pieces of equipment, and a spirit medicine. Gu Yifan's mind moved and took out the elixir. Following that, a dark green flower appeared out of nowhere in his hand. Echidna flower. No wonder that person is willing to take it out for redemption. Gu Yifan came to a realization. The bone erosion flower was a highly poisonous thing, only useful to those who possess the talent of poison cultivation, and for others to take it would undoubtedly be taking arsenic. But it's useless to others, not so much to him. Because he had the hidden talent of stripping everything, he might be able to strip the poison cultivation talent at some point. After putting the bone eroding flower into his storage ring, Gu Yifan took out 5 more pieces of equipment. The next moment, 5 pieces of equipment appeared on the ground out of nowhere. A long knife, a dagger, 2 identical dresses, and a pair of shoes. I didn't even pop out a single piece of equipment. Surprisingly, there are quite a few people who are willing to exchange their equipment for grilled meat. What a luxury! Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. But that's all he did was sigh. There are even 1,000 people in Novice Village 815, and there are many novice villages in the 99th district, so you can imagine how many people there are in the 99th district, and with that many people, even if the explosion rate of low-level demonic beasts is very low, there will still be some items that will explode. As for those who traded their gear for barbecue, those people likely had more than one piece of equipment, and since bronze-level equipment was precious now and no one would want it if they gave it away later, it wasn't hard to understand that those people were exchanging their equipment for roasted meat. Picking up the long knife, a stream of information surfaced in Gu Yifan's mind. Iron blade, plus 6 attack power, bronze level. Gu Yifan checked the other 4 pieces of equipment. Iron dagger, plus 7 attack power, bronze level. Cloth, plus 3 root bone, plus 4 spiritual strength, bronze level. Cloth, plus 4 root bone, plus 3 spiritual strength, bronze level. Step shoes, agility plus 7, bronze level. Who all came up with this name? It's so random, there's no level of culture at all, but the name isn't important. What's important is the added attributes, but the attributes added to these pieces of equipment aren't good. Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. The maximum number of attributes added by bronze level equipment was 10 points, while the highest attribute added by the equipment he switched to was only 7 points. But it's better than nothing. Gu Yifan equipped the iron blade, cloth shoes, and root bone plus 4 cloth clothes, and put the other 2 pieces of equipment into the equipment bar. He didn't use his hidden talent strip everything to raise his equipment level. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but silver level equipment needed to be level 10 to be worn. In the next moment, with a flash of light on Gu Yifan's body, there was a gray sleeveless top and a pair of gray shorts, as well as a silver-white dagger in his hand. Gu Yifan looked down and a smile appeared on his cheeks. Although the iron blade, cloth clothes, and cloth shoes didn't improve his combat power much, he finally didn't have to be naked anymore and could put the pendant of concealment on. Taking out the pendant of concealment from his storage ring, Gu Yifan put it on and then took out all of the demonic beast corpses he had exchanged. Swish! 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 A demonic beast corpse appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground, Gu Yifan raised his hand and slapped his forehead, a touch of chagrin appearing on his cheeks. Just now, he was so focused on his work that he forgot to calculate the number of demonic beasts of different races that were exchanged, which resulted in 5 demonic beasts of both races being exchanged, and 4 portions of roasted meat being wasted for nothing. It's not useless at all, at the very least it can be used for grilling, but you'll have to be careful after that. Gu Yifan soothed himself, and then cast the hidden talent to strip everything. Along with Gu Yifan raising his hand and brushing it over the corpse of a demonic beast, a reminder sounded in his mind one after another. Ding! Stripping was successful, you gained 4 agility attribute points. Ding! Stripping was successful, you gained 5 spiritual attribute points. Ding! Stripping successful, you gained 3 strength attribute points. When he finished stripping all the demonic beasts, Gu Yifan received 12 strength attribute points, 17 spirituality attribute points, 9 agility attribute points, and 8 root bone attribute points. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand and put all the demonic beast corpses into his storage ring. With another mental movement, he summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 3. Root bone, 49 plus 4. Spirituality, 43 plus 3. Strength, 58 plus 7. Agility, 48 plus 7. Free attribute points, 10. Experience, 9400. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement D, agility enhancement E, roots and bones enhancement E, sight enhancement E, olfactory enhancement F, auditory enhancement E, fireflame F. Skills, probing, bloodlust. Battle strength, 5 stars. Level 3 are this attribute, awesome. Well, the battle power has been raised to 5 stars too. Gu Yifan closed the Heaven's Path interface after a stinky sentence. After turning the 4 grills around for a bit, he took out a demonic beast and began to clean it up in preparation for continuing to grill the meat. A few minutes later, the demonic beast meat on one of the grills gave off an intoxicating fragrance. This also meant that the demonic beast meat on this grill was already cooked. After Gu Yifan stopped cleaning the demonic beasts, removed the roasted demonic beast meat, and put on another demonic beast that he had just cleaned to continue roasting, he began to split the roasted demonic beast meat and racked it up to the treasure pavilion. Soon someone will be selling baked goods on the stash. He's going to redeem more stuff before someone else sells the roast. Next, Gu Yifan was either cleaning up the demonic beasts, picking up firewood, rotating the grill, or dividing the roasted meat to put it on the treasure pavilion, and he was so busy that he didn't even have the time to take a break. On top of that, he had to keep an eye out for which demonic beasts had enough numbers to exclude them from the redemption list. But he was busy and happy. Because his roasted meat was selling extremely hot, it didn't take long for the roasted meat for redeeming second-level demonic beasts to be snapped up in the time it took to put it on the shelves. However, it was also because business was so booming that sometimes he couldn't even cull out enough demonic beasts in sufficient quantity before the demonic beast meat on the shelves was exchanged, which led to him exchanging for some more demonic beasts that couldn't be stripped of their attribute points. There wasn't much Gu Yifan could do about it, who let business get too hot. As for the roasted meat for exchanging elixirs and equipment, the selling was not so hot. The roasted meat that was exchanged for the elixir was not sold in a single serving. Only a few roasts were sold to redeem equipment. The reason for this was precisely because many people didn't have equipment or elixirs yet, or they didn't care to exchange them. After half an hour, Gu Yifan stopped exchanging second-level demonic beasts and only exchanged spirit medicine and equipment. He had already collected enough of all types of second-grade demonic beasts to have 3, there was no need to collect anymore, and he was going to use this to force those who wanted to eat meat but didn't feel like exchanging their spirit medicines and equipment for roasted meat. The chat channel exploded as Gu Yifan stopped exchanging level 2 demonic beasts. Before, it was almost 10 minutes to get a batch of roasts on the shelves. It's been more than 10 minutes, why haven't we seen any roasts? Is this not going to exchange for second-level demonic beasts, only equipment and elixirs? We just decapitated a grade 2 demonic beast, yet you don't use roasted meat to exchange for a grade 2 demonic beast? God who sells roasted meat, please hurry up and redeem the roasted meat of a second-grade demonic beast on the shelves. Granny Bear, the heart of the man who sells barbecue is even darker. I'm starving. Forget it, I'll redeem my equipment. The chat channels of all the newbie villages were ablaze. The vast majority of people were asking why they didn't redeem the roasted meat of a grade 2 demonic beast on the shelves. However, their curses, inquiries, questions, and so on were destined to go unanswered by Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan didn't know that the chat channels of the various novice villages had blown up, and he was still busy roasting the meat. Of course, he just knew and wouldn't care. By the way, it's been over an hour, so someone should be selling barbecue, right? Gu Yifan suddenly remembered this matter, then he opened the treasure pavilion and checked the purchase interface. Only the purchase screen was clear of the roast he was selling. Surprisingly, no one has sold yet? These people are a bit slow to respond. But that's good, a solo business for a while. Gu Yifan said that he wanted to close the purchase interface. But right at this moment, the purchase interface suddenly flashed with light. Immediately afterward, a roast appeared in the first compartment at the bottom of the purchase screen, squeezing all the roasts he was selling one compartment back. Chapter 36, Roll with me? I can't kill you. Grass. I just said no one was stealing business, and here it is. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse. But then again, it's nice that it's taken this long for someone to steal business. You know, originally he was thinking that in half an hour at the most someone would follow suit and sell the roast. As for why it took so long for someone to follow the trend of selling barbecue? It could be that there were no demonic beast corpses around those with fire talents, and they still had to search for demonic beasts, which took a lot of time, or it could be some other reason, but Gu Yifan was too lazy to think about what exactly it was. Lift your hand and place it on the roast in the first compartment. Gu Yifan wanted to see what the man was going to change. Why was that person's night rack at the top of the line? Immediately following that, a row of messages followed, 15 pounds of roasted meat for 1 piece of equipment or 1 elixir. Grass. No wonder it's at the top of the list. This is going to roll with me. Gu Yifan was instantly on fire. If that person had exchanged the same amount of roasted meat for equipment and elixirs, he might not have bothered with that person. After all, the treasure pavilion wasn't his alone, anyone could do business on it. But for this guy to raise the amount of barbecue he redeems, isn't this a price war or a roll with him? Can he wimp out in the face of this? Obviously not. At this moment, the demonic beast meat on one of the grills happened to emit an intoxicating fragrance. Grandma Bear, roll with me? I'll roll you. Gu Yifan let out a cold laugh and removed the demonic beast meat from the grill, putting on another clean demonic beast to continue grilling. Swish. The iron dagger in Gu Yifan's hand cut down a large piece of demonic beast meat with a flash of light. Weighing it in our hands, it was almost 20 pounds, and then it was decisively on the shelf. On rolls? He was still really scared of anyone, otherwise he wouldn't have occupied the #1 spot in the Wulong Martial Academy all year round. Swish. The purchasing interface flashed with light, and Gu Yifan's grilled meat that had just been shelved appeared in the first compartment. At this moment, in Novice Village number 538, in a dense forest west of Chang'an City, a group of people were sitting around in front of a bonfire, and above the bonfire was a rack of freshly roasted demonic beast meat. The group of men all had a mustache below their noses, so characteristic that it was obvious at first glance that they were from the Japanese country. Ito-kun, exchanging grilled meat for equipment and elixirs is a profitable business, so why don't you put more grilled meat on the shelves? Yama-kun, we're all hungry, we'll have to keep some of it for ourselves, and we'll have to keep some of the grilled meat for backup for the next 2 days or so, plus one, we need to upgrade in a hurry, so we can't waste our time grilling meat. Ito-kun, what you said makes sense, but exchanging equipment and elixirs is a profitable business. I know, put a roast on the shelves first to see how it sells, and if it sells well, keep it on the shelves. Ito-kun, you're worrying too much. That man's roasts are selling so well, we have more roasts on the shelves than he does, they'll definitely sell well, there's no need to worry about that at all. Yama-kun, haven't you forgotten? We can raise the price, and so can that man. Ito-kun, you're worrying too much again. My great Japanese nation is the most powerful nation in the world, who would dare to steal business from us? What Yama-kun said is exactly right, if we grill the meat on the shelf, that man will have to back off. Swish! The purchase interface flashed with light, and a grilled meat appeared in the first compartment of the purchase interface. This scene caused Yama-kun and the others who were paying attention to the hidden treasure pavilion to freeze abruptly. They just said that no one dares to steal business from them, and then a roast is on the shelves and occupies the first compartment. Isn't this a slap in their face? Nanny! That person actually exchanged 20 pounds of roasted meat for equipment and elixirs, 5 pounds higher than us. Baka! That man dares to provoke our great Japanese nation, he's simply tired of living. Baka! Don't let me know who that guy is, or I'll kill him. Ito-kun, that man dares to fight us in a price war, let's roll him. Ito-kun didn't say anything as he decisively took down the roast and put up another 25-pound roast. Although he had anticipated that after he raised his price, Gu Yifan would also raise his price, when this matter really came up, he instantly felt that his dignity as a member of the great Japanese nation had been provoked. Baka! How dare you steal business from my great Japanese nation, let's see us roll you to death. Now let's see if that man still dares to roll with my great Japanese nation. Is there any need to ask? That person will definitely wimp out when he sees how strong my great Japanese nation is. Ha, that guy took down the roast that was just on the shelf, he must have wimped out. Yama-kun and the others all raised their eyebrows and looked as if they were the oldest in the sky, the oldest in the earth, and the oldest in me. But the smack in the face came back soon after. Swish! The purchase interface flickered with light, and another roast hit the shelves, occupying the first compartment again. This time it was 30 pounds of roasted meat for one piece of equipment or one elixir. Nanny! That person even dares to compete with us, has he eaten the guts of a bear? Ito-kun, raise the price in him. Baka! The might of our great Japanese nation cannot be provoked, we must him up. Yama-kun and the others were once again righteously indignant and looked humiliated. Ito-kun, on the other hand, once again took down the roast that had just been put on the shelf and put up another 35-pound roast. This time, Yama-kun and the others did not clamor. Because they've been hit in the face twice and don't want to be hit a third time. At this moment, the people who were paying attention to the hidden treasures and waiting to buy the roasted meat all noticed the movement of the purchase interface. It's on a roll, huh? Ha, all hurry up and roll, the harder you roll the better. It's good that it's rolled up so we can redeem the roast at the lowest possible price. Good my ass. Didn't you guys notice that all they exchanged were equipment and elixirs, and no one exchanged demonic beast corpses? Similar messages scrolled through the chat channels of the various newbie villages. But along with the last message appearing, the chat channel suddenly went quiet. Yeah, they wanted roasted meat in exchange for demon beast corpses, not roasted meat in exchange for equipment and elixirs. Why don't these two use roasted meat to exchange for demonic beast corpses? The same thought flashed through a number of minds. However, what they didn't know was that Gu Yifan had exchanged roasted meat for demonic beast corpses in order to strip away attribute points, and now that he had collected enough second-grade demonic beasts, he wouldn't exchange roasted meat for demonic beast corpses again. As for Ito-kun and the others? Demon beast corpses were just waste to them, would they exchange roasted meat for demon beast corpses? The man who first sold the roasted meat has rolled again, and he's raised the price to 40 pounds of roasted meat in exchange for equipment or elixirs. Ha, then the barbecue meat seller raised the price to 50 pounds of barbecue meat in exchange for equipment or elixir. If you can't eat demonic beast meat, it's quite interesting to watch these guys roll inside. The one who first sold the roasted meat directly raised the price to 100 pounds of roasted meat in exchange for equipment and elixirs. Raising 50 pounds at once, that's a powerful stroke. And then the guy selling the barbecue rushed to raise the price, hurry up and roll it. Fark. It would be cool to watch a good show and eat a roast. The chat channels of the various newbie villages were buzzing again. At this moment, Gu Yifan was grilling meat while staring at the purchase interface with a sneer on his face. He hadn't even begun to raise his markup yet, and that man dared to raise it first. Was he trying to scare him? In that case, he'll add 50 pounds at once and see who scares who. Unlike Gu Yifan's sneer was Ito Koen and the others, who were all filled with stifled anger. They wanted to raise the price increase to scare off Gu Yifan, but they didn't expect Gu Yifan's more severe counterattack. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of continuing to raise the price, but Gu Yifan had directly raised the price to 100 pounds, and the demon beast meat they had just roasted was just over 100 pounds full, so if they were to raise the price again, they would have to go hungry. Besides, if they could raise the price, couldn't Gu Yifan raise it again? Knowing that Gu Yifan hadn't even used the roasted meat that had previously been shelved in the treasure pavilion to compete with them, and those roasted meat that had previously been shelved were more than 200 pounds, what were they going to do to compete with Gu Yifan? Baka! A level 2 demonic beast can only produce more than 100 pounds of meat. That guy even exchanged 100 pounds of roasted meat for equipment or elixirs. He definitely has his head in the sand. Baka! Although exchanging roasted meat for elixirs is a good deal, and exchanging equipment with the current situation is also a good deal, doesn't it take time to roast meat? Doesn't it require searching for demonic beasts? Yama Akuan roared in impotent rage. No sooner had his words fallen than a weak voice followed. That person doesn't need to look for demonic beasts. Before, he had traded roasted meat for quite a few second-grade demonic beasts. Yama Akuan froze. Are you ing with me on purpose? But the matter was a fact, and he could not refute it even if he wanted to. He roared again, let's exchange demonic beasts as well and continue to roll with him. Chapter 37 Victory. Sustainable business. Let's just forget about it. Ito-kun shook his head and said, whether there is any roasted meat left in that person's hands, we don't know, but the roasted meat that was previously shelved in the treasure pavilion all amounted to more than 200 pounds, and those 200 pounds alone would require us to roast 2 demonic beasts. But that's not the point is that we can't be as stupid as he is and spend our precious time on grilling meat. After all, leveling up and increasing our strength is the most important thing for us. What Ito-kun said makes sense, we can't spend our precious time grilling meat. Indeed, it's still more important to raise your level and strength. I see that Guy's roast hasn't been sold for a while, and after that there may not be anyone to trade equipment and elixirs for the roast, so it really isn't worth spending time on the roast. Several people around them spoke up in agreement. Just that they said so on their mouths, but in their hearts, they all realized that they didn't want to roll with Gu Yifan, but they couldn't roll it. Yama Akoan didn't say anything more. Just now he was in the way of face before he said to continue the roll with Gu Yifan. In fact, in his heart he was already afraid of being rolled by Gu Yifan. Now that Ito Koen had found a reasonable excuse, he was in a good position to take advantage of the situation. Since everyone thinks so, Ito Koen said, then I'll take the roast off the shelf and keep it for ourselves. After saying that, he took down and removed the roast that had been shelved into the cache. Thus, an inside roll ended with a sound victory for Gu Yifan. Seeing that Ito Koen took the roast off the shelf and didn't put it on the shelf for a while, the watchful eaters realized that this roast fight was over, and then they were wailing in the chat channel for the roast to be put on the shelf in exchange for the demonic beast carcasses again. Gu Yifan also realized that the other party had wimped out. Roll with me, don't you know my name is King Roll? Gu Yifan closed the purchase interface with a haughty face and opened the chat channel again. He wanted to see what the crowd was talking about. Was there any useful information for him? As for the 100 pounds of roast in the first compartment, he didn't bother to change it. One is because Ho Cross. We have meat, not bad this 100 pounds. Secondly, because he had also seen that not many people were willing to exchange equipment and elixirs for roasted meat, and hanging on to 100 pounds of roasted meat might be able to make a gain, and anyway, spending 100 pounds of roasted meat in exchange for equipment and elixirs wasn't a loss at all. After glancing at the message scrolling in the chat channel, Gu Yifan closed the chat channel again. The chat channel was almost entirely filled with messages asking him to redeem demonic beast carcasses for roasted meat on the shelves. Nothing to see here. As for the others not having barbecue, what's he got to do with it? After the disaster 10 years ago, his family's house was destroyed, the family was homeless, without food or water, in addition to the official gave some relief, and did not see anyone to send them some food and drink. No one cared about him then. Why should he care about anyone else now? What's more, there were so many people in the 99th district, if he wanted everyone to have roasted meat to eat, it would be a drop in the bucket if he just didn't cultivate and roasted meat 24 hours a day without interruption. Next, Gu Yifan continued to roast the meat. He had other plans to do business with roasted meat. At this moment, the entire 99th district still had many people paying attention to the movements of the treasure pavilion. They were expecting someone to go on the shelf to redeem the roasted meat from the demonic beast carcass. Soon, they realized that there was another roast on the shelves on the hidden treasure. But instead of the roasted meat that they wanted to exchange for demonic beast carcasses, it was a pound of roasted meat for a novice weapon wooden knife. Instantly, the chat channels of the various novice villages exploded once again. I threw away the wooden knife. Why did I do that? I also threw away my wooden knife. If I had known that it could be exchanged for barbecued meat, I wouldn't have thrown it away. I only have one weapon, the wooden sword. If I change it, I won't have any use for it, so I'm really torn. It's better to change it. The wooden sword only adds a little attack power and isn't sharp. It's completely chicken ribs. The barbecue that redeemed the wooden knife was what Gu Yifan had on the shelf. To the others, the wooden knife is the existence of chicken ribs, to be useless, discarded. But to Gu Yifan, the wooden knife is a treasure. This was because after he used his hidden talent to strip everything away, the wooden knife would be promoted to a bronze-level weapon, the wooden blade. Although bronze-level weapons were trash that no one would want in the future, at the current time when everyone's level was very low and many people didn't have weapons, bronze-level weapons were a sought-after item. Previously, when Gu Yifan exchanged grilled meat for second-grade demonic beasts, because many people didn't have demonic beast carcasses on hand, business wasn't hot at first, and they waited for a while before it caught fire. However, the wooden knife was different. The wooden knife was a newbie weapon, one for each hand, plus the little attack power added by the wooden knife was really dispensable, which led to Gu Yifan's business of exchanging barbecue meat for wooden knives to be extremely hot at the beginning. The 100 or so roasts he had on the shelves in exchange for the wooden knives were snapped up in just a few seconds. Then the chat channels of the various novice villages burst into mourning. I just hesitated for a few seconds and the roast was gone. Those of you who snatched the roast, how many years have you been single and have such fast hands? Give me back my roast, I want my roast. Before I didn't have a second-grade demonic beast, I didn't get to exchange it for roasted meat. Now I have a wooden knife, but I still didn't get to exchange it for roasted meat. Is there any more King's Law? Grandma Bear, I'm going to keep my eyes on the treasure chest and make sure to change a roast. Gu Yifan didn't look at the chat channel. He was continuing to roast the meat, and when the meat was done, he would continue to upshelf the treasure pavilion to exchange for the wooden knife. Every time he shelves a roast in exchange for a wooden knife, it is snapped up within seconds. The reason for this is precisely because there are too many wolves. As Gu Yifan roasted his meat, time passed by. Without realizing it, it came to evening time and the sky darkened. At this point, Gu Yifan had already exchanged more than 1,000 wooden knives for roasted meat. 1,000 or so is almost enough. Gu Yifan muttered to himself, well, if it's not enough, just keep acquiring it later. According to his plan, the wood blade that had been upgraded to bronze level with the hidden talent of stripping everything was going to be exchanged for bronze level equipment and elixirs, and with most people not having any equipment or elixirs, the demand shouldn't be too high. It's just a matter of stepping back and saying that the demand is high and he'll just keep acquiring it. He didn't plan on doing business all the time. After all, he came to the God's End continent to level up and strengthen himself. If you spend all your time doing business, you're putting the cart before the horse. Placing the last clean demonic beast on the grill, Gu Yifan took out all of the level 2 demonic beast corpses and equipment that he had previously exchanged. After stripping all the demonic beast corpses, Gu Yifan had gained a total of 20 root and bone attribute points, 18 spirituality attribute points, 21 strength attribute points, and 22 agility attribute points. He ran through the attributes of the 20 or so pieces of equipment he had gotten again, then picked out the equipment with the best attributes to change into. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved and summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 3. Root bone, 69 plus 5. Spirituality, 61 plus 4. Strength, 79 plus 7. Agility, 70 plus 8. Free attribute points, 10. Experience, 9400. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement D, agility enhancement E, roots and bones enhancement E, sight enhancement E, olfactory enhancement F, auditory enhancement E, fireflame F. Skills, probing, bloodlust. Battle strength, 7 stars. Although the level is still stuck at level 3, all 4 attributes have grown considerably, the battle power has been raised to 7 stars, and dozens of pieces of equipment have been obtained. Not only has the afternoon not been wasted, it's also been well spent. Gu Yifun's cheeks were filled with smiles. Without delay, he took out all the wooden knives he had exchanged again, using his hidden talent to strip everything to get rid of impurities, and upgrading all the wooden knives to bronze-grade wooden blades. Because the wooden blade was a novice weapon and had fixed attributes, any wooden blade that was raised to bronze level only had 5 points of attack power. Such attributes were a bit worse than the attributes of the bronze level equipment that had been exploded, but Gu Yifun wasn't worried about selling it in the slightest. Because it's going to be a lot of people with newbie weapons. After a little thought, Gu Yifun shelved 200 wooden blades in the treasure pavilion to exchange for bronze level equipment and elixirs. Sell too much at once and no one else has any urgency to buy, he has to create a little urgency for the others. As for trading barbecue for bronze level equipment, he kept all of them. He was going to upgrade these bronze level equipment to silver level and use them to exchange for silver level equipment and elixirs, and then upgrade the silver level equipment he exchanged to a higher level to exchange for higher level equipment and elixirs. By doing this week after week, his business will always be one step ahead of the rest and will always be in business. Its dark invisibility is bad. Gu Yifun muttered to himself, "Sharpen your sword and find a place to rest." As soon as the words fell, Gu Yifun put the roasted meat into his storage ring. He looked around and walked over to a large tree, then climbed it. The God's End continent was a dangerous place, so it would be safer to climb a big tree and rest. Rest tonight and go to the next map tomorrow. Gu Yifun muttered to himself again before lying down on a tree branch to rest. What he didn't know was that the 200 wooden blades he had on the shelves had caused the chat channels of the various novice villages to blow up once again. But that's not the point is that the bonobos who competed with him before are plotting against the Chinese nation. Chapter 38 Challenge Order. Japanese Conspiracy. Novice Village 538. Ito-kun, Yama-a-kun, and the others sat around eating the grilled meat that hadn't been sold at lunchtime. Ito-kun held a token in his hand, his face thoughtful. This token was called the Challenge Order, and it was popped out from their afternoon beheading of a Grade 2 demonic beast. The function of a challenge token is simple: as long as one holds the token, one can launch a challenge to any person or organization, and the challenged party must accept it without the right to refuse. Ito-kun, what are you thinking? Yama-a-kun asked. Yama-a-kun, I'm trying to figure out how to use this challenge order. Ito-kun replied. Ito-kun, I have an idea. Yama-a-kun said fiercely, we were punched in the face by the barbecue seller at noon, and then the challenge order popped up in the afternoon. It's destined for us to get back at it, so I think we can use the challenge order to challenge that barbecue seller. I thought of that, but something's not right. Ito-kun said, we don't know that person well, and that person has harvested a lot of good things with the roasted meat. Other than that, at least a full set of equipment is already complete. It's too risky for us to challenge him. That's true. Yama-a-kun nodded. Although he wanted to retrieve the scene, he had to be sure that he could beat the other party. If he wasn't too sure, it was better not to challenge casually, otherwise if he failed in the challenge, he wouldn't be retrieving the scene, but losing a bigger face. Yama-a-kun, and all of you, I have an idea. Ito-kun added, my great Japanese nation has a lot of grudges with the Chinese nation, and over the years the Chinese nation has even embarrassed my great Japanese nation by having a few strong men, so I want to challenge the Chinese nation's novice village with this challenge order. Currently I'm the first place in the village level top 100 list of novice village number 538. The country of Huaxia is poor and backward, and the people's strength is generally not strong. I believe that with my level in the country of Huaxia's novice village must also be ranked first. For me to compete with the people from China's country in upgrading speed is a sure win situation. This will not only strengthen the strength of our novice village, but also weaken the strength of China's novice village. It can be said to be a 2-for-1. What does everyone think? I support. Yama-a-kun was the first to speak. I like dealing with the poor and backward country of China the best. I'm all for it. Ha, a sure win situation, would I object? It can strengthen our novice village and also weaken the strength of the Chinese country's novice village. Do I have a reason to oppose it? What do you want me to say when you've finished talking? The others spoke up as well, and none of them objected. Okay, since everyone agrees. Sato-kun said, let's discuss which novice village in the country of China to challenge. Ito-kun, let's challenge novice village number 815. Yama-a-kun said, several predecessors have challenged the 815th novice village in the country of China before us, and those challenges had a high win rate, so our challenge to the 815th novice village is to follow the example of our predecessors, and with Ito-kun around, we're bound to win. Yes, let's challenge the 815th novice village in the country of Huaxia. I'm for it. I'm all for it. The crowd spoke again in agreement. That's what I thought. Ito-kun said, since everyone wants to do so, let's challenge novice village number 815 in the country of China. I'll give everyone a word about this matter in the chat channel. After all, if you want to challenge the novice village, you need to get the consent of more than 80% of the people in our novice village. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Ito-kun summoned the Heaven's Path interface and opened the chat channel. Nanny! I don't even have a single piece of equipment, and someone's shelving 200 bronze-level weapons at once? Baka! If you want a bronze-level weapon, you have to exchange it for bronze-level equipment or elixir. How can I exchange it for this? I'm not redeeming it if the attributes are so bad. Well, I don't have an item to redeem. To be able to shelve 200 bronze-level weapons at once, this person must be from my great Japanese nation. Looking at the scrolling message, Ito-kun's gaze shifted to Yama-kun. Ito-kun, what are you looking at me like that for? Yama-kun was a bit puzzled. Yama-kun, the time has come for you to contribute to the great Japanese nation. Ito-kun said seriously, someone is shelving 200 bronze-level weapons in the treasure pavilion. If I have the weapons, my attack power can be increased a bit, and I can gain more experience, so it will be more secure for us to challenge the Chinese country's newbie village. Nowadays, you and I are the only ones among us who have a pair of shoes. I hope that you can exchange your shoes for a bronze-level weapon for me to use first. Don't worry, I won't hog your weapon, and when the challenge is over, I'll return it to you. Upon hearing this, Yama-kun and the others summoned the Heaven's Path interface at the first opportunity to check out the hidden treasures. The truth was just as Ito-kun had said, someone had shelved 200 bronze-ranked weapons in the treasure pavilion. No. Not 200, this will have left 196. Yama-kun looked at the attributes of the wooden blade and hesitated. Ito-kun, my shoes have full attributes, but the weapons on the treasure chest only had 5 attributes, so it's a bit uneconomical to exchange them for my shoes. Yama-kun, I know this. Ito-kun said, but as long as you win the challenge with the Chinese country's novice village, you'll learn far more than you'll lose. This matter also concerns the face of my great Japanese country, and it's also the time for you to contribute to the great Japanese country. I believe you won't refuse, and I promise that the equipment that pops up next will be prioritized for you to use. Yes. Yama-kun didn't say no again. Ito-kun even brought up the big Japanese country to talk about it. Can he refuse? Forcing his flesh to ache, Yama-kun exchanged his shoes for a wooden blade, then handed it to Ito-kun. Yama-kun, you are a loyal great Japanese, and the great Japanese will not forget the contributions you have made. Ito-kun raised his hand and patted Yama-kun's shoulder, then typed in the chat channel about challenging the novice village in the country of China. Not only was the chat channel of Novice Village 538 shaking because of the 200 bronze-level weapons Gu Yifan had shelved into the treasure pavilion, other novice villages were doing the same, but Gu Yifan, who was the person involved, would have already fallen asleep by now. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Gu Yifan woke up from his sleep. He casually flipped his hand to take out some roasted meat and ate it while summoning the Heaven's Path interface to check out the hidden treasures. Nice. Not bad. Sold out some more roasts last night and got some bronze-level equipment. Well. 200 wooden blades were sold enough to sell more than 160. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles. The 99th district opened in less than 2 days. Even if the number of people is huge, the burst of equipment will not be too much. Coupled with the attributes of the wooden blade is not very good. A nighttime can sell more than 160 wooden blades has exceeded his expectations. The only thing I regretted was not exchanging it for an elixir. Gu Yifan could understand this. Equipment could be popped out by killing monsters. Even if the popping rate was low, some could be popped out, but elixirs were born and bred, and the only way to come across them was to have a burst of luck, so there wouldn't be too many people who owned elixirs, and there were very few people who would trade elixirs for things. Taking out all the equipment, Gu Yifan checked the attributes one by one. After checking the attributes of all the equipment, Gu Yifan was somewhat surprised. 4 of the pieces of equipment swapped in this time were full of attributes. An iron dagger with +10 attack, 2 cloth clothes both with +5 root bone and +5 spirit, and a pair of cloth shoes with +10 agility. Gu Yifan decisively changed into full attribute equipment. Although the full attribute equipment only had a few more attributes than his original equipment, but why not when you could have a few more? Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand and put all the equipment into his storage ring. He clicked on the purchase screen again to see if anyone was taking business from him. Someone who exchanges the roasted meat of a second-grade demonic beast on the shelves should have a storage ring and take the demonic beast carcass to sell it for money. Gu Yifan frowned. Just now, he happened to see a roast being bought by someone, and that roast was exchanged for a grade 2 demonic beast. Although he no longer wanted second-grade demonic beasts, someone exchanging the roasted meat of a second-grade demonic beast on the shelf would undoubtedly affect his ability to exchange the roasted meat for equipment and elixirs. After all, who would exchange equipment and elixirs for roasted meat when they could exchange the demonic beast carcass for roasted meat? Should we roll with them? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. But soon he dismissed the idea. It was impossible for him to monopolize the grilled meat business, and the level 2 demonic beasts were useless to him. There was no need to waste time for that, and now that he could use the wooden blade to exchange for equipment and elixirs again, whether or not the grilled meat could be exchanged for equipment and elixirs was no longer important to him. What's more, the roasted meat for exchanging demonic beasts were in short supply, and it didn't have much of an impact on his ability to exchange the roasted meat for equipment and elixirs. As for taking demonic beast corpses and selling them for money? Along with his growing strength, is there any fear of running out of money? Other than that, he could sell the wooden blade in his hand for quite a bit of money, not to mention that he had quite a few other bronze-level equipment. After a little thought, Gu Yifan shelved 100 wooden blades into the treasure pavilion to exchange for bronze-level equipment and elixirs, and a batch of roasted meat to exchange for demonic beasts in the next map, Chang'an City South. Depart. For Chang'an City South. Gu Yifan jumped down from the big tree and rushed towards the south of Chang'an City. But right at this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly exploded in the sky. Attention everyone from Novice Village 815, Novice Village 538 challenges you. Chapter 39, A Common Enemy. Him. Hearing the steeply ringing words of the heavenly Tao, Gu Yifan and the rest of Novice Village 815 were all stunned. Novice Village 815, isn't that the Novice Village they are in? Why did Novice Village number 538 challenge them? And what is the challenge? Before they could think more, the mechanical yet cold words of the heavenly Tao sounded once again. Challenge method: the first novice village to have someone reach level 5 wins. For the losing side, everyone's level drops by 1 level, attribute points are randomly reduced by 25 points, and all cultivation resources within the novice village are reduced by 50%, including demonic beasts, explosive rates, elixirs, and so on. The victorious party level up by 1 level, attribute points increase in accordance with the upgrade method, and all cultivation resources within the novice village increase by 50%, including demonic beasts, explosive rates, elixirs, and so on. The first to reach level 5 is rewarded with 20 free attribute points and a random skill book. Newbie Village number 815 and Newbie Village number 538's village level top 100 lists have begun to be shared. In an instant, everyone in Novice Village number 815 was stunned by what Heaven's Path had said. Gu Yifan is no exception. Because the rewards for winning are great, the penalties for defeat are also very severe. This chat channel is going to go crazy. Gu Yifan let out a dark sigh, summoned the Heaven's Path interface, and opened the chat channel. The truth was just as he had judged, this would have blown up the chat channel. It's over. 538 Novice Village dares to challenge us, it must have a certain backbone, the possibility of us trying to win this challenge is slim to none. I'm only at the 2nd level, and I only have a total of 60 attribute points. If I subtract 25 points, I'll directly go back to Liberation overnight. Malagasy, I have less than 20 strength attribute points. If all the 25 randomly subtracted attribute points are subtracted from strength, my strength will become negative. Will I still be alive then? Grass, reduce attribute points is not terrible. After all, after upgrading can make up for it. The terrible thing is to waste time and also have the resources. Originally the resources of the novice village is not a lot, and then have it. How else can we complete the assessment task? Upstairs is right, wasting time and having resources is the most frightening thing. The original test of rising to level 10 in 7 days is hard to accomplish, and if the level is lowered and the resources halved, it will be even harder to accomplish. Is Novice Village number 538 crazy? Why is he challenging us? I do know that, according to the order of newbie villages in the past, newbie village number 538 belongs to the Japanese country. The Japanese country and my country of Huaxia do not deal with each other, and before this, the newbie villages of the Japanese country have challenged the newbie villages of my country of Huaxia several times. I've also heard about this, but with so many novice villages in my country of China, why would they challenge our novice village number 815? That I know, the day the Japanese declared their unconditional surrender during World War II was August 15th. The Japanese have always regarded August 15th as their day of shame, and 815 Novice Village sounds like August 15th, got it? That's something I've heard as well. Several challenges initiated by the Japanese have challenged Novice Village 815. I see. So it's not our fault, it's the fault of the Novice Village serial number. What Newbie Village serial number's fault? It's Bonobo's fault. If other Novice villages challenge us, it's fine. The little Japanese country dares to challenge us, we must let them know that my great China is not a good bully. That's right, the one I hate the most is the little Japanese nation, and in the face of the little Japanese nation's provocations, we absolutely cannot wimp out. I just took a look at the village top 100 list. Gao Zhuangdao is at 90% of level 3 experience, and the first place in the village top 100 list of Novice Village number 538 is a guy named Ito Dairo, who is at 20% of level 4 experience, so the difference isn't that big. Gao Zhuangdajie. You're the fastest upgrader in our 815th Novice Village. This important mission of fighting against the provocations of the little Japanese kingdom is none other than you. Gao Zhuangdajie, Novice Village number 815 is counting on you. You must destroy the little Japanese conspiracy. After learning that it was the Japanese nation that had initiated the challenge, everyone in Novice Village 815 changed their pessimistic mindset, and all of them made a common cause, wailing that they wanted to up the little Japanese nation, and they also placed all of their hopes on Gao Zhuang. No. Not everyone, Gu Yifan is an exception. It wasn't that he didn't want to the Japanese. Rather, he doesn't like to put his hopes in other people, it makes him very insecure. If not for that, he wouldn't have had his mind set on entering the God's End continent, his mind set on becoming stronger. You can see the upgrade progress on the village top 100 list? Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. Prior to this, there were only ranks on the village top 100 list, not upgraded progress. Puzzled, he exited the chat channel and opened the leaderboard. 815 Novice Village top 100 ranking. First place, High Strength, level 3 90%. Second place, Chao Shiyan, level 3 83%. Third place, Zhang Rou, level 3 78%. There's really an upgrade progress. It should have been temporarily added by Heaven's Way after Novice Village number 538 initiated the challenge, so as to let both sides know their respective progress as well as the gap between them. Gu Yifan muttered a sentence to himself, and then looked at the top 100 ranking of Novice Village number 538. First place, Oroito, level 4, 20%. Second place, Portobello, level 3 80%. Third place, Aoiko, level 3 75%. The only one who's stronger in Little Japan is Ito Dairo, the rest of them can't compare to 815 Novice Village. It seems that this guy named Ito Dairo initiated the challenge, and the only one who's a threat is this guy. Level 3 90% and level 4 20%, it doesn't seem like a big difference, but it's a full 200 points of experience difference. A level 2 demonic beast can contribute 40 points of experience, 200 points of experience is 5 demonic beasts. 5 demonic beasts may not seem like much, but it will take time to find them, and Gao Zhuang's speed in decapitating demonic beasts isn't fast, it's by no means easy for him to come up later on. We can't delay any longer, set out to look for the demonic beasts immediately. As the words fell, Gu Yifan hurried towards the south of Chang'an City. He didn't want to suffer the penalty of defeat and still wanted the reward of victory. But that's not the point is that in the face of Japanese provocation, being a Chinese has only one choice. That's ing him up. Originally he had planned to go to the south of Chang'an City, but now he had to go even more. Because the experience gap between Gao Zhuang and Ito Dairo were not small, the experience gap between him and Ito Dairo was even bigger, and if he wanted to bend the curve and come up later, he would have to kill higher-level demonic beasts in a short period of time and gain more experience. The south of Chang'an City was the gathering area of level 3 to level 5 demonic beasts. With his current strength, killing level 5 demonic beasts wasn't much harder than killing level 2 demonic beasts. There was no need to stay in the west of Chang'an City to kill level 2 demonic beasts. It wasn't that Gu Yifan was arrogant, but he had single-handedly killed a wolf demon leader who had entered a bloodthirsty state. It was important to know that the wolf demon leader who had entered the bloodthirsty state had an 8-star battle power, and had already caught up with the 5th-level demonic beasts in terms of battle power. Also, the southern part of Chang'an City requires level 4 strength to enter. The highest-leveled Gao Zhuang in Novice Village A15 is only level 3, and if he goes to the southern part of Chang'an City to decapitate the demonic beasts, there won't be anyone to steal it from him. At this time, Gao Zhuang was also paying attention to the movements in the chat channel. After seeing that everyone in Novice Village number 815 had placed their hopes on him, he immediately felt pressurized. Since he first entered the Godzan continent until now, except for last night when he had a break due to bad sight in the dark, he had been leading the squad to look for demonic beasts, not daring to stop for a moment, and it could be said that he had put his best foot forward for the sake of upgrading. However, his upgrading speed was not as fast as Itodaru's, which led to him not having much confidence that he could surpass Itodaru. "Gao, look, look!" Li Chiol said excitedly, "Everyone is putting their hopes on you, you must work hard." "I saw." Gao Zhuang laughed bitterly, "But you guys know, I'm actually not the fastest in upgrading, Gu Yifan is." "Gao, that's a bit wrong." Li Jia retorted, "Gu Yifan is the explosive power of impact rank, but sustainability is not high. Since yesterday he rushed to the 31st until now, the ranking not only did not grow, but also fell back a dozen or so places. I think he's either tired or he can't find the demonic beasts by himself. After all, there aren't many demonic beasts in the west of Chang'an City, plus there are so many wolves and so little meat, we can't even find a few demonic beasts by splitting up to look for them, not to mention him searching for them by himself." Tall Strong froze. There's some truth in what Li Chiol said. Then again, he also wanted to personally win the challenge of Novice Village 538 and fight for the glory of the Chinese nation. Good. A flash of determination surfaced in Tall and Strong's eyes. "I'm going to win this battle even if I have to fight for my life." "Gao, want to win this battle?" Zhao Rui followed up with, "It's a bit difficult to rely on fervor and impulse alone, we still have to outsmart them." Chapter 40 10,001. Three-way race. Outwit? Gao Zhuang froze. "Zhao Rui, how is it a wise method?" "Gao, there are some gaps between you and Itodaru." Zhao Rui said, "If we want to come up later and surpass Itodaru, we have to kill more demonic beasts before we can do so, in which killing demonic beasts isn't a problem, the problem is how to find them quickly." Gao Zhuang nodded. What Zhao Rui said was not bad at all. Zhao Rui continued, "I want to mobilize the people of Novice Village 815 to help search together and then tell us where the demonic beasts are located so that we can save as much time as possible in searching for them. Although doing so will result in less gains for the people of Novice Village 815, this loss is nothing in the face of national justice. Besides, as long as they win the challenge, their gains will be far greater than their losses." Gao Zhuang's eyes steeply brightened. Zhao Rui's method is very feasible. But the next moment a flash of hesitation appeared in his eyes. With his current strength, killing the second-level demonic beasts alone was a bit slow, and if he let others cooperate with him in decapitating them together, the experience would be shared by the others, so the best candidate wasn't him, but Gu Yifan, who was able to kill the 4 wolf demons single-handedly. But he was a bit reluctant to give this opportunity to Gu Yifan. Because he also wanted to be the hero who destroyed the Japanese conspiracy and fought for the glory of the Chinese nation. After a few moments of thought, Tall Strong's gaze was firm again. The gap between Gu Yifan and Itodaru was even greater. Even if Gu Yifan's speed in decapitating demonic beasts was faster than his, he might not have much chance to overtake Itodaru, so it was better for him to take the role of the hero for destroying the Japanese conspiracy and bringing glory to China. "Okay, I'll be speaking in the chat channel." Having made up his mind, Gao Zhuang no longer hesitated as he quickly typed a message into the chat channel. "Gentlemen, thank you for your trust and support, I will do my best to win this battle." Seeing Gao Zhuang appear, the chat channel became even more lively. "Gagan is a great man. Highly strong big guy bully. Gao Zhuang Daijie, please strengthen my 815th novice village. Please strengthen my country of China. Tall strong guy, I can't do anything for you, but I can bless you and pray for you." Gao Zhuang continued to type messages into the chat channel. "Gentlemen, if I want to win this battle, I can't rely on me alone because there is a bit of a gap between me and Itodaru. If I want to win him I must kill more demonic beasts, but finding demonic beasts is a big problem, so I plead with all of you to help me look for demonic beasts together so that I can greatly save the time of searching for demonic beasts." As soon as Tallstrong's message appeared in the chat channel, a responsive message followed. "Big Gao Zhuang, this is no problem, we'll search for the demonic beast together and then tell you the location of where the demonic beast is. Kogatsu Daiko, I have to criticize you. What do you mean by pleading? This matter is not only your business, but also ours. How can we let you contribute alone? So helping to find the demonic beasts is our part. Big Gao Zhuang, where are you? Let's find the demonic beast and rush towards your location, it'll save more time. Upstairs is the right solution. I think it's also possible to seriously injure the demonic beast and let the tall strong big guy kill it. This isn't right, we'll share a lot of experience if we severely injure the demonic beast. Also, why did I forget about that? Then let's drive the demonic beasts towards the high strong big guy. Agree +1. Agree +1. Looking at the message in the chat channel, Gao Zhuang froze. He was also planning to tell them after someone objected that the temporary loss was not a loss, and that as long as they won this battle, they would gain much more than they lost, but it turned out that not only did no one object, but the crowd was thinking of how to do it in a way that would save them more time. I'm a bit of a small man with a small mind. Gao Zhuang sighed darkly and quickly typed another message in the chat channel. Gentlemen, with your help, I am more confident to win this battle. I am currently in the west of Chang'an City. I will report my movements to you in time next. And then I will say one last thing, down with the Japanese. Him. After sending the message, Gao Zhuang looked at Zhao Rui again and said, Zhao Rui, always keep an eye on the chat channel and report our movements to everyone, and tell me everyone's movements as well. Brother Gao, promise to complete the mission. Zhao Rui resolutely promised. Depart. Without further delay, Gao Zhuang took a big step forward. Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and others followed. At this moment, the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 was screened by the same message. Hit the bonobos. Him. At the same time, all the squads in Novice Village 815 embarked on the path of searching for demonic beasts. When Tendo announced that Novice Village number 538 had challenged Novice Village number 815. Unlike the panic of the crowd in Novice Village number 815, Novice Village number 538 was in a state of jubilation. It was because they had learned last night that Itodera was going to challenge Novice Village number 815. Gah! This must be 815 Novice Village full of confusion and panic. Is there any need to talk about this? In the face of my great Japanese nation's challenge, the Chinese nation can only tremble. I'm already looking forward to the wonderful feeling of not moving a level up. After a 50% increase in resources, my Novice Village number 538 will surely become the most powerful Novice Village in the 99th region, and then sweep through China, slay the Rice Country, and flatten the Mao Country, and laugh proudly in the 99th region. Looking at the message in the chat channel, Itodera was filled with smiles. Thinking briefly, he quickly typed a message into the chat channel. Gentlemen, I'm just now launching my challenge to Novice Village 815 as some preparations in advance. Last night my teammates and I stomped around the west of Chang'an City near the south of Chang'an City and searched for a full 20-odd demonic beasts. As we all know, the vast majority of demonic beasts only move within a fixed range. Next I only need to kill these 20 or so demonic beasts. No, I don't need to kill all of them, just a portion of them and I'll be able to move up to level 5. With my current strength I can already single-handedly kill grade 2 demonic beasts and it won't take much time. In order to avoid any changes, everyone should temporarily refrain from going to the west of Chang'an City near the south of Chang'an City to hunt demonic beasts. This challenge is a sure win for me, and a sure win for my great Japanese nation. Boom! The chat channel of Novice Village number 538 instantly boiled over as Ito Oro's message appeared in the chat channel. Ito Koen, you're just too devious, but I like it. Ito Koen's plan is brilliant, my great Japanese nation is sure to win. Ito Koen is greatly awesome. Ito Koen is greatly awesome. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Ito Oro smiled and closed the Tendo interface. He looked at the number of people following him and said, Gentlemen, I've already told the others not to go hunting demonic beasts in the west of Chang'an City near the south of Chang'an City. I believe that they all know the importance of likeness and won't add to the chaos for us. Yama Akoan, divide into teams and go to last night's location to look for the demonic beasts. Let me know the exact location when you find them, and the rest of you will help me surround the beasts so that they don't escape and delay me. Yes, Ito Koen. The crowd responded in unison. This is a challenge we're going to win. Daijiro Ito laughed, Gentlemen, let's go, victory awaits us. With Taka Strong and Dara Ito each making their own moves, this contest was instantly fought. But there were more than just two people involved in the competition, there was a third party, and that was Gu Yifan. In order to save as much time as possible, he directly utilized his E-Class Cultivation Talent Agility Enhancement and plunged straight into the south of Chang'an City from the west of Chang'an City like a sheathed sword. All the way, he was running at full speed. There was not the slightest worry that such a big commotion would attract the attention of demonic beasts. With his current speed, it was simply not something that a grade 2 demonic beast could catch up with, and with his current strength, he could completely walk across the western part of Chang'an City, and no demonic beast would be a match for him. He was even eager to attract the attention of the demonic beasts so that he could search for them without having to waste time. In the middle of the journey, Gu Yifan met some people who were searching for demonic beasts in the west of Chang'an City. But in order to save time, he didn't avoid it at all, and flashed right past those people. A gray whirlwind just passed me. Why do I feel like that's not the wind? Rather, it's a person? You must be looking at it wrong. There's no way anyone could be that fast right now. Then maybe I'm mistaken. Gu Yifan was already far away, unaware that someone had taken him for the wind, and he was still running at full speed. Soon, he came to the junction of Chang'an City South and Chang'an City West. There was a foggy curtain of light there. Although Gu Yifan's rank hadn't reached level 4 yet, his strength wasn't something that could be compared to someone at level 4. That's why the light curtain couldn't stop him at all, and he didn't even have to exert much force before he passed through it. Chapter 41. The heart is not in the right place. Gao Zhuang's decision. Swish. The light curtain at the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South flickered with light, and Gu Yifan had passed through it. The environment here was no different compared to before, but the map Gu Yifan was on was already different. He came to the south of Chang'an. Without delay, Gu Yifan hurriedly ran towards the front. He ran quickly while searching for the demonic beasts. It didn't take long for a tiger demon covered in yellowish-brown patterns to appear in Gu Yifan's line of sight. Tiger demon, nearly 2 meters tall, unusual 5th-level demonic beast, 7 stars of battle power. Gu Yifan, who was familiar with the full explanation of demonic beasts, instantly made a judgment, and without any hesitation, he charged straight towards the tiger demon. Soon, Gu Yifan rushed to the front of the tiger demon. At this moment, the tiger demon also noticed Gu Yifan, and with a roar of rage, it opened its bloody mouth and bit at Gu Yifan. Swish! Gu Yifan casually flipped his hand, and the bronze-grade weapon, the iron dagger, appeared out of thin air in his hand. He held the iron dagger in his backhand and chopped at the tiger demon's neck in a lightning-fast manner. Bear! With a slashing sound, the iron dagger flashed past the front of the tiger demon's neck. The next moment, a bloody arrow shot out from the tiger demon's neck. Immediately after, the tiger demon's large body bang hit the ground, trembled sharply for a few moments and then quieted down. The tiger demon died, sealed by Gu Yifan with a blow to the throat. In response, Gu Yifan was calm, not the least bit agitated by the fact that he had killed the tiger demon in a single strike. Because the matter just seemed so normal to him that there was no need to get worked up over it. It was important to know that his agility attribute had already reached 70 points, and after utilizing his E-grade cultivation talent agility enhancement, his agility attribute was as high as 210 points, while the tiger demon was merely a 5th-grade demon beast with a 7-star battle strength, and his agility attribute wouldn't be more than 80 points if it was any higher. With a gap of more than double, Gu Yifan was in full force. The tiger demon simply could not react in time, coupled with Gu Yifan's strength attribute that did not lose agility. A blow to seal the throat of the tiger demon was a very normal thing. This incident also confirmed Gu Yifan's judgment that with his current strength, decapitating a level 5 demonic beast was no more difficult than decapitating a level 2 demonic beast. Ding! You have killed the tiger demon and gained 70 experience points. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it from the tiger demon's corpse. Ding! Stripping was successful, you gained 5 strength attribute points. Swish! With another wave of his hand, Gu Yifan put the tiger demon's corpse into his storage ring and continued searching for the demonic beast. Not far ahead, Gu Yifan encountered another class 4 demonic beast. Just like the tiger demon, this demonic beast was similarly sealed by Gu Yifan with a single blow, turning it into Gu Yifan's experience and attribute points. But next, Gu Yifan spent a full half hour to find the 3rd demonic beast. Alas, it's not hard to kill, it's too hard to find. Gu Yifan couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. With his current strength, decapitating the demonic beasts south of Chang'an City was a matter of a single slash, but searching for them was too much of a waste of time, which led to him being empty but unable to level up quickly. Sighing after sighing, Gu Yifan was not discouraged by this. In order not to be punished, and in order to get the reward, and more for the dignity of the Chinese nation, he had no choice but to keep looking patiently. Novice Village 538. Because of stepping on the spot in advance, it didn't take long for Itodera to find a demonic beast, and then he would single out the demonic beast, while the few people who followed him would surround the demonic beast so that it wouldn't escape. Compared to Gu Yifan's dry decimation of level 5 demonic beasts, Itoderu's speed of decimating level 2 demonic beasts was a bit slower. He and the 2nd-level demonic beast went back and forth, and he fought for dozens of rounds before injuring the 2nd-level demonic beast, and then he fought for dozens of rounds before decapitating the 2nd-level demonic beast. Ito Koen is worthy of being the number 1 strongest person in my novice village number 538 if he can single-handedly kill a level 2 demonic beast so quickly. Ito Koen is greatly awesome. Ito Koen is greatly dominating. A few of the men following Itodera furiously kissed Itodero's ass. Dara Ito nodded in satisfaction. He looked at a few people and inquired, "Did Yama-a-Koan and the others find the demonic beast?" "Found." A man replied, "The nearest demonic beast is 500 meters away to the south of us, and our men are standing guard there." "Okay, we'll get there right away." With that, Itodero rushed towards the south. The few who followed him followed suit. Not long after Itodero found the demonic beast, Tallstrong also found a demonic beast and then fought it. In order to maximize his experience, Gao Zhuang also chose to single-handedly fight the level 2 demonic beast. Because of the difference in level, Gao Zhuang's speed in decapitating the second-level demonic beasts was slightly slower than Itodero's. After spending almost 100 rounds, Gao Zhuang managed to cut the second-grade demonic beast under his sword. Swish! A milky white light erupted steeply from Gao Zhuang's body as he rose to level 4. Zhao Rui was the first to speak. "Brother Gao, quite a few squads have found demonic beasts, they're driving them towards us, the closest demonic beast is 400 meters ahead. Go!" Without any nonsense, Tallstrong rushed directly towards the front. At the same time, he added all the attribute points he had just gotten from upgrading to strength. Li Jia, Zhao Rui, and others followed. Along with leveling up to level 4, Gao Zhuang's strength had refined. His speed in decimating the demonic beasts was a bit faster than before, and was no longer slower than Sato Oro. Coupled with the fact that the various squads in Novice Village number 815 had all rushed their demonic beasts in the direction of Gao Zhuang's location after finding them, Gao Zhuang spent less time searching for the demonic beasts, making his upgrading speed a little bit faster than Itodero's. While Gao Zhuang and Itodero were slaying demonic beasts on the hoof, the people of Novice Village 815 and Novice Village 538 were taking the time to pay attention to Gao Zhuang and Sato Deru's upgrading speeds, and were each reporting back in the chat channel. 815 Novice Village Chat Channel. Highly strong big guy has moved up to level 4, well done. The current level of the high growth bigot is 4 levels and 5%. The current level of the high growth big guy is 4 levels and 10%. The current level of the high growth bigot is 4 levels and 15%. 538 Novice Village Chat Channel. Ito Koan's current level is 425%. Ito Koan's current level is 4 and 30%. Currently Ito Koan's level is 435%. Time slipped by as the crowd reported back. Regardless of whether it was Novice Village 815 or Novice Village 538, everyone's attention was on Gao Zhuang and Itodero, and they didn't notice that one person's ranking in the top 100 ranking of Novice Village 815 kept rising. 43rd, 36th, 30th, 23rd, 16th. This person was no other than Gu Yifan. Without realizing it, 2 or 3 hours had passed. At this point, Taka Strong's rank was 55% of level 4, and Ito Oro's rank was 75% of level 4. After spending almost a morning, Gao Zhuang only caught up with the 10% gap, and this has not counted the different experience needed for the percentages of level 3 and level 4. If it is counted, Gao Zhuang caught up with the gap of less than 10%. This wasn't the point was that Itodero was only 25% away from being promoted to level 5, and according to Tallstrong's catching up speed, it was impossible for him to finish overtaking Itodero before he was promoted to level 5. This was well known to the people of Novice Village 538, and one by one, they rejoiced in the chat channel. The people of Novice Village 815 were equally well aware. However, in order not to undermine Gao Zhuang's confidence, they didn't say anything about it and cheered Gao Zhuang up in the chat channel. After Gao Zhuang killed another demonic beast, Zhao Rui quickly said, "Brother Gao, everyone is cheering you on, you have to do your best. The next demonic beast is 200 meters to the west of us." This time Tallstrong didn't move immediately. He breathed heavily, his heart filled with bitterness. He wasn't stupid. Wouldn't he be able to see that he couldn't possibly complete the reversal before Itodero was promoted to the 5th rank? He had ultimately failed the trust and help of everyone in Novice Village 815. Seeing that Gao Zhuang didn't move, Zhao Rui urged, "Brother Gao, time is running out, we have to leave immediately." Without ignoring Zhao Rui, Gao Zhuang summoned the Heaven's Path interface and checked the list. In the next moment, his eyes steeply brightened before he hurriedly opened the chat channel and quickly typed in a message. "Gentlemen, thank you for your encouragement, but I know that according to my speed of catching up, it's impossible to finish overtaking Itodero before he's promoted to the 5th level, and I've failed all of you in your trust and help." Along with this message, the Nova Village 815 chat channel instantly quieted down. It's not that they don't want to say something, but they don't know what to say. They tried, and so did Tallstrong, but the gap was too wide, so who could blame them? Gao Zhuang then continued to type messages in the chat channel. "I've lost, but we haven't, because there's someone else in this race too. His name is Gu Yifan, he's a classmate of mine, He didn't team up with anyone and traveled alone in the God's End continent solo. Now, he has rushed to the second place in the village level top 100 list. Chapter 42, Ordered in Crisis. Running in both directions. Seeing the message sent by Gao Zhuang, the people from Novice Village 815 hurriedly opened the list. As Gao Zhuang said, Gu Yifan is high on the second place of the village top 100 list. Gu Yifan is ranked right next to Gao Zhuang, and I didn't even realize it? The same thought rose in the minds of the crowd in Novice Village 815. But soon they reacted. Previously, their attention was on Gao Zhuang and Itodaru, so how could they have noticed anyone else? This also caused them to overlook Gu Yifan, who had risen to second place on the village level top 100 list without realizing it. It was just that Gu Yifan's level at this point was only 4 levels and 10%, and there was a huge gap between him and Itodaru, so how could he possibly save the day? But before they could think much, a message popped up quickly in the chat channel. Gentlemen, you don't know Gu Yifan, so you may not have confidence in him. Before entering the God's End continent this time, Gu Yifan's rank was still stuck at level 1, but at that time, I, who was already at level 3, was no match for him, and I was even crushed miserably in the cutting challenge held by the Martial Academy. This time when he came to the God's End continent, he used less than half a day to raise his level from level 1 to level 3, and he also rushed to the 31st place in the village level 100 ranking. After that until this morning, his rank was still stuck at level 3, and his ranking dropped to 43rd. At that time I thought he was tired or couldn't find the demonic beasts by himself, but now it seems that's not the case. It took him less than half a day to raise his level from level 3 to level 4 again, and he also rushed to the second place in the village level top 100 list, so you can see how fierce his leveling speed is. That's not even the point is that this time when he first came to the God's End continent, Gu Yifan single-handedly killed 4 wolf demons single-handedly in a very short period of time, thus we can see how powerful he is. So it's not the speed of killing enemies that restricts him, but the speed of finding demonic beasts. Raising his rank from level 3 to level 4 in less than half a day is not his limit. If we drive the demonic beasts over for Gu Yifan to kill, he has a good chance of completing the reversal of Itodaru and winning this battle for us. Gu Yifan's ranking on the village top 100 list stagnated for an afternoon plus a night and then suddenly pulled up quickly. He must be working hard for this competition, he surely won't refuse. I'll try to contact him now, everyone wait for my news. These messages were sent by Goshan. He also applied to add Gu Yifan as a friend in the chat channel the first time he finished sending the message. Although he wanted to personally destroy the plot of the small Japanese nation and become the hero of the Chinese nation, he was not the kind of person who would try to be brave when he knew he couldn't do it, and he was not the kind of person who disregarded the righteousness of the nation and the expectations of all. That's why he'd rather blow up his own scandal than tell the truth about Gu Yifan. At this moment, the people in Novice Village 815 were shocked by what Gao Zhuang said. How was it possible for a first-level cultivation to crush a third-level cultivation tall and strong? How was it possible to single-handedly kill 4 wolf demons in a very short period of time? Less than half a day's time to rush from level 1 to level 3, and then from level 3 to level 4, this wasn't Gu Yifan's limit, but the search for demonic beasts limited Gu Yifan's speed of leveling. How is this possible? But with Gao Zhuang's words and Gu Yifan's high ranking in the second place of the village rankings, there was no way for them to disbelieve him. Recovering from the shock, anticipation rose again in the hearts of the crowd. If what Gao Zhuang said was all true, Gu Yifan could really turn the tables on the Jedi and win this battle for them. At this time, Gu Yifan was looking around for demonic beasts in the south of Chang'an City, not knowing in the slightest that Gao Zhuang had uncovered his old bottom. Ding! Gao Zhuang wants to add you as a friend, does it go through? A reminder suddenly sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Gao Zhuang wants to add me as a friend? What's the deal? Gu Yifan was a bit puzzled. However, time is short, he did not think too much, plus Gao Zhuang is his classmate, he chose to pass, but it is also because of the time constraints. He did not ask Gao Zhuang what he was looking for after he passed Gao Zhuang's application to add a friend. A moment later, another reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Ding! Gao Zhuang sent you a message, do you read it? Gu Yifan didn't think much about it and directly chose to read it. Immediately afterward, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Gu Yifan, I can't win against Itodaru, so I have to rely on you. You should be delaying your leveling speed because you can't find the demonic beasts, right? I told everyone about you, and we'll help find the demonic beasts and drive them to your location and give them to you to kill. Gu Yifan, in the past, I always liked to find trouble with you. I was wrong about this, I apologize to you. This time it's about the interests of all the people of Novice Village 815, and the dignity of the Chinese nation, please. Gu Yifan froze. The man who's always giving him trouble, Gao Zhuang, apologizes to him? With words like please? This wasn't even the point. The point was that the people from Novice Village number 815 were willing to help look for the demonic beasts, and even drove them to where he was and gave them to him to kill? At this moment, Gu Yifan's heart, which had been frozen because of the disaster 10 years ago, suddenly had a touch. Searching for demonic beasts is indeed a waste of time. If not, I would have already risen to level 5. So what Tolstrong said is still very feasible. Gu Yifan instantly made a decision as he summoned the Heaven's Path interface and opened the chat channel. He glanced at the chat, which was in fact just as Gao Zhuang had said, and then quickly typed a message into the chat channel. Gentlemen, I've heard Gao Zhuang talk about the specifics, so let me tell you what I think. Seeing Gu Yifan appear, the crowd in Novice Village number 815 immediately had hope. The fact that Gao Zhuang really sought out Gu Yifan and that Gu Yifan dared to speak shows that there is still room for things to be salvaged. However, this time they all tacitly refrained from speaking so as not to confuse Gu Yifan's speech. Immediately following that, a message popped up one after another in the chat channel. I've calculated Ito Oro's upgrade progress. He should be in the west of Chang'an City decimating demonic beasts, averaging around 15 minutes to decimate one. At this critical moment, he shouldn't be coming to the south of Chang'an City, and will still stay in the west of Chang'an City. That means he's 5 demonic beasts short of level 5, and at his speed it'll take him almost an hour. I'm south of Chang'an, most of you can't get through, and according to your methods, I need to get back. Since I intend to go to the east of Chang'an City to decapitate higher-level demonic beasts, the distance to go deeper is a bit far, and it will take almost half an hour or so to get to the junction between the west of Chang'an City and the south of Chang'an City from my place. I'm still 720 experience points short of rising to level 5, and I need 18 level 2 demonic beasts. I need you to find 18 level 2 demonic beasts and rush them to the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South within 50 minutes. If you guys can do it, I'm sure I'll be able to overtake Muto Oro. If you guys can't, I'll work on it my own way, but searching for demonic beasts is too much of a waste of time, and I'm not guaranteeing that I'll be able to win this battle. Time is short. Gu Yifan has no pleasantries and politeness, and hits the point with every sentence. After his message was sent, the chat channel was quiet for a moment before a message popped up one after another. I have a second-grade demonic beast here, not far from the south of Chang'an City, about 20 minutes to arrive. I have a second-grade demonic beast here, it will definitely arrive at the south of Chang'an City within 30 minutes. I have 2 second-grade demonic beasts here, and I'll be able to reach Chang'an City South in 15 minutes. I haven't found the demonic beast yet, but I'll do my best to find it and then get there in 50 minutes if possible. Me too. Me too. Looking at the messages that popped up one after another in the chat channel, Gu Yifan looked thoughtful. He had just counted. The people from Novice Village 815 had currently found 15 demonic beasts. Basically all of them could be rushed to the south of Chang'an City within half an hour, and the 3 demonic beasts that were still missing shouldn't be difficult to find within 50 minutes. If he went to the east of Chang'an City by himself, he wasn't worried about the speed of killing the enemy, but he was worried about not being able to find the demonic beasts. It was important to realize that in the almost one morning that had just passed, he had only killed 7 demonic beasts. Bet on it. Gu Yifan made an instant decision before typing a message into the chat channel. Gentlemen, I'm rushing to the west of Chang'an City. I'm counting on all of you to look for the demonic beasts. I'll still say the same thing. As long as you can find the 18 demonic beasts within 50 minutes, I'll give you all a guarantee, you will surely live up to your promise. Seeing the message sent out by Gu Yifan, the crowd in Novice Village number 815 immediately became excited. Gu Yifan's words were true, and they really still had hope of winning. Big brother Gu Yifan, don't worry, we will definitely gather enough 18 demonic beasts for you. Big brother Gu Yifan, we will surely live up to our promise as well. Live up to your word. Chapter 43 Shocking Performance. Race to the bottom. Swish. Gu Yifan turned around violently after sending the message and headed straight to the west of Chang'an City like a sheathed sword. At the same time, he opened the leaderboard screen and paid attention to Ito Oro's upgrade progress. In the next moment, the number behind Ito Dara suddenly jumped a bit, changing to level 480%. Gu Yifan was not surprised by this. At this point, it had been some time since Ito Dara's level had risen to 75% of level 4, and it was only normal that this would be a progress boost. This was also the reason why he had just said that Ito Oro had killed a demonic beast in almost 15 minutes on average, and that he was still 5 level 2 demonic beasts away from being raised to level 5, but then he said that it would take almost an hour for Ito Oro to be raised to level 5. While Gu Yifan was rushing to the west of Chang'an City, the people of Novice Village 815 weren't idle either. The squads that had found the demonic beasts were driving them as quickly as possible to the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South. The squads that didn't find any demonic beasts looked around for them. Along with the passage of time, a message popped up in the chat channel of Novice Village number 815. We've found a demonic beast that's a bit far away from Chang'an City South. We may not be able to get there in 50 minutes, but we'll do our best to get there. We've also found a demonic beast that's also a bit far away, so we'll similarly try our best to rush over there. We rushed to the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South, just waiting for Big Brother Gu Yifan to rush over. We made it too. You guys wait there, we'll be there in 5 minutes. Be there in 10 minutes. Soon, half an hour had passed. At this moment, there was a large group of people standing at the junction of Chang'an City South and Chang'an City West. They formed a circle, trapping more than a dozen demonic beasts within it. Gao Zhuang also rushed over with his team and also rushed over a demonic beast. Gao Zhuang, Gu Yifan said it would take more than half an hour for him to rush over. Zhang Rou couldn't help but ask, "This will be half an hour already, why hasn't he rushed over yet?" Gao Zhuang said, "Gu Yifan said more than half an hour, this is only half an hour, it's not even the time he said." Zhang Rou was a bit embarrassed. It was true that it wasn't yet time for Gu Yifan to say that he was the one who was a bit anxious. "Don't worry everyone," Gao Zhuang said, "although Gu Yifan is a bit cold and doesn't like to socialize with others, he is very principled as a human being. He said that he will definitely come over in time in half an hour or so. Nowadays, what we need to worry about isn't Gu Yifan, but we are still short of the 2 demonic beasts. That's something that worries me too." Zhang Rou worriedly said, "We found quite a few demonic beasts, but they are all a bit far away and it's hard to come over in time, and just now Ido Aro's level has already risen to 90% of level 4, and he'll be able to level up to level 5 in half an hour at the most." Hearing Zhang Xingyi say this, there was a moment of silence from the surrounding crowd. However, the next moment, a voice filled with excited words suddenly rang out. "Look guys, the light curtain is flashing, someone should be coming out." Upon hearing this, Gao Zhuang, Zhang Rong and the others were the first to look towards the light screen. Only a silhouette could be seen quickly stepping out from the curtain of light. This silhouette was no other than Gu Yifan, who had rushed here with all his might. "Gu Yifan, there are a total of 16 demonic beasts here." Gao Zhuang quickly said, "Everyone has found quite a few demonic beasts, but because the distance is a bit far, they may not be able to come over in time." At this moment, everyone's cheeks were filled with curiosity and shock. Is this handsome and somewhat uncharacteristic youth in front of him Gu Yifan? Also, many of them didn't even have a single piece of bronze-level equipment, and Gu Yifan was actually wearing a full set of bronze-level equipment. "Kill these demonic beasts first." Gu Yifan was concise. As he spoke, he rushed towards the demonic beast surrounded by Gao Zhuang and the others with his iron dagger. Seeing this, the crowd surrounding the demonic beast unanimously made way. Rushing into the encirclement formed by Gao Zhuang and the others, Gu Yifan's speed surged. Only to see him transform into a grey lightning bolt, plunging straight into the midst of the many demonic beasts. Swish! Accompanied by a flash of silver-white light, a flash of blood-colored fireworks blossomed steeply among the demonic beasts. Swish! Another silver-white light flashed, and another blood-colored firework bloomed steeply among the demonic beasts. This moment was Gu Yifan's stage and his show alone. Zhang Rou and the others who formed the encirclement were stunned by this scene. That was a second-grade demonic beast that many of them couldn't fight single-handedly, and even Gao Zhuang, who occupied the first place in the village-level top 100 list, had to spend some effort and time to kill it, but in Gu Yifan's hands it was like a dirt chicken or a dog, unbeatable. At this time, they finally realized why Gao Zhuang respected Gu Yifan so much, and understood why Gao Zhuang said that searching for demonic beasts limited Gu Yifan's upgrade speed, and also understood why Gu Yifan's bottom line was so strong. A grade 2 demonic beast was simply no match for Gu Yifan. As long as there were enough demonic beasts, Gu Yifan would be able to reach level 10, not to mention level 5, in a very short period of time. What they didn't notice however was that Gao Zhuang was also shocked. Because at this moment, Gu Yifan had become even more powerful, beyond Gao Zhuang's perception. At this moment, the chat channel of Novice Village number 538 was filled with joy. Ha, Gao Zhuang, who occupies the first place in the top 100 list of 815 Novice Village, the rank has not moved for a while. Do you guys think they know they can't win and give up? Is there any need to ask? In the face of my great Japanese nation's challenge, the Chinese nation can only wimp out. Ito Koen only needs to kill 2 more level 2 demonic beasts to be promoted to level 5, we're sure to win. It's as if I've seen a white light erupt from within me. Suddenly, a very unholy message popped up in the chat channel. You guys quickly look at the 815th Novice Village Top 100 list. The second place Gu Yifan's level is constantly rising. This will be his level 420%. No, level 425%. Baka, I can't even keep up with the speed of change even if I talk. Seeing this message, the bonobos in Novice Village 835 were all stunned. They subconsciously opened the list, and then they were stunned by the changes in the top 100 list of Novice Village number 815. One could only see the level of Gu Yifan, who occupied the second place in the top 100 list of Novice Village number 815, rising continuously. Level 440%, level 450%, level 455%. As the man had just said, none of their words could keep up with the speed of Gu Yifan's level change. Nanny! How did this guy level up so fast? Baka! 815 Novice Village must have gathered the demonic beasts together and let Gu Yifan kill them alone. Baka! How does this guy kill so fast? Flax Butterfly, according to Gu Yifan's upgrading speed, he'll soon overtake Ito Kuan. At this moment, the chat channel of Novice Village number 835 changed abruptly. There was no longer a jubilation, but a panic. Yama Akoan and the others also noticed Gu Yifan. It wasn't that they had looked at the chat channel or noticed the second place, but Gu Yifan had already surpassed Gao Zhuang and had risen to the first place in the top 100 list of Novice Village 815, and they couldn't even think of not noticing it. Ito Koan, 815 Novice Village. There is a Gu Yifan's level is rapidly increasing. He has already level 465%. No, has already level 470%. No, and changed again. I can't talk to keep up with the speed of his level change. At those words, Itaoro, who was fighting the demonic beast, was taken aback. Baka, this is forcing me to fight for my life. Ito-Dero roared and sped up his attack. He didn't know why Gu Yifan's level had risen so quickly. But he knew one thing, if he didn't fight for his life, he was going to lose. At that time, the level drop by one level was small, the resource reduction by half was not big, but to become the sinner of the Novice Village number 538 and even the Japanese country was a big matter. Level 480%, 485%, 490%, 4. Stopped? Yama Akuan and the other Japanese from Novice Village 538 stared at Gu Yifan's level change with nervous faces. They're pissing themselves. It was good that Gu Yifan stopped after reaching 90% of level 4. Yes, Gu Yifan stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue beheading demonic beasts, but he had already beheaded all 16 of them. Where are the two closest demonic beasts to here? Gu Yifan looked at Gao Zhuang and the others present. Right now, he was only catching up to Ito-Oro's rank and hadn't won this challenge yet, so he couldn't wait here passively. He had to scramble and actively look for the person who drove the demonic beasts here. Zhao Rui then spoke. The closest demonic beast to this place is about 10 minutes away directly behind it, and the second closest is also about 15 minutes away directly behind it. This is the time they estimated. You shouldn't be able to take that long. Okay, I'm on my way. Gu Yifan answered and immediately set off. Chapter 44, Jedi Turnaround. Live up to your promise. Looking at Gu Yifan's departing back, Gao Zhuang, Zhang Yixing and the others were filled with stupefaction. There were 16 second-grade demonic beasts, but Gu Yifan only took more than 10 seconds to slaughter them. On average, it took less than a second to kill a second-grade demonic beast, which was too scary, wasn't it? A moment later, Tulstrong was the first to come back to his senses. Alas, if we had rushed 2 more demonic beasts, we would have won by now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyi and the others instantly snapped back from their stupor, and their cheeks were lined with bitter smiles. Yeah, if they had rushed 2 more demonic beasts, this would have been a win for them. I'll give you all a status report. With another word, Gao Zhuang opened the chat channel and typed a quick message. Gentlemen, I'm sure you've already noticed, you're not wrong, Gu Yifan has killed 16 level 2 demonic beasts in just over 10 seconds. He's already caught up with Ito-Deru's rank, and this will be the time when he's meeting up with the brothers who are driving the demonic beasts towards this place. The quiet 815 Novice Village chat channel instantly exploded after Gao Zhuang's message was sent. They had all just been shocked by Gu Yifan's upgrading speed, and for a moment, they had forgotten to speak in the chat channel. Big Brother Gu Yifan is awesome. Big Brother Gu Yifan is mighty. Big Brother Gu Yifan is truly a god. My Chinese nation will win. Gao Zhuang glanced at the list channel and hesitated for a moment before typing a message in the chat channel again. Ito Oro has just upgraded to 95% of level 4, killing one more demonic beast will bring him up to level 5, if we win this battle, naturally it's for the best, if we lose this battle, it's not Gu Yifan's fault, or everyone else's, it's my fault. Because Gu Yifan did his best, and everyone did their best, it was me who saved a little thought and didn't tell Gu Yifan about it in the first place, if not for that, we would have won long ago. Instantly, the Nova Village 815 chat channel went quiet again. They don't know how to respond. Zhao Rui thought briefly and quickly typed a message in the chat channel. Gentlemen, I'm Tall Strong's teammate, and I've witnessed how hard he's worked to win this battle. Let me be fair, everyone has the idea of becoming a hero and fighting for the glory of the Chinese nation. It's not incomprehensible that Gao Zhuang has a little bit of a mind, and he hasn't been wrong all the time, even going so far as to blow up his own scandals to give everyone hope. Besides, now that the victory is undecided and Big Brother Gu Yifan is so powerful, there's no need for us to be too pessimistic. Upstairs is right, now that the winner is undecided, let's all cheer for Big Brother Gu Yifan. Big Brother Gu Yifan, please dry up the little Japanese country and strengthen our huaxia. Big Brother Gu Yifan, please dry up the little Japanese country and strengthen our huaxia. Big Brother Gu Yifan, please dry up the little Japanese country and strengthen our huaxia. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere of Novice Village Chat Channel number 815, Novice Village Chat Channel number 538 was cheerful again. Gu Yifan's rank stopped, scared me to death. Gu Yifan should have no more demonic beasts to kill. Ito Koen has stepped on the spot, there won't be no demonic beasts to kill, and it's a waste of time to search for them, we can still win. Ito Koen's leveled up to 95% of level 4, just need to kill one more demonic beast to move up to level 5. There was a scare, and in the end it was my great Japanese nation that won. While the Japanese were celebrating in the chat channel, Yama Akoan was also reporting the situation to Ito Daro, who had just slain the demonic beast. Ito Koen, Gu Yifan's level stopped at 90% of level 4, there shouldn't be any demonic beasts to kill, the closest demonic beast to us is 100 meters away in front of us, as long as you kill that demonic beast, you'll be able to rise to level 5. Phew! Daijiro Ito let out a long sigh of relief. Gu Yifan's leveling speed just now had also nearly scared the pants off of him. The matter was not a bad thing, though, because under Gu Yifan's compulsion, he went over the top. Tell everyone that I will soon find the demonic beasts, and I will do my best to kill them as soon as possible, and although there are twists and turns along the way, the final victory will still belong to my great Japanese nation. After saying that, Ito Daro immediately rushed towards the front. Although he was already ahead of Gu Yifan's speed in decimating the demonic beasts was too fast for him to take it lightly. Also, the punishment for defeat was too heavy, he couldn't afford it, and even more so, he couldn't afford to become the sinner of Novice Village 815 or even the Japanese nation, so he couldn't afford to be careless, he had to kill another demonic beast as soon as possible, rise to level 5, and win the challenge. Yama Akoan then sent what Ito Dara said to the 538 Novice Village chat channel, and then the Japanese were abuzz again. Ito Koen has found the demonic beast, we're sure to win. Gu Yifan still has to kill 2 more demonic beasts, he doesn't have any demonic beasts to kill yet, the ending is no longer in doubt. Ito Koen is greatly powerful. The great Japanese nation is great. This time, I really saw a white light erupt steeply from within me. A few minutes later, another ill-timed message popped up in the chat channel. Gu Yifan's level has also risen to 95% of level 4, catching up to Ito Koen once again. This message was as if it pressed the pause button, and once again, the 538 Novice Village chat channel instantly fell silent. They had just experienced the fear of being dominated by Gu Yifan's crazy escalation. They were worried about a repeat of the scene they had just experienced. It was a good thing that after they waited for a while, Gu Yifan's rank did not change. At this moment, a message popped up in the 538 Novice Village chat channel. Don't worry everyone, Ito Koen has already wounded the demonic beast, it won't take long to decimate it. This message was sent by Yama Akoan. And as if this message had pressed the play button again, the 538th Novice Village chat channel was once again filled with joy. Gu Yifan just upgraded, he still has to search for demonic beasts, we're really going to win. What a twist, well it ended well. Let's shout out, Ito Koen is greatly awesome. Go Ito Koen. Go Ito Koen. Bear. Along with the sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the wooden blade in Ito Oro's hand pierced into the demonic beast's neck. Haha, hit. Daijiro Ito laughed out loud. Next he could slit the demonic beast's throat with a single hard stroke, thus rising to level 5 and winning the battle. Laughing out loud, Ito Dara didn't delay, gripping his wooden blade and slashing down hard. But what he didn't see was that just then Gu Yifan's rank had changed. Almost simultaneously, the mechanical yet cold voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly exploded in the sky. Challenge over. Novice Village number 815 wins, Novice Village number 538 loses the challenge. In the next moment, the wooden blade in Oro's hand cut the demonic beast's neck. But the smile on his cheeks froze. Not only him, but the smiles on the cheeks of everyone in Novice Village 538, including Yama-Akon, froze. Failed challenge in Novice Village number 538, everyone's level is lowered by 1 level, randomly reduced by 25 attribute points, and Novice Village number 538's cultivation resources are lowered by 50%, including demonic beasts, explosive rates, elixirs, and so on. Novice Village number 815 wins, everyone's level is raised by 1 level, attribute points are increased in the same manner as they were upgraded, and Novice Village number 815's cultivation resources are increased by 50%, including demonic beasts, explosive rates, elixirs, and so on. Gu Yifan of Novice Village number 815 was the first to reach level 5 and led Novice Village number 815 to win this challenge, rewarding 20 free attribute points and a random skill book on top of the original reward. The challenge is over, the top 100 leaderboards of Novice Village 815 and 538 are over and shared. The mechanical yet cold words of the heavenly Tao once again resounded in the sky. At the same time, a black light flashed from the sky above Novice Village 538 as well as from everyone. It felt as if the 538th Novice Village and all of its people had been cursed. Bagger. Octogram. Yagyu. A stream of national curses came out of Daru's mouth. His face was blue with madness. He was then almost a second behind Gu Yifan, but it was that 1 second that made the difference between victory and defeat. Not only did he not become a hero of the Japanese nation, but he also harmed himself and all the people of Novice Village number 538, and became a sinner of Novice Village number 538 and even the Japanese nation. The crowd in Novice Village number 538 also went crazy because the punishment was too severe. Then the Novice Village 538 chat channel, which had been quiet for a moment, once again exploded. Nanny! How did we lose? Baka! Oro, what happened to the promise of a sure win? I'm getting killed by you. Baka! Daru, you piece of, not only have you harmed my old man, but you've also disgraced my great Japanese nation. Baka! Oro is all because of you, I managed to rise to level 2 and now I've fallen back to level 1. Baka! With your rank lowered, your resources halved, and a loss of face, Daru, you must disembowel yourself. Unlike the black light that fell from the sky in Novice Village number 538 was the white light that erupted everywhere in Novice Village number 815. Everyone's level was raised by 1 level, and the cultivation resources of Novice Village number 815 were increased by 50%. Other than that, there was one other difference, the 815 Novice Village chat channel was quiet. Everyone was stunned by the sudden win. Phew! Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief. He fought as hard as he could, not daring to stop for a moment, and finally won the challenge. Summoning the Heavenly Tao interface, Gu Yifan opened the chat channel and typed a message. Gentlemen, live up to your word. Chapter 45, Harvested. Skill 6th Sense. Gentlemen, live up to your word. The message sent by Gu Yifan was as if he had pressed the start button, and the people of Novice Village number 815 successively came back to their senses from their ecstasy. Right after that, a message popped up in the chat channel. Ow, we won. Tay Grandma, I thought we were going to lose, but I didn't think we were going to win. I just saw that after Big Brother Gu Yifan ascended to level 5, Daru ascended to level 5 with him, and there was only a 1 second difference between before and after, but it was that quick 1 second time that we won the battle. We've all gone up a level, and the little bonobos in Novice Village number 538 have all gone down a level, so I'm happy as hell. 50%. No equipment? No elixir? To be Ed instead of being challenged, the little Japanese from Novice Village number 538 is afraid that he'll want to die this time. Big Brother Gu Yifan is awesome. Big Brother Gu Yifan is mighty. Big Brother Gu Yifan is domineering. Let's all cheer for Big Brother Gu Yifan. Big Brother Gu Yifan, I love you. Big Brother Gu Yifan, I want to be the pendant on your thigh. Big Brother Gu Yifan, I want to give you a monkey. The chat channel of Novice Village number 518 was filled with joy. Everyone's cheeks were filled with excitement and smiles, not only because they had all risen a level, and not only because of the 50% increase in cultivation resources in Novice Village number 815, but also because they had crushed the little Japanese plot and defended the dignity of the Chinese nation. In addition to being happy and excited, Gao Zhuang's heart was filled with gratitude. Fortunately, Gu Yifan saved the day and won the battle, otherwise he would have felt guilty in his heart even if no one said anything about him. Big brother Gu Yifan, you have saved the day, crushed the plot of the small Japanese nation, and defended the dignity of my Chinese nation. At this time of celebration, tell us a few words. A message suddenly popped up in the chat channel, and then the picture of the chat channel changed abruptly. Big brother Gu Yifan, say a few words. Big brother Gu Yifan, say a few words. Big brother Gu Yifan, say a few words. Looking at the message in the chat channel, Gu Yifan started typing in the message after a little thought. Okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll say a few words. Seeing Gu Yifan show up, everyone in Novice Village number 815 stopped sending messages in unison. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, continued to input information. Gentlemen, it's not only my credit that we've won this challenge, it's also everyone's. Because without everyone's help in searching for the demonic beasts and also driving them to the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South, it would have been impossible for me to turn the tables on the Jedi and overtake Itodaru at the last minute to win this battle. Everyone in the 815th Novice Village was beautiful in their hearts. Gu Yifan didn't take all the credit for himself and remembered their efforts clearly. There's one more person I'd like to thank in particular here. He's tall, strong. Before he contacted me, all I wanted was to work hard alone and win this battle, but as it turns out, manpower is sometimes poor, and even if I can easily decimate demonic beasts, there's nothing I can do without a sufficient number of them. It was Gao Zhuang's timely contact with me, along with the help of everyone else, that made this battle winnable. Let's croak for tall strong, for all of us. Snap. Snapping. Snapping. The sky over the western part of Chang'an City resounded with applause, and everyone applauded for themselves and for others. For his part, Tallstrong was a little teary-eyed. He didn't expect Gu Yifan to thank him specifically in the chat channel, which made him feel even more guilty. If he hadn't stored some small thoughts and contacted Gu Yifan in the first place, why would he have won this battle so thrillingly? In addition to that, there was also the point that what Gu Yifan said had helped him out, or rather removed the effects of the mistakes he had made, because when Gu Yifan said that, no one would bother to take into account the mistakes he had made. I'll say one last thing, the challenge is over, and the cultivation resources of our novice village have been increased by 50%, so everyone sees the time to upgrade, and I'm going to get busy, so I'll see you in Chang'an City, and I'll see you in the Divine Realm. Big brother Gu Yifan, see you in Chang'an City. See you in the Divine Realm. Big brother Gu Yifan, see you in Chang'an City. See you in the Divine Realm. Big brother Gu Yifan, see you in Chang'an City. See you in the Divine Realm. Gu Yifan didn't say anything more and closed the Heavenly Dao interface. Go away. He waved at the squad standing next to him and turned away. As they watched Gu Yifan leave, a murmur of voices rang out one after another. Big brother Gu Yifan is just too strong. Yes, just now when Big brother Gu Yifan arrived it was like a bolt of lightning. Before I could see it clearly, the demonic beasts we rushed over were seconded by Big brother Gu Yifan / Didn't you guys realize that Big brother Gu Yifan is not only strong, but also handsome? Fat girl, have you ever considered our feelings when you say other men are handsome in front of a group of us men? I'm telling the truth, and what's more, I'm not telling it to you stinking men, I'm telling it to the right captain. Swish. 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 Everyone's eyes unanimously shifted to the woman standing at the front. The woman wore a competent ponytail, her skin was fair, her face was stunningly beautiful, her legs were slender, and her figure was also concave and convex, but if anyone underestimated her just because she was a woman, they would be very wrong. Because she is Chao Shuryan, who steadily occupies the second place in the ranking of 815, Novice Village. Well, because Guam Yifan occupies the first place, this will be squeezed into the third place. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Chao Shuryan said, "It's true that he's very handsome and so strong, I'm a bit moved. But what I'm upset about is that this guy is a man? I'm such a big beauty standing here, and he didn't even take a second look." The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Achoo! Gu Yifan, who was rushing to the south of Chang'an City, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and said, "It must be that little Japanese guy Itodaru, who is cursing me, no talent stuff, can't win me even cursing." However, Gu Yifan just said that and did not take the matter to heart. Alas! Gu Yifan sighed again. When one is in the jungle, one really can't help it. Prior to this, he had been thinking of keeping a low profile and not attracting the attention of others, but as a result, he was forced to keep a high profile by the sudden challenge from the small Japanese nation, exposing himself to the rest of the world. But then again, it was worth the high profile for once. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved and summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 6. Root bone, 83 plus 5. Spirituality, 83 plus 5. Strength, 94 plus 10. Agility, 89 plus 10. Free attribute points, 45. Experience, 0-1600. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement D, agility enhancement E, roots and bones enhancement E, sight enhancement E, olfactory enhancement F, auditory enhancement E, fireflame F. Skills, probing, bloodlust. Battle strength, 9 stars. Nice. Not bad. The level has been raised to level 6, all 4 attributes have passed 80, the strength attribute is over 90, and the battle strength has been raised to 9 stars. Well, there are still 45 free attribute points. If we use the free attribute points, the 3 attributes can easily exceed 100, and the battle power can be raised to the 1st grade, but this attribute is enough for the moment, there is no rush to use the free attribute points, wait until you need them in the future. Gu Yifan muttered to himself as he casually flipped his hand again, and a somewhat yellowed scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. This scroll is the skill book rewarded by Tendo after winning the challenge. He didn't check it first because there were people around at the time. Sixth sense? Seeing the name on the scroll, Gu Yifan froze. He had some understanding of the word sixth sense. Like a certain adult product, and then the somewhat subtle sixth sense of the human race. But what is the sixth sense skill? What's the point of thinking so much? You'll know when you use it. Gu Yifan said and picked up the scroll and pressed it to his forehead. In the next moment, the scroll turned into a white light and disappeared into Gu Yifan's forehead. Immediately following that, one more skill was added to the skills column of the personal attributes interface, the sixth sense. However, unlike the scrying and bloodthirsty skills, the 4 words scrying and bloodthirsty were black, while the 3 words sixth sense were gray. Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the 3 words sixth sense. Followed by rows and rows of small print. Chapter 46, Customized? A street rat. Sixth sense, it needs to gather all 5 cultivation talents of sight, hearing, smell, taste and touch before it can be activated. The stronger the level of the 5 senses, the stronger the effect of the sixth sense. The specific effect depends on the level of the 5 senses. Looking at the rows and rows of small words that appeared, Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless and surprised. Breathless because it doesn't suck to get a skill book and not be able to use it. No wonder the bloodthirsty and probe skills were in black font, but the sixth sense skill was in gray font. Amazed because how he felt like the sixth sense skill was tailor-made for him? It is important to know that cultivation talent is inherent, and it is difficult to increase it in later stages, and the vast majority of people only have 1 cultivation talent, but the sixth sense needs to be activated only after collecting all 5 cultivation talents, sight, hearing, smell, taste and touch. In this case, other people who got the sixth sense skill could only look on. But he was different, he possessed the hidden talent strip everything, he could strip others of their cultivation talents and turn them into his own, he simply didn't worry about which cultivation talent he lacked, so wasn't the sixth sense skill tailor-made for him? In the next moment, Gu Yifan became excited again. The sixth sense skill needed to gather the 5 cultivation talents of sight, hearing, smell, taste and touch, which was an extremely demanding requirement, and the more demanding the skill was, the more powerful it was. He was somewhat looking forward to gathering the 5 cultivation talents of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch to activate the sixth sense skill. Now that I have the Grade E cultivation talent visual enhancement, the Grade F cultivation talent olfactory increase and the Grade E cultivation talent auditory enhancement, I am still short of the taste cultivation talent and the tactile cultivation talent. I have to work hard. Gu Yifan smacked his lips and continued to rush towards the south of Chang'an City. Itodera didn't know that he had somehow taken a fall for Chao Shiyan. However, he did want to yell at Gu Yifan, but he was in no mood to do so. Because the little bonobos of Novice Village 538 are collectively making him disembowel himself. Ito Aro, you piece of hurry up and disembowel yourself. Ito Aro, you piece of hurry up and disembowel yourself. Ito Aro, you piece of hurry up and disembowel yourself. The same message was quickly brushed across the chat channel of Novice Village number 538. Looking at the messages that kept flashing through the chat channel, Itodera's face was stone cold. He didn't want to lose the challenge either, and by losing the challenge, he was equally punished, and it was too much for the others not to comfort him, but to come together and clamor for him to disembowel himself. Baka! You've gone too far. Do I want to lose the challenge? I don't want to either. Also, before, you were all shouting that Ito-kun was greatly powerful and domineering, but now that you lost the challenge, you are all cursing me, not to mention that you told me to disembowel myself. Your faces have become too fast, haven't they? Suffocating, Ito-daru typed a quick message in the chat channel. Seeing Ito-daru show up, the small Japanese people of Novice Village number 538 immediately rose up in a group. Ito-daru, how the hell do you have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't sworn to tell us that this battle would be won, would we have been lowered a level and would our novice village have had its cultivation resources halved? Ito Daiko, it was you who said you would win and we praised you. Now that you've lost, how can you expect us to praise you? Ito Daru, you caused us to be lowered a level and have the cultivation resources of our novice village, and even more so, you have disgraced the face of our great Japanese nation, so what's wrong with us scolding you? Shouldn't you disembowel yourself? Ito Daru, you've victimized so many people and disgraced my great Japanese nation, don't you feel guilty? Ito Daru's liver ached with anger at the message in the chat channel. When you win, you're praised to the skies, when you lose, you're hated to stomp on you. This group of people is so shameless. As for guilt? He's got a little bit of that in him, but you guys can just scold me a little bit. Why do you want me to cut myself open? The messages in the chat channel of Novice Village number 538 were still scrolling rapidly. Ito Aro, I'm telling you, you'd better hurry up and disembowel yourself or we'll go after you. Ito Aro, hurry up and tell us where you are, we're going to kill you right now. Ito Daru, you'd better disembowel yourself immediately or don't let us see you. Yama Amatsubo, I know that you follow Ito Oro, and I suggest that you had better slaughter Ito Oro immediately, or you will have to bear our wrath. That's right, Yama Amatsubo, if you don't want to die, hurry up and kill Ito Oro. Looking at the message in the chat channel, Ito Daru's face changed violently. These people are actually trying to kill him. That's not even the point. The point is that these people also compelled Yama Amatsubo and others to kill him. Although he was still occupying the first place in the top 100 list of Novice Village 538 with a 1-level drop in rank, the human race was not a low-ranked demonic beast with no intelligence. If Yama Asangbao and the others were to deal with him together, he would not be able to carry it off at all. The heart greatly alarmed Ito Daru subconsciously looked around at Yama Asangbao and the others, and then saw Yama Asangbao and the others with flickering gazes, and that look had obviously been compelled by the people of Novice Village number 538 to kill him. Yama Amatsubo, what do you want? Ito Daru shouted in a deep voice, don't forget that without me, it's impossible for you guys to level up so fast. Ito Daiko, we have not forgotten your favor. Yama Asangbao said in a cold voice, but we don't want to be dragged down by you, and we don't want to die even more, so we have no choice but to slaughter you as a way to quell the anger of everyone in Novice Village number 538. Yama Akuan is absolutely right, we have no choice. Ito Daiko, I'm sorry, I don't want to die either. Ito Daiko, I have an 80-year-old mother at home to take care of, and I can't die yet, only you. Several of the surrounding people then spoke up, all in favor of Yama Amatsubo's decision. Ito Daru's face turned even more ironic. He roared in anger, Baka! You're all a bunch of ungrateful, white-eyed wolves. Ito Daru, cut the crap, we'll send you on your way. To kill. Yama Amatsubo sneered and took the lead in charging towards Ito Daru. Seeing this, the other people around them then made their move. Bagger! Ito Daru roared in anger and fled frantically at the first opportunity. We can't let him get away, hurry up and chase him. Yama Amatsubo roared with it, then went after Ito Daru, with the rest of the group following suit. But unfortunately they were not as strong as Ito Daru, and not only did they fail to catch up to Ito Daru, but they were also continuously pulled away by Ito Daru. It didn't take long for Ito Daru to run to the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South. You guys wait! With a harsh word, Ito Daru broke through the light curtain at the junction of Chang'an City West and Chang'an City South and entered Chang'an City South. He could no longer stay in the west of Chang'an City and had to venture into the south of Chang'an City, where other people could not enter, to escape the pursuit. This scene made the faces of Yama Asangbao and the others look a bit ugly. With their strength, they were not yet able to enter the southern part of Chang'an City, and they could not continue to pursue them even if they wanted to. Yama Akuan, what should we do? A Japanese man asked. Baka! What can I do? We have to tell the truth. Yama Asangbao cursed and quickly typed a message into the chat channel. Gentlemen, we wanted to kill Ito-Daru to take revenge for all of you, but he ran to the south of Chang'an City, so we couldn't get in and could only watch him get away. Nanny. So many people couldn't kill Ito-Daru? You guys are such losers. Baka. Running to the south of Chang'an City is just dying a little bit later. Sooner or later I will chase into the south of Chang'an City and continue to kill him. Baka. He can run away from the monk, but he can't run away from the temple. When we return to the divine continent, I'll kill him. Baka. Treacherous Ito-Daru, I'll let you bounce around a little longer. Gu Yifan didn't know that Ito-Daru had become a street rat and everyone was shouting at him. This time, he had already arrived at the south of Chang'an City and was looking around for demonic beasts. The demonic beasts in the south of Chang'an City hadn't been stripped once, and he couldn't leave the south of Chang'an City yet. This is not the point is that each map has a demonic beast leader, the first kill demonic beast leader and 100% drop treasure. In the novice village plains, the first kill of the demon beast leader received the storage ring. First killed the demonic beast leader in the west of Chang'an City and got the pendant of concealment. Whether it's a storage ring or a pendant of concealment, it's all good stuff. He couldn't give up the opportunity to first kill the leader of the demonic beast south of Chang'an City to other people. So he has to find the demonic beast leader south of Chang'an City and complete the first kill. Chapter 47, The Artful Man. A welcome relief. Whoosh. 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 Gu Yifan was like a bolt of lightning, shuttling back and forth in the south of Chang'an City, carpet searching for the demonic beast leaders. He didn't know where the demonic beast leader was, so he could only search for it in the dumbest way possible. Fortunately, he possessed the E-level cultivation talent of visual enhancement, which allowed him to see a longer distance and search a larger area at once, otherwise he would have to make many more trips back and forth. Of course, even with a carpet search, Gu Yifan might not be able to find the demonic beast leader. After all, the demonic beast leader was not a dead thing, it could move. If the demonic beast leader happened to enter his searched area from an area he hadn't searched, he wouldn't be able to find it. However, this was unlikely because there was not just one demonic beast leader, and it was impossible for every demonic beast leader to happen to enter the area he had searched from an area he had not searched. It's just a step back, and if this unlikely thing does happen, then he'll just carpet search again. Moreover, his carpet search wasn't just looking for demonic beast leaders, he was also looking for ordinary demonic beasts. It was important to realize that each demonic beast represented experience, and until he had stripped all the demonic beasts in a place, each one also represented attribute points. Possibly because of the 50% increase in resources in Novice Village A15, this would increase the frequency of his encounters with demonic beasts by quite a bit. In just 2 hours, he had encountered 8 demonic beasts, which were then turned into his experience and attribute points. One should know that in almost a morning's time before, he had only beheaded 7 demonic beasts. Ha! The eyes of Gu Yifan, who was moving at high speed, turned bright. He had found the demonic beast leader. Following his gaze, he only saw a tiger demon slinking leisurely 400 or 500 meters away in front of him. The tiger demon was more than 2 meters tall, covered in tawny patterns, its fur glistening under the sunlight, and it looked truly majestic. But this is not the point is that there is a clear king on the forehead of the tiger demon, which is the symbol of the leader of the tiger demon. Finally. With a dark sigh, Gu Yifan rushed towards the tiger demon leader. Although he had already made a judgment through the tiger demon leader's features, he still cast the scrying skill at the first opportunity. Not to make sure if his judgment was right, but to see the strength of the tiger demon leader. Immediately afterward, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Race, tiger demon leader. Level, 5. Battle strength, 8 stars. Skill, roar can shock the enemy, put fear in their hearts, and reduce their battle power. Burst rate, 0.06%. And skills. Gu Yifan was pleasantly surprised. He searched for the tiger demon leader in order to 100% drop the treasure, but he didn't think that he could also harvest a skill, so he had to say that this was a somewhat unexpected surprise. With Gu Yifan's rapid and furious running, the distance of 400 to 500 meters passed in a flash. At this moment, the tiger demon leader also discovered Gu Yifan. Ah! The tiger demon leader roared, spreading his hooves and running wildly towards Gu Yifan. Its copper bell-sized eyes glittered with hunger. The meat of the human race was much tastier than that of the demonic beasts, but it had skulked around for a few days without encountering a single human race, which made it really a bit hungry and thirsty, and now that it had discovered the human race, it could finally have a full meal. Soon, Gu Yifan and the tiger demon leader had met. Ah! The tiger demon leader roared again and opened his bloody mouth to bite at Gu Yifan's head. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, raised his left hand to meet the tiger demon leader's bloody mouth as it bit. However, when it was about to touch the tiger demon leader's bloody mouth, Gu Yifan's left hand jerked upward and pressed on its forehead. In the next moment, the tiger demon leader's huge body that was charging forward came to a violent stop as if it had stepped on the emergency brake. At this moment, the tiger demon leader's bloody mouth was only half an arm's length away from Gu Yifan. But it was this half an arm's length that became an insurmountable gap for the tiger demon leader. The tiger demon leader only felt as if its forehead had hit a large mountain. It was difficult to shake, but the food was right in front of its eyes, and as long as it advanced just a little bit further it could taste the deliciousness of the food. It did not want to retreat, nor was it willing to do so. Ah! The tiger demon leader roared again, his limbs stomping on the ground in a desperate effort to advance some more distance. But soon it realized that its efforts were futile. Gu Yifan's left hand was not as if it was a big mountain, but it was just a big mountain. No matter how hard it tried, it could hardly advance any further. On the contrary, Gu Yifan looked relaxed and relaxed. Prior to this, Gu Yifan's strength attribute was 94 points, and after utilizing his D-rank cultivation talent, Strength Enhancement, his strength attribute was as high as 376 points, whereas the tiger demon leader was only an 8-star battle force, and his strength attribute was only 90 points at the highest. 90 points versus 376 points, a full 3 times the difference. How could the tiger demon leader shake Gu Yifan in terms of power? This was the reason why Gu Yifan dared to hold down the tiger demon leader with his bare hands. This would be the time when the tiger demon leader finally realized that something was wrong. The human in front of him was extremely powerful, not something it could fight against. Ah! The tiger demon leader roared once again. This time, it roared even louder than before. Almost at the same time, Gu Yifan clearly felt that there was a gloomy and cold power enveloping him, and that power caused a touch of fear to rise uncontrollably in his heart, and he also clearly felt that his strength had been weakened a bit. This is the tiger demon leader's skill roar. Gu Yifan made an instant judgment. Almost at the same time, his right hand holding the iron dagger was raised lightning fast and chopped at the tiger demon leader's neck. After he pressed his left hand on the tiger demon leader's forehead, his right hand was only now making a move. It wasn't that his reaction was slower, it was that he wanted to force the tiger demon leader to use the skill roar, to experience what it felt like to be hit with the roar skill. I have to say Gu Yifan has some guts. But he is not foolishly bold, he is artistically bold. Although the tiger demon leader's skill roar could shock the enemy and put fear in his heart, as well as lowering his enemy's battle power, his battle power was too much higher than the tiger demon leader's, and even if it was lowered a bit, it wasn't something that the tiger demon leader could fight against. This was also the reason why he dared the tiger demon leader to cast the roar skill. The tiger demon leader was thinking prettily of biting Gu Yifan to death after shocking him with its roar skill, but it didn't realize that it felt a pain in its neck just as its thoughts rose. Whoosh! The next moment, a bloody arrow shot out from in front of the tiger demon leader's neck. At this time, Gu Yifan had already flashed away. He was confident that the strike he had just made would take the tiger demon leader's little life. Immediately after that, the tiger demon leader's huge body fell to the ground with a loud thud, and then quieted down after trembling sharply for a few moments. The tiger demon leader died, having his throat sealed by Gu Yifan's blow. But its rounded eyes were hefty proof that it was dead. Because it didn't understand how Gu Yifan could still strike out and attack it when it had clearly been hit by its roar skill. Gu Yifan frowned. According to theory, the tiger demon leader had already died. The tiger demon leader's skill roar would disappear with it. Why did he still feel a cold power enveloping him? There was still a touch of fear in his heart. Break me! Gu Yifan roared, his body snapping. Click! 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 The next moment, a faint cracking sound rang in his ears. That was the sound made by the roar skill cast by the tiger demon leader being forcefully broken. Almost at the same time, the grim feeling disappeared, the fear in his heart vanished, and the power that had just been weakened returned. That's a great skill. Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. His strength far exceeded that of the tiger demon leader, yet he was still affected to a small degree, so it was evident that the power of the roar skill was not ordinary. Ding! You have killed the tiger demon leader and gained 80 experience points. Ding! The tiger demon leader exploded a skill book. At the same time, a somewhat yellowed scroll appeared out of nowhere in Gu Yifan's palm. Isn't this coming? Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles. It's still good to be the first to kill a demonic beast leader, the rewards are extraordinary. Night vision? Looking at the skill book in his hand, Gu Yifan was even more surprised. Night vision is, as the name suggests, physical at night. It doesn't do anything for strength, but it's very useful. You should know that the gods end continent this time after the perfect update, but there is a day and night change. The night vision is not good when you cannot act at will, not to mention decapitating the demonic beasts, but with the night vision skills, this problem is undoubtedly solved. Learned. Gu Yifan decisively took the scroll and stuck it to his forehead. In the next moment, the scroll turned into a white light and disappeared into Gu Yifan's forehead. Immediately following that, one more skill was added to the skill column of his personal attribute interface, night vision. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and wanted to brush it over the body of the tiger demon leader. He wanted to strip the tiger demon leader of his roar skill. But the next moment he seemed to think of something, and the hand he had just swung out came to a violent stop. Chapter 48 Promotion to First Grade. Soured Gu Yifan. Should we wait until the number of stripped tiger demons reaches the 3-head limit before stripping the tiger demon leader? Gu Yifan's face showed a thoughtful expression. What he wanted was the tiger demon leader's skill roar. However, low-level demonic beasts could only be stripped once, and the number of tiger demons he had stripped hadn't yet reached the maximum of 3, and he was a little worried that stripping the tiger demon leader now would strip attribute points instead of the tiger demon leader's skill roar. That's why he swung his hand out and stopped again. It shouldn't strip away attribute points when there are skills. Because stripping the human race is all about stripping cultivation talent, not attribute points. It's just a matter of taking a step back and finding another tiger demon leader even if you don't strip the skill roar. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. Having made up his mind, Gu Yifan no longer hesitated as he waved his hand and brushed it over the tiger demon leader's corpse. Ding! Stripping was successful. You gained the skill roar. Phew! Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his cheeks. He managed to peel off the tiger demon leader's skill roar. Although the roar skill could not increase his strength, it could weaken the enemy's strength, which was a disguised increase in his strength, which was why he wanted the roar skill so badly. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand and put the tiger demon leader's corpse into his storage ring. Just then, Gu Yifan's stomach grumbled. Because of dealing with the challenge of Novice Village number 538, Gu Yifan hadn't even eaten at noon, and just now, he was so focused on finding the demon beast leader that he didn't even feel hungry. Now that he had found the demonic beast leader, under the relaxed mood, he immediately felt tired and hungry. From the morning has been busy until now, really tired, rest a little, eat something and go to Chang'an City East. Gu Yifan sat down on his but when he finished speaking, took out a piece of roasted meat and ate it. After finding the tiger demon leader and completing his first kill, there was no need for him to remain in the south of Chang'an City. Although there were still quite a few types of demonic beasts south of Chang'an City that hadn't reached the stripping limit, these could be obtained by selling roasted meat, while going to the east of Chang'an City to decapitate higher-level demonic beasts not only gained more experience, but also had no one to steal it from him. Just now when he was searching for the demonic beast leader, the roasted meat that was uploaded to the treasure pavilion to exchange for the demonic beasts in the south of Chang'an City had already sold several copies, which also meant that there were already people who had entered the south of Chang'an City, so he wasn't at all worried about not being able to collect the demonic beasts in the south of Chang'an City. Anyway, we're going to take a break, so we'll be idle and grab some meat to bake for backup. Gu Yifan stood up again, he picked up some branches around the area, set up a grill and started to roast the meat. There will be plenty of places to use the grill in the future, so there's no need to waste any other time by grilling some while you're taking a break. As before, Gu Yifan roasted 4 demonic beasts at once. He waited for all 4 demonic beasts to be roasted before he continued eating the roasted meat. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved, summoning the Heaven's Path interface, then opening the treasure pavilion. Well, 6 roasts were sold, 6 demonic beast corpses were obtained, more than 100 wooden blades were sold, more than 100 pieces of bronze-level equipment were obtained, and none of the roasts that were exchanged for spirit medicine and equipment were sold. Gu Yifan said and took the 6 demonic beast corpses out of the treasure pavilion. After peeling it off head to head, he gained another 20 or so attribute points. The more than 100 pieces of bronze-grade equipment that he obtained, he didn't even look at them or take them out, and left them all in the treasure pavilion. The attributes of the equipment on his body had already reached the upper limit of bronze-level equipment, there wouldn't be any more equipment with better attributes than what he had on him, and placing the equipment in the treasure pavilion wouldn't need to take up the storage space of the storage ring. Alas, those who can take out equipment for a wooden blade must have the same part of equipment, which means they popped more than one piece of equipment, and I've only gotten one skill book so far by relying on the popping rate. Gu Yifan sighed. In terms of popping rates, he really didn't have much luck. The good thing was that he was able to use his strength and talent to get what he wanted, not that he cared if others had better luck than him. After sighing, Gu Yifan shelved another 200 wooden blades into the treasure pavilion. The wooden blades he had shelved into the cache were almost sold out, and it was time to replenish some. Closing the hidden treasure, Gu Yifan tapped on his personal attributes again. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 6. Root bone, 101 plus 5. Spirituality, 100 plus 5. Strength, 106 plus 10. Agility, 102 plus 10. Free attribute points, 45. Experience, 550-1600. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement D, agility enhancement E, roots and bones enhancement E, sight enhancement E, olfactory enhancement F, auditory enhancement E, fireflame F. Skills, probing, bloodlust, sixth sense, night vision, roaring. Battle strength, first class. Hee, all 4 of my attributes have broken 100, and my battle power has risen to the first rank. Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. But thinking about it, 3 of his 4 attributes broke 80 and 1 broke 90 before. He had killed 8 more demonic beasts and a tiger demon leader, and exchanged the roasted meat for 6 demonic beasts, gaining 50 or 60 attribute points. Now, it is normal to break 100 in all 4 attributes. To have a first-class battle power at level 6, just ask who else? Gu Yifan opened the chat channel again with a big smile. There are clearly more demonic beasts today than in previous days, and our squad has already obtained 2 pieces of equipment since noon. Indeed, our squad has obtained 3 pieces of equipment. Yes, it was old hard work to find demonic beasts before, today it's obviously easier to find them. Thank you big brother Gu Yifan. Thanks to Novice Village number 538. Thank you Little Japan. Gu Yifan's face darkened a bit. From noon until now, he had killed 8 unusual demonic beasts and 1 demonic beast leader, and he hadn't seen a single piece of equipment explode. His luck in relying on explosive rates to blow up equipment really wasn't as good as the others. Could it be that I have other ways of obtaining equipment and the heavens have lowered my luck? Gu Yifan cursed and wanted to close the chat channel. He didn't want to read any further because it was disturbing to watch. But just at that moment, a reminder voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Gao Zhuang sent you a message, do you access it? There's nothing going on right now, what does this guy want with me? Gu Yifan was a bit puzzled. Still, he chose to access it first. Immediately afterward, a message appeared in his mind. Gu Yifan, our squad exploded into a challenge order. As the saying goes, it's not polite to come without a challenge. I want to challenge Novice Village number 538, but as I think about it, it's better for you to initiate the challenge. What do you think? Gu Yifan's heart was a little sour. Gao Zhuang unexpectedly exploded into a challenge order. This is really lucky. As for the challenge of Novice Village number 538, is that something to think about? No problem. Gu Yifan replied decisively. Soon after, another message came from Gao Zhuang. Gu Yifan, where are you? I'll send the challenge order over to you. Gu Yifan didn't dawdle and told Gao Zhuang where he was. Gao Zhuang, I'm a little distance from your place, about half an hour to, wait for me, I'll go over now. Yes. Gu Yifan replied and then grilled the meat while pondering about challenging Novice Village number 538. Soon, half an hour had passed. Gao Zhuang also arrived on time, but not with a squad, but alone. Seeing Gu Yifan grilling meat, Gao Zhuang's cheeks were filled with eccentricity. Gao Zhuang, what's that look on your face? Gu Yifan said in disbelief. Gao Zhuang hesitated for a moment and said, Gu Yifan, the black. Roast meat merchant who exchanged roast meat for demonic beast carcasses, spiritual medicines, and equipment on the treasure pavilion, isn't that you? Gu Yifan's head was filled with black lines. Although Gao Zhuang temporarily changed his words, he was not stupid, so could he not hear that Gao Zhuang wanted to talk about black-hearted barbecue merchants? What if I say no? Gu Yifan asked rhetorically. Do you think I'm stupid? Gao Zhuang said breathlessly, previously, I didn't understand why your ranking on the village level top 100 list not only didn't grow after rushing to 31, but also retreated by more than 10 places, but now I understand, you spent your time on grilling meat. Also, you roasted 4 demonic beasts at once, aren't you selling them, are you eating them alone? Gu Yifan looked at Gao Zhuang with a face full of surprise. It's not like the guy doesn't have a brain. How come he's dead last every time? Seemingly knowing what Gu Yifan was thinking, Gao Zhuang said with a dark face, Gu Yifan, don't look at me with that kind of look. I just don't like to learn theoretical knowledge. It doesn't mean that I'm stupid and don't know how to make even basic inferences. Well, Gu Yifan didn't deny it anymore. The black-hearted barbecue vendor you're talking about is me. Tall Strong was a little embarrassed. Gu Yifan, this is hearing the words he just didn't say ah. Raising his hand and scratching his head, Gao Zhuang said in confusion, Gu Yifan, I can still understand if you exchange roasted meat for spirit medicine and equipment. What are you exchanging demonic beast corpses for? Chapter 49. Let the bullets fly for a while. A small token of appreciation. Sell it for money. Gu Yifan said without blushing, my family is not as rich as your family, my family is just an ordinary citizen. I exchanged some demonic beast corpses to take out and sell them to subsidize my family. It wasn't like he was deceiving Gao Zhuang by saying that. Because that was what he had planned to do, he had just neglected to use his hidden talent to strip everything of its attribute points. Oh. Gao Zhuang responded and glanced at the ring Gu Yifan was wearing on his finger again. Things from the outside world could not be brought in. Gu Yifan had acquired so many demonic beast corpses, but they were nowhere to be seen, so it was evident that the ring Gu Yifan wore on his finger was definitely a storage ring. This guy even exploded a storage ring. What a piece of... Gao Zhuang sighed darkly, then curiously said, the hidden talent you awakened is related to the fire system? No. Gu Yifan casually denied. Then how did you make the fire? Tall Strong wondered. Drill wood for fire, understand? Gu Yifan pulled an excuse and asked rhetorically, Gao Zhuang, have you forgotten what you came for? This guy has too many questions, and as the saying goes, it's better to keep the conversation on topic. Oh. Gao Zhuang raised his hand and slapped his forehead, saying awkwardly, when do you plan to challenge Novice Village 538? When you contacted me, my thoughts were immediately. Gu Yifan paused for a moment and then added, but then thinking about it, I think it's better to let the bullets fly for a while. Let the bullets fly for a while? Gao Zhuang was a bit confused. What do you mean? Lower levels require less experience. Gu Yifan explained, the people from Novice Village number 538 just dropped a level. This will make them drop another level somewhat painless, so I want to wait a few days and let them rise a few levels before launching the challenge. This will make them hurt a bit more. Tall Strong came to a realization. He laughed badly, Gu Yifan, you're just too bad, but I like it. Treating the bonobos worse is not bad at all. Gu Yifan said. That's true. Gao Zhuang nodded and handed the challenge order in his hand to Gu Yifan, here you go. Gu Yifan took the challenge order and his gaze fell on Gao Zhuang. The guy was a bit shabby with only one weapon and big white pants. Gao Zhuang was a bit uncomfortable by Gu Yifan's look. What are you looking at me like that for? Gu Yifan didn't answer. He asked rhetorically, your squad is 10, right? Gao Zhuang didn't know why Gu Yifan asked about this, but he nodded anyway. Who all has equipment? How many pieces? Gu Yifan asked again. There are only 3 pieces of equipment at the moment, a weapon, a dress and a pair of shoes. I took the weapon, and the dress and shoes were distributed to those who were more suitable. Gao Zhuang answered truthfully. Gu Yifan nodded. Gao Zhuang was a captain, but he was able to distribute his equipment to the others despite the lack of equipment. His heart was still very good. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand, and a large pile of equipment appeared on the ground out of nowhere. He looked at Gao Zhuang and said, there is no small benefit to winning after a challenge. I can't ask for your challenge order for nothing. This is 9 sets of bronze level equipment. It is a little bit of my heart. Tall Strong froze. He had 2 reasons for giving the challenge order to Gu Yifan. One is because Gu Yifan defeated Ito Daru and made up for the mistake he made, and he wants to repay Gu Yifan. Secondly, because the challenge was initiated by Gu Yifan, who had a greater chance of winning. He had never thought of exchanging the challenge order for anything, but he didn't think that Gu Yifan would give him 9 sets of bronze-ranked equipment. That's 9 sets of bronze-level equipment. Is this a small token of appreciation? It's clearly full of heart. Returning from his daze, Gao Zhuang opened his mouth to refuse, but swallowed his words. If it had been anything else, he would have rejected it decisively. However, this was the bronze-level equipment that their squad was in dire need of, and the temptation for him was too great for him to refuse. Tall Strong, match yourself with a set and give the rest to your teammates. Gu Yifan added, not all of this equipment is for you, most of it is for your teammates. You don't have the right to help them refuse. Don't rub it in my face, or I will look down on you. Okay, then I'll take it cheekily. Gao Zhuang didn't refuse anymore. Gu Yifan had said that, how could he refuse? What's more, he wasn't willing to refuse. By the way, the matter of the challenge order should be kept quiet for now, so as not to leak the news. Gu Yifan admonished, I'm going to suck at selling barbecue meat as well as giving you equipment, understand? I understand. Tall Strong nodded heavily. Well, not much else is going on. Gu Yifan gave an expulsion order, hurry up and go meet up with your squad, I'll contact you in advance when the challenge comes. Gao Zhuang hesitated for a moment and said, Gu Yifan, can you follow me on my journey? It's just too eye-catching for me to hold so much equipment, I'm afraid that someone will see it and have bad intentions, then snatch the equipment, and I won't even be able to cry at that time. Gu Yifan was a bit speechless, you are the first place in the village rankings. Oh no, now it's the second place, you're still afraid that others will snatch your equipment? It's not true that I'm second, and I don't fear anyone in a single fight. Gao Zhuang retorted, but if a squad surrounds me, I don't have the confidence to defeat them, besides, strength is my strong point but speed is not, I may not be able to run away even if I want to. That's true. Gu Yifan nodded. With a little thought, he picked up a piece of beast skin that he had just peeled off and threw it to Gao Zhuang, you use this beast skin to wrap these equipments, others will only think that they are demonic beasts and not equipments, so that no one will have a crooked heart. Yeah. The tall, strong man's gaze brightened steeply. He wrapped all the equipment in animal skins very nimbly. But he was still a bit uneasy, so he sent a message through the chat channel for his teammates to come and meet him. After sending a message to his teammates, Gao Zhuang still didn't leave, and he eyed the roasted meat on the grill. Seeing this, Gu Yifan asked, want to roast meat? Well. Gao Zhuang was very embarrassed and said, there is no one in our team who possesses a fire talent, and the bit of roasted meat exchanged for demonic beast carcasses isn't enough to share. And there are times when we are eating tree bark and grass roots. This one's baked, you carry it away. Gu Yifan was very atmospheric. He'd given high-strong 9 sets of bronze-ranked equipment, so what did he care about a barbecue? Okay. Gao Zhuang was not polite with Gu Yifan either. He had collected 9 sets of bronze-level equipment from Gu Yifan, what did he care about collecting one more roast? Picking up an animal skin from the side and wrapping the roasted meat, Gao Zhuang was a little worried that the roasted meat would also trigger others to snatch it, then he carried the roasted meat on one shoulder and the equipment on the other and left at a fast pace. Witnessing Gao Zhuang's departure, Gu Yifan looked up at the sky, and a flash of thought surfaced in his eyes. A moment later, he summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and opened the system channel again. Only to see dozens of death messages in the system channel. It's going to be dark soon, should we take advantage of the darkness to search for a wave of human corpses and gain some cultivation talent? Gu Yifan muttered to himself. If he hadn't acquired the sixth sense skill, he wouldn't have been in a hurry to search for human corpses, but there weren't that many ifs, and now he was in a hurry to gather enough cultivation talent needed to activate the sixth sense skill. A moment later, Gu Yifan suddenly froze before his gaze steeply brightened. Tonight he would seek out human corpses and strip away the gift of cultivation. But instead of stripping the cultivation talents of our fallen Chinese compatriots, we stripped the cultivation talents of the Japanese. Compared to stripping the cultivation talent of his Chinese compatriots, stripping the cultivation talent of the Japanese was even less of a psychological burden for him. When we finish roasting these 4 demonic beast corpses that we've cleaned up, it'll be about time, and then we'll head out. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and continued to roast the meat. At this moment, Gao Zhuang was running at full speed carrying the roasted meat and equipment wrapped in animal skins. The look was clearly that he wanted to meet up with his teammates earlier so that nothing would go wrong. Along the way, Gao Zhuang encountered several squads, and each time his heart hung in the eye of his throat. Some of these squads took one look at him and quickly left, while others greeted him as they approached, and then took a strange look at the 2 demonic beasts he was carrying and left with them. There was also a team that asked him why he was carrying 2 demonic beasts. He was forced to calm down and put it off in the name of barbecuing meat. After more than 10 minutes, Gao Zhuang finally saw his teammates who rushed to meet him, which made his hanging heart finally let go. Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others were full of strangeness. Isn't Gao Zhuang delivering a challenge order to Gu Yifan? Why did he come back with 2 demonic beasts? Chapter 50 Strong Night Vision. The Underworld. Soon, Gao Zhuang and Zhao Rui and Li Jia had converged. Brother Gao, what's your situation? Zhao Rui was puzzled. Gao Zhuang looked around with a thieving head and said, later, follow me. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Tall Strong turned around and headed towards the dense forest not far from the side. Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others looked at me, looked at you, and followed with their heads full of confusion. Entering the dense forest, Gao Zhuang and thieves look around, to determine the surrounding no one before the two demonic beasts carried on the ground, and then a long sigh of relief. Gao, don't sell yourself short. Li Jia urged, didn't you go to deliver the challenge order to Gu Yifan? Why did you come back carrying two demonic beast corpses? Hey, this isn't a demonic beast corpse, but something good. With a wicked smile, Gao Zhuang peeled off a demonic beast skin, revealing the roasted meat inside. The smell of meat was overwhelming. Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others instantly glistened with both eyes, and their harums flowed out. In the past 2 days they had only occasionally eaten some roasted meat to satisfy their cravings, and the rest of the time they had been eating grass roots and gnawing on tree bark, and they were about to vomit, and now that they saw the roasted meat, they almost all transformed into hungry dogs and pounced on it. Wiping the harumph from the corner of his mouth, Li Jia queried, Brother Gao, where did you get the roasted meat? And a whole rack? Gu Yifan gave it to me. Gao Zhuang said truthfully. Li Jia froze for a moment and exclaimed, Big brother Gu Yifan is a good man. Zhao Rui and the others nodded with deep empathy. Under the current circumstances, roasted meat was a scarce commodity in the God's End continent, or else how could it be exchanged for spirit medicine and equipment? Gu Yifan had actually given them an entire shelf of roasted meat, which was quite a stroke. You call that being nice? You're a bumpkin, you don't know what you're talking about. Gao Zhuan looked at Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others with a face full of contempt and peeled off another demonic beast skin. Bronze level equipment? So much? Gao, what's going on here? Brother Gao, are you robbing the lair of bronze-ranked equipment? Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others looked at the bronze-level equipment in the animal skins and were all dumbstruck. From Gu Yifan. Gao Zhuang added truthfully, I gave him the challenge order, and he said that he couldn't take our challenge order for nothing, and that if we had 1 set of bronze-level equipment, he would send us 9 sets of bronze-level equipment and a rack of barbecue meat, as a small token of his appreciation. He didn't say that he asked Gu Yifan for the barbecue, not that he was embarrassed, but there was no need to say it. Where did big brother Gu Yifan get so much bronze-level equipment? Zhao Rui was a little puzzled, but before the words were finished, he came to a sudden realization, I understand, Gu Yifan big brother is that black-hearted. Oh no, conscientious barbecue meat merchant. Upon hearing this, Li Jia and the others also came to a realization. That's all you need to know. Gao Zhuang said seriously, Gu Yifan has instructed him to keep the sale of barbecued meat as well as the equipment he gave us to rot in his stomach. I'm warning you guys, you must not tell anyone, including your loved ones, or I'll be the first to not let you go. It wasn't that he didn't want to hide it from Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others, but he knew that he couldn't hide it from Gu Yifan. Gao, I promise not to tell anyone. Brother Gao, we popped out these equipments ourselves. Brother Gao, when did Gu Yifan give us grilled meat and equipment? Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and others spoke up. Smart. Gao Zhuang smiled and added, okay, split the equipment and pick what suits you. Yes, Gao. Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others responded and started checking the equipment attributes. They didn't fight for it, they just picked the equipment that suited them as a way to maximize the squad's combat power as much as possible. It was also a good lead given by Goshan. Soon, Gao Zhuang, Zhao Rui, Li Jia and others were divided into equipment, and one of them was happy to wear it on his body. Birds of a feather, finally no need to be naked anymore. Ha, I'm afraid our squad is the first one where everyone is fully equipped. You could be more confident and drop the word I'm afraid. This is thanks to Brother Gao's light, thanks to Big Brother Gu Yifan's blessing. Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others were all happy. Gao Zhuang was also full of smiles. This time he suddenly realized that Gu Yifan was still quite good. Why did he like to find trouble with Gu Yifan in the past? Well, it's not my fault, and it's not Gu Yifan's fault, it's all the teacher's fault. Gao Zhuang sighed darkly and laughed loudly. Brothers, all hurry up and eat the meat, have a good night's rest after eating and drinking, raise your spirits, we'll have a big day tomorrow. Okay, Brother Gao. Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others responded. Then one by one, they took a big bite of the roasted meat. Not only was that look devoid of food, it looked like a starving ghost. At this time, Gu Yifan had already roasted all 4 racks of roasted meat. With a casual wave of his hand, he put the roasted meat into his storage ring and then stood up. Night vision. Gu Yifan let out a low gulp. The next moment, the vision, which had been severely obstructed by the darkness, was instantly clear. It felt like it was daytime, so the effect was just too powerful. Depart. Gu Yifan laughed again and headed straight for the southern center of Chang'an City. Before that, he suddenly remembered something his teacher had said when he was studying at the Wulong Martial Academy. At the center of each field map is the entrance connecting the special map Netherworld, through which you can travel to any place in the world, which is the closest path to get to all parts of the world. However, the underworld is guarded by demonic beasts, whose strength and numbers vary with the level and number of their opponents. The strength of the demonic beasts varied depending on the level of the opponent, but they were always much stronger than the opponent's strength, and the number of demonic beasts was always 3 times the number of opponents, which led to very few people being able to kill the demonic beasts guarding the hell and travel to the rest of the world through the hell. But Gu Yifan was not like the others. While other people's strength might not be measured in terms of rank, Gu Yifan's strength could definitely not be measured in terms of rank. For example, Gu Yifan was now at the 6th level of cultivation, and theoretically a 6th level cultivation would only have a 4 or 5 star battle power, but his battle power was as high as a 1st grade, and not just an unusual 1st grade, but a 1st grade with all 4 attributes over 100. That's still his base attribute. If he counted the equipment attributes and the additions of various cultivation talents, his battle power would far exceed that of a 1st grade. This was also the reason why Gu Yifan dared to challenge the Jintian Earth Demon Beast that almost no one could defeat. Swish! 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 Gu Yifan hurried towards the southern center of Chang'an City. Along the way, he encountered 2 demonic beasts and slaughtered them in passing. Unfortunately, these 2 demonic beasts were both stripped of demonic beasts that had reached a number of 3, and only experience was harvested, not attribute points. With Gu Yifan's rapid and furious running, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the southern center of Chang'an City. The entrance to the Netherworld was in the center of every field map, but not the absolute center, so Gu Yifan still had to search for it, but the center was not very large, so as long as he was a bit more careful, finding the entrance to the Netherworld was not a difficult task. After a few minutes, Gu Yifan's eyes steeply brightened. He found a curtain of ghostly black light, and this curtain of ghostly black light was the entrance to the special map Netherworld. No wonder we rarely hear of people mistakenly entering the special map Underworld. A flash of realization emerged in Gu Yifan's eyes. The curtain of dark light was in the middle of 2 large trees. The distance between these 2 large trees was only 30 to 40 centimeters, very few people would pass through here, and the curtain of dark light was not on the ground, but in the air, even fewer people would walk through it. Also, the entrance to the special map Sheol will only appear at night. The entrance is still a curtain of ghostly black light, blending with the night, not to mention people with bad eyesight, even people with very good eyesight will find it hard to find. As for him being able to find out so quickly, it was because of the night vision skill. After casting the night vision skill, the scene he saw was not much different from the daytime, which made the ghostly black light curtain at the entrance of the Netherworld conspicuous. If not for that, he would never have been able to find it so easily. Without immediately stepping into the entrance of the Netherworld, Gu Yifan stood in place and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. There were demonic beasts guarding the Netherworld, and once he entered it would be a vicious battle, so he had to adjust his condition to the best. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Yifan's tightly closed eyes opened abruptly. Strength enhancement. Agility enhancement. Root bone enhancement. Visual enhancement. Olfactory increase. Auditory enhancement. A low chorus of voices spat out from Gu Yifan's mouth. What followed was likely the most dangerous battle since he had arrived at the God's End continent until now. Therefore, he didn't have any reservations and used the 6 great cultivation talents one after another, directly pulling himself up to full strength and condition. At the next moment, Gu Yifan leaped and rushed into the ghostly black light curtain. Chapter 51, The Three-Headed Dog from Hell. Beyond expectation. Swish. Entering the ghostly black light curtain, Gu Yifan's immediate surroundings changed drastically. It was no longer turquoise grass, dense mountains and clear rivers, but a world of dark green with a withered yellow color, which looked eerie and made everyone feel a little creepy. Not far in front of Gu Yifan was a small bridge 3 or 4 meters long, and next to the bridge stood a 1-meter-high stone monument. 3 words were carved on the stone monument: Neho Bridge. Below the bridge of Naiha is a blood-colored river, which is called the River of Forgetfulness. After crossing the Naiha Bridge, not far ahead there was a circular black light curtain with a diameter of about 2 meters. On the wall above the ghostly black light curtain were 3 large, ancient words engraved: Reincarnation Division. Not far from the Division of Reincarnation was a palace with a plaque hanging above it, the Palace of Hades. After sizing up the place once, Gu Yifan looked back again. There was a curtain of ghostly black light behind him, which should be the curtain of light for leaving the Netherworld. Thinking briefly, Gu Yifan walked onto the Naiha bridge and headed towards the end of it. He had only heard his teacher at the Wulong Martial Arts Academy say that the underworld could pass through things all over the world, and he didn't know anything else about the underworld, so he could only feel his way alone. The moment he walked onto the bridge of Naiha, an icy cold and bone-piercing gloomy wind suddenly blew through. Gu Yifan couldn't control a shiver, then couldn't help but curse. Make it so realistic. If I didn't know full well that this place was artificially created, I'm afraid I would have thought I was really in the netherworld. Walking across the bridge of Naiha, Gu Yifan looked at the division of reincarnation, then at the Hall of Hades, and finally walked towards the Hall of Hades. Arriving at the entrance of the Hall of Hades, Gu Yifan directly pushed open the door of the Hall of Hades. Only 2 rows of statues were placed in the Hall of Yama, one on each side of the left and right, namely, King Qingguan, King Chu Jiang, King Songdi, King of the 5 officials, King Yama, King Bianqing, King Taishan, King of Equality, King of the Metropolis, and King of the Wheel of Fortune. Walking into the Hall of Hades, Gu Yifan carefully turned around, and also touched the 10 statues carefully. He wanted to see if there were any organs, but unfortunately found nothing. How is it possible to find nothing? Gu Yifan frowned. Every place in the God's End continent was not a useless place, but he found nothing in the palace of Hades. Not only were there no demonic beasts, there were no organs, it was as if it was a palace. The map of the netherworld is definitely built by my country of China, otherwise it wouldn't be the 10 kings of hell, but Jesus, vampires. Knights and whatnot, wait to go back and ask around, maybe there's something I haven't found. Gu Yifan mumbled to himself and walked towards the outside of the Hades Hall. The God's End continent was built by the union of various countries around the world, with different countries being responsible for different regions. For example, the Novice village was built under the responsibility of the state of China. Walking out of the Hall of Hades, Gu Yifan went straight to the Reincarnation Division. Entering the Reincarnation Division, Gu Yifan instantly tightened his body. Only to see an altar not far ahead, on which lay a demonic beast that looked like a dog but had 3 heads. Hell's 3-headed dog. Gu Yifan recognized it at a glance. The 3-headed dogs of hell were demonic beasts that guarded the reincarnation platform of hell, and were only found in the underworld. Gu Yifan didn't delay as he looked around at the first opportunity to survey his surroundings. There is only one life, the next is another vicious battle. He has to memorize the surrounding environment, maybe he can make use of it when necessary, and it would be a tragedy if he lost his life because of any mistakes in the environment. Soon, Gu Yifan observed the environment of the Reincarnation Division. It looked like a circular cave, about 50 meters in diameter and roughly 50 meters in height. The altar on which the 3-headed dog of hell was lying, the wheeling platform, was circular in shape, about 3 meters in diameter and about 1 meter high. Behind him was also a curtain of ghostly black light, which should be the light curtain for leaving the Reincarnation Division. Phew! Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing a little. With the light curtain behind him, at the very least, he could still run if he couldn't beat them. At that moment, the hellish 3-headed dog lying on the wheeled platform also discovered Gu Yifan. It stood up with a miso, 3 heads, and 6 eyes staring at Gu Yifan, black light flashing in its eyes. In an instant, Gu Yifan couldn't control a feeling of being spied on rising in his heart. Immediately following, the 3-headed dog of hell spat out human words. Jia, a level 6 shrimp dares to come here. Gu Yifan's head was full of black lines, this was despised. At the same time, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Just after feeling spied on, he was a little worried that the 3-headed dog of hell had seen through his strength. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. The 3-headed dog of hell had only seen through his rank, otherwise he would have had to nimbly bugger off. On top of that, there was also the fact that he was a little worried that him being in a state of full power explosion would cause the strength of the 3-headed dog of hell to rise with it, in which case he would have to leave and start over, whereas it seemed like that shouldn't be necessary right now. Thinking about it, if the 3-headed dogs of hell could see through the opponent's true strength and had superior numbers and strength, who could beat them? In that case, what would be the point of setting up this special map of the underworld? However, he was a bit surprised that he was wearing the pendant of concealment, and the 3-headed dog of hell could still tell that he was at level 6 cultivation. So it seems that the pendant of concealment isn't foolproof, or will fail against special monsters and special maps. After all, the strength of the hell's 3-headed dog was based on the strength of the intruder, so if it couldn't even see through the intruder's level, how could it change with the intruder's strength? So it wasn't that the pendant of concealment wasn't strong, it was due to the rules of the special map. At this moment, the 3-headed dog of hell spat again. Level 6 shrimp, I advise you to leave quickly or I'll eat you. Gu Yifan ignored the threat of the Hell's three-headed dog and instead threw a probe at the Hell's three-headed dog. On this trip, he had come for the Hell's three-headed dog, so would he back away just because of a single threat from the Hell's three-headed dog? The next moment, a stream of information surfaced in Gu Yifan's mind. Race, Cerberus. Grade? War power? Skill, Hellfire, nothing can be burned. Explosion rate, 100%. Gu Yifan frowned. It was the first time he had failed after casting the scrying skill so many times. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't pay any attention to it, the hellish three-headed dog's body shifted slightly, and two hellish three-headed dogs floated out of thin air right beside it. Then 9 heads and 18 eyes stared at Gu Yifan in unison. Level 6 shrimp, I'll advise you for the last time, hurry up and leave or I'll eat you. Gu Yifan remained unconcerned as he threw another probe at the 3 hell tritons. Immediately afterward, 3 identical strands of information surfaced in his mind. Race, Cerberus. Level, 18. Battle strength, 2nd grade. Skill, Hellfire, nothing can be burned. Explosion rate, 100%. Gu Yifan instantly came to a realization, and his heart was filled with speechlessness. It dawned on him because he understood why the results of the 2 probes were different. The strength of the Hell's three-headed dog was not fixed, but changed with the intruder, and the first time he cast the scrying skill, the Hell's three-headed dog wasn't in a state of combat, so he wasn't able to probe the Hell's three-headed dog's level and strength. Breathless, on the other hand, was because the three-headed dog of Hell had already seen that he was level 6, and its level was surprisingly 18, which was 3 times as much as his. This wasn't the most excessive was that theoretically level 6 was only a 4 or 5-star battle power. The battle power of the Hell three-headed dog was as high as a 2nd grade, which was already 4 or 5 times as high. Though he knew that the three-headed dog of Hell was quite a bit more powerful than the intruder. But is it a lot stronger? It's clearly too much more powerful. However, if you think about it, the Netherworld has passages to all parts of the world, and if the Hell's three-headed dog is not far more powerful than the intruder, there will be many people who can travel to all parts of the world through the Netherworld. At that time, with the grudges between the countries, I'm afraid that the God's End continent would have long been in chaos. Phew. Although the strength of the three-headed dog of Hell exceeded my expectations, it's still possible to have a fight. Gu Yifan let out a long breath and took a step towards the three-headed dog of Hell. Seeing this, the Hell's three-headed dog realized that Gu Yifan wouldn't retreat because of its threat. Roar! The Hell's three-headed dog roared, spreading its 4 hooves and rushing towards Gu Yifan. But just at this moment, the ghostly black light curtain behind Gu Yifan suddenly flickered. Chapter 52, Encountering Hua Lao. Brainless hard reckless? Bared. The 3 hellish three-headed dogs that had just rushed out of the altar braked sharply to a halt one by one, then quickly returned to the Wheel of Fortune platform, staring intently at the ghostly black light curtain behind Gu Yifan. This scene caused Gu Yifan to freeze. The 3-headed dog from Hell had already rushed towards him, so how did it suddenly stop and return to the wheel platform? I'm afraid someone is coming. A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. He would think of this because the 3-headed dog of Hell wasn't looking at him, but at the curtain of light behind him. Swish! Gu Yifan turned around violently to look. Only to see an old man with white hair walk out from the ghostly black light curtain, and the old man looked somewhat familiar. At this time, the old man also saw Gu Yifan. A flash of surprise appeared on his cheeks, the look of a man who clearly didn't expect to meet other people here. Roar! The 3-headed dog of Hell roared again as it ignored the old man and lunged towards Gu Yifan once more. Sensing the movement behind him, Gu Yifan subconsciously had to strike. But before he could do anything, the old man's words sounded first. Wanted, go back. Woof woof. The 3-headed dog of Hell let out a low yelp before jerking to a halt and returning honestly to the wheeling platform. Gu Yifan was filled with surprise. The old man's loud shout had actually caused the 3-headed dog of Hell to honestly return to the reincarnation platform? Also, the old man actually called the 3-headed dog from Hell, Wang Kai? The old man looked toward the dumbfounded Gu Yifan and asked with a smile, "Little fellow, are you from China?" Yes. Gu Yifan nodded and said suspiciously, "Elderly man, why do I look at you with some familiarity?" "Little one, think again." The old man laughed. Gu Yifan stared at the old man for a moment, and his eyes snapped wide. "Old man, you. Are you Hua Lao?" The old man smiled and nodded. "Elder Hua, I'm sorry, I've only seen you on TV and the internet, I've never seen you in real life. my eyes were clumsy for a moment and I didn't recognize you, please don't be offended. Gu Yifan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Elder Hua, real name Zhao Zhenghua, the #1 strongest person in the Huaxia country, and the seat-pin of the Huaxia country. It's okay. Hua Lao shook his head in disbelief and inquired, little fellow, where are you from? Back to Elder Hua, I'm from Wulong City. Gu Yifan answered truthfully. Wollongong City, ah. Elder Hua said, in that case, you should be from the Wulong Martial Academy, your Dean Zhang Deming and I are old friends, how has he been lately? Dean is pretty good. Gu Yifan was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly changed his words, Elder Hua, are you remembering wrong? Our Dean's name is Chao Deming, not Zhang Deming. It seems really Chinese. Elder Hua laughed, little fellow, the situation is chaotic and I have to be careful, please don't take offense. Gu Yifan came to a realization. Hua Lao wasn't misremembering the name, but testing to see if he was really Chinese. After all, people from some countries look so much like people from China that it was hard to tell which country they were from based on appearance alone. Elder Hua, I can understand that. Gu Yifan shook his head and said curiously, Elder Hua, why are you here? The little Japanese are a little bit dishonest, I have to take a trip to the little Japanese. Hua Lao gave a slight explanation and asked rhetorically, little fellow, you look just 17 or 18 years old, you should be from the 99th district, and the 99th district hasn't even opened for a few days yet, so your level won't be too high, so how did you get here? Elder Hua, I'm from District 99, Novice Village 815, now level 6. Gu Yifan paused for a moment, then added, can I say that I barged in unintentionally? You think I believe that? Hua Lao rolled his eyes, speechless, the 99th district just opened a few days ago, wearing a full set of bronze-level equipment, also wearing a storage ring. Well, I can't see through your level, there is still the pendant of concealment on your body, right? Hua Lao's wise eyes. Gu Yifan didn't hide it anymore, Elder Hua, I came here on purpose, wanting to go to the little Japanese country to sneak around. Elder Hua didn't ask Gu Yifan what he was doing in Little Japan, he reminded, little fellow, it's not easy to defeat Wang Kai, and there's only one little life to live, so shouldn't you reconsider? Thanks to Elder Hua for the reminder. Gu Yifan gave a thank you and added, but I still want to give it a try. Hua Lao looked at Gu Yifan with a face full of surprise. Although Gu Yifan's words were spoken in a very plain manner, he felt an extremely strong confidence from them. Fine, you fight your fight, I'll watch from the sidelines. After saying that, Elder Hua retreated to the spectral black light curtain that he had just stepped out of. Gu Yifan made him curious, he wanted to see where Gu Yifan got his confidence from. Elder Hua, I have a question. Gu Yifan was curious, why does the three-headed dog from hell listen to you so much? Why do you call it Wang Kai? It can't beat me. Hua Lao explained, I call it Wang Kai because it's easy to shout. Gu Yifan was stunned for a moment. That's a really bossy thing to say. Elder Hua, I have another question, it's reasonable to say that there are no useless maps in the God's End continent, so why didn't I find anything in the Hall of Hades? Gu Yifan asked again. Originally, he had planned to find someone to ask when he returned, but now that he had met Elder Hua, it was the right time to ask about this matter. Little guy, you didn't notice because of lack of rank. Hua Lao said, wait for your level to reach level 10 and then come back, we'll have something to discover. By the way, to remind you, as soon as possible to rush level, strive to be the first to come over, there will be a surprise. Oh. Gu Yifan came to a realization. He nodded heavily and said, Elder Hua, I'll make a note of it. Good. Elder Hua asked, any more questions? If not, let's begin. No more. Gu Yifan finished his reply and charged towards the three-headed dog of hell with a big stride. Seeing this, the three hell's three-headed dogs roared at the same time, spreading their hooves and rushing towards Gu Yifan. Instead of all of them charging at Gu Yifan head-on, one of them made a frontal impact and two flanked it. Soon the two sides had met. Swish. 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 The three hell's three-headed dogs simultaneously swung their sharp claws toward Gu Yifan. The sharp claws were glistening with a cold light, extremely sharp at a glance. Gu Yifan ignored the two hell's three-headed dogs that were flanking him from both sides and swung his fist towards the hell's three-headed dog in the front. This scene caused Elder Hua to frown. He had thought that Gu Yifan was so confident that he would give him some surprises, but what he didn't expect was that Gu Yifan was so reckless that he didn't care about the three-headed dogs of hell on both sides. Did he not want to die? In that case, in just one exchange of blows, Gu Yifan would be seriously injured by the two hell's three-headed dog's claws. That's just it. We have to let this little guy suffer a little bit, otherwise he may not grow out of it. Hua Lao subconsciously wanted to step in and save Gu Yifan. No matter what, Gu Yifan was a Chinese. He couldn't just watch Gu Yifan being bullied by the three-headed dog from hell right in front of his eyes, but he suppressed the thought. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crash, Gu Yifan slammed his fist on top of the sharp claws of the hell's three-headed dog that was ushered in head-on. Immediately following that, the three-headed dog of hell flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Almost at the same time, the sharp claws of the two hell's three-headed dogs that were flanking from the side also grabbed onto Gu Yifan. Alas! Elder Hua sighed, but before he could finish the sigh, his eyes snapped wide open. There was no scene of blood and flesh flying as he had imagined. The sharp claws of the hell's three-headed dog only scratched through the bronze-grade equipment cloth on Gu Yifan's body, leaving a few white marks on Gu Yifan's body. The white marks looked no different than the white marks left when you scratch an itch. This power, this defense, is very wrong. Elder Hua's gaze flickered slightly, his eyes surging with refined light. Blasting away the hellish three-headed dog with one punch, and being able to carry the sharp claws of the hellish three-headed dog, this was not something that someone with level 6 cultivation could do, or Gu Yifan's true battle power definitely far exceeded that of an ordinary person with level 6 cultivation. This would make Hua Lao realize abruptly that he was wrong. Gu Yifan wasn't being reckless, but had the confidence to stand hard against the sharp claws of the three-headed dog of hell. However, this matter could not be blamed on him, because the person he encountered was not an ordinary person, but a hanged man who had opened up, and could not be viewed in an ordinary way at all. Just as Hua Lao thought, Gu Yifan was indeed confident before he dared to ignore the two hell's three-headed dogs flanking him. His root and bone attribute was already over 100, and after utilizing his E-grade cultivation talent root and bone enhancement, his root and bone attribute was as high as over 300 points. Roots and bones represent staying power and defense. The hell's three-headed dog was only a second-grade battle power, and no matter how strong its attack power was, it wouldn't exceed 300 points. With an attack that was inferior to his root and bone attribute, the hell's three-headed dog couldn't break through his defense at all. This was the reason why he dared to fight the sharp claws of the three-headed dog of hell with his body. In the midst of Hua Lao's shock, Gu Yifan had already punched one by one, smashing all the two hell's three-headed dogs that were encircling on both sides. After a little thought, Elder Hua opened his mouth to remind. Little one, just now wasn't the strongest form of the hell's three-headed dog, it's going to explode next. Chapter 53, Terrifying Hellfire. There's no way out. Thanks for reminding Elder Hua. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to thank him. However, he didn't think much about it and didn't delay in the slightest as he rushed towards the three-headed dog of hell on his left. As the saying goes, take advantage of their illness. He had just blasted the three-headed dogs away. This would be three-headed dogs were not yet stabilized. Undoubtedly it was a good opportunity to beat up the dogs, only that he was too split up to attack the three-headed dogs at the same time, and he could only choose to solve one first. Choosing to tackle one first isn't a random choice, though. Gu Yifan chose the left side of this hell's three-headed dog that he ended up blasting away. Compared to the other two hell's three-headed dogs, this hell's three-headed dog was even more unsteady on its feet because it was blown away at the end. Soon, Gu Yifan rushed to the left beside this hellish three-headed dog. This would be, and this three-headed dog of hell had only just gotten up. He swung his fist up and slammed it into the head of this hellish three-headed dog. But right at this moment, blood-colored flames suddenly erupted from this hellish three-headed dog. Swish! Gu Yifan forcibly retracted his fist that was about to blast on the three-headed dog of hell at the first moment, then drew back and stormed back sharply. Although he hadn't thought much about what Hua Lao had said, he hadn't forgotten the news he had scoped out. The three-headed dog of hell has a skill called Hellfire, and Hellfire is introduced as nothing can be burned. What does it mean that nothing can be burned? Taken literally, Hellfire can burn everything in the world. This was the reason why Gu Yifan hastily withdrew his fist. Before figuring out the power of the Hellfire, he couldn't try it with his fists, or else if he was not careful and his fists were burned by the Hellfire, then he would become disabled. Hua Lao nodded imperceptibly. Gu Yifan was not as reckless as he had first thought, but on the contrary was cautious, and cautious people could live longer. Roar! Roar! At this moment, two roars sounded at the same time. Gu Yifan searched for the sound and looked over, only to see that the other two hell's three-headed dogs were also bursting with blood-colored flames, and were in a triangular position with the one he was dealing with, encircling him. Swish! Gu Yifan casually flipped his hand and a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was one of the bronze-level weapons he had traded for the wooden blade. Since coming to the God's End continent, the weapon he had used had always been a dagger, and he had never used a long sword yet. However, the dagger was too short to get a safe distance from the hellfire on the three-headed dog of hell, so he chose the long sword. Roar! One hell's three-headed dog roared, and all three hell's three-headed dogs then pounced towards Gu Yifan at the same time. Seeing this, Gu Yifan's right hand, which was holding the long sword, violently straightened out towards the right side, with the long sword parallel to the ground. Almost simultaneously, he spun sharply with his left foot as the center. Under his rapid rotation, a silver-white glow appeared around his body, which was a visual error caused by the long sword in his hand due to its high-speed rotation. He would use this to break the siege of the three hellish three-headed dogs. It was just that the hell's three-headed dog continued to pounce as if it didn't see the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the hellfire from the three hell's three-headed dogs touched the long sword in Gu Yifan's hand. Then a scene that surprised Gu Yifan appeared. Only to see that the long sword was instantly burned into nothingness the moment it touched the hellfire on the three-headed dog of hell, and then along with the advancement of the three-headed dog of hell, the long sword began to quickly disappear from the tip of the sword. It was all a bit slow to say the least, but it happened in a flash. Gu Yifan exclaimed. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground, dodging the three hell's three-headed dogs that were pouncing on him with no time to spare. Immediately after that, he took a few steps forward in the air before falling out of the air and landing on the ground. This scene caused Hua Lao to let out a long sigh of relief, and the right foot he had just raised was lowered again. He almost couldn't help but strike just now. Originally, he was aroused by Gu Yifan's curiosity, plus the fact that Gu Yifan was a Chinese, so he decided to stay and take a look, so that in case Gu Yifan was in danger, he could come to his rescue. However, the fact that Gu Yifan had just blasted three hell's three-headed dogs away with a single punch had made him realize how different Gu Yifan was, and it had also made him love his talent, so he couldn't let anything happen to Gu Yifan even more. Looking at the long sword in his hand, which was only half cut, Gu Yifan's heart was filled with gratitude. Although the longsword was only bronze grade, that was also made of hard iron, but it was such a hard longsword that was burned into nothingness the moment it came into contact with the hellfire, which showed how strong the power of the hellfire was. Fortunately, he was very cautious and didn't use his fists to touch the hellfire, otherwise he would have become disabled. At this moment, Gu Yifan also finally understood why Elder Hua had spoken out to remind him. The terror of the hell's three-headed dog was not in its own strength, but in the skill hellfire. What to do? Gu Yifan's mind spun at high speed, but he couldn't think of any countermeasures. The three hell's three-headed dogs had all cast the skill hellfire, and he didn't dare to get close at all. Just now, he wanted to attack the three-headed dog of hell based on the strength of his weapon, but it was useless as the weapon melted when it was dipped in hellfire, and he didn't have any long-distance attack skills, so he couldn't even attack remotely if he wanted to. How else is this going to play? Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Can't get close, weapons are useless, and no long-range attack skills? It was a complete dead end that couldn't be undone, and there was nothing he could do about it. The three-headed dogs of hell didn't care what Gu Yifan was thinking as they pounced towards him once again. Gu Yifan drew back violently at the first opportunity, pulling away from the three hellish three-headed dogs. These three are simply solid hedgehogs, and they are more deadly than hedgehogs, and before he thought of a way to crack it, he could only keep dodging and not give the three-headed dogs a chance to get close to him. Although the space in the wheeling division wasn't huge, the space wasn't small either. With an agility that far surpassed that of the hell's three-headed dog, Gu Yifan was able to dodge with ease. But he clearly knew that it was no use at all to hide like this. After all, he couldn't hide from the three-headed dog of hell. How about retreating for a while? After leveling up to level 10 and learning long-range attacks? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. He wasn't someone who retreated easily, but the current him couldn't think of a way to deal with the three-headed dog of hell, and there was no point in dodging like this any longer other than wasting his stamina. But if he just retreated, he was a bit reluctant. There is no point in continuing without retreating and thinking of a way out. For a while, Gu Yifan's heart was really a bit torn. Think again. Take 10 minutes as a limit. If you can't think of a way to break it in 10 minutes, then retreat for the time being. Gu Yifan was not a man of entanglement and quickly made a decision. Elder Hua, who was standing on the side, was watching with a smile on his face, looking like a melon eater. It wasn't that he didn't want to remind Gu Yifan, but from Gu Yifan's perspective, he couldn't think of a way to break the situation. The reason for this was precisely because Gu Yifan's level was too low. It was just too much for a clever woman to handle. Ha! A moment later, Elder Hua suddenly let out a sound of surprise. He who had been staring at Gu Yifan clearly saw Gu Yifan's eyes steeply brighten, and looking at that appearance he seemed to have thought of a way. But what he didn't understand was what could Gu Yifan do with his rank. But there's no need to think much about this matter, as it will soon be known. Chapter 54 Suffer Death. The Order of Reincarnation. Dang! Dang! Knock! Gu Yifan took a big, sharp stride and burst forward, pulling away the distance between him and the three hell's three-headed dogs before stopping violently, then turning to look at the three hell's three-headed dogs that were chasing after him, and a cold smile surfaced in his pitch-black eyes. It had just occurred to him that a long-range attack didn't necessarily require a long-range attack skill, and that he could also use a long-range attack weapon. Like the longbow. Gu Yifan didn't have much else, just a lot of equipment, and he had several longbows in his hands. The next moment, a longbow appeared out of thin air in Gu Yifan's left hand. This longbow was about a meter long, its level was bronze, and it only added 8 points to its attack power, so it wasn't considered a good weapon. But it is not the weapon that determines the strength of a person's attack, or the weapon is just the icing on the cake, the talent is fundamental. In the hands of a weak person, even if it was a divine weapon, it could not be utilized with much power. But in the hands of a strong person, even a leaf can explode with extreme killing power. Seeing the longbow in Gu Yifan's hand, Elder Hua froze. Why didn't he think to use a long-range attack weapon? Also, he hadn't even thought of a way to break the game while he stood on the sidelines and watched the show, but Gu Yifan thought of a way to break the game in the middle of the battle, and probably the only way to break the game, and this calmness and composure even made him sigh to himself a little bit. Not only is this kid's strength perverted, his heart and intellect are superb as well. Elder Hua couldn't help but let out a dark sigh, his eyes filled with appreciation. At the same time, his tense body relaxed, completely transforming into a munching crowd. Because along with Gu Yifan taking out his longbow, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. A longbow is not the same as a weapon such as a knife, sword, or hammer. Weapons such as knives, swords, hammers, etc. needed to rely on their own sharpness, thickness, etc. to be powerful, and they had to be in contact in order to do so, which was of no use at all to the Hell Trio dogs with the Hellfire skill. But the longbow was different. The longbow only had a bow, not an arrow, and it didn't even need to touch the Hell's three-headed dog to cause a kill. To be precise, the longbow did not have physical arrows, but rather, it used force to transform arrows. Hellfire could burn everything, but the power was intangible and not within the range of what Hellfire could burn. There was also a lot of controversy over setting up longbow-type weapons when the God's End continent was established. At that time, the use of solid arrows was proposed, but it was opposed by many. Because it's too cumbersome and bulky to carry a bunch of solid arrows on your back, and you lose your combat power once the solid arrows run out. A few arguments led to this, which set longbow-type weapons to use force to turn arrows as a way to make it easier for those who were good with bows and arrows. Of course, if someone would like to use a solid arrow, that would be fine too. In the midst of Hua Lao's thoughts, the three hellish three-headed dogs that were furiously chasing Gu Yifan stopped unanimously. That appearance was obviously noticing the longbow in Gu Yifan's hand, but rather had scruples. Roar! 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 The three hellish three-headed dogs roared at Gu Yifan one after another, their forelimbs constantly picking at the ground but not daring to take another step forward. Ignoring the growls of the three hellish three-headed dogs, Gu Yifan held the longbow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring hard with his right hand, pulling it to full bow in a flash. At the same time, an arrow glowing with silver-white light appeared out of thin air on the longbow. This silver-white arrow was transformed by Gu Yifan with his power. Whoosh! In the next moment, Gu Yifan loosened his right hand that was pulling on the bowstring, and the silver-white arrow pierced through the air with an ear-piercing cracking sound as it shot violently towards a Hell's three-headed dog. Seeing this, the three Hell's three-headed dogs opened their bloody mouths in unison. In the next moment, a stream of blood-colored flames shot out from their mouths, streaking towards Gu Yifan. This is so cunning! Gu Yifan shrieked in shock and hurriedly dodged. The three-headed dog of hell could not only erupt hellfire from its body, it could also spit hellfire. But when he dodged before, the three-headed dogs didn't spit out hellfire. It was obvious that they wanted to shade him. Fortunately, he had been very careful and prudent, or else there was a real possibility that he might have fallen into the path of the hell three-headed dogs. Not only was Gu Yifan dodging, the hellish three-headed dog that Gu Yifan had attacked was likewise dodging. Obviously, it didn't dare to fight hard against the arrow that Gu Yifan had transformed with his power. This scene caused Gu Yifan to be instantly delighted. Before this, he had only felt that hellfire was unable to incinerate arrows made of power, but he wasn't entirely sure, and the dodging of the three-headed dog of hell was undoubtedly a confirmation that his feeling was right. Suffer. Gu Yifan laughed out loud and once again drew his bow and shot an arrow. This time, he didn't stop for a second, shooting one arrow next to the other at the same hell's three-headed dog. Attacking three hell screamers at the same time would only mess him up, so he would focus on one hell screamer, and then deal with the other two when he slaughtered this one. However, he didn't shoot arrows in the same direction, but rather in different directions, arrows that attacked the hell's three-headed dog and arrows that blocked the hell's three-headed dog's path of retreat. The three hell's three-headed dogs didn't tie their hands as they spat hellfire one after another to attack Gu Yifan. The way was the same as Gu Yifan, not only attacking Gu Yifan, but also blocking Gu Yifan's retreat. For a time, the reincarnation division was filled with a silver-white arrow and a strand of blood-colored flame. At this moment, Gu Yifan's advantage of having an agility attribute that far surpassed that of the hell's three-headed dog was displayed. With agility that far surpassed that of the Hell Trojans, Gu Yifan could easily dodge the hellfire spewed by the three Hell Trojans, but the Hell Trojans he attacked dodged woefully and moved extremely hastily. As the saying goes, when you're busy, you're busy. The hellish three-headed dog that was attacked by Gu Yifan one after another couldn't hold on for more than 10 breaths. This is not that it did not find the silver-white arrow that shot violently, nor is it that it did not want to dodge, but in haste, it simply could not dodge, and could only watch the silver-white arrow get closer and closer to it. Whoosh! The silver-white arrow arrived in an instant, shooting into the neck of the three-headed dog of hell, and then pierced out from the other side of its neck, bringing up a wisp of crimson blood while disappearing into a bit of starlight. Immediately after that, the hell's three-headed dog's body quickly vaporized and then disappeared. This scene made Gu Yifan frown. It was logical that he should have been able to harvest some experience after decapitating this hell's three-headed dog, so why wasn't there any hint? This wasn't the point was that he was craving for hell's three-headed dog's skill hellfire, and now that the hell's three-headed dog's body had disappeared into thin air, how else was he going to divest himself of hell's three-headed dog's skill hellfire by virtue of his hidden talent divesting all things? Could it be because this hellish three-headed dog is an illusion? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. Whether that's the case or not, we'll find out when we kill the other two hell's three-headed dogs. Gu Yifan let out a dark sigh as he reversed his target and continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. The three hell's three-headed dogs had just surrounded Gu Yifan, and none of them could do anything to him. Now that there were only two hell's three-headed dogs left, it was even more impossible to do anything to Gu Yifan. Next, it didn't take Gu Yifan long to decimate the remaining two hell's three-headed dogs. When the second hellspawn was killed, like the first hellspawn that was killed, its body disappeared. When the second hell's three-headed dog was killed, it also disappeared physically just like the first hell's three-headed dog that was killed. However, the third hell's three-headed dog dropped a token after being killed. Ding! You killed the three-headed dog of hell and obtained the Order of Reincarnation. Gu Yifan's face darkened. His hellfire skills fly away. Chapter 55, People become sophisticated in their old age. Overbearing Elder Hua. The little guy. Seeing Gu Yifan decapitate all three hell's three-headed dogs, Elder Hua opened his mouth to speak. But just as the words left his mouth, he saw Gu Yifan's face darken, and then he swallowed the words that were already on his lips. What's the situation? It's reasonable to say that after decapitating the three-headed dog of hell and obtaining a reincarnation order to travel to various places around the world, this kid should be happy. Why is he wearing a black face, looking as if he's lost something very important? Elder Hua was puzzled. After a little thought, Elder Hua asked, "Little fellow, why do you have a black face?" Elder Hua, I'm depressed about decapitating three hell triple-headed dogs without even a bit of experience. Gu Yifan casually pulled a reason. He can't say that the duck in his mouth. Oh no, the hellfire skill that came to his hand flew, right? That would expose the hidden talent strip everything, and the hidden talent strip everything was his biggest secret, so he couldn't just say it. It's a thing. Elder Hua smiled and explained, hell's three-headed dogs are not the same as unusual demonic beasts. Unusual demonic beasts are otherworldly demonic beasts. Hell's three-headed dogs were created by us to guard the hell, so there is no experience after beheading them. At those words, Gu Yifan came to a realization. No wonder there was no experience in decapitating the three-headed dog of hell and no corpse was left behind. Alas! Gu Yifan sighed deeply. He had all figured out how to use the hellfire skill once he acquired it. For example, releasing hellfire when fighting with a demonic beast, and then hooking a finger at the demonic beast, "Come over here." It turns out to be a wonderful thing to think about, but in the end, you can only think about it, and you can't realize it at all. Hearing Gu Yifan sigh, Elder Hua thought that Gu Yifan was still depressed about not gaining experience. He comforted, "Little fellow, with your strength decapitating demonic beasts is by no means difficult, there's no need to be depressed over this experience." "That's true." Gu Yifan answered and changed the topic. "Elder Hua, if I kill the hell's three-headed dog, how else will it be able to subdue this place?" "Kill and resurrect." Hua Lao laughed. "Look. Isn't it's still on the reincarnation table?" Gu Yifan looked back, only to see that the three-headed dog of hell had been lying down on the wheeled platform at some point, still looking intact. Elder Hua added, "The hell's three-headed dog was created by us, and it won't disappear into thin air just because it's killed, but will be resurrected indefinitely to hold down the fort here forever." "That's good." Gu Yifan nodded and picked up the token that had exploded from decapitating the three-headed dog of hell from the ground. Only 3 big, ancient words were written on the token: Reincarnation Order. Elder Hua explained again, "Little fellow, holding a reincarnation order will allow you to take the teleportation channel of hell and travel to any place in the God's End continent. Maps that haven't been exploited are not included. The specifics of how it works will be known after you experience it once." "Thank you, Elder Hua, for informing me." Gu Yifan thanked. "You're welcome, it's something you can figure out on your own if I don't tell you." Elder Hua shook his head and added, "By the way, I have a question that I don't know whether to ask or not." Gu Yifan was tempted to say, "You'd better not ask, you won't get an answer even if you ask." But Elder Hua was not someone else, he was the sea fixer of the Chinese nation, so it was really a bit impolite to say that. He asked rhetorically, "Elder Hua, what do you want to ask? Why were you so tough when you and the three-headed dog from hell just fought?" Hua Lao asked. Gu Yifan was a bit embarrassed. Just now he thought that Hua Lao was going to ask why he was so strong. "It's a thing." Gu Yifan explained, "Actually, the old me wasn't like this, but then an incident woke me up." "What is it?" Hua Lao was curious. "A battle with a demonic beast." Gu Yifan explained, "Not long ago, I encountered a wolf demon leader. I had strength that far surpassed it, yet I fought with it for agility and skill, and got myself into a terrible mess, and almost got injured because of it. Ever since that battle, I've realized that I can't use my own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths, I should use my own strengths to attack the enemy's shortcomings, and it was that battle that made me understand what the simplest and most effective way to fight is. When facing opponents of similar strength, you have to fight with your opponents for skill and experience, but when facing opponents who are not as strong as you are, crushing them with strength is the easiest and fastest. Take the battle against the hell three-headed dog, it's not as strong as me, so there's no need for me to play tricks and experience with it, I can just crush it directly with my strength, but it can't do that anymore after it uses the skill Hellfire." Elder Hua nodded. He had already seen from Gu Yifan's battle with the three-headed dog from hell that Gu Yifan was not reckless. But he still had one more doubt, did Gu Yifan know the strength of the three-headed dog from hell? This was also the reason why he asked Gu Yifan why he was so tough when he had just fought the three-headed dog from hell. Now he understood that Gu Yifan was well aware of the strength of the three-headed dog of hell. "Little fellow, you have a scrying skill, don't you?" Elder Hua laughed. Gu Yifan froze steeply, and then black lines filled his forehead. This would suddenly make him understand the real purpose of Hua Lao asking him why he was so tough when he and the three-headed dog of hell had just fought. The question was just a front, confirming that he could see through the strength of the three-headed dog of hell was the real purpose. "Elder Hua, how can you say that you are the sea-pin of the Huaxia country?" Gu Yifan said breathlessly, "What do you want to ask me? Just ask me directly, but even turning the corner to set me up, aren't you doing this as some kind of disrespect for the old?" Being dismantled by Gu Yifan, Hua Lao was not embarrassed. He asked rhetorically, "If I ask directly, will you tell me truthfully?" Gu Yifan froze again. If Elder Hua had asked directly, he really might not have been truthful. "Little one, do you know what it means to be old?" Hua Lao laughed. "Before, when you asked me to believe that you came in by mistake, I knew that you were a little slippery, not to play a little hard, it is difficult to get the truth out of your mouth. But don't worry, I won't ask you why your strength is so perverted." Gu Yifan scratched his head in some embarrassment. He didn't mean to hide it from Hua Lao, but there were some things that he really couldn't just talk about. "Gee!" Elder Hua exclaimed, "The opening of the 99th district is less than 3 days ago, your kid has actually obtained a storage ring, the pendant of concealment, the scrying skill, and quite a lot of bronze-level equipment, this luck is really good." "Elder Hua, you're wrong on that point, my luck is really bad." Gu Yifan retorted, "Aside from the scrying skill, the storage ring and the pendant of concealment were both obtained from the first kill of an alpha-class demonic beast, and the bronze-level equipment I'm wearing wasn't popped out, it was exchanged for barbecued meat on the treasure pavilion. Originally, Gu Yifan didn't want to say much, after all, too many words would be lost. But when he mentioned the luck thing, he felt resentful, and then he couldn't help but say it. It was Hua Lao's turn to be surprised. The bronze-level equipment on Gu Yifan's body was actually traded for roasted meat on the treasure pavilion? However, when he thought of the scene when he first entered the God's End continent, he was not surprised again. At that time, he was so starved that he could only eat grass roots, gnaw on tree barks, and eat raw meat. If the God's End continent had opened the treasure pavilion at that time, and there were still people selling roasted meat on the treasure pavilion, I'm afraid that he would have taken the bronze-level equipment in exchange for the roasted meat as well. As for Gu Yifan being able to kill the leader-class demonic beast for the first time, he wasn't surprised at all. Gu Yifan had even finished off the Hell's three-headed dog, so the first kill of an alpha-class demonic beast wasn't like a game? To think of exchanging roasted meat for equipment on the treasure pavilion, you kid is really a talent. Elder Hua couldn't help but exclaim. Elder Hua is overrated. Gu Yifan humbly said, I only thought of it when I saw a lot of people shouting about hunger in the chat channel. Well, it's still humble. Elder Hua nodded and inquired, little fellow, what's your name? Back to Elder Hua, my name is Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan answered truthfully. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Hua Lao said, little guy, we both have something to do on this delay. Well, you go to other places to do what to do, as long as it is not for the sake of wrongdoing. Things do not need to be concerned about, out of the matter by me to you to bear the burden. He didn't urge Gu Yifan to be more careful. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Gu Yifan's safety, but there was no need for that. As the saying goes, if you see something, you know it. From the matter of Gu Yifan's battle with the Hell's three-headed dog, he could tell that Gu Yifan wasn't a reckless person, and was even very careful and prudent, and there was no need for him to admonish him much at all. Furthermore, before Gu Yifan had entered the Divine Realm, the only place he could go to through the Reincarnation Division was the 99th District, and with Gu Yifan's strength in decapitating the three-headed dog from Hell, he could completely walk sideways in the 99th District, so there was no need to worry at all. Thank you, Elder Hua. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to thank him, his heart surging. Hua Lao's words were really domineering, and he was so looking forward to the day when he would be so domineering. You're welcome. Hua Lao said, little fellow, I'll wait for you in the Divine Realm. And go. As the words fell, Elder Hua walked up to the reincarnation platform, he raised his hand and tapped a few times in the void, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Witnessing the departure of Elder Hua, Gu Yifan's gaze fell on the three-headed dog of hell lying on the reincarnation platform. Chapter 56 Karma. Differentiation. Feeling Gu Yifan's seething gaze, the hellish three-headed dog couldn't control a shiver. Gu Yifan's gaze was completely a gaze of looking at prey. It was too creepy. No, it was too creepy dog. The three-headed dog of hell's senses were right on the money. Gu Yifan was indeed hitting on it. He really coveted the hellfire skill of the hell's three-headed dog, and he was considering if he could use his hidden talent strip everything to strip the hellfire skill while the hell's three-headed dog was alive. Anyway, hell's three-headed dogs can be revived indefinitely, so even if something goes wrong, it's nothing. Level 6 shrimp, what are you looking at me like that for? The three-headed dog of hell spat out human words. Gu Yifan rolled his eyes. Having just been decapitated by him, he even shouted at him for being a level 6 shrimp. This dog is somewhat unable to see the situation. He taunted, who was just decapitated by me, a level 6 shrimp. If I'm a level 6 little shrimp, what was that dog I just decapitated? The little shrimp of little shrimps? The three-headed dog of hell's expression steeped. It opened its mouth to retort, but it didn't know how to do so. Who let it be decapitated by Gu Yifan? It had no choice but to change the topic. Kid, just now that old man already said that I was created, different from the demonic beasts of this world. You won't be able to get a single benefit from me, so don't hit on me. Gu Yifan skimmed his mouth. He didn't have amnesia, so how could he have forgotten what Walao said? If he hadn't, he wouldn't be standing around pondering, but would have just rolled up his sleeves. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Yifan walked onto the Wheel of Fortune platform and came to the side of the three-headed dog of hell. He really coveted the hellfire skill, and if he didn't try it, he was really upset. The three-headed dog of hell stood up with a miso. It panicked, little boy, what are you doing? Doing nothing. Gu Yifan said so with his mouth, but he raised his hand and brushed it over the three-headed dog from hell. Ding. Stripping failed. Unable to divest hell's three-headed dog, Gu Yifan was depressed. He and the Hellfire skill were destined for each other after all. That's just it. I'm not too far behind the Hellfire skill. Gu Yifan gave full play to AQ's self-compassionate spirit again, then took out the reincarnation order and wanted to leave. Seeing this, the three-headed dog of hell let out a long sigh of relief. This guy with bad intentions was finally leaving. But before it could finish this sigh of relief, it saw Gu Yifan turn to look at it again. Kid, what do you want? The three-headed dog of hell's still unsettled heart hung in the air again. Something just popped into my head. Gu Yifan said, if Elder Hua calls you Wonkai, I'll call you Wonkai too, okay? No good. The three-headed dog from hell flatly refused. The name wanted doesn't sound at all imposing, or hell's three-headed dog sounds dominant. I'll give you one more chance to think about it? Gu Yifan's gaze became a bit unkind, and his tone was also a bit gloomy. The three-headed dog of hell couldn't control another shiver. Although Gu Yifan didn't say so explicitly, that look was clearly that it would definitely have no good consequences if it dared to refuse again. Little boy, I can't be killed, it's useless for you to threaten me. The three-headed dog of hell hardened its head. I know. Gu Yifan smiled grimly, but I can beat you up and beat you to the point where you can't take care of yourself. Well, you can also commit suicide, but after resurrection, I will still beat you up until I beat you up and agree. The three-headed dog of hell cursed directly in his heart. This asshole is so rogue, it has never seen such a shameless person. No. It still saw it once, and that person was Hua Lao. At that time, Hua Lao also threatened it in the same way, and it refused to agree to it, and then was beaten to death by Hua Lao, and was forced to agree. Wang Kai, I'll give you one last chance, think about it. Gu Yifan said with a bad smile. The three-headed dog of hell was full of pent-up frustration. It hesitated for several moments before nodding irritably. Gu Yifan laughed. Hell's three-headed dog is a wimp. He commanded, wanted, lie down. The three-headed dog of hell hesitated and honestly lay down on the wheeled platform. Good boy. Gu Yifan raised his hand and stroked the hell's three-headed dog, and his depressed mood because the hellfire skill had flown became soothed. Being petted by Gu Yifan, the three-headed dog of hell had a face that was not forked, but did not dare to squeak. Wang Kai, I'm leaving, you keep a good watch here. Without further delay, Gu Yifan stood up as he spoke. But at this moment, the reclining hell's three-headed dog suddenly stood up with a miso and stared at the back of Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan subconsciously looked back, only to see the light screen of the reincarnation division flicker, followed by a young man walking in. The youth had a mustache below his nose, and was a bonobo at first glance. Gu Yifan frowned. Did this guy come in here on purpose? Or did he come in by mistake? It would be fine if they came in by mistake, but if they came in on purpose, their purpose was open to question. The next moment, though, his frown loosened. The guy looked surprised to see the three-headed dog from hell, and it was obvious that he hadn't come in here on purpose. It was that taking a step back, it didn't matter if this guy came in on purpose, because with the three-headed dog of hell around, it would be hard for this guy to make any waves, unless this guy had a monstrous creation just like him. Roar! At this moment, a roar exploded steeply. Only to see the body of the hell's three-headed dog slightly shaking, two hell's three-headed dogs appeared out of thin air. Immediately following that, the three hell's three-headed dogs pounced towards the Japanese youth together. What's the deal with going straight to the top without talking? Gu Yifan was a bit puzzled. When he came to the reincarnation division, hell's three-headed dog had said several things and even threatened him to leave, but to the Japanese youth, hell's three-headed dog just rolled up his sleeves without saying a word. Baka! The Japanese youth, on the other hand, was so startled that he turned around with a scream and rushed towards the light screen of the reincarnation division. But before he could step into the curtain of light, he was bitten on the head by a bite from the three-headed dog of hell. Click! Accompanied by a crisp bone-cracking sound, the bonobo youth's head was directly bitten off by the hell's three-headed dog, and then the hell's three-headed dog barred its mouth a few times before swallowing the bonobo youth's head. Bang! Immediately afterward, the body of the young Japanese man fell on his back and hit the ground solidly. That's dead? Gu Yifan was filled with surprise. However, he soon reacted that he felt that the hell's three-headed dog was weak because he was stronger than the hell's three-headed dog. But the bonobo youth was not him, and to the bonobo youth, the hell's three-headed dog was a giant existence. Quite a death. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Just before he finished his words, his face changed violently. Only 3 hellish 3-headed dogs were seen parting with the corpses of the bonobo youths. He hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Wang Kai, shut up. At those words, the 3 hell's 3-headed dogs stopped in unison, then turned back to Gu Yifan and spat out human words. Kid, you're going to steal food from us? Get lost, I don't eat people. Gu Yifan's head was filled with black lines. He walked quickly to the body of the young Japanese man and lifted his hand to brush it over the body of the young Japanese man. He came to hell to go to Japan to scavenge for cultivation talent. Now that a Japanese has come to his door of his own accord, there's no reason for him not to want it. Ding! The stripping was successful. You have gained the E-rank cultivation talent spiritual enhancement. Get! The 4 attribute cultivation talents have come together. Gu Yifan let out a dark sigh and inquired, Wang Kai, why are you still eating people? Refueling chant. The 3-headed dog from hell explained, but I only eat people from other countries, not Chinese. Gu Yifan froze. This was still differentiated. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Wang Kai, you threatened me to leave on 2 separate occasions when I came here, but you just rolled up your sleeves on this guy when he came here because I'm a Chinese? Nice. The 3-headed dog of hell explained, for the Chinese people to be polite first, there is the intention to leave, and cannot be pursued yet, but for other countries no need to nonsense, directly eat. Gu Yifan exclaimed, what a difference in treatment. Boy, that's normal. The 3-headed dog of hell said, you haven't been to the maps created by other countries. When you go you will know that the maps created by other countries also have differentiated treatment. It's human nature, it can't be talked about right or wrong. So? Gu Yifan nodded and curiously said, Wang Kai, how did you determine whether the visitor was a Chinese or another country? If you can tell at a glance, just go for it. If you can't tell at a glance, just ask. The 3-headed dog from hell explained, take this guy, he has a mustache under his nose, he's 5'5", and he's still rotund, so you can tell he's a bonobo at a glance. Gu Yifan came to a realization. He laughed, Wang Kai, go ahead and eat, I'm going to go skulking around in the Japanese country. As the words fell, Gu Yifan walked towards the reincarnation platform with a smile on his face. A Japanese person took the initiative to give a gift before even entering the Japanese country. Does this mean that this trip is going to be full of rewards? Chapter 57, Infiltrating the Japanese. The pot is full. Enter the rotunda. A curtain of light appeared out of thin air right before Gu Yifan's eyes. The light screen had rows of text from the 1st to the 99th district. However, districts 1 through 98 are gray, and only district 99 is black. Gu Yifan tapped the first area, and the light screen was unresponsive. He tapped the 99th district again, and the curtain of light changed with a flash of light. There were still rows and rows of text, but it was no longer the first district, but the names of countries such as Huaxia, Rice, and Japan. Looks like I'll just have to go to the 99th district. Gu Yifan let out a secret sigh and raised his hand to gently tape on the word Japanese, and the text on the light screen changed again. Novice Village 11, Novice Village 23, Novice Village 38, 538. After a little thought, Gu Yifan chose Novice Village number 538, and the text on the light screen changed again. This time, instead of rows and rows of text, there was only 1 row and 4 sets of words. Novice Village Plain, Chang'an City West, Chang'an City South. Didn't it say you could go anywhere? How come there was only the Novice Village before and now there are only 4 places? Gu Yifan was a bit puzzled. However, he soon reacted. Hua Lao said that maps that hadn't been developed were not included, so it should be that the people from Novice Village 538 hadn't been to any other places yet, which was why it wasn't displayed on the light screen. On this trip, Gu Yifan was collecting cultivation talents, so naturally, he had to go to places where there were people, not to mention that he couldn't go to those unexplored maps. Even if he could, he wouldn't go there. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan decisively chose the west of Chang'an City. Right now, only a small portion of the people from Novice Village 815 had entered the south of Chang'an City, and everyone from Novice Village 538 had dropped another level, so the vast majority of people must be in the west of Chang'an City, and the more people there were, the more corpses there were. In the next moment, Gu Yifan disappeared on the reincarnation platform. Novice Village number 538, Central Zone west of Chang'an City. Swish! A figure emerged out of thin air between 2 large trees. This figure was no other than Gu Yifan, who had rushed here from the reincarnation platform. Gu Yifan looked around. The environment here was exactly the same as that of Chang'an City West in Novice Village 815, and if he didn't know clearly that he had come to Chang'an City West near Novice Village 538, I'm afraid he would have thought that he was in Chang'an City West near Novice Village 815. But at this, Gu Yifan was not surprised. Although the novice villages were numbered differently and located in different spaces, to be fair, each novice village and its surroundings were exactly the same. This was also convenient for Gu Yifan. At the very least he didn't need to memorize the directions anymore. Little Japanese cultivation talent, here I come. Gu Yifan started carpet searching with a big smile in his heart. Although Elder Hua had said that he could do whatever he wanted to do without any scruples, and that he would have Elder Hua to take care of anything that went wrong, he didn't strut around and make a big fuss because of it, and instead, he carefully paid attention to the movements around him. Once he realized that there were people around, he would avoid them in time and not meet those people head-on. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Elder Hua, or that he didn't have confidence in his own strength, but if he let the Japanese find out about his arrival, he would definitely be on the defensive in the future, and it would be a bit of a problem for him to come back to the Japanese country to collect cultivation talents at that time. With his E-Class Cultivation Talent Visual Enhancement, F-Class Cultivation Talent Olfactory Increase, and E-Class Cultivation Talent Auditory Enhancement, coupled with the concealment of the darkness of the night, Gu Yifan easily and unknowingly avoided the nearby bonobos. In Gu Yifan's carpet search, time was slipping away. After about 10 minutes or so, Gu Yifan followed the smell of blood and found a body. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it over the corpse. Ding! The stripping was successful. You have harvested the E-Rank Cultivation Talent Touch Enhancement. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles. Before entering the Japanese country, he felt lucky today. As it turned out, his feelings were very correct. This is not. The first corpse he found got the Cultivation Talent Touch Enhancement that he did not have. Keep looking. Gu Yifan was excited. After another roughly 20 minutes or so, Gu Yifan found another human corpse. Swish! Gu Yifan once again raised his hand to brush over the corpse. Ding! Stripping successful. You have gained an F-Rank Cultivation Talent Visual Increase, and since you already have an E-Rank Cultivation Talent Visual Enhancement, the F-Rank Cultivation Talent Visual Increase is randomly converted into 3 Agility Attribute Points. Gu Yifan was a bit surprised and depressed. Surprised because before that, he had considered what would happen if he stripped down to a pre-existing and lower-ranked cultivation talent. After all, there were only a few cultivation talents in the human race, and it was impossible to peel off a new cultivation talent every time. At that time, he was worried that encountering such a situation would result in a failure of stripping, which would be fruitless, but what he didn't expect was that there was no failure of stripping, but instead it was randomly converted into attribute points. Depression, on the other hand, was because it would be harder and harder for him to level up his cultivation talent. Stripping to a cultivation talent that he already possessed and was of a lower rank would be randomly converted into attribute points, which meant that he couldn't rely on accumulating lower-ranked cultivation talents to raise his cultivation talent rank, and could only rely on stripping to a cultivation talent of the same rank and above to do so. However, it was an indisputable fact that the higher the grade of the cultivation talent, the fewer people possessed it, which meant that the higher the grade of the cultivation talent, the less easy it was to obtain, so it would be harder and harder for him to raise the grade of the cultivation talent. Other people only possess one cultivation talent, while I possess many kinds of cultivation talents. One must be contented to be a human being. Gu Yifan once again gave full play to Aku's spirit of self-compassion. However, he wasn't saying this to give up on raising his cultivation talent level, he would still continue to work hard. After all, having failed to divest himself of useful cultivation talents, he could still gain attribute points. Next, Gu Yifan continued the carpet search. It had to be said that Gu Yifan's luck today was indeed good. Every once in a while, he'd find a human corpse. On top of that, he also encountered some demonic beasts. With Gu Yifan's current strength, killing grade 2 demonic beasts was a matter of a single slash, and the demonic beasts represented experience, so there was no reason not to want them. These demonic beasts then turned into Gu Yifan's experience. Soon the time came to the early hours of the morning. At this time, Gu Yifan had already carpet searched the western part of Chang'an City. In total, he found 9 human corpses and 24 demonic beasts. The 24 demonic beasts provided Gu Yifan with 960 experience points, just enough to raise his level from level 6 to level 7. On top of that, the 24 demonic beasts had also popped out a bronze grade equipment. Although the bronze level equipment was no longer useful to Gu Yifan, it could be used to exchange for items or sold for money, and since this was the first time he had ever killed a demonic beast and popped out the equipment, it was still somewhat commemorative. The 9 human corpses, on the other hand, allowed Gu Yifan to harvest 5 cultivation talents, and the cultivation talents stripped from 4 of the corpses were all randomly converted into attribute points because they were of a lower level than the cultivation talents he already had. In addition to the Grady cultivation talent tactile enhancement that he had just obtained, Gu Yifan had obtained the Grady cultivation talent agility enhancement, the Grady cultivation talent root bone enhancement, the Grady cultivation talent spiritual enhancement, and the Grade F cultivation talent smell enhancement. This also caused his original Grady cultivation talent agility enhancement, Grady cultivation talent root bone enhancement, and Grady cultivation talent spirituality enhancement to all be fused to Grade D, and the Grade F cultivation talent olfactory enhancement to be fused to Grade E. The only regret was that it hadn't been stripped of the taste cultivation talent, and it hadn't been possible to activate the sixth sense skill. But Gu Yifan was just slightly regretful. Because as long as he persisted in collecting cultivation talents, he would always peel off the flavor cultivation talents. As for not acquiring a special cultivation talent such as an elemental class, Gu Yifan wasn't surprised at all. This was because the 5 senses type of cultivation talent and the 4 attributes type of cultivation talent were the most common and what most people possessed. Elemental and other special cultivation talents, on the other hand, were rarely possessed, and with only 9 corpses found, it was only normal that no elemental and other special cultivation talents had been stripped. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved and summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 7. Root bone, 109 plus 5. Spirituality, 108 plus 5. Strength, 112 plus 10. Agility, 110 plus 10. Free attribute points, 50. Experience, 10,3200. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement D, agility enhancement D, roots and bones enhancement D, spiritual enhancement D, sight enhancement E, smell enhancement E, hearing enhancement E, tactile enhancement E, and fireflame F. Skills, probing, bloodlust, sixth sense, night vision, roaring. Battle strength, first class, first star. Nice. Not bad. Level up to 7. The strength and agility attributes have both exceeded 101, and the battle power has also been raised to 1 rank and 1 star. I also gained more than a dozen attribute points, and even broke the record of relying on the explosive rate to obtain 0 equipment, and more importantly, the increase in the level of my cultivation talent has allowed me to refine my strength again. The harvest of this trip so far can be said to be a potpourri. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles. Closing the Heavenly Tao interface, a flash of thought appeared on Gu Yifan's cheeks. On this trip, he made a new discovery. Chapter 58 Crazy Thoughts. Buying the 3-headed dog of hell. It seems easier to look for demonic beasts at night. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. Searching for demonic beasts during the day, he would only find 7 or 8 at most in half a day, but tonight in almost 4 hours, he found a full 24 demonic beasts. This was still the case when the resources of Novice Village 538 were halved. If they weren't halved, wouldn't he have encountered more demonic beasts? Could it be because it's hard to see at night and there's no one to fight me for it? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Because when he was searching for demonic beasts in the south of Chang'an City, no one was competing with him either, but he only found 7 or 8 demonic beasts in half a day. Could it be because the demonic beasts are less active at night and miss fewer of them? Another thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. This time he didn't deny it. Although he couldn't say for sure if that was the case, some of the demonic beasts he found were indeed resting tonight, so even if it wasn't all due to the decrease in demonic beast activity at night, there was definitely a factor in that. Well, it could also be due to a better day. Gu Yifan muttered to himself, wait until tomorrow night and try again. If there are still quite a few demonic beasts encountered, then in the future, he will set aside some time at night to behead the demonic beasts, and incidentally harvest some more cultivation talent. As the words fell, Gu Yifan's face was thoughtful again. He's thinking about skulking around the Novice Village plains? After a few thoughts, Gu Yifan dismissed the idea again. This is already in the early hours of the morning, and then go to the newborn village plains to sneak around will be dawn. In that case, he did not have the time to rest. God's end of the continent is not a good place, cannot tolerate the slightest error, or a good rest, good spirit for the good. Another, the level reaches the second level can enter Chang'an City West, 99 area has been open for 3 days, Novice Village plains I'm afraid that there is no one, and the people less where the corpse? As for the people who used to fall in the plains of the Novice Village? Either they had already been torn apart and eaten by demonic beasts, or they had already returned to the divine continent on their last return. Should we slaughter a few bonobos and forcibly strip the cultivation talent? A somewhat crazy thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. There's no bodies. He can create them. He should know that when he was just searching for the corpses, he had found a lot of bonobos. If he slaughtered all these bonobos, he didn't know how much cultivation talent he would be able to harvest. But the next moment, he forcibly banished the thought from his mind. He can strip corpses, but he can never create them. As the saying goes, if there is one, there is two. Once a precedent is set, he will gradually be unable to withstand the temptation of the cultivation talent, and by that time, the people he beheads won't just be Japanese, but possibly Chinese, and he'll be reduced to a murderous maniac at that time. Phew. Gu Yifan took a deep breath and turned around to head towards the western central land of Chang'an City. He had already carpet searched the west of Chang'an City, and since there weren't many people in the plains of the novice village and the south of Chang'an City and there weren't many corpses, it was time to go back and rest. Soon, Gu Yifan arrived at the entrance to the hellmouth, and he leapt forward, stepping into the ghostly black light curtain. Reincarnation Division. A silhouette appeared out of thin air on the reincarnation platform. This figure was no other than Gu Yifan, who had rushed back from novice village number 538. Seeing Gu Yifan, the regional three-headed dog was instantly filled with vigilance. This kid is not a good person, like that old man. No, this kid is worse than that old man. At least that old man has not beaten it, so it must be careful and careful and careful. Wonky, what's that look on your face? Gu Yifan said breathlessly, and thanks to my skulking around the little Japanese country, I brought back some gifts for you. The geographic three-headed dog had a look of disbelief on his face. Not long ago, this kid had beaten him and forced him to change his name in an extremely rogue manner, and this kind of bad guy would bring him a gift? Do you really think dogs are easy to fool? Wang Kai, I didn't lie to you, I really brought you a gift. Don't believe you see. As the words fell, Gu Yifan casually waved his hand, and 9 corpses appeared out of thin air on the reincarnation platform. These 9 corpses were the same 9 Japanese corpses that Gu Yifan had found. The hell three-headed dog was created by the Chinese country, speaking of their own dog, and the hell three-headed dog does not eat Chinese people, so how can they not bring some food to their own dog when they go out for a trip? Anyway, with the feud between the Chinese nation and the Japanese nation, bringing back a few Japanese corpses was not a mental burden for him at all. You have to know that the Japanese had once done something in China that made people angry, and he took away a few corpses, and compared to the heartless things that the Japanese had done in China, it was not worth mentioning at all. Also, it was a well-known fact that demonic beasts ate people, and when this return to the divine continent was made and these 9 corpses didn't go back, the bonobos would only think that they were eaten by demonic beasts and wouldn't think that they were taken away by him. Looking at the 9 corpses on the wheeled platform, the hellish three-headed dog froze. The bad guy had really brought him a gift. It looked at Gu Yifan, not quite believing, are these really gifts for me? Don't you call bull? Gu Yifan said breathlessly, I don't eat people, it's not for you, why would I bring it back? The three-headed dog of hell had a somewhat complicated gaze. This kid in front of him brought it so many gifts, how can he be considered a bad guy in the future? You know that bad old man never brought it a present. Take it. Gu Yifan urged, replenish your energy and hold down the fort here properly. The three-headed dog of hell looked at Gu Yifan, his heart somewhat torn. It was a bit torn on whether to accept Gu Yifan's gift or not. In the end, it still couldn't endure the temptation of the gift, only to see its big mouth open, directly swallowing the 9 corpses into its stomach. As the saying goes, you can't take what you want. The hell's three-headed dog that had accepted Gu Yifan's gifts' attitude towards Gu Yifan changed drastically, and it arched Gu Yifan's shoulder with its head in a very intimate manner. It's kinda easy to buy. Gu Yifan let out a dark sigh and spoke, Wang Kai, when I go skulking around abroad again, I'll even bring you a present. At those words, the three-headed dog of hell was instantly overjoyed. It arched Gu Yifan's shoulder with its head again, its attitude even more intimate than just now. By the way, wanted. Gu Yifan added, it's getting late, and I'm tired from skulking around the Japanese country, so can I rest here? Resting outside, because of the demonic beasts, sleep was not solid. But the reincarnation division was different, there were no demonic beasts here, so one could sleep with confidence and boldness. As for the territorial three-headed dog? The three-headed dog from hell doesn't eat Chinese, and has also been bribed by him, so he shouldn't have to worry. As for someone coming here? With the three-headed dog of hell around, there would basically be no problem unless a figure like Hua Lao came here. That was one of the reasons he brought gifts for the three-headed dog from hell. He had to get in good with the three-headed dogs of hell, otherwise how was he going to rest here? How to get the geographic three-headed dog to guard him? Sure. The three-headed dog of hell decisively promised, the reincarnation division prohibits all fights except for the reincarnation order, or else you will be put to death by the heavenly Tao of the God's End continent, so feel free to rest with confidence and boldness, and I'll call out to you to get up when it's almost dawn. At those words, Gu Yifan was instantly more relieved. The reincarnation division prohibited all fights except for the reincarnation order, and since he already had the reincarnation order, it was even more unlikely that the three-headed dog from hell would be able to disadvantage him while he was asleep, and even if a figure like Hua Lao came, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him under the limitations of the rules. Wanted, you're wonderful. Gu Yifan rubbed the hell's three-headed dog's head with his hand and added, I'm resting, huh? Okay, get some rest. The three-headed dog of hell said. Gu Yifan didn't say anything more and directly laid down on the reincarnation platform and slept. The three-headed dog from hell then lay beside Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan is its bread and butter, so it must be dutifully guarded. It didn't take long for Gu Yifan to fall into a deep sleep. What he doesn't know is that the 815 Novice Village chat channel has sparked a hot debate because of him. Chapter 59 The Gray Margin. Precision Acquisition. Everyone, have you noticed that Big Brother Gu Yifan's name on the village rankings has turned gray? I've long since found out. Just as it got dark, I checked the list and saw that Big Brother Gu Yifan's name had turned gray. It's really Other people's names are black, how come Big Brother Gu Yifan's name has turned gray? Something won't happen to Big Brother Gu Yifan, right? It shouldn't be, Big Brother Gu Yifan is so strong, how could something happen? I also don't think anything will happen to Big Brother Gu Yifan, but how come his name has turned gray? Big Brother Gu Yifan saved the day by defeating the challenge from Novice Village 538, preserving our levels and cultivation resources while allowing us all to level up and get more cultivation resources. Something must not happen to him. I'm so worried about Big Brother Gu Yifan. Big Brother Gao Zhuang, aren't you able to contact Big Brother Gu Yifan? You hurry up and get in touch and ask what's going on. Calling the big, strong man. Calling the big, strong man. A moment later, Tallstrong's message popped up in the chat channel. I found out about this a long time ago and contacted him a long time ago, but I haven't received a reply until now. But we don't have to worry. If something really happened to him, his name shouldn't have turned gray, but should have disappeared from the village level top 100 list. Yeah. Tallstrong big guy has it exactly right. Also, the fact that Big Brother Gu Yifan's name hasn't disappeared proves that he's still alive. It's good that Big Brother Gu Yifan is still alive. Could it be that Big Brother Gu Yifan entered a special map and was unable to contact the outside world, and that's why his name turned gray? It really could be. At that moment, Tallstrong's message popped up again. Gentlemen, it's getting late, everyone hurry up and take a rest, get well and upgrade properly, and try to make our Novice Village 815 stand out amongst all the other Novice Villages. I'll tell you why after Gu Yifan replies. Big Grommet is right, let's all get some rest. Sleep. Tomorrow full chop to be collected. I'm going to bed too. Good night and good dreams everyone. Good night and sweet dreams. The 815 Novice Village chat channel quickly returned to silence as everyone went to rest. At this moment, Gu Yifan was huffing and puffing, not having the slightest idea that a hot debate had been triggered because of him in the wee hours of the morning. There was no talk all night. Before dawn the next day, Gu Yifan, who was in a deep sleep, was woken up by the three-headed dog from hell. Boy, get up, get up. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan instantly woke up from his sleep. He stretched, then stood up. Cozy. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. The night before, he had slept on a tree branch, and not only did he have trouble sleeping, but his back hurt from the branch's padding. Sleeping in the wheeling division last night was not only solid, it was also comfortable. He decided that from now on, he would come to the wheeling division to sleep on his nights off. Boy, don't you sigh. The three-headed dog of hell urged, the sky will soon be bright, after dawn the passageway into hell will be closed, at that time you won't be able to get out, you'll have to wait until it's dark to go out again. Okay, I'm leaving. Gu Yifan answered and raised his hand to rub the hell three-headed dog's head again, saying, Wan Kai, I'll come back to see you when I'm free, and then I'll go find you some more gifts. Gone. As the words fell, Gu Yifan walked off the wheeling stage and headed outside the wheeling division. The three-headed dog of hell, on the other hand, watched Gu Yifan leave with an expectant and reluctant face. South of Chang'an City, in the center, between two large trees. Swish! Gu Yifan's figure appeared out of thin air. Almost simultaneously, the heavenly Dao's words sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Ding! Gao Zhuang sent you a couple messages, are you checking them? This guy's a little short on patience. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. In his thoughts, Gao Zhuang should have sent a message this time to ask him when he was going to launch a challenge to Novice Village 538. But after checking the message, he knew he had misunderstood Gao Zhuang. The message came last night. Instead of asking him when he challenged Novice Village 538, Gao Zhuang asked him where he had gone. Why had his name turned gray on the village top 100 list? Gu Yifan was also confused about this. He also wondered why his name had turned gray on the village top 100 list. Summoning the Tendo interface, he opened the list channel again. Gu Yifan wanted to see if his name had turned gray? But the result was not gray, as Goshan said, but black. What's the situation? Gu Yifan frowned. Gao Zhuang would not idly fool him, so what Gao Zhuang said must be true, but what he saw was black. He did not understand what was going on. But when he thought about the time Gao Zhuang sent the message, it dawned on him. When Gao Zhuang sent him a message, he was in Novice Village 538 in Little Japan, and Novice Village 538 and Novice Village 815 weren't in the same space, so his name on the village level top 100 list turned gray because he had entered Little Japan. Now that he returned to Novice Village 815, his name changed back to black. This was also evidenced by the message that Gao Zhuang had sent last night, which he had only just received. After a little thought, Gu Yifan replied, I just received a message from you. I went to a special space last night. I shouldn't have been in the same space. That's why my name on the village level top 100 list turned gray. He didn't say anything about his trip to the small Japanese country so that the news wouldn't leak out and affect his subsequent plans. Closing the chat channel, Gu Yifan opened the hidden treasure pavilion again, and then a smile appeared on his cheeks. Nice. Nice. Gu Yifan exclaimed, the demonic beasts in the south of Chang'an City have been collected, it's better to acquire them precisely. When acquiring the demonic beasts south of Chang'an City, Gu Yifan didn't acquire the corpses of several levels of demonic beasts in a generalized manner like he had done in the past, but rather pinpointed each type of demonic beast and the number of them, so that he could avoid acquiring redundant demonic beast corpses. Although demonic beast corpses could be brought out and sold for money, the current him no longer needed to sell money with demonic beast corpses. Other than that, the equipment on him alone was a fortune. As for needing demonic beast carcasses to make roasted meat? With basically no one exchanging equipment and elixirs for roasted meat, the demonic beast corpses he acquired with roasted meat and the demonic beast corpses he gained from beheading demonic beasts were more than enough. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved, taking out the demonic beast corpses on the treasure pavilion, and then using his hidden talent to strip everything one by one. TSK, another 40 or so attribute points harvested. Gu Yifan smacked his lips and added, next it's time to acquire the demonic beasts in the eastern part of Chang'an City. After saying that, Gu Yifan headed to the treasure pavilion to shelve the roasted meat and use it to exchange for the demonic beasts in the eastern part of Chang'an City. Just like acquiring the demonic beasts south of Chang'an City, he also chose to acquire them with precision. After shelving the grilled meat, Gu Yifan took stock of the sales of the wooden blades. The wooden blades were sold over 100 times, and 100 pieces of bronze-level equipment were obtained. As before, Gu Yifan had left all the bronze-level equipment he had obtained in the treasure pavilion so as not to take it out to take up space in his storage ring, realizing that his storage ring was already almost overflowing with demonic beast corpses and equipment. Shelving another 200 wooden blades into the treasure pavilion to exchange for bronze-level equipment, Gu Yifan pondered for a moment to make sure nothing was missing before activating his agility reinforcement talent and heading straight to the east of Chang'an City. There was no need to remain in the south of Chang'an as the mission there had been accomplished. He had to be one step ahead of everyone else so that he could guarantee the first kill of the demonic beast leader of each map. Also, he had to get to level 10 first. Elder Hua says that leveling up to 10 to go to hell will reveal something, and that the first one to go will have a surprise. He'll take this surprise. On top of that, he has to ascend to the reward given by the Heavenly Tao after the 10th level. Chapter 60, Identity Revealed. No grudges, no regrets. As Gu Yifan rushed to the east of Chang'an City, the sky was gradually getting brighter. The chat channel of Novice Village 538, which had been silent for a night, was lively again. Everyone, look at the village level top 100 list. Big brother Gu Yifan's name is back in black, and he's also risen to level 7. It's really great, Gu Yifan big brother did not have an accident. Big brother Gao Zhuang, did big brother Gu Yifan say what happened when his name turned gray? Calling the big, strong man. Calling the big, strong man. A few moments later, Tulstrong's message appeared in the chat channel. I'm sorry, I just woke up from a nap and Gu Yifan had a reply. He said it might be because he went to a special space. It's really going to a special space. Come to think of it, the special space is not the same as the space where the 815th novice village is located. Because of the spatial isolation, Big Brother Gu Yifan lost contact with the 815th novice village. It's like a cell phone with no signal in some places. Upstairs right on the money. As long as Big Brother Gu Yifan is fine, the rest doesn't matter. Gentlemen, that black-hearted barbecue merchant is no longer acquiring demonic beasts from the south of Chang'an City, and has instead acquired demonic beasts from the east of Chang'an City. I'm still hanging out in the west of Chang'an City. That black-hearted barbecue merchant even wants to acquire the demonic beasts in the east of Chang'an City. This change of pace is too fast, isn't it? Still letting people live? Who says it isn't? It's just too much of a blow. That black-hearted barbecue merchant must have gone to Chang'an City East, or else he wouldn't have acquired the demonic beasts in Chang'an City East. Gentlemen, I seem to have discovered a shocking secret. What secret? Same question. Same question. Gentlemen, listen to my breakdown. The highest leveled person in our novice village is the level 7 Gu Yifan Big Brother. In the case that we have all risen a level out of thin air, there should be no one in the other novice villages who was higher leveled than Gu Yifan Big Brother. Do you all think I'm right? I think so. Is there any need to say anything about this? Big Brother Gu Yifan is bound to be the highest ranked among our group. I'm sick of saying half of what I want to say and leaving half of what I don't want to say. Stop stalling and finish in one breath. Gentlemen, the level of the demonic beasts in the east of Chang'an City is level 6 to 8, and you can't even enter without level 7 cultivation. Now that someone is exchanging barbecued meat for the carcasses of the demonic beasts in the east of Chang'an City, do you think that this person will be Big Brother Gu Yifan? Along with this message, the Nova Village 815 chat channel instantly quieted down. Everyone is considering the answer to that question. Moments later, one message after another popped up in the chat channel of Novice Village number 815. In that case, Big Brother Gu Yifan could really be that black-hearted barbecue vendor. I think that black-hearted barbecue vendor is 80% Big Brother Gu Yifan. Same feeling +1. Same feeling +2. Ahem. Let me correct you guys, Big Brother Gu Yifan is not a black-hearted barbecuer, he's a conscientious barbecuer. Yes, Big Brother Gu Yifan is a conscientious barbecuer. How is Big Brother Gu Yifan black-hearted? Doesn't he need time to roast meat? Is there a problem with him spending upgraded time making roasted meat and selling it at a higher price? Besides, he's not forcing anyone to buy it. Upstairs right on the money. Gao Shuang and the others looked at me and I looked at you, all filled with complicated faces. It wasn't because the crowd had changed their tune too quickly, but the crowd had presumed that it was Gu Yifan who was selling the roasted meat. Brother Gao, the matter of Big Brother Gu Yifan selling barbecued meat can't be divulged, or else it will cause trouble for Big Brother Gu Yifan. Zhao Rui said seriously. Also, we're the only ones who know about Big Brother Gu Yifan's sale of barbecued meat, so if we let this matter fester and it reaches Big Brother Gu Yifan's ears again, maybe he'll think that we're the ones who leaked the information. Yeah. Tulstrong nodded and said, we need to stop people from discussing this. As soon as the words fell, Gao Zhuang typed a message into the chat channel. Gentlemen, not to mention whether your guesses are correct or not, even if you take a step back and your guesses are right, it's best to keep this matter rotting in your stomachs, or else the news will leak out and cause trouble for Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan has been kind to us. If we get him into trouble because of this matter, we will be ungrateful people. The chat channel was once again momentarily silent as Tulstrong's message appeared in the chat channel. But soon the silence was broken by a message. What Tulstrong guy said is exactly right, people need to rot their guesses in their stomachs. What did I just say? Knock on my memory, I've forgotten it in the blink of an eye. You just said you were going to get a good upgrade today, big time. Brothers, get to work. Demon beasts, Grandpa's coming. The chat channel buzzed for a moment and then went quiet again. Gao Zhuang thought briefly and sent another message to Gu Yifan. Ding. Gao Zhuang sent you a message, do you want to check it? A prompt sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Gu Yifan stopped and checked the message. Gu Yifan, look at the chat channel. I'm afraid that the matter of you selling barbecued meat is going to be exposed. Although I've already reminded them to keep this matter rotting in their stomachs, there are so many people in the crowd that this matter may not be able to be hidden, so you have to be a little bit mentally prepared. Gu Yifan then summoned the Heaven's Path interface and opened the chat channel. Scrolling through the chat messages, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. After defeating the challenge initiated by Novice Village number 538 and topping the number 815 Novice Village's village level top 100 ranking, he knew that the matter of selling barbecued meat would be exposed sooner or later, only that it was exposed a bit earlier than he had imagined. The reason for this was precisely because he had entered the line of sight of everyone in Novice Village number 815 and caught everyone's attention. He was helpless to do anything about it. He didn't want to draw attention to himself if he could help it. But there are times when people can't keep a low profile just because they want to. As in the case of the challenge initiated by Novice Village 538, in order not to be punished, and in order to obtain the reward for winning the challenge, and even more so for the dignity of the Huaxia country, he had no choice but to be a little more high profile. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought about continuing to keep a low profile and ignoring the challenge initiated by Novice Village 538. But punishment can be accepted, rewards can be given up. Can the dignity of the Chinese nation be given up? Absolutely not. The dignity of the Chinese nation was something no Chinese could give up, especially when facing the small Japanese nation, so he had to go ahead and do it without complaint, even though he knew that exposing himself to the rest of the world would get him into trouble. Sooner or later it will be exposed, just a little sooner. Gu Yifan muttered to himself, anyway, it's just selling a barbecue, it's not a big deal. As for the trouble caused by it, how can it be smooth sailing on the road to cultivation? Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover the earth is all. As the words fell, Gu Yifan replied a message to Gao Shuang. Conceal it if you can, it doesn't matter if you can't. Thanks. Upon receiving Gu Yifan's reply, Gao Shuang was a bit surprised. Gu Yifan even looked indifferent? But when he thought about the reason why Gu Yifan was exposed, he instantly understood. There are some things that you can do without. But there are some things that must be done, knowing that they will cause trouble. Gu Yifan replied, he didn't take it to heart. Gao Shuang explained to Zhao Rui, Li Jia and the others, and added, brothers, after resting all night, it's time to work. Although we may not be able to catch up with Gu Yifan, we can't be pulled too far away from him. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Gao Shuang got up and left. Zhao Rui, Li Jia and others followed. At this time, Gu Yifan had already arrived at the light curtain at the junction of Chang'an City East and Chang'an City South. Without any hesitation, he stepped directly into the light curtain. The next moment, Gu Yifan arrived at the east of Chang'an City. But before he could survey the scene around him, a fishy odor greeted him. Chapter 61. Is it good or bad? The might of roaring. So stinky? Smelling the fishy odor that came to his face, Gu Yifan couldn't think twice and rolled to one side in one tumble. Bang! The next moment, a dull crash sounded abruptly. Gu Yifan followed the sound, only to see a 2-meter-tall bear demon not far from the side bite on the boundary between Chang'an City South and Chang'an City East, and the place where he was bitten was exactly where he had just stepped out. If Laozi hadn't reacted fast enough, I would have definitely been bitten on the head by that. Gu Yifan's heart jumped wildly. Now he understood where the stench came from? It came from the bear demon's bloody mouth. This is a ing guarded place, waiting to the old man. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse, but before he could finish his words, he heard a hissing sound of a demonic beast. He followed the sound again, only to see that there were 4 bear demons and 5 lion demons not far from the side, 4 of which were fighting with 4 bear demons, while the other lion demon was standing not far from the bear demon that had just attacked him. This is a calamity for the fish. Gu Yifan blinked. Although he had just arrived at the eastern part of Chang'an City and had not witnessed what had happened, the scene in front of him was such that anyone with some reasoning ability could quickly deduce what had just happened. Just now the 5 bear demons and the 5 lion demons were fighting. One of the bear demons pounced on a lion demon, wanting to bite that lion demon to death, but that lion demon dodged away, and he happened to enter the east of Chang'an City at that moment, and also happened to appear in the position where the bear demon bit into, and then it turned into a bear demon biting into him. This luck is simply backward. Gu Yifan, who understood what was going on, was filled with black lines. He didn't rush here early, he didn't rush here late, and he came at the exact moment when the bear demon attacked the lion demon and the lion demon dodged. Also, he entered wherever it was not good to enter, favoring the location where the lion demon was. The two coincidences together caused the extremely coincidental scene just now, and also almost made him become the bear demon's dish. This luck could no longer be said to be back, but back to home. Swish! 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 Right at this moment, the lion demon and bear demon who were fighting coincidentally stopped and coincidentally looked at Gu Yifan. Not only did my presence help stop their dry spells, but I became the target of their fire set. Gu Yifan was speechless in his heart. But then again, he could understand that. Because the human race and the demon race were mortal enemies, it was just normal to be united in the face of mortal enemies. It's like a brother's quarrel. When no one is around, they argue a lot with each other, but if someone is looking for trouble at that moment, no matter whose trouble they are looking for, the other one will decisively give up arguing, stand by his brother and face it with him. Roar! Roar! A lion demon and a bear demon roared in unison, still looking at each other. Gu Yifan couldn't understand the roars of the lion demon and the bear demon, but with this scenario at hand, he knew with his toes that the bear demon and the lion demon were discussing settling it before settling the conflict between them. If other people were faced with such a situation, even if they weren't scared less, they would have fled in a state of shock. But Gu Yifan is clearly not the others. Not only was he not pissed off or fleeing in disarray, he was even thrilled. Finding demonic beasts was a lot of work, and he had just come to the east of Chang'an City and encountered 10 demonic beasts all at once, each of which in turn represented experience and attribute points, which was hundreds of experience and dozens of attribute points. The only downside was that there were a bit too many similar demonic beasts, exceeding the upper limit of what could be stripped. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan stepped up. Just now he was feeling backed into a corner with his luck. But now it looks as if it's not so much bad luck as it is good luck. There really are two sides to everything, depending on how you look at it. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, then threw a probe at the 5 lion demons and 5 bear demons. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. He had the scrying skill again, so it was better to get information about the enemy first. Immediately afterward, 10 strands of information surfaced in Gu Yifan's mind. 5 of the strands had exactly the same message. Race, bear demon. Level, 7. Battle strength, 9 stars. Burst rate, 0.07%. The other 5 strands of information are exactly the same. Race, lion demon. Level, 7. Battle strength, 9 stars. Burst rate, 0.07%. No skills. Pity. Gu Yifan had some regrets. He was also thinking of stripping some skills from the lion demon and bear demon too. However, thinking about it, the lion demon and bear demon in front of him were not of a high level, and they were not demonic beast leaders, so it was normal for them to not have skills. Roar! Roar! At this moment, 2 roars resounded again. Immediately following that, the 5 bear demons and 5 lion demons pounced towards Gu Yifan at the same time. Seeing this, Gu Yifan pondered briefly, then exhaled and opened his mouth. Ow! Accompanied by this roar spat out from Gu Yifan's mouth, the 5 bear demons and 5 lion demons that were rushing towards him stopped as if they had been frightened, their eyes were still full of fear, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Yes, Gu Yifan utilized the roar skill that he had obtained from the tiger demon leader. One wanted to try out the power of the roar skill. Secondly, he wanted to defuse the situation of being surrounded by 5 lion demons and 5 bear demons. It worked out well. Gu Yifan's eyes steeply brightened. Come to think of it, the power of a skill is not fixed. The stronger the caster is, the more powerful the skill is. The tiger demon leader was able to affect him to a certain extent by casting the roar skill when he was not as strong as him, and the effect on the lion and bear demons was even greater when he cast the roar skill when he was stronger than the lion and bear demons. Thinking about it, Gu Yifan's movements didn't dawdle in the slightest. Knock! He raised his foot on the ground and with a heavy step he rushed into the middle of the 5 lion demons and 5 bear demons like an arrow off the string. At the same time, he casually flipped his hand and the iron dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. Swish! 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 Gu Yifan held the iron dagger in his backhand and kept moving his feet, slashing at the necks of the lion demon and bear demon one after another. Bear! Bear! Bared! At the same time, a sound of a sharp blade entering the body rang out one after another. Accompanied by a blood-colored water arrow shot out from the necks of the lion demon and bear demon. Bang! 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 Immediately following, a dull crashing sound rang out one after another. That was the sound made by the bear demon and lion demon's burly bodies smashing into the ground one after another. In just a few moments, only Gu Yifan was left standing in the surroundings, while the 5 lion demons and 5 bear demons were all killed by Gu Yifan with a single slash, and they fell into a pool of blood without even being able to cry out miserably. Harvest time is next. Gu Yifan stood with his arms folded, the iron dagger in his hand dripping blood. No sooner had his words fallen than a reminder sounded in his head. Ding! You have slain the bear demon and gained 90 experience points. Ding! You have killed the lion demon and gained 90 experience points. Ding! The lion demon dropped a dagger. Ding! The bear demon has dropped a bronze-ranked dress. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles. 10 demonic beasts, 90 experience points each, a total of 900 experience points to the account. 10 demonic beasts with a 7 out of 10,000 explosion rate surprisingly popped out 2 pieces of equipment. Later, there are dozens of attribute points to come. This harvest is great. But the next moment he realized something was wrong. 2 pieces of equipment had just been popped out. The clothes popped out by the bear demon were bronze level, while the dagger popped out by the lion demon didn't say what level it was. Could it be? Gu Yifan froze steeply, his cheeks filled with excitement. He hastily summoned the Heaven's Path interface and opened the equipment bar. Only to see an additional green-colored dress and a dagger with a dark body in the equipment bar. Gu Yifan subconsciously raised his hand to point at the dagger. But then stops abruptly just as it's about to hit the spot. Phew! Gu Yifan took a deep breath and forced down the excitement in his heart. He wasn't sure if he was right, so this wouldn't be a good time to get excited. Otherwise he'd have to make a mistake in judgment and be excited for nothing. Chapter 62 Growable Equipment. The Great Gold Swallower. It took a moment to brew and suppress the excitement in his heart. Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the ghostly black dagger, and a row of small words appeared with it. Shadow Dagger, +1 attack power, growable weapon. The introduction was simple, but it was this simple introduction that made Gu Yifan ecstatic. In addition to equipment levels such as bronze and silver, there is another type of equipment, growable equipment. Only growable equipment is extremely rare, extremely precious, and can even be said to have a price. Because the attributes of the growable equipment are not fixed, but will change, its attributes will increase as the user's level increases, and each time it can be increased to the limit of the user's wearable equipment attributes. For example, Gu Yifan would be able to wear silver level equipment once his level had risen to level 10, and at that time, the growable equipment Shadow Dagger would be able to raise its own attributes to the limit of silver level equipment attributes. There is only a requirement to improve the attributes of the growable equipment, and its requirement is to feed the growable equipment with demonic beasts. There weren't many other things on the God's End continent, only demonic beasts were plentiful, so this request wasn't a request at all. The nature of growable equipment also means that once you get growable equipment you can use it all the time. It is for this reason, but anyone who gets growable gear rarely sells it. This has also created a situation where growable gear is available for a price. Just now, Gu Yifan was excited precisely because he thought of the growable equipment. Today's luck is really bursting. Gu Yifan laughed out loud. Just after entering the east of Chang'an City, he encountered 10 demonic beasts and also burst out extremely precious growable equipment. It seems that his almost being bitten in the head by a bear demon really wasn't a backward stroke of luck, but rather a stroke of good luck. After being excited for a full moment, Gu Yifan calmed down. He glanced at the bronze-level clothes he had just obtained and stopped paying attention to it after determining that it was just an ordinary bronze-level equipment. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and tapped the shadow dagger. Right after that, the shadow dagger switched places with the iron dagger he had equipped. At the same time, the weapon in his hand turned into a shadow dagger. Black in color, it's not an extraordinary item at first glance. Gu Yifan smacked his lips and stabbed the shadow dagger into a bear demon corpse. The next moment, the bear demon corpse began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost simultaneously, a line of blood appeared on the shadow dagger. This was the shadow dagger devouring the bear demon's corpse and condensing the energy to enhance its attributes. I haven't stripped my attribute points yet, how else am I going to strip them when the corpse was devoured by the shadow dagger? Gu Yifan let out a cry of alarm and subconsciously tried to draw out the shadow dagger. But before he could draw the shadow dagger out, he stopped again. Just now under the panic he forgot that there is more than one bear demon corpse here, but a full 5, the hidden talent stripping everything, stripping each kind of demonic beast, and has a ceiling of 3, so being swallowed by the shadow dagger, a bear demon corpse, is not a problem at all. Scared the hell out of me. Gu Yifan let out a dark sigh and stared intently at the corpse of the bear demon that was being devoured by the shadow dagger. In just a few moments, all that was left of the bear demon's corpse was a skin. At that moment, the bloodline on the shadow dagger disappeared into thin air. Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the shadow dagger in his equipment bar, and a row of small words appeared with it. Shadow dagger, +1 to attack, growable equipment. The attributes haven't changed, it's not enough to eat. Gu Yifan sighed and raised his hand to brush over the 3 bear demon corpses and 3 lion demon corpses. Ding! Stripping was successful. You have gained 4 strength attribute points. Ding! Stripping was successful. You have gained 3 agility attribute points. 6 reminders in succession sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Because it was random when the hidden talent strip everything strip attribute points, Gu Yifan received a total of 9 strength attribute points, 7 agility attribute points, 4 root bone attribute points, and 3 spirituality attribute points. As the number of demonic beasts stripped increased, Gu Yifan also tallied up the hidden talent strip everything strip attribute points ranging from 1 to 5, of which there weren't many 1s and 5s, most of them were 2 to 4. However, although the hidden talent did not strip many attribute points at once, there were many types of demonic beasts. If all of them could be stripped once, the number of attribute points Gu Yifan could obtain would be enormous. After taking care of the attribute points, Gu Yifan continued to feed the shadow dagger with demonic beast corpses. The attributes of the second demonic beast corpse. Shadow dagger did not change. The attributes of the third demonic beast corpse. Shadow dagger are still unchanged. The attributes of the fourth demonic beast corpse. Shadow dagger remain unchanged. So edible? Gu Yifan was speechless as he continued to feed the shadow dagger the demonic beast corpse. 5th demonic beast corpse, 6th demonic beast corpse, 7th demonic beast corpse. After feeding until the 9th demonic beast corpse, the shadow dagger finally changed. After devouring the 9th demonic beast corpse, the shadow dagger suddenly erupted with an eye-catching black light. But the smudge of black light lasted only a short while before disappearing. Is that a change? Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the shadow dagger in his equipment bar, and a row of small words appeared with it. Shadow dagger, +10 attack power, growable equipment. It took feeding 9 demonic beast corpses to finally have a change, but it's really a big gold swallower. 9 corpses increased their attack power by 9 points. Is this one corpse increasing its attack power by 1 point? Gu Yifan was a little heartbroken. Level 7 demonic beast corpses brought out to sell, at least one head can also sell a few $1,000s. In order to enhance the attack power of the shadow dagger, a one-time to feed 9 level 7 demonic beast corpses, which is equivalent to spending tens of thousands of dollars. However, when he thought that he wasn't short of these tens of thousands of dollars now, and with the shadow dagger, he wouldn't need to bother about replacing his weapon in the future, he wasn't heartbroken again. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Yifan plunged the shadow dagger into the only remaining lion demon corpse again. He wanted to see if the shadow dagger would continue to devour. But after he waited for a while, he couldn't see any lines of blood appearing on the shadow dagger, and the lion demon's corpse showed no signs of drying up. This is not devouring. Gu Yifan muttered to himself, I can only wear bronze level equipment right now, and the shadow dagger raises the attack power to 10 points, and it no longer devours demonic beast corpses, so it looks like I'll have to wait until I can wear silver level equipment before raising it. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand and put the only remaining lion demon corpse into his storage ring. Opening the treasure pavilion and taking down the roasted meat that redeemed the bear demon and lion demon, Gu Yifan opened his personal attribute interface again. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 7. Root bone, 125 plus 5. Spirituality, 122 plus 5. Strength, 135 plus 10. Agility, 129 plus 10. Free attribute points, 50. Experience, 910-3200. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement D, agility enhancement D, roots and bones enhancement D, spiritual enhancement D, sight enhancement E, smell enhancement E, hearing enhancement E, tactile enhancement E, and fireflame F. Skills, probing, bloodlust, sixth sense, night vision, roaring. Battle strength, 1 3-star. Upgrading experience is already close to 1/3, another 2,000 or so experience will be able to ascend to level 8, with 90 points of experience for one demonic beast, almost 20 to 30 more demonic beasts are needed. Upgrading is getting harder and harder. The battle power has been raised to 1 star and 3 grades. Come on, try to get to level 8 today. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. When the words fell, he closed the Heavenly Dao interface and began to look for demonic beasts in the east of Chang'an City. Chapter 63 A Day's Harvest. Unexpected Joy. I don't know if Gu Yifan's good use ran out, or if the big battle between the 5-headed bear demon and the 5-headed lion demon scared away the surrounding demonic beasts. Gu Yifan carpet searched for over an hour and froze without finding a single demonic beast. There are too few demonic beasts, aren't there? If this pace continues, I'll be damned if I can rise to level 8 today. Gu Yifan couldn't help but break out in curses before sitting on his butt on the ground. It wasn't that not being able to find the demonic beast made him lose the motivation to continue searching for the demonic beast, but rather, he who didn't eat in the morning would be a little bit hungry this time, and was just about to have something to eat to adjust his depressed mood due to not being able to find the demonic beast. Taking out a piece of roasted meat from his storage ring, Gu Yifan ate it. With nothing else to do, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavenly Dao interface and opened the chat channel. I've killed 4 demonic beasts so far today, and I've stepped into level 5. 2 pieces of bronze level equipment have already popped out today, cheers brothers. Our squad killed 5 demonic beasts today and exploded a bronze level equipment. I got a share of a bronze level equipment, we're also people with equipment. The chat channel was full of messages from the people of Novice Village 815 reporting their joy. The more Gu Yifan looked at it, the more heartbroken he became. Why did everyone else have demonic beasts to kill? Why is he the only one who doesn't have a demonic beast to kill? Snap. Gu Yifan directly closed the chat channel. He couldn't watch anymore, and if he continued to watch, he was afraid that he would go crazy. Phew. 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 Gu Yifan took several deep breaths one after another before suppressing the grumpiness in his heart. Right at this moment, several reminders sounded in Gu Yifan's mind one after another. Ding. You sold a wooden blade and got a bronze-ranked equipment. Ding. You sold a wooden blade and got a bronze-ranked equipment. Ding. You sold a wooden blade and got a bronze-ranked equipment. Gu Yifan froze, the depression in his heart easing. Although he didn't find any demonic beasts for more than an hour, he still gained something. Well. Can't be mad. By the way, the squad that killed the most demonic beasts only killed 5 demonic beasts today, and they still have to distribute the experience, while I have killed 10 demonic beasts today, and I also popped out growable equipment. My harvest is far more than theirs. Well. I shouldn't be depressed, I should be happy. Gu Yifan reassured himself. I have to say, Gu Yifan's self-regulation ability is really strong. The ability to fool himself is also really strong. By himself so fooled, the depression in his heart suddenly disappeared, and his mood also brightened up. Just a little hungry, not tired at all, better not sit here and continue searching for demonic beasts. Gu Yifan muttered to himself again before standing up and continuing to carpet search for demonic beasts. As the saying goes, a good mind is good luck. Gu Yifan ate the roasted meat while searching for demonic beasts. He hadn't even finished the roasted meat in his hand when he spotted the demonic beast, not just one, but 2. Not being able to eat any more barbecue, Gu Yifan directly rolled up his sleeves and went on. It took Gu Yifan a minute or 2 to rush to the 2 demonic beasts, and it only took 2 seconds to finish them off. Beautifully stripped of attribute points. Gu Yifan put the 2 demonic beast corpses into his storage ring, then continued to nibble on the roasted meat while searching for the demonic beasts. Next, in as short as a quarter of an hour, or as long as an hour, Gu Yifan would be able to find a demonic beast, and then these demonic beasts were turned into Gu Yifan's experience and attribute points. Without realizing it, the time came to evening. Looking at the sky, Gu Yifan didn't continue searching for demonic beasts, but sat down to rest. It was going to be dark soon, so he needed to eat something to fill his stomach, and incidentally rest and recuperate. When darkness fell, he was going to make one more trip to the Japanese country, and then he would have to return to the Divine Continent. Idle as he was, Gu Yifan took the opportunity to take stock of today's harvest. Not counting the 10 demonic beasts that he had killed when he had just arrived at Chang'an City East, today he had killed 15 more demonic beasts, among which there were level 6 demonic beasts, level 7 demonic beasts, and level 8 demonic beasts, and he had harvested a total of 1,390 experience points. 6 of the demonic beasts were not able to strip their attribute points because they had reached the stripping limit, and the remaining 9 demonic beasts harvested 35 attribute points, of which 8 points of strength, 9 points of root bone, 11 points of spirituality, and 7 points of agility. On top of that, he had also harvested a bronze grade equipment. At 7/10,000ths of the burst rate. Well, counting the increased 50% of resources, which is almost 1,000th of the burst rate, 15 demonic beasts can burst out a bronze level equipment is already very good. Gu Yifan's harvest today wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either, and he was still quite satisfied. The only thing that made him a little regretful was that he didn't find the leader of the demonic beasts in the eastern part of Chang'an City. In addition to these harvests, the wooden blade sold over 100 of them and harvested over 100 pieces of bronze-level equipment. The roasted meat exchanged for the corpses of the demonic beasts in Chang'an City East, on the other hand, hadn't sold a single portion, which wasn't because no one had exchanged the roasted meat for the corpses of the demonic beasts in Chang'an City East, but rather that no one had entered Chang'an City East yet, other than Gu Yifan. It was important to know that in the case of rising one level out of thin air, the highest-ranked person in Novice Village number A15, besides Gu Yifan, was the 6th-leveled Gao Zhuang, while other novice villages might not have people rising to the 7th level even if they had people rising to the 6th level. The stock of wooden blades is running low, we'll have to collect some more. After saying that, Gu Yifan shelved 1,000 pounds of roasted meat in the treasure pavilion and exchanged it for 1,000 novice weapon wooden knives. There's not much left of the roast, there's still some more to go. But we're returning tomorrow morning, so it's not a big rush, so let's roast it when we return. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. No sooner had his words fallen than a reminder sounded in his head. Ding! You sell a pound of roasted meat and get a wooden knife. The reminder seemed to kick off the reminder. Next, the same reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind one after another. It didn't take long for the 1,000 pounds of barbecue meat he had just put on the shelves to sell out. This time, the barbecue meat exchanged for wooden knives was selling so hot, precisely because Gu Yifan had exchanged barbecue meat for wooden knives, and many people who had bronze-level equipment kept their wooden knives waiting to exchange them for barbecue meat. Gu Yifan didn't dawdle, and directly took out all 1,000 wooden knives, then took advantage of the time to eat the barbecue and used his hidden talent to strip everything to upgrade all 1,000 wooden knives to wooden blades. Anyway, you only need one hand to eat grilled meat, and upgrading 1,000 wooden knives is just a matter of waving a few dozen hands. Yes, it only took a few dozen swings of his hand, because he wasn't just upgrading one wooden blade at a time, but a bunch of them, or even 1,000 of them if they weren't stacked together beyond the range of his swings. He could have upgraded 1,000 of them with just one swing of his hand. After upgrading the wooden knife, Gu Yifan shelved another 200 wooden blades into the treasure pavilion. There are still more than 300 wooden blades on the cache right now, supporting them until the return is not a problem. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and continued to nibble on the roasted meat. When he had enough to eat and drink, he rested for a while, and when it was dark he went straight to the east-central area of Chang'an City. He hadn't run far when a bear demon suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Ha! With a body size of nearly 3 meters tall, this isn't an ordinary bear demon, but a bear demon leader. Gu Yifan's eyes twinkled with little stars, and his cheeks were filled with excitement. He had searched for a day without being able to find the leader of the demonic beasts in the eastern part of Chang'an City, but he didn't expect to encounter it on his way to the entrance of the netherworld, so it had to be said that this was a somewhat unexpected surprise. Treading through iron shoes without finding a place to get it. Ancient people honestly do not deceive me. With a sigh, Gu Yifan quickly rushed toward the bear demon leader. Chapter 64 Bear Heart and Leopard Guts? Triple Harvest. On his way to rush towards the bear demon leader, Gu Yifan threw a probe at the bear demon leader in passing. Immediately afterward, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Race, Bear Demon Leader. Level, 9. Battle Strength, First Class, First Star. Skill, Copper Skin and Iron Bones defense greatly increased after casting. Burst rate, 0.11%. Gu Yifan's eyes instantly brightened as another skill arrived. Soon, Gu Yifan rushed in front of the Bear Demon Leader. But the Bear Demon deserves the title of Blind Bear. Gu Yifan had rushed to the bear demon leader's side, and it froze without realizing it. In response, Gu Yifan was also speechless. If it was any other demonic beast, he would have just slaughtered it with a single slash. But he wanted to try out the bear demon leader's copper skin and iron bone skill, so how else could he try it if he slaughtered it with a single slash? But it was simple to think of a test. Didn't the bear demon leader not notice him? Then he would take the initiative to attack the bear demon leader, and as long as the bear demon leader was beaten and hurt, this stupid bear would naturally cast the copper skin and iron bone skill. Swish! Gu Yifan's lowered right hand lifted up lightning fast, following which he transformed his palm into a fist and slammed his fist onto the bear demon leader. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crashing sound, the bear demon leader's huge body flew out backwards. It flew several meters away before it fell out of the air and hit the ground solidly. This was still due to Gu Yifan's retention of his hand. If not for that, his punch could have at least knocked the bear demon leader halfway out of his body even if he hadn't been able to kill him. Ow! A mournful scream was spat out from the bear demon leader's mouth. It tumbled a few times before staggering to its feet, then looked at Gu Yifan with a face full of fear and turned its head to run. This scene confused Gu Yifan momentarily. How did he run away after saying he'd attack and then turn around and attack him and perform the copper skin and iron bone skill? And, didn't you say bear heart? It was reasonable to say that bear-type demonic beasts were all very bold, so how could they flee after only being punched? However, he ignored that even the bold demonic beasts also have the instinct of survival. He punched the bear demon leader's bones and bones are falling apart, but also let the bear demon leader clearly recognize that it is not his opponent, not to escape. And wait to find death? Can you run? Gu Yifan cursed somewhat angrily, then hurriedly chased after him. It didn't take long for Gu Yifan to catch up with the bear demon leader before kicking him to the ground. He viciously threatened, "Hurry up and cast the copper skin and iron bone skill, or I won't be able to beat you to death." Not knowing whether he had understood Gu Yifan's words or was under the domination of the desire to survive, the bear demon leader roared, his hair instantly exploded and stood on end, and a coppery yellow glow appeared on his skin. Is this casting the copper skin and iron bone skill? Gu Yifan blinked and kicked the bear demon leader, who had just stood up, to the ground again, then carefully recalled the difference in the feeling of the feet before and after the two kicks, from which he surmised the power of the copper skin and iron bone skill. This one feels a little harder than the last one, and there's a feeling of kicking on steel. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. At this moment, the bear demon leader stood up once again. It didn't even dare to look at Gu Yifan, and once again fled in haste. Gu Yifan didn't dawdle any longer. With a flip of his hand, the shadow dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then he hurriedly surged a few steps to catch up with the bear demon leader, followed by holding the shadow dagger in his backhand and chopping at the bear demon leader's neck. Previously, he hadn't been able to kill because he wanted the bear demon leader to cast the copper skin and iron bone skill and feel the power of the copper skin and iron bone skill, and now that he had already felt it, there was no need to keep his hand. Swish! A ghostly light flashed from the front of the bear demon leader's neck. Almost simultaneously, a bloody arrow shot out from the neck of the bear demon leader. Immediately after that, the bear demon leader rushed forward a few steps before stumbling on its feet and falling to the ground, its large body trembling sharply for a few moments before quieting down. The bear demon leader was dead, killed by Gu Yifan with a single slash. It wasn't that the bear demon leader was too weak, but Gu Yifan was too strong. Ding! You have killed the bear demon leader and gained 110 experience points. Ding! The bear demon leader dropped a storage ring. Two reminders sounded in Gu Yifan's mind one after another. A storage ring? Quite good. It's good. Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. Although he already had a storage ring, his storage ring was almost filled with demonic beast corpses and bronze-level equipment, and that was even if he had left most of the bronze-level equipment exchanged by the wood blade in the treasure pavilion. If he were to take out the bronze-level equipment on the treasure chest, his storage ring wouldn't even fit. Picking up the storage ring dropped by the bear demon leader from the ground, Gu Yifan began to sense it after he dropped blood to recognize the owner. A moment later, the surprise on Gu Yifan's cheeks grew a few shades more intense. Almost 1,000 cubic meters, 10 times the space of the previous storage ring, worthy of being a storage ring dropped by a 9th-level demonic beast leader. The quality is just better than the storage ring dropped by a low-level demonic beast leader. Well, with this storage ring, there's no need to worry about having no place to put things in a short time. As soon as the words fell, Gu Yifan put the newly acquired storage ring on his finger. But the next moment he realized something was wrong. Wearing two storage rings on one finger was a bit ostentatious. Wearing two storage rings on two fingers was also a bit ostentatious. Wearing a storage ring on each hand was still a bit ostentatious. After a little thought, Gu Yifan removed the two storage rings. With a movement of his mind, he transferred all the demonic beast corpses in his original storage ring to the new storage ring, then he put the original storage ring into the new storage ring, and put the new storage ring on his finger. Sorting items for storage, using one storage ring for another. Gu Yifan said to himself, this way, I only need to wear one storage ring, although it's still a bit flamboyant, but it's not as flamboyant as wearing two storage rings. Gah, I'm really a big smart. After saying that, Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it over the corpse of the bear demon leader. Ding! Stripping was successful. You have gained the copper skin and iron bone skill. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with a bright smile. First kill demon beast leader is good, not only have experience, but also can 100% drop items, more can get skills, completely is to kill a demon beast, triple harvest The demonic beast leaders of the various maps have all been reserved by me, no one can rob them from me. Gu Yifan laughed out loud. Except he suddenly sneezed before his loud laugh could fall. Achoo! Gu Yifan rubbed his nose and cursed, "Who's cursing me?" However, he was just cursing casually and did not think much about it in his mind. With a wave of his hand, he put the corpse of the bear demon leader into his storage ring, and Gu Yifan continued to rush to the east of Chang'an City. What he didn't realize, however, was that he was right. It would be someone talking about him, and it would be no one else but Tallstrong. South of Chang'an City. Gao Zhuang, Zhao Rui, and the others were surrounding the corpse of a tiger demon leader with furrowed brows. Brother Gao, didn't you say that the first kill of the demonic beast leader drops 100% of the treasure? Why aren't we seeing any treasures? Li Jia asked. Is there any need to ask about this? Zhao Rui then spoke, not dropping the treasure means that this tiger demon leader we killed was not the first kill. That's true. Li Jia nodded his head and said unhappily, we went through a lot of trouble and even hung up our colors to kill the tiger demon leader, but it turned out not to be the first kill. What is this called? Don't let me know who robbed us first, otherwise I'll have to beat him up. I know who it is, but you can't beat him. Gao Zhuang said. Gao, who is it? Li Jia asked. Gao Zhuang rolled his eyes, other than that pervert Gu Yifan, who else could it be? How did I forget about big brother Gu Yifan? Li Jia raised his hand and slapped his forehead, awkwardly saying, then let's forget about it, big brother Gu Yifan is too perverted, beheading demonic beasts is like butchering chickens and slaughtering dogs, I'm no match for him, even our squad isn't enough for him to beat up alone. Chapter 65 Good things come in small packages. Remote strike. It didn't take long for Gu Yifan to arrive at the eastern central area of Chang'an City, and then he began to look for the entrance to the Hellmouth. It took about a few minutes for Gu Yifan to locate the ghostly black light curtain at the entrance to the Hellmouth. Still between two large trees, still suspended in the air. Under the night vision skill, the black curtain of light was as conspicuous as a louse on a monk's head. The entrances to the hell in both places are between two big trees, maybe the entrances to the hell in all the maps are like this, we have to pay more attention to it in the future, if it's really like this, we'll be able to find it in the future. Gu Yifan muttered to himself before leaping into the ghostly black light curtain. With yesterday's experience, Gu Yifan made light work of it, walking across the Naiha bridge and heading straight for the reincarnation division. Seeing that the person who came in was Gu Yifan, the hell's three-headed dog's tense body instantly relaxed. It wagged its head and tail and said, "Kid, you're here." "Here it comes." Gu Yifan laughed, "Wonkai, I'll go skulking around the little Japanese country again today, and I'll bring you a present when I come back." At those words, the three-headed dog of hell was thrilled. It had thought that Gu Yifan would only come every once in a while, and it would only have gifts to enjoy every once in a while, but it didn't think that Gu Yifan would come back so soon to give it gifts. What a great guy. Woof woof. The three-headed dog of hell affectionately arched its head over Gu Yifan, who had walked onto the wheeled platform, in a dog-licking manner. Be good. Gu Yifan raised his hand and rubbed the hell's three-headed dog's head and laughed, "Wonkai, I might be gone for a bit longer this time, I shouldn't be back until almost dawn." Woof woof. The three-headed dog of hell barked and nodded again, signaling that it knew. Go away. Gu Yifan didn't delay any longer, he took out the reincarnation order and tapped it a few times in the void, and his figure disappeared into thin air. This time, Gu Yifan didn't go to Novice Village 538 again, but instead went to another novice village in Little Japan. Last night he had already carpet searched the 538th novice village, Chang'an City South, and although there was a possibility of small Japanese deaths after a day's time, there would undoubtedly be a greater harvest from going to other novice villages. Gu Yifan didn't choose any other maps either, and still chose Chang'an City South. The reason was the same as before, most of the people were now south of Chang'an, and where there were more people, there would be more casualties. In the next moment, Gu Yifan appeared in the south of Chang'an City in the little Japanese novice village. He didn't dawdle, carpet searched first thing. With the concealment of the darkness of the night, and with the help of the E-rank cultivation talent visual enhancement, E-rank cultivation talent olfactory enhancement, E-rank cultivation talent hearing enhancement, and the night vision skill, he was able to easily avoid the Japanese people around him. It also made him walk like nobody's business in the small Japanese territory. In Gu Yifan's carpet search, time was slipping away. Without realizing it, the time came to the early hours of the morning, and Gu Yifan also carpet searched the southern part of Chang'an City. During this carpet search, he found 8 human corpses and 10 demonic beasts. There were 6 cultivation talents stripped from the 8 human corpses, all of which were of a lower level and already possessed by Gu Yifan, and then these 6 cultivation talents were randomly converted into attribute points. The only 2 remaining useful cultivation talents were the E-ranked cultivation talent visual enhancement and the E-ranked cultivation talent auditory enhancement, and together with his original cultivation talent, both cultivation talents were raised to D rank after the talent fusion. Gu Yifan wasn't the least bit surprised that the harvest wasn't great. Because most people possess the 4 attribute cultivation talents and the 5 senses cultivation talents, it was not easy to peel off a new cultivation talent when he had already put together 4 of the 4 attribute cultivation talents and the 5 senses cultivation talents. However, he was a little depressed that he still hadn't stripped away the only remaining flavor cultivation talent among the 5 sense cultivation talents. On top of that, he was a little depressed. Last night by this time, he had found a full 20 demonic beasts, and at that time, he thought that it would be easier to search for demonic beasts at night, but tonight, he had only found 10 demonic beasts, an amount that wasn't much different from the number of demonic beasts that he had searched for during the day today. This meant that it wasn't that it was easier to find demonic beasts at night, but that he had better luck last night. These 10 demonic beasts provided Gu Yifan with 500 to 600 experience points, bringing him one step closer to leveling up to level 8. To the west of Chang'an. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and headed straight to the west of Chang'an City. He would be returning to the Divine Continent after dawn, and he would have plenty of time to rest then, so he wasn't going to rest tonight. However, originally, he had planned to go to another novice village as Chang'an City South after searching for this novice village as Chang'an City South, but not being able to divest himself of his taste cultivation talent for 2 nights in a row made him realize that something was wrong and change his mind. The taste cultivation talent and the touch cultivation talent are a little different from the other common cultivation talents. Whether it was the 4 attribute cultivation talents or the other 5 senses cultivation talents, they were all helpful in combat. The 4 attribute cultivation talents need no introduction to help in battle, and the visual cultivation talent, auditory cultivation talent and olfactory cultivation talent are very useful in finding demonic beasts, so it is still relatively easy to team up. However, the taste cultivation talent and the touch cultivation talent were basically of little help in combat, which led to no team being willing to have people with these 2 cultivation talents, and the difficulty in forming a team meant slow upgrades. So if he wanted to divest himself of the flavor cultivation talent, he would have to go to the west of Chang'an City to look for it. As for getting the gift of tactile practice, it could be that any squad was short on manpower and randomly added someone with the talent of tactile cultivation to make up the numbers, or it could be something else, and his speculation, though based on facts, was not completely absolute. Soon, Gu Yifan came to the west of Chang'an City, and then he continued his carpet search. It had to be said that Gu Yifan's judgment was very correct. He found 3 corpses in a row, and the cultivation talents he stripped away were all tactile cultivation talents. However, because of the lower level, all of them are randomly converted into attribute points. Although he hadn't been able to strip the flavor cultivation talent at this point, Gu Yifan was confident. As the saying goes, good things come in small packages, and he's on the right track again, so as long as he sticks with it, he's bound to strip away the flavor cultivation talent. For the 4th corpse, Gu Yifan peeled off to the E-rank cultivation talent visual enhancement, which was randomly converted into attribute points. For the 4th corpse, Gu Yifan peeled off to the F-rank cultivation talent root and bone increase, which was randomly converted into attribute points. The 6th corpse gave Gu Yifan a surprise. It's not a stripped-down flavor practice talent, it's an F-rated practice talent fire. This was the 2nd time Gu Yifan had stripped down to an elemental cultivation talent. Because he already had the F-ranked cultivation talent fire flame, the talent fusion promoted him to the E-ranked cultivation talent fireball. The elemental class cultivation talent had reached level E could already be unleashed remotely, which meant that Gu Yifan had a certain amount of long-range striking ability without learning the skill, which undoubtedly enriched Gu Yifan's means of attack. Ha ha ha. Even if we don't strip the flavor cultivation talent tonight, raising the fire talent to E rank won't be a wasted trip. Gu Yifan was thrilled. Excited as he was, though, he didn't dawdle and continued his carpet search. He had a vague premonition that he was on the verge of divesting himself of his flavor cultivation talent. What's more, his experience value is already broken through the 3,000 mark, with less than 200 experience points left for upgrading, so as long as he seizes the time, he still has a good chance of leveling up to level 8 before returning. Chapter 66 Activating the 6th Sense. Promote to the 8th level. In Gu Yifan's carpet search, time was slipping by. With the 7th corpse, Gu Yifan had another gain, as he stripped down to a grade E cultivation talent tactile enhancement, which, combined with the original grade E cultivation talent tactile enhancement, triggered a talent fusion and promoted him to a grade D cultivation talent tactile enhancement. For the 8th corpse, Gu Yifan peeled off to the F rank cultivation talent power increase, which was randomly converted into attribute points. With the 9th corpse, Gu Yifan had another gain, as he peeled off his E rank cultivation talent olfactory enhancement, and together with his original E rank cultivation talent olfactory enhancement, he triggered a talent fusion and was promoted to D rank cultivation talent olfactory enhancement. With the 10th corpse, Gu Yifan finally peeled off the flavor cultivation talent he wanted so badly, and it was still rank D. Finally stripped down to. Gu Yifan took a long breath and sighed, not F rank, not E rank, directly stripped to D rank cultivation talent taste enhancement. Is this to compensate me for searching so hard for so long? After sighing, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavenly Dao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 7. Root bone, 141 plus 5. Spirituality, 136 plus 5. Strength, 150 plus 10. Agility, 140 plus 10. Free attribute points, 50. Experience, 3,123,200. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement grade D, agility enhancement grade D, root and bone enhancement grade D, spiritual enhancement grade D, sight enhancement grade D, smell enhancement grade D, hearing enhancement grade D, touch enhancement grade D, taste enhancement grade D, fireball grade E. Skills, scrying, bloodlust, sixth sense, night vision, roaring, copper skin and iron bones. Battle strength, 1 5-star. Apart from spirituality, all the other 3 attributes have broken through the 140 mark, and the strength attribute has even broken through the 150 mark. The battle power has been raised to 5 stars of the first grade, and the experience is about to reach the upper limit. And the cultivation talents, with the exception of the E grade cultivation talent fireball, all the rest were promoted to D grade. What's more important is stripping down to the D rank cultivation talent taste reinforcement, which can activate the sixth sense skill. The night wasn't in vain. Gu Yifan laughed out loud. As he spoke, he raised his hand and placed it on the word sixth sense in the skill column. Immediately following this, 2 rows of small print followed. Sixth sense, it needs to gather all 5 cultivation talents of sight, hearing, smell, taste and touch before it can be activated. The higher the level of the 5 senses, the stronger the effect of the sixth sense. The specific effect depends on the level of the 5 senses. The 5 cultivation talents of sight, hearing, smell, taste and touch have been assembled. Are they activated? Do we need to ask about this? Of course not. It was important to realize that Gu Yifan had stripped his cultivation talent on the hoof for 2 nights in a row in order to activate the sixth sense skill. Activate. Gu Yifan chose to activate it without hesitation. At the next moment, the 3-word sixth sense in the skill column flashed and returned to normal. But instead of gray, it was black at this point. Gu Yifan once again raised his hand and placed it on the word sixth sense. Immediately following that, a row of small print followed. Sixth sense, D rank, passive skill, can sense crisis and thus avoid crisis in advance. Note, the higher the level of the 5 senses cultivation talent, the stronger the effect of the sixth sense and the more functions it has. After reading the sixth sense's introduction, Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with ecstasy. You have to know that the Godzend continent is a killing place, crisis is everywhere, a little inattention may cause irreparable consequences, and the sixth sense skill can sense the crisis, but also avoid it in advance. This is simply a supreme card to save your life off. Also, the sixth sense skill is not an active skill, but a passive one. A passive skill meant that it didn't need to be performed and would be triggered immediately once he encountered a specific situation, which also meant that he didn't need to be on his toes all the time when walking in the Godzend continent in the future. Of course, should be careful or be careful, after all, there is only one small life, cannot tolerate the slightest error. It's true that the harder a skill is to obtain, the more powerful and effective it will be. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. His 2 nights were not wasted. No, not wasted, but well spent. After being excited for a full moment, Gu Yifan finally calmed down. The effects and functions of the sixth sense skill are determined by the level of the 5 senses cultivation talent. The higher the level of the 5 senses, the better the effects and the more functions. In order to be able to better survive in the Godzend continent, I can't slack off. I still have to try my best to raise the level of the 5 senses. Gu Yifan had a bit of a headache. This is because along with the increase in the level of the cultivation talent, it becomes more and more difficult to improve it. Other than that, it could be seen from the fact that he hadn't been able to strip so many corpses of his C rank and above cultivation talents, and even the D rank cultivation talents, he had only been able to strip 2 of them, and the rest all relied on the talent fusion to upgrade them. The reason for this was precisely because the higher the cultivation talent, the stronger the theoretical ability to survive in the God's End continent, and since he only searched for corpses and didn't make them, it was never easy to strip away a high level of cultivation talent. That's just it, I don't want to think about this matter, let's take a step and see what happens. Gu Yifan sighed and looked thoughtful. He had just spent a lot of time searching for corpses, and it wouldn't be long before the sky was about to brighten up, and he was still 80 experience points short of advancing to level 8, so he was thinking about whether or not he should search for demonic beasts for a little while longer. After a few moments of thought, Gu Yifan dismissed the idea of continuing to search for demonic beasts. He had to leave some time to get back to the hell before he left it, otherwise he'd either be stuck in the little Japanese novice village or in the hell once dawn broke, and he didn't want to mess that up. If you can't get a promotion, you can't get a promotion, go back now. Gu Yifan rushed towards the entrance of the hellmouth with a sentence to himself. But what he didn't expect was that on his way to the entrance of the hell, he encountered 2 second-grade demonic beasts, and these 2 second-grade demonic beasts didn't amount to more or less than exactly 80 points of experience to contribute to him, thus allowing him to raise his level to level 8. It's really true that if you plant a flower with a good intention, you can't plant it, but if you don't have a good intention, you can make a shade out of it. Gu Yifan laughed out loud. He had all but given up on his plan to ascend to level 8 today, but he didn't think that he would actually ascend to level 8. I have to say the incident was also a somewhat unexpected surprise. Thus, Gu Yifan's 2 plans to activate his 6th sense skill and ascend to level 8 today were all realized. The Underworld. Reincarnation Division. The 3-headed dog of hell was filled with anxiety. At this time, there is not much time left before dawn, but Gu Yifan has not yet returned. If it is delayed for a while, not only will it not receive the gifts brought to it by Gu Yifan, even Gu Yifan will have to stay in the small Japanese country for a day. Why isn't this kid back yet? What an anxious dog. The 3-headed dog of hell was like an ant on a hot pan as it flitted back and forth on the reincarnation platform, that anxious look clearly indicating that if it could leave the division of reincarnation, it would decisively leave the division of reincarnation and go to the little Japanese country to look for Gu Yifan. Swish. In the next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air on the reincarnation platform. This figure was no other than Gu Yifan, who had rushed back. Seeing Gu Yifan, the 3-headed dog of hell let out a long sigh of relief. It said in a bad humor, "Kid, if you come back a little later you'll stay in the little Japanese country." It won't. Gu Yifan laughed, "Wang-kai, I'm keeping an eye on the time." The 3-headed dog of hell rolled his eyes, "Kid, if you go to the Japanese country again in the future, can you come back earlier? Dragging it to the last minute is really anxious about people. No, anxious about dogs. Okay, come back early later." Gu Yifan nodded as he casually waved his hand and a large pile of corpses appeared on the reincarnation platform. He continued, "Wang Kai, this is a gift brought to you. Time is running out, I have to leave as soon as possible." Although he was about to return to the divine continent, he still couldn't stay in hell, because the next time he entered the divine end continent would most likely still be during the day, and if he stayed in hell, he wouldn't be able to get out of it when he entered divine end the next time. Yes. The 3-headed dog of hell responded with his mouth, but his eyes stayed on the gift of the reincarnation platform. "Wanted, I'm leaving." Gu Yifan didn't care, and turned around and headed out of the reincarnation division. Leave hell and return to the east of Chang'an City. Gu Yifan lifted his palm and looked at it. There was still more than half an hour until the return. Worked all night, get something to eat, find a safe place along the way, and wait for the return. Gu Yifan looked around and leaped onto a large tree, then took out a piece of roasted meat and ate it. He took the opportunity to take stock of the items sold at the treasure pavilion again. Not a single piece of roasted meat exchanged for Chang'an City East's demonic beasts had been sold, so it should be because no one had entered Chang'an City East yet. The wooden blades that were exchanged for bronze-level equipment did sell some. However, there were still more than 200 wooden blades on the treasure chest, so Gu Yifan didn't continue to shelve them. More than half an hour had passed quickly. Countdown to return, 3 seconds. Countdown to return, 2 seconds. Countdown to return, 1 second. Countdown to 0. Return to. Chapter 67 Time Change. Millionaire. Wulong City. Old Town. Gu Yifan's home. Swish. Gu Yifan's tightly closed eyes opened abruptly. He looked at the ceiling above him and a smirk appeared on his cheeks. Once again he was back safely. Right at this moment, a sound of surprise suddenly rang in Gu Yifan's ears. "Dad, Mom, brother's awake." Gu Yifan subconsciously followed the sound. Only to see Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan all sitting by his bedside, he then rolled over and sat up. "Dad, Mom, Xinyan, I've made you worry," Gu Yifan said. "I'm your father." Gu Changlin was succinct. Zhang Qinghua spoke immediately after, "I'm your mom." Gu Xinan then spoke, "I'm your sister." Gu Yifan's heart was warm and fuzzy. Although the replies of Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan all seemed a bit oxymoronic, he understood what the three were saying. The three were saying that we are your relatives, shouldn't we be worried about you? "Little fan, when is the next time we go to the God's End continent?" Gu Changlin asked. Gu Yifan raised his hand to look at it and said, "Dad, it's less than 32 hours, counting the time as 8 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow." "How did you change it to morning?" Gu Changlin was puzzled. In the past, it was always the middle of the night when we traveled to the God's End continent. "Xiaofan, you don't think you don't want us to stay up all night guarding this place and lie to us, do you?" Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinan looked at Gu Yifan with a scrutinizing expression, the look of which clearly indicated that they were also skeptical. "Dad, I'm not lying to you, it's really the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m. Gu Yifan said helplessly, "Besides, this is not something I can just lie to you guys if I want to. I'm not the only one who has entered the God's End continent. If I lie to you guys, you just ask around and dismantle it." "That's true." Gu Changlin nodded, puzzled. "How did you suddenly change the time of entry for a good reason?" "It might have something to do with this God's End continent perfecting and upgrading." Gu Yifan explained, "This time after the God's End continent was perfected and upgraded there was an alternation of day and night. When I came back from the God's End continent it was in the morning, but when I came back it was in the early hours of the morning. It was all a little bit of an uncomfortable situation for a while, probably because of this problem in mind. The time of the next time I entered the God's End continent was changed, so that there wouldn't be a reversal of the day and night situation." Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan nodded in unison. What Gu Yifan said was not unreasonable. What they didn't know was the fact that just as Gu Yifan had said, changing the time of the next entry into the God's End continent was to avoid the problem of reversing day and night when traveling to and from the God's End continent and the Divine State continent. Whatever the reason, it's out of our hands. Gu Changlin paused for a moment and added, "Little fan, you just came back from the God's End continent, you must be exhausted, it's getting late here, so you should hurry up and rest. If there's anything we can talk about tomorrow, we'll go to bed as well." As the words fell, Gu Changlin got up and left. Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinan then got up and left. Seeing the three of them leave, Gu Yifan laid back on the bed. In the God's End continent, he hadn't slept all night, and this would be really sleepy. Plus, I have to get up early tomorrow to go to school. It didn't take long for Gu Yifan to fall into a deep sleep. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Gu Yifan left home after an early breakfast. However, he wasn't heading to the Wulong Martial Academy, but to the Wulong Merchant House. The Wulong Merchant Bank was affiliated with the Huaxia Merchant Bank, a state-owned merchant bank in the country of Huaxia, and it was different from other superstores in that it didn't sell clothing, food, and other unusual things, but only dealt with materials from the God's End continent. The last time he returned, he forgot to sell the demonic beast corpses. This return was not to be forgotten, which was why he had left the house after an early breakfast. He was going to sell some demonic beast corpses and some wooden blades for some money to subsidize his family. Along the way, Gu Yifan hummed a little song, in a relaxed and happy mood. This wasn't the God's End continent where crises were everywhere, but the divine continent. There was no need to be careful all the time. Beyond that, there is another very important reason. Today, his family's living conditions would instantly improve, not having to live as tightly as before, his parents wouldn't need to labor as much as before, and Gu Xinian would be able to buy her favorite stuffed animals and flowery dresses just like any other little girl. On the way to Wulong Trading House, Gu Yifan turned into a shopping mall and bought a set of black clothes, a pair of black sneakers, a duck tongue cap, and a pair of sunglasses and a pack of masks. He had a bit much to sell, so it was better to do something to cover it up and not reveal his identity, so as not to arouse the thoughts of those who had a mind to do so. After buying the required items, Gu Yifan left the mall. On the way, he turned into the public restroom again and changed the clothes he had just bought into them after making sure no one was inside, and he didn't leave through the door of the public restroom, but jumped out through the window of the public restroom, and then he went straight to the Wulong Trading House. At this moment, Gu Yifan was wearing a very loose black dress, wearing a duck-tongued hat, sunglasses, and a mask, completely like a different person. That is, Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinian passed by him. It was impossible to recognize them. Soon, Gu Yifan arrived at the Wulong Trading House. The Wulong Trading House was a 3-story building that looked very ordinary, but it was the largest trading house in Wulong City that traded in end-of-God continent materials, and coupled with the status of a state-owned trading house, the vast majority of people preferred to buy and sell end-of-God continent materials here. When he entered the Wulong trading house, Gu Yifan went straight to a room that acquired supplies from the God's End continent. The Wulong trading house did not set up counters, but rather rooms, in order to protect the traders, so that no one would have to trade too much and be seen by others to cause the thoughts of people with bad intentions. None of the guards of the Wulong trading house were surprised by Gu Yifan's costume, because a lot of people cover themselves up tightly so as not to reveal their identity. Entering the room, Gu Yifan saw a table and 2 chairs set up in the room. A computer and a card reader sat on the table. At the back of the table sat a woman in her late 20s. She wore a work badge on her chest with the word Xia Xiaoyu written on it. Gu Yifan sat down on the chair in front of the table. With a muffled voice, he said, "Hello, I want to sell the demonic beast corpses and equipment from the 99th district." "Yes, please wait." Xia Xiaoyu answered and took out 2 storage bags from the drawer of the table, handing them to Gu Yifan, saying, "Hello, please transfer the demonic beast corpses and equipment into this storage bag respectively." Gu Yifan received the storage bag, and with a single movement of his mind, he transferred the demonic beast corpses and wooden blades that he was going to sell into 2 storage bags, then handed the 2 storage bags to Xia Xiaoyu. He didn't sell all of the demonic beast corpses and kept some of them for roasting. He also didn't sell the demonic beast carcasses from the east of Chang'an City because the merchant bank could identify which district the demonic beasts came from, and the meat of demonic beasts from each district could only be brought into the corresponding district, and there was a risk of him being exposed if he sold the carcasses of the demonic beasts from the east of Chang'an City. After all, there weren't many people from the 99th district who had entered the eastern part of Chang'an City. As for the wood blade, he wasn't going to sell them a second time, so he just sold 1,000 of them. Xia Xiaoyu took the storage bag and after sensing it, she said, "Hello, there are 86 demonic beast corpses in total, roughly 10,000 pounds of meat can be produced, and our purchase price is 50 yuan per caddy, a total of 500,000. 1,000 bronze-grade wooden blades, all with only 5 points added to their attributes, the quality isn't too good, plus bronze-grade weapons will soon become obsolete in the 99th district, so one can only be given $5,000, totaling 5 million. Yes." Gu Yifan nodded and said, "Get me a bearer Huaxia bank card and transfer the money in." Wulong Merchant House was a state-owned merchant house. Not only were the prices fair, but they were also fair and honest. There was no need to haggle, which was why he chose to come to Wulong Merchant House to sell demonic beast corpses and wooden blades. "Yes, please wait." Xia Xiaoyu answered and took out a bank card from the table and put it on the card reader, then let Gu Yifan set the withdrawal password and transferred $5.5 million to the card. "Hello, the money has arrived, take a look," Xia Xiaoyu said. Gu Yifan glanced at it, picked up the bank card on the card reader and turned to leave. "Hello, just a moment." Xia Xiaoyu called out to Gu Yifan and inquired, "You're selling too many weapons. According to the regulations, I have to inquire about the source of these weapons." "Don't worry, we won't disclose it to anyone." "Ugh." Gu Yifan sighed. Before that, he was a little worried that the Crouching Dragon Merchant Guild would inquire about the source of the weapons. After all, he had sold too many weapons. It turns out that what you fear is what you get. Luckily he had thought about this and how to explain it. Chapter 68, Stabbing in the Street. Don't know how to die? I got it in a cave. Gu Yifan said, "At that time, I was searching for demonic beasts in the God's End continent when I accidentally fell into a cave. And there was nothing in that cave but this kind of weapon, so I took all of these weapons. Immediately after that, the cave began to collapse and I panicked and escaped, but strangely enough the spot where I left the cave was not the spot where I entered, and I've looked for that cave since then, but I can't find it." This was the statement Gu Yifan had thought of when he decided to sell the wooden blade. He said that the cave had collapsed and that the entrance location was not the same location as the exit location, and he also said that he couldn't find that cave, not as a matter of this place, but in order to prevent anyone from going to the God's End continent to verify this matter. As for Xia Xiaoyu and the Wulong Chamber of Commerce, believe it or not, that's out of his hands. Anyway, there's no proof of death. It's all up to him. This was the reason why he was only going to sell the wooden blade once. It was hard to explain the origin of the wooden blade. So, Xia Xiaoyu nodded, not suspecting. It wasn't that she was good at fooling people, but selling 1,000 bronze-level weapons at once, or the exact same weapon, was hard to explain with any other reason if she didn't get it by accident. Also, there were indeed unknown mysterious spaces in the God's End continent, and quite a few people had encountered this matter, as well as others who had gotten some strange encounters, so it wasn't hard to accept that Gu Yifan had accidentally fallen into a cave. I can go, right? Gu Yifan asked. Sure. Xia Xiaoyu nodded decisively. In fact, she was only asking a question in accordance with the rules, and she wouldn't force Gu Yifan to answer if he didn't. She added, Big brother, my name is Xia Xiaoyu. In the future, if there are demonic beast corpses and other materials from the God's End continent, you can still look for me, and for some of the materials whose prices can be fluctuated, I'll raise the purchase price as much as possible within my purview. Yes. Gu Yifan answered and turned toward the outside of the room. Leaving the Wulong Merchant Bank, Gu Yifan looked for a public restroom, and after making sure that no one was inside, he changed back into his original clothes in the cubicle, and then jumped out from the window and rushed to the Huaxia Bank, which was not far away from the side. Just now he had asked Wulong Merchant Bank to run a bearer Huaxia bank card in order not to expose his identity, but this bearer bank card could not be given to his parents to use, or else it would likely cause trouble for his parents. So he also had to get a new bank card and transfer the money from his bearer card. Coming to the Huaxia Bank, Gu Yifan ran a bank card in his own identity. Instead of transferring the money at the Huaxia Bank, he used his cell phone to transfer the money from his bearer bank card to a new bank card after leaving the bank, but he didn't transfer all of it and kept $500,000 for a rainy day. Everything that needs to be done today has been done, it's time to go to the martial arts academy. Ha, with this $5 million, mom and dad won't have to labor so much, and Xinyan can buy whatever she wants to buy. Well, I have to buy something for them first, so that they don't have to buy it. Gu Yifan thought prettily, then began to calculate what to buy. In the midst of his calculations, he unknowingly arrived at the road in front of the main gate of Wulong Martial Academy. He only needed to turn a corner and walk forward less than 200 meters to arrive at the Wulong Martial Academy. But just then, a flash of alarm suddenly surfaced in his heart. It felt as if there was danger coming, and he had a vague feeling that it was coming from behind. Root and bone enhancement. Agility reinforcement. Bronze skin and iron bones. Gu Yifan couldn't think too much and didn't look back to see, as he first cast the two major cultivation talents and the copper skin and iron bone skill that he had obtained from the bear demon leader, then he surged forward at a rapid pace. Swish! Almost simultaneously, Gu Yifan clearly heard a cracking sound behind him. Ha! Immediately following, another surprised voice sounded behind Gu Yifan. Listening to the meaning of that voice obviously did not expect Gu Yifan's reaction to be so fast, in the interval of time to avoid his fatal blow. After charging forward for some distance, Gu Yifan turned around violently to look behind him. Only to see a man wearing a duck-tongued cap and mask standing not far away, the man holding a dagger in his hand. Obviously it was this man who had just sneaked up on him. Evil cultivator? Gu Yifan's eyes instantly went cold. The cultivators in this world are not all good people. There are also some cultivators who bully people and commit crimes, and there are even some cultivators who disregard the dignity of the human race and are willing to be traitors to the demonic beasts, and these people are collectively known as evil cultivators. This man in front of him dared to do something like stabbing in the street. He was definitely an evil cultivator. At the same time, Gu Yifan's heart was filled with fear and his back was filled with cold sweat. Because he was in the divine continent, he let his guard down, but he didn't expect to be assassinated on the street by an evil cultivator. If he hadn't activated his sixth sense skill before his return and sensed the crisis in advance, he definitely wouldn't have been able to avoid the man's sneak attack just now, and at that time he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. This guy found me in a random disturbance? Or did it come at me? Gu Yifan frowned and thought. If the man had been approached by a random disturbance, it was just that he was more unlucky, and there was no need to be concerned. But if the man was coming at him, it meant that he was in the sights of the evil cultivators, and that was a bit of a problem. Also, if it was the latter, did the evil cultivators target him because he went to the Wulong Chamber of Commerce, or was it because of something else? It shouldn't be the reason for going to the Wulong Chamber of Commerce. Gu Yifan let out a dark sigh. Whether it was before he went to the Wulong Chamber of Commerce or after he left it, he had made a disguise, and he was pretty sure that no one had followed him before he entered the Wulong Chamber of Commerce or after he left it, so this reason was unlikely. This is not the time to think about it, and there is no need to think about it. If we can catch this trash and interrogate him, we'll naturally know. Gu Yifan collected the thoughts in his mind and silently threw a probe at the man. Immediately afterward, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Race, human. Level, 23. Root bone, 123. Spirituality, 124. Strength, 124. Agility, 238. Battle strength, 2nd grade 3 stars. Battle power second grade 3 stars, I only have first grade 5 stars battle power, the gap is a bit big, but this garbage's battle power can reach second grade 3 stars all because of the agility attribute, the rest of the attributes are not even as good as me who is only level 8. He didn't add the strength attribute, so he shouldn't be a strength type cultivation talent, I hope he's not an agility type cultivation talent, otherwise as long as it's not the lowest F rank, the agility will be stronger than mine, and I'm afraid that I won't even be able to escape if I try to run away. This guy is a full agility addition, his strength isn't as good as mine, his root bones aren't as good as mine, and with all the major cultivation talents and several skills, I may not be his match, I should be able to fight with this piece of trash for a while. This trash is level 23, he must have learned a skill, we can't give him the space to utilize his skills, we have to fight in close quarters. Gu Yifan quickly weighed each other's strengths and weaknesses. Having made up his mind, Gu Yifan no longer hesitated. Strength enhancement. Gu Yifan charged towards the man with a big stride as soon as he pulled himself up to full battle power. This is all a bit slow to say the least, but it happened in a very short period of time. At this moment, the man who had assassinated Gu Yifan had just recovered from his surprise. Seeing Gu Yifan rushing towards him, a touch of sarcasm surfaced in the man's eyes. It was fine that a little shrimp who had entered the God's End continent for less than 4 days didn't run away, but he even dared to take the initiative to meet him. This is a real no-brainer. Chapter 69, Battling Beyond the Ranks. Break a limb. There's a way to heaven, but you don't go, and there's no door to hell, but you have to break in. Gu Yifan, it's your fault for seeking death. The man laughed out loud and met the rushing Gu Yifan in stride. Originally, he was a little worried that after the assassination failed, Gu Yifan would flee to the Wulong Martial Academy. In that case, he wouldn't have much time to chase Gu Yifan, after all, this place was only less than 200 meters away from the Wulong Martial Academy. But what he didn't expect was that Gu Yifan not only didn't run away, but also took the initiative to find him, which undoubtedly dissolved the worries in his heart and was undoubtedly just what he wanted. However, in order not to make too much noise, he didn't dare to use his skills. Hearing the man's loud laughter, Gu Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. This trash knew his name and must be coming for him, but what he didn't understand was why this trash was coming for him. But this wouldn't be the time to think much about it, and he instantly suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Gu Yifan and the man were already not far apart, and with the two of them rushing towards each other, the distance between them quickly closed. Soon, Gu Yifan and the man rushed in front of each other. Ow! Right at this moment, a roar spat out from Gu Yifan's mouth. He cast the roar skill that he had gotten from the tiger demon leader. As the saying goes, when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. What's more, he wasn't a lion, and the man wasn't a rabbit, and this was still a life and death struggle, so he didn't have the slightest idea of reservation, and used all the means he could as soon as he came up. Oh no! Not all of it was used. Gu Yifan did not use the bloodthirsty skill. The bloodlust skill had after effects, so it was better not to use it easily until it was absolutely necessary. Is this kid screaming so loud as a warning? Hearing Gu Yifan's roar, the man was speechless. What's the point of giving a warning when you're rushing at me? But the next moment he sensed something was wrong. Along with Gu Yifan's roar into his ears, he couldn't control the flash of fear that surfaced in his heart, and his body was shivering, and he clearly felt that his strength had dropped quite a bit in an instant. This wasn't the point was that the fear that surfaced steeply in his heart, the shivering of his body, and the drop in his strength made it impossible for him to adapt for a moment, which led to the steep stagnation of the arm he had just raised. This kid isn't screaming that loud as a warning, he's performing a skill. The man reacted instantly and his face changed violently. But at this time, Gu Yifan had already rushed to his side, it would be too late to react. Swish! Gu Yifan's lowered right hand lifted up lightning fast, following which he turned his palm into a fist and smashed it into the man's chest. Bang! In the next moment, a dull crash sounded steeply. It was the sound of Gu Yifan's fist slamming solidly into the man's chest. Click! 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 Almost simultaneously, a crisp bone-breaking sound followed. That was the sound made by the ribs in front of the man's chest being smashed by Gu Yifan's punch. The man's 4 attributes were inferior to Gu Yifan's except for his agility, and with the addition of strength enhancement, Gu Yifan's strength far exceeded the man's root and bone attribute, and it was normal for his fist to break through the man's defense and smash the ribs in front of the man's chest. Ah! In the next moment, a mournful scream as if killing a pig was spat out from the man's mouth. He flew out backwards with his back bowed as if he were a boiled shrimp. But his screams were just barely audible before they came to an abrupt end again. It wasn't that he didn't want to scream, but a rush of blood rushed up his throat, preventing him from screaming even if he wanted to. Whoa! Immediately after, a bloody arrow shot out from the man's mouth. A hit! Without the slightest delay, Gu Yifan hurriedly chased towards the man. As the saying goes, take him while he's sick. He had to strike the man painfully hard while he didn't react, otherwise it would be a bit difficult for him to finish him off if he let the man find the time to attack and execute a long-range attack. Soon, Gu Yifan caught up with the man who flew out backwards, then clasped the man's left foot. Get down here! Gu Yifan shouted angrily, and his right hand, which was clasping the man's left foot, snapped. In the next moment, the man who flew out backwards stopped abruptly as if he had stepped on the emergency brake, and then smashed towards the ground under the drive of Gu Yifan's right arm. Bang! With a dull crash, the man hit the ground solidly. Gu Yifan still didn't delay. He surged forward a few sharp steps and stomped on the man's left leg. Originally he had the idea of capturing the man alive. Now that he had a chance to capture the man alive, he didn't kill him hard, but instead disintegrated the man's fighting strength. Click! Accompanied by a crisp bone-breaking sound, the man's left leg was directly stepped off by Gu Yifan's foot. Gu Yifan did it again as he had done. Ah! 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 Click! 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 Amidst the man's mournful screams and the crisp sound of bones breaking, his right leg and both arms were also stepped on one by Gu Fan. Phew! Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief and stopped. This was the first time he fought against an evil cultivator after he became a practitioner, and he didn't have much certainty before that, but he didn't think that he would disintegrate the man's combat power in just a few moments by destroying the man's strength after he built up his strength with a single blow. This was still in trying to take the man alive; if not, he could have cut the man's throat with a single slash. But he also knew there was a reason for the man's carelessness and the opportunity he had been given. Crouching down beside the man, Gu Yifan stared at the pain-filled man without saying a word. The man with all his limbs broken had already lost his fighting ability and did not pose the slightest threat to him, and he still had to interrogate the man and figure out why he had stabbed him, so he could not kill the man yet. Looking at Gu Yifan, who was crouching beside him, the man's eyes were filled with shock and regret. The shock was because Gu Yifan had entered the God's End continent in less than 4 days, and was surprisingly so powerful. Regret, on the other hand, was due to the fact that he had underestimated Gu Yifan and hadn't placed him in his eyes. If not, he wouldn't have been beaten by Gu Yifan without even a hint of power to fight back, and had ended up in the tragic situation of having all of his limbs broken. But there are no pills of regret for sale in this world, and it will be too late to regret. Swish! Gu Yifan suddenly raised his hand to remove the mask the man was wearing. Immediately afterward, a somewhat yellowed middle-aged man's cheeks appeared in Gu Yifan's line of sight. Gu Yifan frowned. He was pretty sure he didn't recognize the middle-aged man in front of him, so why was this piece of trash trying to kill him? Say! Why do you want to kill me? Gu Yifan asked in a deep voice. The man hesitated for a moment and said, It's not you I want to kill, I've got the wrong person. Do you think I'm stupid? Gu Yifan sneered, Just now you said, Gu Yifan, this is your way of seeking death, you can't blame me, you even know my name, you're obviously aiming for me, and now you're telling me that I'm looking for the wrong person? The man was full of chagrin. Why had he just mouthed off like that? Now it was good that he had found an excuse in his haste, only to be dismantled on the spot by Gu Yifan. But then again, it's not his fault. Before this, he hadn't even put Gu Yifan in his eyes. Where would he have expected to end up in the miserable state he was in now? And as long as he killed Gu Yifan, not to mention that he had only said a few words, it wouldn't be a problem if he just said thousands of words. It's not you I'm looking for another Gu Yifan. The man argued again. It's just that it's a statement that even he doesn't believe. But in order to find the slightest chance of survival, he had no choice but to say so. Chapter 70 The Cleaning Program. A high profile causes trouble. Gu Yifan's head was full of black lines. This trash even said he wasn't looking for him, but the other Gu Yifan, which is treating him like a little cutie. He's flirting with him. Can you make an excuse that's slightly less lame? Gu Yifan was speechless. You're not blind, it's impossible that you can't see what I look like, and you saw what I look like but still struck out, so don't tell me that the Gu Yifan you're talking about looks exactly like me? The man's face was full of suffocation. He tried to find a slightly less lame excuse, but he couldn't. He hardened his head and said, Little brother, the Gu Yifan I said really looks exactly like you. How dare you? Gu Yifan raised his hand and gave the man a slap and sneered again. The Gu Yifan you're looking for looks exactly like me, so how do you know you're looking for the wrong one and that I'm not the Gu Yifan you're looking for? The man opened his mouth as if he wanted to argue, but in the end he said nothing. It wasn't that he had given up on his defense, but rather that his saying that he had found the wrong person was originally an excuse to survive, and after being dismantled by Gu Yifan one after another to his face, he didn't know how to defend himself. Little master is not a cutie, not something you can just find an excuse to fool. Gu Yifan said in a deep voice, I'll give you one last chance to tell me the reason why you sneak attack me. I warn you, my patience is limited. If you pull anything else with me, I'll send you directly to report to the netherworld. As the words fell, Gu Yifan suddenly realized a hint of something wrong. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the men, but there were quite a few people around them looking at them, and a few more gathered around. Apparently the commotion they had just made had attracted the attention of the people passing by on the street. We can't stay here, go to Wulong Martial Academy first. Gu Yifan let out a dark sigh and raised his hand to grab the man's clothes in front of his chest before hurrying towards the Wulong Martial Academy. He wondered if there were any of the man's accomplices around. In order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, it was better to go to the Wulong Martial Academy before interrogating the man. Because Wulong Academy had Xiao Deming in charge, not everyone dared to come and cause trouble. Sensing Gu Yifan's intentions, the man instantly despaired. To fool Gu Yifan, there is still a slight possibility of success, but to be brought to the Wulong Martial Arts Academy, the only thing waiting for him is a dead end. No, a dead end is still light, not to put all the things out, it is difficult for him to die. Gu Yifan didn't care what the man was thinking, as he hurried to the Wulong Martial Academy while paying attention to the movements around him. A few moments later, Gu Yifan arrived at the gate of the Wulong Martial Academy. At this moment, Xiao Deming was standing inside the gate of the Wulong Martial Academy. Seeing Gu Yifan carrying a man covered in blood, his face changed violently. He quickly greeted Gu Yifan and asked with a grave face, Yifan, what's going on? Dean, this guy sneaked up on me at the intersection next to the Martial Arts Academy. Gu Yifan explained, I broke his limbs in anger. Originally I wanted to interrogate him, but there were quite a few people on the streets, and I was worried that there were his accomplices around, so I thought to bring him to the Martial Arts Academy first before interrogating him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Deming's face instantly became more grave. He turned to look at the several middle-aged men standing at the gate of Wulong Martial Academy and quickly said, you guys immediately head to the perimeter of the academy to pick up the students who have come to school, and if you find any evil cultivators, no need to talk nonsense, you can just slaughter them. Yes, Dean. Several middle-aged men answered and quickly walked out of the school gates before rushing in different directions. Xiao Deming looked at the two middle-aged men standing inside the Wulong Martial Academy again and said, you guys go and interrogate him, before he gives up all he knows, he absolutely cannot be allowed to die. Yes, Dean. The two middle-aged men answered and walked towards Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan didn't refuse and directly handed the man over to the two middle-aged men. All he wanted were the results, there was no need to interrogate them himself. Besides, he had never interrogated anyone before and had little experience, so he might be able to get more information if he was interrogated by someone from the Martial Arts Academy. Witnessed the departure of the two middle-aged men. Gu Yifan looked at Xiao Deming, who was full of gravity, and queried, Dean, when you saw me carrying that guy, your face changed violently, and you had people go to meet the other students, is something wrong? Alas! Xiao Deming sighed and smiled bitterly, Yifan, I'm afraid that you're not the only one who has been sneak attacked by the evil cultivators, I'm afraid that those students who excelled in the cutting challenge tournament have also been sneak attacked. Gu Yifan froze. He inquired, Dean, are you saying that the evil cultivators are carrying out another cleansing program against the outstanding people of my human race? Nice. Xiao Deming nodded and said, before this, after every awakening ceremony evil cultivators would massively attack and kill the outstanding people of our human race, but this awakening ceremony, we made ample preparations and no evil cultivators appeared. Coupled with the fact that during this year, the evil cultivators seem to have disappeared without any movement, I thought that they wouldn't attack and kill my human race's outstanding people again. But I didn't think that they didn't attack and kill after the awakening ceremony, and changed it to attacking and killing today. Gu Yifan came to a realization. No wonder Xiao Deming's face changed violently when he saw him carrying the man. This will also steeply understand why the evil cultivator will sneak attack him. It must be that after his last return, he made a splash in the cutting challenge and was missed by the evil cultivator. Speaking of which, this is completely the trouble caused by the high-profile Little fan, how strong was the person who just sneaked up on you? Xiao Deming asked. Level 23, second grade 3-star battle power. Gu Yifan didn't hide it because it was impossible to hide this. As soon as the words left his mouth, though, he realized something was wrong. By stating the man's rank and battle power so bluntly, wouldn't he be telling Chao Deming that he possessed the scrying skill? After all, no one would easily reveal their cultivation and battle power when fighting. Chao Deming was surprised and looked at Gu Yifan. He asked the man how strong he was, just to get a general idea, but he didn't think Gu Yifan would make it so clear. In that case, Gu Yifan should have learned the scrying skill. This is not the point. The point is that the man is level 23, the second grade 3-star combat power. Gu Yifan entered the God's End continent full count less than 4 days, but even broke the man's limbs? Feeling Chao Deming's gaze that was filled with surprise, Gu Yifan knew that Chao Deming had sensed something wrong in his words. You have to take it easy with your words from now on. Gu Yifan secretly admonished himself, today is for the dean to say, but also just expose the probing skills. It's nothing. If it is said to those who have bad intentions, it will certainly cause unnecessary trouble. Yifan, what level are you now? Chao Deming asked again. He didn't ask Gu Yifan what kind of battle power he had. One reason is because you can probably tell how much of a fighter a person is by their rank. Secondly, because battle power doesn't measure a person's strength, and it doesn't make much sense to ask about it. Dean, I'm at level 8. Gu Yifan humbly said, I could break that guy's limbs because that guy was a full agility add-on, plus he was too careless and I caught him, otherwise it wouldn't have been him who was injured, it would have been me. Chao Deming had a heart attack. He also came from level 1 and clearly knew how hard it was to upgrade at the beginning. While Gu Yifan only used less than 4 days to rise to level 8, this upgrade speed was really a bit fast. Also, although Gu Yifan said that the man was careless and he caught him, the fact that Gu Yifan, who was only level 8, was able to break the limbs of a level 23 evil cultivator was enough to show that Gu Yifan's strength was definitely not something that could be measured by the level 8 rank. At this moment, Chao Deming was even more certain that the hidden talent Gu Yifan had awakened was definitely not simple. Sale, good job. Chao Deming raised his hand and patted Gu Yifan's shoulder, his eyes filled with worry. The evil cultivator came prepared, while he was unprepared. I wonder how many students will die at the hands of evil cultivators this time. Gu Yifan didn't say anything more and stood quietly beside Chao Deming. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised his hand and slapped his forehead, and a touch of chagrin appeared on his cheeks. Chapter 71 Thanks to you. Great temptation. Twisting his head, he looked at Chao Deming, whose face was full of worry. Gu Yifan thought briefly and said, Dean, can we not get that man who just died? Yifan, why is this? Chao Deming said in disbelief, just now that person was sneak attacking you. If you didn't have some skills, it wouldn't have been him being injured by you, but you being killed by him, and in the face of an evil cultivator, there is only one principle for us: get rid of it. Dean, I'm not saying I won't kill him, but I want to kill him myself. Gu Yifan explained, that guy almost killed me, and I'm not happy if I don't kill him with my own hands, and I haven't killed anyone before, so I'm just taking this opportunity to try it out, so that I won't be unable to do it in the future when I meet an evil cultivator. So? No problem. Chao Deming nodded and agreed decisively before pulling out his cell phone to make a call. A few moments later, the phone was connected, and Chao Deming then opened his mouth. Did you put that trash down? Okay, let him give up all he knows, but don't get him killed, and bring him here when he's all done. At the sound of his words, Chao Deming hung up the phone, looked at Gu Yifan, and said, Yifan, I've already explained, later on, when that piece of garbage puts down everything he knows, bring him here, and then it's up to you to do it. Thanks, Dean. Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief. Killing wasn't the goal, stripping the man of his cultivation talent was his goal. Just now he suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet stripped the man of his cultivation talent. If the people from the martial arts academy killed the man and then disposed of the body in a harmless manner, he would lose an opportunity to strip the cultivation talent. But he couldn't be honest with Chao Deming, so he could only find an excuse to get the man back. He also knew that he might not be able to get a useful or high-grade cultivation talent from the man, but what if? That's why he couldn't miss any opportunity to strip the cultivation talent. As for men or living people? Not later. He doesn't create corpses because he doesn't kill innocents indiscriminately, but evil cultivators are not in the category of killing innocents when everyone is killed. It's okay. Chao Deming shook his head and said, you're the one who captured him in the first place, so it's only natural that he be given to you to kill. Gu Yifan raised his hand and scratched his head. He still wanted to be polite, but before he could say anything, he saw a youth covered in blood running over, and Chao Deming greeted him with a quick step, which made him swallow the words that were already on his lips. What's going on? Chao Deming asked. Dean, I was just attacked by a sneak attack near the academy. The youth's heart palpitated as he explained, "Fortunately, I avoided the fatal part at the critical moment, which is why I was only cut, and also fortunately, the teacher arrived in time, or else I would have been finished." Chow Deming's face turned blue. He looked at a middle-aged man next to him and said, "Hurry up and take him to heal his wounds." "Yes, Dean." The middle-aged man answered and led the youth into the Wulong Martial Academy. They hadn't gotten far when a few more students arrived covered in blood. All of them were attacked by evil cultivators, and they were lucky to save their lives before being brought into the Wulong Martial Academy to heal their wounds. Gao Zhuang was also injured. However, the injuries he received were only superficial, so he stayed at the gate of the Wulong Martial Academy with Gu Yifan and Chow Deming. Next, one after another, trainees arrived. They all looked panicked, but they were all intact and uninjured. The reason for this was precisely because the people from the Wulong Martial Academy had arrived and killed all the evil cultivators squatting around the Wulong Martial Academy. After about half an hour, the number of people who had just been sent out by Chow Deming rushed back. "Dean, the evil cultivators squatting around the Martial Academy have been killed by all 18 people." A middle-aged man paused for a moment and added, "We just contacted each other to confirm that all the students from the Martial Academy had arrived, so we rushed back." As the words fell, the middle-aged man casually waved his hand, and a large pile of corpses appeared on the ground. Chow Deming didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground as he nervously said, "What about student casualties?" "Dean, 4 were killed before we got there." The middle-aged man explained, "We saved a few people at the hands of the evil cultivators when we arrived, and there were no casualties when we arrived." As the words fell, the middle-aged man casually waved his hand again, and 4 corpses appeared on the ground out of nowhere. Looking at the 4 corpses on the ground, Chow Deming's heart was filled with grief. These people had better cultivation talents and could have become pillars of the country, but they fell into the hands of evil cultivators. However, he knew that this would not be the time to grieve, and as the dean of Wulong Academy, he could not afford to mess up. "Notify their families," Chow Deming said sadly, "Give them a good burial and do a good job of compensation and aftercare." "Yes, Dean." The middle-aged man answered and stepped aside to pull out his cell phone to make a call. "Yifan, this time it's really thanks to you." Chow Deming looked at Gu Yifan again to celebrate, saying, "Fortunately, you came earlier, and fortunately, you broke that limbs and brought that over, so that we were prepared and dispatched our manpower in time, or else today's casualties would surely have been heavier." Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. "So he also saved the lives of quite a few people from the Wulong Martial Arts Academy?" Talstron, on the other hand, was filled with shock. Listening to Chow Deming's meaning, Gu Yifan was also attacked, but not only did Gu Yifan escape the sneak attack, he also broke the limbs of the person who attacked him and brought the person to the Wulong Martial Academy. But when he thought of Gu Yifan's perverted strength, he was relieved. "I'm afraid that among this group of people from the Wulong Martial Academy who entered the God's End continent, only Gu Yifan was able to escape the sneak attack of the evil cultivator." Thinking of this, Gao Zhuang looked at Gu Yifan with a face full of gratitude. Just now, he was also attacked by an evil cultivator, and it was the teacher from the Wulong Martial Academy who arrived in time to save him. Although the one who saved him was a teacher from the Wulong Martial Arts Academy, not Gu Yifan, if Gu Yifan hadn't arrived first, allowing the Wulong Academy to be on guard and send out manpower in time, he would have already reported to the Netherworld. Chow Deming raised his hand to pat Gu Yifan's shoulder and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. A few moments later, the call was answered. Chow Deming said in a deep voice, "I'm Chow Deming. This morning the evil cultivators once again executed a cleansing plan against the outstanding people of my human race. They must be given a lesson in blood. You guys get ready for action. I'll take action as soon as I interrogate the news from my side." As the words fell, Chow Deming put his cell phone back into his pocket and stood quietly at the entrance of the Wulong Martial Academy. He was waiting to extract information about the evil cultivator from the man Gu Yifan had captured. Gu Yifan's gaze, on the other hand, fell on a large pile of evil cultivator corpses. That was a full 18 corpses. If one could strip these 18 corpses, one could obtain 18 cultivation talents. Although these 18 cultivation talents might not be useful to him, what if they were? It's just that if you take a step back and don't have a single useful cultivation talent, you can still randomly convert it into attribute points. It was certainly a great temptation for him. If there were no other people around, Gu Yifan would definitely not hesitate to go up and peel off. But unfortunately there were not so many ifs. Chow Deming, Gao Zhuang and many others were present, which made him a bit hesitant. After a few moments of thought, Gu Yifan was ultimately unable to suppress the temptation of obtaining 18 cultivation talents for nothing. He took a step toward the 18 corpses of evil cultivators piled together. Chapter 72 Grade E Water Balloon. Double C Grade. Walking over to the stacked corpses of the evil cultivators, Gu Yifan squatted down. He looked through the bodies one by one, and his hands brushed over the tops of the corpses without a second thought. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind one after another. Ding! Stripping is successful. You have gained an E-rank cultivation talent power enhancement. Ding! Stripping is successful. You have gained the F-rank cultivation talent agility increase. Ding! Stripping is successful. You have gained a grade C cultivation talent root bone enhancement, and the original grade D cultivation talent root bone enhancement has been randomly converted into attribute points. At this moment, Chao Deming, Gao Zhuang, and the others noticed Gu Yifan's actions. This made them all puzzled. They didn't understand what Gu Yifan was doing looking through the corpses of evil cultivators. Yifan, what are you doing looking through the corpses of evil cultivators? Chao Deming couldn't help but ask. At those words, Gu Yifan immediately stopped. Without blushing, he replied, Dean, I want to see them dead. Yifan, what's there to see in their deaths? Chao Deming said in disbelief. Dean, you've seen a lot, so naturally there's nothing to see, but I'm different. Gu Yifan explained, I haven't entered the God's End continent for a long time yet, I haven't seen many dead people, and in the future we'll have to participate in battles with evil cultivators when we grow up, so I want to see their deaths first and get used to them so that I won't be shocked when we fight in the future. Chao Deming came to a realization, his eyes filled with relief. Gu Yifan was smart, clever, not weak in cultivation talent, and extremely strong, and was also always thinking about fighting evil cultivators. If the Wulong Martial Academy were all people like Gu Yifan, how good it would be. Yifan, good job. Chao Deming complimented Gu Yifan, then looked at Gao Zhuang and the other students standing around and said, you all need to learn from Gu Yifan, always remember to improve yourselves and always be ready to fight against evil cultivators. Gu Yifan was a bit embarrassed. He had racked his brain to find a seemingly reasonable excuse in order to cover up the cultivation talent of stripping away the evil cultivator, but he hadn't expected to receive Chao Deming's praise, and incidentally, he had also pulled a wave of hatred on himself. Yes, Dean. Gao Zhuang and the other students responded and ran to the corpse of the evil cultivator to watch. Gao Zhuang, in particular, was very active and careful, looking over body after body. For those who didn't know, I'm afraid they would think that Gao Zhuang was rummaging through absolute treasures. This scene straightened Gu Yifan's heart so much that he just wanted to laugh, but he couldn't laugh out, or else he'd be wearing out his face. It also made it really hard for him to hold it in. But then again, this was good, at the very least, he didn't have to rummage through the corpses of evil cultivators here alone anymore. Next, Gu Yifan continued to strip away the cultivation talent of the evil cultivator. Soon, he stripped the 18 corpses before walking out of the crowd that had gathered around the corpses of the evil cultivators. At this moment, Gu Yifan's heart was thrilled. 18 corpses received 18 cultivation talents, 16 of which were randomly converted into attribute points due to their low level and the fact that he already possessed them, while the remaining 2 cultivation talents were both useful to him. One was the Grade C cultivation talent root bone enhancement, which replaced his original Grade D cultivation talent root bone enhancement, allowing his root bone attributes to increase greatly, as well as his defense. One was an E-rank elemental type cultivation talent water sphere. This cultivation talent was extremely useful to Gu Yifan. There are 2 survival items on the God's End continent that you must take care of yourself. One for food and one for drink. The problem of food has been solved by Gu Yifan, but the problem of drinking has not yet been solved. Before this, when Gu Yifan wanted to drink water, he would either go searching for a river or endure it, but with the Grady cultivation talent water globe there was no need to be so troublesome, and he could just use his cultivation talent to coalesce water whenever he wanted to drink. Also, the Grady cultivation talent water ball was the same as the Grady cultivation talent fireball, and could be used for long-range attacks as well. Just by making up a reason, he got the C-grade cultivation talent root bone enhancement and the E-grade cultivation talent water globe, and also got 1 or 2 dozen attribute points. This reason made up was really worth it. Seeing Gu Yifan walking, Chao Deming asked, Yifan, have you seen everything? Well, look out. Gu Yifan nodded and said, it's quite scary, but with this experience, it should be better in the future. I was pretty scared the first time I saw a dead body too. Chao Deming said, there's no good solution for this kind of thing, you can only see it more often and let yourself get used to it. Gu Yifan nodded. Just then, a vomiting sound suddenly rang out. Chao Deming and Gu Yifan subconsciously turned their heads to look. only to see that some students were vomiting furiously, obviously disgusted by the death of the evil cultivator, and the vomiting of these people also drove the other people around them, and then the number of people vomiting increased. Yifan, you've done another good thing. Xiao Deming exclaimed, this is the Wulong Martial Academy, they will be fine no matter how much they vomit, but if they are on the battlefield and they vomit like that, not only will they affect themselves, they will be caught by the enemy. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, somewhat speechless in his heart. He just made up an excuse, but he didn't think to do another good thing. What is this called? Xiao Deming didn't say anything more and continued to stand in place waiting for news. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, turned his head to look at the 4 corpses placed next to him. But soon he withdrew his gaze. These 4 corpses also represented the 4 cultivation talents, and he also wanted them, but these 4 corpses were his classmates, so it was better not to divest them and let them be buried intact. After a while, the middle-aged man in charge of interrogating the man came quickly carrying the man. Casually throwing the man to the ground, the middle-aged man said, Dean, this guy put down the evil cultivator's lair in Wulong City. Good. Xiao Deming nodded and looked at Gu Yifan, saying, Yifan, you go. Yes, Dean. Gu Yifan answered and walked over to the man. At this time, the man was bruised all over his body, and had been tortured to the point where he was out of breath, and at any time he might die. However, the man's death or life was not important to Gu Yifan, all he wanted was the man's cultivation talent. Swish! Gu Yifan casually lifted his hand to brush it from the man's body as he crouched down. He wanted to test whether the hidden talent stripping everything could strip away the cultivation talent of a living person. Ding! Stripping failed. Unable to strip the living. Gu Yifan had some regrets. If divesting everything could divest the living, he could have one more means against the enemy when facing evil cultivators in the future. For example, when fighting, you can directly use the hidden talent strip everything to strip your enemy's cultivation talent. But then again, it didn't matter if he couldn't divest the living, he'd just kill them and divest them again. Swish! Gu Yifan casually flipped his hand, and the shadow dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. Immediately after that, he stabbed the shadow dagger into the man's heart, directly taking the man's little life. Standing up his body, Gu Yifan raised his hand again very casually and brushed it over the top of the man's corpse. Ding! Stripping is successful. You have gained a grade C cultivation talent spiritual enhancement, and the original grade D cultivation talent spiritual enhancement has been randomly converted into attribute points. Gu Yifan froze. Surprisingly stripped to another C grade cultivation talent? One had to say that this was a somewhat unexpected surprise. Seeing Gu Yifan slaughter the man, Xiao Deming didn't delay any longer. He looked at the several middle-aged men standing next to him and said, immediately gather all the students of this term to participate in the extermination of the evil cultivator's lair, so that they can experience fighting evil cultivators. Yes, Dean. Several middle-aged men answered and turned to leave. Chapter 73 The Operation to Suppress the Bandits. It's not an itch to have too many lice. Witnessed the departure of several middle-aged men. Xiao Deming looked at the middle-aged man interrogating the man and said, Xiao Wei, where is the evil cultivator's lair? Dean, in a cave halfway up Wulong Mountain, south of Wulong City. Xiao Wei explained, according to that said, along the path at the foot of Wulong Mountain and keep going up, about halfway up the mountain there is a big tree that splits from the bottom, from that big tree from the east, about 200 meters you can find that cave. That cave is one of the lairs of the evil cultivators entrenched in Wulong City. There are sentinels disguised as croppers at the foot of the mountain. If you want to not alert the evil cultivators in the lair, you have to take care of the sentinels at the foot of the mountain first. Also, there is a hidden culvert in the cave that leads to the bedroom of the house closest to Wulong Mountain at the foot of the mountain. This culvert is a retreat left by the evil cultivators. Once someone searches the mountain, they will leave unnoticed through the culvert. Xiao Deming nodded, his cheeks filled with coldness. These rats are hidden enough, prepared enough, no wonder several times into the mountain siege are not much to harvest. Taking out his cell phone from his pocket, Xiao Deming dialed again. When the phone was connected, he repeated what Xiao Wei had said and added, find a way to control the croppers at the foot of the mountain and the house closest to Wulong Mountain first, and don't give them a chance to ventilate and escape. Also, surround the entrance to the cave halfway up the mountain, surround but don't attack. I'll rush over there with the students of the Martial Arts Academy as fast as I can, so that they can experience the battle with the evil cultivators. Immediately. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Deming hung up the phone and waited for the students to gather. On his return this time, he was supposed to lead the students of the Wulong Academy to experience the battle against the evil cultivators firsthand. Originally, his intention was to lead the students of the Wulong Martial Academy to besiege the several small strongholds of evil cultivators within Wulong City that he had already grasped. Now that he knew about one of the layers of the evil cultivators encamped in Wulong City, he temporarily changed the siege target. It didn't take long for all the students of the Wulong Martial Academy who had entered the God's End continent this term to arrive, except for the ones who had been injured by the evil cultivator, and all of them looked like they were rubbing their fists and excited. They had already been informed of the purpose of this gathering, and this was the first time they had fought against an evil cultivator since they became practitioners, plus with Chao Deming leading the group, there was no need to worry about their own safety at all, so they were all very excited. In addition to the students who had entered the God's End continent this term, there were also dozens of teachers who had come along. They were also going to participate in this roundup of evil cultivators, but their responsibility was more to protect the students. "Dean, everyone has arrived," a middle-aged man reported. "Good." Chao Deming nodded and looked at Chao Wei. "Chao Wei, you stay at the academy in case the evil cultivators take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble, and if there's anything uncontrollable, contact me at the first opportunity." "Yes, Dean," Chao Wei replied. "Depart." Chao Deming didn't delay any further. He rushed towards the bus that had long been parked at the gate of Wulong Martial Academy with a wave of his hand. It is a bit of a long way to travel, so it would be a bit of a delay if the students were to run there. Furthermore, the cultivation level of students is generally not high. If they run over there, even if they are not exhausted alive, they will lose their combat power. How can they practice then? So it's better to use a car for transportation. Under the arrangement of dozens of teachers, it only took a few minutes for all the students to have boarded the buses, and then 1 or 2 dozen buses drove towards Wulong Mountain in the south of Wulong City in great numbers. Chao Deming, Gu Yifan, Gao Shuang and the others sat on the first bus. With nothing else to do, everyone was chatting away, and Gu Yifan and Gao Shuang were no exception. Seeing Gu Yifan and Gao Shuang sitting together and laughing and chatting, the surrounding students and teachers were a bit surprised. Gao Shuang's fondness for finding trouble with Gu Yifan was a well-known secret in the Wulong Martial Academy. The last time he returned, Gao Shuang's challenge to Gu Yifan also ended in a crushing defeat, which was a disgrace. According to reason, Gao Shuang should not treat Gu Yifan right. The result is that Gao Shuang not only sits with Gu Yifan, but also chatting with Gu Yifan as if nothing happened. This matter is really a bit strange. Gao Shuang actually chatted with Gu Yifan and was full of smiles. Am I blind? Or have I seen a ghost? I'm also filled with confusion. Do you guys think it could be that Gao Shuang was defeated by Gu Yifan? You guys are not blurry-eyed, you're not seeing ghosts, and Gao Shuang wasn't overcome by Gu Yifan, but if it wasn't for Gu Yifan this morning, Gao Shuang would not be sitting here, but would have reported to the netherworld. I also know about this. This morning Gao Shuang was attacked by an evil cultivator. If not for Gu Yifan coming first and capturing an evil cultivator, allowing the Martial Academy to send out manpower in time, Gao Shuang would have been killed by the evil cultivator. In that case, Gao Shuang is grateful for Gu Yifan's saving grace? There is still something wrong. Gao Shuang originally looked at Gu Yifan is not good, and now by Gu Yifan saved a life, it is reasonable to say that he will be very embarrassed to be right, but you look at the appearance of Gao Shuang, where is there any embarrassment? Also, what the hell is going on here? Why don't you ask Goshan what's going on? You can pull back. If I ask, won't Gao Shuang hold a grudge? If you want to ask, you go ask. Why would I let you ask if I wanted to? Similar conversations rang out from several locations on the bus. However, in order not to be heard by Gao Shuang, they all deliberately lowered their voices. Chao Deming was also a bit surprised by Gao Shuang's attitude towards Gu Yifan. After a brief thought, he turned his head to Gu Yifan and Gao Shuang, who were sitting behind him, and asked with a smile, Yifan and Gao Shuang, did anything interesting happen in the past few days since you entered the God's End continent? Upon hearing Chao Deming's question, everyone in the bus coincidentally stopped talking, and their gazes shifted to Chao Deming, Gu Yifan, and Gao Shuang. Dean, there's something else interesting. Gao Shuang was the first to speak. On the second day after we entered the God's End continent last time, Little Japan's Novice Village number 538 challenged Novice Village number 815, where Gu Yifan and I were located, to compete to see which Novice Village would be the first to have someone rise to level 5. The winning Novice Village raises everyone by 1 level, attribute points are increased according to the upgrade method, the cultivation resources of the Novice Village are increased by 50%, and the first person to rise to level 5 can also obtain 20 free attribute points and a skill book. The losing Novice Village will have everyone lowered by 1 level, 25 attribute points will be randomly deducted, and the cultivation resources will be lowered by 50%. Chao Deming and the others in the bus sucked in a breath of cold air. This bet was a bit tough. Immediately following that, a voice filled with angry words rang out one after another. Little bonobos are inhuman. The little Japanese country is just too cheap, always like to find trouble with our Chinese country. For S sake, don't let me run into the little Japanese, or I'll beat them up every time I see them. Chao Deming was also very upset. But he thought a bit more than the others. Looking at Gao Zhuang's frowny face, this challenge should be that Novice Village number 538 lost and Novice Village number 815 won, otherwise where would Gao Zhuang still be smiling? Everyone be quiet and listen to Gao Zhuang continue. Chao Deming said loudly. At those words, everyone in the bus fell silent. When Novice Village number 538 in Little Japan launched the challenge, I was number 1 on the Village 100 list in Novice Village number 815. Gao Zhuang told the challenge in detail, including a little bit of the little heart he stored also did not hide. When Gao Zhuang finished speaking, a cheer rang out from the bus. Ha ha ha. A desperate turnaround by 1 second, Gu Yifan did a really great job. Ha ha ha. After losing for only 1 second, the people of the little Japanese 538 Novice Village are afraid they'll cry to death. This is self-inflicted sin. Little Japan is not challenging us? It's just giving us a big gift. Slaughtering grade 2 demonic beasts is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Gu Yifan is just too strong. Everyone in the bus had one eyebrow raised. Although this matter was not their personal experience, they were excited to see the little Japanese nation suffer. At this time, they also steeply understood why Gao Zhuang's attitude towards Gu Yifan had changed so drastically. It's a matter of fighting the little Japanese conspiracy together and building comradeship. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, sighed. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but now he couldn't even keep a low profile if he wanted to. But then again, he had already entered the sights of the evil cultivators, so there was no point in keeping a low profile. In that case, high profile is high profile. Anyway, lice don't itch, and he only has one small life. Can the evil cultivators still kill him twice? However, what he does not know is that his name has already spread in the country of China. Chapter 74 Famous in China. Driving a rat out of its hole. Time went back to the moment when he returned to the divine continent last night. Not everyone's parents were like Gu Yifan's parents, who held back the curiosity in their hearts and didn't ask about their own children's experiences in the God's End continent in the first place. Of course, it's not that they don't care about their own children, it's just that they care in a different way. Kyoto City, inside a courtyard. A middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman sit in a bedroom. A girl of about 17 or 18 years of age lay on the bed in the bedroom. This girl was none other than Chao Shurian, who was in the same novice village as Gu Yifan and had been occupying the top 3 spots on the top 100 village rankings of Novice Village 815. The middle-aged man and middle-aged woman were Chao Shurian's parents, Chao Guodong and Li Waner. Swish! Chao Shurian's tightly closed eyes snapped open before she rolled over and sat up. Seeing this, both Chao Guodong and Li Waner breathed a long sigh of relief that their yener had returned intact. Seeing Chao Guodong and Li Waner, Chao Shurian said helplessly, "Dad, Mom, you're very busy during the day and you need to rest at night. Didn't I say that I wouldn't let you guard here in the middle of the night? Why are you guys still guarding here?" "Research, I'm not to blame for this." Chao Guodong said, "It's your mom who is uneasy and has to guard here. I am accompanying her." "What am I?" Li Waner retorted, "Obviously you're the one who's uneasy and has to guard here. I'm accompanying you, okay?" Alas. Chao Shurian couldn't help but sigh. She understood that Chao Guodong and Li Waner were guarding this place because they wanted to be the first to know if anything had happened to her, but the two of them were guarding this place in the wee hours of the morning, and then they had to be busy during the daytime, so she was heartbroken. Being dismantled by Li Waner, Chao Guodong was not embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Yener, this is the last time your mom and I will guard here at night, and we won't need to do so in the future." Well, in the future, the time of entering the God's End continent will be changed to 8 in the morning, as a way to avoid the problem of reversing the day and night when entering and returning. At those words, Chao Shurian subconsciously looked at her palm. Countdown, 31 hours 59 minutes and 18 seconds. Great! Chao Shurian was pleasantly surprised. "Dad, Mom, from now on you'll be able to have a good night's rest." "Silly girl." Chao Guodong raised his hand and rubbed Chao Shurian's head as he smiled and asked, "After going to the God's End continent for 3 days this time, how many levels have you ascended to?" "Dad, Mom, I've risen to level 6, and I'm not far from level 7. Chao Shurian said truthfully. "That fast?" Chao Guodong and Li Waner were a bit taken aback. The higher the level, the harder it is, and the early stage of entering the God's End continent is a lot of wolves and not much meat. In their thoughts, Chao Shiyan can rise to level 5 is very good, but they did not think that Chao Shiyan has risen to level 6, and even not far away from level 7. It's a little fast, but there's a reason for that. Chao Shiyan spoke in detail about the matter of Little Japan's Novice Village number 538 challenging Novice Village number 815. After listening to Chao Shiyan, Chao Guodong and Li Wan'er came to a realization. Having risen a level out of thin air and having her resources increased by 50%, it was no wonder that Chao Shiyan's level had not only risen to level 6, but was also not far from level 7. Dad, Mom, Gu Yifan is just too strong. Chao Shiyan sighed again. I can also single-handedly challenge a level 2 demonic beast at level 4, but I can't do it as easily and casually as he did as if he was slaughtering chickens and dogs. I really don't know which place has produced such a pervert, and I'm surprised to have never heard of it. Li Wan'er was puzzled. Hubby, why do I feel that the name Gu Yifan is somewhat familiar? It seems like I've heard it somewhere before? Seems like I've really heard that somewhere. Chao Guodong pondered for a moment before his eyes steeply brightened. Wife, I remember, when I called Dad at night, he said that there was a person in the Wulong Martial Academy who had awakened a hidden talent, and at that time, he was still looking away because of the method used to activate the cultivation talent. It wasn't until the last time he returned, when Gu Yifan maniacally abused the third-level cultivation of Gao. Cao, what's his name, with his first-level cultivation in the cutting challenge, that he realized that the hidden talent Gu Yifan had awakened was very uncomplicated. Chao Shiyan followed closely and spoke. Dad, you just said Gao. What's up, is that person called Gao Zhuan? Yes, it's called Gao Zhuang. Chao Guodong said. That would be him. Chao Shiyan said, there's a Gao Zhuang in Novice Village number 815, his level still presses me head on. According to him, he and Gu Yifan are classmates, and in the cutting challenge not too long ago, he with level 3 cultivation was wildly abused by Gu Yifan with level 1 cultivation. It's kinda coincidental. Li Wan'er blinked her eyes and said, Yenner, you just said that Gu Yifan is very handsome, and you're also very curious about which place has Gu Yifan, the pervert. Do you like him? Mom, where did I? Chao Shiyan's pretty face flushed red and said without a trace of anger, when I was dealing with the challenge of Little Japan's Novice Village 538, I had given Gu Yifan a demonic beast, and that guy just took one look at me and then moved his gaze away, not even looking at it for a second time. How to say I'm also a little beauty, many people see me without not taking their eyes off me, but also sneak a few glances. Gu Yifan didn't take a second look, simply a wood who doesn't know what pretty is. I won't like him. Chao Guodong and Li Wan'er glanced at each other and sighed unanimously in their hearts. They have a vague feeling that the cabbage they have raised for years is going to be arched by pigs. No, it should be that the cabbage they have raised for years is going to be voluntarily sent to the pigs, because many of the causes of love are displeasure and interest. But then again, Gu Yifan had awakened a very uncomplicated hidden talent, his strength was outstanding, and he was handsome, so it would be a good thing if Chao Shiyan could get together with Gu Yifan. As for how Gu Yifan's family is? That didn't matter to them at all. Dad, Mom, I'm telling the truth. Chao Shiyan said breathlessly, what's that look on your faces? Chao Guodong and Li Wan'er looked at each other. It is more likely to speak the big truth. However, they had no intention of talking to Chao Shiyan about it. The matter of love is about how things work out, and it's better for them to stay out of it and let it develop naturally. It's nothing. Li Wan'er changed the topic. Yenner, you just came back from the God's End continent, you must be tired. It's not early here, so hurry up and take a rest. Your father and I will also go and rest. As the words fell, Chao Guodong and Li Wan'er got up and left. Seeing the two leave, Chao Shiyan muttered to herself with a red face. What's that look on Mom and Dad's faces? How could I possibly like Gu Yifan, that wooden head who doesn't know what pretty is? Similar conversations occur in many parts of the country of China. Only compared to Chao Shiyan's house, there were fewer conversations that followed, such as having heard Gu Yifan's name. At this time, Gu Yifan's name was still known to only a few people. But along with the dawn, Gu Yifan's name spread throughout the country of China. The reason for this is that a very important point is that this matter is related to the small Japanese nation, which has done heavily and manly things in the country of China, and as long as it is a matter of the small Japanese nation being deflated, the people of the country of China are happy to talk about it, and are happy to spread it. This also caused the name of Gu Yifan to spread throughout the entire country of China in a short period of time. Not only China, but many people in Little Japan had also learned of Gu Yifan's name, but most of their attention had been attracted by the name Ito Daru, causing Gu Yifan's name to spread not very thoroughly in Little Japan. Just as Gu Yifan was famous in China, Ito Daru was equally famous in the small Japanese country. Only Gu Yifan is a beautiful name, while Ito Daru is an infamous one. Gu Yifan didn't know that his name had spread throughout the country of Huaxia. If he knew, he would have been extremely depressed. Because it's not for nothing that the saying "a gun is true." He had only made a splash at the Wulong Martial Academy cutting challenge, and he had been missed by the evil cultivators. Now that he was famous in China, I wondered how many evil cultivators would target him. At this moment, 1 or 2 dozen buses had already driven out of Wulong City and were rushing towards the foot of Wulong Mountain in a great hurry. All hands on deck. Chao Deming picked up a walkie-talkie placed by the car window and said in a deep voice, "We have already sailed out of Wulong City. It won't be long before we can arrive at the foot of Wulong Mountain, ever. Yon, get ready for battle. Repeat, everyone get ready for battle." Along with Chao Deming giving the order, everyone in all the buses were unanimously quiet. After about 10 more minutes, 1 to 20 buses arrived at the foot of Wulong Mountain, and then under the teacher's leadership, Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang, and other students of Wulong Martial Arts Academy came out of the buses in an orderly manner. Dang! Dang! Knock! A middle-aged man ran quickly from a short distance away. He was the head of the Demon Punisher Hall of the Cultivator Organization's Kyushu Wulong Division, Li Yizhang. The 9 States was the official cultivator organization of the country of Huaxia, with headquarters such as the Kyoto headquarters and the Yuzhou headquarters, and each of these headquarters had quite a number of branches under their jurisdiction, and the Wulong branch was one of the branches under the Yuzhou headquarters. Minister. Li Yizhang looked to Chao Deming and reported, "The people who labor at the foot of the mountain have all been controlled, and afterwards will carefully screen whether they are evil cultivators, to ensure that we do not wrongly accuse a good person, and do not let go of a bad person. The house closest to Wulong Mountain has been controlled, and the exit of the secret passage has been found in the bedroom of the house, and the entrance to the cave halfway up the mountain has also been controlled. Please instruct." Great job. Chao Deming didn't mince his words of praise as he ordered again, "Hall Masterly, you lead the men to drive those rats from the entrance of the cave and drive them out of the dark passageway. Remember, as long as they don't resist they will only be driven away and not put to death." This battle to eliminate the evil cultivators not only ended the evil cultivators' lair in one pot, but also had a very important purpose, to train Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang, and the rest of this group of people who entered the God's End continent. However, the complex environment in the mountains was not conducive to fighting or rescue, and it was better to locate the battlefield at the foot of the mountains. This was also the reason why Chao Deming had asked Li Yizhang to drive the evil cultivators out of the dark tunnel. "Yes, Minister." Li Yitong answered and rushed towards Wulong Mountain with the men standing by. Witness Li Yitong leaving with his men. Chao Deming looked at the many teachers and students of the Wulong Martial Academy again and said, "Surround the house closest to Wulong Mountain with a larger encirclement, with the teachers standing inside in conjunction with the Wulong branch and the students standing outside." Yes. Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang, and the other teachers and students of the Wulong Martial Academy responded and rushed towards the house closest to Wulong Mountain. Soon, the teachers and students of the Wulong Martial Academy and the people from the Wulong branch surrounded that house. Next, we will wait for Li Yitong to lead the people to drive out the evil cultivators in the cave from the dark passage. Chapter 75, Catch a Turtle in a Jar. We'll catch them all. The entrance to the cave halfway up Wulong Mountain. Seeing Li Yitong arrive with his men, the people from the Wulong division who were squatting around the entrance of the cave came out of their hiding places one after another. Ministerial order. Li Yitong spoke, "Our task is to drive the rats in the cave out of the dark passage. As long as they don't resist, we will only drive them away and not behead them, understand?" Understood. The people from the Crouching Dragon division responded in unison. Action. Li Yidong gave the order. As the words fell, he took the lead and entered the cave, with the people from the Crouching Dragon division following suit. Because this mission was an expulsion, Li Yitong not only didn't reduce the commotion, but also purposely created it. He shouted, "Listen rats in the cave, we are the Demon Execution Hall of the Wulong Division of the Kyushu. You have been surrounded by us. If you are sensible, hurry up and tie your hands, or else you will be killed on pain of death." Li Yitong's loud shouting voice was added by the power of qi and blood, as if it was like a thunderbolt that exploded steeply in the cave, and while the sound spread rapidly towards the depths of the cave, it also echoed continuously for a long time. But while he shouted so, he didn't break out in a hurry, but slowly led the group forward. He had to leave some time for the evil cultivator in the cave to escape. At this moment, deep in the cave, 20 or so evil fixers sat around a few tables drinking and enjoying themselves. Today, they organized a plan to cleanse the Wulong Martial Academy of this class of awakened people. They believed that they could catch the Wulong Martial Academy off guard, and they were also confident that their cleansing plan would be a complete success. At that time, they would be rewarded by the above, and their cultivation could be greatly enhanced while obtaining a considerable amount of wealth. It was just that their beautiful dream hadn't lasted long before they were startled awake by the steeply resounding bellowing voice of Li Yitang. "What's the situation? How did the people from the Demon Execution Hall find this place? The people of the Demon Punisher Hall are killing people, but no one is signaling the alarm. Are those sentinels all for food? Is this the time to think about that? All hurry up and leave through the dark tunnel. Yeah, hurry up and get out through the cul-de-sac." Along with a sound of panic resounded in the cave. More than 20 evil cultivators ran towards the depths of the cave in panic. Arriving at the end of the cave, an evil cultivator in the lead raised his hand and gently pressed on the wall, and a stone door that was fused into the wall suddenly swung open, revealing a 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide dark passage. Immediately following, numerous evil cultivators scrambled into the dark passage. After the last evil cultivator entered the dark passage, the stone door rotated once again and quickly returned to its original state. Not long after the many evil cultivators entered the dark tunnel, Li Yitang brought his men over. He looked at the several tables placed in the cave and said, "According to the chopsticks and wine cups placed on the tables, there should be more than 20 evil cultivators, and the meals on the tables are still hot, and they have just left to continue to drive away." As the words fell, Li Yitang led his men towards the depths of the cave in pursuit. Soon, Li Yitang and the others came to the end of the cave and were blocked by the wall. Because they had learned long ago that there was a dark passage in the cave leading down the mountain, Li Yitang and the others carefully searched for the entrance to the dark passage. Coupled with the fact that the many evil cultivators left in a hurry, too late to destroy the traces left behind by the rotation of the stone door, Li Yitang and the others followed the traces and quickly found the switch to open the stone door and opened it. "Keep after them." Li Yitang waved his hand and led his men into the dark tunnel to continue the chase. The foot of Wulong Mountain. Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang, and the other teachers and students of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy along with the people from the Wulong Division's Demon Punisher Hall surrounded the house where the exit of the dark passageway was located with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and that dense encirclement couldn't even allow a mouse to escape. Because of the need to train the students of the Wulong Martial Academy, the members of the Demon Execution Hall who were previously guarding the exit of the dark passage were also withdrawn, so as not to frighten the evil cultivators and cause them to not dare to escape from the dark passage. Chao Deming, on the other hand, levitated in the air, controlling the whole scene. As Chao Deming, Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang and everyone else waited, it didn't take long for there to be movement in the time houses. Immediately following that, a loud laughter filled with smugness came out from the houses. "Ha, it's a daydream for the people of the Demon Punisher Hall to try to catch us. Brother Chen, I really want to see the expression of the Demon Punisher Hall's people when they pounce. I think it must be very wonderful. I'd like to see it, but for the sake of my little life, forget it. Everyone, don't dawdle, this time we left in a hurry and left quite a few traces. The people from the Demon Punisher Hall will most likely follow the traces and come after us. We have to leave in a hurry." Hearing the loud laughter coming from the house, Chao Deming, Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang, and everyone else present were filled with speechlessness. A punt? If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yitang and the others' mission was not to kill, but to drive away, how would this group of trash have had time to flee? Also, this bunch of trash is so proud of themselves right now that they're afraid they'll walk out of the house later and cry. Soon the door to the house opened. Numerous evil cultivators rushed out in a wave, and then the smugness and smiles on their cheeks steeply froze. They had thought that they could escape by leaving through the dark passage, but they didn't realize that the end of the dark passage was a dead end. Kill! A loud shout spat out from Chao Deming's mouth. Evil cultivators are the scum of the human race. There is nothing to say about evil cultivators, except to kill or kill. As for capturing evil cultivators alive for interrogation, that's not necessary. Evil cultivators, in order to avoid being followed in a pot, has always been a single line of contact. A nest of people only know this nest of things, the rest of the things do not know, so there is no need to catch the interrogation. Accompanied by Chao Deming's order, the teachers of the Wulong Martial Academy and the people from the Demon Punisher Hall struck out one after another, and one after another, the martial arts techniques smashed into the many evil cultivators as if they were pouring rain. The students of the Wulong Martial Academy also wanted to make a move, but they hadn't yet learned long-range attack martial arts, so they didn't have a chance to make a move at all, and could only watch with bated breath. Gu Yifan could have made a move, but the many students were just watching, so he didn't go for that conspicuous bag. Ah! 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 In the next moment, a miserable scream rang out one after another. In just one round of attack, the multi-evil cultivators were beaten up by the teachers of Wulong Martial Academy and the members of the Demon Execution Hall without even having a chance to escape back to their houses, and each one of them was lying on the ground wailing. Of course, they didn't have a chance to escape back to their houses, as the houses behind them had already collapsed into rubble under the attacks of the Wulong Martial Academy's teachers and the members of the Demon Punisher Hall. This was still a situation where the teachers of the Wulong Martial Academy and the members of the Demon Punisher Hall had held back. If not, they would have been killed on the spot. All students go forward to attack, teachers and the Demon Punisher Hall belongs to ascend to the air to be on guard. Chao Deming shouted again. In addition to fighting the bandits, this trip also had the purpose of training the students of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy. If we just let the students of the Wulong Martial Academy watch, what kind of training effect could there be? This was also the reason why the Wulong Martial Academy teachers and members of the Demon Punisher Hall didn't go all out. They wanted to dismantle the evil cultivator's combat power but couldn't beat him to death. They had to keep the evil cultivator's dog's life to give the students of the Wulong Martial Academy a chance to practice. Swish! 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 Accompanied by Chao Deming's order, the teachers of the Wulong Martial Academy and the members of the Demon Punisher Hall rose up in the air, their eyes staring at the ground without blinking, and it was obvious with that look that if the situation wasn't right, they would make a decisive move. This trip was to train the students of the Wulong Martial Academy, not to let the students of the Wulong Martial Academy send themselves to their deaths, so they had to keep a close eye on them, or else casualties of even one student would be a dereliction of duty on their part. Gao Zhuang and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy then wailed and rushed towards the many evil cultivators lying in pools of blood. Gu Yifan is no exception. However, he didn't choose to behead evil cultivators, but instead rushed to wherever evil cultivators were killed. There were too many wolves and not enough meat, so it was better to leave the chance to kill the evil cultivator to the other students. He is only responsible for divinely divesting evil cultivators of their cultivation talents. Chapter 76: A Group of Poor Bastards. Award of the 9 States. Ding! Stripping successful. You have gained an F-rank cultivation talent power increase, and since you already have a D-rank cultivation talent power enhancement, the F-rank cultivation talent power increase is transformed into random attribute points. Ding! Stripping successful. You have gained the Grade E cultivation talent olfactory enhancement, and since you already have the Grade D cultivation talent olfactory enhancement, the Grade E cultivation talent olfactory enhancement is transformed into random attribute points. Ding! Stripping successful. You have gained an F-rank cultivation talent agility increase, and since you already have a D-rank cultivation talent agility enhancement, the F-rank cultivation talent agility increase is converted into random attribute points. A reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind one after another. Although the successive cultivation talents stripped to him were useless to Gu Yifan, he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. At this time, he could already be normal about whether or not he could divest himself of useful cultivation talents. It was best if he could get useful ones, and it didn't matter if he didn't get useful ones. At the very least, he had gotten attribute points, hadn't he? In a short period of time, more than 20 evil cultivators were killed by the students of the Wulong Martial Academy. Because of the fact that there were too many wolves and not enough meat, not every student of the Wulong Martial Academy got the chance to kill the evil cultivators, but it was an experience for all of them to be able to take part in this siege of the evil cultivators. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, had stripped 20-some cultivation talents from more than 20 evil cultivators. Although none of the cultivation talents that were stripped were usable, he had harvested dozens of attribute points, which was quite a harvest to say the least. What a bunch of poor bastards! Gu Yifan couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. There were more than 24 evil cultivators who had not been able to divest themselves of a useful cultivation talent, and this group of evil cultivators was simply too poor. From this, it was also clear that it would become increasingly difficult for Gu Yifan to obtain new talents as well as level up existing ones. Seeing that all the evil cultivators had been killed by the students of the Wulong Martial Academy, Chao Deming took out his cell phone and called Li Yitong, telling him that he could come out of the dark tunnel. Soon, Li Yitong led the members of the Demon Punisher Hall to break through the rubble formed by the collapse of the house and burrowed out of the dark tunnel. Hall Master Li, I'll leave the aftermath to you. Chao Deming said. Yes, Minister. Li Yitong answered. Chao Deming added, all teachers and students return to the bus, we're going back to the Martial Academy. As the words fell, Chao Deming walked towards the bus that was parked not far away. Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang, and the other teachers and students of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy followed suit. Once everyone boarded the buses, 1 or 2 dozen buses rushed towards the Wulong Martial Academy in great numbers. Along the way all the students were chattering and chatting about the evil cultivators that had just been eliminated. Gao Shuang also had a look of excitement on his face. He had wanted to talk to Gu Yifan about his beheading of an evil cultivator, but after thinking about Gu Yifan single-handedly capturing an evil cultivator alive in the morning, he decisively dismissed the idea. Coupled with the fact that Gu Yifan had started to close his eyes when he returned to the bus, he sat very honestly. By the time the bus arrived at the Wulong Martial Arts Academy, it was already mid-afternoon. Chao Deming led all the teachers and students to the playground of Wulong Academy. Students. Chao Deming stood on the podium and said in a deep voice, "This morning, the evil cultivator once again planned an attack against the outstanding people of my human race. 4 people were tragically killed in this attack, and a dozen people were seriously injured in this attack. I know that all of you have already been informed of this matter, but I'm reiterating this matter once again to tell you how abominable and detestable evil cultivators are, and that they are so tricky that you can't defend yourselves against them, so you must be careful again and again." Yes, Dean. Gu Yifan, Gao Shuang, and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy responded in unison. Chao Deming looked at Gu Yifan standing in the crowd again and said, "Yifan, come here." Gu Yifan froze. He wondered what Chao Deming had asked him to go over there for. However, he still walked towards the podium as he was told, and then stopped beside Chao Deming. "Class, today I would like to recognize a student, he is Gu Yifan." Chao Deming added, "This morning, student Gu Yifan captured an evil cultivator alive and brought him to the Martial Arts Academy. This matter reminded me of this, and it was only then that I dispatched the teachers of the Martial Arts Academy to go to the intersections around the academy to clear out evil cultivators who were doing wrong. If not for that, there are definitely more than 4 students killed today. Other than that, those injured students have survived because of this, and even many of you are able to stand here because of this. Also, the evil cultivator's den that we eliminated today was precisely from the mouth of the evil cultivator that student Gu Yifan captured alive. Saving the lives of many students and knocking down an evil cultivator's den, all of these are due to student Gu Yifan. Let's give a warm round of applause to student Gu Yifan." Slap. As soon as Chao Deming's words fell, a warm round of applause followed. Especially the injured students such as Gao Shuang, they applauded extra vigorously, and within a few times they had reddened their palms. Because they all knew very well that they could stand here at this moment because of Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed by Chao Deming's whole thing. Although what Chao Deming had said was all true, it was a bit of a coincidence, and he didn't feel that he had taken much credit for it. Swish. Chao Deming casually flipped his hand, and a copper-colored ping-pong ball-sized round metal appeared out of thin air in his hand. Seeing this, Gao Shuang and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy all showed envy. The medal in Chao Deming's hand was called the Kyushu Heroes Medal, which was produced by Kyushu, the official cultivator organization of the Chinese nation, and was used to award people who had made great achievements in the Chinese nation. There are 4 types of heroes of Kyushu medals: bronze, silver, gold, and supreme. Those who hold the bronze medal of the hero of the 9 states will be warmly welcomed by the people of the Chinese nation no matter where they are. Those who hold the silver medallion of the heroes of Kyushu can mobilize the power of a city division. Those who hold the golden badge of the heroes of the 9 states can mobilize the power of the headquarters of a province. Those who held the hero of the 9 states supreme chapter could mobilize the power of the entire 9 states. Students. Chao Deming said, "On the way back, I reported this matter to the Kyushu Yuzhou headquarters, and after the Kyushu Yuzhou headquarters studied the matter and reported it to the Kyushu headquarters for review, the reviewers at the Kyushu headquarters unanimously decided to award the bronze medal of Kyushu hero to Gu Yifan's classmates." Slap. Gao Shuang and the other students of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy spontaneously gave Gu Yifan a round of applause. Chao Deming looked at Gu Yifan again and said, "Yifan, receive the heroic medal of the 9 states." "Dean, isn't this reward a bit too much?" Gu Yifan was a bit hesitant. It's not that he doesn't want the Kyushu Heroes medal, but he doesn't feel like he gets much credit for it. "Yifan, are you questioning the auditors at Kyushu headquarters?" Chao Deming said seriously, "Overthrowing an evil cultivator's den isn't a big feat, but you saved the lives of many students of our martial arts academy. This feat isn't small at all, and it deserves a commendation from the 9 states." Okay. Gu Yifan didn't refuse anymore and accepted the Kyushu Hero medal with both hands. Chao Deming then raised his hand full of seriousness and pounded it to his chest. "Yifan, keep up the good work and strengthen my 9 states." Strengthen my 9 states. Gao Shuang and all the other students and teachers present then raised their hands to pound on their chests. Gu Yifan also raised his hand and pounded it into his chest. "Dean, I'll try my best." "Yes." Chao Deming nodded and looked at all the students below the podium, saying, "Students, the next time you return remember to come to the Martial Arts Academy for the graduation ceremony, after which you will enter the Wulong Division of the Ninth State and participate in the cause of fighting against evil cultivators and demonic beasts." "Yes, Dean." Gu Yifan, Yao Shuang, and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy responded in unison. Dismissed. Chao Deming didn't say anything more and directly gave the order to disband. Gu Yifan, Yao Shuang and other students of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy then turned toward the outside of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 77 Tears Fall Like Rain. The Meaning of Making Money. Leaving the Wulong Martial Arts Academy, Gu Yifan went straight to the nearby shopping mall. He was thinking of buying some gifts for his parents and sister in the morning, but didn't implement them because he was a bit pressed for time. On top of that, he was going to buy a couple of grills for the meat. Coming to the mall, Gu Yifan turned around and went straight to his home after buying all the things he was going to buy. By the time Gu Yifan returned home, it was already 3 in the afternoon. At this time, Gu Changlin and Zhang Qinghe were still at work, and Gu Xinian was also in school. Neither of them were at home. With nothing to do, Gu Yifan came to the backyard. With a wave of his hand, 4 barbecue grills and 4 bags of coal appeared out of thin air on the ground. He poured the coal into the grills and lit the coal again before taking out a few demonic beast corpses and started to clean them up. After he finished cleaning up the demonic beast corpses, the coals in the grill were already burning red, and then he began to grill the meat. As Gu Yifan roasted his meat, time passed by. Without realizing it, the time came to evening. It's almost 6 o'clock, and Mom, Dad, and Sivan are almost home. Gu Yifan pulled out his cell phone and looked at it before getting up and walking towards the house. When he returned to the house, he was just in time to see Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan pushing the door in. All 3 of them were full of smiles, and that looked as if they had encountered a great thing. "Dad, Mom, and Sensei, you're home." Gu Yifan smiled and asked, "Did you encounter something good today? All of you are smiling so happily. Not a good thing that happened?" Gu Changlin laughed out loud and said, "Xiaofan, I'm raising my eyebrows at the company today." "Me too." Zhang Qinghe spoke up with her. "Brother, I'm at school too." Gu Xinian followed closely. "What the hell?" Gu Yifan was a bit confused. It wasn't unusual for Gu Changlin to encounter good things, for Zhang Qinghe to encounter good things, and for Gu Xinian to encounter good things as well, but wasn't it a bit too coincidental for all 3 to encounter good things on the same day? "Because of you." Gu Changlin said excitedly, "Yesterday, you strongly defeated Gao Zhuang, who had a level 1 cultivation, with a level 3 cultivation, at the Wulong Martial Academy, and you also saved the day in the God's End continent by winning the challenge initiated by the novice village of 538 in the little Japanese country, and both of these things are spreading like wildfire. Xiaofan, you don't know. The people in the company look at me are full of envy and jealousy, even the company leaders have personally run to congratulate me." That is a raised eyebrow, face bright ah. "My situation is similar to your father's." Zhang Qinghe then spoke. "Brother, me too." Gu Xinian happily said, "My classmates are envious when they know you're my brother." Gu Yifan came to a realization. No wonder Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinan all met good things on the same day, after all it was because of him. But immediately afterward, his brow furrowed. He was worrying that the evil cultivators would target Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinan because of his fame. Seeing Gu Yifan's frown, Gu Changlin smiled and asked, "Yifan, are you worried about evil cultivators targeting us?" Gu Yifan hesitated and nodded. "Don't worry." Gu Changlin smiled and said, "Some years ago there were evil cultivators who captured the relatives of people in Kyushu to use as a threat, but in order to prevent this from happening again, Kyushu would rather fish out of water than compromise every time, and every time Kyushu would hold a large-scale cleanup operation to make the evil cultivators lose more than they gained, and over time the evil cultivators wouldn't dare to lay their hands on the ordinary people." Alas! Gu Yifan sighed. It's not that he didn't know about this, he even knew a bit more than Gu Changlin, and at that time, when Jojo did this, it was opposed by many people, but the fact proved that Jojo's doing this seemed to be ruthless and merciless, but in reality, it was extremely effective. If not for that, the matter of evil cultivators laying their hands on ordinary people would definitely not have happened over the years. It was just that when it came to his own family, it was inevitable that he was still a little worried. "Well, it'll be fine, and we'll be careful." Gu Changlin raised his hand and patted Gu Yifan's shoulder, changing the topic. "Yifan, I've brought you something good." As the words fell, Gu Changlin placed the bag he was carrying on his shoulder on the ground. He added, "Little fan, in the bag is the roasted meat I bought at the Wulong Merchant House. It's from the 99th district. You can bring it into the God's End continent. I bought a total of 50 pounds. It's enough for you to eat for a period of time. I'll go back and buy it again when you're done." Gu Yifan instantly burst into tears. He had gone to the Wulong Chamber of Commerce to see the price of barbecue meat, which was 70 yuan per catty, and Gu Changlin bought 50 catty that was 3,500 yuan. On weekdays, his parents do not even bother to buy clothes, and the cell phone has been used for many years, but he spent 3,500 yuan to buy roast meat for him to bring into the God End continent. This kindness, he is really not proud to repay. Sale, you don't have to be heartbroken. Zhang Qinghe comforted, the God's End continent is already dangerous, it would be even more dangerous if you were to starve. Although our family isn't very rich, we can still afford to spend this amount of money, so hurry up and take it and put it in your storage ring. Brother, if you don't put the roasted meat into your storage ring, I'm going to eat it. Gu Xinyan threatened. I'll take it. Gu Yifan casually waved his hand and put the bags on the ground into his storage ring. He choked again. Dad, Mom, don't buy any more in the future. I have food in the God's End continent, I can roast my own meat. Yes. Gu Changlin agreed decisively. But that's not what he was thinking in his heart when he agreed so readily with his mouth. Gu Yifan also knew that Gu Changlin was dealing with him. He wiped the tears from his eyes and said, Dad, Mom, and Sivan, you guys come with me to the backyard. After saying that, Gu Yifan walked towards the backyard. Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan looked at each other and took a step to follow. Come to the backyard. Gu Yifan pointed at the roasted meat being grilled on the grill and said, Dad, Mom, look, I'm grilling the meat. Looking at the roasted meat being grilled on the 4 grills, Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan were instantly confused. Because those 4 grills had a few hundred pounds of roast on them, to say the least. Snap. Gu Yifan flexed his fingers again, and a wisp of fire appeared out of thin air at the tip of his finger. He added, Dad, Mom, I can condense flames, and although there are no barbecue grills on the God's End continent, there is no shortage of firewood, and you all know that I've learned quite a few wilderness survival skills, so I really can't starve in the God's End continent. Why didn't you say so, you child? Gu Changlin, who came back from the shock, said with a face full of meat pain, if I had known I wouldn't have spent that wasted money. No, I have to go to the Wulong Chamber of Commerce to return the barbecue. Dad, no need. Gu Yifan said, in the morning, I sold quite a few demonic beast carcasses at the Wulong Chamber of Commerce, and also sold quite a few bronze-level equipment, and sold quite a lot of money. The barbecued meat that you guys bought, I'm going to keep it for dinner, and I'm not going to return it. After saying that, Gu Yifan casually flipped his hand and a bank card appeared out of thin air in his hand. He handed the bank card to Gu Changlin and said, Dad, there are 5 million in this card, the password is the combination of the months of your, Mom's and Sienian's birthdays. This money is for you guys, and I've kept some money for backup, I can earn money now, and it's still easy, so in the future, don't you guys be reluctant to eat and spend money, and eat what you should eat, what you need to eat, buy what you need to buy. Brother, how much did you say was on the card? Gu Xinyan opened her mouth immediately after, her small face filled with incredulity. Thoughts, you heard right? Gu Yifan smiled and said, there's $5 million in the card, this is just the beginning, there will be more later. 5 million. Gu Xinyan's face was filled with stupefaction, brother, you're too good. Gu Changlin and Zhang Qinghe, on the other hand, had eyes full of tears. Their son grew up and prospered. Okay, I'll take it. Gu Changlin didn't refuse, he took the bank card and said, Xiaofan, don't worry, we won't go without spending and eating anymore, but we can't spend it indiscriminately, we have to save some of it for you to get a wife. Gu Yifan's old face blushed. He's only 18, isn't it too early to think about getting a wife? Dad, you don't have to keep it. Gu Yifan said, when you guys are free, go buy a new house with better security measures, and buy a car so that it's easier for you to commute and pick up Xinyan from school without having to squeeze into an electric car. This matter, listen to me. I now earn money easily, not to mention other things, just the existing things on my body can be sold for a lot of money. Well, more not to mention, selling at tens of millions is still possible. What? Tens of millions? The eyes of Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan instantly widened. Gu Yifan didn't answer immediately as he casually waved his hand and a large pile of bronze-level equipment appeared out of thin air on the ground. Dad, a piece of bronze-level equipment will cost at least $5,000, and the good ones will be even more expensive. Gu Yifan asked, how much can you see these equipments sell for? Looking at the bronze-level equipment piled up like a small mountain, Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan were once again confused. When they bought barbecue meat at the Wulong Chamber of Commerce, they saw the bronze-level weapon wooden blade from the 99th district on the counter. The attributes weren't too good. It was priced at $6,000, while Gu Yifan took out so many bronze-level equipment, selling tens of millions of dollars wouldn't really be a problem. It's a good thing we didn't buy the Wulong Chamber of Commerce's bronze-level weapons, or else we'd be spending money for nothing again. Gu Changlin said. At that time, they wanted to buy a wooden blade, but they didn't know if Gu Yifan had any weapons, so they wanted to come back and ask first. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. Gu Changlin was afraid that the bronze-level weapon he was talking about was the wooden blade he had sold to the Wulong Chamber of Commerce. With a casual wave of his hand, the bronze-level equipment on the ground was included in his storage ring. Gu Yifan asked again, "Dad, do you believe it now?" "Believe it?" Gu Changlin said excitedly, "I'll go buy a house and a car tomorrow." At those words, a smirk appeared on Gu Yifan's cheeks. He racked his brain to think of ways to make money just to make life better at home, so that his parents don't have to work so hard. If his parents don't want to spend it, then what's the point of him making money? "By the way, Dad, Mom, Sensei, I got you guys a present too," Gu Yifan said and waved his hand again. Chapter 78, Man-Child. Their joyfulness. Swish. With a casual wave of Gu Yifan's hand, 3 boxes stacked on top of each other appeared out of thin air on a table in the backyard. A cell phone? Or is it the latest model of the state-of-the-art Mate 60? Gu Xinyan was surprised. "Brother, 3 cell phones, is there one for me? You little girl is still under 10 years old, what do you need a cell phone for?" Zhang Qingha reprimanded. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Xinyan, there's a gift for you. The 2 smaller boxes on top are for Mom and Dad, and the bigger box on the bottom is for you." "Brother, you're wonderful." Gu Xinan happily took the 2 small boxes on top to Gu Changlin and Zhang Qingha, then went to get the large box at the bottom, but immediately afterward her face steeped in surprise. The bottom box isn't a cell phone, so it's no wonder the box is bigger. She glared at Gu Yifan and beamed, "Brother, you're a bully. This isn't a cell phone, it's a point-and-shoot machine. What's the difference between you giving me a point-and-shoot machine and some short videos of people who give test papers as gifts? Don't be ungrateful, you little girl." Zhang Qingha reprimanded again, "Your brother sent you the point reading machine because he wants you to study well. It's for your own good." "It's..." Gu Changlin chimed in, "You're only 9 years old, what's the point of having a cell phone? When you grow up, I'll buy you one." "Who says it's useless?" Gu Xinyan retorted, "If I had a cell phone, I could call you guys when I miss you." Gu Changlin and Zhang Qingha exchanged glances, not knowing how to retort for a moment. "Xinyan, don't worry, I've got a present for you too," Gu Yifan said and flipped his hand again, a small box appearing in his hand out of nowhere. "Brother, such a small box, it's definitely not a cell phone, you're bullying me again." Gu Xinyan beamed. "It really isn't a cell phone." Gu Yifan handed the box to Gu Xinan and said, "See if you like it first." "State for kids phone watch?" Seeing the pattern on the box, Gu Xinyan's beaming little mouth suddenly blossomed as she happily said, "Brother, I like it, I really like it." "Brother, you're really a great person." Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just now he was saying that he was a bully, and now he's a great guy. This change of face is really fast. "Little fan, Xinyan is still young, what are you doing buying her a phone watch?" Zhang Qingha asked. "Mom, didn't Sensei say that?" Gu Yifan explained, "She can call you when she misses you guys and then this phone watch has an offline positioning function, and the cell phone associated with a good can always know where Xinyan is." Gu Changlin and Zhang Qingha instantly understood Gu Yifan's intention of buying Gu Xinan a phone watch. It was a fear that the evil cultivator was staring at Gu Xinan, and at that time, he could learn where Gu Xinan was through the positioning of the phone watch. However, what they don't know is that Gu Yifan sent them a cell phone, in addition to the fact that their cell phones have been used for many years and should have been replaced long ago, but also has the idea of relying on the cell phone to locate and search for people when they are in danger. Gu Xinyan didn't think much of it. She giggled, "Brother, I'll call you when I miss you too." "Man-child." Gu Yifan dotingly raised his hand and rubbed Gu Xinan's head. Zhang Qingha didn't dwell on the fact that Gu Yifan sent Gu Xinyan a phone watch. She changed the topic and said, "Xiaofan, this cell phone is too expensive, why don't we return it and get a cheaper one?" "Yeah, sailor." Gu Changlin concurred, "Let's return it and get a cheaper one." "Dad, Mom, our family is not bad for this money now, you keep it." Gu Yifan shook his head and added, "By the way, Dad, Mom, and Xinyan, I bought you guys something else." As the words fell, Gu Yifan casually waved his hand and a large pile of bags appeared out of nowhere on the table. He added, Dad, Mom, you haven't bought new clothes for years, I bought some for you, a few sets for spring, summer, fall, and winter, all based on your size, there shouldn't be any problem, if they don't fit, they can be exchanged. Xinyan, you're at a time when you're growing up, I didn't buy you too many clothes, I just bought you your favorite little dress and a stuffed animal, I'll buy you other clothes if you need them later. Brother, you're wonderful. An overjoyed Gu Xinan jumped into Gu Yifan's arms and barfed on his cheek. Gu Changlin and Zhang Qinghe, on the other hand, once again had tears in their eyes, their son had really grown up. At this moment, an intoxicating meat scent suddenly filled the air, the demonic beast meat that Gu Yifan had roasted was ready. Dad, Mom, and Xinyan, the demon beast meat is roasted. Gu Yifan smiled and said, we won't cook tonight, we'll just eat barbecued meat. Fine, I want to eat roasted meat. Gu Xinan was the first to respond. Gu Changlin and Zhang Qinghe didn't refuse and readily agreed. Before that, they were unable to eat it, only wanting Gu Yifan to bring the roasted meat into the God's End continent. But it was different now, Gu Yifan was able to roast his own meat and roasted so much of it, there was no need for them to save it and not eat it. Gu Yifan tore off a demonic beast leg for Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinian respectively, and also tore off a demonic beast leg for himself before removing the roasted meat and replacing it with clean demonic beast meat to continue roasting. Next, Gu Yifan's family sat around the table in the backyard and ate barbecued meat. Gu Xinyan wolfed down the food and ate with her mouth full of oil. Xinyan, eat slowly, don't choke, it's not like anyone is grabbing it from you. Zhang Qinghe said breathlessly. Mom, it's the fact that no one is taking it from me. Gu Xinyan said, but the demonic beast meat is just too delicious, I need to eat more to satisfy my craving. Xinyan, there's no need to eat so much at once, in the future our family won't lack demonic beast meat. Gu Yifan smiled and said, in the afternoon, I've already roasted more than 10 demonic beasts, so I'll continue to roast them later, until 12 o'clock, and then I'll keep 2 of them at home, so you can eat them whenever you want. Brother, are you telling the truth? Gu Xinyan's eyes were shining with little stars. Of course it's true. Gu Yifan nodded. Then I won't be in a hurry, eat slowly. Gu Xinyan giggled. You little glutton. Zhang Qinghe raised her hand and poked Gu Xinan's head. Gu Xinan, on the other hand, made a face at Zhang Qinghe and continued to gnaw on the roasted meat. Little fan, I heard that someone is selling barbecued meat in the 99th district of the God's End continent. Gu Changlin said, you've made so much money, and so much bronze-level equipment, and you've roasted so much meat today, that person who exchanged the roasted meat for demonic beast carcasses, equipment, and elixirs wouldn't be you, would it? Dad, that person is me. Gu Yifan didn't deny it. Sailor, I know why you want to make money. Gu Changlin persuaded, but the purpose of going to the God's End continent is not to make money, but to strengthen yourself. You can't delay your cultivation because of making money, otherwise you'll be putting the cart before the horse. Yeah, sailor. Zhang Qinghe concurred, although your father and I can't make much money, we still have enough for our household, you shouldn't always think about making money, cultivation is the most important thing. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Gu Yifan said, I know the importance of lightness, I'm just taking advantage of the break to roast some meat to sell, now I only use roasted meat to exchange for demonic beast carcasses, I don't use roasted meat to exchange for equipment and elixirs anymore. Another one, I'm grilling meat now just so that I won't spend any more time grilling meat after I enter the God's End continent, and I'm now the #1 in the village level top 100 list of novice village 815, so you guys are saying that I'm delaying my cultivation? Gu Changlin and Zhang Qinghe coincidentally let out a long sigh of relief. Gu Yifan had been especially understanding since he was a child, so they were still very relieved about Gu Yifan. Also, Gu Yifan was the #1 in the village level top 100 list of novice village 815, can we say that it delayed the cultivation? That's good. Gu Changlin nodded and said, little fan, since you're selling roasted meat in the God's End continent, don't keep so much roasted meat in your home, it's better to bring it to the God's End continent and sell it. Dad, it's okay. Gu Yifan said, didn't I just say that? I'm only exchanging roasted meat for demonic beast corpses right now, and there aren't many demonic beast corpses to exchange, so I don't need much roasted meat, and the roasted meat I'm keeping is enough. So? Gu Changlin didn't try to persuade him any further, as he worried again, little fan, the Wulong Chamber of Commerce is selling roasted meat from the 99th district, will that affect you selling roasted meat in the 99th district? It won't. Gu Yifan shook his head and said, without a storage ring, they can't bring much roasted meat with them, and they can't bring out the demonic beast corpse, whereas I'm only exchanging the roasted meat for demonic beast corpses, and I don't want a large enough quantity that it won't have any effect. That's true. Gu Changlin nodded. Gu Xinyan followed up and asked, "Brother, how do you earn money when you only exchange roasted meat for demonic beast corpses, and the quantity is still not large?" Thinking, I don't need to earn money by selling baked goods anymore. Gu Yifan explained, I am now earning money by selling equipment. Selling equipment can be more profitable than selling roasted meat, and the equipment business can be done all the time without much delay. Oh, then I'm relieved. Gu Xinan said. What are you little girl relieved about? Zhang Qinghe said in disbelief. Don't worry, our family won't run out of money to spend. Gu Xinyan explained. You little thing. Zhang Qinghe didn't have the heart to poke Gu Xinan's head with her hand. Mom, you're poking me. Gu Xinyan muttered, then curiously said, Brother, tell me about your experiences in the God's End continent. Yes. Gu Yifan nodded, then began to narrate his experiences in the God's End continent. He told everything except for the things related to the hidden talent. Stripping everything and acquiring equipment followed the same excuse he used at the Crouching Dragon Chamber of Commerce, where he accidentally fell into a cave and acquired a lot of bronze-level equipment, wooden blades. Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinian, on the other hand, listened intently with their ears perked up. The moment was cozy and sweet. Without realizing it, the time came to the early hours of the morning. Gu Changlin looked at the time and realized it was already early in the morning before urging Gu Xinan and Gu Yifan to hurry up and go to bed. Gu Xinyan reluctantly went back to her bedroom to sleep. Gu Yifan also stopped grilling meat and honestly returned to the bedroom to rest. Chapter 79, Lies Come True? The Mysterious Cave. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Gu Yifan slept until 7:30 before getting up. He walked out of the bedroom to see Gu Changlin, Zhang Qinghe, and Gu Xinan sitting in the living room. Sailor, you're up. Zhang Qinghe said, We've already eaten breakfast, the rice left for you is sitting in the pot, I'll go get it for you. Okay, Mom. Gu Yifan answered and inquired, Dad, it's already 7:30, why aren't you and Mom at work yet? How come Xinyan hasn't gone to school either? Sailor, you don't know it yet. Gu Changlin explained, because the time to enter the God's End continent was changed to 8 o'clock in the morning, the working hours of all units and companies in our Huaxia country were adjusted to 9 o'clock, and the school hours were also adjusted to 9 o'clock. So, Gu Yifan came to a realization. He exclaimed, Our country of China is doing very well in this. It does look pretty good. Gu Changlin smiled and said, Almost every family has someone who has entered the God's End continent, and all of them want to witness their loved ones return safely from the God's End continent, and then there were a lot of people who proposed that the senior management of our Huaxia country also adjusted the time in compliance with public opinion. That's true. Gu Yifan nodded and sat down at the table to eat. When he had finished eating, he sat down in the living room to talk with his family again. Soon the countdown came to a close. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Countdown to 0. Crossing. Gu Yifan looked around. He was sitting in the branches of a tree before the return, and he's still sitting in the branches of a tree. Lifted his palm again and looked at it. Countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds. Or 3 days. Gu Yifan jumped down from the tree after muttering to himself and headed straight to the north of the new map Chang'an City. He had already completed his first kill of the demonic beast leader in Chang'an City East, and with his current strength it was by no means difficult to kill higher-level demonic beasts, so there was no need to continue staying in Chang'an City East. He was going to go to the new map, Chang'an City North. As for the demonic beasts in the eastern part of Chang'an City that haven't been stripped once, this is simple, just exchange the roasted meat for the demonic beast carcasses in the eastern part of Chang'an City. Just before he could take a few steps forward, a reminder sounded in his head. Gao Zhuang sent you a message, do you want to check it? This guy must be asking me when I'm going to challenge Novice Village number 538 in Little Japan. Gu Yifan checked the message after muttering to himself. It was just as he thought, and then he summoned the Heaven's Path interface, opened the chat channel, and replied to Gao Zhuang. This won't be the time for a challenge, let the bullets fly a little longer, and when the challenge is made, I'll contact you in advance. Closing the chat channel, Gu Yifan continued to rush to the north of Chang'an City. On the way, he encountered 2 demonic beasts and slaughtered them in one smooth swipe. One of the demonic beasts hadn't reached the stripping cap yet, and he gained another 4 agility attribute points. Soon, Gu Yifan came to the north of Chang'an City. Although the boundary north of Chang'an City theoretically required the strength of a 9th level cultivator to cross, Gu Yifan's strength wasn't something that could be measured at the 8th or 9th level, so crossing the boundary north of Chang'an City was a breeze for him. After looking around, Gu Yifan began to search for demonic beasts in the north of Chang'an City. After spending almost half an hour, Gu Yifan finally found an elephant demon. Finally found a head. Gu Yifan cursed and charged towards the elephant demon. But before he could rush to the side of the elephant demon, he saw the elephant demon burrowing into a 2 to 3 meter high bush. At this point, Gu Yifan hadn't thought much about it. After all, the elephant demon was just burrowing into the bushes, and he could find the elephant demon if he entered the bushes. Only when he got into the bushes, he searched them all and couldn't find the elephant demon. What the hell? Gu Yifan looked at the bushes in front of him and was filled with confusion. This bush covers a small area, only 1 or 2 dozen square meters. The elephant demon in huge size, not what a hide can easily hide. How he looked all over the bush just cannot find it. It wasn't that he hadn't thought that the elephant demon had left the bush when he entered it, but the bush was surrounded by a vast plain with excellent sight lines, and he hadn't spent much time in the bush, so there was no way that the elephant demon could have run out of his sight range so quickly. That elephant demon is definitely still in the bushes. Look again. Gu Yifan mumbled to himself and went into the bushes to continue his search. This time, instead of looking quickly, he watched carefully. Soon, Gu Yifan realized that something was wrong. The central area of the bush was carpeted with branches, and there was a sense of descent as you stepped on them. After a little thought, Gu Yifan walked to the periphery of the branches, then moved them one by one to the side. Along with more and more branches being moved away, a hole appeared in Gu Yifan's line of sight. Gu Yifan looked towards the bottom of the cave entrance. The hole in the ground was about 5 or 6 meters deep, and there appeared to be a tunnel at the bottom of it. That elephant demon must have burrowed into this hole in the ground. No wonder we couldn't find it even after searching through the bushes. Gu Yifan came to a realization. I made up a lie about accidentally falling into a hole in the ground and finding a lot of bronze-level weapons. I didn't expect that this time I came to the God's End continent I really found a hole in the ground. Is this a lie that's going to come true? Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, his cheeks filled with eccentricity. Without delay, he leapt into the hole in the ground with a single leap. As he had judged at the entrance to the cave, there was indeed a tunnel at the bottom of the hole in the ground. The tunnel was about 3 or 4 meters high and 2 meters wide, enough to allow a strong-sized elephant demon to pass through, and the tunnel also extended downwards in a diagonal direction. Because the tunnel had turns, Gu Yifan couldn't see the end of the tunnel. After a brief thought, Gu Yifan cast his night vision skill and headed towards following the tunnel towards the inside. The light in the tunnels was a bit dim and it wasn't very clear to see, so it was better to cast the night vision skill. After walking along the tunnel all the way towards the front, turning a few corners and walking about tens of meters, Gu Yifan's eyes opened up. But immediately afterward, a thick flash of caution appeared on his cheeks. In front of him was a huge circular cave that was about 10 meters high and tens of meters in diameter. In the center of the cave knelt 6 elephant demons. This wasn't the point was that at the innermost part of the cave sat an old man wearing a long black robe, holding a lance in his hand, with withered cheeks that looked as if he were a skeleton. He didn't know why there was an old man in the cave, nor did he know why the 6-headed elephant demon was kneeling down in front of the old man, but it all revealed strangeness and he had to be careful. Swish! Gu Yifan cast the scrying skill on the 6-headed elephant demon and the old man at the first opportunity. Immediately afterward, 7 strands of information surfaced in his mind. 6 of the strands had exactly the same message. Race, Elephant Demon Leader Golem. Level, 11. Battle Strength, 4 stars of the 1st grade. Skill, Trample boosts attack power, coalesces earth spikes to attack enemies within a certain range at the same time. The higher the cultivation level, the larger the attack range. Burst rate, 0.14%. The other stream of information is that of the elderly. Race, Evil Cultivator. Level, 30. Root Bone, 158. Spirituality, 308. Strength, 159. Agility, 157. Battle Strength, 3rd grade. After checking the information in his mind, Gu Yifan was both excited and grave. Excited because he encountered 6 elephant demon leaders at once and also had the trample skill. The gravity on the other hand is because he has encountered an evil cultivator who possesses 3rd grade combat power. Chapter 80, Raw Topping. Bizarre Scenario. Swish! As Gu Yifan cast his scrying skill, the old man sitting at the innermost part of the cave abruptly opened his eyes. Instead of the usual black and white, his eyes were a demonic blood red color. Jia Jia. The next moment, an extremely hoarse, loud laugh that sounded as if wood was rubbing together spat out from the old man's mouth. Gu Yifun's scalp tingled as he listened, and goosebumps rose all over his body. It wasn't that he was frightened, but the old man's laughter was particularly harsh and unpleasant. "Old thing, what are you laughing at?" Gu Yifan asked without any good humor. If it was an ordinary old man, he wouldn't be so nonchalant, but this old man in front of him was an evil cultivator, so there was no need to be polite. The old man ignored Gu Yifan as he mumbled to himself, "I don't know how many years it's been since I've seen a fresh human, so I miss the delicious taste of fresh blood. Today I can finally have a taste of it." Gu Yifan frowned. Listening to the meaning of this old thing's words seemed to have lived for many years, and it also fed on the human race. Was this ing still human? "Go to." The old man added, "Hurry up and bring him to me, I can't wait to savor the taste of blood." Swish. 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 With an order from the old man. The 6 elephant demon leaders kneeling in front of the old man rose violently, then turned in unison to look at Gu Yifan. Their eyes had a blood-red color, their gaze was full of dullness, and their movements were somewhat raw. Such a scenario heralded the information obtained from the scrying skill. These 6 elephant demon leaders had all been controlled by the old man and had become his puppets. In the next moment, the 6-headed elephant demon raised its right front foot in unison, then heavily stepped on the ground. What the hell? Gu Yifan was a bit confused. He didn't understand why the 6 elephant demons raised their feet to the ground in unison instead of rushing towards him. But the next moment he knew. He clearly felt something on the ground against his feet, lifting him up alive. Almost at the same time, he also saw an earth thorn poking out steeply from the ground around him. This made him instantly realize that the elephant demon did not charge at him, but instead raised their feet to the ground in unison, was casting the skill trample. It's a good thing I utilized my 3 major cultivation talents ahead of time, or else I would have fallen into this old thing's way. Gu Yifan said, a fluke in his heart. With caution, he had already used his C-grade cultivation talent root and bone enhancement, D-grade cultivation talent strength enhancement, and D-grade cultivation talent agility enhancement when he entered the cave tunnels. This caused his defense to rise dramatically as he pulled full strength in battle. If not for that, the earth thorns condensed by the 6-headed elephant demon leader's casting of the trample skill wouldn't have been an unbreakable defense that toppled him alive, but would have had a high possibility of breaking through his defense and piercing through his paws. Following closely, Gu Yifan frowned. He possessed the passive skill Sixth Sense, so why didn't he have a single warning sign when he just encountered danger? But soon he reacted. The earth spikes couldn't even break through his defenses, they just toppled him, so what was the danger? The old man, on the other hand, was stunned by the scene. He didn't know how many people he had killed on the spot with the same move, and even if someone wasn't killed, their strength would be greatly reduced due to the injuries to their feet, and they would ultimately be beaten to death by the 6-headed elephant demon, turning them into his rations. But today his trick failed on an uncharacteristically young brat. Not only did he fail to puddle to death on the spot, he didn't even manage to injure himself, he just toppled Gu Yifan. "Kid, how come your defense is so strong?" the old man asked with a frown. "Guess." Gu Yifan let out a cold laugh, then charged towards the 6-headed elephant demon with a big stride. His root bone was as high as 158 points, and with the 5 points added by the bronze grade equipment, it was 163 points, and the C grade cultivation talent root bone enhancement quadrupled his root bone attribute again, and his root bone attribute was as high as 815 points. The elephant demon leader was only a first grade 4-star battle power, and his attack power was more than 150 points, so even if his attack power was increased when he performed the trample skill, it would be impossible to break through his defenses. But there was no need to explain this matter to the old man, or to show it off to him. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Along with Gu Yifan's advance, a roaring sound rang out one after another. That was the sound of the earth thorns on the ground erupting from Gu Yifan's raw footsteps. Seeing Gu Yifan charging, the old man's blood-red eyes flashed with red light, and the 6-headed elephant demon leader charged towards Gu Yifan. Soon, Gu Yifan rushed to the front of the 6-headed elephant demon. He casually flipped his hand and the shadow dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. Following that, he backhanded the shadow dagger and chopped at the neck of an elephant demon leader. Swish! Accompanied by a flash of ghostly light, the shadow dagger sliced through the elephant demon leader's neck, leaving a thin scar at the neck of the elephant demon leader. Immediately after, a bloody arrow shot out from the neck of the elephant demon leader. However, the elephant demon leader continued to charge towards Gu Yifan as if he didn't know about the pain. This scene startled Gu Yifan. He didn't understand why the elephant demon leader was still smothering his head and charging towards him when he had already slit his neck. But this was not the time to think much. He flashed away at the first opportunity. Although he was confident that the elephant demon leader couldn't break through his defense, the elephant demon leader wasn't biting him or scratching him, but bumping into him, and if he was bumped by the elephant demon leader, it would be very painful. Without paying any more attention to the elephant demon leader whose throat had been slit, Gu Yifan rushed towards the other elephant demon leaders again. Swish! 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 Next, a ghostly light flashed one after another. With every flash of ghostly light, an elephant demon leader had its neck slashed. In just a few moments, all 6 elephant demon leaders were spewing blood furiously from the bottom of their necks. Their throats were all slit by Gu Yifan with the shadow dagger. But at that moment a bizarre scene appeared. Just like the first elephant demon leader whose throat had been slit, the other 5 elephant demon leaders whose throats had been slit similarly didn't fall down, and were still alive and kicking as they rushed towards Gu Yifan. What's the situation? Gu Yifan was confused by this scene. Although the neck of the elephant demon leader was very thick and the blade of the shadow dagger was only less than 20 centimeters, but apart from the first elephant demon leader, when he chopped at the remaining 5 elephant demon leaders, he stabbed the shadow dagger deeply into the neck of the elephant demon leader. Such a depth, even if it cannot instantly kill the elephant demon leader, but also enough to hit the elephant demon leader, this point he is still very confident, but the elephant demon leader is as if it is nothing. No, nothing beast-like, still alive and kicking. Also, the blood flowing from the neck of the elephant demon leader was enough to prove that he had severely injured the elephant demon leader, but from the beginning to the end, none of the elephant demon leaders let out a miserable scream, and none of the elephant demon leaders were slowed down as a result. Such a scenario was really a bit bizarre, and also really beyond Gu Yifan's cognition. If Gu Yifan wasn't an atheist, I'm afraid he would have thought he had met a ghost. Doesn't this even hurt? Gu Yifan couldn't help but break out in curses while dodging the 6-headed elephant demon leader's charge. As the words fell, Gu Yifan froze abruptly. Immediately afterward, he looked furiously at the old man sitting at the innermost part of the cave. Chapter 81, Tackling the Thief. No offense. No pain. It was those 4 words that made Gu Yifan react abruptly. There's no such thing as a living thing that can't feel pain. If you don't feel pain, it's not enough damage. And the elephant demon leader's neck was already bleeding profusely, so it obviously wasn't a matter of not doing enough damage. So there was only one explanation. It wasn't that the elephant demon leader couldn't feel the pain, but that there was some reason shielding the elephant demon leader's perception, or that the elephant demon leader was compelled by something and couldn't control itself. When he thought of this, Gu Yifan recalled the information he had just gotten when he had cast the scrying skill. After race, elephant demon leader, there are 2 more words: golem. These 2 words meant that the 6-headed elephant demon leader was controlled by the old man, which also explained why the elephant demon leader not only didn't scream out miserably, but also smothered his head and rushed towards him when he clearly slashed the elephant demon leader's neck. As the saying goes, to catch a thief is to catch a king. As long as we settle this old thing, the controlled 6-headed elephant demon leader will not be broken. Gu Yifan's eyes flickered slightly as he turned steeply and rushed towards the old man sitting at the innermost part of the cave. The sight startled the old man. Red light flashed rapidly in his crimson eyes. At the same time, the 6-headed elephant demon leader turned violently as if he had gone mad and ran wildly towards the old man. That look was obviously trying to stop Gu Yifan, who was rushing towards the old man, and stop Gu Yifan from hurting the old man. It was just that Gu Yifan's agility attribute was as high as 164 points, and with the 10 points of attributes added by the bronze-level shoes, it was 174 points, and the D-level cultivation talent agility reinforcement had tripled his agility again, and his agility attribute was as high as 696 points. The elephant demon leader was only a first-grade 4-star warrior, and his agility attribute would not exceed 150 points, so how could he catch up with Gu Yifan? Seeing that the elephant demon head was unable to catch up with Gu Yifan, the old man's crimson eyes flashed red again. In the next moment, the 6-headed elephant demon leader came to a violent stop as if he had stepped on the emergency brake, and then lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Whoosh! 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 Immediately following that, an earth thorn rose up around Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan once again felt something pushing against his feet, trying to jack him up. But this time he didn't let the 6-headed elephant demon leader perform the trampling skill to condense the earth thorns to lift him up. He exerted his strength towards the ground and stepped hard, only to hear a rumbling sound. The earth thorns under his feet were trampled by him and exploded. Gu Gu Yifan didn't stop and continued to rush towards the old man with great strides. But the next moment he realized that the earth thorns in front of him grew rapidly taller and blocked his way. Trying to stop me? Dream on. Gu Yifan let out a cold laugh, ignoring the meter-high earth thorns in front of him, and continued to stride forward. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Immediately afterward, a deafening roar rang out one after another. Only to see Gu Yifan as if he were a road roller, hardening the earth thorns in front of him and bursting them one by one. The scene scared the old man nearly out of his wits. When he saw Gu Yifan appear, he had thought that it was a delicious initiative to send him to the door, but he didn't think that Gu Yifan was so ferocious that the 6 elephant demon leaders under his control couldn't even block Gu Yifan's strikes, and he couldn't even stop Gu Yifan for a few moments of time. It also made him realize abruptly that what was coming was not a delicacy at all, but a deadly yama. Little brother, I was wrong. The old man opened his mouth and begged for mercy. I really know I'm wrong, please spare my life. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't stop Gu Yifan, he had no choice but to beg for mercy. Gu Yifan's feet didn't stop and his cheeks were filled with a cold smile. The old man was just about to eat him, and now he's begging for mercy? If he didn't still have some skills, it wouldn't be this old thing begging for mercy, but he would have become this old thing's food. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't pay any attention to him, the old man begged for forgiveness again. Little brother, it's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize him. I beg you to be generous, on the basis that I'm a big old man and may go into the ground at any time, let me go as a fart. Gu Yifan remained unmoved. He was not a person with a soft heart, and there was no way that he would let go of those who had evil intentions towards him. What's more, this old man in front of him was also an evil cultivator, so there was even less reason for him to let go. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the old man began to lure again. Little brother, I have quite a lot of good things on me. As long as you promise to let me go, you can have whatever you want, and I can even give you all the things on me. At this time, Gu Yifan had already rushed to the old man's side. The rest of his eyes swept the old man's leathery hands. One could only see that the old man was wearing a storage ring on his right hand. After a little thought, he inquired, Old thing, what kind of goodies do you have on you? At those words, the old man was instantly delighted. Gu Yifan inquired what goodies he had on him, clearly tempted by him. Little brother, I have on me. The old man spoke. But before he could finish his words, he saw Gu Yifan's right hand, which was holding the shadow dagger, raise violently, heading straight for his throat. You. The old man wanted to say something, but the words were not finished. It wasn't that he didn't want to say anything, but his throat had already been chopped off by Gu Yifan, so he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. Bang! 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 Almost simultaneously, a dull crashing sound rang out one after another. Gu Yifan followed the sound, only to see the 6 elephant demon leaders not far behind them fall to the ground without a sound. Apparently his judgment was right. As long as the old man was resolved, the 6-headed elephant demon leader would not be broken. Phew! Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief and sneered, Why do I need you to give it to me? As long as I kill you, what you have on you is mine. Just now when he asked the old man what good things he had on him, it was not because he had some intention, but he wanted to paralyze the old man and give him a glimmer of hope for life, so that the old man wouldn't fight with him, and then take advantage of the old man's unpreparedness to give the old man a fatal blow. The next moment, a reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Ding! You have killed the elephant demon leader and gained 130 experience points. Ding! The elephant demon leader dropped a skill book. Ding! You have killed the elephant demon leader and gained 130 experience points. Ding! The elephant demon leader dropped a silver-ranked weapon. 8 reminders in succession sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. He gained 780 experience points, a skill book and a silver-level weapon. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, his cheeks filled with a smile. Skill books are 100% popped out from the first kill of the demon beast leader. Silver-level equipment is relying on the burst rate to burst out. In the 14 out of 10,000 burst rate, killed 6 elephant demon leader burst out as silver-level equipment. This luck is really good. Crouching down, Gu Yifan took off the storage ring worn on the old man's finger, and walked over to the corpse of the 6-headed elephant demon leader to pick up the skill books and silver-level equipment that had fallen to the ground before raising his hand and brushing it over the 6-headed elephant demon leader's corpse. Ding! Stripping was successful. You have gained the trample skill. Ding! Stripping was successful. You have gained 5 strength attribute points. Ding! Stripping was successful. You have gained 4 root and bone attribute points. Ding! Stripping was successful. You have gained 5 agility attribute points. Ding! Stripping failed. Ding! Stripping failed. 6 reminders sounded in Gu Yifan's mind in succession. It wasn't that he had forgotten about the upper limit of the number of stripping, but he wanted to test whether a demonic beast above level 10 could be stripped twice. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand and put the 6-headed elephant demon leader's corpse into his storage ring. Then he began to study the silver-level equipment, skill books, and the storage ring that he had taken off from the old man's hand in his hands. Chapter 82 Skill Light Blade. Kill and set fire to the golden belt. Ivory blade, silver level, plus 18 attack power. Gu Yifan checked the attributes of the silver-level weapon that had just exploded and then directly put it into his storage ring. The upper limit for silver-level equipment to add attributes was 20 points, and the ivory blade only added 18 points, so it wasn't considered to be an extreme product. Furthermore, Gu Yifan has a growable weapon, the Shadow Dagger Hand, so ordinary weapons won't even make it into his eyes. Light blade? Looking at the skill book in his hand, Gu Yifan froze. According to the name, a light blade should be a sharp blade made of light, and he didn't understand what this skill was for. Since it's a skill, it must be useful, learn it first. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and then pressed the skill book to his forehead. In the next moment, the skill book turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Gu Yifan's forehead. At the same time, 2 more words were added to the skill section of the Heaven's Path interface, Light Blade. Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the word Light Blade, and a row of small letters appeared. Light blade, use force to transform blade, can increase the length of the weapon, can attack away from the body, different types of weapons, different shapes of light blades, the higher the power attribute, the longer the blade of light that can be condensed. After reading the introduction of the light blade, a flash of ecstasy appeared on Gu Yifan's cheeks. He was used to dagger-like weapons and was not used to using other weapons. Previously, when he cut the elephant demon leader's throat, he was still depressed that the shadow dagger was too short. If it was longer, it would not be cutting the elephant demon leader's throat, but rather directly chopping off the elephant demon leader's neck. Now that he had the skill light blade, he no longer needed to be depressed that the shadow dagger wasn't long enough. Also, the light blade skill not only increased the length of the weapon, but it could also attack away from the body. Didn't this mean that in addition to the E-rank cultivation talent fireball and the E-rank cultivation talent water ball, he had an additional long-range attack ability? Try it. Gu Yifan cast the light blade skill with a dark sigh. In the next moment, an ethereal light blossomed steeply on the shadow dagger. That ghostly light continuously condensed in front of the shadow dagger, increasing the length of the shadow dagger, and then the shadow dagger rapidly grew longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Under Gu Yifan's gradual power, the length of the shadow dagger skyrocketed from less than a foot long to more than 7 meters long. My strength attribute is 171 points, with the 10 points of attack power added by the shadow dagger, it's 181 points, and with the D-rank cultivation talent strength enhancement tripled, the strength attribute is 724 points. The current length of the shadow dagger is roughly 7.5 meters, shaving less than a foot off the length of the shadow dagger itself, which means that the rule for the light blade skill to increase the length of the weapon is that 1 point of the strength attribute increases the length by 1 centimeter. Other than the length of the shadow dagger itself, the rest of the length is coalesced by power. I wonder if it's sharp. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. As the words fell, he turned violently with the shadow dagger in his grip and chopped at the wall next to him. Swish! Only to see the shadow dagger, which had skyrocketed to more than 7 meters in length, directly fail to enter the wall as if it were slicing tofu, and then easily slice through the wall, eventually drilling out from the other side of the wall. Gu Yifan let out a gasp of surprise, his cheeks filled with ecstasy. Although the walls in the cave were made of a mixture of dirt and stone, the texture was not really hard, but the shadow dagger that was enhanced by the light blade skill could easily be missed into the wall, enough to see that the skill light blade cohesion of the shadow dagger was very sharp. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Yifan's mind moved, and the shadow dagger's light blade quickly became shorter. In an instant, the shadow dagger changed from over 7 meters long to a meter long. Swish! Gu Yifan violently raised his hand and chopped out. Whoosh! A ghostly black blade aura detached itself from the shadow dagger and shot violently towards the wall in front of him. Almost simultaneously, the shadow dagger returned to its original length. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening roar abruptly sounded. There was a lot of smoke, dirt, and rocks. When the smoke and dust fell, a large pit appeared on the wall where the blade had just been chopped. Nice. Not bad. Gu Yifan smacked his lips, his cheeks filled with a smile. The light blade skill not only solved the problem of the shadow dagger being too short, it also greatly enriched his means of combat, and with the light blade skill, the shadow dagger could be used all the time, and he really didn't need to change his weapon anymore. After being happy for a full moment, Gu Yifan began to check the storage ring that he had run off the old man's finger. Because the old man had died, Gu Yifan had easily recognized the owner by dropping blood and gained ownership of the storage ring. How can I say that after living for so many years, the storage ring has less than 100 cubic meters of space? It's really too shabby. Gu Yifan skimmed his mouth, his cheeks filled with contempt. He entered the God's End continent in just 4 or 5 days and got 2 storage rings. One of the storage rings had as much as 1,000 cubic meters of space, which was 10 times that of the old man's storage ring. Was there something wrong with him despising the old man? There is no problem at all. But the next moment Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with dullness. Although the old man's storage ring didn't have much space, it was densely piled with equipment and elixirs. So much equipment and elixirs? It was only after a while that Gu Yifan came back to his senses from his stupor, and then he began to take stock of the equipment and elixirs in his storage ring. A little inventory. Gu Yifan was surprised to find that the old man's storage ring contained over 400 pieces of equipment, the vast majority of which were silver-level equipment, with the remaining small portion being gold-level equipment. But they were all unusual equipment, nothing Gu Yifan could use right now. As for the elixir? The old man had more than 100 plants in his storage ring. Among them were healing elixirs such as bone renewal grass and muscle flower, as well as highly poisonous elixirs such as intestine-breaking grass and 7 steps flower. None of these were available to Gu Yifan right now either. In addition to equipment and elixirs, Gu Yifan also found several storage rings in the storage ring. However, none of these storage rings had much space, a few cubic meters for the lesser ones, and dozens of cubic meters for the greater ones. Rich. Really rich. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with a bright smile. Not to mention more than 100 pills and several storage rings, alone more than 400 pieces of silver-grade or gold-grade equipment is a considerable amount of wealth. According to Gu Yifan's estimates, these equipment can be sold for tens of millions of dollars at least. If one were to count more than 100 spirit medicines and several storage rings, this wealth would be even greater. No wonder some people say that killing and burning gold belts are really like that. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. He just killed the evil old man and got such a big fortune, isn't it just a gold belt for killing and setting fire? However, he also knew that he could have such a big harvest because the old man had harmed a lot of people and saved up for many years. If he went out to kill people now, it would be nice to get one piece of equipment for killing one person. Including the old man's storage ring in his own, Gu Yifan's gaze shifted to the old man. The old man's level was 30, and with so many goodies in his storage ring, what he was holding in his hands and wearing on his body must be gold-level equipment, and must be better than the equipment in his storage ring. But that wasn't the point was that the old man was able to control demonic beasts, an ability that most likely came from talent. Maybe he can strip the old man of his cultivation talent for controlling demonic beasts. Chapter 83 S-Class Slave Beast. Almost buried alive. Walk over to the old man. Gu Yifan directly stripped the black robe off the old man, and also took off the old man's shoes and took away the old man's spear. The truth was just as Gu Yifan thought. The equipment on the old man's body were all gold level, and their attributes were better than the gold level equipment in the storage ring, except that Gu Yifan couldn't use them yet, so he stowed the 3 pieces of equipment in the storage ring. Swish! Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it over the corpse of the old evil cultivator. His cheeks were filled with anticipation as he was looking forward to getting the old man's talent of controlling demonic beasts. Ding! Stripping is successful. You have gained an S-rank cultivation talent slave beast. Beautiful. Gu Yifan couldn't help but let out a cheer, so excited he couldn't help but jump. He really peeled off the old man's cultivation talent for controlling demonic beasts, and it was still the top cultivation talent S rank, which was also the first time he had obtained a cultivation talent above C rank. After being excited for a full moment, Gu Yifan summoned the Heaven's Path interface to check out the S-ranked cultivation talent slave beasts. Slave Beast, S-Class, can control the battle strength than their own low demonic beast, control the number of initial 1 level every 5 levels, control the number of increased by 1, the greater the gap between the battle strength, the stronger the control, the strongest can control the battle dead demonic beasts continue to fight. Gu Yifan came to a realization. No wonder the elephant demon leader could continue to fight even though he had slit his neck. It was just that Gu Yifan was a little puzzled as to how the old man, who possessed such a strong cultivation talent, was only level 30. And level 30 can already go to higher level maps such as Chang'an City. How come he's hiding in a hole in the ground north of Chang'an City? What he doesn't realize, however, is that the old man's life is a true reflection of what happens when you do too much. The old man, relying on his strong cultivation talent, controlled demonic beasts to go around committing crimes, which ultimately caused public anger and led to him being hunted down by many people who joined forces to kill him. In order to escape, he fled all the way from higher level maps such as Chang'an City to the north of Chang'an City. If he hadn't been more lucky and accidentally fallen into a hole in the ground to escape the pursuit, he would have already died. However, although he saved a small life, he was seriously injured, and then he had been healing his wounds in a hole in the ground, coupled with the fact that he was so scared of being hunted down and killed that he didn't dare to go out at all, and could only nestle in the hole in the ground, relying on controlling the demonic beasts to obtain food and living on a survival basis. Just what he didn't know was that things changed. The group of people who were chasing him back then had long gone to other places, and this map had become the map of a new area, and he eventually met Gu Yifan, the hangman, and ended his miserable life. Gu Yifan didn't know these things. But he had one thing going for him: he didn't think about things he couldn't figure out, and he didn't have time to think about it much at this time. Click. 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 One cracking sound after another rang out in the hole in the ground. Gu Yifan followed the sound and saw that a crack appeared on the top of the hole in the ground as well as the surrounding walls. Those cracks were still spreading towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. Gu Yifan let out a shriek and rushed towards the tunnel. He didn't know if the sudden collapse of the hole in the ground was because he had killed the old man of the evil cultivator or because he had just attacked the wall when he was testing the skill Lightblade, but these were not the point. The point was that the hole in the ground was collapsing, and if he didn't run he was going to be buried alive. In order to escape, Gu Yifan directly exerted his agility to the extreme. Just as he left the hole in the ground and entered the tunnel, the top of the hole in the ground and the walls around it collapsed. Immediately afterward, the tunnels began to crumble. Gu Yifan couldn't think much about it, nor could he turn back to look, as he hurried along the tunnel towards the exit. Soon, Gu Yifan arrived at the entrance to the hole in the ground. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground, and his body rose up. It was just that the hole in the ground was 3 or 4 meters deep, and he couldn't jump straight up with his one leap. But he was prepared. As his body's upward momentum was about to stop, he thrust the shadow dagger into the dirt next to him, then used the shadow dagger to renew his strength and charge towards the top. This time, Gu Yifan managed to reach the top of the hole in the ground. He raised his hand and grabbed the edge of the hole in the ground and jumped out with a flip. Boom! Just then, the entrance to the hole in the ground also began to collapse. Gu Yifan didn't dare to delay and ran towards the bushes outside at the first opportunity. As soon as he broke out of the bushes, the rumble came from behind him. He craned his head to look, only to see the bushes begin to sag, and the roiling dust rise into the air. Seeing this, he hurriedly ran a little farther away again, so as not to be affected by the ground collapse caused by the collapse of the hole in the ground. When the smoke dissipated, the original bushes have disappeared, only a little bit of the top of the bushes exposed outside. It looks as if it is a small plant in general. This scene caused the corners of Gu Yifan's mouth to twitch sharply a few times. The lies he had told earlier came true for good. Not only did he encounter a hole in the ground and gain a lot of benefits, but even the hole in the ground collapsed. He wondered if it was because of the lies he had told that today's events had occurred. The next moment, though, he dismissed the thought. If the lies he told could come true, why would everyone still be practicing? Wouldn't the world be at peace if he just said that the demonic beasts had been destroyed and the world was at peace? So it was just a coincidence that the lie came true. Although the lie turned out to be a coincidence, lying is really bad, so I'd better try not to lie in the future. Gu Yifan sighed. It was just that he said so on his lips, but in his heart, he knew very well that unless he was willing to expose his hidden talent to strip away everything, he would still have countless lies to tell in the future. It wasn't so much that he liked to lie, but it was a desperate attempt to minimize the hassle. After sighing, a touch of thought surfaced on Gu Yifan's cheeks. He wasn't pondering about the hole in the ground collapsing, but the silver-level equipment that had just popped out made him a little hesitant to acquire some more wooden blades and use his hidden talent to strip everything to promote them to bronze-level wooden blades? The north of Chang'an City can already pop out silver-level equipment, and entering the north of Chang'an City requires level 9 strength. It won't be long before this batch of people entering the God's End continent will enter the north of Chang'an City in large numbers, and there won't be many people who want bronze-level equipment then. After all, you can wear silver-level equipment after reaching level 10 in cultivation. After a few moments of thought, Gu Yifan still decided to collect another 1,000 wooden knives. Anyway, it's just a matter of spending some roasts. Getting your money back isn't a problem at all. The question is whether you can sell them all. It's just that if you take a step back and the wood blade doesn't sell out, that's fine. Because the capital was raked back long ago, it doesn't hurt to throw away what you didn't sell. Having made up his mind, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavens Path interface and opened the treasure pavilion. He shelved 1,000 pounds of roasted meat in exchange for 1,000 wooden knives. As before, the barbecue for which the wooden knives were exchanged was sold out within seconds. Although this will enter the God's End continent has not been a long time, basically no one is hungry, but this will not be hungry does not mean that later will not be hungry, plus Gu Yifan is not a long time to acquire a wooden knife, so it is still better to hurry to change some barbecue meat. Removing the 1,000 wooden knives from the treasure chest, Gu Yifan waved his hand a few times in succession, and the 1,000 wooden knives turned into bronze-grade weapons, wooden blades. After shelving 200 wooden blades to the treasure pavilion and some roasted meat to redeem for the corpses of the demonic beasts in the north of Chang'an City, Gu Yifan continued to search for demonic beasts in the north of Chang'an City. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to higher level maps, but going to higher level maps required passing through Chang'an City, which could only be entered at least at level 10, so he could only continue to kill demonic beasts north of Chang'an City to upgrade. What Gu Yifan doesn't know is that the roasted meat of the demonic beasts north of Chang'an City that he exchanged on the shelves has caused an uproar in the 99th district. Chapter 80 for the Might of the Slave Beast. The benefits of a team. That black-hearted barbecue meat merchant has begun to purchase the demonic beast corpses in the north of Chang'an City. Alas, I've only just entered the eastern part of Chang'an. I'm still hanging out in the south of Chang'an City. Are people still allowed to live? Shut the up, all of you. I'm still west of Chang'an. Similar conversations flashed through the chat channels of all the novice villages in Region 99 except for Novice Village 815. Everyone had a sour, envious, jealous, and devastated look on their faces. Even the people of Novice Village number 815 who knew the true identity of the black-hearted barbecue vendor did the same, only because Gu Yifan was from Novice Village number 815 and had been kind to them, they all tacitly refrained from discussing the matter. East of Chang'an City. Gao Shuang couldn't help but sigh. He desperately searched for demonic beasts and killed them, wanting to close the distance between him and Gu Yifan, but as a result, not only did he not close the distance, but he was also thrown off by Gu Yifan, which caused a strong sense of powerlessness to rise in his heart without being able to control it. It's just that I can't compare myself with Gu Yifan, this non-human fellow, or else I'm just asking for a blow. Gao Shuang comforted himself, well, not counting Gu Yifan, I'm still the number one in Novice Village 815, but Chao Shiyan behind me is chasing very tightly, so I can't relax yet, or else it'll be ugly if I'm overtaken by Chao Shiyan. Phew. Gao Shuang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, brothers, Gu Yifan has gone to the north of Chang'an City, we can't be pulled too far away, all of us seize the time and work hard. Not far from tall strong. A pretty woman with a ponytail was full of complications. She is Chao Shiyan. After coming to the God's End continent this time, she worked hard to find demonic beasts and kill them, and quickly rose to level 7. She had thought that she had caught up with Gu Yifan, but she hadn't realized that she had just entered the east of Chang'an City, and Gu Yifan had run the north of Chang'an City. I was thinking of laying low and being less noticeable. Now it looks like it's hard to catch up with that guy without going all out. Well, with that guy blocking in front of me, I won't be too noticeable even if I just go all out. Next, it's time to go all out. Chao Shiyan muttered to herself. Having made up her mind, Chao Shiyan no longer hesitated. She said in a deep voice, brothers, all work hard next and catch up with Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan didn't know that the roasted meat he had put on the shelves to redeem the carcasses of the demonic beasts in the north of Chang'an City had caused an uproar in the 99th district. This would be, he was looking around north of Chang'an City for demonic beasts. After spending roughly half an hour, Gu Yifan found a lion demon and then rushed towards it. Soon, Gu Yifan rushed not far from the lion demon. This time, he didn't immediately make a move to behead the lion demon, but instead used his newly acquired S-rank cultivation talent slave beast. Swish! A flash of red light flickered in Gu Yifan's dark eyes. Immediately after that, the lion demon that rushed towards Gu Yifan had a steep stagnation in its feet, and a flash of red light flashed in its eyes, before the animation in its eyes disappeared and it became stagnant. Seems easy enough? Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. At this moment, he clearly felt a trace of connection between him and the lion demon, and with this trace of connection, he could easily control the lion demon's every move, even if the lion demon died in battle. Think about it, not to mention the major cultivation talents to improve his battle power. Alone his own battle power has to be higher than the lion demon, the slave beast talent, and the greater the gap in battle power, the stronger the control. The difference in battle power between him and the lion demon was not normally large, and it was just normal to control the lion demon with ease. After a brief moment of thought, the red light in Gu Yifan's eyes flashed, and the lion demon turned around and headed off into the distance. Finding demonic beasts was too troublesome and too much of a waste of time. Compared to beheading the lion demon, it would be better to let the lion demon help find the demonic beasts. Anyway, the lion demon couldn't get rid of his control, and wanting to kill it was just a matter of any time. Along with the lion demon's departure, Gu Yifan felt that he had gained an additional perspective, and that perspective was none other than the lion demon's. "Keep working," Gu Yifan said, and continued to search for the demonic beasts. With the help of the lion demon as his little brother, it didn't take Gu Yifan long to find an elephant demon. He didn't find it, the lion demon did. Gu Yifan immediately rushed over. As he did, he used his S-rank cultivation talent slave beast to control this elephant demon, and then the elephant demon joined in the search for demonic beasts. With the help of his two little brothers, the lion demon and the elephant demon, Gu Yifan's efficiency in searching for the demonic beasts increased dramatically. This matter is not difficult to understand. The efficiency of a person looking for demonic beasts is certainly not as efficient as 3 people. Oh no, it should be the efficiency of 1 person and 2 beasts. After all, 1 person and 2 beasts are looking for a larger range than 1 person. Next, every so often, Gu Yifan was able to find a demonic beast. Either he found it, or the lion demon found it, or the elephant demon found it. Instead of controlling the demonic beasts with the S-rank cultivation talent slave beast again, Gu Yifan decapitated all of these demonic beasts. It wasn't that he didn't want to control the demonic beasts anymore, but the S-rank cultivation talent slave beasts could only control 1 demonic beast initially, and he could control 1 more demonic beast for every 5 levels up in rank. Gu Yifan was now level 8 and could only control 2 demonic beasts. He had also taken a chance and tried to control the 3rd demonic beast, but unfortunately the control failed. The great increase in efficiency in searching for demonic beasts also allowed Gu Yifan to deeply experience the benefits of teamwork, and his team was still different from the others. While other team members would share the experience gained from slaying demonic beasts, his team had no such matter. The experience was all his. As 1 demonic beast after another was found, Gu Yifan's experience continued to increase, as did his 4 attributes. In just 1 morning, Gu Yifan had found more than 20 demonic beasts. These 20-odd demonic beasts provided him with over 2,000 experience points and over 40 attribute points. If it wasn't for the fact that there were demonic beasts among these 20-odd demonic beasts that had reached the upper limit of the number of stripping, he would have gained even more attribute points. Cool. It's just too good. Gu Yifan laughed out loud. Originally, he thought that it might take a day or 2 to rise to level 9, and he was even prepared to fight all night as a way to rise to level 10 within 7 days, but now it seemed that there was no need for that, and it was time to rest. After simply eating something, Gu Yifan continued to control the lion demon and elephant demon to look for demonic beasts. Soon the afternoon had passed. During this afternoon, Gu Yifan found another 20 or so demonic beasts and gained over 2,000 experience points. However, because of the increase in the number of demonic beasts that he had searched for, there were more and more types of demonic beasts that had reached the stripping limit, resulting in him only harvesting more than a dozen attribute points in the afternoon. It's going to be dark soon, take a break and go skate around the little Japanese country. Gu Yifan mumbled to himself and sat down on the ground with his knees crossed, then took out some roasted meat and ate it. The 2 little brothers he had taken in, the lion demon and the elephant demon, sat quietly beside him as if they were guards. Fortunately, apart from Gu Yifan, no one from Novice Village number 815 had been able to enter Chang'an City North yet. Otherwise someone would have seen this scene and would have absolutely stared in disbelief. Chapter 85 Promotion to the 9th level. The time has come. Swish. With nothing else to do, Gu Yifan's mind moved and summoned the Heavenly Dao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 8. Root Bone, 176 plus 5. Spirituality, 170 plus 5. Strength, 183 plus 10. Agility, 176 plus 10. Free attribute points, 55. Experience, 5,200 6,400. Talents, Strip Everything Hidden, Strength Enhancement Grade D, Agility Enhancement Grade D, Root and Bone Enhancement Grade C, Spirituality Enhancement Grade C, Sight Enhancement Grade D, Smell Enhancement Grade D, Hearing Enhancement Grade D, Tactile Enhancement Grade D, Taste Enhancement Grade D, Fireballs grade E, Waterballs grade E, Slave Beasts grade S. Skills: Probing, Bloodlust, Sixth Sense, Night Vision, Snarling, Brass and Iron, Trampling, Lightblade. Battle Strength, 8 stars of the first grade. Nice. Not bad. All 4 attributes have been raised to over 170 points, the Strength attribute is as high as 180, and the Battle Power has been raised to a first-rate 8-star. Especially the column of talents and skills, densely packed, it's so comfortable to look at. There's still 1200 experience points to go, so maybe we'll be able to rise to level 9 tonight. Gu Yifan smacked his lips and opened the Hidden Treasure Pavilion interface again. When he was searching for demonic beasts today, reminders of roasted meat or wooden blades being sold rang in his head from time to time, but because he was so focused on searching for demonic beasts, he didn't count the exact amount of roasted meat and wooden blades that were sold. Nice. Not bad. All 5 pieces of roasted meat exchanged for the corpses of the demonic beasts in Chang'an City East have been sold. The mission in Chang'an City East is complete. With that, Gu Yifan took out all 5 demonic beast corpses he received and then used his hidden talent to strip everything, harvesting almost 20 attribute points, and then he put the 5 demonic beast corpses into his storage ring. The roasted meat exchanged for the corpses of the demonic beasts north of Chang'an City hasn't sold a single piece yet. But there aren't several demonic beasts left that haven't reached the stripping ceiling. There's no hurry in this matter, just wait slowly. Well. Wooden blades sold almost 300 and harvested almost 300 pieces of bronze level equipment. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. As the words fell, he shelved another 300 wooden blades into the treasure pavilion to exchange for bronze level equipment before closing the Heaven's Path interface and chowing down on the roasted meat. In the middle of the process, he used his E-grade cultivation talent water globe to condense a few more small water globes and threw them directly into his mouth. By the time Gu Yifan had eaten and drunk enough, it was already dark. Swish. Swish. Gu Yifan casually slashed the necks of the lion demon and elephant demon lying next to him with 2 knives. Today, he had experimented that along with the distance between the lion demon and elephant demon and him increasing, the control would gradually decrease, and as he was going to skulk around the territory of the small Japanese country next, this was not a matter of the distance increasing, but a matter of the different spaces. At that point, it's not so much a reduction in control as a complete loss of control. In that case, it would be better to kill the 2 little brothers and turn them into his experience. Swish. Gu Yifan casually waved his hand to put the corpses of the lion demon and elephant demon into his storage ring. Without further delay, he activated his night vision skill and rushed towards the central area north of Chang'an City. Soon, Gu Yifan arrived at the central area in the north of Chang'an City. When he was searching for the demonic beasts today, he had paid attention to the environment of the central zone north of Chang'an City, and he had also identified a few places that could possibly be the entrance to the Hellmouth, so it only took him a few minutes to already find the entrance to the Hellmouth. Entering Hell and coming to the division of reincarnation. Gu Yifan waved his hand at the hellish 3-headed dog staring at him. Wankai, I'm coming. Seeing that it was Gu Yifan, the hell's 3-headed dog's tense body instantly relaxed. It inquired, Kid, slipping off to Little Japan again tonight? Yeah. Gu Yifan said, I'll bring you some gifts when I come back. The 3-headed dog from hell was amused. It asked again, Kid, when are you coming back? Around midnight. Gu Yifan said. He had a busy day ahead of him tomorrow, and his rank was not far from level 9, so there was no need to work day and night, so it was better to leave some time for rest and refreshment. That's good. The 3-headed dog from hell let out a long sigh of relief. Just now it had been a little worried that Gu Yifan had not returned until almost dawn like yesterday, causing it to be a little alarmed. Then again, if Gu Yifan came back earlier, it could enjoy the delicacy earlier. Wanted, I'm leaving. Gu Yifan didn't delay any longer. He took out the reincarnation order, walked onto the reincarnation platform, and his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, Gu Yifan had already arrived at the south of Chang'an City in Novice Village number 538. The corpses of those who fell during yesterday's return have all returned to the Divine Continent, and it makes no difference which Novice Village goes to the little Japanese country now. He chose Novice Village 538 for another reason besides the fact that Novice Village 538 had challenged Novice Village 815, and that was that everyone in Novice Village 538 had dropped a level, and the lower the level, the higher the likelihood of casualties. Next, Gu Yifan went around the southern part of Chang'an City looking for the bodies of the people who had fallen from the small Japanese nation. Today was the 5th day in the God's End continent for this batch of people who had entered the God's End continent, and because everyone had already adapted, all of the casualties in the novice villages were a lot less, which led to Gu Yifan not being able to find a single body even after turning around for a full hour. However, during this hour, Gu Yifan found 3 demonic beasts, and then 2 of them became his little brothers, while the other one became the soul of his sword and turned into his experience. With 2 little brothers, Gu Yifan's efficiency in searching for the corpses of the people and demonic beasts of the small Japanese nation increased dramatically. Next, every so often, he would get something. Either find the bodies of the people from the small Japanese country or find the demonic beasts. Soon the time came to the early hours of the morning. During these few hours, Gu Yifan had only found 4 corpses of small Japanese and failed to harvest new cultivation talents, only harvesting 17 attribute points. However, he had found almost 20 demonic beasts and harvested almost 1,000 points of experience, which made him almost at the limit of upgrading, 50 points of experience short of advancing to level 9 to be exact. It's about time. Call back the 2 minions and slaughter them to be promoted to the 9th level. With his cultivation stepping into the 9th level, the time has come to challenge the little Japanese 538 novice village. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. Instead of continuing to search for the little Japanese corpses and demonic beasts, he ordered the 2 demonic beasts under his control to rush over. Earlier, Gao Zhuang asked him when he would challenge Novice Village 538. He said the time had not yet come. It's not that he's unsure, but for 2 reasons. One reason is that the higher the level, the more experience it takes, so by letting the bullets fly a little longer, the little Japanese can level up some more, and the higher the level, the more you lose by dropping down a level, which can make the little Japanese hurt a little more. Secondly, he intended to raise his cultivation to level 9 before challenging the little Japanese 538 novice village. The reason was also because the higher the level, the more experience was required, and raising from level 8 to level 9 undoubtedly didn't have as much benefit as raising from level 9 to level 10. Then again, he wanted to use the challenge to raise his level to 10, completing the quests issued by the Heavenly Tao while also having the qualification to go to the higher level map Chang'an City as well as the qualification to enter the hell to look for a chance. Soon, 2 of Gu Yifan's minions rushed over and then transformed into Gu Yifan's experience. Swish! A radiant light erupted steeply from within Gu Yifan's body. Gu Yifan's level increased from level 8 to level 9. It's time to go back. Go to the reincarnation division to rest for the night, and tomorrow morning, we'll launch a challenge towards the novice village number 538 in Little Japan. Words fell, Gu Yifan will 2 demonic beast corpses into the storage ring and rushed to the entrance of the hell. Chapter 86 One Call. Sit and wait for the upgrade. Reincarnation division. The 3-headed dog of hell lay quietly on the wheeled platform. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air on the reincarnation platform. This figure was no other than Gu Yifan, who had rushed back from the Little Japan 538 novice village. Seeing Gu Yifan, the 3-headed dog of hell stood up with a miso, its cheeks and eyes filled with anticipation. Although it didn't say anything, that look was clearly in anticipation of the gift Gu Yifan had brought it. Gu Yifan didn't dawdle, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 bodies of the little Japanese appeared out of thin air on the reincarnation table. He smiled and said, "Wang Kai, you can't be too short of gifts if you find these tonight." How could it be? As long as there are presents. The 3-headed dog of hell shook its head, and again very affectionately arched Gu Yifan's shoulder with its head. Well then, enjoy the gift. Gu Yifan added, "By the way, I'll rest here tonight, I have important things to do tomorrow, so remember to shout me up, don't let me oversleep and delay the important things. Don't worry, I promise to yell you up on time." The 3-headed dog from hell resolutely promised. Good boy. Gu Yifan raised his hand and rubbed the hell's 3-headed dog's head before lying down on the wheeled platform to sleep. With the previous experience of resting in the reincarnation division, Gu Yifan slept with even more peace of mind this time. It didn't take long for him to fall into a deep sleep. There was no talk all night. The next day before dawn, Gu Yifan was woken up by the 3-headed dog from hell shouting at him. "Boy, it's going to be light soon." The 3-headed dog from hell said. "Okay, I'm leaving now, I'll see you again sometime." Gu Yifan answered and headed out of the hell. Leaving the hell, Gu Yifan looked at the sky. It would still be a little dark, but the sky in the east had already appeared to be a smattering of fish belly white, and it was clear that it would soon be light. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Yifan summoned the Heavens Path interface, opened the chat channel, and sent a message to Gao Zhuang. "Gao Zhuang, the bullets have almost flown, I'm going to challenge Little Japan's novice village number 538 at dawn." Soon enough, Goshan had a reply. "Okay, I'll contact everyone in Novice Village 815 right now and ask them to give you a hand." Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. I'm afraid Taka Strong said that because he thought he was going to set the challenge as a competition level like Mutodera did. No, for this challenge, I'll be fine on my own. Gu Yifan replied, but this challenge concerns not me alone, but everyone in Novice Village 815, I need everyone's support. I'll talk about the challenge in the chat channel later, you give me a hand. Upon receiving Gu Yifan's reply, Gao Zhuang was a bit puzzled. As Gu Yifan thought, he subconsciously assumed that Gu Yifan was going to compete in the speed of upgrading like Mutoderu, so he didn't understand why Gu Yifan said that one person would do. However, this is not the point is that Gu Yifan dares to say so must have sufficient confidence, plus the challenge order as he gave Gu Yifan, he just need to support Gu Yifan. Okay, my squad and I will respond first thing. Gao Zhuang replied. Upon receiving Gao Zhuang's reply, Gu Yifan spoke in the chat channel. Gentlemen, it's not polite to come and not go. I intend to launch a challenge towards the little Japanese 538 Novice Village after dawn. I can do it alone for this challenge, and it won't take long. Everyone just needs to sit and wait for the upgrade. What do you guys think? After sending the message, Gu Yifan took out a piece of roasted meat and nibbled on it while looking at the chat channel. The next moment, there was movement in the chat channel. Big brother Gu Yifan has shown his face. Big brother Gu Yifan is not showing up, but when he does, it's a big move. Big brother Gu Yifan, is there any need to ask about this? It must be supported. Big brother Gu Yifan, I don't just raise my hands high in support, I also raise my feet high in support. No need to hustle, just sit back and wait for an upgrade, cutie. Only then would you disagree. Say nothing, and the little Japanese. Kill the little Japanese. I've wanted to the little Japanese for a long time, but I just didn't have the chance, and now that I have the chance, I'll take it out on anyone who doesn't agree. One message after another popped up in the chat channel. All were strongly in favor of it, and none opposed it. The reason for this is besides the fact that Novice Village number 538 in Little Japan had challenged Novice Village number 815. That is, when they faced the challenge from Novice Village 538, they were able to win without any preparation, and now that Gu Yifan had taken the initiative to launch the challenge, would they not be without equipment? So this challenge, they were sure to win. As a message in the chat channel said, no hustle, just sit back and wait for upgrades, cutie. Wouldn't agree with that. East of Chang'an City. Gao Zhuang, Zhao Rui, Li Jia, and the others looked at each other. Gao Zhuang had just finished talking to them about the fact that Gu Yifan was going to launch a challenge to the Little Japan 538 Novice Village, and they were ready to respond to Gu Yifan at the first opportunity, but as a result, when they opened the chat channel, they saw all sorts of messages in support of Gu Yifan. Brother Gao, it seems like we don't need our help at all. Li Jia said. This is normal. Gao Zhuang said, as long as it's to the little Japanese country, not only will no one in my Chinese country object, but they will also respond to it. That said. Li Jia said, but big brother Gu Yifan only said that he would challenge Little Japan's Novice Village number 538, he didn't say how he would challenge it, so don't these guys even ask big brother Gu Yifan how he would challenge it? Need to know that much? Gao Zhuang rightfully said, Gu Yifan dared to launch the challenge and said that one person would be able to do it, so it's obvious that he's very confident, all we need to do is just sit back and wait for the upgrade, why do we care so much? That's true. Li Jia nodded and asked again, Brother Gao, so are we still helping out? Aren't you full of crap? Gao Zhuang said breathlessly, everyone is responding, why are we still helping? Hurry up and respond. As the words fell, Gao Zhuang sent a message in the chat channel. Support big brother Gu Yifan. Down with the little Japanese. Beat the little Japanese to death. Seeing this, Zhao Rui, Li Jia and the others also opened the chat channel to send messages. Support big brother Gu Yifan. Down with the little Japanese. Beat the little Japanese to death. Support big brother Gu Yifan. Down with the little Japanese. Beat the little Japanese to death. Support big brother Gu Yifan. Down with the little Japanese. Beat the little Japanese to death. Soon, a variety of support messages were unified, and then the chat channel was splashed with the same message. Looking at the clear messages of support in the chat channel, Gu Yifan wasn't surprised. He was well aware of the hatred that the Chinese nationals had for the small Japanese nation, and his earlier request for Gao Zhuang to help out was nothing more than a passing remark. Thank you all for your support. I'll challenge the little Japanese 538 Novice Village after dawn. Everyone do what you need to do, it won't be long before you'll be able to move up a level, and your cultivation resources will be increased as well. After sending a message in the chat channel, Gu Yifan nibbled on the roasted meat and sat down to wait for dawn. The chat channels were ablaze. Big Brother Gu Yifan is mighty. Big Brother Gu Yifan is domineering. Gu Yifan Big Brother YYDS. Everyone was immersed in the chat channel and no one was doing what they needed to do. They have to sit and wait for the moment Gu Yifan wins, for upgrades, and for an increase in cultivation resources. Chapter 87 Launching a Challenge. At the point of a gun. As Gu Yifan nibbled on the roasted meat, time slipped by. Soon it was light. Gu Yifan finished gnawing on the last bite of roasted meat and casually threw the bone on the ground, then used his Z-rank cultivation talent water ball to condense a few more small water balls and threw them into his mouth, replenishing his moisture and rinsing his mouth at the same time. Eat and drink, it's time to work. Gu Yifan took out the challenge order after muttering to himself, then with a single movement of his mind, a force of chi and blood surged into the challenge order. In the next moment, a brilliant milky white light erupted from the challenge order. Almost simultaneously, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded in Gu Yifan's mind. The challenge order has been activated, how would you like to challenge? Gu Yifan then spoke, I want to represent Novice Village 815 to challenge Novice Village 538, and the way to do so is to single-handedly challenge the highest-ranked person in Novice Village 538. He'd figured out the challenge a long time ago, which was why he said that one person would be fine for this challenge. Originally, he had wanted to challenge Muto Oro, the culprit who had launched a challenge to Novice Village 815, but the challenge order could not be launched against an individual, nor could he designate a person, so he could only change it to challenge the person with the highest rank in Novice Village 538. But then again, before, Muto Oro was the number 1 in the top 100 list of Novice Village number 538, and still might be today, so it was still possible for him to challenge the highest ranked person in Novice Village number 538. The challenger has gained the support of everyone in Novice Village 815 and can initiate the challenge. Please pick your bet. The heavenly Tao's words once again resounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Immediately following, a translucent light screen appeared in front of Gu Yifan's eyes. There are 3 options on the translucent light screen. 1. If the winning side increases its level by 1 level, the attribute points will be increased in the same way as they are escalated, and if the defeated side decreases its level by 1 level, the attribute points will be randomly reduced by 25 points. 2. The defeated party's cultivation resources are reduced by 50% and transferred to the winning party. 3. The winner receives an additional 20 attribute points and a random skill book. That's a bit of an unfair bet. But so be it. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. The cultivation resources of Novice Village number 538 had already been reduced by 50%, and reducing it by another 50% was only equivalent to reducing the original cultivation resources by 25%. However, Novice Village 815 was different. The cultivation resources of Novice Village 815 was 150% of the original. If it was reduced by 50%, it would be equivalent to reducing 75% of the original. How is it fair to have 25% on one side and 75% on the other? It can't be helped though, that's just the way the rules are. Who let Novice Village 538 lose a challenge already? It wasn't that Gu Yifan hadn't thought about challenging the other novice villages in Little Japan, but there was an enemy in the wrong, and challenging the other novice villages in Little Japan could maximize the gains, but it wasn't considered revenge, so it would be better to challenge the 538th novice village. As the words fell, Gu Yifan raised his hand and tapped 3 times on the translucent light screen, checking all 3 options. Things that can all be chosen, cutie. Only then will he pick and choose. He wants it all. The bet has been chosen. When will you initiate the challenge? Tendo asked. Now. Gu Yifan replied decisively. It was something he'd been thinking about for a long time, and there was no point in dilly-dallying. The challenge has been made, it cannot be reversed, and an announcement will be made to Novice Villages 815 and 538 immediately. The heavenly Tao's words once again resounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Little Japan, Novice Village number 538. It's a new day and everyone wakes up from their rest to get busy again. As for losing the challenge the other day? That was already an irrevocable fact, and the days still had to be lived, plus they were gradually putting the matter behind them after the washout of the last few days and the disappearance of Ito Daru. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao's words exploded in the sky. Attention everyone from Novice Village 538, Novice Village 815 challenges you. The steeply resounding sound of Tendo's words startled everyone in Novice Village number 538. However, unlike the reaction of the people of Novice Village 815 when they heard this a few days ago, everyone in Novice Village 538 understood why Novice Village 815 had challenged them, and that this was a response in retaliation for their challenge a few days ago. Immediately following that, the mechanical yet cold words of the heavenly Tao once again exploded in the sky. Challenge method: Novice Village number 815 Gu Yifan challenges the highest ranked person in Novice Village number 538. For the losing side, everyone's level drops by 1 level, attribute points are randomly reduced by 25 points, and all cultivation resources in the Novice Village are reduced by 50%, including demonic beasts, explosive rates, elixirs, and so on. The victorious party level up by 1 level, attribute points increase in accordance with the upgrade method, and obtain the defeated party's reduced cultivation resources, including demonic beasts, explosive rates, elixirs, and so on. The winner is awarded 20 free attribute points and a random skill book. In an instant, the faces of everyone in Novice Village 538 turned pitch black. The challenges of the previous days had already caused their level to drop 1 level, and their cultivation resources had been reduced by 50%. Because of the reduction in cultivation resources, it was even harder for them to upgrade, which led to them spending several days to raise their fallen levels back up, only to be challenged by Novice Village number 815 again. That wasn't even the point was that they hadn't even been able to win the challenge they had launched earlier when they had taken advantage of the 815th Novice Village's unpreparedness. Now that Novice Village number 815 had taken the initiative to challenge them, they were obviously confident, and their chances of winning were even lower. If they lost this challenge again, not only would their efforts in the past few days be in vain, but their cultivation resources would also be reduced by 50% again, so how would they still be able to mix in the God's End continent at that time? Instantly, the chat channel of Novice Village number 538 exploded. Nanny! How dare Novice Village number 815 challenge us? It's over. Muto Aro has rushed to the top of the 100 power ranking again, and he's going to have to deal with Gu Yifan's challenge, and he's going to lose this time. Baka! It was so hard for me to raise my fallen rank, and now I'm going to fall again. Baka! It's all because of that bastard Itodero. If it wasn't for him, how come our level dropped 1 level? How could the cultivation resources be reduced by 50%? And how did we get challenged by Novice Village 815? Baka! Muto Aro, hurry up and come out dead, I'm going to chop you up. Baka! Muto Aro, come out dead. Baka! Muto Oro, come out dead. Unlike when Novice Village number 815 faced the challenge, they went from panicking to being on the same page. The chat channel of Novice Village number 538 was filled with despair and curses. South of Chang'an City. A young man hiding in the bushes had an incredibly pale face. He was no other than Mutodero, who had fled to the south of Chang'an City after failing his last challenge. At first, because no one was able to enter the south of Chang'an City, he was safe on his own. It was just that it was a bit tough to kill the foreign beasts, but it was also because of the fact that he killed the foreign beasts on his own that he managed to retain the number 1 spot on the 100-strong ranking. However, as more and more people entered the south of Chang'an City, his life was not easy anymore. Being constantly hunted down, he could not feel at ease in searching for the foreign beasts, which led to his cultivation stagnating, and the throne of the first place in the 100-strong ranking was snatched away by other people. It wasn't until he accidentally popped the night vision skill book before his last return that his days finally got a little better. Because of his night vision skill, he could hide during the day and come out after dark to move around while others were resting. He worked all night last night and finally snatched back the number 1 spot on the top 100 list. Just now he was still enjoying this matter, but he didn't want to be challenged by Novice Village 815, or challenge the highest ranked person in Novice Village 538, which led to him, who had just snatched back the first place in the top 100 list, to run right into the muzzle of a gun. This wasn't the point was that he had caused everyone in Novice Village number 538 to drop 1 level and reduce their cultivation resources by 50%, becoming a street rat that everyone in Novice Village number 538 detested. If he lost another battle this time, causing everyone in Novice Village number 538 to drop another level and reduce their cultivation resources by another 50%, the people of Novice Village number 538 would definitely not let him go in their fury. At that time, I'm afraid he really only had one way to die. As for winning this battle, he doesn't have a shred of confidence. Chapter 88, Holographic Projection. It's time for Delang to take his medicine. Unlike the despair in Novice Village number 538, the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 was in a state of joy. Gu Yifan is going to single-handedly challenge the highest-ranked person in Little Japan's Novice Village number 538, no wonder he's on his own. This challenge, Big Brother Gu Yifan is sure to win, no wonder he said for us to sit back and wait for an upgrade. Sit back and wait for Big Brother Gu Yifan to dry out the little Japanese, sit back and wait for upgrades, and sit back and wait for an increase in cultivation resources. Big Brother Gu Yifan is mighty. Gu Yifan Big Brother Domineering. Gu Yifan YYDS. Everyone in Novice Village 815 had confidence in Gu Yifan. It wasn't that they were blindly worshipping, but the scene of Gu Yifan's second-degree demonic beast slaying in the face of Novice Village 538's challenge was still fresh in their minds, and the incident had allowed them to witness Gu Yifan's toughness with their own eyes. Also, in the last challenge, everyone in Novice Village number 815 had risen a level, and Gu Yifan had gained 20 free attribute points, while everyone in Novice Village number 538 had dropped a level, so the gap between the two sides must not be small under this circumstance. As for how big a gap? They also have some guesses. They had already seen Gu Yifan's level rise to level 9 on the top 100 list of Novice Village 815, while Gao Zhuang, who was in second place, was only at level 7, and it would be great if the highest leveled person in Novice Village 538 in Little Japan could be at level 6. 9th level versus 6th level, Gu Yifan was again a pervert who could furiously abuse a high and strong pervert of 3rd level cultivation at 1st level. Will the outcome of this battle be in doubt? Not at all. If I had to say there was suspense, it would be how badly the little Japanese would lose. The challenging parties have been determined. Novice Village number 815 Gu Yifan versus Novice Village number 538 Itodaru. Turn on the sparring space, turn on teleportation, and turn on holographic projection. Tiandao's mechanical yet cold words once again exploded in the sky above Novice Village 815 and Novice Village 538. In the next moment, 2 pillars of light descended from the sky and landed on Gu Yifan and Mutodaru, who was hiding in the bushes. Immediately following, the two disappeared into thin air, and when they reappeared, they were already above a plain of birds and flowers. At the same time, a projection appeared over Novice Village 815 and Novice Village 538. This projection was exactly the plane where Gu Yifan and Itodaru were, and their figures were clearly visible. I can't believe it's Mutodaru, this whole thing is beautiful. Ha, I've been praying that it would be Mutodaru who would be fighting against Gu Yifan Big Brother, but I didn't realize it was really. Ha, you guys, look at the look on Mutodaru's face as he's about to cry. Gu Yifan Big Brother, Muto Daiko. The chat channel of Novice Village number 815 was once again filled with joy. Like Gu Yifan, they were eager to Itodaru, the culprit. The chat channel of Novice Village number 538, on the other hand, remained dead silent. One reason is because they've known for a long time that Gu Yifan's opponent is Itodaru. Secondly, it was because the challenge had already begun, and it was useless for them to curse Itodaru any more than they already had. Thirdly, because they still had the hope in their hearts that Itodaru could win this battle, they couldn't say anything to encourage Itodaru, so they had to refrain from cursing for the time being. At this moment, both the people from Novice Village 815 and Novice Village 538 looked up at the holographic projection in the sky, only the expressions on both sides were very different. Matchmaking space. Gu Yifan was also a bit surprised. He knew that there was a chance to challenge the highest-ranked person in Novice Village 538, but he did not hold much hope. However, what he did not expect was that he really challenged Mutodaru. It must be said that the saying "where there is a grievance, there is a debt" is still very true. Surprise after surprise, Gu Yifan decisively threw a probe at Itodaru. Immediately afterward, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Race, human. Level, 5. Root bone, 29. Spirituality, 49. Strength, 29. Agility, 29. Battle strength, 5 stars. Gu Yifan was filled with speechlessness. Itodaru's 4 attributes were not even a fraction of his 4 attributes, and his battle power was not even a fraction of his. Compared to his attributes, this attribute of Itodaru was really too shabby. But speechless as he was, Gu Yifan wasn't the least bit careless. Because a lion fights a rabbit with its full strength, not to mention that the battle power of the human race is not something that can be measured by rank and attributes. This guy is an all-spiritual addition, and his cultivation talent is likely to be an elemental or special class. Gu Yifan muttered darkly. His eyes were filled with fire. If Itodaru was any other cultivation talent, he wouldn't have any thoughts, but elemental or special class cultivation talent, he really had some eyes for it. For his part, Itodaru had a bitter look on his face, a look that said he was going to cry. If he had known that today's challenge would be launched by the 815th Novice Village last night, he definitely would not have put his life on the line to reclaim the first place on the 538th Novice Village's top 100 list. It's just that there are no pills of regret for sale in this world, and it's already too late to regret this. The Heavenly Tao didn't care what Gu Yifan was thinking, or what Itodaru was thinking, it decisively gave the order. This challenge now begins until one side loses the battle or admits defeat. Gu Yifan raised his right hand and hooked his finger toward Ito Daru, laughing, "Daru, it's time to take your medicine." "Oh no, I'll give you a chance to make a move, otherwise you won't even have a chance to make a move once I do." These words were like throwing a huge stone into a calm lake, instantly making the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 rejoice. "Ha ha ha. Big brother Gu Yifan's line to Lang, 'It's time to take your medicine,' straight up made me burst out laughing. Hook finger. Gu Yifan big brother, this move domineering ah. What do you mean by mighty and domineering? Just like big brother Gu Yifan, I'll give you a chance to make a move, or else you won't even have a chance to make a move once I do. Love. Love it. Big brother Gu Yifan, I want to give you monkeys. Big brother Gu Yifan, do you lack a pendant on your thigh? I want to be a pendant for you." For its part, the chat channel of Novice Village number 538 remained dead silent, and everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Until then, there was a glimmer of hope in their minds that Ito Daru could win. But Gu Yifan's defiance and Ito Daru's expression of wanting to cry instantly turned the little hope they had in their hearts into a wisp of fire in the gale, threatening to be annihilated at any moment. Ito Daru's face, on the other hand, looked even uglier. Although he didn't understand why Gu Yifan told him to take the medicine, but he could sense Gu Yifan's strong contempt in his words and in his actions, which caused the anger in his heart to rise up. "No matter what, I'm the number one in the top 100 list of Novice Village 538, why do you despise me so much? Baka Yalu." Ito Daru roared and raised his hand to point at the sky. The next moment, a tiny thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Those tiny thunderbolts quickly converged together and transformed into a finger-thin stream of thunder. Immediately following, thunder fell from the sky and struck Gu Yifan's head. Chapter 89, Catching Thunder with Your Bare Hands. Thunder Special Effect. Thunder? Looking at the thunder falling from the sky, Gu Yifan's eyes flickered slightly. His judgment was right. Ito Daru was an elemental class cultivation talent and was at least C ranked in order to be able to condense thunder to launch an attack, and the All-Spirit Edition was exactly the common way of adding points for elemental class and some special class cultivation talents. Because the power of elemental type cultivation talents and some special type cultivation talents was not only related to the talent, but also related to the amount of spiritual attributes, exactly the higher the spiritual attribute, the stronger the power. In the next moment, Gu Yifan's lowered right hand snapped up, blatantly clutching at the thunder that fell from the sky. Yes, it's clutch, not boom. It was too cheap to just win in the face of a small Japanese nation, so he was going to win in an extremely shocking position, destroying Muno Daru's confidence and destroying the confidence of everyone in the Novice Village of small Japanese nation number 538. Even Gu Yifan hadn't even used his 4 attribute cultivation talents. It's not that he's arrogant, but he has plenty of confidence. Muto Daru's spiritual attribute was only 48 points, and even with the equipment's increased attributes, it would only be 53 points at most, while his spiritual attribute was a whopping 188 points, and with the equipment's increased spiritual attribute of 5 points, it would be 193 points. His spiritual attribute was almost 4 times that of Muto Daru's spiritual attribute, and spirituality could not only increase the power of elemental type attacks, but it could also improve the defense against elemental type attacks. With such a large gap, it was never easy for Muto Daru to injure him. Unless Itadara had a spiritual type cultivation talent and had to be D-ranked or higher to be able to do so, but that was really unlikely. This was because most people only had 1 cultivation talent, and those with 2 or more cultivation talents were extremely rare. It was to take a step back. It doesn't matter if Muto Daru has 2 cultivation talents and the other cultivation talent is a spiritual type cultivation talent that is also ranked D or above. Yesterday, he got hundreds of spirit medicine in the hands of the old man of evil cultivator in the hole in the ground. There are many healing spirit medicine in those herbs. With these spirit medicine in, not to mention some minor injuries, it is the injuries of missing arms and legs are not a problem for him. The next moment, Gu Yifan clutched the thunder that fell from the sky. Blast me! Immediately following that, a loud cry was violently spat out from Gu Yifan's mouth. At the same time, his right hand, which was clutching thunder, snapped. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the thunder was crushed alive by Gu Yifan. This scene caused the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 to instantly explode. Squeezing and exploding thunder with his bare hands, big brother Gu Yifan is just too strong. What the do I see? Am I blind? Gu Yifan big brother is mighty, dry down the little Japanese, kill the little Japanese. Ha, I was stunned by Big Brother Gu Yifun's act of catching a thunderbolt with his bare hands, and the little Japanese must have been stunned as well. As a message in the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 said, everyone in Novice Village number 538 was stunned by this scene. The shaky hope in their hearts was also instantly dashed, and their eyes were still filled with despair. Because they all knew very well that condensing thunder attack was the only means for Itodaru. Other than that, Itodaru was useless, and Gu Yifun could crush the thunder condensed by Itodaru with his bare hands, so how could Itodaru still play? Itodaru was also stunned by Gu Yifun's act of catching the lightning with his bare hands. Prior to this, his means of solidifying thunder could not be said to be invulnerable, but it was also somewhat lethal. But what he did not expect was that the means he was so proud of had been pinched alive by Gu Yifun's bare hands. Oro, are there any more tactics? Gu Yifun smiled and asked, if you have one, hurry up and make it out, otherwise it's my turn to do it. At those words, Itodaru snapped out of his stupor. If he could, he would definitely admit defeat decisively. Because he also knew very well that he was no match for Gu Yifun. But he clearly knew that he could not lose, or else the people of Novice Village number 538, who had been pitched by him twice in a row, would definitely not let him go in a rage, and at that time, the only thing waiting for him was a dead end. Baka Yalu. With a roar of rage, Itodaru once again raised his hand and pointed at the sky. In the next moment, a tiny thunderbolt surfaced in the sky once again. However, this time the tiny thunderbolts didn't coalesce towards one another, but instead directly descended from the sky and split towards Gu Yifun. The means just now had been Itodaru's strongest attack, and as his strongest attack had been crushed by Gu Yifun's bare hands, releasing a similar attack would be useless, so he changed his attack. He wanted to win with numbers, forcing Gu Yifun to be unable to catch the thunder with his bare hands. Looking at the tiny thunderbolts falling from the sky, Gu Yifun's eyes were filled with disdain. Thunder that was fused together couldn't even hurt him in the slightest, let alone these tiny thunderbolts that weren't fused together. Ignoring the tiny thunderbolts that fell from the sky, Gu Yifun took small steps towards Itodaru. He could already tell that Itodaru didn't have much in the way of attacks, so there was no point in wasting time dawdling with Itodaru. The next moment, tiny thunderbolts from the sky landed on Gu Yifun. Crackle. Immediately following that, a sound that sounded like firecrackers rang out one after another. At the same time, a tiny electric light blossomed on Gu Yifun's body. Not only did it fail to hurt Gu Yifun in the slightest, but it also set Gu Yifun off as if he were a thunderous god of war descending. This scene made the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 rejoice again. Haha, Big Brother Gu Yifun directly ignored Itodaru's attack, how much he must despise him. Why do I get the feeling that Itodaru isn't attacking Big Brother Gu Yifun, but rather adding special effects to Big Brother Gu Yifun? Hearing you say that makes me feel the same way. Itodaru is afraid that Big Brother Gu Yifun isn't powerful enough. Good man, Ito Daiko. The chat channel of Novice Village number 538 remained dead silent. Compared to just now when Gu Yifun had crushed the thunder with his bare hands, they were even more desperate now. If they had just been desperate, they were now desperate into the abyss of 1,000,000 fathoms. Daijiro Ito is also desperate. Bringing the tiny thunder together, it was crushed and exploded by Gu Yifun's bare hands, and without bringing the tiny thunder together, Gu Yifun didn't even bother to move his hands. He really didn't know what to do next to make it better. But he hadn't forgotten one thing, and that was that he couldn't lose, or he was dead. Escape! With a cry of darkness, Itodaru fled decisively. He couldn't beat Gu Yifun and didn't want to admit defeat yet. He had no choice but to flee. Want to escape? Can you escape? Gu Yifun let out a cold laugh and took a big step towards Itodaru to chase after him. This is a sparring space, can't Itodaru escape whenever he wants to? It was to take a step back. This was not a sparring space, and with Itodaru's less than 30 points of agility attribute, if he could escape from him, then he could find a block of tofu and hit his head. Also, if Heaven's Path hadn't turned on the holographic projection, which could be seen by the people of Novice Village 815 and 538, and he didn't want to expose too much of his strength, he wouldn't have had to go after them at all. A small water ball or a small fireball or a light blade can kill Itodaru. Chapter 90, Playing Dead? I'll fulfill you. Matchmaking space. Dara Ito is panicking and running around. He went left and right at one point, attempting to put distance between him and Gu Yifun by changing directions. But no matter how much he changed his direction, not only did he fail to pull away the distance between him and Gu Yifun, he was also constantly being chased closer by Gu Yifun. Gu Yifun, on the other hand, chased after him very calmly. That appearance looked as if he was not chasing after others, but rather touring the mountains. But it was such a relaxed look that he kept closing the distance between him and Itodaru. This scene once again caused the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 to be filled with joy. Ha, that Itodaru guy looks as if he's lost. That relaxed look of Big Brother Gu Yifan obviously didn't put in much effort, yet he kept closing the distance between him and Mutodaru. Itodaru is just too weak, and Big Brother Gu Yifan is just too strong. Why do I get the feeling that this isn't fleeing and chasing, but rather cat and mouse? Upstairs is right on the money. I feel the same way. The chat channel of Novice Village number 538, on the other hand, remained dead silent. They had long ago despaired, and their hearts sank into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. It was only that the challenge hadn't ended yet, the results hadn't settled, and the depression in their hearts couldn't be vented for the time being. At this point, Itodaru was also desperate. He couldn't fight, he couldn't escape, he was truly at his wit's end. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about opening his mouth to admit defeat, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Being defeated by Gu Yifan and losing this challenge, no one from Novice Village 538 would let him go in a rage, and if he were to take the initiative to admit defeat without any shame, he really wouldn't have a single thing left to live for. Gu Yifan didn't know what Itodaru was thinking. What he wanted was to humiliate Itodaru and make Itodaru despair, so instead of chasing after him with all his might, he slowly chased after Itodaru, gradually closing the distance between him and Itodaru as a way of creating a sense of oppression for Itodaru. But even so, it didn't take long for Gu Yifan to catch up with Itodaru. Swish! Gu Yifan's lowered right hand lifted up lightning fast and went straight for Itodaru's neck. Itodaru had sensed Gu Yifan's movements, and he had the intention to dodge, but unfortunately his reaction speed was too slow, and before he could make an effective move, he sensed a large hand tightly clasping his neck from behind. Itodaru's face changed violently. The small Japanese nation and the Chinese nation already had a deep grudge, and not long ago he had challenged Novice Village number 815. With the old and new grudges combined, Gu Yifan, who had control over his fatal parts, would probably kill him in pain. Just thinking about it, he didn't want to die yet. So he struggled hard in an attempt to get out of Gu Yifan's control, but he soon realized that Gu Yifan's right hand was like a steel claw clasping his neck, and no matter how much he struggled, it was to no avail. It's over. A thought flashed through Itodaru's mind. The next moment, he felt a strong force acting on his neck, but instead of pinching, he pushed it forward, and then he couldn't control his lunge forward. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crashing sound, Itodaru smashed face down solidly on the ground, his forehead and cheek coming into an extremely close contact with the ground. He didn't know if he had been broken or if his nose had been smashed, but he clearly felt a warm liquid gushing out of his nose, and that warm liquid had a bloody odor. Just then, an aura suddenly flashed through Itodaru's mind. He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and lay on the ground without a word or movement. This scene once again caused the chat channel of Novice Village number 815 to be filled with joy. Tisk, tisk, choking and pressing directly to the ground, Big Brother Gu Yifan is just too violent. Ha, I don't know if Ito Daiko is hurting, but it's hurting me to watch. Isn't this scene the legendary pig gnaw? There's blood coming out from under Ito Dairong's face, his nose must have been smashed. Ha, why is Itodaru lying motionless on the ground? I'll go. Itodaru won't be directly pressed to death by Big Gu Yifan in one fell swoop, right? No way? Just pressing on the ground and being pressed directly to death alive, Itodaru was too brittle, isn't he? At this moment, Gu Yifan also noticed something wrong with Itodaru. It was reasonable to say that being pressed to the ground alive by him, with his cheek coming into close contact with the ground, Itodaru should have screamed in agony, but he didn't hear Itodaru's screams. Also, there was blood oozing out from underneath Itodaru's cheeks, so he was obviously injured, and Itodaru should have struggled, but Itodaru was lying quietly on the ground, and he hadn't sensed that Itodaru had struggled. What the hell? Puzzled, Gu Yifan subconsciously loosened his right hand that was choking Itodaru's neck. Thinking briefly, he lifted his foot and kicked Itodaru, but Itodaru was unmoved. It's not going to die, is it? Gu Yifan was a bit confused. He just moved seemingly ferocious, but actually did not use much force. He also did not want to kill Itodaru just like that. According to the theory, Itodaru will only suffer a little bit, will not die. How did it die? But the next moment he realized something was wrong. This was the sparring space, and it was now also during the challenge. If Itodaru had died, the Heavenly Tao should have declared him the winner of this challenge, but the Heavenly Tao had not declared it until now, which meant that Itodaru had not died. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan carefully observed Itodaru, and soon he realized that something was wrong. Itodaru's neck was slightly throbbing, his back was slightly undulating because of his breathing, and his body was even trembling unnoticeably, so it was obvious that Itodera was not dead. It also confirmed his judgment that Itodera wasn't dead, but was faking his death. As for why Itodera faked his death? He had instantly realized that Itodera was trying to get away with faking his death. The truth was just as Gu Yifan thought, Itodera was exactly playing the trick of faking his death to get away. He couldn't admit defeat on his own accord, and he couldn't beat Gu Yifan, so he couldn't just hang on for dear life and be beaten by Gu Yifan and lose his fighting strength? Or be beaten to death by Gu Yifan? So he thought of the plan of faking death to get away in a flash of light. In this way, not only could he avoid being killed alive by Gu Yifan, but he could also block the mouths of everyone in Novice Village 538. As for what happens when the challenge is over? He couldn't think about it so much now, he could only take one step at a time. It had to be said that Itodera's calculations were very subtle, but he had overlooked a very important issue, and that was that this was a sparring space, and now it was also during the challenge period, so if he really died, the Heavenly Tao would announce the result. Understanding what was going on, Gu Yifan was really a bit annoyed in his heart. He was already looking at Itodera in a bad light, and this guy was playing fake death and get away with it with him. This was making a monkey out of him. Since you want to play dead, I'll fulfill you. Gu Yifan sneered in his heart. He crouched his body down and raised his hand to press on the back of Itodera's heart. Chapter 91, Death by a Palm Shock. Promotion to the 10th level. Feeling Gu Yifan pressing his hand on the back of his heart, Itodera subconsciously assumed that Gu Yifan wanted to see if he was dead, and then hurriedly held his breath so that Gu Yifan wouldn't notice that he was pretending to be dead. The next moment, a faint voice of words suddenly rang in his ears. Itodera, have you forgotten that this is a sparring space? It's during a challenge? Daijiro Ito was a little puzzled. He knew that this voice of words came from Gu Yifan's mouth, but he didn't understand why Gu Yifan said that. But before he could think more, Gu Yifan's words rang out again. Since you want to play dead, don't ever wake up. Daijiro Ito stared steeply, then his face changed violently. He understood why Gu Yifan had just said that. He thought that his plan to play dead was perfect, but he had overlooked a fatal flaw, that is, the Heavenly Tao would announce the results of the challenge. It was not something that he could muddle through just because he wanted to. That wasn't even the point. The point was that his playing dead had angered Gu Yifan, causing him to be ruthless. Itodera opened his mouth to admit defeat, but before he could say anything he sensed a force steeply emanating from Gu Yifan's right hand that was pressed on his back heart, which went straight to his heart and then exploded violently at his heart. Boo! Immediately following that, a faint sound that resembled a watermelon bursting resounded within Itodera's body. That was the sound of his heart erupting from being pressed raw by Gu Yifan. At the same time, Itodera's body tightened violently before it relaxed again. Daijiro Ito is dead. But his rounded eyes were hefty proof that he was dead. There was also a flash of regret in his eyes. He shouldn't have been smart enough to play dead. If not, it would not have angered Gu Yifan and caused him to kill ruthlessly. But unfortunately there are no pills of regret for sale in this world, and he will regret this already too late. After shocking Itodera to death with a palm strike, Gu Yifan didn't have the slightest delay. He stood up his body, and his right hand, which was pressed to the back of Itodera's heart, brushed over Itodera's body in a smooth motion. Ding! Stripping is successful. You have gained the C-rank cultivation talent Thunder. Phew! Gu Yifan took a long breath. Before that, he did very much covet Itodera's cultivation talent, but it was just coveting, and he did not have a killing intent. Until Itodera faked his death to fool him, he couldn't control a touch of hostility rising in his heart. He didn't know why he was so angry and wanted to kill so much at that moment, but it was this touch of hostility that caused him to kill Itodera, giving rise to the idea of taking Itodera's cultivation talent by force. But then again, killing is killing. No amount of deaths in the small Japanese nation can make up for the heinous crimes that the small Japanese nation once committed in the country of China. In the next moment, the sound of the Heavenly Tao's word steeply exploded in the sky above Novice Village 815 and Novice Village 538. Challenge over. Novice Village number 815 Gu Yifan wins. Novice Village number 538 Itodera dies in battle. The level of everyone in Novice Village number 538 is lowered by 1 level, randomly reduced by 25 attribute points, and the cultivation resources of Novice Village number 538 are reduced by 50%, including demonic beasts, explosive rates, elixirs, and so on. Everyone in Novice Village number 815 has their level increased by 1 level, their attribute points increased in an upgraded manner, and the reduced cultivation resources from Novice Village number 538 are transferred to Novice Village number 815. Gu Yifan has gained an additional 20 free attribute points and a random skill book. Along with the sound of the heavenly Tao's words falling, a milky white light steeply erupted from everyone in Novice Village 815, a sign of upgrading. Gu Yifan, who was in the sparring space, was no exception as his level increased from level 9 to level 10. It really doesn't take long to sit back and wait for an upgrade. Gah! Having risen a level out of thin air, with resources increasing once again, why worry about not completing the Heaven's Ways assessment task? Cool. This feeling is like eating a chilled watermelon on a hot day, it's simply refreshing from head to toe. Big Brother Gu Yifan is mighty. Gu Yifan Big Brother domineering. Gu Yifan YYDS. The chat channel of Novice Village number 815 was instantly filled with joy. At the same time, black light surrounded everyone in Novice Village number 538. Following their previous reduction of 1 level, they were lowered by 1 level. Unlike everyone in the 815th Novice Village who was full of excitement, they were all full of suffocation and anger. But the culprit Itodaro had already been killed in battle, and they didn't know where Itodaro was hiding, and there was nowhere to vent their pent-up frustration and anger. The chat channel of Novice Village 538 was also dead silent. With days of effort going down the drain and cultivation resources dwindling once again, they couldn't even cry, so how could they still be in the mood to chat? Turn on teleportation. Turn off holographic projection. Close the sparring space. The sound of Heaven's Path's words once again exploded over Novice Village 815 and Novice Village 538. Immediately following that, Gu Yifan and Itodaro in the sparring space disappeared into thin air, and the projections hovering over Novice Village 815 and Novice Village 538 also disappeared. This scene seemed to be what made the little Japanese people of Novice Village number 538 find an outlet for their anger, and then the chat channel of Novice Village number 538, which had been dead silent for a long time, instantly exploded. The sparring space is closed, that bastard Muto Oro's body must have returned, let's go find his body. Yes, go find his corpse, it's this bastard Itodaro who caused us to drop 2 levels, and the resources of the Novice Village have been reduced by a large portion, it's really hard to vent the anger in my heart without cleaning him up a bit. Baka! Not only do I want to flog the corpse, but when I return, I'm going to get revenge on Itodaro's family. I'm going too. And me. And me. With the chat channel of Novice Village number 538 boiling over, everyone began to search for Itodoro's body. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, returned to the central area north of Chang'an City. Not only was there not a hint of happiness in his cheeks, but he had a frown on his face. He doesn't regret killing Itodaro. But he had to get to the bottom of the hostility that had just risen uncontrollably in his mind. It's just normal for Itodaro to want to play dead and muddle through, so why would he get angry and try to kill someone? Also, after killing Itodaro, the hostility in his heart had steeply disappeared again. The matter is a bit odd to say the least. After a few moments of thought, Gu Yifan muttered to himself. It's possible that the lure of the cultivation talent and the grudge with the little Japanese caused him to lose his mind at that moment. In the future, he must pay some attention and never be controlled by his desires. Well, leveled up to level 10, you can go to Chang'an City to learn skills. Rush to Chang'an City after first checking out the skill books rewarded by the Heavenly Tao. As the words fell out of his mouth, Gu Yifan looked towards the scroll that had just appeared out of thin air in his hand. But right at this moment, he froze abruptly, looking at that appearance as if he had thought of something. Immediately following that, a voice filled with doubtful words spat out from his mouth. That's not right, Heaven's Path said there would be a generous reward for rising to level 10 within 7 days. Now that I've risen to level 10, where's the promised generous reward? Chapter 92 Skill Tracking. God's End Continent Council. Raising his head to the sky, Gu Yifan quietly waited for the Heavenly Tao to make an announcement. But he waited left and right for no announcement from heaven. Helplessly, he could only shout, Heaven's Path, where's the promised lucrative reward for rising to level 10? It's just that he shouted several times without getting a single response from the Heavenly Tao. Grass. Big liar. Gu Yifan's face was filled with displeasure as he raised his hand and gave the middle finger to the sky before looking down at the scroll in his hand. He didn't know why the Heaven's Path's promised generous reward for rising to level 10 hadn't materialized. But the God's End continent was created by the human race, so he thought that there should be a problem somewhere, and then he didn't waste time on this matter. Anyway, as long as the rewards were handed out, He couldn't run away from his share of the rewards, or else he would appeal to the God's End Continental Council. The God's End Continent Council was an organization formed jointly by the countries of the Divine Continent to deal with the affairs of the God's End Continent, but anything related to the God's End Continent could be approached by the God's End Continent Council. Tracking? Looking at the name on the scroll, Gu Yifan muttered to himself, the tracking skill is still very useful. Learn it. As the words fell, Gu Yifan pressed the scroll to his forehead. In the next moment, the scroll transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into Gu Yifan's forehead. At the same time, 2 more words were added to the skills section of the Heaven's Path interface tracking. Gu Yifan's mind moved and summoned the Heavenly Tao interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Level, 10. Root bone, 196 plus 5. Spirituality, 193 plus 5. Strength, 198 plus 10. Agility, 195 plus 10. Free attribute points, 85. Experience, 25,600. Talents, strip everything hidden, strength enhancement grade D, agility enhancement grade D, roots and bones enhancement grade C, spirituality enhancement grade C, sight enhancement grade D, smell enhancement grade D, hearing enhancement grade D, touch enhancement grade D, taste enhancement grade D, fireballs grade E, waterballs grade E, slave beasts grade S, thunder grade C. Skills, probing, bloodlust, sixth sense, night vision, snarling, coppery bones, trampling, lightblade, tracking. Battle strength, 9 stars of the 1st grade. Glancing at his attributes, Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the word tracking. Immediately following that, a row of small print followed. Tracking, gather a mark and hit the enemy, follow the mark to find the enemy. Nice, nice. Gu Yifan laughed out loud, with the tracking skill, it will be much easier to find the lair of the evil cultivator in the future. As the words fell, Gu Yifan closed the Heaven's Path interface and headed towards the junction of Chang'an City North and Chang'an City. He had long wanted to go to Chang'an City to learn basic skills, but was unable to enter due to his lack of level. Now that he had leveled up to level 10, he had the qualifications to enter Chang'an City to learn basic skills. He also made a plan for the day. Instead of searching for demonic beasts today, I will first go to Chang'an City to learn various basic skills, and then wait until the evening to go to hell. God's End Continent. God's Domain. A steel-framed building covering a huge area. The building is surrounded by an endless plain. The plains are covered with yurts in all directions, which house the army that guards the area. Next to the main door of the building hung a plaque with 7 gilt letters reading God's End Continental Council. At this moment, alarms were blaring in the God's End Continental Council. A group of figures with varying skin tones walked out of one office and headed towards the conference room located in the very center. These people were the counselors sent by the countries of the Divine Continent to the Divine End Continent Council. Among them was also a counselor from the country of China, who was none other than Chao Shiyan's father, Chao Guodong. Once everyone was seated in the conference room, Chao Guodong looked at a young man standing next to him and said, Xiaoyi, is something happening with the sudden summoning of everyone? Xiaoyi's name is Jindonghe, and he's one of the people in charge of interfacing with the AI Tendo. Counselor Chao, something did happen. He Jindong explained, just now, the AI Heaven's Path sent a message that someone from the God's End Continent's 99th region has promoted to level 10 within 7 days and completed the novice examination task, but because there was no reward set, Heaven's Path was unable to distribute the reward. What? Walter? Whoa! Nani? A voice full of surprised words rang out in the conference room. The novice assessment was a temporary addition to the opening of the 99th district, and based on past experience, it was simply impossible to complete, so ascending to level 10 within 7 days was entirely a big pie they had drawn for the 99th district. They wanted to use this to motivate those who entered the God's End Continent to cultivate hard, and they also wanted to use this to give those who entered the God's End Continent an opportunity to let them know that the road to cultivation was full of setbacks and was not smooth sailing. That's precisely why they just discussed the rewards but didn't set them. Returning from his surprise, Chao Guodong asked again, Xiaoyi, which country was it that was promoted to the 10th level? He Jindong opened his mouth to reply, but before his words could be uttered, a voice of words snatched at him. Is there any need to ask about this? It must be that my bonobos have accomplished the impossible and been promoted to the 10th level. I'd like to think it's me, the stickman, who's been promoted to the 10th level. It can't be you guys, it must be my MIB who has been promoted to the 10th level. Chao Guodong's head was full of black lines. You guys are so eager to jump in, aren't you afraid that the truth isn't what you think it is and you'll get slapped in the face miserably? However, he also felt that the person who had been promoted to the 10th level was from the Chinese nation. But it's not blind confidence that he would think that, it's based on something. According to Chao Shurian, because Novice Village number 815 won the challenge of Novice Village number 538 from the little Japanese country, not only did all of them go up a level, but their cultivation resources also increased by 50%. This is not the point is that according to Chao Shurian, Gu Yifan's level has risen to level 8, and Gu Yifan's combat strength is extremely strong. If Gu Yifan wants to upgrade, the upgrade speed is still very fast. But he was only thinking that, not quite sure. Because the experience needed to go from level 8 to level 10 was quite a lot, and there weren't many demonic beasts in the maps near the novice village, it wasn't easy for Gu Yifan to go up 2 levels in a row in a little over a day. What are you fighting about? Chao Guodong said without a trace of anger, can we get results by arguing? Shut up. Upon hearing this, the directors of the Japanese, rice, and stick countries who were arguing coincidentally stopped, but they all looked unconvinced, and it was obvious that they still thought that the person who was promoted to the 10th level must be from their country. Xiao He, say it. Chao Guodong looked at Xiao He again. Yes, Counselor Chao. He Jindong answered and proudly said, the person promoted to the 10th level is from my country of China. This can't be right. The directors of the countries that had just argued, such as the Japanese, the stick countries, and the rice countries, unanimously denied it. This is what heaven told me. He Jindong was not overbearing and said, the counselors think it's impossible, do you want heaven's way to tell you personally? Upon hearing this, the counselors of the Japanese, Rod, rice, and other countries were dumbfounded. Just now they were just subconsciously retorting, but in reality they had all believed it in their hearts. Because there was no way He Jindong would lie in front of so many state directors present. It's really from my country of China. Chao Guodong let out a dark sigh and looked with a teasing face at the counselors of the countries who had just argued. Although he didn't say anything, the look was clearly asking, does your face hurt? Feeling Chao Guodong's seeming gaze, the directors of the countries that had just argued were all filled with embarrassment. I still find it a bit unbelievable. The Japanese counselor looked at He Jindong and asked, can you figure out how that person rose to level 10? Getting it right. He Jindong teased, this is also thanks to you Japanese. The Japanese counselor froze. What do you mean, thanks to them, the Japanese? However, what He Jindong said caused a bad feeling to rise uncontrollably in his heart. Here's the thing. He Jindong explained, on the third day of the opening of the 99th region, the Japanese country's novice village number 538 challenged my Chinese country's novice village number 815, and one of the wagers was that everyone in the winning novice village would be upgraded by 1 level. For that challenge, my country of Huaxia, novice village 815, wins, and everyone's level is raised by 1 level. On the 5th day of the opening of the 99th district, that is today, my country of China's novice village number 815 launches a challenge to the country of Japan's novice village number 538, and one of the wagers is also that the level of all the people in the winning novice village will be raised by 1 level. For this challenge, my country of Huaxia, novice village 815, has once again won, and everyone's level has been raised by another level. It is also for this reason that someone from my country of China's novice village number 815 has been promoted to level 10, and in accordance with the situation in novice village number 815, there will be someone else who completes the novice examination next and raises their level to level 10 within 7 days. At those words, the Japanese counselor's face instantly darkened. It's really thanks to them, the Japanese. The directors of other countries looked at the director of the Japanese country with speechless faces. Have you ever helped the Chinese country like this? Chao Guodong's heart, on the other hand, was so cool and refreshing that he even wanted to let out a loud laugh. But at this time, it was the God's End Continent Council meeting, so it was not good for him to show it, and he could only bitterly endure it. Ahem. Chao coughed a few times and said, gentlemen, we didn't set up rewards when we didn't think anyone could complete the novice test. Now that someone has completed it, we have to give out rewards. Let's discuss the rewards. He didn't ask who had been promoted to the 10th level. It wasn't that he was curious, but he already knew. There will be no one else but Gu Yifan. Chapter 93, Rights Before War. So what if I threaten you? Hearing Chao talk about the reward issue, the directors of the countries were silent. Chao Guodong didn't rush. He sat quietly in his chair and waited. The matter of rewards, whether they are given or not given, has to come to an end. There is no point in rushing, just wait patiently, as the members of the Council of States present here are not speaking now, and it is unlikely that they will remain silent. A moment later, the Japanese counselor was the first to speak. At first, we all thought that no one would be able to complete the assessment task, so we didn't set up a reward, and now that someone has completed the assessment task, I think the reward should be forgotten. Hearing the Japanese counselor say this, the counselors of the rice, rod and other countries then spoke. What the bonobo counselor said is not without merit, and I also think it's better to forget about the rewards. I support the views of the bonobo counselor. I also support the views of the Japanese counselors. Chao Guodong still listened quietly. It was only when no one spoke that he spoke. I know why you guys are saying this, it's simply because the person who received the reward is a person from my country of Huaxia. If the person who received the reward was a person from your country, would you say that the reward is forgettable? The directors of the countries that had just spoken, such as Japan, Rice, and the Rods, were all a bit embarrassed. It was because Chao Guodong had hit the nail on the head, poking through their minds without mercy. Of course, it's not incomprehensible that you're doing this. Chao Guodong paused for a moment, and his words took a steep turn, but the Heavenly Tao publicly announced that there are generous rewards for ascending to level 10 within 7 days, and now that some people have ascended to level 10, but no rewards are being issued, where are you placing the Heavenly Tao's pressure? The faces of the directors of the countries that opposed the issuance of rewards, such as the Japanese, Rice, and Rod countries, were steeped in stagnation. They wanted to refute what Chao Guodong had said, but they didn't know how to do so. What the Huaxia State Councillor said is not bad at all, since he said that rewards must be issued, otherwise the majesty of the Heavenly Tao will be damaged. How else can we convince the people? How else can we manage the God's End continent? I also think the promised rewards must be handed out. I'm with the WASC trustees on this one. The trustees of some countries, such as the state of Mao, have spoken up. The directors of the Japanese, Rice, and Stick countries who opposed the issuance of rewards looked at me, and were a little heartbroken. They would all insist against giving out rewards if they could. However, Chao Guodong took the Heavenly Tao and what he said was still justified, so they couldn't continue to object even if they wanted to. Whether or not to give out rewards, however, they couldn't insist on, but how many rewards to give out could still be negotiated. Counselor Huaxia, how do you think the rewards should be handed out? The Japanese counselor asked. Chao glanced at the bonobo counselor. The guy was obviously wimpy for asking. But he wasn't surprised by this, because what he said made sense, and the guy couldn't even think about not wimping out. Bonobo counselor, it's not up to me to decide how rewards should be handed out, it's up to everyone. Chao Guodong said, at first we discussed the matter of rewards, and it was set, only because we didn't think anyone could complete the assessment task that we didn't set it. Now that someone has completed it, naturally, it will be implemented in accordance with the reward program we discussed at first. No. The Japanese counselor flatly denied. At first, we all thought that no one could accomplish the mission, we just casually discussed it. It is not considered a final plan. How can we follow the reward plan that we discussed in the beginning? I think there's something wrong, too. I support the bonobo counselor. I also support the bonobo counselor. The directors of Rice, Stick countries and other countries that had just opposed the issuance of rewards spoke up. The reward program that was formulated at the beginning was too generous, and the rewards were taken out by various countries, so if the rewards were given out according to the reward program that was discussed at the beginning, the cheap ones would only be the Chinese nationals. Also, He Zhendong had said that there was more than one person in the Chinese nation who could be promoted to the 10th level. Would they be willing to take out all the rewards they had come up with and cheapen them for the Chinese nationals? I understand why you are against it, it is only because the one who gets the reward is from my country of China. Chao once again hit the nail on the head, mercilessly exposing the minds of the directors of the Japanese and other opposing countries, and he asked in return, if the person who receives the reward is a person from your country, will you oppose it? Once again, the directors of the Japanese, Rice, and Stick countries who held opposing views were dumbfounded. Because the question need not be considered at all. If the person who received the reward was from their country, they certainly wouldn't have objected, and they would even have wanted the reward to be as large as possible, but it was obvious that they couldn't say that. I don't want to bull you guys, let's vote on it. Chao didn't wait for the Japanese and other opposing country councillors to speak, he continued, but I would like to remind you that every council meeting is videotaped, the one when the rewards were being negotiated was, and so is this one. If the result is as I think, that's fine. If the result is not as I think, and the video accidentally leaked out, what will happen then? I won't say, you guys take your time to think about it. The faces of the directors of the Japanese, Rice, and Rod countries who held opposing views were all a bit ugly. Chao Guodong was threatening them, but they couldn't help but accept Chao Guodong's threat. Counselor Huaxia, are you threatening us? The Japanese country counselor said with a black face. There is a saying in my country of China that says, rights first, then troops. Chao Guodong smiled and said, the reasoning that should have been given to you, you don't listen, and you still want to play rogue with me, so what else am I going to be polite to you for? So? What if I just threaten you guys? You? The Japanese counselor's face turned blue with anger. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Because Chao has said that I am threatening you, what else can he say? Chao didn't pay any more attention to the Japanese counselor. He looked at the counselors of the various countries present and said, gentlemen, let's vote by a show of hands. Those who are in favor of distributing the rewards according to the reward plan that was previously negotiated, please raise your hands. As the words fell, Chao was the first to raise his right hand. The directors from various countries, including Mao, who had just supported Chao, also raised their right hands. After hesitating for a moment, the directors of the Japanese, rice, and rod countries who held opposing views also raised their right hands with stifled faces. They still want to oppose it if they can. But unfortunately, there are not so many ifs. If they dare to continue to oppose, Chao Guodong really dare to make the meeting video accidentally out of the matter, then they will become the continent of God known as the people who go back on their words. It's a face they can't afford to lose, and neither can the country they live in. So they had no choice but to agree, no matter how stifled they were in their hearts. Unanimous vote. Chao smiled and said, thank you all for your support. You're welcome, Counselor Wasia, this is what we should have done. Yes, there is no backtracking on something that was agreed upon. I also think that what has been discussed cannot be changed at will, otherwise what is there to discuss? Mao and other national directors who supported Chao spoke up. The directors of the Japanese, rice, and rod countries who held opposing views were as if they had eaten a fly, and their faces were ugly. Especially the bonobo counselors. Because the Chinese country can be promoted to the 10th level is entirely their credit. Xiao He, follow the reward program that was negotiated last time. Chao Guodong looked at Yi Jindong and said, if there is anyone else who promotes to the 10th level within 7 days and completes the assessment task, regardless of which countryman they are, they will be executed in order according to the reward plan that was negotiated last time. Yes, Counselor Chao. Yi Jindong answered and turned to leave. Dismissed. Chao Guodong nodded again towards the counselors of the countries present, then got up with a smile on his face and left. Walking out of the conference room, Chao went straight to an office next to the conference room. Chapter 94 Never Investigate. The Future Top Pillar. In the office next to the conference room, a cranberry-haired old man was sitting at his desk drinking tea. This old man was no one else, it was none other than the sea-defining god of the Chinese nation, Elder Hua Zhaozhenghua. Squeak! The door to the office was pushed open and Chao Guodong walked in. Seeing Chao Guodong, Elder Hua smiled and asked, Little Chao, what was the sudden meeting just now? Elder Hua, I came here to report this matter to you. Chao Guodong sat down in front of the desk, very familiar to pour himself a cup of tea, and then thought a mouthful of direct drink. He smacked his lips, exclaimed, Hua Lao's tea is good. With your average cow drink, what flavor can you taste? Purely a waste of tea. Hua Lao laughed and cursed, urging, hurry up. All right, Elder Hua. Chao Guodong responded, then carefully told what happened in the conference room. Chao, well done. Hua Lao laughed, but you're still a bit dilly-dallying. If it were me, for countries such as the Japanese, me, and Bangkok, I wouldn't even talk nonsense to them or be polite to them, and would directly give them a hard time. The lesson from Elder Hua is. Chao Guodong answered and added, isn't it because I don't want to cause trouble for Elder Hua? Then again, I think being too forceful will make us look too overbearing, so it's better to reason when it's time to reason, just like the ancients say to be courteous before being forceful. That's true. Elder Hua nodded inside. No wonder all those old guys chose you to serve as my Huaxia country's counselor in the God's End continent. Your kid does things in a reasonable manner without being overbearing. Not only are you able to unite a number of countries, you can also do it without damaging my Huaxia country's majesty. Elder Hua is too kind. Chao Guodong said modestly. You kid, don't humble yourself in front of me. Elder Hua smiled and cursed again, and curiously said, Xiao Chao, do you know who has been promoted to the 10th level? I didn't ask he, but I already know who it is. Chao Guodong said, Xiaoyan is in Rookie Village 815, and she said that it was a little guy named Gu Yifan who was ordered to lead Rookie Village 815 in a critical situation to win the challenge initiated by Rookie Village 538 of Little Japan. When she returned last time, Xiaoyan's level was level 6, approaching level 7, she was third on the top 100 list of Novice Village 815, and at that time, Gu Yifan's level had already risen to level 8, so there's no one else besides Gu Yifan who has been promoted to level 10. So that's who it is. Hua Lao steeply came to a realization. Also, that kid is in Novice Village 815. Chao Guodong froze. Elder Hua, you know Gu Yifan? There was a meeting, to be exact. Hua Lao nodded and explained, a few days ago, didn't I make a trip to Little Japan? At that time, I met Gu Yifan as I passed by the Reincarnation Division, and I even talked to him for a while. The Division of Reincarnation? Chao Guodong was surprised. How did Gu Yifan go to the Reincarnation Division? Did you go in by mistake? According to him, he wanted to slip into the little Japanese country. Elder Hua explained, I didn't ask much about the specifics, but that kid came prepared, not by mistake. And prepared? Chao Guodong said breathlessly, a few days ago, Gu Yifan was only a few levels, and the division of reincarnation was guarded by a hell's three-headed dog, so how could he possibly defeat the geographic three-headed dog and utilize the division of reincarnation's teleportation channel to go to the little Japanese kingdom? That's what I thought at the time. Elder Hua exclaimed, but the truth is a bit of a slap in the face. In the face? Chao froze. He was surprised. Elder Hua, from what you're saying, Gu Yifan defeated the three-headed dog of hell? Yeah. Hua Lao explained, that kid was only at level 6 cultivation at that time, but he hardened himself against the attack of the three-headed dog of hell and remained unharmed. He also punched one and blasted the three-headed dog of hell dryly away, and later on, when the three-headed dog of hell cast the hellfire skill, I thought that kid would be at his wit's end, but I didn't think that he would take out a longbow and hardened himself to kill the three-headed dog of hell, and gain the reincarnation order. Chao Guodong was filled with dismay. A level 6 cultivator stood up to the attack of the three heads of hell without any damage? And blowing the three-headed dog of hell dryly away with one punch? How is that possible? If this had come from someone else, he wouldn't have believed it to death. But this came from Hua Lao's mouth, so there was no way for him to disbelieve it. That kid's strength isn't simple. Elder Hua sighed again. He is armed with the pendant of concealment. I can't see through his strength, but according to my estimation, with only a level 6 cultivation, his battle power has reached at least 2nd grade, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat the hell's three-headed dog. The corners of Chao Guodong's mouth twitched sharply a few times. A rank 6 cultivation with a 2nd grade battle power, where is this not simple? This was clearly a perversion. Elder Hua, Gu Yifan is just too abnormal. Chao Guodong said, when we returned last time, Xiao Yan and I talked and accidentally learned that Gu Yifan came from the Wulong Martial Academy, and according to my father he awakened a hidden cultivation talent, and at that time he even looked away. Should I send someone to investigate him? Never investigate. Elder Hua flatly refused and said seriously again, Xiao, after the awakening of the talent, everyone has their own secrets. You must always keep in mind that we don't need to know why some people are abnormal, we only need to know that they are from my country of Huaxia. Yes, Elder Hua. Xiao nodded heavily and said, it was me who was reckless. No harm done. Hua Lao shook his head and said, actually, you may not be able to find out anything even if you go to investigate. That kid is a little slippery. Slick? Chao Guodong froze and curiously said, Elder Hua, why do you say that? At that time, that kid tried to fool me, but I uncovered it. Hua Lao laughed, that kid acts very steadily and low-key. If he did not recognize me and have little defense against me, I may not be able to get anything out of his mouth. Also, your father looked away. Does not it also prove that he is a little slippery? So much for being a little slick. Chao nodded and said, but it's understandable, as wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it, and the evil cultivators are always thinking about the outstanding people of my human race. Gu Yifan has just awakened his cultivation talent, it's normal to keep a low profile. Yeah. Elder Hua said, Xiao, I have a vague premonition that my Huaxia country is going to have a top pillar. Chao Guodong froze steeply. Although Elder Hua didn't say it explicitly, he wasn't a little cutie. How could he not know who Elder Hua was talking about? Gu Yifan is still the first one who can make Elder Hua give such a high evaluation. Chao Guodong secretly muttered in his heart, originally, I still thought of letting Xiaoyan and this kid to the water, but now it seems that we still have to add fire, so that Xiaoyan get a step ahead of the kid to get it, or else by someone else to get it away. Regret or too late. North of Chang'an City. Achoo! Gu Yifan, who was rushing to the junction of Chang'an City North and Chang'an City, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered, who's thinking of me? But that was all he said, and without stopping his feet at all, he continued to rush towards the north of Chang'an City and the border of Chang'an City. But just at this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao's words suddenly exploded in the sky. Chapter 95, Late Reward. God's Boundary. Attention, everyone in the 99th District. Gu Yifan promoted to the 10th level within the specified time, completing the examination task. According to the regulations, 100 free attribute points and a skill book are awarded. Everyone else, please practice hard, and those who complete the task within the specified time will be rewarded handsomely based on their rankings. Once again, those who fail to complete the assessment task within the specified time will be severely punished. The sound of Heaven's Road's mechanical and cold words exploded over the various novice villages in the 99th district. Its words were like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, instantly triggering an uproar. Surprisingly, someone has been promoted to the 10th level. I'm only at level 5, Gu Yifan has even advanced to level 10, did he grow up eating awesome? 100 free attribute points and a skill book, I'm going to hurry up and upgrade in order to complete the mission. Nanny! Surprisingly, someone is upgrading faster than me? Gu Yifan must be from my great Japanese country, only people from my great Japanese country can upgrade so fast. Weekly, do we have a Gu in our country? Walt! It's been less than 5 days, Tendo, you're not kidding me, are you? Gu Yifan? Listening to that name seems to be from the Chinese country, how can a Chinese countryman upgrade so fast? It must be that the heavenly Tao got it wrong, the Chinese country is poor and backward, how can it upgrade faster than me? The chat channels of the rest of the novice villages in the 99th district, except for novice villages 815 and 538, exploded. There is surprise, skepticism, and jealousy. At this moment, the content in the chat channels of the various novice villages perfectly illustrated what it meant to be a statue of a multitude. The reason that the chat channel of novice village 815 didn't explode was because it had already exploded because Gu Yifan had won the challenge, and everyone was immersed in the joy of having risen a level out of thin air and having their cultivation resources increased once again. Then again, they had known that Gu Yifan would be promoted to the 10th level after the challenge was over, and had prepared their minds for it. Only the heavenly announcement came a little later than they expected. The chat channel of novice village number 538 didn't explode because Gu Yifan's quick rise to level 10 was entirely their merit, and the heavenly Tao announcement was undoubtedly tearing open the scars in their hearts, and then sprinkling a handful of salt on them. On top of that, there's the fact that they're looking around for the body of Dairo Ito, so how can they be in the mood to chat? North of Chang'an City. Gu Yifan stopped in his tracks, his cheeks filled with speechlessness. He had risen to level 10 for quite a while, and Heaven's Path only announced it this time. Wasn't this too slow of a response? But that's not the most important thing, after all, better late than never. The point is 100 free attribute points and a skill book. Can this reward be called generous? Do you have a misunderstanding of the word generous? Fortunately, no one knew what Gu Yifan was thinking. If anyone did, they would have sprayed Gu Yifan furiously. You've got some kind of misunderstanding of the word generous, don't you? You should know that many people nowadays have less than 200 attribute points for all 4 attributes combined, and only 25 attribute points are added when you move up a level, 20 of which are still fixed, and only 5 of which are free. A reward of 100 free attribute points at a time, plus a skill book, isn't that a generous reward? What they don't realize, however, is that abundance and non-abundance are spoken of from different perspectives. From their perspective, the rewards of 100 free attribute points and a skill book were indeed generous. But from Gu Yifan's point of view, this reward wasn't really generous. Knowing that Gu Yifan's 4 attributes plus his free attribute points were already nearly 900, a mere 100 free attribute points was just 1/9 of all his attribute points. A lot? Not much really. As for a skill book? Gu Yifan himself had exploded several skill books, and with the skills he had stripped from the demon beast leader, he currently possessed a full 9 skills. Is a skill book much? Not much really either. That's just it, something is better than nothing. After all, a mosquito leg is still meat, not to mention that these rewards aren't exactly mosquito legs. Gu Yifan sighed and looked towards the scroll that had just appeared in his hand out of nowhere. On the scroll, the words God's Boundary were written in large letters. God's Boundary. Name is quite domineering. Learned. Gu Yifan said and pressed the scroll to his forehead. Immediately afterward, the scroll turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his forehead. At the same time, there were 4 more words in the skills section of the Heaven's Path interface: God's Boundary. Gu Yifan raised his hand and placed it on the words God's Boundary, and a row of small letters appeared. God's Boundary: coalesce a circular boundary to form an all-around defense against any attack for 10 seconds. The diameter of the boundary depends on the level. The initial diameter is 1 meter, and the diameter increases by 1 meter every time the level is raised by 1 level. Gu Yifan exclaimed in shock, his eyes steeply brightening. It could withstand any attack. The divine boundary was simply a supreme divine skill to save one's life. Also, God's boundary was not a single defense divine skill, it was also a group defense divine skill. The initial diameter of the God's boundary was 1 meter, and for every level up, the diameter increased by 1 meter. He was now at level 10, and the diameter of the God's boundary was 10 meters, and the 10-meter range could encompass more than one person. The only regret was that the God's boundary could only last for 10 seconds, which was really a bit short. But then again, short is normal. If the God's boundary can last forever, how can anyone else play? The divine boundary is indeed a supreme divine skill for preserving one's life, but it's a bit of a chicken ribs. After all, the need to utilize the divine boundary must be to face a very powerful enemy, and only being able to maintain it for a period of 10 seconds doesn't change anything at all. Gu Yifan sighed. But before the words were out of his mouth, he abruptly changed them. No, I've walked into a misunderstanding. God's boundary is used to ward off killing moves at critical moments, not a regular defense skill. 10 seconds is more than enough. Also, the introduction of God's boundary doesn't say that it can only envelop oneself, but it can also be used to envelop the enemy, and you can escape a long distance in 1 second's time, let alone 10 seconds. Gu Yifan's eyes brightened again. You can't be too rigid as a human being, and the same goes for using your skills. You have to learn to be flexible. Ha ha ha. Attribute points aside, the divine boundary skill alone is not worth the word bountiful. Gu Yifan laughed out loud. But the next moment he seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of thought appeared on his cheeks. The rewards for both challenges were 20 free attribute points and a random skill book, but the reward for completing the assessment mission was 100 free attribute points and a skill book, missing the word random. He wondered if the reward for being the first to complete an assessment task was fixed. The truth was just as Gu Yifan thought, the reward for being the first to complete the assessment task was set long ago. At that time, the reward for being the first to complete the assessment task was set as the divine boundary skill was to protect the human geniuses. After all, the assessment task was basically impossible to complete, and the first one to complete it would definitely be a human genius, and geniuses were worth protecting. The divine boundary skill was also a major reason for the opposition of the counselors of the Japanese, rice, and rod countries. It's really possible that it's fixed, otherwise why isn't there the word random? Gu Yifan put this question behind him with a sentence to himself. Whether the reward was fixed or not didn't matter to him. After all, he had already gotten the reward and couldn't even change it now if he wanted to. Besides, the divine boundary skill was still a supreme divine skill for preserving his life, and he didn't want to change it. Alas, completing the assessment task has made the 99th district known to everyone, and accidentally high profile once again. It's just a matter of ticks and lice, so high profile it is. Gu Yifan sighed. He really didn't want to be high profile, but there were always things that forced him to be high profile, and he was helpless. As the words fell, Gu Yifan continued to rush towards the junction of Chang'an City North and Chang'an City. It didn't take long for him to come to a curtain of light. This curtain of light is the junction between Chang'an City North and Chang'an City. Chang'an City, here I come. Gu Yifan laughed out loud and stepped into the light curtain. Chapter 96, The Four Professions. I want them all. Swish. Entering the light screen, Gu Yifan's immediate surroundings changed drastically. It was no longer a plain of greenery and birdsong, but a city full of ancient buildings. NGS. The city is Chang'an. Gu Yifan had long seen what Chang'an City looked like on his cell phone, so it wasn't surprising. At this moment, Gu Yifan was standing in the very center of Chang'an City. Next to him stood an old man in the shape of a coachman. This old man was not someone like Gu Yifan who had entered the God's End continent, but was an NPC of Chang'an City whose purpose was teleportation. Gu Yifan raised his hand and tapped the old man, and a translucent interface appeared with him. There are 5 rows of text on the top of the interface. Sir, where are you going? 1. The entrance to the palace. 2. The territory of the Great Dawn. 3. The Big Wild Goose Pagoda. 4. Division Teleporter. Gu Yifan decisively clicked on the words Sect Teleporter. Immediately after that, his figure disappeared into thin air, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the southern gate of Chang'an City. Next to Gu Yifan stood 5 NPCs, namely an old man in the form of a cart driver, a scholar with a fan, a tiger-headed monster, a celestial soldier with a lance, and a ghost with a spitting tongue. The old coachman-looking guy is for teleportation. The 4 NPCs in the back were division teleporters, representing the 4 professions of human, devil, immortal and ghost in the God's End continent. Each profession has corresponding spells. The human clan specializes in control, the demon clan specializes in support, the immortal clan specializes in attack, and the ghost clan specializes in healing. There are also many ways to add points to each profession, with different points and different focuses. For example, the human race, you can all agility points, all root bone points, all spiritual points, agility and root bone points at the same time, and even all the power points. The specific how to add points depends on each person's preference. However, once the occupation and the way to add points is determined, later want to change need to pay a small price, so the choice of occupation and the way to add points is very important. This point is also one of the key points in the martial arts academy learning. All people will consider what profession to choose and how to add points based on their cultivation talent after awakening their talent. For example, those who awaken the elemental cultivation talent would generally choose the immortal profession. This was because their cultivation talent could create a bonus to the immortal profession, making the spells of the immortal profession more powerful. Gu Yifan had also considered this matter after awakening his cultivation talent. At first he was a little torn. Because he liked the control of the human race, the aid of the demon race, the attack of the fairy race, and the healing of the ghost race. However, generally only one occupation can be chosen. Because you can't chew more than you can chew, and skill lies in refinement, not in abundance. On top of that, there's the point that there aren't enough attribute points to maximize the power of professional spells. For example, immortal spells were that the stronger the spirit, the stronger the attack, and if they were all strength plus, the power of immortal spells would be greatly reduced. Of course, it's not impossible to choose multiple careers. However, in order to choose multiple careers, the difference between the four main attributes cannot be more than 10%. This leads to the fact that basically no one chooses multiple careers, because the result of doing so is not omnipotence, but rather being good at everything and not good at anything, making yourself a chicken scratch. Now, Gu Yifan wasn't torn. Since he liked the four major professions, he chose all of them and practiced all of them properly, regardless of their importance. As the saying goes, cutie pie. Just choose, I want them all. Anyway, the hidden talent strip everything could strip away attribute points, so he didn't need to worry about the lack of attribute points or the inability to maximize the power of the various professions' spells. As it was now, with none of the free attribute points he had gained added, the attribute points for each of his four major attributes were far beyond normal. But then again, choosing all careers requires more effort than others. This was because the spells of the four professions were not like skill books that could be achieved overnight, but required proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the power, and raising the proficiency required casting over and over again. A regular person choosing one profession would take quite a bit of time to raise the proficiency of all the spells, let alone choosing four professions at the same time. Putting in more effort is putting in more effort. Where is the road to getting stronger without working hard? Gu Yifan clenched his fists and decisively raised his hand to click on the human NPC. Immediately after that, his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in a cave. In the cave sits a scholar with a fan. He is the NPC who learns the human profession. Gu Yifan raised his hand and tapped the scholar, and a translucent interface appeared with it. The interface has 2 rows of small letters. 1. Learn spells. 2. Return to the division and teleport people. Gu Yifan decisively clicked on Learn Spells, and the interface transformed. The interface has 5 rows of small letters. Chaos, borrowing a knife to kill single, losing heart and going berserk group attack. Seal system, make a wall single, 4 sides of the Chu Gu group attack. Drowsiness, drowsiness single, sleeping together group attack. Poisoning, crane pink single, all poison attack group attack. There are only 4 words in the last row, cancel, all students. Gu Yifan decisively clicked on the word all learn. Anyone who decided to choose a profession would learn all the spells of that profession, and he was no exception. Swish! With a flash of light on Gu Yifan's body, he learned all the spells of the human profession. Without dawdling, he clicked on the NPC and returned to the division's teleporter. Next, he learned demon race spells, immortal race spells, and ghost race spells. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved and opened the Heavenly Dao interface. At this moment, 2 more words were added at the bottom of the Heavenly Dao interface, spells. Tap on the word spells, and the Heaven's Path interface transformed. Human spells. Chaos, kill with a borrowed knife proficiency 110,000, lose heart and go berserk proficiency 110,000. Seal system, make a wall proficiency 110,000, 4 sides proficiency 110,000. Drowsiness, drowsy proficiency 110,000, sleeping together proficiency 110,000. Poison, Crane Pink proficiency 1 10,000, all poison attack proficiency 1 10,000. Magic spells. Acceleration, Heavenly Flying Demon proficiency 1 10,000, Chang'an borrowing speed proficiency 1 10,000. Defense enhancement, Demon God body protection proficiency 1 10,000, containing emotions proficiency 1 10,000. Attack system, Beast King's divine power proficiency 1 10,000, Demon God's possession proficiency 1 10,000. Attack, strike with vigor proficiency 1 10,000, 10,000 arrows proficiency 1 10,000. Immortal spells. Wind magic, wind and thunder surge proficiency 1 10,000, sleeve Chang'an proficiency 1 10,000. Fire magic, flaming sun proficiency 1 10,000, 9 pure fire proficiency 1 10,000. Water magic, dragon out of the sea proficiency 1 10,000, 9 dragons ice seal proficiency 1 10,000. Lightning, electricity and thunder proficiency 1 10,000, heaven and earth proficiency 1 10,000. Ghost race spells. Healing, compulsion of blood fury proficiency 1 10,000, star absorbing technique proficiency 1 10,000. Back to law, sheen silk ice mist proficiency 1 10,000, sinister spirit proficiency 1 10,000. Ghost fire department, sunset molten gold proficiency 1 10,000, blood vengeance proficiency 1 10,000. Cleansing, clear the mind proficiency 1 10,000, purifying light proficiency 1 10,000. Each of the 4 major profession spells is preceded by a single spell and followed by a group attack spell. Ha, Little Master has truly embarked on the path of cultivation. After learning all the spells of the 4 professions, Gu Yifan laughed out loud. Before entering Chang'an City, it is not considered to be truly embarking on the path of cultivation, it can only be said to be the preparatory stage of embarking on the path of cultivation, whereas entering Chang'an City, choosing a career, and determining the direction of development, is truly embarking on the path of cultivation. After laughing, Gu Yifan clicked on the old man of the cart driver and an interface appeared. The interface has 5 rows of small letters. Guest, where are you going? 1. The center of the city of Chang'an. 2. Palace entrance. 3. The Big Wild Goose Pagoda. 4. The territory of the Great Dawn. Chang'an decisively clicked on the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. There are some upgraded copies in Chang'an City. However, he had just finished learning the spells and had no proficiency, and it would be difficult to clear the level when he entered the copy. So he has to go to the Big Wild Goose Pagoda first to improve his spell proficiency, and when the spell proficiency is up, he can go to break into the copy. Chapter 97 The Benefits of Full Study. Practice until your hands cramp up. At the north gate of Chang'an City, there was a 6-story tower. This tall tower is the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. The Big Wild Goose Pagoda was not only one of the replicas of Chang'an City, but it was also a place specially set up in the God's End continent to raise the proficiency of spells. There was no need to look around for demonic beasts in the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, one only needed to walk back and forth to encounter them. However, these demonic beasts were not real demonic beasts but illusory ones made up by the human race, and there would not be any gains after decapitating them except for spell proficiency. Swish! Gu Yifan's figure appeared out of thin air next to the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. There are 2 NPCs beside him. An old coachman and a young man dressed as a guard. Both serve to teleport. Only the old man of the cart driver was teleporting within Chang'an City, while the young man dressed as a guard was teleporting to the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Gu Yifan raised his hand and clicked on the young man in the guard's costume, and a semi-transparent light screen appeared with it. There were 3 rows of words on the light screen. Chivalry, what are you doing? 1. Enter the copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. 2. Improve spell proficiency. Gu Yifan clicked to raise his spell proficiency, and his figure disappeared into thin air once again. The next moment, he appeared at the entrance to the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. He didn't walk around immediately, but observed his surroundings. The first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda is a large space, several hundred square feet. On the ground behind him was a milky white circular aperture half a meter wide in diameter, which was the portal to leave the Big Goose Pagoda. At the end of the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda there was a staircase, and at the top of the staircase there was also a milky white circular aperture half a meter in diameter, and there was the portal to the second floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Familiarizing himself with the environment of the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, Gu Yifan took a step forward. Before taking a few steps forward, a chicken demon appeared out of thin air 3 meters in front of Gu Yifan. Kill with a borrowed knife. With a wave of Gu Yifan's hand, a ball of earth-colored light appeared out of thin air and headed straight for the chicken demon. In the next moment, the earth-colored light hit the chicken demon and proceeded to attach itself to it. At the same time, the chicken demon running towards Gu Yifan's footsteps abruptly stalled, and a flash of confusion surfaced in his eyes. It was a sign of being hit by a chaos spell. Following closely, the chicken demon looked around and ran wildly towards Gu Yifan again. It wasn't that the chicken demon had broken free of the chaos system single spell lent by Gu Yifan's casting, but rather that when hit by a chaos system spell, it would attack any target randomly without distinguishing between friend and foe. There was only Gu Yifan here again, and the chicken demon could only attack Gu Yifan. Seeing this, Gu Yifan once again casually waved his hand, and a ball of azure-colored light appeared out of thin air, heading straight for the chicken demon. In the next moment, the azure light hit the chicken demon, directly freezing it into an ice sculpture. The sealing monospell Make a Wall can seal an enemy into an ice sculpture, incapacitating them. At the same time, the earth-colored glow on the chicken demon's body disappeared. It wasn't that the chaos spells had lost their effect, but that the control spells were conflicting with each other and only one could take effect. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand again, and a cloud of mist appeared out of thin air, heading straight for the chicken demon. In the next moment, the mist hit the chicken demon, and then the chicken demon, which had been turned into an ice sculpture, returned to its normal state, but became lethargic again. Drowsiness system single spell drowsiness, hit will be drowsy, no matter how much noise around cannot wake up from the drowsiness, but cannot be attacked, once attacked will get rid of the drowsy state. Next, Gu Yifan took turns casting all of the human race's spells except for the poison lineage on the chicken demon. Includes group attack spells, disorienting frenzy in the confusion department, sealing in the 4 directions, and sleeping in the sleeping department. Casting a spell once increases your proficiency by 1 point. Each spell in turn has a CD time, or recovery time. The CD time for a single spell is 1 second, and the CD time for a group spell is 2 seconds. This was also the reason why Gu Yifan took turns casting spells. Practicing only one spell was too much of a delay because of the CD time, whereas practicing in turns would ignore the CD time of the spell. Gu Yifan did not practice any other spells. Although he had learned all the spells of the 4 professions, one could not eat fat in one bite, and spells could not raise their proficiency up in an instant. One had to talk about lightness and gravity and gradual progression. Currently, with his killing power to cope with unusual copies is enough to use, coupled with the limited time, he can only pick the control system spells that will help him the most to cultivate first. Other spells wait for the future, have time to cultivate again is not too late. It didn't take long for Gu Yifan's mana, which was also known as spiritual storage, to run out. The higher the proficiency of a single spell, the more mana it consumes to cast it once, capped at 10 points. The same is true for group spells, where the consumption depends on the target, and the more targets, the more it consumes. Although Gu Yifan's current spell proficiency was still very low, he cast it very frequently, casting a spell once a second on average, and even if the amount of mana consumed by casting a spell wasn't much, under the accumulation of times, the consumption would still be extremely terrifying. This was still the case when he had utilized his C-rank cultivation talent Spiritual Strengthening. If not, his mana would have run out long ago. If other people encountered this situation, they would either sit down to rest and wait for their mana to slowly recover, or find someone to help them recover. However, Gu Yifan, who had learned all the professional spells, did not need to do so. Qin's Silk Ice Mist. A loud shout spat out from Gu Yifan's mouth. With a wave of his hand, a blue silk thread appeared out of nowhere, circling around in the air before drilling back into Gu Yifan. At the same time, Gu Yifan's bottomed-out mana quickly rose by a hair. The Ghost Clan Return spell is a single spell that gathers mana from heaven and earth for my use. The higher the spiritual attribute and the higher the proficiency, the more is restored at once. Gu Yifan cast the Ghost Clan Return method monospell Qin's Silk Ice Mist a few more times, and his depleted mana was restored as before. This is the benefit of learning multiple professional spells. Not only are there many means, but they also increase one's ability to fight sustainably. This was known to all, but not to anyone who wanted to learn multiple career spells. Replenishing his mana, Gu Yifan continued to cast human control spells on the chicken demon. As Gu Yifan continued to practice, the human's proficiency in control spells grew by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, time was slipping away. Because he was so involved, Gu Yifan had forgotten about hunger. Without realizing it, it was dark. But there is no day and night in the big wild goose pagoda. Gu Yifan didn't have the slightest idea that it was already dark, and still practiced various spells one after another. After cultivating for another 2 to 3 hours, Gu Yifan finally stopped. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but with his hands trembling uncontrollably and cramping up, he was no longer able to cast spells. Boosting proficiency is really not a human job. Looking at the hands that kept trembling, Gu Yifan smiled bitterly. There's a saying about counting your money until your hands cramp up. He was fine, practicing spells until his hands cramped up. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved, summoning the Heavenly Dao interface and opening the spell's interface again. In the next moment, the bitter smile on Gu Yifan's cheeks transformed into a bright smile. Although he practiced spells until his hands cramped up, the rewards were great. The proficiency of the 6 control spells of the human race, Borrowed Knife, Lost Heart Frenzy, Make Walls, For Faces, Faintness, and Sleeping Together have all been raised to 8,000 plus, and are not far away from full proficiency. Also, the proficiency of the Ghost Clan's single spell return spell, Sheen Silk Ice Mist, has been raised to 300 plus. Each point of proficiency meant that he had to wave his hand once. The proficiency of the 7 types of spells added up to a full 50,000 plus, which meant that he waved his hand a full 50,000 plus times, averaging out at 25,000 plus times on one hand. It would be strange if his hand didn't cramp up. I was so focused on improving my spell proficiency that I lost track of time. And I wonder what time it is. Is it still possible to get a copy of the Big Goose Pagoda? Gu Yifan let out a startled cry and looked down at his right hand. The Big Goose Pagoda replica is very rich in experience, but you can only challenge it once a day. One less challenge is a huge loss. Chapter 98 Changing Equipment. Entering the Big Wild Goose Pagoda alone. Countdown to return, 34 hours 5 minutes and 8 seconds. There are still 34 hours to go, and it's not even 10 p.m. now by the count. Luckily, there's still time to enter the Big Goose Pagoda copy. Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief, and then his stomach rumbled. I was so focused on improving my spell proficiency today that I didn't eat at lunch or in the evening. This would stop the cultivation and relax the spirit, and the stomach immediately protested. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved, and a piece of roasted meat appeared out of thin air in his hand. But immediately afterward the roast slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. Gu Yifan wanted to reach out for the roasted meat, but it was difficult for him to even wave his hand, so how could he pick up the roasted meat that fell to the ground? My hands are too tired to move, I can't even eat. Gu Yifan laughed bitterly. After a moment's thought, he plopped down on the ground and nibbled on the roast. At this moment, Gu Yifan looked just like a puppy at dinner. If there had been people around, he would never have done that. But he was the only one in the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, no one could see his embarrassing appearance, plus time was very tight, he had to fill his stomach as soon as possible, and when his trembling hands got better he would go to break into the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. Because he couldn't move his hands and the roasted meat was chewy, it wasn't really convenient for Gu Yifan to eat the roasted meat, but in order to save time, he could only make do with eating it slowly. After almost a quarter of an hour, Gu Yifan's hands finally stopped cramping, and the trembling was a bit smaller, so he could finally pick up the roasted meat and eat it as usual. After nibbling on 2 large pieces of roasted meat and using the E-grade cultivation talent water ball to condense a few small water balls into his mouth, Gu Yifan, who had been busy for a day, finally ate and drank enough. Raising his hand and rubbing his distended stomach, Gu Yifan muttered to himself, both hands are still a bit uncomfortable, plus I just ate my fill, and there's still some time left, so I'll rest for a while before going to break into the replica, just to take stock of today's harvest. As soon as the words fell, Gu Yifan summoned the Heaven's Path interface and opened the treasure pavilion. Not a single piece of roasted meat exchanged for the corpses of the demonic beasts in the north of Chang'an City has been sold, so it seems that not many people have entered the north of Chang'an City yet. Well, today the wooden blades were sold quite a lot, sold more than 300. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. As the words fell out of his mouth, he pondered for a moment and shelved all of the remaining large hundreds of wooden blades in his storage ring into the treasure pavilion. He didn't know if he could sell out the remaining wooden blades, but whether he could or not, he wouldn't be acquiring any more wooden knives. By the way, I've leveled up to level 10, so I can wear silver level equipment. Gu Yifan raised his hand and slapped his forehead. After ascending to level 10, he only focused on heading to Chang'an City to learn spells, and then after learning the spells, he only focused on improving his spell proficiency, forgetting such an important thing as replacing his equipment. As the words fell, Gu Yifan casually waved his hand and 10 demonic beast corpses appeared out of thin air. The upper limit of attributes for silver level equipment was 20 points, the shadow dagger could increase its attributes by 1 point by devouring a demonic beast corpse, and 10 demonic beast corpses were needed to raise the shadow dagger from bronze level to silver level. Looking at the 10 corpses of demonic beasts on the ground, Gu Yifan was a little heartbroken, these were all silver for nothing. But it couldn't be helped to be heartbroken in order to raise the shadow dagger to silver level. Swish! Gu Yifan took out the shadow dagger and plunged it directly into a demonic beast corpse. Soon, the demonic beast corpse was devoured by the shadow dagger with only a skin left. Next, Gu Yifan fed the shadow dagger 9 more demonic beast corpses. Boom! As the 10th demonic beast corpse turned into a skin bag, a flash of ghostly light flickered from the shadow dagger. Almost simultaneously, the attributes of the shadow dagger changed with it, plus 20 attack power. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand again and took out all of the bronze-level equipment in his storage ring, and then took out all of the bronze-level equipment stored on the treasure pavilion, and even the bronze-level equipment he was wearing. Swish! 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 Along with Gu Yifan raising his hand and waving it in succession, the bronze-level equipment on the ground was successively upgraded to post-silver-level equipment. Pick some of the good ones to keep and use the rest of the gear to sell. Gu Yifan muttered to himself and began to check the equipment attributes one by one. After spending almost half an hour, Gu Yifan checked all of the thousands of equipment attributes. He picked out a full attribute shoe and a full attribute dress for his own use, and picked out all the full attribute equipment and equipment with attributes that were only a little bit short of the full attribute, and put them into a storage ring. These better equipment can be given away or brought to the Divine Continent to be sold. The remaining equipment was put into his other storage ring, and he would start selling it in the treasure pavilion once someone had risen to level 10. Lift your right hand and look at it. Countdown, 33 hours 8 minutes and 6 seconds. There's a little over an hour until tomorrow, and the hands have pretty much recovered. It's time to break into the Big Goose Pagoda replica. Gu Yifan mumbled to himself and walked towards the exit on the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Before he could go far ahead, a demonic beast appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Although Gu Yifan had stopped raising his spell proficiency at this point, with the appearance of demonic beasts, a little boost in passing was a little boost. Gu Yifan casually waved his hand, and a ball of dark green light appeared out of thin air, heading straight for the demonic beast. In the next moment, the dark green light ball hit the demonic beast, and then the demonic beast was transformed into a puddle of dark green liquid. The human poisonous one-shot spell Crane's Pink, which inflicts kills on enemies with toxins. The demonic beast that had just appeared was too brittle, or rather Gu Yifan was too strong. Even if the Crane Pink spell had little proficiency, it was not something that the demonic beast that had just appeared could resist, so it was directly poisoned to death. Next, several more demonic beasts appeared, all of which were directly poisoned to death by Gu Yifan. Coming to the exit of the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, Gu Yifan stepped into the milky white circle of light and his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Without delay, Gu Yifan raised his hand and clicked on the Big Wild Goose Pagoda teleportation NPC, then selected the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. Swish! The interface changed with a flash of light, and 2 rows of small letters appeared with it. Warm reminder, the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy is best to form a small team of 5 people to enter. The second row of words has only 2 words, cancel and OK to enter. Gu Yifan directly ignored the reminder and decisively selected OK to enter. The enemies in the replica are not demonic beasts, but the 4 major professions, or the 4 major races of humans, demons, immortals and ghosts. The enemies in each copy contain 4 major professions, and their levels vary and are higher than the level of the person entering the copy. This results in very few people being able to clear the copy alone, and basically forming a squad of 5 to enter the copy. It wasn't that they didn't want to form a squad with a larger number of people, but 5 was the upper limit for the number of people in a squad. The human powerhouses who created the God's End continent weren't setting it up like this in a haphazard manner, but there was a reason for it. The 4 professions of human, devil, fairy and ghost have different focuses in their spells, and all of them have weaknesses in single combat, but the 4 professions complement each other, and teamwork can not only make up for the weaknesses of each profession, but also maximize the combat power. The duplicate setup forces everyone to enter in groups just so the human race can learn to work as a team. Gu Yifan was well aware of this. But he's too artistic to need to team up with others. Chapter 99, Chaos opens the way. Lightning blade kills the enemy. Swish! Gu Yifan's figure appeared out of thin air on the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. At this time, the environment on the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda was slightly different compared to before. To be exact, there is an additional small 1-meter-high tower at the exit of the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. This small tower is the very organ that opens the first level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica. Although both raising spell proficiency and the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy were in the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, what they entered were two different spaces. The space for raising spell proficiency was the Dark Thunder Encounter monster, and the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy was the active challenge. Roots and bones strengthened. Spirituality strengthened. Strength reinforced. Agility strengthened. Gu Yifan used the 4 attribute cultivation talents one after the other to pull himself up to full status, then raised his hand and lightly tapped the small tower. Immediately after that, 5 figures appeared out of thin air 3 meters away from Gu Yifan's front: 2 scholars with fans, a monster with a tiger's head, a celestial soldier with a lance, and an evil spirit with a spitting tongue. They were the guardians of the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, and they had to be beheaded in order to enter the second floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Swish! Gu Yifan's mind moved and threw a probe at the 5 figures that had just appeared. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. Although he had learned how to break into the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica at the Wulong Martial Academy, and clearly knew that the guards were just a little bit higher in level than the person entering, this was the first time he had ever entered the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica, so it was better to explore it. The next moment, 5 strands of information appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Race, human. Grade, 12. Root bone, 65. Spirituality, 100. Strength, 65. Agility, 80. Battle strength, first class. Race, demon. Grade, 13. Root bone, 70. Spirituality, 70. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Battle strength, first class. Race, ghost. Grade, 15. Root bone, 150. Spirituality, 80. Strength, 80. Agility, 80. Battle strength, 15 star. Race, immortal. Grade, 11. Root bone, 60. Spirituality, 120. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Battle strength, first class 2 stars. Race, human. Grade, 12. Root bone, 65. Spirituality, 65. Strength, 65. Agility, 120. Battle strength, first class 2 stars. Gu Yifan quickly skimmed through the information in his mind. These 5 guardians, the highest level 15, the lowest 11, the lowest battle strength 1 rank, the highest 1 rank 5 stars, different races have different ways of adding points, and even the same race has different ways of adding points. Such a messy way of adding points is a true reflection of the way people add points. Take the magic profession, the magic is good at assisting. Theoretically speaking, the full agility points can be faster to the other people attached to a variety of status, but not all the people who choose the magic profession are full agility points. Some preferred to add all strength to boost their attack power as much as possible, some added agility and strength for a balanced development, and others would add some spirituality to boost the power of their secondary spells and the number of times they could cast them. The same is true for human professions, ghost professions, and fairy professions. In a nutshell, it's all up to personal preference on how to add points. The highest level of the Guardian is only 5 levels higher than me, the battle strength of a higher than me or not, there is no need to follow the martial arts academy to talk too much skill, I am alone, there is no need to talk about what to cooperate, direct horizontal push is it. Gu Yifan took a big step forward with a big smile. At the same time, the shadow dagger appeared out of nowhere in his hand. Swish! Gu Yifan chopped out in the air with his shadow dagger hand. In the next moment, a large mass of earth-colored light steeply surfaced in the 5 figures in front of them, and then exploded, transforming into a line of earth-colored threads that instantly wrapped around the 5 figures in front of them. Immediately after that, a flash of confusion appeared in the eyes of the 5 figures in front of them, and then they beat each other up. Human Occupation Chaos System Group Attack Spell Lost Heart Frenzy. The attacker does not distinguish between enemy and self, attacking at will. However, in the next moment, a scholar broke free of the earth-colored threads. With a flick of the fan in his hand, a ball of earth-colored light shot violently towards Gu Yifan. In this regard, Gu Yifan wasn't surprised in the slightest. It is not impossible to break free after being hit by a control spell. Whether or not you can break free and how much time it takes to do so depends on your own strength and resistance to control spells. If they were strong enough, they could instantly break free from the control spells. If the resistance is high enough, you will not be controlled even if you are hit by a control spell. As for how to get resistance? It's simple, learn the corresponding spell and increase the proficiency of that spell. The higher the proficiency, the higher the resistance. This is why everyone who chooses a profession learns all the spells of that profession, not only to increase their means against the enemy, but also to gain resistance to that type of spell. And resistance was one of the reasons why Gu Yifan decided to learn all 4 professions at the same time. He learns that all professions can have some resistance to spells from all professions. Swish! Gu Yifan, who was striding forward, took a step towards his left side to dodge the earth-colored light that shot out violently. Although he had learned chaos spells and had a certain level of resistance to chaos spells, even if he was hit by the gatekeeper's chaos spells, he might not be hit. But it may not be a certainty that he'll be in trouble once he's hit, so it's better to avoid it. In the next moment, Gu Yifan swung his sword once again. A black dagger detached itself from the shadow dagger and headed straight for the scholar who had broken free from the chaos. Skill Lightblade, transforms blade with force, can increase the length of the weapon and can attack away from the body. Earlier, he had released the chaos spell to avoid being surrounded. Now that the scholar was the only one to break free from the chaos, there was no need to control it anymore, just kill it. Seeing the black dagger that shot violently, the scholar subconsciously had to dodge. However, while Gu Yifan could dodge the spells he released, he might not be able to dodge the skills Gu Yifan released. Swish! The black dagger arrived in an instant, directly piercing through the scholar's chest. At the same time, the scholar's body flickered extremely fast for a few moments before disappearing into thin air. Swish! 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 After decapitating the scholar with a single strike, Gu Yifan didn't dawdle. He swung his blade out one after another, and 4 black daggers detached from the shadow dagger, heading straight for the remaining 4 guardsmen who were fighting each other. At this moment, the 4 remaining guardsmen who had been hit by the confusion spell were dizzily beating each other up, and didn't even notice Gu Yifan. Whoosh! 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 The 4 black dagger hands arrived in an instant, directly piercing through the chests of the 4 gatekeepers. Immediately after that, the figures of the 4 gatekeepers disappeared after a few sharp flashes. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Ding! Passed the first level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, gained 1000 experience points, please proceed to the second level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles. The breakout copy was really cool. Not only did he not need to search for demonic beasts, he also easily gained 1000 experience points. But then again, Gu Yifan was able to gain 1000 points of experience because he broke through alone, and if he formed a squad to break through the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica, the 1000 points of experience would have to be split equally among the squad members. Again, Gu Yifan felt relaxed because he had many means of fighting, and his strength was far from being comparable to that of a rank. Killing the guardians was a breeze, if not, it would not be an easy task to take on the 5 of them one by one. As the words fell, Gu Yifan walked toward the entrance of the second floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Chapter 100 Scored Delivery Level. The Might of Trampling. Swish! Stepping into the milky white circle of light at the entrance to the second floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, Gu Yifan's figure disappeared into thin air. The next moment, Gu Yifan arrived at the second floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Like the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, the second floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda is also very empty. In the center of the second floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda there is a small 1-meter-high tower, which is the organ that opens the second level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica. Walking straight to the small tower, Gu Yifan raised his hand and lightly tapped it. In the next moment, an old man with a full head of white hair appeared out of thin air right in front of Gu Yifan. Young warrior, I will manifest 20 demonic beasts of different types, you have 30 seconds to observe. The old man looked at Gu Yifan, said, I will ask you 10 questions, each question, you have to give the answer within 5 seconds, all the answers are correct to pass the test, there is a question answered incorrectly, the breakthrough fails, and start from the beginning. Do you understand? Understood. Gu Yifan nodded. The second level of the Big Goose Pagoda was not a combat level, but a test of knowledge of demonic beasts. The mighty one who created the Big Goose Pagoda replica set it up this way because it was important to quickly distinguish the types of demonic beasts in a melee. Good, I will now begin to visualize the demonic beasts, young warrior please watch carefully. With a wave of the old man's hand, 20 demonic beasts appeared out of thin air a meter away from Gu Yifan's eyes. These 20 demonic beasts were gathered together, walking back and forth, making everyone a bit dazzled. Gu Yifan concentrated for the first time and watched with unblinking eyes. Soon, 30 seconds had passed, and 20 demonic beasts disappeared into thin air. The old man's words followed. Young warrior, how many tiger demons are there? 3 heads. Young warrior, how many four-legged demonic beasts are there? 11 heads. Young warrior, how many hairless demonic beasts are there? 2 heads. The old man and Gu Yifan asked and answered questions. Each of Gu Yifan's answers were extremely decisive, and they were all given just as soon as the old man's words fell. He who had been occupying the first place in the Wulong Martial Academy was a schoolmaster. Not only was his learning ability extremely strong, his memory was also extremely strong, not to mention that after awakening the hidden talent stripping everything, he had also stripped the contents of the Book of Demonic Beasts. He only needed to note down how many types of demonic beasts the old man had manifested and how many of each type of demonic beast there were, and then he could easily deal with them. The second level of the Big Goose Pagoda examines the ability to quickly distinguish between demonic beasts. For some people, this hurdle is really a bit disgusting, such as Gao Zhuang, who doesn't like to study. But to Gu Yifan, this level was a complete giveaway. Soon, Gu Yifan finished answering the 10 questions posed by the old man. All correct. Congratulations, young warrior, for passing this level. The old man gave a joyful cry and his figure disappeared into thin air. The next moment, a reminder sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. Ding! Passed the second level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, gained 2,000 experience points. Please proceed to the third level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Yes. Gu Yifan laughed out loud and stepped towards the entrance of the third floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda before stepping into the milky white circle of light. Swish! The next moment, Gu Yifan's figure appeared out of thin air on the third floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. On the third floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, in each of the 4 directions, southeast, northwest and north, sits a small 1-meter-high tower. Each small tower is a small level. Each small level represents a profession, for small levels represent exactly 4 professions of human, devil, fairy and ghost, all through the 4 small levels to pass the third level and enter the 4th floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Gu Yifan walked to the first small tower and raised his hand to lightly tap it. Swish! 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 Immediately after that, the figures of the 5 gatekeepers appeared out of thin air. Unlike the first level where the 5 defenders occupied the 4 major professions, the 5 figures that appeared now were all scholars with fans, and this one small level was a human profession level. The other 3 small towers are the demon profession, immortal profession, and ghost profession mini-levels. As with the human mini-levels, the remaining 3 mini-levels appear to be guarded by that occupation. This time, Gu Yifan didn't cast the scrying skill again. Because the levels of the keepers are all about the same. Swish! Gu Yifan held the shadow dagger and chopped out in the air. Boom! In the next moment, a ball of earth yellow light blossomed steeply in the 5 scholars, then exploded, transforming into a line of dark yellow silk that instantly wrapped around the 5 scholars. But immediately following, the earth-colored threads on the 4 scholars disappeared again. This time, the chaos-based mass attack spell Lost Heart Frenzy released by Gu Yifan only controlled 1 guardsman. In this regard, Gu Yifan wasn't surprised in the slightest. This level is all bookworms, inherently resistant to human occupation spells, and this level is set up in such a way that all the defenders have reached the limit of their resistance to human occupation spells, and can't be controlled just because they want to. With no full spell proficiency, he'd be lucky to control a single keeper. Swish! 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 The 4 scribes who weren't under control were the first to launch counterattacks. Just by lightly waving the fan in their hands, 4 clusters of earth-colored light appeared out of thin air. 2 of the clusters of earth-colored light headed straight for Gu Yifan. The other 2 clusters of earth-yellow light blasted towards Gu Yifan's left and right sides, blocking the directions Gu Yifan might dodge. Seeing this, Gu Yifan decisively stepped back. His left foot landed on the ground with a dull thud. The remaining footsteps landed so softly that they barely sounded like footsteps. In the next moment, an earth thorn rose from underneath the feet of the 5 scholars, directly piercing through the bodies of the 5 scholars from the bottom up, stabbing their bodies to pieces. Skill Trample, a skill Gu Yifan obtained from the elephant demon leader, coalesces earth spikes to attack enemies within a certain range. Previously, Gu Yifan had cast the human chaos system spell Lost Mind Frenzy just to test how many guardsmen he could control, and the skill Trample was his killing move against the guardsmen. Immediately after that, the bodies of the 5 gatekeepers flickered dramatically for a few times before disappearing. This time, there was no reminder ringing in Gu Yifan's head, because the 3rd level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda had 4 small levels, and Gu Yifan passing 1 small level wasn't considered a pass. He had to pass 4 small levels to be considered a pass. After destroying the human guardian with a single blow, Gu Yifan took a step towards the 2nd small tower. For the next Devil Race Barrier, Immortal Race Barrier, and Ghost Race Barrier, Gu Yifan didn't dawdle and directly used Trample. Dang! 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 Every time Gu Yifan stepped down, the guardians of a small tower were directly annihilated. After 3 kicks, all the defenders of the 3 small towers were destroyed. The whole process should not be too easy. But it wasn't that the gatekeeper was too weak, it was that Gu Yifan was too strong. His attack power far exceeded his level, and the Great Wild Goose Pagoda's guards were based on his level of embodiment, not at all his enemy. Killing was normal. Beyond that, there's another reason. The first 3 levels of the Giant Goose Pagoda are not difficult, and can even be considered a gift of experience. It's only from the 4th level that the Big Goose Pagoda replica becomes somewhat more difficult. Ding! Past the 3rd level of the Big Goose Pagoda, gain 3,000 experience points. Please proceed to the 4th level of the Big Goose Pagoda. Yes. Gu Yifan laughed out loud and stepped towards the entrance of the 4th floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, then stepped into the milky white circle of light. Chapter 101, 3 passes in a row. Passing the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Swish! Gu Yifan's figure disappeared into thin air, and when he reappeared, he had already reached the 4th floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. The 4th floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda is still very empty. In the center sits a small 1-meter-high tower, which is the organ that opens the 4th level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica. Walking over to the small tower, Gu Yifan raised his hand and lightly tapped it. Immediately following, 10 guardsmen appeared one after another 3 meters away from Gu Yifan's surroundings. Among these 10 guardians were 3 scholars with fans, 2 monsters with tiger heads, 2 celestial soldiers with lances, and 3 evil spirits with tongues. Gu Yifan looked around and frowned. The demon, immortal, and ghost races did not need to be dealt with at the first opportunity, but the human race, which excelled in control, had to be dealt with as soon as possible. However, the 3 scribes were not on the same side, but spread around him, and all the group attack spells of the 4 professions could only be cast in one direction, so that he could not control all of them in the first place. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of just decapitating them, but the trample skill couldn't blanket all the scribes. But the next moment Gu Yifan's tightly furrowed brow loosened. Unable to control and decapitate all the scribes in the first place, then he would control and decapitate them together, and anyway, with his attack power, decapitating the guardians would be a matter of a single strike. Having made up his mind, Gu Yifan no longer hesitated. Knock! Gu Yifan raised his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. At the same time, he chopped ahead in the air with the shadow dagger in his hand. Whoosh! 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 An earththorn steeply rose up 3 meters away from Gu Yifan's rear, instantly piercing through the bodies of a scholar, an evil spirit, and a celestial soldier before their figures disappeared after a few sharp flashes. Boom! Almost at the same time, a large mass of earth-yellow light emerged out of thin air 3 meters away in front of Gu Yifan, then exploded into a line of earth-yellow threads that instantly wrapped around the bodies of a scholar, an evil spirit, and a tiger-headed monster. Immediately afterward, a flash of confusion appeared in their eyes before they punched each other. At this moment, a scholar, a tiger-headed monster, a day soldier, and an evil spirit located on Gu Yifan's left and right sides launched their attacks at the same time. The scholar lightly waved his fan, and a ball of earth-colored light shot violently towards Gu Yifan. The tiger-headed monster swung his stick and charged towards Gu Yifan with a big stride. The heavenly soldier's lance waved, and a tornado emerged out of thin air, heading straight for Gu Yifan. He was casting the Immortal Wind magic system's single spell Wind and Thunder Surge. The evil ghost did not deal with Gu Yifan. He raised the soul invocation streamer in his hand and a ball of turquoise light appeared out of thin air above the 3 guardsmen who had been confused by Gu Yifan, and then transformed into a turquoise shroud of light that enveloped the 3 of them. He cast the Ghost Clan's removal-based group attack spell Purifying Light, which removed all control and positive and negative statuses. In the next moment, the confusion in the eyes of the 3 guardsmen who were confused by Gu Yifan and were beating each other up disappeared, and the earth-colored threads wrapped around their bodies disappeared as well, and then they stopped beating each other up. Knock! Gu Yifan took a step to the side, dodging the whistling earth-colored light. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, an earththorn appeared one after another under the feet of the 3 gatekeepers who had just lifted their control state, piercing through their bodies in an instant, and then their figures disappeared even after a few sharp flashes. Almost at the same time, the whistling tornado solidly blasted at Gu Yifan's body. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge it, but he was confident in carrying the tornado's attack and was too lazy to dodge it. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the tornado burst into flames and disappeared into bits of starlight. Gu Yifan, who had been blasted by the tornado, was standing firmly in place, without even a scratch on his body. With that little attack power of the heavenly soldiers, they couldn't even break his defense, so there was no need to dodge. At this moment, the tiger head monster that was swinging a stick had already rushed to Gu Yifan. He swung his sticks towards Gu Yifan's head. Swish! Gu Yifan took a step towards the right side, dodging the tiger head monster's smashing stick. At the same time, his lowered right hand snapped up, and the shadow dagger chopped out in the air. A ghostly black dagger appeared out of thin air, heading straight for the only remaining scholar. The only threat that could pose to him was the scribe, who was good at controlling. As long as the scribes were all taken care of, the remaining various clan guardians could not pose the slightest threat to him. Whoosh! The ghostly black dagger turned around and directly pierced through the scholar's chest. Immediately after that, the scholar's figure flickered sharply for a few moments before disappearing. At this point, the three scholars were all solved by Gu Yifan, and the crisis was lifted. At this point, only one tiger head monster, one heavenly soldier, and one evil ghost remained of the 10 guardians. Gu Yifan violently turned around, a backhanded stabbing, directly cutting the tiger head monster's neck. Then he chopped out 2 more slashes in the air. 2 ghostly black daggers emerged out of thin air, directly piercing through the chests of the celestial soldier and the evil ghost. This is all slow to say the least, but it happened in a very short period of time. Ding! Passed the 4th level of the Big Goose Pagoda, gained 4,000 experience points. Please proceed to the 5th level of the Big Goose Pagoda. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles as another 4,000 experience points arrived. Beyond that, there's another reason. He could easily pass the 4th level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, and he wouldn't have the slightest problem passing the 5th and 6th levels. Because the 5th and 6th levels had the same number of guardians as the 4th level, all of them were 10, only that the number of various races might be different, and the strength of the guardians of the 5th and 6th levels was just a bit stronger than the 4th level guardians. But strong that some of the strength for him simply cannot cause the slightest threat, as long as the first step to solve the bookworm can cause him a threat. To solve the other 3 major professions of the tiger monster, heavenly soldiers, and evil spirits is a matter of a few knives. The truth was just as Gu Yifan thought. He passed the 5th and 6th levels of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda with great ease. The 5th level yielded 5,000 experience points, and the 6th level yielded 6,000. In total, Gu Yifan had gained 21,000 experience points from clearing the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. If he gained experience by killing demonic beasts, in order to gain 21,000 experience points, Gu Yifan would need to kill at least 100 demonic beasts above level 10, and to find 100 demonic beasts, he would need to spend at least 1 or 2 days. However, it took him less than 20 minutes to clear his copy of the Big Goose Pagoda. This is why one less kill of a copy of the Big Goose Pagoda is a huge loss. But then again, the only thing to be gained from a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda was experience, and Gu Yifan not only gained experience from killing demonic beasts, he also gained attribute points, and could even pop out items if he was lucky. So killing copies and decimating demonic beasts can only be said to have their own benefits. It's time to get out. Gu Yifan laughed out loud and raised his hand to nod at the old cart driver standing next to the small tower on the 6th floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. The role of this old carter is to teleport those who enter out of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda so that they don't have to waste time running down one floor at a time. Leaving the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, Gu Yifan raised his hand again and clicked on the old cart driver next to him, rushing to the territory of the Great Tang. However, he wasn't going to go to the territory of the Great Tang to kill demonic beasts, but rather, he was going to make a trip to the hell. Hua Lao asked him to go to the hell as soon as possible after ascending to the 10th level. He did not forget about this matter. Chapter 102 Earthly Chance. Examination Mission. Inside the Great Tang. Gu Yifan's figure appeared out of nowhere. So dark? Looking at the Great Tang territory that was out of reach, Gu Yifan froze. But soon he reacted. There is no day and night in the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, and Chang'an City is brightly lit, so he didn't feel the darkness before, whereas there are no lights in the territory of the Great Tang, and now it is already the early hours of the morning, so it is normal for the sky to be dark. Night vision. Gu Yifan cast his night vision skill and looked around. The environment in the Great Tang territory was not much different from places such as the north of Chang'an City, and then he went straight to the central part of the Great Tang territory. Every wilderness map has an entrance to hell, and all of them are in the central area, and the territory of Datang is no exception. Not too far ahead, a demonic beast appeared in Gu Yifan's line of sight. Although Gu Yifan's trip was to hell, when he encountered a demonic beast, was there any reason not to kill it? It was just a matter of a knife anyway. Swish! Gu Yifan casually flipped his hand, and the shadow dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. He didn't cast the scrying skill at the first opportunity as he had done in the past. The level of the demonic beasts in the Great Tang territory was level 1115. This level of demonic beasts did not pose the slightest threat to him, and ordinary demonic beasts did not have any special skills, so there was no need to perform the scrying skill at all. But immediately following that, he seemed to have thought of something and put the shadow dagger back. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Yifan raised his right hand, only to see his palm rapidly grow larger, reaching a meter wide in an instant. Really? Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles. Just now, it suddenly occurred to him that the skill Lightblade could increase the length of the weapon and could attack away from the body, so if he used the palm of his hand as a weapon, could he also increase the size of his palm? Couldn't he also attack away from his body? It turned out that his whim was right on the money. Go! Gu Yifan raised his hand and slapped it out towards the front. A huge palm 1 meter wide detached from his palm and headed straight for the demonic beast in front of him. Bang! The next moment, a dull crash sounded abruptly, only to see the huge palm directly slapping the demonic beast in front of them to death on the ground as if it was swatting a fly. Immediately afterward, a stream of information surfaced in Gu Yifan's mind. Ding! Kill a demonic beast, gain 140 experience points. Taking a step to the demonic beast's corpse, Gu Yifan raised his hand and brushed it from the demonic beast's corpse. Ding! Stripping was successful. You gain 4 agility attribute points. Gu Yifan casually waved his hand again, putting the demonic beast's corpse into his storage ring, and continued to rush to the central area of the Great Tang territory. Next, Gu Yifan encountered 3 more demonic beasts. All 3 of these demonic beasts were directly slapped to death by Gu Yifan, turning them into his experience and attribute points. Found it! Looking at the ghostly black light curtain suspended in the middle of the 2 large trees in front of him, Gu Yifan instantly showed a smile on his face. Without delay, he walked quickly to the spectral black light curtain, then leaped into it. The next moment, Gu Yifan appeared in the middle of the hell. Walking across the bridge of Naiha, Gu Yifan came to the Hall of Hades and directly pushed open the door of the Hall of Hades. Just like the last time he came to the Yama Temple, the Yama Temple was situated with statues of the 10 temples of Yama. However, unlike the last time, just as he stepped into the Hall of Hades, the statue of the 10 temples of Yama lit up, and a stream of wind also appeared out of nowhere from around the statue of the 10 temples of Yama, spinning rapidly along the statue of the 10 temples of Yama. This scene caused Gu Yifan to instantly show joy on his face. The last time he came to the Hall of Hades, he touched the Hall of Hades all over, and even touched the statues of the 10 temples of Hades, and there was no reaction, whereas this time when he had just entered the Hall of Hades, a vision appeared without him doing anything. Apparently, what Elder Hua had said was not wrong at all, and when his cultivation level was raised to the 10th level, he would gain something by coming back to the Hall of Hades. A few moments later, the shadowy wind rotating around the 10 temples of hell suddenly shot violently towards Gu Yifan. This scene startled Gu Yifan. He subconsciously tried to exit the door, but stopped immediately afterward. He came to the Yama Palace to look for the chance. Now that the Yama Palace had a vision showing, it was obvious that the chance had been triggered, and the wind surrounding the statue of the 10 temples of Yama shooting violently towards him should also be related to the chance, so he could not withdraw from the door. In the next moment, 10 strands of shadowy wind shot violently in front of Gu Yifan. However, it did not crash into Gu Yifan, but instead spun around him sharply. Gu Yifan couldn't control a shiver. It wasn't because of fear, but the 10 winds were very cold, and being surrounded by the 10 winds was as if he had fallen into an ice cave. That wasn't the point was that he felt a strong sense of voyeurism. The feeling was like being stripped naked and standing in front of a lot of people, and it made him uncomfortable. However, the 10 winds only circled around him a few times before disappearing into thin air. At the same time, the eerie feeling and prying eyes that had enveloped him disappeared. Phew! Gu Yifan took a long breath. The eeriness was fine, but the voyeurism made him uncomfortable, and he didn't want to experience it for even a second longer. At this time, without the whistling sound of the wind, the Hall of Hades returned to its previous quietness. Gu Yifan waited quietly. He didn't know what the chance of the Hall of Hades was, but the gloomy wind disappeared, and the statue of the 10 temples of Hades was still lit, so it was obvious that the chance of the Hall of Hades was still in progress, so there was no need to be in a hurry, and patiently waited is all. A moment later, the statue of King Yama suddenly opened his mouth. Immediately afterward, a voice of words resounded in the Hall of Hades. "This kid is good, I've got my eye on him." Gu Yifan couldn't control another shiver. This time it was out of fear. You should know that the one who is talking is the king of Yanluo, which is the lord who wants to be killed. Being looked upon by the king of hell, not to mention Gu Yifan, anyone would not be able to control their shivering. But soon Gu Yifan calmed down, and a touch of excitement even surfaced on his cheeks. Because King Yama said that he was looking at him not to take his little life, but to give him a chance. Many thanks to King Yama for the reward. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to thank him, but before he could finish his words, the voices of the other 9 temples of hell sounded first. I've got my eye on this kid too. Me too. And me. Gu Yifan decisively swallowed the word knowledge that had not yet been uttered. He blinked, the excitement in his cheeks a few moments more intense. Just now all 10 halls of Yama had opened their mouths, although the words were different, but the meaning was very consistent. All the Yama had their eyes on him. Hurry up and scramble. Gu Yifan prayed silently in his heart. One Yanluo looking at him might not be able to do much good, but all Yanluos looking at him, the benefits would be great. After all, he was a human being, not an object, and it was impossible to divide it equally among the 10 temples of Hades, while the 10 temples of Hades all had their eyes on him, so he could be put up for sale, and whoever came up with more favors would go with whoever they wanted. Just as soon as his thoughts had risen, he was splashed with cold water by the words of King Yama. Since everyone has taken a fancy to it, let's open the assessment mission. Agreed. 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 The remaining 9 halls of hell spoke in support. Gu Yifan's head was filled with black lines. Where's the scramble? Why don't you guys follow the rules? However, what King Yama said made him steeply understand that there was indeed a chance in the Yama Palace, but to be able to obtain the chance, it was not a matter of obtaining the recognition of one Yama, but it was necessary to obtain the simultaneous recognition of the 10 temples of Yama. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan became excited again, his chance was coming soon. However, he also knew that in order to obtain the opportunity, he must first pass the examination task. Chapter 103: Unlimited Killing. Unlimited Refills. What will the assessment task be? Forcing down the excitement in his heart, Gu Yifan secretly pondered. But before he could think more, the words of King Yama resounded in the Hall of Hades. Kid, are you willing to take our test? Gu Yifan opened his mouth to agree. He came here for the chance of hell, and now that the chance has appeared, how could he not agree to it? But immediately afterward he swallowed the words that were already on his lips. This would be a time when he didn't know what the assessment task was or what he would gain from passing it, so it was better to ask first. Can you tell us what the assessment task is? Is there anything to be gained after passing the assessment? Gu Yifan asked. What is the assessment task? This will not be able to say, you will naturally know after you participate in the assessment. King Yama paused for a moment and then added, as for what will be gained by passing the test, this will not be able to be said, but what I can tell you is that by passing the test, you will receive a unique gain. Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. You can't say this and you can't say that. Why all the secrecy? Kid, are you willing to accept our test? King Yama asked again. I do. Gu Yifan didn't dawdle any longer. As he had just said, he had come here for the chances of hell, so would he refuse? Then again, just now King Yama had also revealed some information that there would be a unique reward for passing the examination. What do you mean by unique? It's the only one in the world, and there won't be a second one. Just like the hidden talent he had awakened to divest all things, there was only one, there was no other. He had already deeply experienced the power of the hidden talent to divest all things, and he was looking forward to the unique harvest in the world that King Yanluo had spoken of. Open the first level of the test, Infinite Killing. As King Yama spoke, a door of ghostly black light appeared out of nowhere within the Yama temple. He added, Kid, enter the light gate and take the test. Infinite Killing, it seems this level is related to killing. Also, the first level of the test. Seems to be more than one level of the test. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose as he stepped into the door of light. Since he had decided to take the test, there was nothing to hesitate about. Swish! The moment he stepped through the door of ghostly black light, Gu Yifan's eyes abruptly froze before him. The next moment, however, his vision returned, but his immediate surroundings had changed violently. No longer Hades, but a withered desert. In the next moment, Yama's words rang out over the desert. The test begins. Accompanied by the sound of King Yama's words, one head of demonic beasts appeared out of thin air in front of Gu Yifan, one next to the other, 1 meter in front of and behind each other, rushing towards Gu Yifan one after another. Probe. Gu Yifan cast the scrying skill at the first opportunity. Immediately afterward, a stream of information appeared in his mind. All of this information is exactly the same. Race, Demon Beast. Level, 10. Battle Strength, First Class 2 stars. Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. A demonic beast with a rank of only 10, and no skills yet, could not pose the slightest threat to him at all. However, thinking about it, Gu Yifan didn't have the slightest delay as he took out his shadow dagger and met it. Swish! With the flash of an ethereal light, the first demonic beast had its neck directly chopped off by Gu Yifan. Immediately following, the demonic beast disappeared into dots of starlight. At this moment, the second demonic beast had already arrived. Gu Yifan swung his sword out again, similarly slicing the neck of the second demonic beast with a single strike. Swish! 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 Next, Gu Yifan swung his sword out one after another. With every flash of spectral light, a demonic beast had its neck severed, and not a single demonic beast could make an exception. At first, Gu Yifan rushed towards the demonic beasts, but then after seeing them rush towards him one after another, he simply stood motionless and waited for the demonic beasts to come to him of their own accord before killing them with a single slash. What the kind of test is this? Gu Yifan cursed in his heart as he cut down the demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were not a single enemy of his, even he only needed to repeat the swing of his sword again and again to cut down the successive rushing demonic beasts under his sword, and he wondered what was the point of this kind of examination? But soon he realized something was wrong. Although decapitating these demonic beasts was a matter of a single slash, these demonic beasts were as if they were moths fighting a flame, not fearing death, and still endlessly rushing towards him one after another. Faced with such a situation, not to mention that he was a person, even if he was a killing machine, there was a moment when he couldn't carry it off. Just as he had done in the Big Wild Goose Pagoda to raise his spell proficiency, the movements were simple and not very laborious, but it was the simple and effortless movements that after repeating them for tens of thousands of times, he was so tired that he couldn't even lift his hands up. No wonder this level is called infinite killing, this is really endless killing. Gu Yifan let out a dark sigh and continued to kill. In the midst of his kills, time slipped by. Slowly he felt his right hand getting a little tired and his reaction slowing down, then he switched to his left hand, but slowly his left hand felt tired too, and at this point his right hand hadn't recovered. At this rate, sooner or later we'll end up in a situation where we couldn't even lift our hands last night. There's no telling how long the killing will go on, we have to come up with a solution. Gu Yifan thought darkly. A moment later, his eyes brightened abruptly. He could only use his hands when raising his spell proficiency, but now it wasn't about raising spell proficiency, it was about killing the enemy. He's got tired hands. He's got feet to use. In the next moment, Gu Yifan raised his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. An earth thorn appeared out of thin air right in front of him, directly stabbing the bodies of several demonic beasts in front of him into sieves. Although casting the skill trample required mana consumption, this was not a problem at all for Gu Yifan. When his mana was about to run out, he would cast the Ghost Race Return spell a few times, and his soon-to-be exhausted mana would be restored as before. With the replacement of his feet, Gu Yifan's hands suddenly had a break. Next, when Gu Yifan's feet got tired, he switched to his hands, and when his hands got tired, he switched to his feet, and so on and so forth. However, in order to recover faster, he didn't wait for his hands or feet to be too tired to lift before replacing them, but replaced them in time when he felt tired, because it was really a bit slow to recover after being tired to the limit. Having found a way to deal with it, Gu Yifan was much more relaxed. He was like a tireless killing machine, crazily slaughtering the successive demonic beasts that rushed at him. Does this count as unlimited refills for me? Well, a little less apt, but still. Gu Yifan's mind drifted as he slaughtered the successive demonic beasts that rushed at him. It's not that he doesn't know that he can't be distracted during the battle, but dealing with the demonic beasts in front of him, distraction is not a problem at all, and then again such a succession of killing is really a bit boring, he needs to think of something else to alleviate some of the boring mood. However, what he didn't realize was that his every move fell in the eyes of the 10 temples of hell. This will be, the 10 halls of hell is a wide-eyed, full of confusion. Chapter 104 Passing the first level. The fourfold test. Hades. There was a screen of light suspended in the innermost part of the hall, and there was a picture on the screen. This image was none other than Gu Yifan, who was slaughtering demonic beasts. From the moment Gu Yifan entered the ghostly black light gate, this curtain of light appeared with him, and the 10 temples of hell clearly saw Gu Yifan's every move from beginning to end, which was why they were wide-eyed and full of confusion. Since the creation of the God's End continent, there was no telling how many people had entered the Hall of Hades. Every time, they would say, "This kid is good, I've got my eye on him, I've got my eye on him too, since everyone has their eye on him, let's start the examination mission." Agree and so on to attract the people who came to the Palace of Hades to participate in the examination. Over the years, it was unknown how many people had been attracted to participate in the examination by them, and it could be said that they claimed to have seen a lot. Those people either had a very hard time decapitating the demonic beasts and then were surrounded by them and then torn alive, or they simply decapitated the demonic beasts but also ended up becoming the rations of the demonic beasts due to exhaustion. There were also some people who were chased around by the demonic beasts and ended up being turned into the rations of the demonic beasts, and there were even people who tried to negotiate with the demonic beasts but were bitten alive by the demonic beasts before they could even say a few words. In a nutshell, there were all sorts of ways to deal with demonic beasts, and all of them resulted in becoming their rations. If it wasn't for the fact that their test was conducted in an illusionary realm where they wouldn't actually die, none of them would have been able to walk out of the illusionary realm. But Gu Yifun's appearance broke their perceptions and made them realize what it meant to be alone. This was because before this, they had never seen someone as relaxed and at ease as Gu Yifun, who was still able to kill demonic beasts one after another. The statue of King Yama opened his mouth, and a voice of words resounded in the Yama Palace. "Isn't the level of our illusory demonic beasts a bit low?" Upon hearing this, the other 9 halls of hell instantly snapped out of their daze before speaking up. According to the rules, we can only visualize demonic beasts of the same level as the person taking the test, so it's not that the level of the demonic beasts we visualized is a bit low, but rather that this brat's strength far exceeds the level. Not bad. This kid can kill demonic beasts of the same level with a casual slash, and he can kill several demonic beasts with a light stomp of his raised foot. It really isn't that our illusory demonic beasts are too low in level, but that this kid is too strong. I think so. Seconded. The 9 halls of hell spoke up one after another, and no one supported what King Yama had said. That's true. The statue of King Yama nodded and asked again, "Gentlemen, the test for this level is talent and perseverance. This kid can easily kill demonic beasts and also has numerous means. There's nothing to say about his talent. What do you all think about his perseverance?" The perseverance aspect is still unclear right now. After all, this kid decapitates demonic beasts too easily. I do think this kid's perseverance is pretty good. Why do you say that, King of the Wheel? Why do you say that? King Chang'an, you only saw this kid easily chopping down demonic beasts, but ignored the fact that it's been more than a day since he started to participate in the examination until now. Without stopping for a moment to chop down demonic beasts, and also insisted on it for more than a day, isn't this perseverance? Also, this kid isn't set in his ways of beheading demonic beasts. He uses his feet when his hands get tired, and then uses his hands when his feet get tired, and he's rotated several times since the test started until now, and that's a sign of perseverance. What the rotating king said is not bad. I also think that this kid has perseverance, not to mention, he didn't give up because of the exertion, but found a way to continue to kill the demonic beasts. This is a manifestation of numerous means. How is it not a manifestation of perseverance? That's really it. Sorry, I was the one who read it a bit one-sided. I'm with the rotating king on this one. Seconded. Good. King Yama summarized, since everyone agrees that this kid has both talent and perseverance, and now that it's almost time for the test, I think we can let him pass this test. What do you all think? Finally, another person has passed the first level of examination. Is this the second, or the third? I hope he can pass the second and third level examinations, otherwise we still have to sit here. Yes, after sitting here for so many years, I'm going crazy with idleness. The 9 halls of hell spoke up. Although none of them said the word agree, their words revealed that they agreed that Gu Yifun had passed the examination. In the next moment, Gu Yifun, who was in the middle of decapitating a demonic beast in the light screen, disappeared into thin air. Almost at the same time, the curtain of light suspended within the Hall of Hades also disappeared. Immediately following, a door of ghostly black light appeared out of nowhere in the Hall of Hades, and Gu Yifun walked out from it. "Kid, congratulations on passing the first level of the test." Yama said, "Next open the second level of examination, the fourfold test. Please enter the light door." Gu Yifun was filled with confusion. He just killed some demonic beasts and passed the first level of the test? However, passing the examination was a good thing for him. There was no need to ask more questions, and with that, he stepped into the door of spectral black light. Entering the ghostly black light door, Gu Yifun looked around, still the same desert as before. The test begins. At that moment, the words of King Yama resounded over the desert. In the next moment, a demonic beast and a middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere on the desert. Ow! The demonic beast pounced towards the middle-aged man with a loud cry. The middle-aged man fled with him. Gu Yifan didn't dawdle in the slightest, his low-slung right hand lifted up lightning fast and proceeded to slap out in front of him. Swish! A huge palm appeared out of thin air, heading straight for the demonic beast. He didn't know what this level tested for, but demonic beasts were the mortal enemies of the human race, and there was no reason for him not to kill them. Bang! In the next moment, a dull crash sounded steeply. Only to see the huge palm shadow directly slapping the demonic beast into flesh as if it was swatting a fly. The middle-aged man who was being chased then stopped, he clasped his fist towards Gu Yifan and his figure disappeared into thin air. That's it? Gu Yifan froze. But before he could think more, a young man and a middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere on the desert. The youth sat on the ground and cursed, "You scum of the human race, you don't want to be a good human, you prefer to be a traitor to the demonic beasts, the reputation of my human race has been spoiled by scum like you." Ha ha! The middle-aged man laughed out loud, "Being a traitor to the demonic beasts can make me powerful, can make me gain a lot of wealth, and can allow me to live an extremely luxurious life. I'd rather be a traitor to the demonic beasts than to the human race. Kid, I'll give you two choices, either be a traitor to the demonic beasts like me, and I'll give you inexhaustible cultivation resources and inexhaustible wealth, or I'll slaughter you. You're just hopeless." The youth looked at death as a home away from home and said, "Roads are different, small master can never be a traitor to the demonic beasts, to kill or death, as you wish, small master absolutely will not frown. But at death, 18 years later, small master is a good man again. Then I'll kill you." The middle-aged man sneered and swung his sword towards the youth. But just as he raised his greatsword, his body trembled abruptly, then he looked down. Only to see a ghostly black dagger pass through the front of his chest. The person who struck out was none other than Gu Yifan. Evil cultivators and demonic beasts were just as desirable for everyone to kill, and there was no reason for him not to kill them. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's figure disappeared into thin air. Immediately following, the youth sitting on the ground stood up, he clasped his fist at Gu Yifan, and his figure disappeared. Finished again? Gu Yifan froze again. But still did not wait for him to think more. A young man and a middle-aged man once again appeared out of thin air on the desert. Chapter 105: A Test of Heart. To kill or not to kill? Unlike the youth and middle-aged man who had just appeared, the youth and middle-aged man who appeared this time fought together without saying a word as soon as they appeared, and they fought fiercely. Gu Yifan was a bit confused. He only knew that the youths and middle-aged men who appeared must have something to do with the test, but he didn't know what was being tested. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Yifan cast a probe on the youth and the middle-aged man. Immediately after that, two streams of information appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Race, human. Level, 10. Root bone, 65. Spirituality, 65. Strength, 110. Agility, 65. Battle strength, first class, first star. This strand of information is middle-aged. Race, evil cultivator. Level, 10. Root bone, 65. Spirituality, 65. Strength, 110. Agility, 65. Battle strength, first class, first star. This stream of information is youthful. The two strands of information were exactly the same except for the different races. At this moment, Gu Yifan's heart suddenly had a flash of clarity. The demonic beasts that appeared before chasing the middle-aged man should be testing whether he would kill the demonic beasts and help the middle-aged man. The youth and middle-aged man who had just appeared should be testing whether he would be able to kill the evil cultivator and help the youth. The youth and middle-aged man who appeared this time to start a war without saying a word should be testing his judgment in distinguishing between the human race and the evil cultivators, but because of the scrying skill, he didn't need to make much of a judgment at all. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan stood still and watched the youth and the middle-aged man fight. Although the youth was an evil cultivator, the middle-aged man's strength was not weaker than the youth's, and there was no need for him to intervene. After just a moment of watching, he lost his patience. The youth and the middle-aged man you come and go, fight a lot of lively, but no one cannot help who, and then continue so, do not know to fight until when, and he cannot have so much time to waste with the two people. Without further delay, Gu Yifan's low-slung right hand lifted up like lightning, and then violently slapped out toward the front. Swish! A palm detached itself from Gu Yifan's right hand and headed straight for the youth. Boo! In the next moment, a sound that resembled a watermelon bursting resounded abruptly. It was the sound of the youth's head exploding from the palm of his hand. Almost at the same time, the youth's headless body flickered sharply for a few moments before disappearing. The middle-aged man turned to look at Gu Yifan and said, "Why did you kill him?" Gu Yifan was speechless for a while. He helped the middle-aged man kill the youth, and the middle-aged man questioned him? He said without any good humor, "He is an evil cultivator. If I don't kill him, do I kill you?" "Oh." The middle-aged man responded and asked again, "You knew he was an evil cultivator, why did it take you so long to strike?" "I would have waited for you to kill him." Gu Yifan said truthfully, "But after waiting for so long, you couldn't kill him, and I don't have the time to waste with you guys, so I can only make a move to kill him and end this test." "Got it." The middle-aged man raised his hand and clasped his fist towards Gu Yifan, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Gu Yifan waited quietly. King Yama said that the second level was a fourfold test, and now only 3 tests had appeared, so there should still be one more test. Soon, a middle-aged man covered in blood appeared not far in front of Gu Yifan. His eyes were full of entanglements as he looked down at a fingernail-sized black pill in his hand that emitted an evil aura. Almost simultaneously, an image appeared above the middle-aged man's head. On the screen, a small team was fighting in blood, desperately killing demonic beasts, and the middle-aged man was a member of this team, but because of the large number of demonic beasts, the team was eventually wiped out, and the middle-aged man escaped due to his serious injuries and unconsciousness. The scene ended, and Gu Yifan's gaze fell on the black pill held in the middle-aged man's hand. This black pill was the pill that the human race had to take when they became evil cultivators, and was called the holy pill by the evil cultivators. However, because evil cultivators are traitors to demonic beasts, the human race does not call it a holy elixir, but a traitor pill. In the next moment, Yama's words suddenly resounded over the desert. "Kid, he's going to take the traitor pill to become an evil cultivator, hurry up and kill him." Gu Yifan's brows frowned slightly. The middle-aged man that appearance does have the idea of taking the traitor pill to become an evil cultivator, but the middle-aged man obviously has not made up his mind, otherwise he is not looking at the traitor pill in his hand, his face showing a tangled color. Also, he hadn't forgotten the image he had just seen of the middle-aged man fighting in blood and slaying demonic beasts. This made him a bit torn as to whether or not to kill the middle-aged man according to what King Yama had said. If you don't kill, you can't pass this test. Killing it would be inconsistent with his heart. At this time, in the Hall of Hades, the 10 temples of Hades were talking. The second level tests the heart, the first 3 tests are easy, the 4th test is the hard part. Yes, those who passed the first level of examination before all fell on the 4th test. Do you guys think that kid will kill the middle-aged man? It's possible, after all, old Yen has told him to kill the middle-aged man and stop him from becoming an evil cultivator. I don't think so, that kid didn't do anything immediately and is still full of tangles, he may not listen to old Yen. All calm down, we'll know the result if we watch. Old Yen, according to the regulations, those who participate in the examination are entangled, you have to add fire to it. Gentlemen, I'm adding to the fire. In the desert of illusion. Gu Yifan quietly looked at the middle-aged man holding the traitor pill. He was still torn between killing the middle-aged man according to King Yama's words. At this moment, the voice of King Yama's words resounded once again. Kid, hurry up and kill him. The first 3 tests, your performance is very good, we are all very satisfied. This is the 4th test, stifle the danger in the cradle. As long as you pass this test, you will be able to pass the second level of the examination, don't let us down. Gu Yifan looked up at the sky and his gaze shifted back to the middle-aged man. He still hadn't made a move, and his eyes were still full of kinks. It wasn't that he didn't know to nip the danger in the bud, but the situation at hand was different. The middle-aged man hadn't become an evil cultivator yet, and it wasn't the only way to go about beheading the middle-aged man, there were other ways to save the middle-aged man. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about being ruthless and beheading the middle-aged man to pass the 4th test. But he couldn't be cruel. Because whenever he wanted to be ruthless and kill the middle-aged man according to what King Yama had said, the image of the middle-aged man fighting in blood and killing demonic beasts couldn't help but appear in his mind, and then he went soft again. In the midst of Gu Yifan's entanglement, King Yama's words rang out once again. Kid, you're letting us down. You've lost the chance to pass the second level of the test, as well as the chance to obtain a unique harvest in this world. As the words of King Yama fell, the middle-aged man seemed to have made up his mind, and there was a flash of determination in his eyes before he lifted his palm and poured the black pill into his mouth. This scene caused Gu Yifan's eyes to narrow slightly. There was also a flash of determination in his eyes. In the next moment, his lowered right hand snapped up and swung his palm toward the front. Swish! A palm detached itself from Gu Yifun's palm and headed straight for the middle-aged man. Chapter 106, Not Against the Grain. Passing the second level. There was a sigh of relief in Hades. It's over. This kid won't pass the second level of the test. Alas, there was still a lot of hope for this kid, but it turned out to be another disappointment. Come on, we have to continue to hold down the fort here. When is this going to end? Who set up the fourth test? Isn't this a pitfall? No. You guys look, that kid hasn't failed yet. The statues of the 10 temples of Hades coincidentally turned their heads to look at the image suspended in the innermost part of the Hall of Hades. Only to see that Gu Yifun's released palm did not slap on the middle-aged man's head, but rather on the middle-aged man's right hand, slapping the middle-aged man's right hand to the side, and the traitor's pill in his hand fell to the ground in the process. In the next moment, Gu Yifun rushed next to the traitor pill with an arrow step and crushed the traitor pill with a foot directly. This scene caused a cheer to ring out in the Hall of Hades. It's us who misunderstood this kid. This little brat, do not know that people scare people to death. Not right, ing ghost. Ha, finally someone has passed the second level of the test, there's a big chance we'll be liberated. Yeah. As long as this kid passes the third level, we won't need to hold down the fort here anymore. After how many years, I finally see the hope of leaving. This kid has passed the second level of the test, but I want to know why he did it. In the desert of illusion. Gu Yifun, who had crushed the traitor pill, breathed a long sigh of relief. The moment the middle-aged man was about to swallow the traitor pill, he made an instant decision. He had to follow his heart and pull the middle-aged man back from his evil ways. For no other reason than the fact that the middle-aged man had once fought in blood and fought tooth and nail to kill the foreign beasts. As for not being able to pass the test by doing so? If you can't pass it, you can't pass it. Does he who has the hidden talent of stripping away all things need other chances? Not at all. At this moment, the middle-aged man raised his hand in order to cuddle towards Gu Yifun, but he let his hand down again before he could raise it. He looked at Gu Yifun and inquired, "Why didn't you kill me? Instead, you stopped me?" Gu Yifun was silent for a moment and said, "I thought about killing you, but I couldn't lay my hands on a hero who had once fought for the human race in blood, and I wouldn't want a hero who had once fought for the human race in blood to become a traitor scorned by all. I also do not want to be a traitor to the people." The middle-aged man laughed bitterly, "But my brothers have all died in battle, and I'm the only one lingering on, and I can't see any hope of winning, so since I'll lose sooner or later, why struggle?" Lose sooner or later? I don't think so. Gu Yifun retorted, "Back then, when the demonic beasts had just appeared, my human race was not yet able to cultivate. I don't think I need to say more about how dangerous the situation was at that time, but with a passionate heart, my human race hardened itself and carried through the greatest crisis. Nowadays, my human race can cultivate, have the strength to fight against the demonic beasts, and even establish the God's End continent, stopping the demonic beasts outside the divine continent. This situation is much better than the situation at the beginning, so how is it that there is no hope of winning? Also, your brothers died for the sake of sniping the demonic beasts. They are the heroes of my human race, they died honorably, they died great deaths. If you become a traitor to the demonic beasts, 100 years from now, what face will you have to face them?" The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and said, "Little brother, after going through the previous examination, you should be able to tell that I am not real. Why would you rather give up on passing the examination and save me? I do know you are unreal, but I don't want to go against the grain." Gu Yifun said, "For everything there is a one, there is a two. If I go against my heart this time because I want a chance, in the future there will be a second and a third time, and over time I won't be me, or I'll be on a path of no return. Is it worth it to miss out on a heavenly opportunity because you followed your heart?" The middle-aged man asked again. "It's worth it in my opinion, or I wouldn't be doing it." Gu Yifun said, "As for missing a heavenly chance? Let's miss it if we miss it, a chance that goes against our heart, don't want it, not to mention that without this heavenly chance, I can still become a top powerhouse in this world. What a chance against the heart, don't want it." King Yama's loud laughter suddenly resounded over the desert. "That's a great way to put it, this scene hasn't been added in vain." The middle-aged man raised his hand and clasped his fist towards Gu Yifun, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Extra drama? Gu Yifun froze, then his head was filled with black lines. Smart as he was, he realized instantly that he was being played. Gu Yifun couldn't help but be about to break into a rage. But before he could finish his sentence, he disappeared into thin air in the desert of illusions, and when he reappeared he was already in Hades. "Kid, congratulations on passing the second level of the test." Yama said, "Next open the third level of examination, save." This is also the last level of examination. Through this level of examination, you can get a unique harvest in this world. Please enter the light door. Wait. Gu Yifan didn't immediately enter the light door. He said with a dark face, "You just said you added drama. What drama did you guys add?" "It's that scene in the back." Yama explained, "Originally, you could have passed the second level of the test when you prevented the middle-aged man from taking the traitor pill and destroyed it, but we wanted to know why you did it, so we added that scene later." "Is that all?" Gu Yifan asked. "What about earlier when you kept urging me to kill the middle-aged man, saying that you had nipped the danger in the bud, and that I had lost the chance to pass the second level of the examination, losing a unique harvest in this world? These are not the plays we add." Yama explained, "This was originally set up. If you hadn't gotten entangled, I wouldn't have said those words, but if you did, I'd have to add fire to you in accordance with the setting." "Really?" Gu Yifan was a bit unconvinced. "Of course it's true," Yama said decisively. "Kid, King Yama didn't lie to you. I can testify to the King of Hades." "So can I." The remaining 9 Yen kings spoke up. At those words, Gu Yifan's face looked slightly better. He had just gotten upset not because of the conversation with the middle-aged man behind him, but because Yen Luowang had misled him several times, but Yen Luowang misled him by setting it up beforehand, so there was nothing to get upset about. "Kid, do you still have any doubts? If not, hurry up and take the last level of the test." King Yama paused for a moment and then added, "Seeing as you passed the second level of the test perfectly, I'll remind you that the last level of the rescue test is about strategy, and not a single person can die, or else the test will fail." "Thanks a lot." Gu Yifan said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he didn't think so. It wasn't because of the content of Yama's reminder, but the words that Yama said, "seeing as you passed the second level perfectly." Who knew that King Yama's reminder was really based on the fact that he had passed the second level perfectly? Rather, the test was set up that way? As the words fell, Gu Yifan stepped into the light door. Chapter 107 Caught Off Guard. Artful Rescue. Witnessing Gu Yifan stepping into the ghostly black light door, the statue of King Qin Guang's mouth spits out human words. "Old Yen, are you remembering wrong? The third level is indeed a test of strategy, but it's not that no one can die, it's that the smallest possible casualties are exchanged for the survival of as many people as possible." "Old Qin, I said that on purpose." The statue of King Yama opened his mouth. "Just now, that kid said that without our chance, he can become the top powerhouse in this world. Such words are too confident, I have to break his wind." "Old Yen, you're just too bad. You're a real old silver dollar, even I'm fooled by you." "Old Yen, why do I get the feeling that you're not breaking that kid's authority, but rather taking revenge on him?" "I feel the same way. Are you upset that our chances have been despised? Haven't you guys ever heard the saying, 'Look the other way and we'll still be good friends'?" Gu Yifan didn't hear the conversation between the 10 temples of hell. If he had heard it, he would have cursed. "Is it easy for me to take the test? You guys are still digging holes for me everywhere." At this time, Gu Yifan had already entered the illusionary desert. He looked around, a little speechless in his mind. Each level of the test is in the illusory desert, so why make him run around? It would be better to directly test one level after another. In the next moment, Yama's words rang out over the desert. "The test begins." Accompanied by the words of King Yama, 10 demonic beasts and 10 youths emerged at the same time, and all 10 youths fell to the ground, and the 10 demonic beasts opened their mouths at the same time to bite towards the 10 youths. Gu Yifan exclaimed. Just now King Yama had reminded him. The last level of rescue is a test of strategy. Not a single person can die, otherwise the test will fail, but the 10 demonic beasts just appeared and bit at the youth lying on the ground. He didn't even have a hint of preparation, and he was directly caught off guard. It's that taking a step back, he just couldn't have saved everyone even if he had been prepared. Because of the full 10 demonic beasts, he simply didn't have the time to save everyone. It was too late. Gu Yifan couldn't afford to think about it, and the first time he did so, he roared in a deep voice, "Shut up!" In the next moment, the 10 demonic beasts came to an unanimous stop, then looked at Gu Yifan again in unison. This scene caused Gu Yifan to let out a slight sigh of relief. He was right to react. In the event that it was too late to come to the rescue, a timely voice to stop it would buy him some time to respond. "Get lost, all of you, or I'll kill you!" Gu Yifan shouted angrily again. He wanted to use this to scare off the 10 demonic beasts. However, he didn't hold much hope for this, so as he spoke, he also charged towards the 10 demonic beasts. Only just as he raised his footsteps, a demonic beast spat out human words. "Kid, you take one more step forward and we'll bite them to death." Mud, still with the threat, "But I'm not intimidated." Gu Yifan cursed and continued to charge towards the 10 demonic beasts. But the next moment he saw 10 demonic beasts biting towards the 10 youths in unison. It was obvious that the demonic beasts were not only threatening him, but would actually do so as well, which scared him to a hasty stop. He droned, "I'm not going forward, but if you dare to bite them, none of you will escape." Upon hearing this, the 10 demonic beasts once again stopped in unison before looking at Gu Yifan again in unison. Gu Yifan also didn't dare to go any further. At this moment, Gu Yifan and the 10 demonic beasts were caught in a standoff. But he knew very well that it wasn't an option to be so confrontational, so his mind was spinning at high speed. Control these? A thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. But soon he dismissed the thought. He is learning the human control system spells, and chaos, sealing and sleeping are all learned. If there is enough time, he is confident that the 10 demonic beasts will be controlled by doubting life. No, it should be doubting the beast's life. But unfortunately he didn't have much time, or even just one shot. Because spells needed to be released one by one, and the target cap for basic control system group attack spells was only 5. According to the situation just now, once he made a move, the 10 demonic beasts would move their mouths decisively, while he could only control 5 demonic beasts at one time, and there was no second chance to make a move. What about the other 5 demonic beasts? This was also the reason why he had just said that even if he was prepared, it was impossible for him to save 10 people at the same time. With the trample skill? Another thought flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. But soon he dismissed the thought. He was confident that he could slaughter 10 demonic beasts at once with his trample skill. But the trample skill is a ranged attack. As long as the trample skill range, there will be earth thorns appear. 10 youths and next to the 10 demonic beasts, he slaughtered 10 demonic beasts at the same time will also slaughter 10 youths, so this method will not work. In the next moment, Gu Yifan's eyes steeply brightened as he knew what to do. But just then, a demonic beast spat out human words. "Kid, get lost or we'll eat them. You eat them and you won't live." Gu Yifan sneered and added, "How about this? You guys let them go and come eat me." "Kid, do you take us for fools?" All 10 demonic beasts looked at Gu Yifan with contempt. They are not little cuties. Once the 10 youths were released, without the means to restrain Gu Yifan, it wouldn't be them eating Gu Yifan, but Gu Yifan slaughtering them. "I don't think you guys are stupid." Ouch. Halfway through his words, Gu Yifan abruptly let out a growl. At the same time, he raised his hand and swung it violently. In the next moment, the 10 demonic beasts trembled uncontrollably, and a touch of fear surfaced in their eyes. Yes, Gu Yifan cast the roar skill. The solution he had just thought of was to use the roar skill to shock the 10 demonic beasts, buying time to cast the skill a second time. Boom! Almost at the same time, a large mass of azure light appeared out of thin air in the middle of the 10 demonic beasts, and then exploded, transforming into a root of azure silk threads, which instantly wrapped around the bodies of the 5 demonic beasts, and then the 5 demonic beasts were transformed into 5 ice sculptures. Human Seal System Control Spell, 9 Dragon Ice Seal. Is it over? Of course not. After the first swing, Gu Yifan's right hand retracted and swung out again. He had managed to buy some time by casting his roar skill to shock the 10 demonic beasts, so how could he waste it? Boom! Immediately after that, a large mass of white mist appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the 10 demonic beasts, and then exploded, transforming into a white silk thread that instantly wrapped around the bodies of the remaining 5 demonic beasts, and then the 5 demonic beasts became drowsy. Human Sleeping Spell, the Great Sleep. Gu Yifan didn't utilize the Chaos System spell. Because after being confused, it will not distinguish between enemy and self, and attack at random if 10 demonic beasts happen to attack 10 youths. No, even if any one demonic beast attacks a youth, he will not be able to pass the last level of examination. Seeing that all 10 demonic beasts were under control, Gu Yifan let out a long sigh of relief. However, he clearly knew that this would not be the time to relax, and that the crisis would truly be resolved only after killing the 10 demonic beasts. Without dawdling, Gu Yifan slapped 10 palms in the air one after another. Swish! 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 One palm after another from Gu Yifan's palm detached, and then one after another toward the 10 demonic beasts shot violently. Chapter 108, Passing the Examination. Inquisitor's Suit. Hades. The 10 halls of hell were once again wide-eyed and full of confusion. Especially screwed up Yama. He had wanted to retaliate against Gu Yifan for underestimating their chances, and had directly stretched the difficulty of the last level of the test, and he had even thought of how to taunt Gu Yifan and break Gu Yifan's authority after he failed the test. He would wait until he was satisfied before judging whether Gu Yifan had passed the last level of the examination based on the situation. As a result of his preparations, all of them were prepared in vain. Although this would only result in Gu Yifan surprisingly controlling 10 demonic beasts, and the crisis had yet to be completely resolved, with the attacking power Gu Yifan had displayed, decimating 10 demonic beasts would be an extremely simple matter. As it turned out, what Yama thought was not bad at all. The 10 palms that Gu Yifan slapped out one after another directly exploded the heads of 10 demonic beasts, and the crisis was instantly resolved. Is this kid a pervert? The statue of King Yama shrieked, instantly awakening the remaining 9 Yama kings who were filled with confusion. Immediately afterward, a voice of words resounded in the Yama temple. Old Yen, you can be sure of one thing, get rid of the question mark. Old Yen, a weak question, does your face hurt? Old Yen said, my cheek is thick, it doesn't hurt. Get the out of here, all of you, and you just back me up on that, okay? Did I support it? I said I liked it. Like +1. Like +2. A bunch of shameless people. Originally I found a big secret and wanted to tell you guys about it, but now it's better to forget about it. Old Yen, what secret? Old Yen, you're the best, hurry up and tell us the secret you've discovered. Old Yen, you're a grown-up, so hurry up and tell us the secret you've discovered. Turning the other cheek is faster than turning a book, and what a bunch of shameless people. The statue of King Yama opened his mouth. Seeing as you guys are so shameless, I'll tell you the secret I found out. During the first level of the test that kid used ghost race spells, and just now he used human race spells, correct? The statues of the 9 kings of hell nodded in unison, indeed. To learn multiracial spells, you have to average out your points. The statue of King Yama continued, since that kid has learned the human race spells and the ghost race spells, he must have also learned the devil race spells and the immortal race spells, because since ancient times, every average adder learns the spells of all races. Old Yen, what kind of secret is this? King Qin Guang's statue said breathlessly. Old Qin, what's your hurry? I haven't finished yet. King Yama disliked King Qin Guang and added, generally speaking, people who add up points evenly become 4 unlikable people who are good at everything but not good at anything, but this kid is different. He can slap a demonic beast of the same level as him with a casual slap, and he can control 5 demonic beasts with a casual wave of his hand, so it's evident that his attacks are extremely strong, and the power of his spells isn't really low either. From this, it can be deduced that his strength attribute points and spirituality attribute points are far more than those that should be available at level 10, and since he is adding points on average, his agility and root and bone attribute points definitely aren't much worse than the strength and spirituality attribute points. But he's only level 10, where did he get so many attribute points? That's why I suspect that he has a way of obtaining attribute points in large quantities. Other than that, there's no way to explain why he's so powerful with only a level 10 cultivation. The 9 great kings of hell looked at each other. What King Yen Luo said was not unreasonable, but as far as they knew, there was simply no way in this world to obtain attribute points in large quantities. But then again, they're not omniscient. Or rather, since the emergence of the gift of cultivation, there has never been a shortage of things that break perceptions and common sense. That's quite a big secret. Old Yen, should we ask this kid what his secret is? I'm kinda curious too, I thought I'd ask. Ask +1. Ask +2. So much for your curiosity. Yama King flatly refused. He seriously said, don't forget, we are the detachment created by the Heavenly Tao, we also have to follow the Heavenly Tao's rules of absolute fairness, absolute secrecy, and no questions asked. Also, our duty is only to guard the earthly palace of Yama, and to look for a person of destiny to succeed the position of Inquisitor, though the rest of the things have nothing to do with us. Old Yen, you're worrying too much, we're just talking off the top of our heads. The 9 great kings of hell said in unison. That's good. Yen Luo Wang added, the examination has ended, we can't chat anymore, otherwise that kid should be anxious. By the way, after that kid comes out from the illusionary realm later on, don't mention the fact that we have pulled the difficulty of the last level of the examination full. Upon hearing this, the 9 great kings of Hades coincidentally looked toward the light curtain suspended in the Hall of Hades. Only Gu Yifan was looking up at the sky, and that look showed that he was waiting to leave the illusionary realm. In the next moment, Gu Yifan disappeared from the screen, and the light screen suspended in the Hall of Hades disappeared as well. Immediately after that, Gu Yifan's figure appeared out of nowhere in the Hall of Hades. Kid, congratulations on passing the test. King Yama said, you're the first person to pass the Yama Palace's examination since the establishment of the God's End continent, and you're also going to receive a great chance that's unique in this world. Gu Yifan froze. He was actually the first person to pass the Yama Palace examination since the establishment of the God's End continent? However, thinking about it, if there are many people passing through, how can the chances of the Palace of Hades be called unique? What? Gu Yifan wanted to ask what the chances were, but before he could say anything he saw 3 pieces of equipment with a ghostly black light emanating from their bodies appear out of thin air in front of him, a 3-foot-long sword, a piece of armor, and a pair of shoes. The ethereal light on the long sword shimmered, and the armor and shoes were not only domineering, but also exquisite, not mortal at first glance. Kid, this is the judge's suit, the only one of its kind in the world. The voice of King Yama's words resounded again. Not only does the Inquisitor's set come with powerful skills, it's also a global piece of equipment. By owning it, you won't need to worry about not having the right equipment in this life. Gu Yifan was a bit surprised, but immediately afterward his face dropped again. But the growth set is good, but it's also a big money gobbler. It was important to realize that feeding a single shadow dagger had caused him a lot of heartache, let alone feeding 3 pieces of equipment at the same time. Seemingly knowing what Gu Yifan was thinking in his mind, King Yama added, Kid, the Inquisitor's set is not the same as ordinary growable equipment, it can automatically advance in rank according to the holder's level without feeding. At those words, Gu Yifan's drooping face instantly stretched. It could be automatically upgraded without having to feed it, so he could save a lot of demonic beast corpses. It's worthy of being an equipment that you need to pass an examination to obtain, it's just more powerful than normal growable equipment. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. But in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and his brows frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, Gu Yifan asked, you said before that you could obtain a heavenly chance by passing the examination, it's just a set of suits, it's not a heavenly chance, is it? Kid, take it easy. King Yama said, the Inquisitor's suit is just the basic chance, as for what is the greatest chance of all? There's no need for me to say more, you'll know when you put on the judge's suit. Chapter 109, Set Skills. Heavenly Judge. So? Gu Yifan instantly smiled, and his frowning brows loosened. Although the judge's suit was very good, in his opinion, it was not worthy of the words great chance. The truth was just as he thought, the real chance was yet to come. Without delay, Gu Yifan picked up the Inquisitor's suit on the ground and stowed it in the equipment bar. Immediately following that, the equipment he wore changed as his mind moved. At this moment, Gu Yifan was holding a Dark Judgment sword, wearing a Dark Judgment armor that covered his entire body, and stepping on Dark Judgment boots, looking very powerful and domineering, as if he was a god of war descending to earth. The Inquisitor's suit sells pretty well. Gu Yifan smacked his lips and summoned the Heaven's Path interface, opening the equipment bar and checking the properties of the Inquisitor's set. The statues of the 10 temples of hell were all filled with black lines. Shouldn't you be focusing on the attributes and skills of the Inquisitor's set? How dare you focus on the appearance of the Inquisitor's set? That's a bit of a misplaced focus on your part. But then again, the Inquisitor's suit does look dominant and pulled together. At this moment, Gu Yifan was already attracted by the attributes of the Inquisitor's set and didn't notice the abnormality of the 10 temples of hell statue. Sword of Judgment, plus 20 attack power. Judgment War Armor, Root and Bone plus 20, Spirituality plus 20. Boots of Judgment, plus 20 agility. Gu Yifan was pleasantly surprised. He could now wear silver-level equipment, and for silver-level clothing-type equipment, the upper limit of the 2 attributes of Root Bone and Spirituality was 20 points, but the Judgment Battle Armor was 40 points, which was a full 20 points more than unusual clothing-type equipment. Although 20 points of attributes were worthless compared to his total attributes, why not when you could get 20 more points? That's not even the point is that the Inquisitor's suit has 3 skills. Judgment 9 Swords, a single skill that can be used in melee combat and long-distance attack. One sword is more powerful than the other. Light of Judgment, group attack skill, the higher the level, the stronger the battle, the greater the range and the greater the power. Shield of Judgment, a defensive skill that coalesces one or several shields, which can be defended in a single direction, and can be defended in all directions without any dead angle. A set of suit to increase 3 skills, but also contains melee, far attack, group attack and defense, can be said to be no dead angle, full coverage, which has undoubtedly greatly enriched his means of combat. As for the power of these 3 skills? He didn't know it now, but King Yama said that the skills that came with the Inquisitor's set were all very powerful. Surprise after surprise, Gu Yifan's heart still had a touch of puzzlement. King Yama had just mentioned the judge set skill, so it was clear that the judge set skill wasn't the greatest chance, but other than that, he hadn't found any other chance? Nope. In the next moment, Gu Yifan opened his personal attribute interface again. When he had just summoned the Heaven's Path interface, he had only focused on checking out the Inquisitor's set and hadn't paid much attention to the personal attributes interface, but the glance he had glanced at seemed to see that there had been a change in the personal attributes interface. Name, Gu Yifan. Vocation, Judge of the First Degree. Level, 10. Root Bone, 200 plus 20. Spirituality, 197 plus 20. Strength, 201 plus 20. Agility, 200 plus 20. Free attribute points, 185. Merit, 88. Experience, 21,600 25,600. Talents, Strip Everything Hidden, Strength Enhancement Grade D, Agility Enhancement Grade D, Roots and Bones Enhancement Grade C, Spirituality Enhancement Grade C, Sight Enhancement Grade D, Smell Enhancement Grade D, Hearing Enhancement Grade D, Touch Enhancement Grade D, Taste Enhancement Grade D, Fireballs Grade E, Water Balls Grade E, Slave Beasts Grade S, Thunder Grade C. Skills, Probing, Bloodlust, Sixth Sense, Night Vision, Snarling, Coppery Bones, Trampling, Lightblade, Tracking. Divine Skills, Divine Boundary, Aura of Judgment, Summoning Spirits. Battle Strength, 2nd Grade. Vocation, First Class Judge? Gu Yifan was the first to notice the change in the personal attribute interface. Below his name was an additional line: Vocation, First Class Inquisitor. See? Yen Luowang explained, obtaining the judge set will automatically become a heavenly judge, and the judges are divided into 10 levels, from respectively 1 to 9 and the god level, with the first level being the lowest and the god level being the highest. This is the real chance. Gu Yifan came to a realization. He inquired, how does an inquisitor level up? It's simple. Yama replied, kill evil cultivators and demonic beasts to obtain merit. When there is enough merit, the inquisitor level will be automatically raised. Exactly how much merit is needed for each level, because of incomplete data, I can't give you an accurate answer. But what I want to remind you is that the duty of a judge is to put down evil and eliminate it. You can't commit crimes and misdeeds, or else your merit will drop to a negative number, and not only will the judge's suit leave you, but you'll also be doomed to die without a burial place. As the famous saying of your human race goes, good and evil will eventually be rewarded, and the heavens are good for reincarnation. If you don't believe me, look up and see who the heavens have spared. Gu Yifan nodded and asked again, what are the benefits of becoming an inquisitor? You were able to discover vocation, you should have been checking out the personal attributes screen. Yama said, but you ask me what's in it for me, seeing as it doesn't go on, and you'll know when you look down. Gu Yifan touched his nose in some embarrassment. He did stop at the word vocation and then moved on. Merit, 88? Divine Technique? Huh, God's Boundary was originally in the skills section, how come it's now in the divine skills section? There are also 2 divine techniques, the Judgment Aura and Summon Yingling, which should be granted by the judge set. Gu Yifan was filled with surprise. Skills are categorized into normal skills and divine skills. Divine techniques were extremely rare and extremely powerful. He had fantasized about obtaining a divine skill one day, but he didn't expect to obtain it so soon. At this moment, Gu Yifan finally understood why King Yama said heavenly chances. Other than that, the 2 divine techniques granted to him by the Inquisitor's suit alone were enough to call it a heavenly chance. Your kid actually has 88 points of merit? King Yama was filled with surprise. The remaining statues of the 9 halls of hell were also filled with surprise. Gu Yifan asked rhetorically, is 88 points of merit a lot? It's not much, but 88 points of merit would be too much for you with only a 10th level cultivation. Yama explained, the merit gained from beheading the demonic beasts of the God's End continent is extremely small, and with your cultivation at level 10, it is absolutely impossible for you to gain 88 points of merit. Has your brat beheaded an evil cultivator? Made any merits? It's still true. Gu Yifan told the story of the evil cultivator attacking and killing the students of the Wulong Martial Academy, and how he had brought the evil cultivator to the Wulong Martial Academy by mistake, saved the lives of many students, and also ended one of the evil cultivator's lairs. That's right. King Yama and the other 10 halls of hell came to a sudden realization. Gu Yifan blinked. It seems that if you want to accumulate merit quickly, you have to kill evil cultivators to establish merit. Judgment Aura and Summon Spirit are divine skills that come with the judge set? What do they both do? The Divine Boundary skill was originally in the skills section? Why is it now in the divine skill section? Gu Yifan asked all the doubts in his mind in one breath. Can you kids ask one question at a time? King Yama was speechless. You're asking so many questions at once, how can I answer? Answer one by one. Gu Yifan said. You're damn right. Yama replied with his head full of black lines. Judgment aura and summoning Yingling are indeed divine techniques that come with the judge set. Judgment aura can restrain evil cultivators and demonic beasts. The stronger you are, the greater the restraining effect will be. Summoning spirits is summoning the spirits of the departed to fight for you. A level 1 Inquisitor can summon 11 spirits, a level 2 Inquisitor can summon 22, and so on. A level 9 Inquisitor can summon 99. But the prerequisite is that there are Ing spirits around. Divine Inquisitors have no such limitation, nor do they have a limit on their number. As long as you can get the approval of the Ing spirits, you can summon the Ing spirits of the entire divine continent to fight for you. Gu Yifan's harumph was coming out. Summoning all the spirits of the entire divine continent to fight, it's pretty energizing when you think about it. At this moment, he understood even more why King Yama had said heavenly chance, not for anything else but for the divine skill of summoning Yingling. Boy, with that drooling harumph look, you can tell what you're thinking at a glance. King Yama said, I'll kindly remind you, it's not an easy thing to become a divine judge. You're still 100,000 miles away from becoming a divine judge, so don't think about it so much. It's better to focus more on the moment at hand. I know what you're saying, but that doesn't mean I can't muse about it. Gu Yifan rolled his eyes. He raised his hand and wiped the harumph at the corner of his mouth, changing the topic. There are still questions that haven't been answered, so hurry up and answer them so I can go and get busy with something else. Yama's forehead was filled with black lines. Gu Yifan refuted him, but it's okay, ask him questions, even a little bit of attitude to ask for advice, completely treat him as an explanatory tool. People, he really want to give Gu Yifan a big mouth But unfortunately he couldn't do anything about the cultivators, and since he was arranged by the heavenly Tao to guard this place, he was also obligated to answer all the doubts of the person who had obtained the Inquisitor's suit, and he couldn't even answer them if he didn't want to. However, what he didn't know was that Gu Yifan did treat him as an explanatory toolman, because all NPCs in the God's End continent were toolmen, polite or not, the result was the same. So there's nothing to be polite about, keep it short and to the point, that's the way to go. God's boundary is supposed to be a divine technique. King Yama said with a dark face, but the divine skill column needs to obtain a vocation before it appears. Before you didn't have a vocation, the divine boundary skill was in the skill column. Now that you have a vocation, divine boundary naturally has to be in the divine skill column. Gu Yifan came to a realization. It turned out that he had acquired the divine skill a long time ago, just that he didn't know it himself. Come to think of it, if the divine boundary wasn't a divine skill, would it dare carry the word divine? After a little thought, Gu Yifan asked again, is there anything else you need to tell me? No. King Yama said with a black face, you kid can get lost. Okay. Gu Yifan, who was in a good mood, didn't care that King Yama told him to roll, and turned around to leave in a beautiful way. After Gu Yifan left, the Yama Palace fell into silence after discussing for a while. The mission of the 10 temples of hell has been completed, and they can return after years of holding down the fort here. Since then, no one will enter the Hall of Hades and no chance will appear. Chapter 110 Promotion to 11th Grade. Gang Order. Walk out of Hades. Gu Yifan raised his right hand and looked at it. Countdown to return, 32 hours 1 minute and 8 seconds. What the hell? Gu Yifan was a bit confused. He broke through the big wild goose pagoda when the return countdown was 33 hours, through the 3 levels of assessment in the Hall of Hades and used a lot of time, especially the first level of assessment, at least also killed a day. How come there are still 32 hours in the return countdown now? But in the next moment he reacted that it should be that time and the outside world had stood still since he had entered the illusion. Just as when he entered the God's End continent, time on the God's End continent would stagnate, and when he returned to the God's End continent, time on the God's End continent would stagnate. It was the only thing that could explain why he had been in the illusion for so long, and yet there were still 32 hours left on the return countdown. Worrying for nothing. Gu Yifan let out a dark sigh. Just now he was a little worried about missing the return time and being trapped in hell, but it turned out to be a completely unfounded worry. Thinking briefly, Gu Yifan walked towards the reincarnation division. Today busy all day, and spent more than a day in the illusion. Before, when the mind tense did not feel anything, now relaxed suddenly feel very tired. This will be another night. Go to the division of reincarnation to rest, adjust the state. Entering the reincarnation division, Gu Yifan waved his hand at the Wankai, who was full of caution. Seeing that it was Gu Yifan, the tense hell's 3-headed dog instantly revealed a smile on his face. It inquired, "Kid, why did you come over at this hour today?" "There's been a delay." Gu Yifan said, "This is going to be a bit tiring, so I ran here to rest." "So?" The three-headed dog of hell said, "Then get some rest, and I'll yell for you to get up in the morning." Gu Yifan didn't rest immediately as he looked at the three-headed dog of hell. There was a touch of regret in this fellow's eyes, and although it didn't say so with its mouth, the look was clearly one of wanting to receive a gift. After a little thought, Gu Yifan inquired, "Wang Kai, do you eat demonic beasts?" The eyes of the three-headed dog of hell steeply brightened, then nodded frantically as if he were a chicken pecking at rice. "Just eat, I'll give you a demonic beast to quench your thirst." Gu Yifan nodded as he casually waved his hand, and a demonic beast corpse appeared out of thin air on the reincarnation platform. "If you want a horse to run, you have to let it eat grass." He wanted the hellhound to keep watch for him and provide wake-up calls, and had to give the hellhound some favors so that the hellhound would do his job. As for the fact that a demonic beast corpse can be sold for quite a lot of money, Gu Yifan was no longer bad enough to spend this amount of money. "Wang Kai, eat." Gu Yifan raised his hand and rubbed the hell's three-headed dog's head before lying down to rest on the reincarnation platform. The three-headed dog of hell, on the other hand, ate the demonic beast in a beautiful manner. There was no talk all night. The next day, before dawn, Gu Yifan was woken up by the three-headed dog from hell. He raised his hand and rubbed the hellhound's skull and headed out of the hellhole. Leave hell and return to the territory of the Great Tang. Gu Yifan summoned the Heaven's Path interface and opened the treasure pavilion again. He wanted to take stock of yesterday's haul from the hidden treasure. The roasted meat for redeeming the corpses of demonic beasts north of Chang'an City is all sold out. It seems that quite a few people have entered the north of Chang'an City. I have to find the leader of the demonic beasts in the Great Tang territory as soon as possible so that I won't be snatched up by others, so I won't go to the Big Wild Goose Pagoda today to improve my spell proficiency, and I'll go there again after I've found the leader of the demonic beasts in the Great Tang territory. More than 300 wooden blades were sold, and more than 300 pieces of bronze-ranked equipment were harvested. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. As the words fell, he took out the corpses of the demonic beasts he harvested, stripping them of their attribute points before putting them into his storage ring. As for the harvest of over 300 pieces of bronze-level equipment, Gu Yifan did not take it out. Right now, there was no one but him who could wear silver-level equipment. There was no need to rush to upgrade these bronze-level equipment to silver-level equipment. It wouldn't be too late to take them out and upgrade them after someone could wear silver-level equipment. Closing the Heavenly Dao interface, Gu Yifan searched for the demonic beast leader within the Great Tang. As before, he didn't immediately decapitate the demonic beast after finding it, but instead used his S-rank cultivation talent, Slave Beast Control, to let the demonic beast help him along in his search. After his cultivation was promoted to the 10th level, the number of S-rank cultivation talent slave beasts controlling demonic beasts increased to 3. Gu Yifan and the 3 demonic beast minions split into 4 directions to search for the demonic beasts, and their efficiency increased dramatically. It only took Gu Yifan a morning to find 36 demonic beasts. These 36 demonic beasts not only contained all types of demonic beasts within the Great Tang territory, the number of each type of demonic beast was also more than 3, which caused Gu Yifan's level to be raised to level 11 while at the same time reaping more than 100 attribute points. The only thing he regretted was that he had yet to find the leader of the demonic beasts in Datong. TSK, at this pace, there will be no need to exchange roasted meat for demonic beast corpses in the future. Well, it's noon, eat something to fill your stomach and continue searching for the demonic beast leader in the afternoon. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. As the words fell, he took out a piece of roasted meat, sat on the ground and ate it. But before he could take a few bites of the roasted meat, he stood up with a miso and rushed forward. Just now, the demonic beast minions he controlled with his slave beast talent had found a demonic beast leader. Soon, Gu Yifan rushed to a river. Only to see a 3-meter-long crocodile demon standing beside the river, and not far from it was a 4-meter-long crocodile demon lying beside the river to bask in the sun. The 3-meter-long crocodile demon was the demonic beast minion that Gu Yifan had controlled with his slave beast skill. The 4-meter-long crocodile demon was the demonic beast leader. Gu Yifan threw a probe at the crocodile demon leader at the first opportunity. He wanted to see if the crocodile demon leader had any skills. The next moment, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Race, crocodile demon leader. Level, 16. Battle strength, 8 stars of the 1st grade. Skills, copper skin and iron bone. Burst rate, 0.16%. Obscure. Gu Yifan cursed and raised his hand to slap 2 palms in the air. Originally, he was thinking that finding the demonic beast leader had a high possibility of obtaining a new skill. After all, most of the demonic beast leaders possess skills, but what he didn't expect was that the crocodile demon leader possessed a skill, but it was the copper skin and iron bones that he already had. But then again, the matter is quite normal. Just as many people would have the same skills, so did demonic beasts. Swish. Swish. The two palm shadows detached from Gu Yifan's palms and headed straight for the crocodile demon and the crocodile demon leader. Now that he had already stripped all types of demonic beasts in the Great Tang territory 3 times and found the demonic beast leader, there was no longer a need to continue staying in the Great Tang territory, so there was no need to keep the demonic beast minions controlled by the slave beast skill. Bang! Bang! The next moment, 2 dull crashes rang out one after another. Only 2 palm shadows were seen as if they were swatting flies, directly slapping the crocodile demon and the crocodile demon leader alive. Immediately afterward, 3 strands of news appeared in Gu Yifan's mind. Ding! You have killed the crocodile demon and gained 160 experience points. Ding! You have killed the crocodile demon leader and gained 190 experience points. Ding! The crocodile demon leader dropped a gang order. Gang order! Gu Yifan exclaimed, his cheeks filled with excitement. Cultivation reaches level 10, you can form a gang after entering Chang'an City, but you must have a gang order to form a gang. Although he had no intention of forming a gang, he could take the gang order and sell it for money. In older zones that have been open longer, gang orders are worthless. Because there are so many gangs in the old area, there are a lot of gang orders popping out, and no one is rare anymore. But in the new area, things are more expensive than rare. The gang order is very valuable, especially when the gang order he popped out is still the first gang order popped out in the 99th district, which is of great commemorative significance. It is even more valuable. Why is it the first gang order to pop up in the 99th district? This is because gang orders can only be popped in the maps after Chang'an City. At this point, no one had entered Chang'an City except Gu Yifan. Therefore, the gang order that Gu Yifan had exploded was definitely the first one in the 99th district, there was no doubt about that. Quickly walking over to the crocodile demon leader, Gu Yifan picked up the palm-sized token that had fallen on the ground. Just see the front of the token is written gang order 3 big words, behind it is written a big number 1, which means that this piece of gang order is really the first piece of gang order popped up in the 99th district. The first gang order can be sold for at least $1 million and get rich. Gu Yifan laughed out loud and raised his hand to brush over the crocodile demon leader's corpse. Although he already had the copper skin and iron bone skill, what if there were other gains? Ding! Stripping was successful. You have gained the copper skin and iron bone skill. Because you already have the copper skin and iron bone skill, the copper skin and iron bone skill you just acquired was transformed into 5 root and bone attribute points. Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles, it was really rewarding. With a casual wave of his hand, he put the corpses of the crocodile demon and the crocodile demon leader into his storage ring, and Gu Yifan continued to eat the roasted meat. At the same time, he summoned the other 2 demonic beast minions to rush towards him. It didn't take long for the 2 demonic beast minions to rush over before they were slapped to death by Gu Yifan and turned into his experience. There was no need to keep the demonic beast minion from just now, and the same was true for these 2 demonic beast minions. Soon, Gu Yifan ate and drank his fill, and then set off to rush to Chang'an City. Each of the 4 major professions spells is important. He had to seize the time to raise the proficiency of all the spells of the 4 professions as soon as possible. But before he could take a few steps, the sound of the heavenly Tao's words suddenly exploded in the sky. Chapter 111 9 Methods fully completed. A chance encounter with Chao Shiyan. Attention, everyone in the 99th district. Chao Shiyan promoted to the 10th level within the specified time, completing the assessment task. According to the rules, 80 free attribute points and a random skill book are awarded. Everyone else, please practice hard, and those who complete the task within the specified time will be rewarded handsomely based on their rankings. Once again, those who fail to complete the assessment task within the specified time will be severely punished. The sound of the heavenly Tao's words exploded over the 99th district, causing yet another uproar. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, froze at the steeply resounding sound of the heavenly Tao's words. Chao Shiyan had actually promoted to level 10 before Gao Zhuang? Before this, he had always felt that Gao Zhuang would advance to the 10th level before Chao Shiyan. What's the deal with this Gao Zhuang guy? Puzzled, Gu Yifan summoned the heavenly Tao interface and opened the list channel. 815 Novice Village Top 100 list. First place, Yifan Gu, class of 11. Second place, Chao Shiyan, level 10. Third place, Hai Strong, level 9. Fourth place, Zhang Ro, level 9. Fifth place, Thunder Warfare, level 8. Gao Zhuang came in third place and wasn't overtaken by Zhang Ro, and Lei Battle in fifth place was only level 8 again, so it seems that Gao Zhuang wasn't being lazy, but rather Chao Shiyan upgraded too quickly. Well. Rewards random skill books, not fixed rewards. Gu Yifan muttered to himself. As the words fell out of his mouth, he opened the chat channel, sent a message to Gao Zhuang, and continued to rush to Chang'an City. North of Chang'an City. Gao Zhuang was full of depression. Not long ago, he was overtaken by Chao Shiyan and fell to third place on the village top 100 list. It would have been normal to be overtaken, but there was more to Gao Zhuang than simply being overtaken. Because when Novice Village 538 challenged Novice Village A15 not long ago, everyone from Novice Village A15 had helped Gao Zhuang look for demonic beasts, and at that time, Gao Zhuang had gained quite a lot of experience, and had also distanced himself a bit from the others. In this case, it would not be normal for Goshan to be overtaken, but somewhat humiliating. Knowing the shame, Gao Zhuang desperately killed the foreign beasts, wanting to overtake Chao Shiyan and reclaim the second place in the top 100 list. For this reason, he even went so far as to prop open the light curtain at the junction of Chang'an City East and Chang'an City North, leading the squad members into Chang'an City North to kill higher-level demonic beasts. But the result was that he still couldn't step into the 10th level before Chao Shiyan. Ding! Gu Yifan sent you a message, is it viewable? A reminder suddenly sounded in Gao Zhuang's mind. Tall Strong froze. Gu Yifan sent a message at this time, likely related to Chao Shiyan's promotion to level 10, and then chose to view it. What are you kid doing for food? Surprisingly, you were overtaken by Chao Shiyan. Seeing the message sent by Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang became even more depressed. Originally he was depressed. Gu Yifan even said what he did for a living, wasn't this rubbing salt into his wounds? After thinking about it, Gao Zhuang sent a message back to Gu Yifan. How do I know? I haven't dared to stop for a single moment except to eat, drink, and yet she's still overtaking me. Soon, a message popped up in the chat window. Gu Yifan, it's good that you kid hasn't been lazy. Today is the last day of the time limit set by the Heavenly Tao. Will you kid be able to rise to level 10? If you can't wait to be punished by the Heavenly Tao. Gao Zhuang replied, definitely. I'm not far from getting to level 10. Gu Yifan, that's good, you're busy, I'm busy too. Gao Zhuang didn't reply again, but his heart was warm and fuzzy. This would make him abruptly realize that Gu Yifan wasn't being sarcastic, but was surprised why he had been overtaken by Chao Shiyan, and that Gu Yifan was clearly concerned about him when he asked if he could rise to level 10 within the specified time limit. Don't think about it, work! With a dark sigh, Gao Zhuang led the squad to continue searching for demonic beasts. At this time, Gu Yifan had already arrived in the Big Wild Goose Pagoda and began to raise his skill proficiency. After spending more than 2 hours, Gu Yifan raised all 3 of the human race's control systems, a total of 6 spells, to full value. Finally, I've increased my proficiency in all the control department's spells to the limit. Gu Yifan sighed as he shook off his somewhat sore and swollen hands and continued to raise his spell proficiency. Just then, the voice of the Heavenly Tao's words suddenly rang out in the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Attention, everyone in the 99th district. Gao Zhuang promoted to the 10th level within the specified time, completing the examination task. According to the rules, 50 free attribute points and a random skill book are awarded. Everyone else, please practice hard, and those who complete the task within the specified time will be rewarded handsomely based on their rankings. Once again, those who fail to complete the assessment task within the specified time will be severely punished. Once again, the sound of Tendo's words caused an uproar in the 99th district. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, had a smile on his face, and this guy Gao Zhuang had also risen to level 10. He summoned the Heaven's Path interface, opened the chat channel, and sent a congratulatory message to Gao Zhuang before continuing his cultivation. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand, and a milky white circle of light appeared out of thin air behind him. The Demon Acceleration one-shot spell, Heavenly Flying Demon, boosts the speed of yourself or a teammate. Swish! Gu Yifan casually waved his hand again, and a pink cross symbol appeared out of nowhere on his chest. The Demon Clan's defense-boosting monospell, Demon God Protector, boosts your own defense or that of your teammates. Swish! Gu Yifan once again casually waved his hand, and a red light cluster appeared out of thin air above his head. The single spell Beast King's divine power of the demon tithe attack system boosts the attack power of yourself or your teammates. While Gu Yifan was practicing his spells, a chicken demon kept pecking at Gu Yifan, but was simply ignored by him. Improving spell proficiency had to be in a sparring situation. If he killed this chicken demon, he would have to waste time searching for demonic beasts, so he just let the chicken demon attack him. Anyway, with the chicken demon's little bit of attack power, it couldn't even break his defense. No. Still hurts that little bit. Under the limitations of the rules, the chicken demon was able to bring a little damage to him even if it couldn't break his defense. In game parlance, it's a forced deduction of 1 point of blood. In response, Gu Yifan didn't care in the slightest. It doesn't hurt, it's just a little bit of blood that was forcibly deducted. With his root and bone attributes, standing here motionless and being pecked by the chicken demon for a day, the chicken demon may not even be able to peck him to death. What's more, he had learned ghost spells, so when he lost too much blood, a few healing spells would be enough to bring his blood level up. As Gu Yifan cultivated, time passed quietly. In the middle of the process, because of the mandatory deduction of blood, which was still quite a bit, Gu Yifan's face was a bit pale. He didn't wait until his blood level bottomed out before he healed, and decisively cast his ghost race healing skill. Just by waving his hand, a blood-red silk thread appeared in the air out of nowhere, and then spun around a few times in the air, then wrapped around Gu Yifan's body, and then disappeared into Gu Yifan's body, and then Gu Yifan's pale face quickly regained its rosy color. The Ghost Clan's healing one-shot spell, Compassion of Bloodshed, heals injuries to itself or its teammates. Without realizing it, the time came to just after 10 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, Gu Yifan finally stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue cultivating, but his hands were so tired that he could barely lift them. Then again, it's about time. He hadn't gone to break into the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy yet today. He had to leave himself some time to rest and break into the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. Compared to last night, Gu Yifan's hands were in slightly better shape today. At the very least, he could still hold the roast with his hands and gnaw on it, unlike yesterday, when his hands were so tired that he couldn't even hold the roast, and he could only lie on the ground like a puppy and gnaw on the roast. Exhausted, but the exhaustion was worth it. Gu Yifan nibbled on the roasted meat, his cheeks filled with a smile. Since the human race control system spell proficiency was full, there were 3 more spells with full proficiency, which were the Demon Race Acceleration System Monospell Heavenly Flying Demon, the Demon Race Defense Boosting System Monospell Demon God Protecting Body, and the Demon Race Attack Boosting System Monospell Beast King Divine Power. On top of that, because of the need to return spells in blood, the Ghost Race Healing Monospell Blood Fury's Compassion and the Ghost Race Returning Monospell Chain Silk Ice Mist had also improved their proficiency a bit. After eating and drinking, Gu Yifan rested for a while. When his hands stopped cramping and shaking, he headed out of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Swish! Gu Yifan's figure appeared out of thin air outside the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Immediately afterward, he steepled. Not far from him stood a delicate figure. Gu Yifan had seen this person before. This person is not someone else, it is Chao Shiyan who once gave him a demonic beast. Chapter 112 Trading. Gu Yifan, the Steel Straight Man. Gu Yifan? Seeing the steeply appearing Gu Yifan, Chao Shiyan was filled with surprise. That look was obviously not expecting to meet Gu Yifan at this time. Here. Gu Yifan looked Chao Shiyan up and down. Chao Shiyan's hair is a little messy, her forehead is full of sweat, and her face is still a little pale. It seems that she has just fought, plus this is the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, so she should have failed to break into the copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda and hung out. Chao Shiyan? Gu Yifan asked. He had met Chao Shiyan, but only once, so he didn't recognize Chao Shiyan. However, right now, only Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang were promoted to the 10th level, and since this person in front of him wasn't Gao Zhuang, it could only be Chao Shiyan. It's me. Chao Shiyan curiously said, are you appearing here to break into the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy? Yes. Gu Yifan didn't deny it. You can break through the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy? Chao Shiyan asked again. Can. Gu Yifan said truthfully, I killed once last night, it doesn't seem to be difficult. Doesn't seem too hard? Chao Shiyan was stunned for a while. She said with a black face, I just tried a few times, and I hung out every time. Fortunately, you don't really die in a copy, or else I would have died several times. How dare you say it's not difficult? I really didn't find it hard. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose. His judgment was right, Chao Shiyan really did fail to break into the copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda and hung out. Chao Shiyan's face darkened even more. Gu Yifun's words were easy and his eyes were clear. He shouldn't be pretending in front of her, and she had seen Gu Yifun's strength, and just because she couldn't pass the big wild goose pagoda replica by herself, it didn't mean that Gu Yifun couldn't pass it by himself either. It was just that she had hung up several times, and Gu Yifun even said that it wasn't difficult. Was that speaking human language? Can't you just pretend that it's pretty hard and make me feel better? But when she thought about how Gu Yifun didn't even look at her for a second time when she and Gu Yifun first met, she was instantly relieved. How could an elm like Gu Yifun, who didn't know what a beautiful woman was, fake it just to make her heart feel better? It's going to be early in the morning soon, and time is a little tight. I'm going to break into the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. Gu Yifun said that he wanted to click on the Big Wild Goose Pagoda to teleport people, but he was blocked by Chao Shiyan. If it wasn't for his quicker reflexes and his timely retraction of his hand, his fingers would have pointed at Chao Shiyan. What are you doing? Gu Yifun said breathlessly. Gu Yifun, you take me to kill the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. Chao Shiyan said. No. Gu Yifun flatly refused. If I take you to kill the Big Goose Pagoda copy, you'll be sharing my experience. Chao Shiyan's forehead was filled with black lines. How many men dream of taking a beautiful woman to kill a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda? Gu Yifun was actually considering the fact that she would part with her experience? This line of thinking was truly different from that of an unusual man. But then again, what Gu Yifun said was right. Taking her to kill the Big Goose Pagoda copy would indeed result in her getting a share of the experience. Then this. Chao Shiyan added, copies can be killed with help. You kill the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy once, then take me to kill the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy once, so I won't share your experience. No. Gu Yifun flatly refused again. I'm very busy. I don't have time to help you kill the Big Goose Pagoda copy. The black lines on Chao Shiyan's forehead thickened a few more points. I'm busy? No time? Look at this. Is this human language? Her summary of Gu Yifun wasn't wrong at all. This guy was an uncomprehending elm. No. Elmwood is making light of the fact that this guy is totally straight as steel. I can pay you. Chao Shiyan said. This time, Gu Yifun did not immediately refuse. He thought for a moment and said, what kind of payment? Unusual rewards such as equipment won't catch my eye. Chao Shiyan didn't answer immediately. She scrutinized the Inquisitor's suit Gu Yifun was wearing. When Gu Yifun appeared just now, she had noticed that the equipment Gu Yifun was wearing was unusual, only that she was only concerned about chatting with Gu Yifun at that time, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Under this careful observation, she immediately realized that the equipment Gu Yifun was wearing was very powerful and domineering, and it was extraordinary at first glance. Gu Yifun, ask you a question. Chao Shiyan inquired. As far as I know, there is a Yama temple in the Hellmouth, and there is a chance that exists in it, but I went to the Yama temple in the Hellmouth when it was dark, and there was no movement in it. Is it possible that you got the chance from the Yama temple? Gu Yifun froze. Chao Shiyan actually knew that there were opportunities in the Hall of Hades? You don't have to wonder. Chao Shiyan said, I'm not the only one who knows about this, or anyone with a bit of background knows about it. Gu Yifun came to a sudden realization, and his heart was somewhat speechless. The God's End continent appeared to be fair, but it was not absolutely fair. Just as Chao Shiyan knew that chance existed in the Hall of Hades, he did not. After a moment of silence, Gu Yifun said, not bad, I got the chance. In the Hall of Hades in Hell, well, the equipment on my body was obtained from the Hall of Hades in Hell. It wasn't that he hadn't thought to deny it, but it was something that simply couldn't be denied. This was because up until now, only he, Chao Shiyan, and Gao Zhuang had been promoted to the 10th level in the 99th district. As for letting Chang'an take the fall? It is not that he has not thought about it, but the premise is that Chao Shiyan has to believe in order to do, and Chao Shiyan can think of it is that he got the chance in the Yama Temple of Hell, is not so good to fool? Cheap. Chao Shiyan blankly glanced at Gu Yifun and said, I got a skill book when I was promoted to level 10, named Cutthroat. It's a melee stabbing skill. It's not much use to me. If you promise to help me kill the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica, I can give this skill book to you. It's not to take me just once. You have to take me to kill the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica until I can challenge the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica on my own. Gu Yifun didn't answer immediately. The melee assassination skill was quite useful to him, and killing a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda wasn't difficult for him, so helping to kill a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda would give him a skill book, which was still something he could do. But the problem was that Chao Shiyan said she wanted him to help lead the kills until she was able to challenge the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy on her own, so if Chao Shiyan was never able to challenge the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy on her own, wouldn't he have to help all the time? That wouldn't be cost-effective. How soon will you be able to challenge the Big Goose Pagoda copy alone? Gu Yifan asked. It won't be long. Chao Shiyan said, the fastest is 1 week, the slowest is 1 month. I will be able to challenge the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy on my own. If it takes more than 1 month and I still can't challenge the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy on my own, you don't have to help me. Gu Yifan instantly thumped his heart. Less than a week, more than a month, to help kill a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda can get a skill. There is no reason for him to disagree. This girl's cultivation talent is not simple. Gu Yifan let out another dark sigh. Soloing a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda is not an easy task, not everyone can do it. But not only did Chao Shiyan have the confidence to do it, it only took a month at most, so it was evident that Chao Shiyan's cultivation talent was not simple. Quite heartwarming. Gu Yifan smiled and added, but you have to promise me 3 conditions before I can agree to help you. Chao Shiyan's face darkened a bit. She took out the skill books as payment, but Gu Yifan even made conditions with her, or 3 conditions. It was really a bit excessive. But in order to gain the rich experience of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, she had no choice but to do what she was asked to do by taking care of Yifan. Tell me about it. Chao Shiyan didn't immediately agree. What if Gu Yifan made an outrageous offer, such as asking her to give her body in marriage? Wouldn't she fall into a pit if she agreed? Chapter 113 3 Conditions. A change of opinion. First condition. Gu Yifan said, not to mention a week, it's a bit much to take you to kill a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda in January and charge you a skill book as a reward. If I just say yes, I'm undoubtedly taking advantage of you. Chao Shiyan froze. Just now, she thought that Gu Yifan was going to make some excessive conditions, but she didn't think that Gu Yifan would say this. You know you've taken advantage and you're still making conditions with me? Chao Shiyan was speechless. Hold your horses, I'm not done yet. Gu Yifan continued, as the saying goes, eat the man's mouth, take the man's hand. I don't want to take advantage of you, and what you're wearing is bronze level equipment, so I'll take out a set of silver level equipment in exchange. What do you think? Chao Shiyan froze again. Gu Yifan was actually going to give her silver level equipment? Not just one, but a set? Why did she feel like her head was spinning? Why did she feel like this was a bit of a mystery? You're telling the truth? Chao Shiyan was a bit disbelieving. Of course it's true. Gu Yifan said breathlessly, I'm the one who gave you the equipment, it's not for you to give me the equipment. Is there such a thing as cheating? Seems like it. Oh. Chao Shiyan nodded her head. How could anyone give away equipment to cheat people? Not. Also, such as chasing women by giving them things. But she didn't think that Gu Yifan would be such a person, because Gu Yifan was a straight man of steel who didn't know what a beautiful woman was, and he wasn't even willing to take her to kill a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, so how could he possibly send her silver level equipment just to chase her? That's why Gu Yifan really felt like taking advantage of her before giving her a set of silver level equipment. At this moment, Chao Shiyan's opinion of Gu Yifan suddenly changed. Although Gu Yifan was a straight man of steel who didn't know what a beautiful woman was, the nature of not wanting to take advantage of a situation when it was obvious that he could do so was not something that anyone had, and this kind of thing wasn't something that anyone could do. What do you mean as if? It's clearly. Gu Yifan rolled his eyes and asked, do you promise? Promise. Chao Shiyan nodded decisively. Although the silver level equipment cannot enter her eyes, but it is her immediate necessity, Gu Yifan is taking the equipment and trading with her, there is nothing extra to ask for, little cutie. She's not going to agree to it. Good. Gu Yifan nodded and said, the second condition, besides you, I have to bring one more person. No problem. Chao Shiyan again agreed decisively. Helping to bring and kill copies, the person helping had no gain at all, and the experience gained by the person being brought to kill the copies was fixed based on the level, so bringing an extra person had no effect on her, and there was no need to refuse. As for who Gu Yifan is going to bring? Right now, only she, Gu Yifan, and Gao Zhuang had been promoted to the 10th level, and there was no one else besides Gao Zhuang. She also understood why Gu Yifan wanted to bring Gao Zhuang with him. Gao Zhuang is Gu Yifan's classmate, so bringing one person is bringing 2 people is also bringing, and it doesn't cost much, so why not bring a classmate? At this time, Chao Shiyan's opinion of Gu Yifan had changed again. This guy wasn't at all insensitive, at least he knew how to help his classmates. Just as Chao Shiyan thought, the person Gu Yifan was going to bring was Gao Zhuang. Chao Shiyan couldn't break through the big wild goose pagoda copy on her own, and Gao Zhuan might not be able to either, and there was no difference between taking one person to kill the big wild goose pagoda copy and taking two people to kill the big wild goose pagoda copy, so it was better for him to take Gao Zhuang with him. Good. Gu Yifan added, the third condition, breaking into the big wild goose pagoda replica, except for the second level, the rest of the levels you don't intervene, you don't have to do anything, just stand by and watch. No problem. Chao Shiyan once again agreed decisively. No need to do anything, just stand on the sidelines and watch. There's no reason for her to disagree. Deal. Gu Yifan raised his right hand and looked at it. Countdown to return, 8 hours 55 minutes and 8 seconds. He added, there's almost an hour left until dawn, I can kill once by myself and still lead you guys to kill once, I'm contacting Gao Zhuang now, let's see if he can make it in time. As soon as the words fell, Gu Yifan summoned the Heaven's Path interface, opened the chat channel, and sent a message to Gao Zhuang. He also looked at Chao Shiyan and said, I have sent a message to Gao Zhuang, if he can come over in time, he will take you guys together to kill the big goose pagoda copy, if he can't, I will take you to kill the big goose pagoda copy first. I am entering the big goose pagoda copy. As the words fell, Gu Yifan raised his hand and tapped the big wild goose pagoda teleporter, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Chao Shiyan was filled with confusion. What did Gu Yifan just say? Less than an hour to kill yourself once and take her for a kill? Is that a good way to act? But when she thought about it, Gu Yifan didn't seem to have the need to pretend in front of her, and this kind of pretense could be easily dismantled. Coming back to her senses from her daze, Chao Shiyan opened her mouth to speak, but realized that Gu Yifan had already disappeared. This asshole is a fast runner. Chao Shiyan stomped her little feet and waited at the entrance of the big wild goose pagoda with a pout. The first floor of the big wild goose pagoda. Gao Zhuan was in the middle of practicing his spells when a reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Gu Yifan sent you a message, is it viewable? Did this guy see the message I replied to? Tallstrong froze for a moment and decisively chose to view it. Previously, when he was promoted to the 10th level, Gu Yifan had sent him a message of congratulations, and he had replied to Gu Yifan, but Gu Yifan had not replied again, so he subconsciously assumed that Gu Yifan had sent the message as a reply to him after seeing the message he had sent. Immediately afterward, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Where are you? Can you get to the big wild goose pagoda before dawn? If you can, hurry over and I will take you to kill the big goose pagoda replica. Well, if you can kill it alone, just pretend I didn't say that. I'm practicing my spells at the big wild goose pagoda, so I'm going out now. Gao Zhuang replied decisively and then headed out of the big wild goose pagoda. After coming to Chang'an City, he also tried to break into the big wild goose pagoda copy. But like Chao Shiyan, she couldn't break in and hung out. He also thought of contacting Gu Yifan to kill the big wild goose pagoda copy together, but he thought better of it. Gu Yifan didn't contact him, and with Gu Yifan's perverted strength and the great possibility of killing the big wild goose pagoda copy single-handedly, it's better not to trouble Gu Yifan. Now that Gu Yifan offered to take him to kill the big wild goose pagoda copy, how could he refuse? However, what he didn't know was that before that Gu Yifan was also practicing spells on the first floor of the big wild goose pagoda, but in the replica in order to avoid mutual influence when practicing spells or breaking through the big wild goose pagoda, the big wild goose pagoda would automatically shield other people, so he didn't meet with Gu Yifan. Leaving the big wild goose pagoda, Gao Zhuang saw Chao Shiyan standing alone in front of the big wild goose pagoda. Chao Shiyan? Gao Zhuang asked. He had never seen Chao Shiyan, and Chao Shiyan had never spoken in the chat channel, and he had never seen Chao Shiyan's avatar, but it would be Chao Shiyan who could show up here and still be a woman. It's me. Chao Shiyan glanced at Gao Zhuang and said, "You came quite quickly." Tallstrong froze. Listening to Chao Shiyan, she seemed to know that he was coming. Huh? How did you know I was coming? Tallstrong wondered. I just met Gu Yifan. I asked him to take me to kill the big goose pagoda copy. Chao Shiyan explained, he was dead set against it until I gave him payment and he agreed to take me to kill the big wild goose pagoda copy, but then he had to take you with him, so I knew you were coming. Tallstrong came to a realization. In that case, I was practicing spells at the big wild goose pagoda and came out when I received news from Gu Yifan. Where is Gu Yifan? Into the big goose pagoda copy. Chao Shiyan explained, he's going to kill it once, then take us both with him, just wait. Oh. Tallstrong responded and sat on his ass. I was tired from practicing spells just now, so it was a good time to take advantage of this to take a break. Seeing this, Chao Shiyan didn't have the intention to speak much. The two were quiet at the entrance of the big wild goose pagoda waiting for Gu Yifan to come out. Chapter 114 Hand in Hand. Bring kill the big wild goose pagoda. As Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang waited, time was slipping by. Without realizing it, 1 to 20 minutes had passed. Swish! A figure appeared out of nowhere outside the big wild goose pagoda. This figure was no other than Gu Yifan, who had entered the big wild goose pagoda not long ago. Seeing Gu Yifan come out, Chao Shiyan was filled with surprise. Although what Gu Yifan said had already made her realize that it wouldn't take long for Gu Yifan to pass the big wild goose pagoda, she was still a bit unable to accept it when Gu Yifan really came out after only 1 to 20 minutes. Tall and strong stood up with a miso. He looked Gu Yifan up and down and said in surprise, "Gu Yifan, your outfit is too handsome." "Not bad." Gu Yifan smiled and said, "It's almost midnight, enter the copy." "Okay." Gao Zhuang answered and took Gu Yifan's hand. To enter a copy in a group, you need to hold each other's hands in order to be recognized by the copy as the same team. Chao Shiyan hesitated and pulled Gu Yifan's other hand with a red face. Growing up, she hadn't pulled the hand of the opposite sex of the same age, but the copy rules were so, and she wanted the rich experience of the big wild goose pagoda copy. She had no choice but to pull Gu Yifan's hand. Gu Yifan said breathlessly, "One of you is pulling on one of my hands. How am I going to click on the big wild goose pagoda to teleport people? If you can't order it, I'll order it. It's not the same whoever orders it anyway." Chao Shiyan said. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking Gao Zhuang's hand, but compared to taking Gao Zhuang's hand, she was still more willing to take Gu Yifan's hand. At the very least, Gu Yifan was very handsome, and she wasn't at a disadvantage if she took Gu Yifan's hand. "Alright, then you order," Gu Yifan said. "Oh." Chao Shiyan answered and raised her hand to click on the big wild goose pagoda to teleport the person, then their figures disappeared into thin air. Exit on the first floor of the big wild goose pagoda. Gu Yifan, Chao Shiyan, and Tall Strong's figures appeared out of thin air. Immediately following that, Chao Shiyan hurriedly let go of Gu Yifan's hand, and Gao Zhuang followed suit. Other than the second level, for the rest of the levels, you two can just watch. Gu Yifan reminded. "Got it," Chao Shiyan said. "Yes." Gao Zhuang then agreed. Without further delay, Gu Yifan raised his hand and clicked on the small tower to open the first level of the big wild goose pagoda copy. In the next moment, 5 figures appeared out of thin air 3 meters away in front of Gu Yifan, a scholar with a fan, a monster with a tiger's head, a celestial soldier with a lance, and 2 evil ghosts with tongues. Knock! Gu Yifan raised his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. An earth thorn appeared one after another right under the feet of the 5 gatekeepers, directly piercing through the bodies of the 5 gatekeepers, and then the figures of the 5 gatekeepers disappeared after a few sharp flashes. This scene instantly dazzled Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang. They all tried to break into the big goose pagoda alone. When Gao Zhuang was unable to instantly kill the guards at the first level, he was faced with a siege of 5 more guards, and as a result, he was skeptical of being controlled by the scholar, and was ultimately surrounded by the 5 guards to the point of death, before he stopped trying. Chao Shiyan was also unable to instantly kill the keeper, and was similarly controlled by the scholarly skeptic in the first level before being rounded up and beaten to death. However, she had broken into the big wild goose pagoda replica more times, and once she managed to kill the scholar, and then went through the trouble of decapitating the other 4 guards to pass the first level, but ultimately stopped at the human level of the 3rd level. The human barrier was full of 5 scribes that she couldn't kill instantly or dodge the human spells time and time again before being controlled and skeptical and being rounded up to the point of death. After several challenges in a row and several failures, she had to die in her resolve to continue the challenge. On the contrary, Gu Yifan raised his foot and lightly stomped it, and the 5 defenders of the first level were directly annihilated, simply not too easy. Go to the second level. Gu Yifan didn't notice Chao Shiyan's and Gao Zhuang's expressions, and with a wave of his hand, he headed towards the entrance of the second floor of the big wild goose pagoda. Upon hearing this, Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang instantly snapped out of their dumbfounded stupor, then hurriedly followed. Gu Yifan added, "The second level is a pain in the eye to watch, I'll leave it to you guys." Gao Zhuang raised his hand and scratched his head, awkwardly saying, "Gu Yifan, I'm afraid I can't." "I'll do it." Chao Shiyan then spoke. "As much as Chao Shiyan says, you follow." Gu Yifan looked at Gao Zhuang and said seriously, "Gao Zhuang, you really need to study hard. After all, it's important to quickly differentiate between demonic beasts. A copy is fine, a slight mistake during battle could lead to irreversible consequences." "Good." Gao Zhuang decisively promised, "I promise you, I will definitely study hard in the future." Before that, Gao Zhuang hadn't been reprimanded by his teachers for studying, and that was why he couldn't stand Gu Yifan. But this time, being reprimanded by Gu Yifan, not only did he not have a nasty heart, but on the contrary, he really decided to study hard. He didn't know why he didn't want to listen to his teacher but was willing to listen to Gu Yifan. And when he thought about it, it was probably because Gu Yifan's character and Gu Yifan's power convinced him. Gu Yifan didn't think much of it and led Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang towards the entrance of the second floor of the big wild goose pagoda. Gu Yifan, the skill you cast was trample? Chao Shiyan asked. Yes. Gu Yifan didn't deny it. The human also had the trample skill, and the trample skill's characteristics were obvious, so it wasn't unusual for Chao Shiyan to recognize it. Enter the second level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda to open the second level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. Gu Yifan then treated himself as a melon eater and followed Chao Shiyan's reply along with Gao Zhuang. Chao Shiyan didn't let him down either. Every time she answered not only quickly but also very accurately, she easily passed the second level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy before heading to the third level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. The third level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica was difficult for Chao Shiyan, but it was very simple for Gu Yifan. Since there were only 5 defenders for each of the small levels of the third level of the Big Goose Tower replica, and they were all still standing together, Gu Yifan cast the trample skill and stomped his feet 5 times to directly pass the level, and then the 3 of them headed to the fourth level of the Big Goose Tower. Looking at Gu Yifan's back, Chao Shiyan showed a curious expression. Whether you can pass the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica, the fourth level can be seen, because the 5th and 6th levels have the same number of guardians as the fourth level, just a little higher strength and resistance than the fourth level guardians. Gu Yifan from entering the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica to now are cast trample skill to easily pass, and Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica of the fourth level of the guards are very scattered, the number of 10, trample skill range unlimited, cannot instantly kill all the guards. She was curious what Gu Yifan would do. Coming to the fourth level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, Gu Yifan directly clicked on the small tower to open the fourth level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. In the next moment, 10 guardsmen appeared one after another 3 meters away from Gu Yifan's surroundings. Chao Shiyan looked around the room and a bad smile appeared on her pretty face. Among the 10 guardians were 4 scholarly men with fans, a tiger-headed monster, 2 celestial soldiers with lances, and 3 evil spirits with tongues. That wasn't the point was that the 4 scholars were standing in front of and behind Gu Yifan. Such a lineup is one of the nastiest lineups in the replica. Because facing control spells from 4 directions at the same time, trying to dodge them was not an easy task, and since Gu Yifan was fighting solo, as long as he was controlled by the scholar once, it would be very difficult to pass this level. She was eager to see how Gu Yifan would kill over. If Gu Yifan was unable to kill him, then she could seize the opportunity to taunt Gu Yifan. Chapter 115, Clueless. You call this seemingly not difficult? Gu Yifan didn't know what Chao Shiyan was thinking. He looked around and made a decisive move. Knock! Gu Yifan raised his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. At the same time, he raised his hand and flicked it forward. Whoosh! 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 An earth thorn rose up 3 meters away from Gu Yifan's rear, instantly piercing through the bodies of a scholar, an evil spirit, and a celestial soldier before their figures disappeared after a few sharp flashes. Boom! Almost at the same time, a large mass of earth-yellow light emerged out of thin air 3 meters away in front of Gu Yifan, then exploded and transformed into a line of earth-yellow silk that instantly wrapped around the bodies of a scholar, an evil spirit, and a tiger-headed monster. Immediately afterward, a flash of confusion surfaced in their eyes before they dizzily attacked indiscriminately. This asshole picked a human profession? Chao Shiyan froze. Before that, she had thought that Gu Yifan had chosen the demon profession. Because the trample skill that Gu Yifan performed was extremely powerful, the power of the trample skill was related to strength. The stronger the power of the trample skill would be, and it was generally the demon race that would choose to add points to their strength. It's not right. This bastard with one move of losing his mind and going berserk to control 3 guards, including a scholar, it can be seen that the power of the spell is not bad, and the power of the spell is related to spirituality. Could it be that this bastard is spirituality and power plus points? Chao Shiyan was a bit dizzy. For his part, Gao Zhuang didn't think much about it, and his eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, the 2 scholars, a celestial soldier, and an evil spirit located on Gu Yifan's left and right side simultaneously launched their attacks. The 2 scholars lightly waved their fans, and a ball of earth-colored light shot left and right toward Gu Yifan. The heavenly soldier's lance waved, and a tornado emerged out of thin air, heading straight for Gu Yifan. The evil ghost did not deal with Gu Yifan. He raised the soul-invoking streamer in his hand high, and a ball of turquoise light appeared out of thin air above the three guardsmen who were confused by Gu Yifan, and then transformed into a turquoise shroud of light that enveloped the three of them. In the next moment, the confusion in the eyes of the three guardians who were being dazed by Gu Yifan's chaos and attacking indiscriminately disappeared, and the earth-colored threads wrapped around their bodies disappeared as well. Knock! Gu Yifan took a step to the side, dodging the two clusters of earth-colored light that came whistling. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, an earth thorn appeared one after another under the feet of the three gatekeepers who had just lifted their control state, piercing through their bodies in an instant, and then their figures disappeared even after a few sharp flashes. Almost at the same time, the whistling tornado solidly blasted at Gu Yifan's body. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the tornado burst into flames and disappeared into bits of starlight. As before, Gu Yifan, who had been blasted by the tornado, stood firmly in place, without even a single scratch on his body. What a strong defense! Xiao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang exclaimed at the same time. They had all endured the attack of the first-level keeper of the Big Goose Pagoda replica, and not only did that attack hurt when it hit their bodies, it also injured them. The strength of the fourth level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica's keeper was much stronger than the strength of the first level's keeper, and Gu Yifan took a hard hit from an immortal law attack, but he was as good as nothing, so it was obvious how strong Gu Yifan's defense was. This asshole wouldn't have added the root and bone attribute, would he? Xiao Shiyan was even more confused. Defense was related to the root and bone attribute, and if Gu Yifan hadn't added the root and bone attribute, his defense couldn't be this strong. Knock! Gu Yifan didn't have time to pay attention to what Xiao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang were thinking. He lifted his foot and heaved again. At the same time, he raised his hand and slapped two palms one after another. Whoosh! 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 An earth thorn rose up 3 meters away from Gu Yifan's left, instantly piercing through the bodies of a scholar and an evil spirit before their figures flickered sharply for a few moments before disappearing. Swish! Swish! Almost simultaneously, two palm shadows detached from Gu Yifan's palms and headed straight for the scholar and the heavenly soldier on his right. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, two sounds that sounded like watermelons bursting rang out one after another. Only two palm shadows arrived in an instant, directly slapping the head of the scholar and the heavenly soldier. At this point, the 10 defenders of the fourth level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica were reunited. Gu Yifan led Xiao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang through the fourth level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica. Go to the fifth floor. Gu Yifan waved his hand and stepped towards the entrance of the fifth floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. But he didn't take a few steps forward before realizing that Xiao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang didn't follow. He looked back and saw Xiao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang standing dazed and motionless. What are you two gawking at? Hurry up and go! Gu Yifan urged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang instantly snapped back from their dumbfounded stares. Gu Yifan, are you human? Gao Zhuang asked. Gu Yifan said breathlessly, we've been classmates for so many years, don't you know if I'm a human being? You're not human. Tall Strong added, you're a ing pervert. It dawned on Gu Yifan that he had misunderstood Gao Zhuang. Gao Zhuang asked if he was human not literally, but was shocked at how strong he was. Gu Yifan, is this what you mean by seemingly not difficult? Xiao Shiyan's words followed, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and depression. The shock was because Gu Yifan's strength was too strong. Depressed on the other hand, because she was still waiting to see Gu Yifan's joke. As a result, not only did she not see Gu Yifan's joke, she herself became a joke instead. Gu Yifan was a bit puzzled, it really isn't difficult. How much time did it take from the start of the fight to the end? 10 seconds or not? The whole process, in addition to the celestial soldier that hit, the other guards did not even touch the corner of your clothes, and even the attack of the celestial soldier, you are not unable to hide, just do not want to hide, this can also be called seemingly not difficult? It's clearly very easy as can be, okay? Xiao Shiyan rattled off a bunch of things. At this moment, Xiao Shiyan finally understood why Gu Yifan said that 1 hour was enough for him to kill a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda by himself, and also bring her to kill a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. It was because Gu Yifan's speed of clearing the level was just too fast. It can be said that Gu Yifan threw the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy of the time spent 120 minutes, the vast majority of the time spent on the second level and walking, the time used in the battle at most 1 or 2 minutes. She also understood why Gu Yifan had told her and Gao Zhuang not to intervene, as there was no need for them to intervene at all. At this point, Chao Shiyan had also killed the idea of watching Gu Yifun's jokes. Because Gu Yifun could easily pass the 4th level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica, or the most disgusting lineup, passing the 5th and 6th levels of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica was by no means difficult. Gao Zhuang nodded his head frantically as if he were a chicken pecking at rice, and that look obviously recognized what Chao Shiyan had said. Gu Yifun raised his hand and touched his nose. He had misunderstood Chao Xia again. Don't sweat the small stuff. Gu Yifun urged, time is running out, hurry up. As the words fell, Gu Yifun continued to walk towards the entrance of the 5th floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Chao Shiyan and Gao Shuan looked at each other and hurriedly followed. In the next moment, Chao Shiyan seemed to have thought of something. Her lowered right hand suddenly raised and swung violently at Gu Yifun. Chapter 116 Skill Cutting Throat. Mental Imbalance. Chao Shiyan, what are you doing? Gao Zhuang, who was following Chao Shiyan, was the first to notice Chao Shiyan's movements, and he subconsciously opened his mouth to reprimand. At those words, Gu Yifun looked back. However, he only saw Chao Shiyan's right hand swinging out and did not notice anything unusual. But the next moment he seemed to sense something and looked up into the air again. Only to see a blue silk thread spinning a few times in the air before coming down sharply and shooting violently towards him. Gu Yifun didn't dodge. It wasn't that he couldn't avoid it, but he already understood what Chao Shiyan was doing and there was no need to dodge. Chao Shiyan cast the ghost clans back to La Single Spellchain Silk Ice Mist, wanting to help him recover the mana he had consumed yet. In the next moment, the blue silk threads wrapped around Gu Yifun's body, and then disappeared into Gu Yifun's body. Immediately afterward, Gu Yifun felt that his mana had recovered by a large margin. At this moment, Chao Shiyan twisted her head and glared at Gao Zhuang. What do you think I'm going to do? Tulstron smiled sarcastically. Just now he thought that Chao Shiyan was going to be unfavorable to Gu Yifun, that's why he opened his mouth to reprimand him, but this obviously couldn't be said like that, otherwise wouldn't it appear that he was somewhat treating the gentleman's heart with the heart of a small man? But he didn't know how to defend himself, so he could only hide his embarrassment by laughing. Gu Yifun looked at Gao Zhuang, who was full of embarrassment, and exclaimed, having a nanny to follow is awesome. Chao Shiyan's pretty face blushed. The ghost profession is known as the nurse because of its specialization in healing. But Gu Yifun, a male, said that she, a female, was a milkmaid, and even if she knew full well that the milkmaid Gu Yifun was talking about was the title of the ghost race profession, she felt strange in her heart. Hurry up! Gu Yifun urged Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang to give a word before continuing towards the 5th floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Chao Shiyan glared at Gao Zhuang and took a step to follow. Gao Zhuang scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and followed along. Just as Chao Shiyan thought, Gu Yifun was able to easily pass the 4th level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica, or one of the most disgusting lineups, and passing the 5th and 6th levels of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica was by no means a difficult task. Just like the 4th level of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy, Gu Yifun controlled and decapitated the scholar first, and with the chaos spells, trample skill, and lightblade skill to match, he easily passed the 5th and 6th levels of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. From entering the copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda to clearing it, Gu Yifun still only used 1 to 20 minutes. Swish! 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 Gu Yifun, Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang's figures appeared out of thin air outside the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Chao Shiyan, I've also proven to you that I'm capable of taking you through the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. Gu Yifun looked at Chao Shiyan and said, shouldn't you give me the promised skill book now? Chao Shiyan didn't dawdle either. With a flip of her hand, a scroll appeared out of thin air in her hand before she handed it to Gu Yifun. Receiving the scroll, Gu Yifun glanced at it and saw that the word cut throat was written on it, then he picked up the scroll and placed it in front of his forehead, and then the scroll turned into a flash of light and disappeared into his forehead. Immediately following that, 2 words were added to the personal attribute skill column of the Heaven's Path interface cut throat. Gu Yifun summoned the Heaven's Path interface and raised his hand to place it on the word cut throat, and a row of small characters appeared. Throat slash greatly increases the speed of strikes and hit rate when attacking an enemy's neck. Nice. Gu Yifun secretly sighed, it suits me quite well. Although the throat slitting skill could only be used in the specific situation of attacking an enemy's neck, he enjoyed wiping off the necks of demonic beasts when he fought against them, so the throat slitting skill was still very useful to him. Close the Tendo interface. Gu Yifun looked at Chao Shiyan and said, what type of weapon do you like to use? Sword type weapons. Chao Shiyan said. Gu Yifun nodded. With a flip of his hand, a set of silver level equipment appeared out of thin air on the ground. A piece of armor, a pair of shoes and a long sword. Just now he asked Chao Shiyan what type of weapon she preferred to use because he had quite a few types of weapons in his hands, and since he was going to give Chao Shiyan one anyway, why not give Chao Shiyan a weapon that she could use smoothly? Chao Shiyan was the first to crouch her body to check the equipment's attributes. A moment later, she was surprised. All 3 pieces of equipment have full attributes? Yeah. Gu Yifan said, the value of skill books is far higher than silver-level equipment, and the debt of favors is the hardest to pay back. A set of silver-level equipment with full attributes plus taking you to kill the Big Goose Pagoda copy is almost worth the value of the cutthroat skill. Chao Shiyan gave Gu Yifan a deep look. This guy really didn't want to take advantage at all. But then again, what Gu Yifan said was right. This world is the most difficult to repay the debt of human kindness, cannot take advantage of or do not take advantage of the good, or sooner or later will be retribution. Paying no more attention to Gu Yifan, Chao Shiyan beautifully changed into her silver-level equipment. By the way, Gu Yifan added, according to the agreement, the next every day I will take you through the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy, until you can single-handedly pick the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy alone, but at most 1 month. Time will be set in the early hours of the morning every day. Is there a problem? No. Chao Shiyan shook her head and added, but fear not 10,000, fear not, if there is nothing particularly important, I will rush over according to the time, but if there is something particularly important, what should I do? Let me know ahead of time before you make an appointment. Gu Yifan said, I'm the same, I'll tell you in advance if there's anything I can't make it over here. Okay, then let's add a friend. With a nod, Chao Shiyan summoned the Heaven's Path interface to send a friend request to Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan passed Chao Shiyan's friend request and looked at Gao Zhuang again, saying, you too. Okay. Gao Zhuang happily agreed. Chao Shiyan, on the other hand, was upset. Or maybe she's a little mentally unbalanced. She looked at Gao Zhuang and said in a conspiratorial manner, Gao Zhuang, Gu Yifan took me to kill the copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, but I took out a skill book as payment. I know you guys are classmates, but Gu Yifan doesn't want it, so are you good enough to enjoy it for nothing? He doesn't have to. Gu Yifan grabbed the first word. He took the initiative to call out to Gao Zhuang, just thinking about helping Gao Zhuang, and never thought of receiving any benefits from Gao Zhuang. Furthermore, he has also seen that Chao Shiyan said so because she was unbalanced in her heart and deliberately made things difficult for Gao Zhuang. If he didn't speak first, Gao Zhuang would be embarrassed. Why should I be paid for taking me to kill a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda? But not for taking him? Chao Shiyan retorted, just because you're classmates? Not just because we're classmates, but because we're friends. Gu Yifan said, if friends help each other out, if they still want favors, are they still friends? Tall Strong froze. Gu Yifan actually said they were friends? Chao Shiyan, on the other hand, was somewhat dumbfounded by Gu Yifan's dislike. Because what Gu Yifan said is not bad at all. If friends want to help each other but still need benefits, then it's still a friend? Then what kind of relationship are we? Chao Shiyan said irritably. Gu Yifan thought for a moment, a trading relationship? Chao Shiyan's teeth itched with hatred. She can see that Gu Yifan is a steel-straight man who doesn't know what a beautiful woman is, and doesn't know how to be affectionate at all, and she even suspects that Gu Yifan's orientation is not normal. How else could you ignore a little beauty like her? At this moment, Gao Zhuang finally came back to his senses from his daze. Let me say this. Gao Zhuang said, Chao Shiyan, I actually have something for Gu Yifan. Chapter 117 The Great Sleeping Technique. Return. Yes? Chao Shiyan had a look of disbelief on her face. You have something for Gu Yifan, why did you not say anything until now? Didn't you also just give the skill book to Gu Yifan? Gao Zhuang retorted, besides, it was all you and Gu Yifan talking just now, so I didn't have a chance to interject. Chao Shiyan was a bit dumbfounded, but it was humiliating to just not say anything. She thought for a moment and said, when did you get the idea to give Gu Yifan something? Let's stand outside the Big Wild Goose Pagoda and wait for Gu Yifan when he comes out. Gao Zhuang explained, at that time, you said that you gave Gu Yifan a reward before he was willing to take you to kill the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy, and at that time, I was thinking about what I could give Gu Yifan. But I didn't know what to give at the time, and it wasn't until I entered the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy that I was sure. Chao Shiyan was once again speechless. She had just asked that because she wanted to expose Gao Zhuang's lies by making him reveal his cracks. But what Gao Zhuang said was not only decisive, but also had a nose and eyes, and she couldn't find the slightest crack. Gao Zhuang, I didn't think of asking you for any favors when I brought you to kill the Big Goose Pagoda copy. Gu Yifan said. I know. Gao Zhuang said, but you just said, we are friends, friends should help each other, you think about helping me, how can I not think about helping you? Otherwise do I still have the face to say I'm your friend? Tall and strong. Gu Yifan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Gao Zhuang. Gu Yifan, listen to me first. Gao Zhuang said, I have something to give you, not because I want to pay you for taking me to kill the big goose pagoda copy, but this thing of mine is very useful to you, that's why I thought of giving it to you. What is it? Xiao Shiyan was unconvinced, is it better than the skill book I gave? It's really better than the skill book you gave. Gao Zhuang said, when I was promoted to level 10 the Heavenly Tao rewarded me with a skill book called the Great Sleeping Technique, I learned the demon profession, so the Great Sleeping Technique is useless to me, but Gu Yifan learned the human profession, so the Great Sleeping Technique is of great use to him. It was also when I saw Gu Yifan casting human spells that I decided to give him the Great Drowsiness Technique. Gu Yifan, the Great Drowsiness Technique is a necessary skill for human professions, this is a friend's token of appreciation, not a payment, you must take it. Xiao Shiyan was embarrassed. She believed that the throat-slitting skill book she gave would be useful to Gu Yifan, otherwise Gu Yifan wouldn't have agreed to take her to kill the big wild goose pagoda replica, let alone learn it the first time she got the skill book. However, the same skill book that Gao Zhuang took out was a skill book for the human profession that Gu Yifan had learned, and it was indeed better than the one she had given. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was torn. He really didn't intend to charge Gao Zhuang any favors for bringing him to kill the big wild goose pagoda copy. But as Gao Zhuang said, the Great Fainting Technique was very useful to him, and he couldn't afford to refuse it. Great Drowsiness, Human Profession Drowsiness System Group Attack Spell, cannot be learned from the teacher's school, can only be obtained through the skill book. Although the Greater Sleeping Spell and the Greater Sleeping with are both group attack spells, there is a difference between the two. Great Sleep can only be cast in one direction, with a target limit of 5. The Great Drowsiness spell, on the other hand, was a ranged attack with no upper limit on targets, and as long as it was within the casting range of the Great Drowsiness spell, it could be controlled at once, no matter how many people there were, as long as the caster had enough mana. That's why the Great Drowsiness technique is a stronger existence than the Great Sleeping with the same person. Seeing that Xiao Shiyan had no intention of speaking again, Gao Zhuang pulled out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to Gu Yifan. He didn't have a storage ring, so he could only place the scroll in his arms. Gu Yifan didn't dwell on it, and decisively caught the scroll before pressing it to his forehead. Gao Zhuang said that it was a friend's intention, and the Great Fainting Technique was really useful to him, so there was no reason for him to refuse. Then again, he wouldn't take Tallstrong's skill book for nothing. In the next moment, the scroll transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into Gu Yifan's forehead. The Great Drowsiness Technique was obtained from a skill book and could be used directly without cultivation or proficiency. Immediately afterward, a row of words appeared below the Heaven's Path interface spell interface. Special spells, the Great Sleep Spell. Seeing that Gu Yifan had directly learned the Great Fainting Technique, Xiao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang both had shocked looks on their faces. Spell-like skill books are different from other skill books in that other skill books can be learned directly, but spell-like skill books require the corresponding spells to reach full proficiency before they can be learned. Gu Yifan was able to learn the Great Drowsiness Technique obviously because the proficiency of the Drowsiness System spells was already full. This guy is really trying. Xiao Shiyan couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. Gu Yifan was promoted to level 10 yesterday morning, and in less than 2 days from yesterday morning until now. Gu Yifan had already increased his proficiency in the Drowsy System spells to the limit. Also, Gu Yifan would most likely do more than just raise his proficiency in the Drowsy System spells to the limit. Because the Chaos System spells that Gu Yifan had used when he had brought them to kill the big wild goose pagoda replica were still very powerful, it was enough to see that the proficiency of the Chaos System spells wasn't too low, and it was even likely that it had been raised to its limit as well. It's impossible to do this without a lot of hard work. Fortunately, Xiao Shiyan didn't know that Gu Yifan had learned all the spells of the 4 major races and had already had all 9 spells. If she had known, her jaw would have dropped. Because it took less than 2 days to raise the proficiency of 9 spells to the limit, using the word hard work could no longer describe Gu Yifan's efforts, and using the word desperate would be more appropriate. Ha ha! Gu Yifan laughed out loud. With the Great Fainting Technique, it will be even easier to kill the Great Goose Pagoda in the future. Xiao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang both nodded with deep empathy. They all understood why Gu Yifan said that. Because the Great Drowsiness Technique could control all the guards of the 4th to 6th levels of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica at once, coupled with Gu Yifan's terrifying killing power, passing the level was simply not too easy. Even if they took a step back and there were gatekeepers who weren't controlled, it would still be a kick in the pants for Gu Yifan. After laughing, Gu Yifan looked at Gao Zhuang and said, "What type of weapon do you like to use?" "I like using knives," Tall Strong said. Swish. Gu Yifan casually flipped his hand, and a set of full attribute silver-level equipment appeared out of thin air on the ground. At the same time, a storage ring appeared out of nowhere in his hand. "Here's a silver-level outfit for you," Gu Yifan said. "I see you don't have a storage ring, so I'll give you another one." "Yes." Gao Zhuang didn't politely talk to Gu Yifan and directly accepted it, then nimbly changed into the new equipment, and then dripped blood from the storage ring to recognize the owner. Before that, he had collected 9 sets of bronze-level equipment from Gu Yifan, and had also slipped Gu Yifan a whole rack of barbecue meat. Now, there was nothing to hesitate about accepting another set of silver-level equipment and a storage ring from Gu Yifan. Chao Shiyan faintly skimmed her mouth. She exchanged a skill book for Gu Yifan to take her to kill a copy of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda and a set of silver-level equipment, and Gao Zhuang not only exchanged a skill book for the same thing, but also got an extra storage ring. But this time she wasn't mentally unbalanced. Because the Great Sleeping Technique was indeed more useful to Gu Yifan than the Cutthroat skill, giving an extra storage ring was not incomprehensible. Furthermore, she had a storage ring, and she didn't care about Gu Yifan's storage ring. "It's almost tomorrow." Gu Yifan changed the topic. "After 12 o'clock, kill the Big Goose Pagoda once more, then rest and return." "Yes." Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang nodded in agreement. "By the way," Gu Yifan asked, "you all formed a squad, where are your teammates?" "It's resting north of Chang'an," Chao Shiyan said. "They couldn't enter Chang'an City, and they couldn't kill demonic beasts at night with bad vision, so they all stayed in the north of Chang'an City to rest after dark, while I came to Chang'an City alone." "Me too." Tall Strong followed closely. Gu Yifan nodded and raised his hand again. "Countdown to return, 7 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It's past 12. Gu Yifan said, "I will kill the Big Wild Goose Pagoda replica once, and then take you guys to kill it again. Well, I'll probably come out in 1 or 20 minutes, so you guys can go into the Big Wild Goose Pagoda first to improve your spell proficiency if you are bored of waiting." As the words fell, Gu Yifan clicked on the Big Wild Goose Pagoda teleporter and entered the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy. Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang then clicked on the Big Wild Goose Pagoda teleporter to go to the first floor of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda to improve their spell proficiency. As Gu Yifan said, with the Great Drowsiness Technique, killing the Big Goose Pagoda copy was even easier. In about half an hour, he killed the Big Wild Goose Pagoda copy by himself, and also brought Chao Shiyan and Gao Zhuang to kill it. "You guys do what you need to do, I'm resting." After Gu Yifan finished speaking, he directly laid down in front of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda and slept. "Fighting is forbidden in Chang'an City, it's a good place to rest, there's no need to waste time running to hell." Without saying a word, Chao Shiyan raised her hand and clicked on the Big Wild Goose Pagoda teleporter, and entered the Big Wild Goose Pagoda again to practice her spells. Tall Strong then entered the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. Both of them planned to practice their spells for a while before coming out to rest. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang, and Chao Shiyan, who were sleeping soundly by the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, were awakened by the steeply resounding sound of the Heavenly Dao's words. "Attention, everyone in the 99th district. Zhang Yixing was promoted to the 10th level within the stipulated time, completing the examination task. 50 free attribute points are awarded according to the rules. The others please practice hard, and those who complete the task within the stipulated time will be rewarded handsomely based on their rankings. Once again, those who fail to complete the assessment task within the specified time will be severely punished." Gu Yifan exclaimed, "The promotion is quite timely, it would have returned a little later." "Quite timely indeed." Gao Zhuang spoke right after him, but he only received an attribute point reward, not a skill book reward. Chao Shiyan didn't say anything, but instead glanced at Gu Yifan. She and Gao Zhuang were rewarded with skill books, but they were given to Gu Yifan. "There's still half an hour before the return. To get something to eat and get ready to go home." Gu Yifan raised his right hand and looked at it, then casually flipped it over and took out a few pieces of roasted meat. He threw a piece to Gao Zhuang and another piece to Chao Shiyan and nibbled on it. Neither Chao Shiyan nor Gao Zhuang were polite with Gu Yifan and nibbled on them as well. Half an hour had passed quickly. Countdown to 0. Return to Chapter 118, The Origin of the Chance. Chao Guodong's calculations. Wulong City, Old Town, Gu Yifan's home. Gu Yifan, who was sitting on the sofa, raised his right hand and looked at it. Countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Immediately afterward, a smirk appeared on his cheeks. This time there was a 3-day break, so he could take a rest. Phew! Seeing Gu Yifan's actions, Gu Changlin, Zheng Qinghe, and Gu Xinan coincidentally let out a long sigh of relief. Gu Yifan had once again returned from the God's End continent intact, and their hanging hearts could be temporarily put down. Xiaofan, how long can we stay this time? Gu Changlin asked. Dad, this one will stay for 3 days. Gu Yifan laughed, it's quite a generous amount of time to relax. Gu Changlin, Zheng Qinghe, and Gu Xinian let out another long sigh of relief in unison. Before this, Gu Yifan had come back for a day and then left for the God's End continent again, causing them to be on edge once a day. This time, they could finally rest for 2 days without having to be on their toes. Xiaofan, you're afraid that you're thinking a bit beautifully. Gu Changlin laughed, when you come back this time, you'll be graduating from the Wulong Martial Academy and then reporting to the Wulong Division. You'll be busy after joining the Wulong Division. How will you have time to relax? Dad, I know what you're talking about. Gu Yifan said, if there are no evil cultivators appearing, the Wulong branch is just patrolling and guarding, it is still very easy. Well, even if there are evil cultivators appearing, the Wulong branch will not arrange the job to someone like me who just joined. That's true. Gu Changlin nodded and changed the topic. Xiaofan, there's still rice in the pot, eat it yourself if you're hungry. Your mom and I still have to send Xinyan to school, we'll leave first, we'll have a good chat when we come back tonight. As the words fell, Gu Changlin got up and left, and Zhang Qinghe and Gu Xinian followed. Seeing the three of them leave, Gu Yifan simply washed up and left with them, rushing to the Wulong Martial Academy. Kyoto City, a courtyard. Chao Shurian, who had just returned, was full of smiles. She looked at Chao Guodong and Li Waner, who were sitting next to her, and said happily, Dad, Mom, I've risen to level 10. I expected it. Chao Guodong laughed. Anticipate that? Chao Shurian froze for a moment and giggled, Dad, do you have confidence in me? You're overthinking it. Chao shook his head and said, but it has nothing to do with confidence, but rather the test of rising to level 10 in 7 days is a big pie drawn by the heavenly Tao for you, and it was done firstly to motivate you, but rather to give you a downward spiral. Chao Shurian came to a realization. Earlier, she was still wondering if the test of rising to level 10 in 7 days was too difficult. It was important to realize that the 815th novice village only had 4 people promoted to level 10 after rising 2 levels out of thin air, while the rest of the novice villages didn't even have a single person who completed the assessment. Now, she finally understood what was going on, and that the assessment tasks given by the heavenly Tao were simply expected to be completed by them. Dad, then how did you anticipate this? Chao Shurian wondered. Because Gu Yifan. Chao Guodong spoke roughly about the matter of the God's End Continent Council's negotiation of the assessment rewards, and he added, after rising 2 levels out of thin air, if you don't advance to the 10th level, I'll have to wonder if you're slacking off in the God's End Continent. So? Chao Shurian spat out her little tongue in some embarrassment. By the way, Yun L. Chao Guodong asked, did you go to the Hell Palace of Hades after you were promoted to the 10th level? Went, but I got there late. Chao Shurian said, the chance of the Palace of Hell's Yama was obtained by Gu Yifan first. He was wearing a set of ghostly black equipment. At a glance, he knew that it was absolutely extraordinary. I asked him if he got it in the Palace of Hell's Yama, and he said yes. Got by Gu Yifan? Chao Guodong froze for a moment and exclaimed, this kid is really something. Dad, it's just a chance. Chao Shurian was puzzled. There have been quite a few people who have gotten their chance in the God's End continent over the years, so how is he not simple? Yun, you don't know. Chao Guodong explained, the chances that other people get are unknown, but the chances of the Hell's Yama temple are known, and almost everyone has tried over the years, but no one has ever gotten it, including Elder Hua. There are only a handful of people who have even passed the first level of the Yama Temple's examination, and for Gu Yifan to be able to pass the Yama Temple's examination, which even Elder Hua couldn't pass, and receive the Yama Temple's chance, do you think he's simple? So it does seem to be uncomplicated. Chao Shurian nodded, and then wondered, Dad, known chances are reasonably easy to get, such as trying a few more times to find the laws to crack them, so how can they be so hard to get? That's true, but not all chances do that. Chao Guodong explained, there is only one chance to try the chance of Yama's Hall. The first level of assessment is infinite killing. Demonic beasts of the same level rush head to head. If you can't instantly kill the demonic beasts, you'll fall into the encirclement of the demonic beasts. Even if one can instantly kill demonic beasts, the endless rush of demonic beasts can exhaust one alive. which leads to the fact that only a handful of people pass the first level of the test knowing full well the content of the first level of the test. Those few who passed the first level of the test also all stopped at the second level of the test, and the experiences they spoke of were all different. There was no pattern to speak of, and some of them didn't even know how they failed. Chao Shiyan came to a realization. She asked again, "Dad, before you only told me that there is a chance in the Hades Hall of Hell, what kind of chance is it?" "It's not that I'm not telling you." Chao Guodong laughed bitterly, "Rather, I don't know, I couldn't even tell you if I wanted to." "Oh." Chao Shiyan asked again, "Dad, there's still one thing I'm puzzled about. The God's End continent was created by my human race's great masters, so how come all sorts of chances appear in it from time to time?" "That's something I can explain to you." Chao Guodong explained, "The God's End continent wasn't built out of thin air, it was rooted in the battlefield between my human race and the demonic beasts many years ago, and that's precisely why there are quite a few leftovers in it, but because of the long age and the destruction caused by the war, many of the leftovers are no longer documented and those that are leftovers have become the current chance." "So?" Chao Shiyan nodded. "By the way, Yun L." Chao asked, "Where did you meet Gu Yifan?" "Under the big wild goose pagoda in Chang'an City." Chao Shiyan told the story of her chance encounter with Gu Yifan under the big wild goose pagoda and her dealings with Gu Yifan. "Gee!" Chao Guodong exclaimed, "This kid obviously can take advantage but is unwilling to do so, his heart is very good." "The heart is good," Chao Shiyan said with displeasure, "but a straight man of steel who doesn't know what beauty is." "Yeol, there's still a lot to be said for straight men of steel." Chao Guodong said, "Other than that, and Gu Yifan such a person together, you do not have to worry about him all over the place to dabble with the flowers, and steel straight man once moved, may not know how to be romantic, do not know how to be considerate. Besides, did not you just say it? Gu Yifan is not without a bit of human feelings, he still knows how to help his friends." "Yeol, this is your father's experience." Li Wanner interjected, "Back then, your father was also drunk on cultivation and didn't know what a beautiful woman was. I spoke to him several times, and he was in love. But now? When I am, he would rush over and ask me what's wrong." Chao Guodong's old face blushed. "Wife, what are you talking about?" "I'm telling the truth," Li Wanner said with a straight face. Chao Shiyan, on the other hand, had a scowl on her face. What Chao Guodong said wasn't unreasonable, and she had witnessed how good Chao Guodong was to Li Wanner over the years. The next moment, though, she realized something was wrong. How come what Chao Guodong and Li Wanner said seemed to be advising her to pursue Gu Yifan? "Dad, don't make a mess," Chao Shiyan said with a red face. "What being with someone like Gu Yifan? I don't have any feelings for him at all." Chao Guodong and Li Wanner glanced at each other, both of their eyes filled with disbelief. Just now Chao Shiyan talked about meeting Gu Yifan in the big wild goose pagoda with a fluttering brow. As a person who has been there before, how can they not see that Chao Shiyan is saying that Gu Yifan is a straight man of steel on her lips, but in fact she has a good feeling about Gu Yifan? But this is something they know just cannot be demolished, otherwise pulling the seedling and play the opposite effect is not good. "I'm just explaining it to you." Chao Guodong changed the topic and said, "By the way, Yenner, all these years you were busy with your studies, you didn't go back to see your grandpa, but your grandpa missed a lot, your mom and I are also busy, and we didn't go back much either. Now that you're about to graduate and do an internship, and an internship is an internship anywhere, how about you go to your grandfather's place for a period of time, just to keep your grandfather company, and to do your filial piety for me and your mom?" "Yeah, I miss grandpa too." Chao Shiyan didn't think much about it and agreed directly. "Okay, I'll call your grandfather about this later." Chao Guodong said, "Don't you still have to go to the martial arts academy for the graduation ceremony today? Hurry up and go." "Okay." Chao Shiyan said, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to the martial arts academy." As the words fell, Chao Shiyan got up and left. Witnessing Chao Shiyan's departure, Li Wanner said, "Hubby, I'm a little reluctant to part with Yenner." "Honey, I can't let go either." Chao Guodong said, "But a good son-in-law like Gu Yifan who is strong and has a good heart can't be found anywhere, and Yenner has a crush on him, so we have to create the opportunity for her to be close to the water and get the moon first." "I know." Li Wanner said, "That's just what I said, hurry up and call Dad, let him think of a way to create some opportunities for Yenner to get close to Gu Yifan, and also let him think of a way to set up a match." "Okay, I'll call Dad." Chao answered and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Chapter 119, Women Only Affect the Speed of My Sword. Gu Yifan didn't know that he had already been targeted by Chao Guodong, and this time he would be on his way to Wulong Martial Academy. Because of the reason that he had been attacked by an evil cultivator, after leaving from his home today, he had been very careful for fear of another sudden attack by an evil cultivator, but he soon realized that his worries were completely redundant. Every intersection is guarded by people from the Wulong branch, every street also has people from the Wulong branch patrolling back and forth, even some of the small alleyways have people from the Wulong branch patrolling back and forth, so there is no chance for the evil cultivators to make trouble. Apparently it wasn't just him who had learned the lesson of being attacked by an evil cultivator, the Wulong Martial Academy and the Wulong branch had likewise learned their lesson. It didn't take long for Gu Yifan to arrive at the Wulong Martial Academy safe and sound. At this moment, Chao Deming was standing at the gate of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy holding a cell phone and making a call. "Hello, Dean." Gu Yifan greeted Chao Deming and headed inside the Wulong Martial Academy. But before he could take a few steps he was shouted at by Chao Deming. "Yifan, wait." At those words, Gu Yifan stopped and looked back. He only saw Chao Deming waving at him, then he turned around and walked over to Chao Deming. "Well. You keep talking. Good. Good. Good." Chao Deming spoke briefly and concisely on the phone, and every now and then he twisted his head to look at Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan's heart fluttered a little at Chao Deming's look. For some reason, he always felt that Chao Deming's gaze towards him carried a scrutinizing tone. I'm afraid he would have thought he had made a mistake if he didn't know full well that he hadn't. What's more, Chao Deming's gaze at him had admiration, satisfaction, complaint, and displeasure, somewhat similar to that of an old father-in-law looking at his son-in-law in a movie, who both admires and hates him at the same time. He wanted to ask Chao Deming why he was looking at him with such a gaze. But Chao Deming was on the phone, so he couldn't ask, so he could only wait patiently. In the next moment, a flash of hesitation suddenly appeared on Gu Yifan's cheeks. He wanted to exert his D-level cultivation talent, auditory enhancement, to listen to who Chao Deming was talking to on the phone and what he was chatting about as a way to deduce why Chao Deming was looking at him with that extremely complicated gaze. But eavesdropping on people on the phone was a bit unethical, so he was a bit hesitant. But Gu Yifan was not a man of indecision, and he soon made up his mind. Auditory enhancement. Gu Yifan let out a low gulp in his heart, and then he pricked up his ears to listen to the sound coming from Chao Deming's cell phone. Immediately afterward, a small but clear voice of words reached his ears. Dad, take more trouble with this, Wan Er and I will go back to see you when we have time. Yes. Chao Deming answered and hung up. Gu Yifan had some regrets. He listened a little too late to get any useful information, and couldn't tell why Chao Deming was looking at him with such a complicated gaze. However, it wasn't as if he didn't have a tiny bit of gain, at the very least, he knew that this matter was related to Chao Deming's son. But what he couldn't figure out was that he had never met Chao Deming's son, so how could Chao Deming's son talk to Chao Deming about him? After a little thought, Gu Yifan asked, Dean, you called out to me and just looked at me several times when you were on the phone, is this call related to me? Your boy's reflexes are sharp. Chao Deming nodded and said, you guessed correctly, this call is indeed related to you. Dean, what is it? Gu Yifan asked. The matter of the heavenly test. Chao Deming said, the test of rising to level 10 within 7 days was actually just a big pie drawn by the heavenly Tao for you, and it wasn't expected to be completed at all, so the test rewards were only negotiated and not determined. After you were promoted to the 10th level, the God's End Continent Council held an emergency meeting to discuss the matter of rewards, and our counselor proposed that the rewards be issued according to the rewards agreed upon at the beginning, but because the first place rewards were too generous, they met with the opposition of a number of national counselors. Chao Guodong. Well, my son is the director of our Huaxia country in the God's End Continent Council, he argued with reason and also threatened the directors of various countries for going back on their word, which forced them to promise to issue the rewards according to the previous negotiation. Gu Yifan came to a realization. No wonder there were only 4 people in the 99th district who had completed the examination, and they were all from the 815th novice village. He also understood why the appraisal rewards weren't given out in the first place, but only after a period of time. Dean, thank Uncle Chao for me. Gu Yifan thanked sincerely. Although Chao Deming didn't say it, he knew that quite a few countries were against it, definitely because of the divine technique God's boundary. If it wasn't for Chao's reasoning, he would have lost out on the divine technique God's boundary, so he still had to be thankful. But thankful as he was, he always felt that Chao Deming wasn't telling the truth. Because if it was just this matter, would Chao Deming have to look at him with such a complicated gaze? It was just that if Chao Deming didn't say anything, there was nothing he could do but pretend he didn't know. No need for. Chao Deming said, as a counselor of my Huaxia kingdom and the God's End continent, this is his part of the job. Dean, that's true, but I still have to thank Uncle Chow. Gu Yifan insisted, if it weren't for Uncle Chow's reasoning and threatening the directors of various countries for going back on his word, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the lucrative reward for being the first to complete the examination. Well then. Chow Deming smiled and said, I'll help you convey your thanks. Just now, he said this matter, firstly, to answer Gu Yifan's question, to avoid arousing Gu Yifan's suspicion, and secondly, to make Gu Yifan remember Chow Guodong's good, so that it would also be convenient for him to carry out the subsequent deeds. Thank you, Dean. Gu Yifan thanked again. You boys don't have to be so polite. Chow Deming changed the topic and said, Yifan, what are your next plans? Gu Yifan thought for a moment and said, I want to join the Wulong Division's Demon Punisher Hall to do my part in protecting Wulong City, and not to waste the many years that the Martial Academy has nurtured me, and on top of that, I want to cultivate myself properly and set foot in the Divine Realm as soon as possible. Chow Deming was very pleased. Gu Yifan is still very good, not in vain, he is very optimistic about Gu Yifan. Yifan, if you want to join the Demon Punisher Hall, you have to pass the examination of the Demon Punisher Hall. Chow Deming said, today's graduation ceremony will include induction into the Wulong branch, so you should work hard then. I will, Dean. Gu Yifan nodded. Good, I believe that with your strength joining the Demon Punisher Hall is by no means difficult. Chow Deming encouraged Gu Yifan for a moment and added, Yifan, after graduating from the Martial Arts Academy, you are also considered an adult, as the saying goes, start a family. Do you have a favorite girl I'll help you set up? No. Gu Yifan said, Dean, I don't want to talk about friends now, I just want to cultivate well and strengthen myself as soon as possible. I don't want to be able to only watch when danger comes, I want to have the strength to protect the people I want to protect. When he heard Gu Yifan say no, Chow Deming was instantly happy. If Gu Yifan didn't have a favorite, Chow Shiyan would have a better chance, and he didn't need to do anything to beat up the lovebirds, but when he heard Gu Yifan's later words, the joy in his heart disappeared again. Chow Guodong and Li Wanner called him and asked him to find a way to create some opportunities for Chow Shiyan to contact Gu Yifan and then find a way to set up the two of them, but Gu Yifan didn't have the idea of talking about his friends, so how could he set them up? After a little thought, Chow Deming said, I can understand your thoughts, but talking about friends and being strong are not in conflict. Dean, I think the conflict. Gu Yifan shook his head and said, not only do women distract me, they also affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Upon hearing this, Chow Deming had a headache. Gu Yifan even said such words, even if Gu Yifan didn't regard women as flood beasts, it was enough to see that Gu Yifan really didn't have the idea of talking about his friends, which made him how to complete the task that Chow Guodong and Li Wanner had given him. Son, daughter-in-law, you've given me a big problem. Chow Deming sighed darkly and said breathlessly, your kid's idea is really a bit different. Since this is the case, I won't worry about this, otherwise it will become me dragging your cultivation behind. Gu Yifan raised his hand and scratched his head without answering. Chow Deming didn't say anything else. But in his heart, he was pondering how to create some opportunities for Gu Yifan and Chow Shiyan to be together. Yes, he's not dead yet. Because not only Chow Guodong and Li Wanner are optimistic about Gu Yifan, he is equally optimistic about Gu Yifan. Chapter 120, Feng Shui. Graduation Ceremony. Next, Chow Deming and Gu Yifan stood quietly at the entrance of the Wulong Martial Academy. Along with the passage of time, the students of the Wulong Martial Academy also rushed over one by one. It didn't take long for Gao Zhuang to arrive as well. Seeing Gao Zhuang, Gu Yifan was instantly filled with speechlessness. When you return, whatever equipment you are wearing will change back to what you were wearing the last time you traveled to the God's End continent. Similarly, whatever you were wearing when traveling to the God's End continent will change back to what you were wearing before your last return when you enter the God's End continent. It's logical that Tallstrong will change into unusual clothes when he returns. However, this guy was wearing a silver-level equipment and carrying a silver-level greatsword in a majestic manner. Gao Zhuang also saw Gu Yifan, and he ran his ass over. Gu Yifan, you're quite early. Gu Yifan said breathlessly, Gao Zhuang, are you afraid that the evil cultivators won't miss you with this dress-up? Gu Yifan, you're worrying too much. Gao Zhuang laughed, yesterday, the evil cultivator just attacked us, it's unlikely that he will attack again today, and then again, our martial arts academy and the Wulong branch are not vegetarians, they will definitely arrange for people to patrol on duty, so there's nothing to worry about. Gu Yifan rolled his eyes, you're going to be able to this time. Gao Zhuang, you're afraid that people won't know that you've risen to level 10. Chow Deming then spoke. Dean, your old man is right. Gao Zhuang didn't hide it. There are only 4 people in the entire 99th district who have risen to level 10, and I'm one of them. I already know. Chao Deming said breathlessly, I also know that Gu Yifan was the first to be promoted to level 10, and you're the third. It's just that Gu Yifan, who was the first to be promoted to level 10, didn't even show off, and you're the third to be promoted to level 10, and you have the nerve to show off so much? Dean, can I compare myself to Gu Yifan? Gao Zhuang justified, Gu Yifan is a pervert. Not only is he great at studying, he's also great at cultivation, whereas I'm just an ordinary person, and I promoted to the 10th level on my own, so how come I'm embarrassed to show off? Chao Deming was stunned for a moment. How did you justify your words of being inferior to Gu Yifan? But then again, what Tallstrong said was true. What's so embarrassing about showing off what you've accomplished with your own efforts? Furthermore, he also understood why Gao Zhuang wanted to show off. This was because Gao Zhuang had always been the unchanging number one at the bottom of the list when he was studying at the Wulong Martial Academy, and thus he had not been reprimanded by his teachers and ridiculed by his classmates. Now, Gao Zhuang has become second only to Gu Yifan in terms of cultivation, so it can be said that he has turned over a new leaf. If he were Gao Zhuang, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist wanting to show off in front of his teachers and classmates. At that moment, the people around noticed Tallstrong's racy outfit and they came over. Gao Zhuang, it was less than a day from the time you were promoted to level 10 to your return, just this much time. Where did you get a whole set of silver level equipment from? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yes. Gao Zhuang subconsciously wanted to say that it was given by Gu Yifan, but before he could say anything, he saw Gu Yifan's glare, and then hastily swallowed the words that had already reached his throat. Well, my promotion to level 10 was a bit short, but I got lucky. Gao Zhuang's mouth was full of nonsense without reddening his face or gasping for breath. Before I was promoted to level 10, I had enough to put together a set of silver level equipment. When I was beheading demonic beasts in the north of Chang'an City, and I also popped out a storage ring. Gao Zhuang, your luck is too good. Alas, it's really human to human, I haven't even put together a set of bronze level equipment yet. It's said as if I've put together a set of bronze level equipment. I'm only level 7, wait for my punishment from heaven. Get thee out of here, I'm only a ING level 6. Some of the many students around them marveled, while others had a sour look on their faces. The other day, they could all look down on high strong. But today, they need to look up to the tall and strong. That's a lot of wind and water, and it's coming to my house today. Listening to the many students around him and looking at the envious and jealous expressions of many students, Gao Zhuang's cheeks were full of complacency and his heart was full of relief. Gao Zhuang also had a day when he was envied and looked up to awe. Chao Deming frowned. He could understand Gao Zhuang's showing off, but Gao Zhuang's showing off was a blow to others. After a little thought, he spoke, Students, you don't know that Gu Yifan and Gao Zhuang were able to rise to level 10 because the novice village number 815 they were in bed against the Little Japan's novice village number 538 twice, and they directly rose 2 levels. At those words, the expressions of the many students around them looked slightly better. Because after taking out the 2 levels that had been raised because of the betting, the gap between them and Gao Zhuang and Gu Yifan wasn't that big. But there's no denying Gu Yifan and Gao Zhuang's efforts. Chao Deming continued, everyone in Novice Village 815 has risen 2 levels, but only 4 people have been promoted to level 10, so it's clear that Gu Yifan and Gao Zhuang have put in far more effort than anyone else. The many students around them nodded in unison. What Chao Deming had said made sense, otherwise why had only 4 people been promoted to the 10th level when they had all been promoted by 2 levels? Well. Chao Deming changed the topic, people are almost here, let's go to the playground for the graduation ceremony. As soon as the words fell, Chao Deming turned around and headed inside the Wulong Martial Academy. But it didn't take more than a few steps forward before it stopped again. He turned back to Gao Zhuang and said, Gao Zhuang, you've already shown off, take your equipment back. Dean, I want to show off a little more. Tallstrong shook his head. Showing off in front of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy was not his purpose, showing off at the graduation ceremony was his purpose. Now that the purpose has not been achieved, how can we take it back? Tall and strong, almost ready. Gu Yifan then spoke, even if someone didn't see it, they would have heard about it from others, take it back. Oh. Gao Zhuang responded and decisively put his gear back, revealing his everyday wear inside. Chao Deming was a bit surprised. How could Gao Zhuang listen to Gu Yifan so much? However, he was just surprised for a moment before continuing towards the inside of the Wulong Martial Academy. It didn't take long for everyone to gather on the playground. Chao Deming stood on the podium and looked around, saying in a deep voice, Students, today you will be graduating from the Wulong Martial Academy. Originally I had a lot of things I wanted to say to you, but I don't know where to start at this moment, so I'm not going to say much. Students, today is both the end and the beginning for you. Today is the last day of your student status, but it is also the day that you will become warriors defending your country against demons and evil. Students, I await the day you set foot in the divine realm, and I long for you to create the pomp and circumstance that will drive demons and evils out of our homeland, and I long even more for all of us in this room to stand here, one and all, years from now. Students, please strengthen my huaxia. Please strengthen my shenzhou. As the words fell, Chao Deming raised his hand and clenched his fist, hammering it to his chest. Dean, it will live up to its promise. Gu Yifan, Gao Shuang, and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy then raised their hands and clenched their fists, hammering them to their chests. Good. Chao Deming nodded and added, classmates, the graduation ceremony ends here. Here is the Vice Minister of the Kyushu Wulong Division, He Qingdao, who will announce to you about joining the Wulong Division, then you will all choose your preferred division to join. Chapter 121 Four Great Halls. Demon Execution Hall Examination. Accompanied by the fall of Chao Deming's words. 4 men and a woman emerged from the crowd and headed toward the podium. The man at the head of the group was He Qingdao, the Vice Minister of the Wulong Division of Kyushu, and the 3 men and 1 woman following him were the heads of the 4 halls of the Wulong Division, the Demon Execution Hall, the Intelligence Hall, the Affairs Hall, and the Logistics Hall. Minister. He Qingdao, who walked to the podium, clasped his fists towards Chao Deming. Please. Chao Deming raised his hand in a gesture and took a few more steps backward. Yes, Minister. He Qingdao answered and stepped to the front of the podium. The 4 people following He Qingdao then walked over to Chao Deming and stood with him. He Qingdao looked at the many students on the playground and opened his mouth, all of you students. Oh no, you have already graduated from the Wulong Martial Academy and are no longer students. Gentlemen, I am He Qingdao, the Vice Minister of the Wulong Division in the Kyushu region. Pop. Snap. Pop. The playground erupted in applause. When the applause fell, He Qingdao continued, I'll first introduce you to the Kyushu Wulong branch. The Wulong branch is divided into 4 halls, the Demon Execution Hall, the Intelligence Hall, the Affairs Hall, and the Logistics Hall. The Demon Execution Hall is responsible for combat, the Intelligence Hall is responsible for gathering intelligence, the Affairs Hall is responsible for all affairs of the Wulong branch, and the Logistics Hall is responsible for providing support for all the halls. The 4 halls have different responsibilities, but each one is indispensable. Just join the Wulong branch, you are just the reserve members of each hall. Only after passing a period of examination and review can you become the official members of each hall. Those who do not pass the examination and review will be returned to the Wulong Martial Academy. Also, the Demon Execution Hall needs to undergo an examination before joining, because the Demon Execution Hall has to face evil cultivators and demonic beasts head-on, and has the highest danger factor of the 4 halls, so it needs to recruit people who are good at fighting. As the words fell, He Qingdao turned back to look at the 4 people standing with Chao Deming. Immediately after that, the 4 of them took a few steps forward and arrived beside He Qingdao. Let me introduce you to. He Qingdao continued, this is Demon Execution Hall Master Li Yichang. You have already met him during the bandit suppression operation not long ago. This is Intelligence Hall Master Zhao Qingji, this is Affairs Hall Master Wang Zhani, and this is Logistics Hall Master Qian Jiming. Next, the 4 hall masters will personally recruit the members of each hall, everyone based on their own specialties. Choose your preferred hall to sign up. Hall Master Li, Hall Master Zhao, Hall Master Wang, and Hall Master Qian, go ahead. Yes. Li Yizhang and the other 4 hall masters answered and walked off the podium, heading in the 4 directions of the playground, southeast, northwest, and north. Tables and chairs for registration and enrollment had already been set up there, and the logos of the 4 major halls were posted in front of the tables. At this moment, a voice of words suddenly rang out in the playground. Minister He, what should I do if I enroll in the Demon Punisher Hall but fail the examination? Sorry, this just slipped my mind. He Qingdao explained, those who enroll in the Demon Execution Hall but do not pass the examination will be assigned to the remaining 3 halls based on the remaining 3 halls, so everyone should choose the right hall to join based on their own situation to avoid being forcibly assigned. Minister Ho, I have a question. Another person asked, for example, if I join the Intelligence Hall, but then I want to join the Demon Punisher Hall, can I? Generally not allowed. He Qingdao said, because the duties of the 4 halls are different, and it takes a considerable amount of manpower and material resources to train a qualified member. It would undoubtedly be a waste of manpower and material resources if they were to be switched at random. Minister He, you're talking about in general, what about out of the ordinary? The person who had just asked again. You've captured the point. He Qingdao flirted with the man and said in a deep voice, Gentlemen, originally, I didn't really want to bring up this topic because it's a very heavy topic, but you guys asked, so I'll tell you about it. The unusual situation is that whichever hall has a shortage of manpower can select suitable personnel from other halls to supplement it. This situation is not only not uncommon, but also very common, especially in the Demon Punisher Hall. Do you understand why? Is it because the Demon Punisher Hall is facing evil cultivators and demonic beasts straight on and suffers high casualties? Someone said. Nice. Chingdao said, in fact, it's not only the Demon Punisher Hall that experiences manpower shortages from time to time, but the Intelligence Hall, Logistics Hall, and the Affairs Hall don't rarely experience such situations either, so no matter which hall you join, you have to be careful and cautious again. Yes. Gu Yifan, Gao Shuang, and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy responded in unison. Good. Qingdao nodded and said, the 4 hall masters are ready, so go sign up at the hall of your choice. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan, Gao Shuang, and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy headed in different directions. At this moment, Li Yichuan and the other 4 main halls of the Wulong division had already taken their seats in front of the tables and chairs. It didn't take long for long lines to form in all 4 directions. Among them, the ranks of the Logistics Hall and the Affairs Hall were slightly shorter, the ranks of the Intelligence Hall were slightly longer, and the ranks of the Demon Execution Hall were the longest. In the ranks of the Demon Exorcist Hall, Gu Yifan and Gao Shuang were next to each other back and forth. Gu Yifan, you want to join the Demon Punisher Hall too? Gao Shuang asked. Aren't you full of crap? Gu Yifan said breathlessly, I don't want to join the Demon Punisher Hall, so what's the point of lining up here? That's true. Gao Shuang raised his hand and scratched his head, then added, the Demon Punisher Hall is the most dangerous of the 4 major halls, but that's precisely why it's the fastest hall to improve its strength, and that's why I want to join the Demon Punisher Hall, don't you? I'm pretty much the same. Gu Yifan casually responded. However, there were 2 very important reasons why he wanted to join the Demon Punisher Hall besides what Gao Shuang said. The first reason, facing evil cultivators and demonic beasts head-on, was the only way he could gain more opportunities to strip away cultivation talents and attribute points. The second reason, he wanted to accumulate merit and raise the rank of Heavenly Judge, and accumulating merit required killing evil cultivators and demonic beasts, and the only way to have more opportunities to kill evil cultivators and demonic beasts was by joining the Demon Execution Hall. But it's something he just needs to know about himself, there's no need to tell anyone else. Next, the registration and enrollment of the 4 major halls proceeded in an orderly manner. The people who signed up for the Demon Punisher Hall didn't leave after signing up, because just signing up wasn't considered joining the Demon Punisher Hall. The only way to join was to pass the Demon Punisher Hall's test, which would be conducted after the sign-up was over. Those who signed up for the Service Hall, Logistics Hall, and Intelligence Hall didn't leave after signing up either. One was because they wanted to see the Exorcist Hall's examination. Secondly, it was because they had to report to the Wulong branch with the head of their respective halls, but this would be before the candidates for the 3 halls were finalized. Zhao Qingji, Wang Zhanwei, and Xian Jiming hadn't left, and they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. The 4 major churches registered for enrollment quickly. It didn't take long for the Service Hall, Logistics Hall, Intelligence Hall, and Demon Punisher Hall to finish registering one after another. Qingdao, who was standing on the podium, then spoke. Everyone retreat to the edge of the playground, the Demon Punisher Hall examination will take place next. Chapter 122, Simple? It's not simple at all. With a command from Qingdao, Gu Yifan, Gao Shuang, and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy walked towards the edge of the playground. Soon the crowded playground emptied. The test for the Demon Punisher Hall is simple. Qingdao's voice sounded again. The members of the Demon Execution Hall will act as examiners to conduct a real combat examination on you. They will suppress their cultivation to the same realm as yours. You only need to be able to hold out in their hands for more than 10 strokes to pass the examination. Scared me to death. I thought we were told to defeat the members of the Demon Punisher's Hall. Suppressing your cultivation to the same level as ours and only having to last 10 moves? That seems simple enough. Why do I get the feeling that the Demon Punisher Hall is deliberately letting the water out? Same level in 10 moves, that's looking down on us too much, isn't it? A murmur of voices rang out one after another from the edge of the playground. These murmurs came from the mouths of many students of Wulong Academy, and they had long sighs of relief, those who felt simple, those who were upset, and those who were puzzled, which could be described as having different expressions and many mixed feelings. The reason for this was precisely because the members of the Demon Execution Hall had to suppress their cultivation to the same realm as theirs, and only had to last through 10 moves. If they were to fight with true strength, they might not have much confidence to last more than 10 moves in the hands of the members of the Demon Punisher Hall. After all, the strength of the members of the Demon Punisher Hall was far superior to theirs. But by suppressing their cultivation to the same level as them and still only needing to last 10 moves, they were all confident one after another. Not everyone was like that though. There was a small group of people who were filled with stony faces. Gu Yifan, isn't the Demon Exorcist Hall's test too simple? Gao Zhuang said in disbelief. Simple? Gu Yifan smiled and said, you'll know later if it's simple or not. I advise you to be more careful. Listening to your meaning, the Exorcism Hall's examination is not simple. Gao Zhuang wondered, but they suppressed their cultivation to the same realm as ours and still only had to last 10 moves. How is that not simple? Gu Yifan opened his mouth to reply. But before his words could be uttered, He Qingdao's voice resounded once again. Examiner, please. Dang. Dang. Knock. As He Qingdao's words fell, a dull footstep sounded steeply. The many students on the playground followed the sound. Only a group of soldiers in uniform came from outside the playground. These soldiers were the members of the Demon Punisher Hall, 20 in total. They were all unsmiling, and their bodies exuded an aura of iron blood and solemnity, and they were not to be messed with at a glance. Soon, the members of the Demon Punisher Hall walked to the playground, then divided into 2 teams and stood 50 meters apart from each other. Hall Masterly, they are all your people, say something. He Qingdao asked. Yes. Li Yizhang answered and looked at the 20 members of the Demon Punisher Hall, saying, suppress your cultivation to the same realm as theirs, and don't allow the use of even a trace of your exceeding cultivation. If anyone loses the fight, go back and collect your own punishment. Yes. The 20 members of the Demon Execution Hall responded in unison. At the edge of the playground, the hearts of those confident Wulong Martial Academy students steeply tightened. Just now they thought that the Demon Hunting Hall assessment was not going to be watered down? But now they didn't think so. Because if they were to let water out of the water, Li Yichuan would not let the members of the Demon Hunting Hall lose the fight and go back to collect their own punishment, which also made them unable to control them to think, is the examination of the Demon Hunting Hall not as simple as they thought? However, quite a few people just thought about it that way and didn't feel that passing the Demon Hunting Hall's examination was that difficult. Li Yizhan looked at He Qingdao again and said, Vice Minister I'm done. Yes. He Qingdao nodded, a smirk appearing on his cheeks. These students are too gullible. If the examination had just begun, I'm afraid that not many people would be able to pass the Demon Hunting Hall's examination, and the situation would not end well at that time. It was precisely for this reason that he had asked Li Yizhang to say a few words as a reminder to the students of Wulong Martial Arts Academy that the examination of the Demon Hunting Hall was not that simple, and also as a way to make the students of Wulong Martial Arts Academy put away their gullibility. Li Yizhang also understood He Qingdao's intention, which was why he said that he would go back to collect his own punishment after losing the fight. Without further delay, He Qingdao decisively gave the order for the assessment to begin. The examination of the Demon Hunting Hall will now begin. Those who have just enrolled in the Demon Hunting Hall may challenge. Don't forget to declare your own cultivation before the challenge. Liars will be disqualified from enrollment, and those who forget will suffer the consequences. Upon hearing this, some students couldn't wait to step out from the crowd and quickly walked towards the members of the Demon Hunting Hall. Gao Zhuang did the same, but he was pulled by Gu Yifan just as he raised his foot. Gu Yifan, what are you pulling me for? Gao Zhuang said in disbelief. What's the rush? Gu Yifan said, it's the same for an early challenge or a late challenge. Let's take a look first. Gao Zhuang was a bit gullible. If he let Gao Zhuang just go and challenge him like that, the possibility of losing was extremely high, so he wanted to let Gao Zhuang take a look at it first, to show Gao Zhuang with the actual results that the examination of the Demon Hunting Hall was not that simple. Oh. Tallstrong responded and retracted the footsteps he had just raised. If other people had said that, he might not have listened. However, he was convinced of Gu Yifan, and he obeyed Gu Yifan's words. Hello, my name is Zhou Tong, level 6 cultivation. Hello, my name is Wang Yuan, level 7 cultivation. Hello, my name is Li Jia, 6 on cultivation. Accompanied by a sound of self-reported cultivation resounding in the playground, the examination of the Demon Hunting Hall kicked off. The Demon Hunter Hall members all stood still, while the Wulong Martial Academy students took the initiative to charge towards the Demon Hunter Hall members. Bang! 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 Immediately following that, a dull crashing sound rang out one after another. Only to see one Wulong Martial Academy student being knotted to the ground in various positions by the Demon Hunting Hall members just as soon as they got close. Ah! 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 At the same time, one miserable scream after another resounded in the playground. This scene caused the many Wulong Martial Academy students standing at the edge of the playground watching the battle to look at each other in disbelief. Originally, they thought that with the Demon Hunt Hall members suppressing their cultivation to the same level as them, even if they couldn't defeat the Demon Hunt Hall members, it would still be easy for them to last through 10 moves in the hands of the Demon Hunt Hall members. But the facts gave them an extremely loud slap in the face. Not to mention 10 moves, of the 20 students who had just challenged, more than a dozen were directly knocked down by a single move from a member of the Demon Hunter Hall, with only a few dodging the Demon Hunter Hall members' first strike. If only a handful of people were taken down by a single move by a member of the Demon Hunt Hall, it wouldn't mean anything. However, the vast majority of people were like this, enough to see that the Demon Hunting Hall's examination really wasn't as simple as they thought. Gao Zhuang was also startled by the scene. He looked at Gu Yifan and said in confusion, "Gu Yifan, what's the situation?" Gao Zhuang, a person's combat power is not only related to cultivation, but also to skills and combat experience. Gu Yifan explained, "Let's not talk about skills, let's just talk about experience. The members of the Demon Punisher Hall are all battle-hardened. The battles they have experienced are not even cut and dried, but life and death fights in which you die and I live, their battle experience is not something we can compare to. So even if they suppress their cultivation to the same realm as ours, they're still not easy to deal with. I'll remind you one more time, don't be careless or else I'm afraid you won't even know how to lose when the time comes." At those words, Gao Zhuang suddenly came to a realization. At the same time, a flash of celebration appeared on his cheeks. Fortunately, Gu Yifan pulled him back, otherwise he would probably have become one of the people who were knocked to the ground by a move from a member of the Demon Hunt Hall. Chapter 123 Headbutt. One move to control the enemy. The examination of the Demon Exorcist Hall continued, but soon the first batch of examinations were declared over. A full 20 people, none of them could last more than 10 moves in the hands of the members of the Demon Punisher Hall, and the most they could last was 5 moves. Such a miserable result was undoubtedly a blow to those students who felt that the Exorcism Hall's examination was simple. But the matter was not bad for them, it was still good. Because this matter could make them realize that the Exorcist Hall's examination was not as simple as they thought, and even wanting to pass the Exorcist Hall's examination was by no means easy, and then they would put away their carelessness, thus increasing their chances of passing the examination. The first batch of participants in the examination all failed, all of them leave the field immediately, the rest of the participants in the examination prepare. He Qingdao's words rang out from the podium. The first batch of people who took the test were all filled with bitterness. Especially those who were put down on the ground by a move, they all did not fully show. No, I should not say that it is full, but they have already failed the test without even having the opportunity to show their own strength, which is really too suffocating. Minister I was careless just now, I want to take the test again. Someone couldn't help but say. Careless? Oh. He Qingdao said in a cold voice, just now, when Hall Masterly said that if anyone lost the fight, they would go back and automatically receive their punishment, he didn't let you think of something? Also, have you forgotten? None of the members of the Demon Punisher Hall took the initiative to fight, it was you who made the first move. The person who had just spoken was somewhat dumbfounded. It wasn't that he didn't think of something, but he didn't think much about it because he felt that passing the Demon Punisher Hall examination was simple. It's a test now, you still have a chance to talk. He Qingdao continued, if this were a battlefield, would the enemy care if you were careless or not? After you've been decapitated by the enemy, can you still say that you've just been careless and asked to fight again? You can't. Because you no longer have the chance to speak. Leave the field immediately. I don't want to say it for the third time, if you still want to join the Demon Punisher Hall, improve your own strength, polish your own heart, and wait for the Demon Punisher Hall's chance to recruit new members. The person who just spoke blushed and quickly left the playground with his head down. The rest of the people who failed the test didn't dare to say anything else, and one by one drooped their heads and quickly left the field. He Qingdao looked at the many Wulong Martial Academy students present again and said, all of you remember, the enemies of the Demon Execution Hall are either evil cultivators or demonic beasts, they don't care if you're careless or not, and life is only once, there's no chance for a do-over. Yes. Gu Yifan, Gao Zhuang, and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy spoke in unison. Examination of the Hall of Exorcism continues. He Qingdao added, those who have signed up for the Demon Punisher Hall's examination attend the examination at speed. This time, Gu Yifan was the first to step out of the crowd and walk towards the members of the Demon Punisher Hall. However, the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy were not as impatient as before, and each one of them showed a hesitant look. That look was obviously frightened by the miserable results of the first batch of people who participated in the examination. Gao Zhuang subconsciously wanted to follow Gu Yifan, but he stopped again just as he raised his feet. Gu Yifan's participation in the examination would definitely attract the gazes of the vast majority of the people present. If he participated in the examination with Gu Yifan, he would definitely be robbed of the limelight by Gu Yifan, so it was better not to participate in the examination with Gu Yifan. Then again, he also wanted to see how Gu Yifan would take on the members of the Demon Hunt Hall, and then learn from that experience. Soon, Gu Yifan walked in front of a member of the Demon Punisher Hall. However, he did not approach, but stopped 3 meters away from the members of the Demon Punisher Hall. Gu Yifan, level 11. Gu Yifan clasped his hands and said, "Good." The Demon Punisher Hall member subconsciously nodded his head, "My name is Li Ying." But he stopped abruptly before he could finish his words. Immediately afterward, he snapped his eyes wide open. "What do you mean, level 11? "Yeah, level 11. Gu Yifan nodded. Li Eagle froze. The 99th district had only been open for 7 days, and Gu Yifan was even level 11. How was this possible? Somewhat disbelieving, he looked up at He Qingdao standing on the podium. Although he didn't say anything, that look was clearly asking He Qingdao for confirmation on the matter. He Qingdao then looked at Chao Deming. He believed that Gu Yifan wouldn't lie on such an occasion, but he was also somewhat unconvinced. "He is indeed level 11. Chao Deming then spoke. He hadn't asked Gu Yifan what level he was, but he knew that Gu Yifan had been promoted to level 10 2 mornings before his return, and in nearly 2 days, and after killing 3 copies of the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, it was normal for Gu Yifan to be promoted to level 11. Receiving Chao Deming's affirmation, He Qingdao, Li Etan, and the other people from the Wulong division were filled with shock. They had all risen up level by level in the God's End continent, so they were all well aware of how tough it was to upgrade when they first entered the God's End continent, but Gu Yifan had broken their perceptions. The expressions of the students of the Wulong Martial Academy, on the other hand, were normal. They were all from the 99th district, and although they weren't in the same novice village as Gu Yifan, they all knew from the Heaven's Path's announcement that Gu Yifan was the first person from the 99th district to be promoted to level 10. "Can we start?" Gu Yifan asked. Upon hearing this, Li Ying immediately snapped out of his shock as he nodded and said, "Yes." Roots and bones strengthened. Spiritual strengthening. Strength enhancement. Agility enhancement. For light cries in succession rang out in Gu Yifan's mind. For joining the Demon Exorcist Hall, he was determined to win, and would not allow the slightest discrepancy, so he had no reservations and used the 4 attribute cultivation talents one after the other, directly pulling his battle power to full capacity. In the next moment, Gu Yifan raised his hand and gently waved it, and a ball of earth-colored light emerged out of thin air, heading straight for Li Ying. Human occupation? Li Ying's gaze flickered slightly, and he subconsciously dodged to one side. But right at that moment, he saw Gu Yifan raise his hand again, and a cloud of mist came straight at him again. The scene caused his face to change violently. The speed of Gu Yifan's strike was too fast, and he was on his way to dodge, unable to change the direction of dodging again, and the control spells that Gu Yifan had cast were shooting towards his dodging position, so he couldn't dodge even if he wanted to dodge again. In the next moment, the mists blasted Li Ying solidly, and then Li Ying became drowsy. The human sleeping single spell drowsiness, which makes the victim drowsy and incapacitated. Seeing this, a smirk appeared on Gu Yifan's cheeks. He didn't get close to Li Ying, but rather as far as 3 meters away from him, firstly for the purpose of attacking remotely, as a way to weaken the gap with Li Ying in terms of combat experience, and secondly to buy himself the time to cast his spells. On top of that, he used a little thought. Confusion system spells are just false moves. The purpose is to force Li Ying to dodge, because hit by the confusion system spells will be randomly attacked, and Li Ying's opponent is only him, and the random attacks will only attack him, and the sleeping system spells are his killing moves. Then again, chaos spells aren't useless at all in solo combat. Because of the chaos system spells, the person who is hit by the confusion of consciousness will not be able to perform spells, only physical attacks, which is good at spells is undoubtedly the loss of their strongest means of attack. With one strike, Gu Yifan didn't dawdle for a second as he charged towards Li Ying with a big stride. Controlling Li Eagle with a sleeping spell isn't a win. He has to seize the opportunity to control Li Eagle's destiny and not give him a chance to flip. Chapter 124 Take the test again? Asking for a reward. Dang. Dang. Knock. After a few steps, Gu Yifan rushed to Li Ying's side. His low-slung right hand lifted up like lightning, followed by turning his palm into a claw, tightly clasping Li Ying's neck. Almost simultaneously, Li Ying woke up from his slumber. It wasn't that he had broken free from Gu Yifan's drowsy spell, but rather that being touched and attacked after being hit by a drowsy spell would wake him up from his drowsy state. "Brother Li, you lost," Gu Yifan said. "I lost." Li Ying's face was full of suffocation. Only a split second of time had passed from the beginning to the end of the challenge, and he had only dodged a bit before he was controlled by Gu Yifan's drowsy spell, and hadn't exerted his proper strength at all. If he could, he would love to fight Gu Yifan once more, but he knew there were not that many ifs. Being controlled by the lifeblood he had indeed lost, and he was also aware that if it wasn't for the test right now, he would have already had his neck snapped by Gu Yifan. "Gu Yifan, well done. Gu Yifan is awesome. Gu Yifan is mighty. Gu Yifan is domineering." The students of the Wulong Martial Academy cheered loudly one by one. Just now the first batch of people who participated in the examination all lost, and even the vast majority of people were knocked down by the members of the Demon Execution Hall with a single move, which really scared them, and even made them somewhat doubt whether they could pass the examination of the Demon Execution Hall. However, Gu Yifan's dry win of the challenge made them realize that the members of the Demon Punisher Hall were not unbeatable. Especially those students who had just been knocked down by a single move from the members of the Demon Execution Hall, they cheered extraordinarily vigorously. This was because it was a bit humiliating for them to be taken down by a member of the Demon Execution Hall with a single move. Now that Gu Yifan had taken down the Demon Punisher Hall members with a single move, he had helped them get back on their feet. Gao Zhuang, on the other hand, was a bit depressed. He also wanted to see how Gu Yifan passed the Demon Punisher Hall examination and then learn from it, but it turned out that Gu Yifan passed the Demon Punisher Hall examination with human spells, so how could he, who had chosen the demon profession, learn from it? "Brother Li, I apologize." Gu Yifan let go of his right hand that was clasping Li Ying's neck and walked towards the edge of the playground with another hug towards Li Ying. But before he could take a few steps, Qingdao's words rang out from the podium. "Gu Yifan, wait." At those words, Gu Yifan stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at Qingdao, who was standing on the podium. "Gu Yifan, take the test again," Qingdao added. "Minister I somewhat don't quite understand what you mean." Gu Yifan was puzzled. "You just said that if you lasted 10 moves in the hands of a member of the Demon Punisher Hall, you would be considered to have passed the Demon Punisher Hall examination, and I won, so I passed the Demon Punisher Hall examination anyways, so why do I need to take the test again?" "Gu Yifan, it's me who didn't make it clear." Qingdao explained, "You've already passed the Demon Punisher Hall examination, and I'm asking you to take it again because I want to see your strength." Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. "You want to see what I'm made of? I have to take the test again?" However, Qingdao was the vice minister of the Wulong division, so it was not good to dislike Qingdao in front of so many people. Slightly pondering, Gu Yifan said, "Minister you said so, I can't refuse, but just flat out take another test, I'm not too willing. Do you think it's not to give some rewards or something?" Gao Zhuang and the other students of the Wulong Martial Academy immediately stood in awe. If Qingdao asked them to take another test when they had already passed the test, they would not dare to say anything more on their lips even if they were unwilling in their hearts, and would only agree honestly. But Gu Yifan is not the same. In the face of Qingdao, who was the vice minister of the Wulong division, he is not afraid at all, not only dare to expressly say that he is not willing, but also dare to ask Qingdao for rewards. It is really a model of my generation. Qingdao, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. This wasn't the first time he had participated in the Crouching Dragon Division's recruitment, nor was it the first time he had allowed people to take the test again if they had passed it, while those before that had honestly taken the test again. This was the first time he had encountered a situation like Gu Yifan's where he took the opportunity to ask for a reward. But then again, what Gu Yifan said wasn't without merit. "I've already passed the Exorcist Hall test, why should I be allowed to take the test again without some favor or something?" "Yifan, what reward do you want?" Chao Deming's words suddenly rang out. Gu Yifan turned his head to look at Chao Deming and said, "Dean, if I can pass the Demon Punisher Hall examination again, can you allow me to skip the status of a reserve member of the Demon Punisher Hall and directly become a full member of the Demon Punisher Hall?" Although both the Demon Punisher Hall reserve members and the Demon Punisher Hall full members were members of the Demon Punisher Hall, the two did not do the same work. The official members of the Demon Execution Hall would face the evil cultivators and demonic beasts head-on, while the reserve members of the Demon Execution Hall would do some finishing work. This arrangement was to protect the Punisher Hall reserve members as much as possible. After all, the newcomers had little experience. But he joined the Demon Punisher Hall to strip away cultivation talent and attribute points, as well as to accumulate merit, being unable to face evil cultivators and demonic beasts head-on and just doing some finishing work was a complete waste of time. Chao Deming thought for a moment and said, "Yes. Thanks, Dean." Gu Yifan's cheeks were filled with smiles. He just said that just to try and get a fight, and he didn't think it would work. As for whether or not doing so would offend He Qingdao and get him to wear small shoes, he wasn't worried at all. Those who can become deputy ministers of a ministry are people of high quality. Will they give him small shoes just because of his words? What's more, Chao Deming thinks highly of him, and Chao Deming is the minister of the Wulong branch. With Chao Deming's cover, He Qingdao just wants to give him small shoes also have to weigh up. You boys don't have to thank me. Chao Deming laughed. If your kid can pass the examination again, directly becoming an official member of the Demon Punisher Hall is something you've earned with your skills, and if your kid can't pass the examination again, then you have even less to thank me for. Gu Yifan raised his hand and touched his nose, accepting good advice and no longer being polite to Chao Deming. He inquired, "Dean, who do I challenge this time? Is it still Brother Li?" Before Chao Deming could open his mouth, Li Ying's words sounded first. "Minister, I applied a fight." He had just been controlled by Gu Yifan's move, and he had lost in a humiliating manner. He wanted to fight Gu Yifan again to recover the lost ground, but he knew that he had indeed lost, and he couldn't let the students of the Wulong Martial Academy say that he couldn't afford to lose, so he could only forcefully endure the stifling in his heart and admit defeat. Now that he had the chance to fight Gu Yifan again, it was undoubtedly just what he wanted, and he couldn't let anyone else take it away from him. Yes. Chao Deming agreed decisively. Although Li Ying had just lost to Gu Yifan, Li Ying hadn't brought his own strength into play at all, and after Li Ying had suffered a loss once, he was bound to be wary and wouldn't suffer a second loss. Then again, if this would change into other people, wouldn't it be questioning Li Ying's strength? He would not make this mistake. So even if Li Ying didn't apply to fight, he would still have Gu Yifan challenge Li Ying again. The consent of Chao Deming was obtained. Li Ying looked at Gu Yifan and clasped his hands. Li Ying, immortal profession. Gu Yifan was a bit torn. Li Eagle declared his own occupation, and in return, he had to declare his own occupation. But how does he report his profession when he has learned all four professions: human, devil, immortal, and ghost? Chapter 125, Revisited. Doubtful life. As in, you have all four professions: human, demon, immortal, and ghost? Gu Yifan felt that something wasn't quite right. Because almost everyone was choosing only one profession, his practicing four professions at the same time, human, devil, immortal and ghost, was a bit too otherworldly, and would easily attract people's mouths. Gu Yifan was not a man of indecision, and he soon made up his mind. He had just cast the human profession spells, so it would be good to say human profession, and the human profession had full proficiency in all three control spells except for the poison system spells, which had little proficiency, and it was also good to take them. Having made up his mind, Gu Yifan no longer hesitated. He clasped his hands and said, "Gu Yifan, human profession." "After you," Li Ying said. Gu Yifan didn't treat Li Ying politely and directly made his move. Just like the last examination, he casually waved his hand and a ball of earth-colored light appeared out of thin air, heading straight for Li Ying. It was not that Gu Yifan did not know how to be polite, but Li Ying was the examiner, and he was the one who participated in the examination, so it was not only human nature for him to make the first move, but it was also a sign of respect for Li Ying as the examiner. Seeing this, Li Ying was still the first to dodge. Previously, he had tried to force himself to break free when he was controlled by Gu Yifan with a drowsy spell, but he was unable to break free, which made him know the power of Gu Yifan's control spells, so he absolutely couldn't be controlled again or else he'd lose again. However, the difference between this time and the last time was that he didn't give his all when he dodged, but left some of his force behind in case Gu Yifan cast a control spell again and he could have the strength to dodge again. At the same time, Li Ying raised his hand and waved it out. A water dragon appeared out of thin air and headed straight for Gu Yifan. Immortal profession water single spell auger dragon out of the sea. If you wanted to defeat the human occupation man, a single dodge wouldn't do, you had to seize the opportunity to strike out and counterattack. This would be Gu Yifan who had already struck again, and he wouldn't lose any face by striking along with it. Almost at the same time, Li Ying saw Gu Yifan take a step towards his right side before raising his hand once again and gently waving it. Only he didn't see any mist appear in front of him, then he raised his head towards the air for the first time to see that a large mass of white mist appeared out of nowhere above his head. Drowsy group spells? Li Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as he once again dodged to the side. It was just that he had to move a little slow, or rather he didn't move as fast as the spell bursts. Only to see the mist suspended above Li Ying's head burst, turning into 5 white threads, instantly blocking Li Ying's front, back, left, right and up 5 directions, not giving Li Ying the slightest bit of space to evade. Why is this kid's spell burst speed so fast? Li Ying's face changed violently. He wanted to continue dodging, but the 5 directions he could dodge on the front, back, left and right were all filled with white silk threads, and he had nowhere to dodge. It's over. A thought flashed through Li Ying's mind. Gu Yifan dodged the spells he released, but he was unable to dodge the spells Gu Yifan released. That wasn't the point was that he had just failed to break free of Gu Yifan's drowsy system spell in time, and he might not be able to break free of Gu Yifan's drowsy system spell in time this time either. In the next moment, the 5 silk threads came together and wrapped Li Ying into a dumpling, and then Li Ying once again became drowsy. Such a scenario is different from the last one, but the difference is not so great as to be considered a scenario reenactment. Ha, another control move. Gu Yifan, well done. Gu Yifan, awesome class. Eagle Li says you're too much of a bully. The many students of the Wulong Martial Academy cheered once again. Chao Deming, He Qingdao, and the other people from the Wulong division were surprised. The students of the Wulong Martial Academy only saw Li Ying being controlled by Gu Yifan with his spells again, but they saw something more. Li Ying had obviously discovered it, and was also obviously prepared for it, and made a dodging maneuver, but Li Ying's dodging maneuver was not as fast as Gu Yifan's burst of releasing spells, which meant that Gu Yifan's agility was much higher than Li Ying's. To be exact, it was far higher than Li Ying, who had suppressed his cultivation to level 11. Because only Gu Yifan's agility was far higher than Li Ying's, he could seal Li Ying's retreat before Li Ying dodged. Meanwhile, Chao Deming and He Qingdao were also a bit depressed. They had asked Gu Yifan to take the test again because they wanted to see Gu Yifan's strength, but it turned out that Li Ying had been controlled in another move, causing the battle to be over before Gu Yifan could expose much of his own strength. This time, Gu Yifan did not charge at Li Ying again, taking the opportunity to control Li Ying's lifeblood and end the battle. He stood still, noting Li Ying's movements. Now that he had passed the Demon Hunting Hall examination and become a member of the Demon Hunting Hall, there was no need to worry about any mistakes, so he wanted to see how long he could control Li Ying as a means of judging the power of his current control system spells. As for being flipped by Li Ying after breaking free from his control and losing the chance to become a full member of the Demon Punisher Hall, he wasn't worried at all. He can control Li Eagle twice in succession, he can control Li Eagle for the 3rd time, and he is not afraid of what Li Eagle will do. Then again, it wasn't like he only knew human spells, and he wasn't really afraid of anyone when facing opponents of the same level. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't rush towards Li Ying, Chao Deming and He Qingdao naturally wouldn't urge them. They were suffering from not being able to see more of Gu Yifan's strength, and now that Gu Yifan was standing still and taking the initiative to give Li Ying the opportunity to turn the tables, it was undoubtedly right up their alley. The many students of the Wulong Martial Academy did not rush. Before, Gu Yifan rushed towards Li Ying at the first moment he took control of him, but not this time, obviously not forgetting, but having other plans, and then again, there is a hustle and bustle that can be watched, so why not watch it? At this moment, Li Ying's cheeks had a touch of struggle, and his face was slightly reddened. He's fighting to break Gu Yifan's grip. After being controlled by the drowsiness skill, his mind was very much awake, he just couldn't control his body because of the spell, and as long as he could forcefully break free from the spell's control, he could regain control of his body. It was just that he couldn't break free from the control of Gu Yifan's drowsy system spell even though he tried his best and his cheeks were suffocating redness. He was resigned to this, but there was little he could do about it. He had no choice but to wait for Gu Yifan to take control of his lifeblood and end this battle. However, he soon realized that Gu Yifan had no intention of coming over to control his lifeblood and end this battle. Chao Deming and He Qingdao had no intention of opening their mouths to speak, and even the students of the Wulong Martial Arts Academy watched with great interest. This made him instantly realize that waiting for Gu Yifan to take control of his lifeblood and end this battle simply wouldn't work. Thinking of this, Li Ying instantly decided to use his true strength to break through Gu Yifan's control before admitting defeat. It wasn't that he didn't know it would be against the rules to do so, but it was just embarrassing to be watched by so many people in the room. Having made up his mind, Li Ying acted decisively. He no longer suppressed his cultivation and directly used his full strength, trying to break free from the control of Gu Yifan's drowsy system spell. However, he soon realized sadly that using his full strength he was still unable to break free from Gu Yifan's control, still being controlled to death by Gu Yifan's drowsy system spell, and then he was controlled to the point of doubting his life. He was a level 33 cultivator, but he couldn't break free from the spell control of Gu Yifan, who was only a level 11 cultivator, with all his might. It made him wonder what all his years of cultivation had gone to the dogs. Chao Deming and He Qingdao looked at Gu Yifan in surprise. The others might not be able to tell what was going on, but the first thing they noticed was that Liang had used more than level 11 cultivation, and even used his full strength, yet he still couldn't forcefully break free from the control of Gu Yifan's drowsy system spell. In the next moment, Chao Deming flexed his fingers and a strand of strong wind struck Liang, waking him up from his lethargy. Liang was clearly unable to break free from Gu Yifan's control of the drowsy system spell, and there was no point in continuing like this. I lost again. Liang, who had been awakened, was filled with shame, and he looked at Gu Yifan as if he had seen a ghost. He really couldn't figure out how he, at level 33 cultivation, couldn't break free from the spell control of Gu Yifan, who was only at level 11 cultivation. Brotherly, I apologize. Gu Yifan clasped his fists towards Liang, then looked towards Chao Deming and said, Dean, am I an official member of the Demon Punisher Hall Mino? Yes. Chao Deming nodded and said, Yifan, do you dare to take the test again?